Chapter 1. How could a Scion submit to a woman? As the bell signaling the end of the last class of the morning rang, Aaron awoke from his slumber, yawning. His biological clock was astonishingly precise the moment the class bell sounded. Fatigue washed over him on days devoid of lectures from a certain aging spinster. He could easily slumber until noon. Stretching languidly, Aaron patted his stomach and smacked his lips. It was time for a meal, wasn't it? Life was indeed splendid at this moment, free from the relentless toil of demolishing buildings across the universe, laboring under the tyrannical real estate mogul, Frisia. Thoughts of wages and benefits were futile, displeasing. That malevolent employer could result in the obliteration of an entire planet in an instant. Aaron's former superior, King Vegeta, had once incurred the ire of some powerful bosses, leading to the tragic fate of their home planet, Vegeta, which was reduced to nothingness. Amidst Frisia's sinister laughter at the mere thought of that colossal energy sphere, Aaron involuntarily shuddered. He mused. Though this life may seem mundane, such moments of peace are indeed a rare treasure. In truth, Aaron was a traveler of worlds, having traversed dimensions not once, but twice in his previous life. He was an ordinary recluse, who, after a fateful encounter with a large truck, found himself inexplicably transported to the Dragon Ball universe. Perhaps the dearth of individuals in Japan had compelled the truck's operators to seek souls across the sea to fulfill their quotas. Aaron was reborn as a high-ranking warrior on planet Vegeta. However, prior to Frisia's devastating attack, he had not regained any memories of his former existence. Instead, he underwent the quintessential Saiyan education, learning the 108 methods to eliminate foes and exploring the techniques to cleanse a planet of its native inhabitants. Without annihilating it entirely, he was educated on how to transform into a formidable guerrilla without succumbing to madness and obliterating his comrades. Thus, Aaron spent the initial 16 years of his life in a fulfilling yet blood-soaked existence. One fateful day, after Aaron and several Saiyans had purged a planet, they received orders from the Frisia force, summoning all Saiyans to return to planet Vegeta immediately. Unaware of the impending doom, Aaron unwittingly stepped into a trap of death. Only when Frisia's energy sphere loomed ominously over planet Vegeta did Aaron finally regain his past memories. Yet, in that dire moment, what could he have done? He was merely a Saiyan with a battle power of 5,000. Thus, Aaron resolved that if he were to meet his end, he would do so with defiance. He raised his middle finger to the sky and bellowed, "Curse you, Frisia!" This was the sole act of rebellion he could muster at that moment until now. Ayn Rand remains uncertain about his thoughts at that time. Perhaps such a demise was more dignified. Ultimately, Ayn Rand was transformed into cosmic dust along with the destruction of planet Vegeta. Subsequently, due to certain extraordinary circumstances, he traversed into this world of daily life. His current mission is to locate the tainted Dragon Balls within this mundane realm and purify them naturally. As a reward, Ayn Rand can make a singular wish upon the completion of purifying all the Dragon Balls. Upon receiving this task, Ayn Rand was exceedingly reluctant. Just one wish? What a paltry offering. Does he think I am unaware that the Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes at once? Alas, his new employer is even more domineering than Frisia. Should Ayn Rand disobey, he would swiftly find himself reduced to ashes, with no chance of even reaching the afterlife. Even for a Saiyan, such conditions compel one to comply. Compliance, after all, is not a disgrace. Ayn Rand ambled towards the classroom exit for Saiyans. Eating and fighting are the most paramount pursuits in life. At that moment, a cool female voice resonated from behind him. "Ayn Rand, are you once again concocting an excuse to skip the club activities today?" Upon hearing this voice, Ayn Rand's body stiffened momentarily, and the previously carefree smile vanished entirely. Reluctantly, he turned to face the beautiful and academically gifted girl, saying, "Yukino Shida. What a coincidence. Just as class ended, I run into you. However, I have no intention of skipping the club activities. Surely you will allow me a moment to grab a meal at the cafeteria before heading to the clubroom." With that, Ayn Rand sidestepped the girl and hastily made his way towards the back exit of the classroom. Yukino Shida. Yukino was wholly unconvinced by his feeble excuse. Trailing closely behind him, he had used this same excuse 3 times already. Sensing that she remained at his heels, Ayn Rand sighed in resignation. Ever since being coerced by a certain older maiden to join the club, known as the Service Department, Ayn Rand had not known a day of peace. As a transmigrator, Ayn Rand was well aware of Yukino Shida. Yukino, she was, after all, the beloved character from his previous life. However, whether it was due to the extensive time spent in violence as a Saiyan or the Saiyan genes that gravitate towards formidable women, Ayn Rand now felt nothing towards Yukino Shida other than annoyance and a sense of her obstinacy. As for participating in any club activities, Ayn Rand possessed no interest whatsoever. This marked the 4th time Yukino Shida had laid in wait for Ayn Rand. Although he had eluded her thrice before, the absolutely correct Yukino had accepted the task from teacher Shizuku Hiratsuka and was determined to fulfill it. Chapter 2. Yukino always speaks her mind to Kinoshita. Yukino followed behind Aaron, silently observing the man ahead of her, who was adorned with a gray hemp rope around his waist. She couldn't help but let out a sigh. Aaron, I feel it necessary to remind you once more that your deviation score in the previous assessment was the lowest in the entire school. Aside from a few science subjects, your grades in other disciplines were all in single digits. This is precisely why teacher Hiranaka has allowed you to join the service club, so that I may guide you at all times. I hope you do not take her goodwill lightly. Moreover, you must take responsibility for your own future. Aaron chose to ignore Yukino, maintaining his pace as he continued towards the cafeteria, yet he couldn't suppress his inner thoughts. Study? What nonsense! I didn't grasp the knowledge from my past life, and now I must learn again in this one. Besides, I diligently studied many things over the past 16 years. For instance, skills in destruction and annihilation on a planetary scale. In the astonishment of the cafeteria staff, Aaron purchased a staggering 30 portions of bread and bento. Upon witnessing this, Yukino Shida furrowed her brows and gently poked his back with her finger, saying, Aaron, if you have arranged to dine with someone, please enjoy your meal. But come to the activity room alone afterward. Confused, Aaron looked at her. I haven't made plans with anyone, then why would you buy so much food? Can you finish it all by yourself? Wastefulness is a shameful act. Yukino gazed up at Aaron, emphasizing the last few words with intensity. Not to worry, this will only suffice for me to be half full. Besides, consuming too much at lunch isn't advisable since you're here. Why not do me a favor? Aaron flashed a neighborly smile. Help me carry some of this. I can't manage it all alone. Minutes later, Aaron and Yukino exited the cafeteria, both burdened with their midday spoils. Yukino glanced at the 2 plastic bags filled with bento she held, feeling somewhat disoriented. Is this lunch? In the mind of an average person, such a quantity is far beyond what a single individual could consume. Even those renowned for their large appetites would struggle to finish 30 portions in one sitting. Moreover, Aaron had just claimed that this was merely enough to leave him half full. After leading Aaron to the activity room, Yukino Shida took her seat by the window and addressed him seriously. Aaron, I understand your intentions. Aaron looked at her in bewilderment. What intentions did she think he had? As the lowest performing student in the school, and with a super cute girl like me tutoring you, it's only natural for a young man in his adolescence to engage in peculiar behaviors to capture my attention. I can comprehend that, she stated. Aaron was even more perplexed. In a tone devoid of any embellishment, Yukino Shida continued to articulate her thoughts. Although I comprehend your intentions, is certainly not a justification for your wastefulness with food. One must harbor a fundamental respect for sustenance. Many in this world endure hunger. I implore you to cease your foolish and absurd actions, as they only serve to amplify my disdain for you. Her voice was void of warmth, as she gazed unflinchingly at Ailan, unabashedly expressing her aversion to his behavior. Ailan couldn't help but laugh. His interest piqued as he observed the girl before him. He was already aware from his previous life that Yukino Shida was a kind-hearted individual, albeit one lacking in social skills and wholly unreserved in her thoughts. Yet, when Yukino Shida's sharp tongue was directed at him, I found it particularly amusing. I never would have guessed that your imagination ran so wild. It's my first time witnessing someone extolling their own cuteness with such confidence, he remarked. It is indeed a fact that I am adorable, Yukino Shida replied matter-of-factly. If you were to receive countless love letters starting from elementary school, and consequently be ostracized by the girls of your entire school, because of it, if your indoor shoes were hidden 60 times, 50 of which were by girls, 5 by teachers, and 5 by dogs, experiencing such things would lead one to understand the excellence of their own character. One would also grasp the kind of ostracism that exceptional individuals face in society. No one is flawless, which is why I resolved to establish this club. The service club was founded with the intention of helping others transform, thereby altering the world. Therefore, you need not engage in those antics. I shall undoubtedly save you, Ailan. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Yukino Shida, and in Ain's eyes, she momentarily radiated a sense of purity. However, the rumbling protests of Ain's stomach abruptly shattered the atmosphere. Ain raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. It's hard to explain my appetite, but I'm truly famished at the moment. I plan to resolve today's lunch in the activity room. If you doubt me, you may observe from the sidelines. As for whether I find you appealing, to be frank, you are not my type. If you were to seek a partner, a Saiyan would prefer someone with a more voluptuous figure. After all, one should never let a child suffer. With that, Ain opened the first food container, casting a regretful glance at Yukino Shida's chest. Noticing Ain's gaze, Yukino Shida crossed her arms defensively and took a step back, her demeanor alert. Ain chuckled again after a few bites. Ain suddenly recalled a question he had long wished to ask by the way. Yukino Shida, you mentioned that 5 times your shoes were hidden by dogs. Could you elaborate on that? I find it quite intriguing, Yukino Shida. Chapter 3. Ain, it seems you have not fully evolved, have you? The Saiyans' digestive system resembles a high-capacity pulverizer. In a state of hunger, a Saiyan transforms into a veritable eating machine. The first bento disappeared into Ailan's stomach within mere seconds, followed swiftly by the second and third. Yukino Shida Yukino, sitting nearby, was utterly astonished. While it is acknowledged that the stomach possesses a degree of elasticity and varies in capacity among individuals, with some competitive eaters capable of consuming food equivalent to dozens of meals in a single sitting, such feats are typically confined to the realm of video entertainment and reality, who would indulge in such excessive consumption. It is not difficult to surmise that such an approach would inevitably harm one's health. What manner of creature is this boy? Or perhaps it is merely my limited interactions with boys that leave me unaware of their current evolution? Yukino gazed blankly at the young man across from her. For a full 20 minutes, Ailan continued to devour food without pause. His table piled high with empty bento boxes, their height obstructing Yukino's line of sight. Ordinarily, one would check the temperature of their food, blow on it, and savor each bite before swallowing. Yet, what was happening with this man before her? He could consume an entire bread roll in a single bite and finish a bento in just 2. Was he even chewing? Did he truly perceive the flavors of the food? At last, after finishing the last morsel, Ailan nodded in satisfaction, stating, though I'm only half full, the flavor of this food is quite delightful. For the previous 16 years on planet Vegeta, Ailan had scarcely tasted any proper sustenance. After all, one cannot expect a group of bloodthirsty warriors to produce anything resembling edible fare. The Saiyan diet has always been remarkably simple, succinctly summarized in 2 words. Meat, and all you can eat. The cooking process is inconsequential, as raw food suffices. The type of meat is irrelevant. There are those Saiyans who relish consuming alien beings directly, however. The quantity must be substantial to satiate one's hunger. Upon recovering memories of his past life, Ailan would often feel a wave of nausea at the thought of those 16 years. Gratefulness surged within him for his new employer. Although she may be a heartless capitalist intent on extracting every ounce of labor from him, at least she had brought him to Earth. Staying on planet Vegeta would have been preferable to descending into the depths of the underworld. Just then, Yukino's voice broke through Ailan's reverie. I apologize, I initially thought you were merely trying to show off and waste food. I never imagined. Her words trailed off, as even a genius like her struggled to articulate the spectacle of Ailan's earlier consumption. Noticing her discomfort, Ailan nonchalantly remarked, you need not apologize after all. My appetite is indeed rather extraordinary. In the past, to avoid drawing attention, I would often sneak up to the rooftop alone for my meals. Is that so? Suddenly, Yukino Shida appeared to have uncovered a critical inconsistency, gazing at Ailan with a serious expression as she inquired. Ailan, if I recall correctly, the rooftop door has always been locked. How did you manage to access it? Oh, you mean that rusted lock? I merely tugged at it gently, and it fell off. The dean even called me in to discuss it. However, after I explained the situation, he forgave me and granted me permission to use the rooftop freely in the future. Noticing Yukino Shida's skeptical demeanor, Ailan recounted the detailed circumstances of that day in the office. Just a few days prior, Ailan had been summoned by the bald dean to the administration office for questioning. The dean pointed to the remnants of the rooftop door lock on his desk, demanding that he demonstrate once more how he had vandalized school property. Thus, Ailan directly twisted the iron rod placed on the desk into a spiral shape. Upon witnessing this, the director of instruction and the teacher beside him instantly transformed from fearsome dragons into timid chicks. Although Ailan has consistently ranked at the bottom of her class, she has never erred in her conduct. It is likely that her visit to the rooftop yesterday was a desperate attempt to alleviate the overwhelming pressure of her studies. Sleeping during class? Not a concern. Our esteemed Zhongwu High places utmost importance on the mental well-being of its students. Such behavior is entirely understandable. At this juncture, Ailan has neatly repackaged her finished lunchbox, preparing to dispose of it shortly. She then turns to Yukino Shida and remarks, they said as long as I compensate for the damages, I won't face any disciplinary action, though it was long evident that the teachers were rather unreliable. The situation has now reached an alarming degree. It seems the esteemed reputation of Zhongwu High has waned, having witnessed female teachers smoking, drinking, and assaulting students. It is disheartening to now observe a modern-day guerrilla rampaging through the halls. Miss Yukino Shida finds herself at a loss. This once respectable institution is swiftly resembling a zoo. Perhaps transferring schools might be a viable option. With a sigh, Yukino Shida rises and inquires, "Have you been eating this much every day?" "Well, although I can only manage to eat enough to feel somewhat satisfied, I can just barely hold out until school is over." It appears that Ailan is indeed quite unwell. One must remember that humans cannot consume such excessive quantities at once. At this point, Yukino Shida hesitates, pondering whether Ailan is truly human or perhaps more akin to a bipedal gorilla or some other modern primate. A creature capable of devouring 30 portions of bento and bread yet claiming to only be half-satiated raises intriguing questions worthy of thorough exploration. Ailan gazed at the beautiful girl before him, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Today, you have truly been a tremendous help, Minister. Would you care to accompany me for lunch tomorrow?" He added with a hint of jest, "After all, my time is quite precious and cannot be squandered solely on providing sustenance for a gorilla." Yukino tucked her black tresses behind her ear, her gaze drifting away. "However, if you can commit to participating in club activities diligently every day, I might be inclined to consider it." Chapter 4. Does purifying the Dragon Balls require romance? In response to Yukino's request, Ailan found himself at a loss for words. After school, he continued on his path, making his way directly to his apartment. It was now April 15th, a Monday. It had been exactly 15 days since his arrival in this world, and he had attended classes at Sobu High for 10 days. Yet, he still felt utterly disconnected from his surroundings. Observing the people and objects around him evoked a sensation that was both familiar and alien. The more bustling the environment, the more pronounced this sense of dissonance became. In his previous life, he had already crossed into his 20s, drifting aimlessly through existence. After being struck by a large truck, it felt as though he had merely taken a nap, only to awaken as a monstrous killer. The memories of the past decade remained vividly etched in his mind. No matter how he rationalized, he could not deny that the person in those memories was indeed himself. At the tender age of 7, he embarked on his first mission with a team to conquer a planet teeming with over 100 billion inhabitants. Within mere days, he, alongside several Saiyans, exterminated all living beings on that planet, sparing neither the young nor the old. Regardless of whether they were human or beast, any life form was met with annihilation. The thrill of slaughter ignited a fervor within him, and the rush of battle set his blood ablaze. Aggression and malevolence were inscribed in the very essence of the Saiyan race, and from that moment forth, Ailan's bloodline was irrevocably awakened. Even now, with the memories of his past life resurfacing, he found himself unable to resist the primal urges woven into his DNA. He had an insatiable thirst for combat and carnage. From the ages of 7 to 16, Ailan undertook countless missions, and the lives extinguished by his hand numbered in the billions. By the age of 16, he possessed a battle power of 5,000, a feat that marked him as a prodigy even among Saiyans, prompting Vegeta himself to extend an olive branch. However, due to the pride and reserve inherent to his race, he unequivocally declined Vegeta's offer. Thankfully, he did so, for otherwise he would not have had the opportunity to return to a world that bore a striking resemblance, 99 similarity, to his former life. Ailan now revels in the sensation of strolling alone along the path. The gravity, merely a tenth of that on Vegeta, imparts upon him an ethereal feeling, as though he is walking amidst the clouds. The cherry blossoms lining the way continuously cleanse his spirit, and the lingering metallic tang of blood at the tip of his nose seems to have significantly dissipated. It must be acknowledged that, despite lacking the picturesque beauty found in scenes from his previous life's animations, there remains a certain charm here. He reflects on how, in animations, the appearance of cherry blossoms transforms even the most rudimentary graphics into high-definition splendor. Ailan cannot help but ponder whether this is some sort of stringent standard in this realm. His thoughts drifted far afield, and by the time he regained his bearings, he found himself back at his apartment. This upscale residence comprises 25 stories, and upon his initial visit, Ailan felt an uncanny familiarity with the building. It must be said that although the unscrupulous landlord continually exploits his labor, the accommodations and meals are still quite commendable, far superior to what he experienced under Frisia's regime, where Saiyans were compelled to bring their own provisions when heading into battle. "I have returned." Ailan pushed open the door to room 1508 and, as instructed by her employer, called out. After closing the door, a swirling orb of violet light materialized within the room, swiftly transforming into the form of a young girl with pink skin. The girl greeted Ailan warmly, exclaiming, "Hello, hello. Have you returned so early today, little Ranran?" Aaron traversed the ethereal projection created by the luminous orb, entirely dismissing the peculiar appellation the girl used for her. Noticing Aaron's indifference, the young girl remained unfazed and continued, "Have you found the tainted Dragon Balls today?" Aaron, already seated on the sofa, fell into silence upon hearing the girl's inquiry and protested, "Great Kaioshin of time, how could I possibly find them so swiftly? Moreover, you have yet to transmit the Dragon Ball radar that I require. Even if you wish to evaluate my performance, you must provide me with the tools necessary for the task." "Not so fast, little Rain." The Kaioshin's apparition floated before Aaron, adopting a playful tone. "The tainted Dragon Balls have already found their hosts, hence the radar cannot locate them. However, I can confirm that all 7 Dragon Balls are indeed on this planet. Furthermore, peculiar occurrences will invariably manifest around the hosts of the Dragon Balls. If you remain vigilant and attuned to your energy, you will surely uncover them." Aaron scoffed. "You are an ancient being of billions of years, yet you still feign the demeanor of a young girl? Such a deity possesses a rather twisted sense of humor. Little Rain, are you secretly cursing me as an old hag?" The Kaioshin replied, her voice deceptively cute while delivering a spine-chilling warning. "Such blasphemy against a deity incurs grave consequences, you know. For instance, your ashes could be scattered, rendering you unable to reach the afterlife." Aaron, recognizing the seriousness of the jest, quickly capitulated, "I apologize. I was wrong to harbor ill thoughts about a deity." She then inquired, "Great Kaioshin of time, what should I do to purify the Dragon Balls host once I find them? Would a single energy blast suffice to annihilate them completely? Even if I learn to sense energy from you, my combat power is merely above 5,000. Should I encounter an adversary like a 1-star dragon, it would likely obliterate me without your intervention. Fear not, little Rain. This is your inaugural mission as a time patroller. Thus, you will not be required to engage in combat. The purification of the 7 Dragon Balls can be achieved merely through the positive energy derived from love. Quite simple, isn't it? Love?" Aaron sensed something amiss. "What do you mean by love? Romantic love?" "Indeed, little Rain, you are quite astute. Based on my observations throughout the currents of time, Saiyans generate ample positive energy once they experience love." Upon hearing the Kaioshin's explanation, Aaron instinctively resisted, exclaiming, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am of the Saiyan race, the fiercest warriors in the universe. How could I ever entertain the notion of romantic involvement with humans? However, according to my observations, aside from being highly combative, it seems that living off others is also an innate talent of your race. Who told you that? Be cautious, or I shall accuse you of slander." Chapter 5. The burden of sin must be shouldered alone in response to Ailan's protests. The King of Time chose to disregard them entirely. She relinquished her demure demeanor and fixed a serious gaze upon Ailan, stating, "Dear Ailan, there is something I must remind you of. You have no right to refuse my mandate. Should you truly wish to evade your duties, your only recourse would be to return to the underworld to atone for your sins, ultimately erasing your memories and being reborn anew. What kind of malevolent employer could devise such a coercive labor contract? To forego work is tantamount to inviting death? It seems not unlike the unfortunate souls of the past, deceived into perilous fates in northern Myanmar." In a state of anguish and indignation, Ailan inquired, "Why did you rescue me earlier? Is the position of time patroller truly so vacant?" The response came with a profound revelation. "No, in the original timeline, you were destined to perish at the hands of Frisia. My intention near planet Vegeta was to ascertain the safety of the Saiyan infant who had fled to the North Galaxy, for he is the linchpin of the future world. However, prior to the complete annihilation of planet Vegeta, I suddenly noticed a significant reduction in the malevolent aura surrounding you, although you still harbor an evil heart. A glimmer of light emerged amidst the overwhelming darkness. Thus, this mission is not solely about purifying the Dragon Balls. It is equally about cleansing your own soul. You must learn to exist in this world as an ordinary human. The sins you have committed must ultimately be borne by you, regardless of the time that passes." Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Kai of Time, Ailan fell into silence. In truth, for the past several years, he had merely been devoid of the memories of his previous life. Moreover, Ailan was certain that he had remained true to himself during that time. It was he who had committed acts of murder and arson, he who had placed faith in power, and he who had lost his humanity. Even with the restoration of his memories, Ailan felt no discomfort for the countless lives he had extinguished. Each day proceeded as usual, filled with sustenance and indulgence. This was the way of the Saiyans, and no one perceived anything amiss. The cosmic law of survival is a straightforward principle of the strong devouring the weak. What is inherently wrong with the annihilation of the feeble by the powerful? Even the Saiyans had been nearly obliterated in an instant by Frisia, had they not? This had always been Ailan's perspective. Thus, upon entering this peaceful world, he could only perceive a dissonance. Suddenly, a chill coursed through Ailan. Why was he able to regard slaughter and death with such nonchalance? Why did he feel no remorse after taking so many lives? He found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt, questioning whether he was truly Saiyan Ailan or merely the reclusive Ailan from Earth. Time eluded him, and he was suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness. Struggling against the urge to vomit, Ailan turned to the Supreme Kai of Time and hoarsely declared, "I accept this mission," observing Ailan's newfound resolve. The Supreme Kai of Time nodded with satisfaction, her demeanor returning to the whimsical essence of her initial presence. With a cheerful tone, she responded, "Wonderful, little Ailan. I also believe that you will undoubtedly accomplish the task. However, I must remind you of a few matters. First, you must not revert to your previous capriciousness in taking lives. Second, do not sever your own tail out of inconvenience. I have stored some divine power within it. And our ability to converse now is due to that energy. Of course, that is merely one aspect of its potential. It will serve even greater purposes at critical moments. Well then, we have discussed enough for today. Little Ran, you must diligently fulfill your tasks and live as an ordinary human during this time. Farewell." With that, the phantom vanished from the room. After the Supreme Kai departed, Ailan instantly slumped onto the sofa like a lifeless fish, burying himself deeply into the cushions. Murmuring to himself, "Must one bear the weight of their own sins alone?" Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Ailan's stomach emitted a resounding protest. "Never mind. Let us first indulge in a meal." A Saiyan deprived of sustenance finds it impossible to think. The following day, Ailan, as was his custom, lay upon his desk at school, lost in slumber. Just as he was enveloped in the sweetest of dreams, a series of knocks roused him from his reverie. Bang, bang, bang. Groggily, Ailan lifted his head to find an irate older woman standing before him. "Hey, you little rascal, how was your rest? You actually slept through to the afternoon dismissal. You certainly have some nerve." Hiratsuka, her fists clenched, threatened that if Ailan did not provide her with a satisfactory explanation, she would swiftly awaken him with a devastating punch. "My apologies. I've had some matters to attend to these past few nights. I'll be more mindful next time." Ailan's response was somewhat dismissive, yet he spoke the truth. The God of Time indicated that the Dragon Ball radar was ineffective, lacking a proper detector. Consequently, Ailan had to commence his studies on the perception of ki from the very beginning. Although Saiyans possess an innate ability to harness ki, they cannot develop the perception of it without systematic training. Observing Ailan's nonchalant demeanor, Hiratsuka sighed in exasperation and said, "Come with me, young one." "All right." Ailan slowly rose to his feet, only then realizing that he was not the sole individual summoned to the office. A classmate, with lifeless eyes, stood behind Hachiman Hikigaya, his face etched with despair. Chapter 6. Hachiman Hikigaya arrives. Youth is but a tapestry of deceit, a form of wickedness. In short, may all those who bask in happiness meet their demise. Within the confines of the office, Shizuka Hiratsuka, clad in a white coat and with a cigarette dangling from her lips, vociferously recited the words inscribed upon the paper in her hands. Upon completing the final word, a perilous glint flickered in her eyes. "Now, Hikigaya, would you care to enlighten me on what this is?" Reflecting on his high school days, Hikigaya, the disheartened student standing before Hiratsuka, responded feebly. The tuft of hair atop his head trembled, perhaps a manifestation of his trepidation. Yet, despite his fear, he mustered the courage to declare, "I believe this is the most authentic representation of my high school experience." Mid-sentence, Hikigaya abruptly halted, for Hiratsuka's fist was now mere centimeters from his abdomen. Ailan watched with great interest, captivated by a scene he had only ever witnessed in anime during his previous life. The thrill of experiencing a live rendition for free was exhilarating. However, he could not remain a mere spectator for long, as a troublemaker soon approached. Huping Zhongjing, momentarily suppressing her anger, turned to Ailan and remarked, "I can somewhat comprehend the lethargy of someone like Hikigaya, but Ailan, why have you not written anything at all? Since your transfer, you have yet to submit a single assignment. I also inquired with Yukino Shida yesterday. You have not participated in any club activities. Do you harbor any grievances against me?" Hikagaya's dead fish eyes subtly scrutinized this transfer student, who had joined after him, although they wore the same school uniform. The peculiar way this individual presented himself was quite striking. What sort of person would use coarse gray rope as a belt? The white shirt barely concealed his muscular physique, and his gaze was particularly menacing. This fellow must be a notorious delinquent. With that thought, Hikagaya instinctively took a step back. Upon hearing Ping Zhongjing's inquiry, Ailan instinctively uttered the standard response of a Saiyan confronted with such matters. Humph. As if I would squander my time on such trivialities. However, a sudden jolt of realization struck Ailan. How detrimental habits can be. The Kaioshin of time had placed him in this school not only to seek the Dragon Balls, but also to reintegrate into human society. Yet, before he could ponder further, Ping Zhongjing's iron fist came crashing toward his abdomen. What a feeble attack, Ailan silently scoffed. He then proceeded to envelop Ping Zhongjing's fist with his hand. One must admit, by human standards, this punch was rather commendable. Ailan held Shizuka Hiratsuka's hand and nonchalantly remarked, I apologize. I am accustomed to speaking this way. I will complete this assignment for you later, and as for the club activities, I will participate in them subsequently. Shizuka sighed. Well, it's fine. She could discern that Ailan seemed to have not rested well. At the age of 16, boys are often overwhelmed by their surging hormones, making them difficult to manage. It would not be wise to admonish him further. After a moment's contemplation, she extinguished her cigarette and stood up, saying, You too, come with me. At this moment, Hachiman appeared outwardly obedient, resembling a little chick. However, internally, he was in a frenzy, exclaiming, What did I just witness? A showdown between delinquent students and a delinquent teacher? Should I follow them? Am I in danger of being silenced? Ailan gazed at Hikagaya and offered a gentle smile, patting him on the shoulder. Come on, you wouldn't want to face the formidable fist of teacher Hiratsuka, would you? Esteemed teacher? Esteemed teacher? My name is Hikagaya Hachiman. Ailan shrugged his shoulders apologetically, stating that the teacher had just read his masterpiece and found it quite intriguing. Hence, this was a term of respect for him. Hikagaya Hachiman remained silent. A dividing line appeared as Hiratsuka Shizuka arrived at the door of the service club classroom with two individuals. The classroom door was closed yet unlocked. With a swift motion, she opened it and called out, Hey, Yukino Shida? At that moment, a sigh emanated from within the classroom. Teacher Hiratsuka? I believe I mentioned that you should knock before entering. Hiratsuka Shizuka dismissed the remark with a carefree attitude. Well, it's not my fault you were too slow. Next time, be more mindful. Haha. Not only have I brought Ailan to you this time, but I've also brought a new member. Upon hearing Hiratsuka's words, Yukino Shida's gaze shifted to Ailan, who obediently entered the classroom, sitting across from Yukino Shida while pulling out several books that he could hardly recognize. Although puzzled by Ailan's unusual compliance today, Yukino Shida nodded in satisfaction, prepared for her fifth attempt to capture him. So, the man standing next to teacher Hiratsuka, looking utterly clueless, is our new member? Hikagaya, caught off guard by his own thoughts, suddenly exclaimed, A club? With confusion evident in his voice, Hikagaya questioned, Hey, when did I ever say I wanted to join this club? Hiratsuka Shizuka raised her fist, a smile on her face, yet a menacing aura lingered beneath. Oh? Do you have any objections? And no, Hikagaya averted his gaze, having succumbed to Hiratsuka's intimidating presence. Well, as you can see, this fellow's personality is as dreadful as his gaze. It is my task to rectify his twisted character. Yukino crossed her arms, warily observing Hikagaya Hachiman. I must decline. Being scrutinized with such lewd eyes makes me uncomfortable. Moreover, our club already has one underdeveloped individual. We cannot afford to add another pervert. I feel it poses a significant risk to my safety. Underdeveloped individual? Hiratsuka Shizuka looked at Ailan with curiosity, who was currently scratching his head in confusion over the unfamiliar text before him. Suddenly, upon hearing Yukino Shida's remark, he protested. Hey, could you not drag me into this? Chapter 7. The first Dragon Ball on Yukino Shida? As you can see, Yukino Shida, your service club has now gained 2 members. Hikatani's mindset appears somewhat flawed, and as for Ailan, Hiratsuka only articulated half of her thoughts, finding it difficult to assess Ailan. After observing him for half a month, she discovered that he presented an array of issues that rendered him beyond reproach. Orphaned and devoid of any common sense. It remains a mystery from which mountain he descended. He consumes copiously, possesses considerable strength, but his intellect leaves much to be desired. All while maintaining an air of disdain towards others. It is truly hard to envision how Ailan will ultimately integrate into society. However, surprisingly, Yukino Shida does not seem particularly averse to him. Rather, she appears resolutely optimistic about being able to assist Ailan. Surely, they will coexist harmoniously. As Hiratsuka contemplated this, she noticed Yukino Shida, wearing an expression of concern, stating, "Hiratsuka-sensei, that lecherous gaze from Hikitani makes me feel that admitting him into the club could prove perilous. Rest assured." Hiratsuka replied with conviction, "Hikitani's risk assessment is reasonably sound. He would not engage in such behavior. Besides, Ailan will be there to lend a hand, right?" Given that Hiratsuka-sensei had expressed such assurance, Yukino Shida hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Very well, I shall accept this commission." Upon hearing her affirmative response, Hiratsuka waved her hand dismissively. "Then I entrust them to you. Ensure they get along well." With that, she turned and departed. The classroom fell silent in an instant. At this moment, Ailan had already succumbed to resting his head on the table. The book was simply unbearable. He had valiantly endured reading for 5 minutes. And the fact that he had not yet succumbed to slumber was a milestone in itself. With his eyes half closed, he continued to keenly sense the atmosphere around him. In his perception, the aura emanating from Hikigaya was despondent yet gentle. Concealed outside the door, Hiratsuka's presence was notably more potent than that of an ordinary person, exuding an even greater warmth. Abruptly, Ailan furrowed his brow. Yukino Shida's aura was as pure and white as her name suggested, yet it also bore a faint, sinister undertone. It seemed he needed to partake more in club activities. This sensation must be the tainted essence of a Dragon Ball. Hikigaya pulled over a chair, positioning himself at a distance from Ailan and Yukino Shida, fidgeting in search of his sense of security. "May I inquire what club this is?" "The service club," Yukino Shida replied, her tone remaining cold and detached. The name Service Club elicited a slight frown from Hikigaya. It sounded rather dubious. Seemingly perceiving Hikigaya's thoughts, Yukino Shida cast him a sidelong glance and remarked icily, "Is that the only kind of thought that occupies your mind? How rather lowbrow, dead fish eyes." "Well, considering the name is indeed rather." Hikigaya scratched the back of his head, paying no heed to Yukino Shida's sharp tongue. "So, Yukino Shida, what is the primary activity of this service club? Why don't you take a guess?" She offered, providing a hint. "What we are currently doing is a club activity." Hikigaya promptly responded, "Sitting and reading? The study club?" Yukino Shida sighed. "It is my fault. I should not have harbored expectations for you." At that moment, Ailan rested her head on the table and began to lament. "The affluent extend their benevolence to the impoverished. This is what we call philanthropy. Of course, these were the words spoken to me by the minister previously. My understanding of the club is that it serves as a pro bono establishment. Yet despite the absence of compensation, there remain no patrons. This, dear Ailan, is due to your rather superficial understanding. Nevertheless, considering your still evolving intellect, I find solace in the fact that you have grasped it to this extent." As she spoke, Yukino Shida unconsciously stood up, her arms crossed before her, adopting a posture of condescension as she addressed Hikigaya. "Welcome to the service club. We are pleased to have you aboard, Hikigaya." Ailan slightly turned her face, which had been buried between her arms, revealing one eye as she gazed at Yukino Shida and Hikigaya. Although Yukino Shida offered a welcoming remark, her tone cast doubt on the sincerity of her greeting. "Since Hiratsuka-sensei entrusted you to me, I shall diligently strive to rectify Hikigaya's mistakes and, at the same time, enhance Ailan's academic performance. You may thank me later." Hikigaya rolled his eyes in annoyance, feeling disgruntled. "You, of all people. Although I admit it sounds a bit peculiar, I am still quite exceptional. I ranked second in the humanities section of the mock exams. And I don't look half bad either. Aside from lacking a girlfriend and friends, I am fundamentally outstanding." Beside him, Ailan, upon hearing Hikigaya's words, buried her face once more. She felt unqualified to partake in such a conversation among scholars, deeming it far more significant to contemplate the aura that Yukino Shida exuded. How could she possibly extract the Dragon Ball from her? Furthermore, how does positive energy truly manifest? Perhaps it would be best to inquire about it with the Supreme Kai of Time upon returning. Yukino Shida's expression turned frosty. "What is there to be proud of in being second in school? I see. It is your awkward personality that has left you friendless all this time. Yukino Shida, if I recall correctly, you have also been alone for quite some time, haven't you?" The illustrious flower of SBU High, the perfect and exemplary Yukino Shida Yukino, a prodigy of multifaceted talents, with an endlessly captivating appearance and an icy demeanor. even though Hikigaya was oblivious to the intricacies of female relationships. Rumors like these incessantly reached his ears. He was deeply curious about why such an exceptional individual never befriended anyone at SBU High. "It is simply because I am too remarkable," Yukino Shida replied matter-of-factly, as she slowly approached the window. "Yet, the world is a curious place. The more accomplished one is, the more they seem to be ostracized. Such a phenomenon is rather unreasonable. Thus, I aspire to establish this club, to initiate change within each individual, ultimately transforming the world." She lifted her gaze to the window, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. At that moment, Aaron's eyes coincidentally met hers. As the sunlight graced the girl's visage, even his typically unflappable demeanor momentarily faltered. Chapter 8. Transformation is the first step to self-redemption. With the arrival of Hikigaya, the narrative seemed to find its rhythm. Yukino and Hikigaya rose to engage in a heated debate. Outside, Hiratsuka was likely eavesdropping with a smile adorning her face. Aaron, however, held little interest in their quarrel. He squinted, attuning himself to Yukino's aura. It had become increasingly evident that the tainted Dragon Ball was indeed residing within Yukino. That malevolent energy was beyond human possession, and it fluctuated in tandem with Yukino's emotions. Yukino, as ever, maintained her haughty demeanor, though her face remained unseen. Aaron could envision her expression. "If I can converse with someone like me, then surely I can engage with the majority." Might this statement reflect a slight correction of her viewpoint? "Just how confident are you?" Hikigaya retorted, exasperated. Just as their argument reached an impasse, Hiratsuka entered the room. "Yukino, I apologize for the interruption. It seems Hikigaya's attempts at correction are not bearing fruit." Hikigaya, upon hearing this, expressed his discontent. "Correction? I merely wish to avoid others scrutinizing my true nature. That is clearly evasion." Yukino countered. "Isn't so-called transformation merely an escape from the present? Why can't one affirm both their current and past selves? Such avoidance leads to unresolved matters and leaves no one liberated." After listening to their exchange, Hiratsuka raised her hand to interject. Now, both of you should calm down. Historically, when opposing justices clash, it is customary in shonen manga to resolve matters through competition. Ailan, standing aside, remarked, "Do they truly need a competition to determine their gender? Is it not apparent?" With a sharp glare directed at Ailan, Hiraizumi Shizuku continued, "Thus, let us hold a contest within this club, a trial to see who can better serve others. The victor shall have the authority to issue any command to the vanquished." Yukino stepped back, crossing her arms. "I refuse. Facing this man fills me with a profound sense of peril. That is mere prejudice. High school boys do not spend their days consumed by such lewd thoughts. Indeed, and they are also the poor souls who are compelled to work endlessly." Ailan quietly mused to herself, continuing her internal critique. Hiraizumi Shizuku seized the moment to interrupt the two. "Yukino Shida, are you perhaps afraid of losing, hence your reluctance?" It was an obvious attempt to provoke, yet I shall accept the challenge. Turning to Ailan, Yukino inquired, "Will you participate, Ailan?" with a languid demeanor. Ailan did not even lift her head as she replied, "I have no interest in participating in such a dull affair. I am far too busy." "That is not acceptable," Jing Hiratsuka interjected. "The servitude department must cultivate a sense of teamwork. Everyone is required to participate." "Oh, well, if I find the time, I might join. However, I have some matters to attend to today, so I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow." With that, Ailan rose, grabbed her backpack, and made her way towards the door. Observing Ailan's retreating figure, Jing Hiratsuka sighed. Compared to Hikigaya, Ailan's personality issues were far more complex. Although it seemed as though her demeanor had undergone considerable change lately, Jing Hiratsuka, drawing from her life experiences, sensed that nothing had truly altered. This current attitude stemmed solely from her reluctance to engage with others. Jing Hiratsuka involuntarily recalled their first encounter. At that time, Ailan's gaze had been utterly devoid of humanity. Upon leaving school, Ailan sought out a secluded corner and took to the skies, swiftly making her way home. "I am back," she murmured upon entering her abode, recalling the words agreed upon with the Kai of Time. Just as her voice faded, the apparition of the Kai of Time materialized within the room. "Ah, little Ailan, you have found me so quickly. Have you missed me?" "Not at all," Ailan retorted, settling onto the sofa. "Today, I discovered traces of a Dragon Ball. What must I do to extract and purify it from a human body?" "Oh, you truly are remarkable, discovering the first Dragon Ball so swiftly," the Kai of Time remarked playfully. Seeing this, Ailan rolled her eyes. "Can we skip the pleasantries?" I need to know how to purify that Dragon Ball. Is it really necessary to fall in love to accomplish this? Abandoning the playful demeanor. The Kai of Time pondered for a moment before responding seriously. At present, little AI ran, you are not yet capable. Both extracting the Dragon Ball from within a human body and purifying it require a significant amount of positive energy. This necessitates a kind heart, which, given your current situation, is simply unattainable. AI Ran was left dumbfounded. Then what am I to do? I find it, yet cannot extract or purify it. This task is utterly frustrating. Do not be alarmed, little AI Ran. You must first live well as a human. Of course, love is the only means by which a Saiyan can generate positive energy. However, do keep a watchful eye on those hosts. The contaminated Dragon Balls may lead to unforeseen misfortunes. Ailan let out a sigh and waved her hand at the God of Time. All right, I understand. There's nothing more to discuss. You may leave now. The God of Time grumbled in displeasure. Honestly, do you really regard me as some convenient tool? With that, she vanished from the room. After a while, Ailan slowly approached the window, gazing at the scenery outside, murmuring to herself, without making a change, no problem can be resolved. Is anyone truly beyond salvation? Chapter 9. The sudden anomaly. Ailan sat cross-legged on her bed, eyes closed, attuning herself to the presence of any anomalous energies in the world around her. Yet, her efforts proved futile. Upon closer inspection, this was merely an exceedingly ordinary day in the realm she inhabited. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she opened her eyes, scratching her head in contemplation. No wonder this building seemed familiar. Yukino Shida lived right across from me. It is indeed true that one often overlooks what is closest at hand. Clearly, my training still requires refinement. With that thought, Ailan directed her full attention to Yukino Shida, the current host of the Dragon Ball. She could not afford any mishaps with her. This was pivotal to whether she could make a wish. Lost in thought, Ailan began to daydream. What would she desire if granted a wish? Just past 8 o'clock. In room 1507 of the same building, Yukino Shida had finished her evening routine and donned her pajamas. The white spaghetti-strap nightgown slipped down one shoulder, exposing her smooth skin. Yet, she paid it no mind. After all, she was alone in her apartment and felt quite secure in her surroundings. Sitting on the sofa with a cat-themed magazine in hand, she watched a pre-recorded anime featuring Mr. Pan. This was her nth viewing of the series. As a seasoned cat enthusiast, she held a fondness for any creature associated with the word cat. So, are pandas merely oversized cats? As time passed, the temperature in the room gradually dropped. Feeling the chill, Yukino Shida shivered involuntarily. She pulled a blanket over herself, murmuring, "It's already April. Has this winter not yet concluded?" However, the temperature continued to plummet, dipping below 10 degrees in mere minutes. Unable to bear the cold any longer, Yukino Shida rose to turn on the air conditioning. Suddenly, a shimmering portal-like light appeared in the living room. This apparition exuded an unbearable chill, and the room instantly succumbed to an icy freeze. Moreover, it emanated a powerful gravitational pull towards Yukino Shida, as if seeking to engulf her entirely. Yukino Shida's face turned pale, the frigid air slowing her thoughts to a crawl, rendering her unable to move or cry out. In a matter of seconds, she was on the verge of unconsciousness. Just as despair set in and she closed her eyes, the door to room 1507 burst open with tremendous force, and Ailan rushed in. "Yukino Shida," Ailan exclaimed, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "So warm," Yukino Shida murmured before succumbing to unconsciousness. In a snow-laden world, Yukino Shida let out a soft sound, gradually awakening from her stupor. Gazing vacantly at the sky, she felt bewildered. Just moments ago, she found herself in her apartment, and now, how had she suddenly arrived here? At that moment, a voice reached her ears. "Ah, you're awake?" To have been frozen into unconsciousness and yet awaken after merely 2 hours. "Minister, your health is quite commendable." Upon hearing this voice, Yukino shot upright, tightening her black coat around her, her expression wary as she scanned the direction from which the voice emanated. Only after discerning that it was Ayanakuji did she allow herself a slight sigh of relief, yet her tension returned almost immediately. "Ayanakuji, where are we? What just transpired?" Dressed only in a white shirt, Ayanakuji approached Yukino and, once seated beside her, replied, "I am also uncertain of the specifics, but it is now evident that we are no longer on Earth. After all, there exists no icy tundra steeped in malevolence on our planet." "Yukino?" AI Rant's words had transcended her understanding. What could it possibly mean to no longer be on Earth? And what, pray tell, is this malevolent aura? Paying no heed to Yukino Shida's expression, AI Ran continued. To think that something akin to a portal could be materialized. The Dragon Balls are truly enigmatic. Upon hearing AI Ran's remarks, Yukino Shida recalled the luminous circle that had manifested in her apartment. AI Ran, what exactly was that circle of light? At that moment, a chilling breeze swept through, causing Yukino Shida's voice to tremble ever so slightly. Although she was a flower atop a lofty peak, she could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of dread when confronted with such an extraordinary situation. Ailan, witnessing her current state, felt a sense of helplessness. The human body on Earth was indeed too fragile. It appeared imperative to swiftly find a way back, as the environment here posed significant dangers for Yukino Shida Yukino. In the midst of Yukino's astonished gaze, Ailan released the tail that was coiled around her waist, cradling it in her hands as she began to chant silently. "Oh, Lord of the Time Realm, can you hear my voice? The power you bestowed upon me should prove useful at this moment." Beside her, Yukino Shida Yukino was utterly taken aback. Although she had previously inquired whether Ailan had yet to fully evolve, the sight of Ailan producing a tail before her left her completely flustered. It turned out that the legendary Monkey King truly had a tail. "Ailan, what are you doing?" Perhaps due to the plethora of astonishing events she had encountered that day, Yukino's capacity for acceptance had suddenly surged. Ailan, with a serious expression, tightly clutched her tail and calmly responded to Yukino Shida with 2 words. "Please, Divine Spirit." Yukino Shida Yukino was taken aback, feeling as though the worldview she had meticulously constructed over the past decade had suddenly shattered. Chapter 10. Must one remain here for an entire year before departing? Ailan clasped her tail in fervent prayer for over 10 minutes, yet no response came. Beside her, Yukino Shida Yukino found herself at a loss for words. Were it not for the series of extraordinary events that had transpired today, she would undoubtedly dismiss Ailan's behavior as mere delusion. Moreover, Ailan's physical condition was deteriorating, clad only in a flimsy nightgown and draped in Ailan's school uniform. She was ill-equipped to withstand the biting cold of -10 degrees. As time wore on, Ailan's impatience began to swell. Where was the divine power promised by that third-rate deity, supposedly nestled within my tail for emergencies? Why was there not a single sign of response? As soon as AI Ran's complaints escaped his lips, a pink orb emerged from his tail, swiftly coalescing into the form of the Saiyan of time. "Little AI Ran, I have heard you. Are you once again speaking ill of the deities behind their backs? If you continue this way, you will inevitably face divine retribution and descend into the underworld." The Saiyan of time began her banter, but AI Ran promptly interrupted her. He gestured towards the girl beside him, Yukino Shida Yukino, and said, "Great Saiyan of time, this is Yukino Shida Yukino, the host of the Dragon Ball. Several hours ago, an anomaly appeared beside her, and we were transported to this world through a portal. Do you possess the means to return us?" The Saiyan of time craned her neck, taking a moment to observe Yukino Shida Yukino. "Hello, I am Saiyan, the Saiyan of time. I can sense that you possess a kind heart. Greetings, great Saiyan of time." Yukino Shida Yukino replied gently, nodding at Saiyan, though her mind was in turmoil. She had just encountered the unfamiliar term host of the Dragon Ball. What could it possibly mean? Furthermore, was this little girl truly a deity? Yukino Shida was overwhelmed with questions, yet she felt that now was clearly not the appropriate moment to inquire. "Enough of the unnecessary pleasantries, great Saiyan. Please find a way to send us back to Earth. The people of Earth cannot endure in such an environment for long." Sensing the urgency in AI Ran's tone, Saiyan offered a knowing smile. "Oh? Little AI Ran is now concerned about humanity? What a significant advancement." AI Ran turned her head to the side, exclaiming in frustration, "The contaminated Dragon Ball resides within her. I cannot afford any mishaps before the mission is complete." Kane, revealing a cryptic smile, chose not to engage further in an argument with AI Ran and instead began to observe the frosty tundra surrounding them. The god of time, now in a professional demeanor, shed her relaxed expression, becoming entirely serious. After a moment, Kane addressed AI Ran. "This is an alternate dimension, akin to the hyperbolic time chamber employed by deities. Based on my experience, the contaminated Dragon Ball residing within Yukino beneath the snow is a 3-star ball. Should you wish to exit, there are only 2 methods." Hearing the prospect of leaving, AI Ran eagerly inquired, "What are the methods?" Kane shot AI Ran a disapproving glance before continuing. "The first method involves me forcibly extracting the 3-star ball from Yukino's body. Once that is accomplished, you simply need to defeat the 3-star dragon to make your exit. However, The combat prowess of the 3-star dragon is likely superior to that of the Super Saiyan 3 I previously mentioned. Cain paused, momentarily making a face as if she had encountered refuse, then glanced at Ailan. The implication of her words was clear. Someone with a mere combat power of 5,000 had no right to stand before such a formidable opponent. At that moment, Ailan's face flushed with indignation. How could a second-rate deity, devoid of any combat capability, look down upon her? Yet, she remained as docile as a quail. Not only because she was in need of assistance, but also due to her frustration with her own insignificance. Observing Ailan's expression and listening to her inner turmoil, Cain nodded thoughtfully. Despite the fact that this Saiyan often displayed an arrogant demeanor towards her, ever since Cain had rescued him on planet Vegeta, Ailan's malevolent tendencies had been gradually waning. Things were indeed progressing in a positive direction. Without further ado, Cain revealed the second method. The alternative is to remain here patiently. If you endure for an entire year, a portal will reappear, allowing your return. What? A whole year? Given Yukino's current condition, surviving a single day is a struggle, let alone a year. At this, Yukino's eyes dimmed, contemplating her inability to endure. And considering the turmoil her disappearance would cause her parents and sister, she dared not think any further. Cain, possessing the ability to read minds, gazed gently at Yukino and reassured her, "Do not worry. Ailan will find a way to ensure your survival. Though my capabilities are limited, I will assist as much as I can. Moreover, this place resembles a hyperbolic time chamber. Although the flow of time here is not entirely stable, a year spent in this realm will equate to merely a few hours in the outside world, at most a day." Upon hearing the comforting words of the Kaishin, Yukino's previously despondent emotions began to gradually improve. Although she remained apprehensive about the future, there was ultimately a glimmer of hope that everything might return to its rightful course. Saiyan, I am the deity of time management. Due to certain regulations, I am unable to interfere extensively in the purification of the Dragon Balls. Therefore, I can only provide you with some warm clothing and a senza bean. Apologies escaped my lips, for I could only offer you this much at present. Observing the apologetic expression on Cain's face, Ailan waved her hand dismissively, replying, "This is more than sufficient. Thank you, esteemed Kaishin." Chapter 11. Commencing a year of solitude in a sheltered cave within the icy tundra. Ailan and Yukino found refuge for the night. Rather than a cave, it resembled a larger indentation in the rocky wall, barely accommodating 2 individuals. Mere minutes after the specter of the Kaishin of time vanished, Yukino's garments and the senza bean were promptly delivered. Indeed, the clothing was originally winter attire belonging to Yukino herself, though it was unclear how Cain had procured them. As the items arrived, Ailan could not help but mutter a sarcastic remark about the third-rate deity. It was worth noting that the Dragon Ball world possessed the miraculous invention of capsules. A few storage capsules could have swiftly resolved their immediate predicament. Clearly, the Kaishin of time was bound by limitations in this purification endeavor. Inside the cave, Yukino meticulously spread some dry moss and soft grass across the rocky surface, creating a slight separation. She felt a strange sensation, as she was inexplicably destined to cohabit with another man in this cave tonight. Although Ailan appeared to be an unremarkable individual, she still harbored reservations. Was Ailan even considered human? The Saiyans, despite their tails, bore an uncanny resemblance to humans. Yet recalling Ailan's ability to fly and unleash devastating energy spheres made Yukino question whether Ailan could indeed be classified as a carbon-based life form. Engaged in her task, Yukino's mind wandered amidst thoughts of deities, extraterrestrials, and Dragon Balls, concepts that undeniably required substantial time for comprehension and assimilation. The separation was established, Ailan. Though Yukino's tone remained frosty, the gentle moonlight illuminated her slightly flushed ears. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a wife urging her husband to retire for the night. Suppressing her wandering thoughts, Yukino endeavored to speak in a calm manner towards Ailan outside, saying, "You should rest early. There remains an abundance of tasks to attend to tomorrow, constructing our dwelling and foraging for sustenance. Very well, you may rest within, while I will take my place at the entrance. Should anything seem amiss during the night, do not hesitate to call my name." Ailan gazed at the flickering flames emanating from the fire at the cave's entrance, a creation of his own using the power of his chi cannon. Observing the solitary figure of his companion, who would share the next year of his life, he felt a sense of melancholy. Beneath the snow-covered grass, Yukino, too, found her sleep elusive. Thank you for today. If I had arrived in this world alone, I might have perished in silence, she expressed. There is no need for gratitude. My duty is to purify the Dragon Ball you possess. Until that task is fulfilled, I shall ensure your safety, Ailan replied. His rejection of her thanks leaving Yukino with a slight furrow in her brow. This man consistently distanced himself from others, encasing his heart in isolation. As she regarded Ailan, Yukino instinctively likened him to an unapproached stray cat, wary and resistant to those around him. Could you share with me how you spent your previous life? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. My past holds no significance, Ailan replied, his tone calm yet distant. He recoiled at the thought of reminiscing about the years that had preceded him, once a hermit who languished in peace, now transformed into a ruthless overlord. He felt as though he were grappling with a split persona. The brutality coursing through his veins urged him to revel in destruction, while the moral compass shaped in his former life incessantly reminded him of the horror of such actions. Noticing the perplexed expression on Yukino's face, Ailan decided to redirect the conversation. Minister, I see that you, like me, tend to keep to yourself at school. It seems you may not have many friends there. As soon as the words left his lips, he realized he had erred. At this stage, how could Yukino possibly have friends? After a moment of silence, she uttered the anticipated response, friends must first be defined to determine what constitutes one. Ailan suddenly sensed a certain charm emanating from Yukino Shida. What is amusing about this? Yukino Shida's expression gradually became somewhat stiff. No, it's merely that your forced attempt to explain your lack of friends struck me as somewhat endearing. However, I must admit my curiosity. Judging by appearances alone, Yukino Shida does not seem like someone who would lack companions. Ailan stretched lazily and began to speak. Indeed, I have been charmingly adorable since childhood, which has garnered the affections of many males who approached me. Yet, their feelings were not genuine. They were merely captivated by my cuteness. Yukino recalled the memories of being hidden away in the shoe closet during her childhood, and her expression gradually turned frosty. Ailan chuckled softly, remarking that Yukino Shida seemed rather awkward. However, her candid expression of self-admiration revealed a rather pronounced sense of narcissism. Yukino, feeling indignant, let out a huff, asserting that Ailan had no right to label her as awkward. After all, she hardly communicated with anyone at school, preferring instead to spend her time napping. With that, she turned her back, indicating that she had lost interest in continuing the conversation with Ailan for the evening. Had she fallen asleep? Ailan muttered to himself, and upon receiving no response, he reclined on the plush grass he had prepared beneath the snow. The biting wind howled outside the cave's entrance. Thus commenced their solitary year together. Chapter 12. An unreliable beginning in a state of drowsiness. Ailan felt a warm body enveloping him like an octopus. He slightly opened one eye. It was indeed quite chilly, even in the sheltered cave. It was only natural that the girl would instinctively cling to him for warmth during the night, especially since the cave's entrance was closer to the fire. However, upon closer inspection, Yukino under the snow was undeniably charming as he carefully observed the girl using his chest as a pillow. A faint smile graced Ailan's lips. As Ailan glanced outside, he noticed that dawn had fully arrived. He gently coughed to rouse the young girl who had been resting on him, then closed his eyes once more, feigning sleep. With his eyes shut, Ailan perceived that, although Yukino's surroundings were stark, they were surprisingly soft. Awakening, Yukino Shida discovered that she had been clutching Ailan tightly, and she gasped, hastily retreating deeper into the cave. However, the cramped confines of the cave offered little room. Ouch! She inadvertently collided with the rocky wall. The pain brought tears to her eyes as she softly rubbed the back of her head. Noticing that the man before her showed no signs of waking, she quickly subdued her voice and movements, gingerly crawling out of the cave. Despite the embarrassment of the moment, Ailan's continued slumber reassured her that all was well. As Yukino stealthily slipped out of the cave like a thief, Ailan struggled to suppress his laughter. Although he longed to awaken suddenly and tease her, he opted to remain in his dreamlike state, considering the girl's delicate sensibilities. Ailan, you have finally awakened. Yukino sat quietly on a stone not far from the entrance of the cave, casting a glance at Ailan as he emerged. At that moment, the memory of her accidental embrace from the previous night flooded her mind, causing a faint blush to bloom on her cheeks. It must be because I often cuddled with Mr. Pan at home while sleeping. Yes, Ailan must have been mistaken for Mr. Pan. In a flurry, Yukino constructed the most reasonable explanation for her actions the night before. Today's weather was significantly better than yesterday, with a gentle breeze wafting through the air. Ailan stretched lazily and casually remarked, I stayed up late on night watch last night. The weather is splendid today. We must swiftly seek sustenance and establish our shelter. Yukino gazed at the boundless tundra, instinctively nodding in agreement. After the events of yesterday, she had fully come to regard Ailan as her steadfast anchor for survival in this land. Then, Ailan stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. He had sensed the absence of formidable creatures in this vicinity. This was both a boon and a bane. The lack of powerful entities signified the absence of dangerous foes. However, it also raised concerns about the availability of ample food, a matter he was uncertain about due to his inexperience with this new perception of energy. Saiyans required a substantial amount of nourishment. Yukino, please excuse my forwardness, he stated before abruptly enveloping Yukino in his arms and soaring towards the lake he had discovered the previous day. Mere seconds later, a piercing scream echoed through the air. From hundreds of meters above the ground, Yukino instinctively buried her head in Ailan's embrace, trembling uncontrollably, although she wished to resist being held. The circumstances left her with little choice. Her mind was nearly unraveling. She had been unexpectedly whisked into the sky by Ailan. With her eyes tightly shut, she could hear the rushing winds swirling around her. This was not her first experience aloft. She had flown on many airplanes. Yet, the sensation of flight without a window was truly terrifying. At that moment, she cared little about who held her, nor did she ponder whether Ailan, a being not fully evolved, was taking advantage of her vulnerability. All she desired was a safe corner to hide in, hoping to soothe her racing heart. Thus, she clung to Ailan even more tightly, her face pressed against his chest. Observing Yukino nestled in his embrace, Ailan felt a moment of bemusement. It dawned on him that she seemed to have a fear of heights. Ailan decelerated her flight and lowered her head, saying, I apologize. Hearing Ailan's voice beside her, Yukino, though gripped by fear, ultimately lifted her gaze slightly. At that moment, crystalline tears lingered at the corners of her eyes, rendering her particularly endearing. However, even in this instance, Yukino would not concede to her fears. She glared fiercely at Ailan, for she dared not look away from him to any other direction. The howling winds around her incessantly reminded her that they were suspended hundreds of meters above the ground. Observing Yukino's demeanor, Ailan bashfully rubbed his nose, but in an instant, he made a resolute decision. If they were to survive a year in this place, Yukino must confront her acrophobia. After all, should danger arise, it would be his responsibility to carry her. Furthermore, if she could not overcome her fear in this environment, it was unlikely she would ever conquer it in her lifetime. Thus, he shifted his arm from her shoulder to her waist. As Yukino felt both warmth and shyness, she was suddenly lifted and spun counterclockwise. What are you doing? Yukino's voice quivered. Abruptly released from Ailan's secure embrace, she hurriedly shut her eyes, unable to ascertain her surroundings due to her fear of heights. At this moment, Ailan's hands were fully encircling her waist. Confused about what was about to unfold, Yukino felt a flutter of anxiety within her. Ailan gently lowered her head and whispered softly in her ear, Yukino, do not be afraid. I am right behind you. Slowly open your eyes. Above them stretched an endless expanse of azure, while below lay a breathtaking landscape. Before you is a vista unlike anything you have ever experienced in your life. Do you not wish to enrich your memories with this singular moment? Upon hearing Ailan's words, Yukino's body trembled slightly. She felt a stirring within her. Ultimately, she slowly opened her eyes. The verdant tundra and snow-capped mountains harmoniously reflected the brilliant blue sky, and in the depths of the distant pine forest, a tranquil lake lay like a mirror. What do you think? The scenery is splendid, is it not? In truth, the heights are not so terrifying. A mesmerized Yukino nodded in agreement. Ailan smiled softly and continued to soar towards the distant lake. He had made up his mind. That would be their campsite for the coming year. Chapter 13. The Gradual Diminution of Power. Ailan crouched by the lake, exhaling deeply as he dipped his tail into the water, eagerly awaiting a fish to bite. Yukino, not far from the shore, searched for dry wood. Upon witnessing Ailan's peculiar antics, she could not help but stifle a laugh with her hand. Hearing her laughter, Ailan's face flushed crimson. In an effort not to disturb any fish lurking below, he whispered, What is so funny? If it weren't for the need to protect this water source, I would have blown it to smithereens, making it far easier to catch fish. That is not right, Ailan. Destruction is never justified, no matter where you are. Humph. Ailan grumbled, turning his head away and closing his eyes, concentrating on sensing the underwater movements. Are there fish approaching? Suddenly, his eyes flew open, and he intensified the movement of his tail. Quick bite. This is your favorite big worm. Just then, beneath the surface, a fish weighing several dozen kilograms clamped down on Ailan's tail. In an instant, he felt a shock coursing through him, his body beginning to numb. This is impossible. I completed my tail training years ago. How could this happen? Before he could ponder further, the immense force yanked him beneath the water. Ailan. Seeing this unfold, Shida dropped the firewood in her hands and, in despair, called out his name as she raced to the lakeside. However, by the time she reached the lake, the tumultuous surface had settled into eerie calm. Kneeling at the water's edge, tears streamed down her face as she murmured to herself, "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Ailan wouldn't have come here." Suddenly, the water began to exhibit strange phenomena. Initially, only a few sporadic bubbles rose from the depths, but soon, the entire surface erupted. The enormous fish was hurled from the water by a tremendous force, and in its wake, Ailan emerged, kicking the fish towards the shore. After completing this feat, Ailan gently descended beside Shida, wiping the water from his face as he sighed in relief. "Phew, that was close. I nearly met my end at the hands of that beast." Ailan. Shida suddenly sprang to her feet, disregarding the water soaking him, and tightly embraced his neck. Feeling Ailan's warm body, she finally broke down in tears. "I thought you were dead." Cough, cough. "Hey, let go. I was fine until now, but if you keep squeezing my neck like that, I truly will perish." After a considerable time, Shida gradually calmed her emotions, her cheeks flushed as she released the nearly suffocated Ailan. She then began to inquire about what had transpired. "So, your strength is rapidly diminishing?" "Of course. Otherwise, how could I have almost been choked to death by you?" Ailan rolled his eyes at Shida and continued. "The tail is the source of a Saiyan's power and also its sole weakness. However, I completely overcame the weakness of my tail years ago. Just now, that beast bit my tail, and I lost all my strength in an instant. Even without being restrained, I've realized that my power is nearly depleted." As he spoke, Ailan directed the palm of his right hand towards the wood that Shida had just gathered, preparing to unleash a ki blast. A wisp of green smoke emerged from his palm, only to vanish moments later. Beside him, the fish rolled over, clearly displaying a hint of intelligence. As it regarded Ailan with a look of bewilderment, although it was on the verge of being consumed, witnessing such a splendid display of foolishness was not without its merits. "I'll take care of you later." After sensing the mocking stares from the fish, Ailan's face darkened. Unwilling to accept defeat, he mustered all his energy, veins protruding from his forehead. This time, a small energy sphere materialized from his palm, moving at a painfully slow pace toward the pile of firewood, igniting it. This was Ailan's final ki blast. Ailan felt satisfied as he rubbed his belly. Shida gently wiped the grease from her lips and glanced at the fish skeleton before addressing Ailan. "No matter how many times I see it, your appetite is truly astonishing." "It's typical for Saiyans," Ailan replied. "To sustain a body born for battle, an immense amount of food is necessary." Shida looked at Ailan and nodded lightly. "I actually envy your physique and strength. If I possessed such power, I could surely make this world a better place." "Make this world a better place? Perhaps you could do so if you had such strength, but Saiyans generally do not." "Why?" Shida inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Ailan lay on the ground, gazing at the sky. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "Our purpose is to plunder. The cost of this power is that our people are devoid of compassion. We pursue strength and scorn the weak. Our very essence is defined by unrestrained looting and destruction. These traits are inscribed deeply within our genes, enduring until the day of our extinction." At this juncture, Shida, with a grave expression, interrupted Ailan. "The Ailan I know is not like this." With a self-deprecating smile, Ailan turned to face Yukino and replied, "Is that so? Perhaps you have misjudged me." Yukino gently shook her head. "No, my instincts are never wrong." Embarrassed by Yukino's unwavering gaze, Ailan turned away. "My strength is waning rapidly. While I still possess some energy, you maintain the fire, and I shall bring down some large trees. We must construct a shelter today. You cannot continue to sleep outdoors in this wilderness." With that, Ailan made her way toward the forest. Chapter 14. The Gradual Approach. Bang. With a resounding crash, Ailan placed the final massive log in the position designated by Yukino. although most of her energy had dissipated. Her inherent strength as a member of the Saiyans allowed her to lift such heavy objects with only a slight increase in her breath's urgency. Ailan stood bare-chested, hands on his hips, gazing at the wooden cabin before him with a satisfied nod. Though the cabin was modest in height and size, barely accommodating two individuals and lacking an aesthetic appeal, Ailan could sense its sturdiness. It was surely sufficient as a long-term refuge. He turned to his companion, Yukino, and praised, Yukino, you are truly remarkable. To design a house relying solely on mortise and tenon joints is no small feat. My family has been in construction, and I have always aspired to assist at home like my sister, so I took the opportunity to learn in my spare time. Upon mentioning her sister, Yukino's eyes dimmed noticeably. She had been striving tirelessly, hoping to one day surpass her sister and earn her family's acknowledgement, yet that individual was simply too perfect. No matter how hard she tried, her sister always excelled beyond her own efforts. Suddenly, Yukino felt a warm hand resting on her head, causing her to momentarily lose her focus. At that moment, Ailan's voice broke through. All my life, my skills have been limited to combat and destruction. This is the first time I have ever constructed something myself. I could not have accomplished this without you. While our strengths manifest differently, Yukino, you are undoubtedly the strongest person I know at heart. Hearing Ailan's affirmation stirred something within Yukino. She turned to regard the man beside her, who was smiling warmly at her. It dawned upon her that this was the first time she had ever witnessed Ailan's smile, and she found herself momentarily captivated by it. The atmosphere around them shifted subtly, infused with an air of intimacy. However, it wasn't long before Yukino became acutely aware of something, her face flushing as she bowed her head, forcing down her shyness to murmur in a voice barely audible to Ailan, you should quickly put your clothes back on. It is rather improper to be bare-chested in front of a lady. It seems you have not fully evolved yet. Apologies. Ailan swiftly withdrew her hand and hurriedly donned her attire. A gentle breeze swept through, instantly dissipating the enchanting atmosphere that had just enveloped them. As nightfall approached, the warmth of the fire relocated to the quaint wooden cabin illuminated the interior, significantly elevating the temperature within. Ailan sat comfortably in front of the fire, her tail swaying joyfully behind her. Beside her, Yukino was diligently preparing dinner for the evening. Before nightfall, she had found a flat stone, washed it clean, and it became their only cooking utensil. Heating the stone, she placed on it the game Ailan had caught in the afternoon, along with the mushrooms and wild vegetables Yukino had gathered. Despite the rudimentary conditions, Yukino was earnestly preparing this meal. It is ready to eat, my dear human. Ailan, after blowing on a piece of meat, placed it in her mouth and mumbled, I never expected that a stone slab could cook. It's truly remarkable, Yukino. I thought I would have to endure a year of nothing but charred, blackened food. Yukino cast a disapproving glance at Ailan, and after leisurely finishing the morsel in her mouth, she slowly replied, Primate, please refrain from speaking while food is still in your mouth. Cooking with a stone slab is not an uncommon technique. Such methods have been preserved across various cultures worldwide. If you could dedicate yourself to learning properly, you would not be so astonished. Was momentarily taken aback, astonished that even in this place, Yukino still felt compelled to remind her to study. How persistent she was. Swallowing the morsel in her mouth, Ailan replied nonchalantly, Yes. Once we leave here, I shall diligently focus on my studies in the club. One could only hope, having been in this world for merely 2 days. The sudden mention of academics and clubs made Yukino feel as though she were in a different era. She stole a glance at the voracious eater beside her, her gaze softening significantly. In truth, I am not remarkable at all. If you were not here, I would struggle to survive even in the most fundamental sense. This warmth enveloping me is a gift from you. After finishing the last piece of food, Ailan suddenly recalled something. Yukino, I've noticed that tonight's dusk arrived a few minutes earlier than yesterday. A few minutes earlier? Yukino had already lost track of time. Her expression froze upon hearing Ailan's words. Suddenly, she grasped the implication and hastily inquired, Are you suggesting that there might be polar nights in this world? Yes. I'm merely conjecturing, but we need to stockpile food without delay. After all, I can barely fly now, and my combat abilities have diminished to their lowest point. If there truly are polar nights, finding food will become impossible. All right, I understand. Tomorrow I will also strive to gather edible plants. Then let us retire early. There is much to accomplish tomorrow. With that, Ailan lay down on the plush grass mat that Yukino had prepared, quickly succumbing to slumber. In truth, he had noticed since the afternoon when he built the shelter that not only had his combat capabilities waned, but his stamina recovered much slower than usual. The King of Time had mentioned that this place resembled a mental training room. The known counterpart, the Room of Spirit and Time, possessed tenfold gravity. This place also had its unique attributes as a training ground. Observing Ailan fall asleep so swiftly, Yukino was reminded of that morning when she had awakened nestled in his embrace, her ears flushing crimson at the recollection. After a moment's hesitation, she gently bit her lower lip and stealthily approached, lying down on the grass mat less than a meter away from Ailan. In the latter half of the night, delicate snowflakes began to fall outside the wooden cabin. Inside, the two slumbering individuals unconsciously drew closer to one another. Chapter 15. The Talking Cat. The following morning, Yukino was the first to awaken from her dreams. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that her head rested on Ailan's arm. Just like yesterday, had she once again clung to this man in her sleep? At that moment, Ailan's tail had wrapped around Yukino's waist, bringing the two of them closely together, to the extent that Yukino could feel the warmth of Ailan's breath. However, she found it peculiar that she did not particularly resist this proximity to Ailan. Yukino deduced that had it been any other man in such close quarters, she would have undoubtedly lost her composure. Yet now, all she sensed was warmth and a sense of security. This unusual emotion left the young girl feeling somewhat flustered. Perhaps it is because Ape Kuin behaves so much like a monkey that I do not regard him as a man. After swiftly concocting a rationale to convince herself, Yukino recalled the various clumsy moments hidden beneath Ailan's austere exterior, involuntarily breaking into a smile. She gently shifted her position, but sensing the movement, Ailan abruptly opened his eyes. Thus, they found themselves locked in a close gaze. Observing Yukino's flushed cheeks, Ailan shyly rubbed his nose and said, Yukino. My hand has gone a bit numb. After hastily rising to his feet, Yukino adjusted her clothing and shot Ailan a glare. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just accustomed to sleeping with a stuffed toy at night, so I haven't adjusted yet. I'll rectify this habit as swiftly as possible. Ailan slowly rose to her feet, gazing at Yukino with a puzzled expression. I thought you simply felt cold after dozing off at night. Today, I shall see if I can seize an opportunity to procure some fur. In your current state, you cannot endure the polar night. Indeed, I possess no physique as extraordinary as that of the ape-like gentleman. However, I must admit, it surprises me that you, Ailan, are capable of such thoughts on your own. Hey, surely, even I would arrive at such conclusions. What kind of image do you hold of me in your mind? Yukino pondered for a moment before responding uncertainly. Impolite, with a mind filled only with muscle-bound humanoids? TCH, a woman devoid of discernment. Ailan raised his head with an air of arrogance, embodying a demeanor of utmost confidence as he circumvented Yukino and exited the wooden cabin. Though Ailan intended to project an image of a gentleman who refrains from quarreling with women, the truth was that he was utterly no match for Yukino in a battle of wits. Having grasped this reality, he decisively opted for a strategic retreat. Witnessing Ailan's demeanor, Yukino couldn't help but stifle a laugh, covering her mouth. After finishing their breakfast, Yukino meticulously wrapped the bento in leaves and handed it to Ailan, her expression laden with concern as she cautioned him, "Be careful on your journey. You are now devoid of strength. If you sense any danger, do not attempt to confront it. Ensure your return before darkness falls." Ailan turned his head to the side and picked up the bento box, feeling somewhat awkward at this unexpected display of concern. Not to mention the past 16 years, he had never experienced anything like it in his previous life either. No need to worry. Even so, I am quite strong. He advised her not to venture too far from the cabin while foraging for edible plants, and swiftly dashed into the forest, quickly vanishing from Yukino's view beneath the snow. Watching the direction in which Ailan had departed, Yukino clasped her hands together, silently praying for his safety before she commenced her tasks for the day. Meanwhile, Ailan was racing at an astonishing speed deeper into the forest, sensing a formidable presence ahead. Although his powers had been compressed to their limits, rendering flight and energy blasts unusable, he was nonetheless stronger than a certain lower-tier warrior when first encountering his brother. In the depths of the forest, a giant bear, blind in one eye, lay asleep on the ground. Suddenly, the bear's ears perked up as if it had detected something. It stood, sniffing the air. Drool dripping from its mouth. What fortune! Both meat and fur were available. Aaron's figure abruptly appeared before the giant bear, gazing at it with keen interest. The bear, oblivious to how Aaron had approached, was taken aback that this small creature dared to provoke it. As the master of this forest, how could it tolerate such insolence? It stood tall, towering over 6 meters, its exaggerated muscles rippling. With a thunderous roar, the bear unleashed its fury upon Aaron, accompanied by a resounding impact. In an instant, the bear's life was extinguished. Aaron had shattered its heart with a single blow. Wrinkling his nose in distaste, he remarked, "This fellow has a serious case of halitosis." At that moment, a voice suddenly emanated from behind him. "Roar? Human, you possess some skill, but would you mind relinquishing this prey to me?" Startled, Aaron whirled around to find a colossal tiger, as tall as a 3-story building, squinting at him with keen interest. A talking tiger? I cannot sense its aura despite its immense size. Aaron's heart tightened, as though she had entered a state of battle, prepared to confront a formidable adversary. "Oh, you dare to challenge me?" she mused. "If you relinquish this prey now, I may allow you to depart unscathed." The tiger bared its fangs at Aaron, yet curiously refrained from making any further aggressive movements. Despite its menacing words, a thin sheen of cold sweat began to bead on its forehead. Chapter 16. Beneath the snow of the cat servant there is no killing intent. Its aura is not potent, nor does it initiate an attack. This scene feels oddly familiar. Ailan had long since immersed himself in the vastness of the universe, acquiring a wealth of knowledge and experience. Within this cosmic realm, numerous species wield the ability to transform, often projecting an air of dominance. After a swift mental assessment, he leaped into action, tempering his strength just enough to strike the great tiger squarely on its head. Indeed, upon being attacked by Ailan, the tiger erupted into a cacophony of cries, its forepaws clutching the swollen bump atop its head as it writhed in agony upon the ground. Ailan crossed her arms, gazing mockingly at the so-called great tiger. "What? You, so feeble, dare to seize my prey? You must be utterly oblivious to the meaning of death. Allow me to escort you to the netherworld." "Ah, my apologies. Please, don't kill me." The great tiger, upon hearing Ailan's threat, swiftly knelt down in supplication. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a cloud of smoke enveloped it. As the mist dissipated, a blue feline, suspended in midair, materialized before Ailan. Upon witnessing the true form of the cat, Ailan instinctively exclaimed, "Purr? Is this not the shape-shifting cat that accompanies Yamucha? Brother, you actually recognize my son, Purr?" The blue cat exclaimed in astonishment. "No, I do not know your son. I merely thought of that name upon seeing your appearance. What is your name? How did you come to be in this realm?" "I am Purlu, hailing from the south. A few days ago, I sent my son to a kindergarten in the south to transform, and I was subsequently drawn into a portal. Before I could comprehend the situation, I found myself in this world." Purlu continued to lament his recent tribulations, yet at that moment, Ailan was completely lost in thought. How could a creature from the Dragon Ball world's Earth materialize here? Is it also a consequence of the tainted Dragon Balls? That third-rate deity, aside from issuing a task, has divulged nothing to me. As Ailan was laboriously contemplating with his meager intellect, his thigh was suddenly embraced by a feline creature. A pleading voice reached his ears. "Brother, please accept me as your little brother. I can wash clothes, cook, and warm your bed." Observing the pitiful Pulu, Ailan found himself at a loss for words. "Do all of your kind enjoy being subservient?" He pondered. What utility could a shape-shifting cat possibly provide? Merely a backup source of sustenance? Just as he prepared to decline, the image of a devoted cat lover flickered in his mind. After a moment's reflection, he nodded and said, "Very well. I shall live here for a year with a companion, and during this time, you may accompany us. After a year, we shall part ways and pursue our destinies." With that, Ailan hoisted the carcass of a giant bear and strode towards the wooden cabin. "Thank you ever so much." Pulu politely bowed to Ailan. When it lifted its head, it realized Ailan had already ventured quite far ahead, prompting it to hastily pursue him. "Wait for me. Brother, I don't even know your name. Please refrain from calling me brother. My name is Ailan." "Understood, Brother Ailan. I will remember, Brother Ailan." As twilight descended, the night seemed to arrive a tad earlier than the previous day. Yukino leaned against the railing, lost in thought as she gazed towards the forest. Suddenly, she perceived some commotion emanating from that direction. Hastily, she stepped out of the cabin and peered into the shadows where the sound originated. After a brief moment, She spotted Ailan emerging from the woods, burdened by a substantial load of meat. A relieved sigh escaped her lips, dispelling her previous concerns and filling her with an inexplicable joy. However, she swiftly reined in her emotions. As Ailan approached her, Yukino coldly inquired, "Did I not instruct you to return before dusk? I apologize for the delay. I took a little longer than anticipated." Ailan replied as he set the meat down and presented the already roasted bear pelt to her. Dissecting an animal can be rather gruesome. I presumed you might find it difficult to endure. Thus, I ensured everything was properly prepared before returning. Upon hearing Ailan's explanation, a glimmer of tenderness inadvertently flickered in Yukino's eyes. She accepted the bear pelt and gently stated, "Next time, do not do this. In our current circumstances, we must face whatever arises together. I am not as fragile as you may think." As Ailan prepared to respond, a sudden, urgent voice echoed from the forest, "Ailan, why didn't you wait for me? Why the rush?" Startled by the voice, Yukino leaned forward, peering past Ailan to see who it was. In the dim light, she beheld a feline creature racing towards them. Upon reaching Ailan, Purura gasped for breath, complaining, "Ailan, you ran too fast. I couldn't keep up." Yukino was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Pururu. Overwhelmed by impulse, she reached out, enfolding Pururu in her arms. Meow? A delightful sound escaped Yukino's lips. Suddenly ceased. Pururu struggled vigorously and cried out to Ailan, "Help. This woman is going to smother me." Yet, Ailan remained rooted in place, seemingly oblivious to Pururu's pleas. The sound of Yukino's meow reverberated in his mind, and he found his heartbeat unexpectedly quickening. Chapter 17. The harsh winter approaches outside the cabin by the lakeside. Ailan began the process of curing bear meat, inspired by Yukino's thoughts. In the absence of sufficient salt, transforming the bear meat into jerky proved to be more advantageous for preservation. After completing all the necessary procedures, he turned to observe a certain individual who was utterly captivated by her feline companion. Yukino cradled Purulu in her arms, gazing down at it with an expression of deep infatuation. Meow? Purulu looked at Yukino with an expression of exasperation. "Miss Yukinoshita, I can speak. Can we not converse in human language?" Yukinoshita gently nodded, her tone imbued with a hint of tenderness. "I understand, but when you remain silent, I feel I can more profoundly appreciate your adorableness." Although she had encountered extraterrestrials and divine beings during this period, the presence of a talking cat left her feeling that she required additional time to fully accept this reality. At that moment, Ailan sat beside Yukinoshita, perplexed, and inquired, "It seems you truly adore cats. However, if you are so fond of them, why not keep one in the apartment?" Yukinoshita shot Ailan a glare, somewhat annoyed that he had interrupted her cherished moments with her cat. "Cats are not permitted in the apartment. Only dogs are allowed. Hasn't anyone informed you of the management regulations since you moved in?" Ailan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched her head and confessed, "I am not particularly fond of reading textual materials. Hence I have completely overlooked the documents provided by the Community Management Committee." Sighing, she continued, "This is not acceptable, dear Yuan. Was it not the divine being's desire for you to integrate into human society? The instinct for knowledge distinctly separates humanity from our primate cousins. Upon my return, I shall diligently ensure that you pursue your studies." The mere mention of the word study sent a shiver down Ailan's spine, prompting her to swiftly change the subject. "Did you just say that the apartment only allows dogs? Indeed, it is a most unreasonable regulation. It is more normal to prohibit dogs, for cats are simply delightful creatures." Yukinoshita sighed, unabashedly expressing her affection for felines in front of Ailan. After speaking, Yukinoshita lowered her gaze, continuing to stroke the blue fur of Purulu, her eyes instinctively narrowing in contentment. As Ailan gazed upon the picturesque scenery, a faint smile involuntarily graced his lips, and in that fleeting moment, he rediscovered a long-forgotten sense of tranquility. His entire being quickly relaxed, and before he realized it, he succumbed to slumber. In the haze of his drowsiness, he unconsciously rested his head upon Yukino's shoulder. The instant Ailan leaned against her, Yukino momentarily froze, only to soon comprehend his state. Rather than rousing him, she slowed her gentle caress of the cat in her hands. Tilting her head slightly, she gazed upon Ailan's visage. The defiance that perpetually adorned his features and the subtle wariness that occasionally flickered were now absent. Through the flickering firelight, she discerned the faint dark circles under his eyes. Unable to resist, Yukino tenderly stroked Ailan's hair, murmuring softly, "Indeed, you resemble a stray cat." It is only when utterly exhausted that one can gradually lower their guard, revealing their vulnerable side. Thank you, Ailan, she whispered, tilting her head to rest against him as well. The following morning, outside the wooden cabin, the plaintive cries of Pururu echoed. No, boss, don't leave me behind. Take me with you. Stop it. With a look of disdain, Ailan seized Pulu by the scruff of its neck and flung it aside. You stay with Yukino Shida and keep her safe. If anything happens to her, you'll find yourself on the menu tonight. Hearing the commotion, Yukino hurried over, cradling Pulu in her arms, and shot a fierce glare at Ailan. Why are you being so harsh on Pulu? Faced with the protective Yukino Shida, Ailan turned her head away in annoyance. I'm leaving. Just make sure you stay safe and don't wander too far from the cabin. Since this morning, Ailan had felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. The malevolent aura in this space seemed to have intensified. Even though Yukino Shida was nearby foraging for food, Ailan could not shake her unease. Although Pulu lacked combat abilities, it could still transform and buy some time if danger arose. Additionally, another concern weighed heavily on Ailan's mind. The prolonged night might truly be upon them. If this trend continued, the days of light would not exceed 2 months. One must prepare for the worst. If an unending polar night persisted for 10 months, food would indeed become a grave issue. Nevertheless, one thing remained paramount. Yukino Shida must be protected at all costs. Pulu, remember my words. Safeguard Yukino Shida. With that, Ailan secured her lunch to her waist and swiftly dashed into the depths of the forest. After Ailan departed, Pulu drooped its ears, appearing despondent. This scene stirred a twinge of jealousy in Yukino Shida. Despite Ailan's harsh demeanor towards it, she had always treated it with kindness. Regaining her composure, Yukino gently reassured, do not worry. Ailan will surely return before nightfall. Pulu nodded, then suddenly looked at Yukino with a puzzled expression. Miss Yukino Shida, are you and the boss married? Should I refer to you as sister-in-law? Upon hearing Pulu's words, Yukino's face flushed crimson, and her speech became somewhat disjointed. Why you? How could you say such a thing? Ailan and I are merely ordinary classmates. But you clearly slept together last night, Pulu insisted. I even saw you both embracing while asleep. At that moment, Yukino felt as though her mind was nearing overload. Chapter 18. The sudden appearance of the evil dragon deep within the forest. Ailan, having bathed in a small river, hummed a cheerful tune as he leisurely dragged a large reindeer back towards the camp. Today marked his final foray into the wilderness for hunting. Ailan and Yukino Shida have now spent 2 months in this frozen realm. For the past few days, the duration of daylight has dwindled to less than 2 hours. And once nightfall descends, the weather transforms into a tempestuous ordeal. Hurricanes whip through the land, accompanied by blizzards that plunge the temperature to a frigid 30 degrees below zero. In such dire conditions, even if Ailan ventures out to hunt, he finds himself utterly unable to locate any prey. However, both Ailan and Yukino Shida have prudently stored enough provisions in advance, allowing them to remain quietly within their encampment during the forthcoming days. Throughout these 2 months, in addition to his hunting excursions, Ailan has dedicated considerable effort to enhancing their campsite. He has reinforced the original wooden cabin and encircled the entire area with a wooden fence. Furthermore, he has constructed 2 additional shelters, one designated as a food storage facility and the other for cooking and bathing. Indeed, despite having 3 wooden cabins now, the 2 continue to share their living space as before. As for Pururu, he is relegated to the storage room each night, serving solely as a rodent deterrent. Curiously, Yukino Shida, the devoted cat lover, has not opposed Ailan's decision this time. Ailan walked slowly, burdened by the weight of the reindeer, trudging along the path blanketed by over a meter of snow, rendering any semblance of speed impossible. Suddenly, Pulu's anxious voice echoed from afar. Ailan, where are you? Miss Yukino is in trouble. Upon hearing the distressing call, a chill gripped Ailan's heart. He unceremoniously dropped the reindeer and sprinted toward Pulu's direction. Soon, he was met by a tear-streaked Pulu. Quickly, tell me what happened, Ailan demanded. Just now, a creature with blue skin and wings appeared at the camp and attacked us. It has encased Miss Yukino in ice. Hearing Pulu's words, Ailan's expression darkened instantly. Anger surged within him, veins bulging on his forehead, and the fur on his tail bristled. That must be the 3-star dragon. How could it possibly appear at this stage? Without further contemplation, Ailan dashed toward the camp with utmost urgency. Inside the camp, Yukino Yukisada found herself in a dire predicament. Apart from her head and hands, The rest of her body was completely frozen. Her complexion was pale, and her limbs were entirely numb. Despite her helplessness, she refused to yield, glaring fiercely at the blue-skinned creature before her. Roar? Are you still not in despair? Is it ignorance that breeds your fearlessness, human? The three-star dragon sneered at Yukino. In your current state, you will lose consciousness in just 15 minutes, and within an hour, you shall meet a tragic end. Hurry, let me relish the sight of your despair. Gritting her teeth, Yukino replied resolutely, I will not submit, you pervert. Ha! No matter. You will despair. The creature cackled. Once you perish, I shall journey to that previous world and bring an end to all humanity there. Your cries of anguish will be the most exquisite symphony to me in this world. The three-star dragon licked its lips, revealing a cruel grin. The Dragon Ball still resided within Yukino's body, preventing the three-star dragon from killing her, as that would result in mutual destruction. However, as long as it refrained from killing her, it could lead Yukino into utter despair, generating sufficient negative energy to escape from this so-called host. The three-star dragon circled around Yukino slowly, eventually drawing closer to the girl, whispering sinisterly, Tell me, there must be many people you care about in that world. Your parents? Your sister? What a pity that you will not hear their cries. With each word the three-star dragon uttered, Yukino's complexion grew increasingly pale. Who among normal folk does not fear death? At the moment when Sanjung revealed the identities of his parents and sister, Yukino felt a wave of despair wash over her. Suddenly, the image of Ailan flashed through her mind, dispelling all her hopelessness and fear in an instant. That man had vowed to protect her. Observing the transformation of Yukino's once despondent gaze into one of resolute determination, Sanjung felt an unsettling agitation rise within him. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, hoping to provoke Yukino further with his words. Are you relying on that Saiyan? It is futile. He is merely an unfinished monkey, and I could crush him with a single hand. If your sole hope perishes before you, what kind of despair would you offer me? How I anticipate it. You should be the one to despair. Perish, you scoundrel. At that moment, Ailan finally arrived. Without uttering a single word, he launched a direct kick at Sanjung. However, the blow failed to connect, passing straight through his body. Ailan felt a tightening in his heart. Was it an illusion? He began to rapidly sense the position of the three-star dragon. Roar? Are you searching for me, fool? The voice of the three-star dragon suddenly echoed behind Ailan. With a resounding thud, a fist struck his back, causing his body to lurch forward and collapse onto the ground. Almost instantaneously, the three-star dragon reappeared beside him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. The immense force propelled Ailan directly into the camp's fence, where he was subsequently buried beneath the splintered wood. Silence ensued. Ailan. Seeing this scene, Yukino Shida cried out desperately for Ailan, yet received no response. I can feel it. This is the negative energy born from despair. The three-star dragon rejoiced internally, realizing that soon he would have the opportunity to detach from this host. Chapter 19, The Saiyans' Ultimate Move. As he absorbed the ceaseless stream of negative energy, the three-star dragon became exhilarated. Continue to fear. Continue to despair. He exulted within his mind. In the previous world, the three-star dragon had never had the chance to gather sufficient power. Thus, he devised a plan to draw the host of the three-star ball into this icy realm. In this world, 10 months of the year are spent shrouded in darkness. The abundance of malevolent energy would surely allow him to fully manifest. His plan had succeeded halfway. There was indeed enough malice to enable his materialization. However, for reasons unknown, the monkey accompanying Yukino Shida was continuously generating positive energy, which compressed his own power to its limits. Finally, he could no longer contain himself. If this continued, the Dragon Ball would surely be purified completely. With the continual absorption of negative energy, the three-star dragon erupted into triumphant laughter. Is this your last hope? Ha ha ha. The sensation of personally destroying humanity's hope is simply exquisite. Yukino Shida could no longer discern the revolting creature's words, her tears blurring her vision. Yet she strained to gaze towards the spot where Ailan was buried. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. She seemed to see the pile of wood that had buried Ailan shift slightly. A furious roar erupted from the wooden pile, followed by beams of white light piercing through its depths. In an instant, the wooden fragments disintegrated into nothingness. Emerging from the chaos, Ailan, his garments in tatters, sprang forth. He tore off the remnants of his clothing, clenched his left fist, and assessed his condition. His left arm was shattered, 2 ribs were fractured, and his internal organs had sustained varying degrees of injury due to the violent shock. Nonetheless, bolstered by the Saiyans' indomitable vitality, he could endure and fight for a while longer. Spitting out the blood that had pooled in his mouth, Ailan directed his gaze towards Yukino, buried beneath the snow. "Why are you crying? These are mere trifles. Once I regain my strength, I will rescue you at once." After uttering these words, he turned his attention to the three-star dragon. He had discerned that this malevolent creature was far from its peak power. Otherwise, that previous strike would have obliterated him entirely. The Kai of Time had once proclaimed that the three-star dragon's might could rival that of a Super Saiyan 3, had it been at full strength. Extinguishing his life would have been as effortless as crushing an ant. Although he could not sense its energy, there remained a flicker of hope. First, he would gauge the disparity in their battle prowess. If all else failed, he still had one final resort. Suppressing his concern for Yukino. Ailan took a deep breath and declared, "I'm going in." With that, he abruptly vanished from his position. The malevolent dragon observed Ailan's display with a deliberate calmness, realizing that Ailan's very presence could directly influence the host's emotions. If that were the case, he resolved to dismantle this monkey piece by piece in the most brutal manner possible. Should Yukino confront such a hellish scenario, she would undoubtedly be engulfed in despair and terror. A sinister smile crept across his face as his eyes darted around, soon locating Ailan. "Oh, high-speed movement? Child-s play." The three-star dragon then initiated his own rapid movement. To Yukino's perception, it seemed as though both figures had vanished simultaneously. However, a tremendous sound soon erupted from above. With great difficulty, she lifted her gaze, seeing nothing but the sonic booms resulting from their clash. Bang, bang, bang. The explosive sounds from their battle fell like a torrential downpour upon the earth. Gradually, Yukino found herself unable to bear the sight of the conflict unfolding in the sky due to the overwhelming sound waves. Meanwhile, Ailan was relentlessly assaulting the three-star dragon while discreetly assessing his own combat capabilities. Indeed, even though this dragon was not at its peak, he was still far from being Ailan's match. The disparity in physical strength was staggering. In just a matter of seconds, several of his bones had already fractured. What had initially been mere shock to his internal organs now felt as though they were on the verge of rupture. However, Ailan believed that if he unleashed his ultimate technique, he could surely vanquish his foe. With a plan forming in his mind, he swiftly increased the distance between them. The three-star dragon did not pursue but instead crossed his arms, a mocking expression plastered on his face as he taunted Ailan. "What's the matter? Are you, little monkey, ready to surrender? Unfortunately for you, I want to grant you a swift end. I intend to slice you into pieces slowly." With a cruel grin, the three-star dragon summoned an icy aura, and in an instant, a scythe forged from ice materialized in his hand. "Puyulu, you must protect Yukino. First, distance yourself from here. Then, find a way to thaw her." Ailan suddenly let out a fierce shout. He had sensed Purilu's presence as soon as he approached the camp. At that moment, Purilu stealthily reached near Yukino. "Yes, boss. Transform." A cloud of smoke enveloped him, and Purilu transformed into a floating small vehicle, placing Yukino on top and fleeing towards the outskirts of the camp. However, a wall of ice suddenly emerged before Purilu and Yukino as Saiyang raised his hand, declaring, "Trying to escape?" Just as he was about to descend to capture them, Ailan appeared before Purilu, blocking Saiyang's path. He tossed a small bag onto the vehicle. "Find a chance to leave. After unfreezing Yukino, give her the contents of the bag." Yukino, sitting in the vehicle, witnessed Ailan's dire situation and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "You must be careful. If you die, I will die with you." "Huh, such scum can't kill me," Ailan retorted. "You all hurry and run." Without looking back, he strode towards Saiyang, declaring, "Let us continue our battle." With a loud roar, a white orb of light appeared in his hand, which he then hurled into the sky. Phew. Fortunately, although the power had waned, the artificial moon was still operational. The artificial moon ascended, illuminating the entire forest. Ailan watched as its tail flickered rapidly, and his breathing quickened. Thud. His heart emitted a resounding beat, its rhythm accelerating. Thud. 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 Finally, the transformation of the Saiyan commenced. Chapter 20. The Nightmarish Retreat. Oh no. Saiyang felt a jolt of alarm, sensing the rapidly expanding power within Ailan. With no thought left for Yukino and Purilu, he flew directly towards Ailan, swinging his scythe down towards Ailan's neck. Yet, the spectacle he anticipated of a head severed from its body, did not unfold. The swiftly growing mane of Ailan shielded him from the blow, and his enlarging physique rendered the strike of the scythe merely a minor incision. As a superior warrior, although Ailan could not maintain complete lucidity like Vegeta in his great ape form, he remained distinctly aware of friend from foe. Roar. The colossal ape transformed from Ailan unleashed a furious roar directed at the three-star dragon, simultaneously emitting a scarlet energy beam from its mouth. The three-star dragon barely evaded the attack, as the energy blast surged toward the depths of the forest. Almost instantly, it detonated with a cataclysmic explosion reminiscent of a nuclear blast. The three-star dragon glanced back, a cold sweat trickling down his brow. He was not at his peak strength, and such an assault left him in a state of uncertainty. In truth, even though he could not unleash his full power, the three-star dragon's combat prowess still surpassed Ailan's significantly. However, he was not a warrior. As an evil dragon, his nature was treacherous, base, and cowardly. Any hint of danger could immobilize him. Yet, Ailan's onslaught did not wane, with massive hands continually striking towards him, compelling the three-star dragon to retreat further. Soon, their battleground shifted to the frozen surface of a lake. Seizing this opportunity, Purura sped toward the camp's outskirts. On the vehicle, Yukino struggled to glance back at Ailan, who was engaged in battle, her expression betraying her mounting anxiety. You must be all right. If I could, I would rather you not exert yourself to protect me so fiercely. All I desire is for your safety. Miss Yukino, let us retreat to the forest. I can find a way to break the ice binding you there. Yukino shook her head resolutely. No, we cannot stray too far. I need to remain within sight of Ailan. Even if I lack such power, I will not allow him to bear everything alone. Very well. However, we must also find a location where we will not be affected. You are severely frostbitten. If we do not remove the ice soon, it may not kill you, but it could leave you crippled. Feeling the urgency escalate, Purura hastened his pace. The battle between Ailan and the Samsung dragon rages on. Caught off guard, the Samsung dragon was struck down to the ground by Ailan, enduring a series of relentless blows. Enough, you wretched monkey. The Samsung dragon unleashed a freezing beam, instantly encasing one of the giant ape's arms in ice. Ailan could not suppress a cry of despair as she staggered back 2 steps, allowing the three-star dragon to seize the opportunity to flap its wings and ascend into the sky. The previous blow had inflicted significant injuries upon it, and gasping for breath, the three-star dragon glared menacingly at Ailan, uttering, "Go to hell, you wretched monkey." The chilling aura rapidly coalesced around it, forming a colossal sphere of ice and snow that hurtled toward Ailan. With a roar, the giant ape retaliated, unleashing a destructive cannon that collided with the icy sphere and the three-star dragon in a fierce clash of energies. You damn monkey. The three-star dragon cursed incessantly, exerting its strength to force its energy sphere toward Ailan, veins bulging on its forehead. Sensing the imminent threat to its life, Ailan began to fight back desperately, channeling all its strength into the destructive cannon, amplifying its power considerably. After a tense standoff, the three-star dragon, initially in a position of dominance, began to falter. I can't die? Not before I inflict suffering upon all humanity. Such thoughts plagued its mind. However, in the midst of such contemplation, how could it possibly triumph over the determined Ailan? At last, Ailan seized the opportunity, even as a giant ape. A singular thought consumed him. Even at the cost of his own life, he would crush the vile creature's head. With a roar, blood began to pour from the corners of the giant ape's mouth. Yet the intensity of the destructive cannon surged once more. The icy sphere was gradually pushed toward the three-star dragon. In that moment, the dragon's resolve finally shattered. It decisively abandoned its energy sphere and fled in terror toward the heavens. However, the uncontrolled energy sphere was swiftly shattered by Ailan, and the remaining energy devoured the three-star dragon whole. I will not be obliterated. The dragon's anguished cries echoed. As long as the Dragon Balls remain unpurified, I shall have the chance to resurrect. Next time, I will crush you, monkey. The three-star dragon struggled briefly before transforming into a swirling cloud of black smoke, vanishing entirely beneath the onslaught of the destructive cannon. Once the dragon had disappeared, the giant ape that was Ailan collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. At that moment, he began to regain a semblance of consciousness. Overextending his life was no trifling matter. Now, Ailan was left with barely half a life remaining. Yet he still had one final task to accomplish. He lifted his head and directed his remaining strength toward the artificial moon above. With that, the moon began to fade away. Ailan gradually reverted from the state of the giant ape, collapsing onto the frozen surface of the lake in a state of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Pulyalu had successfully liberated Yukino from her icy entrapment. At this moment, Yukino's limbs had succumbed to frostbite, rendering her completely immobile on the ground. Pulyalu retrieved a pouch entrusted to him by Ailan and produced the sole remaining magic bean. Miss Yukino, this is a directive from Ailan. You must consume it at once. Upon hearing it was Ailan's request, Yukino instinctively opened her mouth. As the bean entered her system, her necrotic tissues rapidly rejuvenated. In a matter of moments, Yukino regained her vitality and urgently pulled Pulyalu closer, exclaiming, "Hurry! The sounds of battle have ceased. We must find Ailan." Pulyalu initially intended to persuade Yukino to wait a moment longer, but upon seeing her desperate gaze, he acquiesced with a nod, transforming into a hovering vehicle that whisked Yukino towards the lake where the conflict had ensued. Chapter 21. The Challenge of Naming in the Dim Light. Yukino and Pulyalu fervently searched for Ailan. Suddenly, Pulyalu exclaimed with excitement, "Miss Yukino, I see the boss. Quickly, let us proceed." Responding to his voice, Yukino dashed towards the direction Pulyalu indicated. Before long, they discovered Ailan, unconscious and bloodied, lying on the frozen lake. The sight of Ailan in such a state caused an uncontrollable stream of tears to cascade down Yukino's cheeks. Why has it come to this? She rushed to Ailan's side, shedding her outer garment to drape over him. In her haste, Yukino's long, silken hair became disheveled, and her pristine hands were stained with Ailan's blood, exuding an unsettling aroma. Biting her lower lip, Yukino struggled to suppress her trembling and urged Pulyalu, "We must return to the camp swiftly." "Understood, Miss Yukino." Pulyalu replied, transforming into a van. After assisting Yukino in loading Ailan onto the vehicle, it accelerated towards the camp with great urgency. Inside the vehicle, Yukino cradled Ailan in her arms, her vacant gaze filled with anxiety and guilt. Instinctively, she raised her hand, watching as droplets of blood fell to the ground. Yukino fought to stifle her tears, choking back sobs that ultimately escaped her lips in silent anguish. "If it weren't for my sake, Ailan would not have risked himself so." Sensing the tension within the vehicle, Pulyalu expressed concern, "Miss Yukino, you must remain composed. The boss still needs us to tend to his wounds." Upon hearing the name of Ailan, Yukino's eyes regained a glimmer of light. After wiping away her tears, she nodded. The eternal night had commenced, and all creatures sought refuge in their lairs to escape the biting cold. The world had suddenly fallen silent, save for the thunderous roar of Pulyalu, transformed into a van, speeding away. Days later, a sudden wail erupted from the small cabin in the camp. "Damn it! I'm in excruciating pain." Startled by this outcry, Yukino and Pulyalu rushed in from outside, their hearts racing. "You are finally awake." Yukino exclaimed with delight, her voice tinged with a hint of tears, resonating in the air. Ailan struggled to open her eyelids, and her gaze fell upon two faces, each bearing distinct complexions, yet remarkably mirroring one another's expressions. After a few moments, her sluggish mind began to retrieve the events that had transpired from the depths of her memory. Ailan opened his mouth, his voice dry and raspy, akin to a parched desert. "I apologize, Yukino. I am so hungry. Could you perhaps prepare something for me? As long as you have awakened, that is all that matters." Yukino's repeated words resonated with the most sincere emotion. She gazed deeply at Ailan and then said, "Please wait a moment. I will go prepare a meal for you." With that, she walked towards the neighboring wooden cabin. At that moment, Pulyalu fluttered in front of Ailan, sobbing, "Wah, boss. You were so gravely injured. I thought you were done for." "Lucky you, it was a close call." Ailan glanced at the bandages adorning his body, all crafted from the torn fabric of Yukino's clothing. Without any tools, he wondered how she managed it, considering that her only weakness was her lack of physical strength. Reflecting on this, the lines of Ailan's face gradually softened. He turned to Pulyalu and gently said, "Pulyalu, you have done remarkably well this time." Pulyalu halted his tears, grinning widely. "Of course. I am your loyal subordinate." Ailan smiled faintly and began to assess her injuries. The wounds she sustained this time could be deemed the most severe of her entire life. Multiple fractures adorned her body, internal bleeding plagued her, and her energy reserves had been utterly depleted. "Lord of the Time Realm, you have truly assigned me a formidable task. A faint smile of bitterness appeared on AI Rant's lips. Suddenly, a radiant pink light emanated from the wooden cabin, and the projection of the god of time once again manifested before AI Ran. Little Ran, are you once more murmuring about me? Aaron gazed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the time realm deity. Why is it that every time I utter your name, you appear without fail? Are you not secretly watching me? To which the deity replied, how could that be? A divine being would never resort to such clandestine behavior. I observe openly and with great transparency. AI Ran gazed at Cain in speechless astonishment. It was the first time he had encountered someone so brazenly unapologetic about their voyeurism. Ignoring AI Rant's incredulous expression, Cain tilted her head with a hint of pride and proclaimed, I sense the presence of the enormous ape through the divine power within your tail, which is why I took notice of you. After all, I am a deity and quite preoccupied. Indeed. So, what instructions does the esteemed Supreme Kai have for us this time? If there is nothing of importance, you may return, considering how busy deities are. What nonsense! I am merely concerned for you. You are my very first employee, after all. Upon hearing AI Rant's dismissive remarks, Cain mumbled under her breath. This time, you could be considered as having sustained an injury at work. Rest assured, this is not an exploitative establishment. Shortly, I shall send you a celestial being. It will even fulfill one of your wishes. Do you have anything in mind? Such a generous offer? AI Ran replied uncertainly. Then let us hasten back. Upon hearing this request, Cain lowered her head in embarrassment, stammering to leave. One must remain for a full year. That exceeds my capabilities. Would you consider requesting something else? Aaron, indeed, I should not harbor any expectations towards this third-rate deity. After a moment of contemplation, Aaron gazed at Cain and articulated his desire. Chapter 22. The unspoken barrier when Yukino Shida brought the food over. She noticed a flash of pink light within the cabin. She settled beside Aaron and, after feeding him a piece of meat, inquired, Did that esteemed deity visit just now? Yes. AI Ran hardly chewed, rapidly swallowing the meat. He gestured with his eyes for Yukino Shida to hasten her feeding. As she placed another piece of meat into AI Rant's mouth, a flicker of unease glimmered in her gaze. Was something about to happen again? Oh, nothing of consequence. I suppose my performance has been satisfactory, prompting the boss to increase employee benefits. That's about all she is good for, AI Ran remarked with a resigned smirk. Yukino Shida, perplexed, inquired, employee benefits? You'll find out shortly, AI Ran replied with a mysterious smile, then urged, Yukino Shida, can we refrain from chatting for now? Please. Feed me the meat. I've gone 3 days without eating, missing 15 meals. Yukino Shida rolled her eyes slightly. When it comes to food, your mind is particularly sharp. And you even calculate it as 5 meals a day. With that, she focused on feeding AI Ran. At that moment, Purulu discreetly departed, for he had the significant duty of a warehouse manager. The cabin gradually fell into silence. After the earlier events, Yukino Shida realized she relished this tranquility. If only it could last indefinitely. After savoring the last morsel of meat, AI Ran contentedly burped. Suddenly, a pink light illuminated the room, and its brilliance instinctively prompted Yukino Shida to shut her eyes. At that moment, AI Rant's voice reached her ears. Finally, it has arrived. Though that third-rate deity is incompetent in many respects, their logistics are undeniably efficient. Upon opening her eyes, several boxes appeared within the cabin. Yukino Shida glanced at AI Ran, bewildered, and asked, What is this? I requested the Supreme Kai to send over a gift. Let us take a look. Yukino Shida opened one of the boxes, discovering a small pouch atop a collection of winter clothing meant to keep her warm. She picked up the pouch and found the divine beans within. Pausing in surprise, she recognized these little beans, as AI Ran had previously instructed Purulu to feed her the sole divine bean. Yet he himself had sustained such severe injuries. Yukino Shida took a slow breath to steady her emotions and opened 2 more boxes. Inside were numerous books and a dozen cans of cat food. That third-rate deity even promised to fulfill one of my wishes. However, their abilities only allow for the transportation of these items. So, I thought it best to have her send something for you and Purulu. Now that winter nights have fallen, you won't be bored with books to read, will you? Purulu performed admirably this time, so I requested the Supreme Kai to send him some cat food as a reward. A voice emerged from behind, belonging to AI Ran. Yukino Shida clutched the magical beans in her hand, placing them against her chest, and murmured in a tone only she could perceive at this moment. Everyone is still concerned for us. But what about you? Truly a fool. What are you mumbling about over there? Yukino shook her head and settled beside Ailan, feeding him the magical bean. Once the bean was swallowed, in an instant, all of Ailan's injuries were completely healed. He sprang up like a carp leaping from the water. Feeling the continuous surge of strength, Ailan was filled with joy. Indeed, after recovering from injuries, his power had significantly increased. His combat capability must have surpassed 10,000 by now. Seeing Ailan restored to health, Yukino Shida's anxious heart finally found solace. Next time, do not exert yourself so recklessly. I am not worthy of such sacrifices. Ailan lowered his head in contemplation and solemnly remarked, because purifying the Dragon Balls is my duty, and protecting you is part of that responsibility. Yukino appeared somewhat unsettled by this response, and with a hint of reluctance. She pressed on, is that truly the only reason? Of course. It seems I am the only surviving Saiyan diligently fulfilling my obligations. Even that third-rate deity has nothing to say about it. Haha. With a triumphant laugh, Ailan placed his hands on his hips. Suddenly, his mirth ceased, as he sensed an ominous presence looming behind him, causing the temperature in the wooden cabin to plummet. At that moment, Yukino was glaring at him with a disapproving gaze. So it's merely a matter of duty, is it? The cold, piercing tone of the girl sent a shiver down Ailan's spine. Well, it's not entirely that he stammered, his cheeks flushed. During his time spent with Yukino, Ailan had indeed begun to develop feelings for this charming and resilient young lady. It seemed that Saiyans were inherently drawn to powerful women, whether that strength manifested physically or mentally. Most importantly, Yukino was an exceptional cook. Yet, Ailan found it difficult to articulate his emotions. Is that so? Observing Ailan's hesitance, Yukino suddenly felt a pang of unease. She hurriedly tidied up the utensils and made her way towards the door. Her steps noticeably lighter and her lips curling into an involuntary smile. Chapter 23, The Promised Land 2998. 2,999. 3,000. In the courtyard of the camp, Ailan executed one-handed push-ups in a handstand. The emergence of the evil dragon had made him acutely aware of his own frailty. A degraded version of a 3-star dragon had nearly claimed his life. If he did not intensify his training, he could hardly fathom how to confront future adversaries. Yukino sat on the porch, engrossed in a book, occasionally stealing glances at Ailan. Enveloped in the polar night, she lost track of how long she had been sitting there. However, life had returned to a semblance of calm. After completing his training for the day, Ailan collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Yukino approached him, offering a towel. No matter how many times I see it, your stamina is nothing short of astonishing. After taking the towel and wiping his face, Ailan grinned and replied, my training is still far from sufficient. Yukino found herself momentarily entranced by Ailan's smile. Feeling a warmth spread across her cheeks, she realized that she had unwittingly developed a fondness for him. It was perplexing how a mere smile could ignite such a reaction within her, especially when they shared a bed every night. What's wrong? Why are you just standing there, lost in thought? It is nothing, merely a contemplation of how long we have lingered here, enveloped in perpetual darkness. To the extent that my perception of time has dissipated. Yukino Shida, seemingly unfazed, turned around, her arms gracefully crossed over her chest as she inhaled softly. Ailan did not notice any peculiarities in Yukino Shida's demeanor. He scratched his head and pondered for a moment. It should be nearly a year, right? Considering the number of meals we've shared, I believe we can return soon. I find it hard to fathom why you measure time by the frequency of our meals. Yukino Shida shot him a glance, yet her heart felt a twinge of melancholy. Once we return, will our relationship remain as it is now? Or will it gradually revert to the previous dynamic of leader and subordinate? Unease enveloped her heart, despite the imminent return to familiar routines. She couldn't shake the feeling of trepidation. At that moment, Ailan's voice broke the silence. By the way, we are neighbors, right? Once we return, may I still come over for meals? Having grown accustomed to your cooking, I find it impossible to accept my own culinary experiments. Well, that depends on my schedule and your performance, Yukino Shida replied with a faint smile. Indeed, after everything we've endured together, there's no need for concern. Didn't he promise to always protect me? This fellow has a way of making me feel secure without even trying. My performance? Ailan questioned, somewhat perplexed. Yes. Upon our return, you must diligently study under my guidance, considering that none of your scores exceed double digits. While I do not harbor excessively high hopes, you must at least manage to graduate successfully. Upon hearing Yukino Shida's words, AI Rant's expression fell instantly. As the time for parting drew near, Purulu, cradling a can of cat food, sobbed as he ate. "Oh no, are you really leaving, boss? This can is delicious." Yukino Shida gently stroked Purulu's sleek fur, her face reflecting reluctance. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to AI Ran and said, "Can't we bring Purulu with us?" "No, Purulu does not belong to our world. Moreover, in another realm, it has children awaiting its return." At AI Rant's words, Yukino Shida sighed, embracing Purulu in her arms, relishing the final moments of petting the cat. She spoke to Purulu. "Thank you for saving me before. I have no means to repay your life-saving grace. Thus, I can only express my gratitude with these meager words. If fate allows, our separation is merely a temporary divergence at different crossroads of life, and we shall ultimately reunite in Rome. If we are not destined to meet again, I wish for your swift return to your promised land." As she spoke, Yukino Shida turned her gaze towards Ailan. "It seems I have finally found my promised land." Without further intruding upon the poignant farewell between the girl and her cat, Ailan wandered alone into the courtyard, observing the sky, which was tinged with a faint whiteness. He felt ill at ease in this scene of parting. After a span of 10 months, the sun's radiant light once again graced this land. His pupils constricted slightly as he quickly acclimatized to the daylight. "Farewell, it appears I have no one whose departure stirs a sense of longing within me." Suddenly, he sensed a hand clasping his own. Turning his head, he found Yukino Shida standing vivaciously beside him. "I have bid a proper farewell to Pururu." AI Ran nodded, instinctively tightening her grip on Yukino Shida's hand. Sensing AI Rant's warmth, Yukino gently remarked, "Having spent a year here, despite the harsh conditions, I find myself reluctant to leave. Before purifying the Dragon Ball, I will remain by your side." "Indeed." Yukino smiled and nodded. Through their time together, she had gradually come to understand AI Rant's awkward demeanor. Expressing such sentiments may very well represent the current limits of AI Rant's emotional capacity. At that moment, the portal that had transported the two of them reappeared once more. Sharing a knowing smile, they stepped into it together. On the other side, a portal also materialized beside Pururu, a brilliant light engulfing it entirely. After an indeterminate period, the transportation concluded. This time, Pururu found itself in an alley nestled between two towering buildings. With trepidation, Pururu surveyed its surroundings. "Where am I? Didn't I return to the south?" Suddenly, a voice reached Pururu's ears. "Ah no, this is Tokyo. By the way, can cats actually talk?" "A ghost. Boss, save me." Pururu crouched in a corner, cradling its head, convinced that there had been no one here moments ago. Where, then, did this voice originate? The voice belonged to a young girl standing a short distance from Pururu. Although her expression was devoid of emotion, the exasperation in her words was palpable. "Mr. Cat. My name is Kato K, not a ghost. I was startled too when I saw a cat talking." Chapter 24. A return to the everyday within Yukino's apartment. A brilliant light suddenly appeared. Ailan emerged from the luminous screen, guiding Yukino beside her. As she surveyed her surroundings, Ailan sighed with relief, exclaiming, "At last. We are back. I can once again feel the essence of modernity." Picking up the mobile phone that lay upon the coffee table, Yukino Shida glanced at the time, which still indicated 3 o'clock in the morning. Having spent a year in the icy realm, only 7 hours had elapsed in reality. At this moment, AI Ran was surveying the residence of Yukino Shida. One might say that a house reflects its inhabitant. Although the space was ample, it lacked much in the way of decoration or embellishment, appearing rather stark and desolate. However, a considerable number of books were scattered atop the table in front of the sofa. He casually picked one up. These tomes were akin to those Yukino Shida perused daily in the service club, their covers wrapped in protective film. Without unwrapping them, one could hardly discern their titles. The 30 Traits of Cats. Well, perhaps I should look at another. How to be a responsible pet owner. The story behind Mr. Pan's IP. The differences between cats and pandas. Is this the sort of literature an artistic young lady occupies herself with? Whatever happened to the likes of Lu Sun and Shakespeare? Alas, Yukino Shida has been thoroughly brainwashed by her feline companions. Fortunately, she has parted ways with Purulu this time. Speaking of which, Purulu must have returned to the Dragon Ball world by now. Suddenly, Yukino Shida, her cheeks flushed, poked AI Ran, feeling the embarrassment of having her private interests unexpectedly unveiled. Although, at this point, There was hardly any privacy left between them. You should return to your own room and rest now, Monkey King, she urged, gently pushing Ailan towards the door. The Kaishin of time had proven quite reliable, having previously repaired the security door that Ailan had damaged. Yukino stood in her apartment, gazing at Ailan by the door, softly saying, "Get some rest." "All right. See you tomorrow." Ailan opened his door and stepped inside, leaving behind the words, "See you tomorrow." After closing the apartment door, Yukino placed her hand over her heart, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Indeed, even upon returning, some things remain unchanged. Tomorrow is truly something to look forward to. The next morning at 7 a.m., in front of the apartment elevator, Ailan leaned against the wall, awaiting Yukino's arrival. "Good morning, Yukino." Even after a year in a world of ice and snow, Yukino maintained her habitual routine. Upon spotting Ailan, she approached him with a steady gait. "Good morning, Ape King." In response to the familiar greeting she heard daily, Yukino replied in kind. Pressing the triangular button to summon the elevator, it chimed, and the doors slid open. The two stepped in, one after the other. Their school life was set to resume today. Walking side by side along the path, they encountered few vehicles, only occasionally spotting a handful of early morning exercisers. Breathing in the crisp air, Ailan mused, "Walking this path occasionally feels rather pleasant." "How did you usually get to school, Ape King?" "I flew, of course. With the window open, I could soar directly to school in just 5 minutes. That way, I could sleep a little longer." "That won't do anymore." "Why not?" Ailan asked, perplexed, as he regarded Yukino. "The deity mentioned that you should integrate into human life. Such acts of cheating hardly constitute integration," Yukino stated earnestly. Yet, her true concern lay in the fact that if Ailan flew to school every time, their moments together would be significantly diminished. "True enough, after all. I still need to protect you. However, I just discovered the location of a Dragon Ball. I wonder where the others have scattered." Reflecting on his responsibilities, Ailan felt a pang of melancholy and couldn't help but silently criticize that unreliable minor deity. "In the future, if you plan to engage in any dangerous activities, please inform me in advance. Although I may not be of much help, I..." As she spoke, Yukino's body faintly trembled. Sensing her unease, Ailan took her hand. "Fear not. It's not as perilous as it seems, and I have grown significantly stronger since then." Ailan suddenly paused. For Yukino was gazing at him with an expression of utmost seriousness. "Very well. I shall inform you should I discover any additional Dragon Balls." That was more like it. Satisfied, Yukino nodded in approval. At that moment, she realized Ailan was holding her hand, which caused her to panic instantly. With a gentle but firm tug, she freed her hand from his grasp and, blushing, softly remarked, "We are almost at school." At this moment, Ailan also realized the situation and, feeling flustered, concealed her hands behind her back. "I am sorry." The two of them walked in silence until they reached the second floor of the teaching building, where they parted ways. Upon arriving at the back door of Class F in the 2nd grade, Ailan walked in directly and took her seat at the back, by the window. A place reminiscent of Wang's hometown. Feeling the warmth of the sun, Ailan could not help but yawn and then lay down. Indeed, she relished this peaceful existence. On the other side of the classroom, a certain high school student with lifeless eyes stared at Ailan with suspicion. Had he not just seen her holding hands with Yukino on their way to school? Could they possibly be a couple? If that were the case, would he be forced to endure their affection in the club? After much contemplation, Hikigaya Hachiman made a decision. He would find an opportunity to sneak home after school. It seemed that the club was truly not suited for him. Chapter 25. All Saiyans are actually fat tigers after school. Yukino opened the door to the service club's classroom. Ailan had settled into her seat, burying her head into the crook of her arm, resembling a slumbering ostrich, which was quite amusing in its own right. Treading lightly, Yukino gradually passed by Ailan. As Ailan suddenly lifted her head, she thought, "How could you possibly notice my movements when I was so quiet?" I caught a whiff of your scent," came the reply. "Perhaps it is jasmine, or maybe lavender." Ailan was uncertain, yet the fragrance lingered vividly in her mind. Ailan felt that this was the fragrance uniquely belonging to Yukino. Hentai. Yukino cast a sidelong glance at Ailan, her cheeks faintly flushed. "Where is it?" "I merely remembered it unconsciously." Ailan sat up, his gaze occasionally resting upon Yukino's face, while at other times, he surveyed the entirety of the clubroom's surroundings. It dawned on him that he had yet to truly observe this classroom. What was he furtively examining? No, it merely felt somewhat desolate. Had he ever contemplated introducing some daily necessities? Perhaps a kettle and cups for tea. In this wintry realm, despite the harsh conditions, Yukino had managed to find some edible wild tea leaves. Indeed, let us procure some tea utensils together, and while we are at it, acquire some disposable cups to graciously host any clients that may arrive. Clients. One wonders when they might make an appearance. That classmate Hikigaya has yet to show up. Ailan languidly rested his head upon the table, a sense of ennui enveloping him. In his previous life, he had been indifferent to anime. But now he realized that this so-called servitude club had scarcely any assignments throughout the year. Such a leisurely state was tolerable for a day or two. Yet prolonged exposure proved unbearable for a Saiyan, known for their restless nature. Seated beside Ailan, Yukino Shida produced a textbook and remarked with a hint of indifference. Who says there are no assignments? You are one, are you not? Teacher Hiratsuka has entrusted me with ensuring that you at least pass one subject in your next examination. So, bring out your book. You promised me. Very well. I suppose I shall indulge in a bit of studying after quite some time. Ailan exhibited an unwavering determination as he retrieved his textbook, which bore no signature and appeared impeccably pristine. 5 minutes later, Ailan rested his head on the shoulder of Yukino, drifting into slumber beneath the soft embrace of snow. Observing Ailan, Yukino gently supported her forehead with her hand, letting out a resigned sigh. Alas, I should not have harbored expectations of you in this regard. Yet, despite her words, Yukino did not rouse Ailan. Instead, she retrieved a collection of essays and began to read. As for Ailan, she decided to allow him to continue resting on her shoulder for the time being. Taking a deep breath, Yukino endeavored to calm her emotions, not wishing to be disturbed by the awakening of the slumbering boy. For such proximity was not merely a source of enjoyment. Here I come, Yukino Shida. The door to the service club's classroom swung open violently. Hiratsuka Shizun dragged in Hikigaya Hachiman. Upon witnessing the scene between Ailan and Yukino, Shizun's mouth fell agape. What on earth are you two doing? Beside her, Hachiman displayed a look of resigned understanding. It seemed he had made the right choice to flee. Entering this space would undoubtedly force him to endure the sight of these two indulging in their affection. The sudden intrusion startled Yukino Shida, but her composure quickly returned. Gently shaking Ailan awake, she stood from her seat and approached Shizun, crossing her arms coolly as she stated, "Did I not mention the necessity of knocking before entering, Hiratsuka-sensei?" The imposing aura radiating from Yukino caused Shizun to instinctively step back, awkwardly rubbing her nose. Haha, I'll be more mindful next time. But what about you and Ailan? What of it? At that moment, Ailan had regained consciousness, albeit still bewildered by the current circumstances. Nothing much, just a reminder of basic etiquette for you, Hiratsuka-sensei. After addressing Ailan's question, Yukino turned her gaze back to Shizun, her tone reverting to its frosty demeanor. So, Hiratsuka-sensei, have you brought back our runaway member? Noting Yukino's evasion of the topic concerning her relationship with Ailan, Shizun opted not to press further. These youngsters were truly heart-wrenching. At the age of 27, she had yet to resolve her own dilemmas. Yet within a single day, these two had seemingly drawn closer together. She raised her fist toward Hachiman. Yes, Hikigaya Hachiman. You must reform yourself here. Otherwise, I shall show you no mercy. With that, Shizun strode out of the classroom, followed by a chorus of lamentation echoing down the corridor, reminiscent of a cry that the blissful must surely face disaster. Yukino Shida glanced at the still wary Hachiman and remarked, "Stop standing there foolishly and find a place to sit." Upon noticing Hikigaya seated near the classroom door, Yukino returned to her own seat and continued. To embrace life with positivity, one must possess a resilient heart. In all endeavors, one should strive to participate actively, including in club activities. I hope you will engage earnestly in such pursuits in the future, Hikigaya. However, in the eyes of Hikigaya Hachiman, both Yukino Shida and Iroha had already become embodiments of the so-called happy-go-lucky individuals, and this man, Hikigaya Hachiman, resolutely refused to associate with any of them. Nonetheless, contemplating Hiratsuka Shizuka's formidable fist, Hachiman felt compelled to reconsider. He refrained from disputing Yukino Shida's remarks and instead withdrew a novel to immerse himself in. At that moment, Iroha began to grasp the unfolding situation. He regarded Hikigaya with a peculiar expression, as if his very presence had disrupted the preordained trajectories of these two lives. Yet, there was not a trace of remorse within him. For, akin to the nature of a Saiyan, his disposition resembled that of a possessive child. Once he fancied something, it was destined to be his. With this thought, Iroha averted his gaze and resumed his hold on the rather soporific textbook. Chapter 26, at last. The commission arrives. The classroom returned to its familiar ambience. Ailan appeared to be engrossed in her textbook, yet her head incessantly bobbed as if she were ready to engage in a conversation with the realm of dreams at any moment. The other two individuals were quietly absorbed in their own reading, contributing to an atmosphere of tranquility. Suddenly, a gentle knock echoed through the room, striking a particularly clear note in such a serene setting. Yukino meticulously placed her bookmark in her book before calmly inviting the visitor to enter. "Excuse the intrusion," came a timid voice accompanied by a figure stepping into the classroom. The newcomer, as if sensing the gaze upon her, cautiously closed the door behind her. Her shoulder-length chestnut hair swayed gently as she moved, her eyes darting about with a hint of unease. Upon locking eyes with Hikigaya Hachiman, who was positioned closest to the entrance, she expressed her surprise. "Why are Ailan and the squatters here?" "Well, I suppose I can consider myself a member here." "And why do you refer to me as a squatter?" Hikigaya replied, immediately countering her question. By this point, he had thoroughly assessed the girl before him and had mentally categorized her. She was the embodiment of youthful exuberance, adorned in a stylishly short skirt, with 3 buttons of her blouse left undone, and a heart-shaped accessory gracing her chest. An epitome of the modern high school girl who unabashedly disregards school regulations. Of course, this perspective belonged solely to Hikigaya. Ailan tilted his head, only catching a glimpse of the girl's profile. After a fleeting glance, he silently averted his gaze, instinctively directing his attention to Yukino, who possessed an undeniably distinctive charm. "Shall we sit down first?" Yukino beckoned her to take a seat opposite her. Once the girl was settled, Yukino called her name. Yui Uebihama, Class 2F, companion of Ailan and Hikigaya Hachiman. Yui Uebihama looked at Yukino in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, you actually know my name." It seemed that this girl had memorized the names of everyone in the school. Hikigaya Hachiman internally scoffed at this notion and resumed his focus on the novel, disregarding the conversation between the two girls. "Well, I suppose I know a bit." Yukino replied with a slight nod. "Now, please state the purpose of your visit, Uebihama-san." I heard from teacher Hiratsuka that wishes can be fulfilled here. Is that true?" Yui asked hesitantly, her uncertainty palpable. "We are merely here to assist. Whether a wish can be granted depends on you. It is better to teach one to fish than to simply give a fish. Do you understand?" Yui displayed a look of admiration, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I would like to make cookies." After a brief pause, she glanced at Hikigaya and Ailan, feeling somewhat embarrassed to continue with the boys present. Noticing her discomfort, Yukino turned to Ailan and said, "Could you fetch me a drink? You know my preferred flavor, right?" "Of course," Ailan replied, rising to head towards the corridor. Hikigaya, sensing this, also stood up and followed him outside. As they walked, Ailan broached the subject with a hint of intrigue. "Do you really not recognize Uebihama, Yui? You looked quite puzzled when she called your name." "At first, I didn't know, but upon reflection, I realized she must be our classmate." "I think I've heard that name in class," Hikigaya replied. "Just how indifferent are you to your own class?" After exchanging a few words, Hikigaya discerned that Ailan was not as troublesome as he initially thought and gradually relaxed. He shot Ailan a glance and retorted, "A person who only knows how to sleep has no right to criticize me." Pausing for a moment, he added, "One need not concern themselves with the collective. As long as one's actions bear no personal detriment, that suffices." Hikigaya articulated his belief that without the need for a collective, one ought to prioritize their own well-being. "Your words are rather cryptic, but I suggest you pay more attention to Uebihama-san," Ailan advised. "Why is that?" Hikigaya inquired, puzzled. "It's just a feeling." Upon returning to the classroom, Yukino and Yui had concluded their discussion regarding the request. Ailan casually placed 2 boxes of beverages in front of the two individuals, saying, "Here, please enjoy the drinks. I am uncertain if they suit your palate." After uttering these words, he returned to his seat. Yukino glanced at the yogurt before her, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Thank you. This flavor is to my liking." "Oh, are you treating me?" "Thank you." Ailan. "No need for thanks," he replied. "Have you finished your discussion?" "What was the outcome?" asked Hikigaya Hachiman, who was seated nearby. "Thanks to you. The conversation went exceedingly well. Yukino Shida Yukino replied without ceremony. That is the most lackluster expression of gratitude I have ever heard. Truly, thank you. You're welcome. After taking another sip, Yukino Shida Yukino tidied the table. Shall we all head to the home economics classroom? Why should we go there? For Hikigaya. This was one of the 3 places that could inflict psychological trauma upon him. Generally, he would avoid it if possible and needed to clarify the matter. We must go to the home economics room as per Yuobin's request. Feeling that she had conveyed her point sufficiently, Yukino Shida said no more. Gently nudging Ailan. She rose and headed towards the classroom. Knowing what was to unfold next, Ailan shrugged and followed suit. I'll see if there are any ingredients there. I fancy some cake or the like. Yamato Nadeshiko, we are going there to assist others with their request. Please refrain from focusing solely on food at this moment. Yuobin remarked, trailing behind like a little follower. With a resigned sigh, Hikigaya Hachiman left his seat to follow them. Chapter 27, the first successful request in the cooking room. Yukino Shida Yukino had already styled her hair, donned an apron, and prepared the ingredients to commence her work, while Yuobin clumsily struggled with her apron. With a sigh, Yukino Shida approached and helped Yuobin tie her apron. I have a question for you, Yuobin, she said, her cheeks flushed. What do you think of girls who are the homebody type? Well, I don't dislike them, Hikigaya replied, oblivious to the underlying implication in Yuobin's question. In fact, most boys probably consider dating such girls. Yuobin broke into a silly grin, her energy seemingly boundless, displaying a strong sense of motivation. Listening to their conversation, Yukino Shida cast a puzzled glance at Ailan. Understanding her expression, Ailan leaned closer and whispered, Saiyan types prefer independent and assertive women. What Hikigaya expressed was merely his own standard for choosing a partner. Upon hearing Ailan's response, Yukino Shida Yukino first nodded in satisfaction, only to suddenly realize something. Her face flushing as she swiftly turned away. Taking a deep breath, she instructed Yugahama Yui, I will demonstrate once, and you shall follow along. Yugahama nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains, and rolled up her sleeves alongside Yukino Shida. They gathered flour, warm water, and sugar, mixing them together before cracking an egg. Well, to be exact, it was the eggshell that ended up in the flour. They added cream and stirred, yet it failed to dissolve. Oh, right. The sugar that was supposed to be added was mistakenly replaced with salt. An array of seasonings were recklessly tossed in. Perhaps this was Yugahama's unique recipe. The final result was all too evident. I must say, Ailan now felt her culinary skills might be rather impressive. Considering what Yugahama had concocted. What is this? A viral conglomerate? Or a variant of fried cockroaches? Yukino Shida Yukino, pale and distressed, held her forehead, clearly disheartened. Why? Why is this happening? It seemed to be her first time experiencing such a catastrophic failure. What on earth is going on? Yugahama exclaimed in disbelief. This was a question she ought to ask herself, as she pushed the plate containing the ominous black substance toward Hikigaya. Perhaps it might be unexpectedly delicious? She suggested. Indeed, Ailan brought over the batch of cookies Yukino Shida had made, picked one up, and popped it into her mouth, squinting her eyes in enjoyment. Hurry and eat, Hikigaya. It might actually taste good. Who are you to say that while munching on Yukino Shida's cookies? Hikigaya felt a profound sense of despair enveloping him. This is not a tasting. It's a trial of poison. Yugahama puffed out her cheeks like a blowfish, exclaiming, This is too harsh. Yukino Shida Yukino crossed her arms and calmly remarked, Hikigaya, you must not disregard the kindness of others. This is part of our club activities. Hikigaya Hachiman, seeing the expectant gaze from Yugahama, turned his head away. Ultimately, he hesitantly picked up a charred piece of what could only be described as a lump of charcoal, and without a glance, he swallowed it whole. Regrettably, the horrendous taste lingered, echoing in his mouth and throat. Gulp. Hikigaya gulped down his favorite can of Max coffee, slumping over the table, his eyes vacant. I have finally survived. Ailan stared at the plate of cookies as if it were a ghost. Yugahama, are you perhaps a master of dark culinary arts? After saying this, he reluctantly took another bite of the cookie from Yukino Shida, then hesitantly picked up Yugahama's cookie and licked it slightly. If this is the taste. It resembles the flavor of a vegetable creature that has been exploded and charred. Hikigaya Hachiman looked at Ailan in astonishment. Hey, did this guy just say something terrifying? What is a vegetable creature? Chinibu? Yukino Shida Yukino, with an impassive expression, pinched Ailan's waist, confirming that he indeed spoke without engaging his mind. However, Yubihama did not pay much attention to AI Rant's earlier remarks. She lowered her head in disappointment. It seems I truly lack culinary skills. Is there any talent? The only solution is to strive for improvement, Yukino Shida calmly replied. Yubihama, you just stated that you lack talent, correct? You must alter this mindset. Those who have not even made minimal efforts have no right to envy the talented. Failures are often unaware of the immense effort that successful individuals have invested behind the scenes to achieve their success. But everyone has been saying that cooking is unnecessary. Yubihama unconsciously echoed the sentiments of the crowd. Doing such things feels out of place. Yukino Shida tidied up the flour and placed the small bowl containing it onto the table with a sharp clatter. An air of chill emanated from her, akin to a biting winter wind, leaving no room for doubt regarding her disdain for Yubihama's earlier statement. Could you not alter your habit of conforming to those around you? It is quite uncomfortable. Blaming your own incompetence and foolishness on others, don't you find it shameful and revolting? Ailan silently stood behind Yukino Shida Yukino, gently placing a hand on her back. Moments ago, he had sensed a slight surge of the ominous aura emanating from the three-star ball. As a warm current flowed into her body, Yukino Shida paused, realizing that her earlier words had been somewhat excessive. Yubihama, donning an apron, kept her gaze lowered, obscuring her expression. Hikigaya felt a twinge of reluctance and was about to speak when an unexpected exclamation broke the silence. So cool. Yukino Shida stared at her in astonishment. I apologize. I did indeed go too far earlier. Yes, I understand. While your words were indeed harsh, you were honest, unlike me. I tend to cater to others. I'm sorry. I will do better moving forward. The chill that had enveloped Yukino Shida had dissipated without her noticing. It was her first time witnessing Yubihama in such a light. In any case, continue as you are. I shall be by your side to guide you. What followed was a scene in the kitchen. This is salt, not sugar, Yubihama. Could you please taste it before adding sugar? Why is there so much vanilla extract? Everyone's palate may differ, but surely it cannot deviate to such an extreme. What purpose does adding coffee powder to the cookies serve? Is it for character? What does that even mean? Are we to create something toxic? Or perhaps poison Hikigaya? Yubihama's flurry of actions was swift, but upon glancing up, she realized she had made mistakes 85% of the time. Yukino Shida felt weary from correcting her. Thankfully, with Yukino Shida's hands-on guidance, Yubihama eventually produced cookies that could be classified as food rather than charcoal. Hikigaya took a piece and tasted it, stating, "For gifting, this is already acceptable." Yubihama blinked in confusion. When it comes to gifts, the sentiment is what truly matters. As Hikigaya remarked, as long as boys receive presents from girls, they are generally pleased. The taste is secondary, edibility suffices. Let us leave it at that for now. Thank you, Yukino Shida, and you too, Ailan, and thank you, Zundama. Hey, why are you whispering when it comes to me? Hikigaya protested, his expression darkening. I risked my life to taste this. Chapter 28, Anki Midori. Yubihama. Are you certain this is sufficient for now? Will the entrusted matters continue later? Yukino Shida was genuinely concerned about Yubihama's commitments. Turning around, Yubihama smiled. Well, this is fine for now. I can practice more at home. Thank you, Yukino Shida. As Yubihama prepared to leave, Ailan kindly inquired. Are you sure you want to leave wearing the apron? Yubihama fumbled to remove the apron, expressing her gratitude as she waved. Goodbye. Let us tidy up here as well. Yukino Shida Yukino remarked as she placed the used tools into the sink. In truth, there was not much to clean. With the assistance of Irie, Yukino washed while Irie took a clean cloth to dry them, returning each item to its rightful place. The two had lived together for quite some time, and their synergy was undeniable. Once they tidied up, they waited for a moment until Hikigaya returned after disposing of the trash. The three then left the home economics classroom just as the bell signaling the end of club activities resonated. After departing from the school, Irie and Yukino walked side by side along a path adorned with cherry blossoms. Observing the falling petals, Yukino reflected. It truly has been a long time since I experienced such campus life. Indeed, Irie replied, while I still prefer the thrill of battle. This tranquil existence is quite pleasant as well. As Ailan spoke halfway, she suddenly closed her eyes, standing motionless in place. Noticing Ailan's unusual behavior, Yukino Shida Yukino asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" I sense a malevolent aura emanating from that direction. It seems to be a tainted Dragon Ball. Ailan wore a solemn expression, her finger pointed towards Tokyo. Are you truly going there now? Yukino Shida Yukino grasped Ailan's wrist, her brow furrowed in concern. The emergence of the three-star dragon had left a profound psychological scar on her, one she had yet to overcome. Indeed, I must go. The malevolent dragon poses an immense danger to this world. Each one has the potential to obliterate it entirely. Observing the worry etched on Yukino's face, Ailan feigned a light-hearted smile. Fear not, I shall not act recklessly. Did you not once express that your dream was to transform this world? I shall safeguard this place until your aspirations come to fruition, not merely because it is my duty, but also because I occasionally wish to be a champion of justice. I will await your return at the apartment. Did you not mention wanting to come over for a meal? I shall prepare a feast in anticipation of your return. Though she spoke these words, Yukino showed no intention of relinquishing her grip on Ailan's hand. She gazed at her intently, yearning to hear a response that would bring her solace. Ailan gave a thumbs up to Yukino and calmly declared, "Yes. I desire an abundance of meat." After uttering this, he removed Yukino's hand from his wrist and dashed into an unoccupied alley, racing at full speed towards Tokyo. In a CAF located somewhere in Tokyo, 3 young women and a man, accompanied by a cat, were engaged in a discussion. The youthful boy, possessing a delicate countenance and adorned with black, full-rimmed glasses, was fervently making a presentation, with Iri as the illustrator and Kasumigakakashiwa as the lead writer. This classmate Kato will undoubtedly transform from an ordinary passerby into the quintessential heroine. "Arno, my name is Kato, not Ghana. This is Anki-kun," she interjected. Kasumigakakashiwa glanced briefly at Kato Megumi before returning her attention to her notebook, jotting down notes. The proposal for the Shining Girl project was initially put forth by Aki several days prior, and since it was a dating simulation game, it certainly required a delectable main character. She and Iri had been waiting in the CAF for nearly half an hour when Aki finally arrived with the main character. The truly unremarkable heroine fit perfectly with the original intent of Shining Girl, were it not for the striking blue cat. Kasumigakakashiwa would have remained oblivious to the presence of an additional individual beside her. Observing the minor commotion unfolding before her, she chose to remain silent, preferring not to analyze Kato Megumi. Having just met this reticent and expressionless protagonist, she found it more engaging to exchange banter with Iri, as the latter could at least elevate her spirits. "I'm so tired." Kasumigakakashiwa stifled a small yawn, her eyes betraying her fatigue. The previous night had been spent pondering the narrative for Love Metronome and Shining Girl, resulting in a severe lack of sleep. "Anki-kun, if you don't get to the point soon, I might just fall asleep." Aki had intended to elaborate on Kato Megumi's lack of presence, but upon noticing that Shiwa was on the verge of dozing off at the table, he hastily placed the crumpled plan on the table and began to pat his chest in a show of determination. Iri picked up the plan, glanced at it, and then handed it to Kasumigakakashiwa. "Anki, are you serious about this plan? Just one page filled with a few hundred words?" "I say, Anki-kun." Turning to Kasumigakakashiwa, Aki seemed to perceive an unspeakable dread, his body tensing up to the point of knocking over his chair. "Shiwa-senpai, do you have anything to say?" "I wish to know what I am doing here," she replied, her fingers rapidly tapping on her notebook. The urgent and erratic sounds resonated with an intensity that made Aki feel as though he was facing a fully armed machine gun. "I heard about the ideas erupting from your mind like a volcanic explosion 2 days ago. After spewing lava, are you now going to unleash volcanic ash?" "Volcanic ash, once ground, can still serve as an additive for cement. Yet, all I perceive is the damp dream of a recluse. Or do you intend to blend your saliva with the volcanic ash to construct an apartment, inviting 17 or 18 lovely maidens to immerse themselves in your soggy reverie?" Senior Shiyu Kazunoko, even the usually composed Aki Tomoya, found himself at a loss, retreating step by step until he collided with the table behind him. "I wish for us all to strive together." Kazunoko Shiyu showed no signs of halting. Are they not merely subjected to the torment of ethics-kun? Reluctantly joining the club out of sympathy? Furthermore, Kazunoko Shiyu slightly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with the bewildered Iri. "Pray tell, is it truly acceptable for someone of such a flawless exterior, yet internally a mere fade, to illustrate?" Unsurprisingly, Iri, who had been clenching her fists tightly, suddenly rose from her seat, trembling and revealing her proud little fangs. "Who are you calling useless? I can't fathom why Tomoya would seek the likes of you. A gloomy girl, to write the script." Aki Tomoya nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Their freshly formed club seemed on the verge of disintegration. He hastily interjected, "Iri, my disposition is indeed dark." Kazunoko Shiyu interrupted Tomoya's words, addressing Iri. "However, I believe I am more candid than you. Her expression remained unshaken by Iri's retort. Calm as still water, yet her gaze towards Tomoya was tumultuous. Ethics Kuin, surely your proposal is not languishing on pitifully yellowed paper. Having been so carelessly utilized, another piercing blow struck Tomoya, leaving him incapacitated and gasping. At the entrance of the CAF, Ailan watched the spectacle with keen interest. Initially only observing the movements of Dragon Ball, yet unexpectedly witnessing such a captivating performance. Moreover, that rascal Pururu was also present. He stroked his chin, pondering Aki Tomoya. Kazunoko Shiyu, Iri, and Kato Megumi, each touched by a hint of malevolence. Who, after all, is the host of the Dragon Ball? Chapter 29. Whom does the two-star dragon truly reside within? Aaron gazed at the performance of the four individuals before her, a subtle frown creasing her brow. The current scenario was in stark contrast to that of Yukino Shida Yukino. The malevolence emanated from each person, rendering it impossible to discern who the true host was. Lord Kaioshin. It is I, Aaron. Can you hear my voice? In her heart, Aaron called out to Cain, recognizing the necessity of that second-rate deity's intervention at this moment. After several calls, the voice of the King of Time emerged within Ailan's mind. I'm here. What prompts you, little Ran, to contact me so suddenly? I have discovered another Dragon Ball, but its energy is dispersed among 4 humans, making it indistinguishable. Could you devise a solution? Please hold on a moment while I investigate. After a brief wait, Cain's voice resonated again. This energy belongs to a 2-star dragon. Your luck is quite favorable. It is the second weakest among the evil dragons. With some strategizing, you should be able to defeat it. Oh, in that case, please confirm the host quickly. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can conclude my work. Overtime compensation is to be calculated separately. A hint of urgency colored Ailan's words, for someone awaited him in Shinya. This was a sensation he had never experienced in either of his lifetimes. Wow, all your expenses in the human world are covered by me. One should not be overly greedy. He scolded, don't think I am unaware. With a mere clap of your hands, you can conjure countless sums of money from earthlings. And all of it is my hard-earned money. With a dissatisfied huff, Cain reluctantly continued, I cannot discern the situation clearly. Although the 2-star dragon is feeble, its ability to preserve its life is formidable. It can emit poisonous mist that drains the bodily energy of humans upon contact. However, it has yet to fully awaken, and thus can only draw upon the host's avarice to absorb the spiritual strength of those nearby. Those who experience a gradual depletion of their power will leave behind traces of their essence, which is why you can sense their presence in each of the 4 individuals. Cain continued explaining, yet Ailan's expression grew increasingly grim. This third-rate deity was indeed utterly useless. What should we do now? Ailan exclaimed in frustration. We must wait until it regains sufficient strength. Once awakened, it will reveal itself. Regardless, the 2-star dragon is weak, and you will surely prevail against it. Hey, is this what a deity ought to say? Won't these humans perish? Rest assured, they will not. The 2-star dragon can only truly kill humans once it is fully resurrected. Ailan sighed in silence. Very well, please attend to your own matters first. I shall manage here on my own. Just as Kai-En was about to voice her complaints, Ailan instinctively severed their telepathic connection. Faced with such a boss, Ailan feared that continuing the conversation would push her to the brink of resignation. Meanwhile, the 4-person play involving an Ailan continued unabated. Watching the heated debate between Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Sawamura Spencer Arari, Kato Megumi maintained her characteristic expressionlessness, her delicate pink lips betraying no sign of emotion. It seemed as though she was oblivious to an Ailan's profound distress. She slowly raised her hand, signaling her desire to speak. Upon witnessing this, both Shiyu and Arari let out a scoff in unison, abruptly ceasing their quarrel. An Ailan felt as if he had glimpsed a lifeline leading him away from the abyss, and he reached out with fervor towards this girl, who had fortuitously crossed paths with fate in the spring. Why had he never noticed how endearingly charming Kato was? Yet, her next words plunged him back into despair. An Ikuin, I believe you find me cute at certain moments, rather than appreciating my existence in its entirety. Is that not why you invited me to this Dojin circle? It must be the correct term, I assume. Upon hearing this, an Ailan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He wished to offer an explanation, but found himself lacking the energy, especially since just moments prior, he had mistakenly miscalled Kato's name. Just as the atmosphere grew palpably awkward, a voice broke through the tension. To an Ailan, it was as if an angel had descended to bestow blessings. Oh, there you are, Pururu. Ailan gradually approached Kato Megumi, casting a glance towards Pururu. Meow. In an instant, Pururu was filled with exhilaration. Could it be that its fervent wishes were finally bearing fruit? A miracle had manifested. It broke free from Kato Megumi's grasp and clung to Ailan's leg. At that moment, Ailan suddenly sensed that he had become the focal point of attention, as 3 pairs of eyes from the front seats were directed towards him simultaneously. One gaze was icy and piercing, another unabashedly radiated intense resentment, and the last, from a seemingly indifferent girl, held a hint of profound significance. Besides Kato Megumi, the other 2 girls appeared somewhat displeased by Ailan's abrupt interruption of their conversation. However, this had no bearing on Ailan. Were it not for the mention of Dragon Balls, even recognizing these so-called characters from a past life would not have prompted him to seek an acquaintance. He currently harbored no interest in individuals who bore no relevance to him. Biologically speaking, they were simply not of the same species. Of course, Yukino remained the sole exception, at least for the time being. Ailan disregarded others and approached Kato Megumi. Thank you for taking care of my pet during this time. No need to mention it, Megumi replied. Pearl has always been delightful, and having it by my side has brought me plenty of surprises. Kato Megumi cast a knowing glance at Pearl. It seemed she had already discovered the cat's abilities. TSK, why does this feline always bring me trouble? Although Ailan immediately discerned the underlying meaning of the young girl's words, it was of little consequence. Even if she were to inform others of a talking cat, no one would likely believe her, since it was currently impossible to ascertain to whom the Dragon Ball was attached. Perhaps she should consider finding a way to infiltrate this group. Ailan pondered for a moment, yet contemplation was never his forte. He could only proceed step by step. Is that so? I apologize for the trouble this child has caused you. I overheard your discussion regarding game development. Is there any way I can assist you? Consider it a token of my gratitude for your care of Pulu during this time. Kato Megumi did not respond to Ailan, but instead turned her gaze towards Aki Otori, for this was indeed his team. At that moment, Aki Otori was gazing at Ailan with a glimmer of excitement, wondering about the peculiar rope wrapped around his waist. Was it a new cosplay trend? He strode down the street with unabashed confidence, seemingly oblivious to any embarrassment. Could this be what they referred to as camaraderie? Adjusting his glasses, Aki Otori cleared his throat. That sounds promising. We are currently in need of more hands. Let us together craft the most exquisite visual novel. Wait, Kasumiga Kakashio interrupted, casting a disapproving look at this strange individual. What skills do you possess? Programming? Or perhaps music? While the ethics club may resemble a child's play, I would prefer not to have just anyone join our ranks. Aaron found himself somewhat bewildered. What were programming and music? His only expertise lay in destruction and chaos. How could he possibly grasp such sophisticated concepts? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he turned to Aki Akane, saying, Although I possess no skills in those areas, I have heard that game development requires substantial funding. Are you in need of an investor? Chapter 30. The Chaotic First Meeting Investment. The 4 individuals present exchanged varied expressions as they regarded Aaron. The wariness in Shiyu Kazaneku's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a look of pity directed at Aaron, who was the seemingly foolish scion of a wealthy family, so naively proposing to invest in such an unreliable club simply for rescuing his cat. When did money in this world become so easily acquired? It was astonishing that such individuals existed. Well, there are indeed those lacking in common sense. Irie mumbled softly, casting a sidelong glance at Shiyu Kazaneku. I certainly do not wish to be associated with someone like you, a proud young lady who is invited with willingness yet refuses to acknowledge it. I am not. Just as Irie stood up, her cheeks flushed, Aaron interjected, Let me propose this. I will initially invest 1 million yen. Should you require additional funds later, do not hesitate to inform me. As for a venue, I have an apartment where I currently reside alone, and you are welcome to use it freely on weekends. Classmate, Aki Akane exclaimed, grasping Aaron's hand. From this moment on, you are a member of our club. Together, let us create the most moving visual novel possible. By the way, what is your name? Ailan calmly withdrew his hand, harboring a strong aversion to such intimacy with males. I am Ailan, a second-year student at Chiba City's SBU High School. He remarked, Do not mention a mere million. Even 100 billion can be conjured with a mere clap from a third-rate deity. Moreover, in a country like Japan, where cash is predominantly used, there is no concern regarding scrutiny of financial sources. Quite an impressive ability, indeed. Yet, to Ailan, such matters hold no significance. The sole pursuit of a Saiyan lies in combat and the relentless quest for strength. He possesses not the slightest interest in human wealth, which lacks the protection of formidable guardians. Having previously served under Frisia, Ailan witnessed civilizations obliterated in an instant, many of which he himself had a hand in annihilating. As dusk settles, he mused, has there been no progress today? Although Ailan had joined this club due to my influence, what prompted Akikuan to extend the invitation? I am but an inconspicuous passerby. When confronted with Kato Megumi's inquiry, Aki Ryu felt a twinge of awkwardness at the outset, but the subsequent words compelled him to elevate his voice an octave. Kana-senpai, you are not inconspicuous. Wait, what suddenly changed? Moreover, my name is Kato Megumi. Do not belittle yourself. Ailan paid no heed to their conversation and settled onto the chair that an Ailan had just moved for him. As soon as he sat down, he felt his energy gradually dissipating. Although the rate of loss was negligible, he could now ascertain that the two-star dragon was undoubtedly among these four individuals. However, confronted with the identical auras emanating from them, Ailan found himself unable to determine which one housed the two-star dragon. It appeared he could only passively await the awakening of the malevolent dragon, after which he would deliver a decisive blow to send it to its demise. Yet, to have devised such an ingenious plan to infiltrate this society, it is indeed a testament to my brilliance. Ailan leisurely lifted the coffee before him, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. Indeed, it was quite bitter. This was hardly palatable. Without some delightful snacks accompanying it, he would much prefer a cup of red tea. Nevertheless, while searching for the two-star dragon, watching this live-action adaptation of an anime was not without its charm. Meanwhile, an Ailan had already delved into a debate regarding the attributes of Kata Megumi, exploring an entirely different dimension. Kata Megumi resembled a mirror crafted from water, no matter how fervently an Ailan raised his voice or how exaggerated his gestures became. She managed to respond with unwavering composure. However, the subsequent remarks from an Ailan revealed to Ailan that even a seemingly unremarkable girl could exhibit conspicuous changes in expression. Ghana, you are not inconspicuous. Rather, your character was abandoned midway through its development and has since perished. That is why you do not draw attention. A profound silence enveloped the room. In Ailan's eyes, the luster in Kata Megumi's daisy-like gaze faded. She gently bit her lower lip, leaving one to wonder if she was mourning the demise of an incomplete character or simply feeling discontented. May I say a word or two before Kata Megumi could speak? Sawamura Eri swiftly stepped forward and playfully struck an Ailan on the head. Foolish Luan, isn't that worse than being inconspicuous? Do not underestimate the significance of inconspicuous characters, Eri. An Ailan protested loudly. Sawamura Eri clenched her small fists, resembling a feisty little tiger, as she longed to interject into the conversation between her childhood friend and the girls he had only just met. How utterly perplexing, ethically Kuan. Not at all. A character that is entirely devoid of distinctiveness yet possesses such uniqueness is indeed a rarity, Shiyu-senpai. Ailan gazed in silence at the individuals before him, utterly perplexed by the fervor of their disputes. A longing to return home washed over him, accompanied by a slight pang of hunger. Suddenly, he became acutely aware that all eyes were once again fixated upon him. It appeared that their internal deliberations had yielded no resolution, and now they sought the judgment of Ailan, the outsider. Ailan shook her head in resignation and remarked, I must confess, I do not quite grasp the essence of your debate. I am merely an investor. However, since everyone is eager to collaboratively develop a game, it would be prudent to seek common ground while respecting our differences. Ultimately, what could only be described as the most chaotic meeting in history came to a close after the sun had completely set. In truth, no consensus had been reached. Hence, an Ailan proposed that they reconvene for another retreat at Ailan's apartment on Saturday, emphasizing the necessity of finalizing the storyline this time. Ailan stood at the entrance of the CAF. Shikanaka Poem and Sawamura Spencer Eri had already departed, parting ways with a lingering gaze that seemed to harbor an unfathomable resentment. Anki Kato had also taken his leave, wearing an expression of contentment. With the issues of funding and personnel resolved, he was certain that he could lead the team in creating the most exquisite and impeccable Bishujo game in history. Ailan embraced Pulyalu, gently stroking its fur. This gathering is rather dull, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, boss, replied Pulyalu, who had been sound asleep and was oblivious to Ailan's words. However, since the boss deemed it boring, it was sufficient for him to merely follow suit in agreement. Arno, it appears that classmate Ailan is indeed aware that Pulyalu can speak. Upon hearing this voice, AI Rand's heart tightened. To her astonishment, Kato K had not departed. Moreover, she had failed to sense her presence moments ago. No, she had sensed it, but had unconsciously chosen to disregard it. Ailan exhaled softly, focusing her attention. Indeed, Kato, I am profoundly grateful for your rescue of Purulu. It is a cherished companion of mine. Is it you, the host of the two-star dragon? After all, did the Kaishin not mention that while the two-star dragon possesses feeble combat capabilities, it excels in subterfuge? No need for thanks. Purulu is quite endearing. However, Ailan, could you enlighten me regarding your true identity? The enigmatic girl gazed at Ailan, awaiting her response. Chapter 31. Yano has arrived. Who exactly is Ailan? Kato K pondered, her gaze unintentionally drifting to the tail at Ailan's waist. Surely, it cannot merely be a decorative rope. Could it be a tail? She recalled Purulu's earlier descriptions of Ailan's appearance. Kato, my identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I harbor no ill will towards you. Until we meet again this weekend. With that, Ailan departed, cradling Purulu, as hunger gnawed at her. Thoughts of the delectable dishes prepared by Yukino quickened her pace. Kato K, lost in thought, watched Ailan's figure gradually fade into the bustling crowd before she finally turned towards her home. Meanwhile, Yukino had prepared dinner and sat quietly on the sofa, awaiting Ailan's return. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Is it Ailan returning? A faint smile graced Yukino's lips. However, upon recognizing the visitor, her smile faded, reverting to her usual frosty demeanor. Sister, what brings you here? I have missed my little sister dearly. Am I not welcome? Yano teased, though her gaze wandered curiously around the room. Earlier that afternoon, she had subtly interrogated Hiratsuka Shizune, uncovering astonishing news. Her sister was likely in a romantic entanglement. Who, pray tell? Is this swine attempting to woo the precious cabbage of the Yukino household? Upon receiving this revelation, Yano promptly canceled her evening plans, hastening to this very location. Once inseparable as children, they now found themselves burdened by worries and secrets as they grew older. Communication dwindled, and their sisterly bond frayed. Nevertheless, as the elder sister, Yano felt compelled to investigate this young man's character. Observing her sister's demeanor, Yukino sighed softly and slightly turned her body. Come in, sister. You're not disturbing me. Yano smiled as she entered, her eyes widening at the sight of a bountiful spread of food. Did you invite someone over, little Yukino? There seems to be an abundance of dishes prepared. Yes, it's for a member of my team who lives across the street. Are you merely a member? Yukino revealed a playful smile, not a boyfriend, or something similar. After a moment of silence, Yukino replied, not at this moment. Just not at this moment? It seems little Yukino is quite fond of this boy, as she did not outright deny it. Could you introduce me to him? Without refuting Ayano's words. Yukino shook her head. He has gone out for some matters, and I am unsure when he will return. As she spoke, Yukino paused, her thoughts drifting to the monstrous challenges that Ailan would have to face, causing her heart to flutter with unease. Ayano, noticing her sister's unusual demeanor, was engulfed by a myriad of questions. What kind of boy could evoke such a reaction from her typically icy sister? At that moment, another knock echoed through the room. I'll get it. Ayano swiftly made her way to the front door. Upon opening the door, Ailan, who was carrying a shoulder bag, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the tall Yukino. Hi there. I'm little Yukino's sister, Ayano. You look rather handsome. Ayano quickly shifted into her social mode, enthusiastically greeting Ailan. Hello, I'm Ailan. Ailan merely greeted Yuno before shifting her gaze to Yukino, who stood behind her. Upon witnessing Ailan's demeanor, she let out a gentle sigh of relief, yet, due to Yuno's presence, her voice remained distinctly frosty. Do not linger outside. Come in and dine with us. Will we be a disturbance to you? Perhaps I should return later? Ailan appeared rather troubled for some reason. Little Ailan, that simply won't do. Yukino has prepared a delightful feast awaiting your presence. It would be quite rude otherwise. As she spoke, Yukino attempted to poke Ailan's cheek with her finger. However, Ailan swiftly evaded, coolly retorting, I apologize. But I am not accustomed to contact with strangers. Despite Yuno's bright smile, Ailan felt a lingering discomfort, perceiving her grin as a mere fade. Though Ailan generally shied away from social interactions, the chilling aura surrounding Yuno was unmistakable. Yuno seemingly disregarded Ailan's previous remark, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. Oh. She elongated the sound, feigning a keen interest in Ailan. In light of the situation, Ailan felt compelled to stay. Then I shall impose. For I am indeed quite famished. With that, she sidestepped Yuno and made her way indoors. Another bowl, please. Yukino calmly accepted the bowl from Ailan's hands and returned to the kitchen to serve more rice. In her effort to accommodate Ailan's appetite, she had even procured an oversized bowl, yet this marked the third time she had replenished it. Meanwhile, Yuno gazed in astonishment at Ailan, who continued to voraciously consume food. Little Ailan, you certainly have an impressive appetite. Really? Perhaps my hunger is just overwhelming. However, it's not wise to overindulge at night. I typically eat only until I'm 7/10 full. Is that so? Yuno chuckled awkwardly. Is this not already more than 7/10? You've consumed enough for several people. Where do you hail from, little Ailan? Yuno began to probe, not forgetting the purpose of her visit today. I am a foreigner. Casually tossing a piece of sushi into her mouth, Ailan's eyes began to squint in delight, her tail instinctively wagging. This sushi is absolutely exquisite. Indeed, it is Yukino. Observing the dynamics at the dining table, Yukino exhaled a sigh of relief. She was acutely aware of her sister's social maneuvers, which initially made her reluctant to allow Ailan to engage in conversation with her sister. The complexities of Saiyans and Dragon Ball were concepts she found challenging to explain to her sister. However, as she was about to offer Ailan the freshly served dish, her gaze suddenly became vacant, reminiscent of the times in the icy world when the great ape would uncontrollably wag its tail upon savoring delicious food. Out of the corner of her eye, Yuri caught sight of something swaying and curiously shifted her attention. To her astonishment, she beheld the tail. Previously, she had noticed the tail wrapped around Ailan's waist, but at that moment, she had merely assumed it was a part of Ailan's cosplay for effect. Why was it now moving? Inquisitively, she inquired, Little Ailan, what is this? Immersed in the delectable meal, Ailan instinctively replied, It's a tail. Upon uttering those words, Ailan too was taken aback, realizing she had just revealed something rather significant. Yuri blinked in disbelief. Do foreigners truly have tails? Just then, with a resounding thud, Ailan's handbag transformed into a cloud of smoke, and Puru collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Apologies, boss, but my transformation exceeded 30 minutes. I simply couldn't hold on any longer. Yuri. What on earth is this? Chapter 32. Yubin's return gift. Yuri departed. Having initially intended to investigate the background of the individual she suspected to be her sister's boyfriend, yet left in a state of utter bewilderment. Yukino had just divulged all recent occurrences to her, which far surpassed her comprehension. The sight of a transforming, speaking cat alongside a Saiyan sporting a tail left her no room for disbelief. As for the notion of Dragon Balls and deities, it had utterly upended her understanding of reality. On her journey home, Yuri sat in the back seat of the car, lost in thought for an extended period. Today's visit to little Yukino proved to be quite significant. At least I discovered that the boy she fancies appears to be rather decent. Yukino found solace in her thoughts, yet she was swiftly reminded that Yukino herself harbored the so-called Dragon Pearl, which rekindled her worries. It would be prudent not to disclose this matter to Mother just yet. I shall observe little Yukino's situation for now. After pondering for a while, Yukino resolved in her heart. Suddenly, a small orb of orange flame materialized within the car, yet neither Yukino nor the driver reacted to their eyes. Everything appeared as usual. Ultimately, the flame merged into Yukino's being. Meanwhile, the vehicle continued its journey towards the university Yukino attended, as if nothing had transpired. On the other side, in the apartment, Ailan was standing beside Yukino at the window. Your sister's expression just now undoubtedly indicated she is beginning to question her existence. Casting a sidelong glance at Ailan, Yukino replied softly, Given that so many events have unfolded before her, I believe it would be wise to share the truth with her. With that, she unveiled a faint smile. This evening was indeed an opportunity. It had been quite some time since she and her sister had conversed so openly. After engaging in heartfelt dialogue, Yukino realized that her sister, as always, remained deeply concerned for her well-being. I apologize for my negligence today. Ailan gazed at Yukino with an expression of sincere apology. Every time she became overly pleased with herself, she could not help but wag her tail, a tendency that intensified in the presence of Yukino. It is not entirely your fault. I did not anticipate that my sister would come over tonight, and as long as you are unharmed, that is what truly matters. Summoning her courage, Yukino gently leaned against Aaron's shoulder. The mere act of being able to share this tranquil moment together brought her an immense sense of comfort. Aaron trembled slightly, his body involuntarily tensing due to anxiety. Hiralu glanced at a certain underachieving Saiyan, letting out a resigned sigh before curling up and drifting into slumber on the sofa. The following day, after school, all members of the service club arrived punctually at the activity room. Another day devoid of requests, Aaron moaned as he rested his head on the desk. At that moment, Yukino placed a cup of red tea before him. The service club, which assists students in resolving their issues upon their requests, remains a secretive entity, with all current inquiries being introduced by teacher Shizuka Hiratsuka. Hikigaya Hachiman remarked sarcastically that seeking someone to discuss matters is essentially exposing one's inner vulnerabilities to others. Aaron is aware of the reasons behind the establishment of this club. According to Hiratsuka Shizuku's explanation, Sasuke's martial arts technique, the Lion's Barrage, was inspired by Rock Lee, while Naruto's own technique, the Naruto Barrage, is derived from Sasuke's. She is certain to use the narrative of the manga as a metaphor. Thus, the members of the Servitude Department also learn and draw inspiration from their experiences of aiding others. Nevertheless, Aaron finds herself in complete agreement with the sentiments expressed by Hikigaya Hachiman. After all, he would never readily expose his innermost feelings to others. Ailan glanced at the sky blue teacup before her, then cast her gaze towards Yukino's pristine white cup. Surely, these two cups are a couple set. Observing the confusion in Ailan's eyes, Yukino blushed slightly and explained, I went grocery shopping yesterday, and these were the last two available. I thought they were quite nice, so I bought them. Sitting at the farthest corner, Hikigaya Hachiman picked up the disposable cup before him with a bitter expression. What a misfortune. What wrong had he committed to witness this couple display their affection so openly? Following Yugahama's request yesterday, he pondered whether she had practiced upon returning home. Yukino attempted to shift the topic, for she placed considerable importance on the outcomes of these requests. Hikigaya, puzzled, glanced over. That request had clearly concluded. So why was she suddenly bringing it up? I believe that in order to improve oneself, one must dare to challenge their limits. Ultimately, it is for the benefit of Yugahama-san as well. Effort may not betray oneself, yet it could betray one's dreams. Even with hard work, dreams may remain unfulfilled indeed. Most people never realize their dreams. However, the fact of having tried can serve as a form of consolation. Hikigaya casually shared his theory. Upon hearing this, Yukino sighed, that is merely self-satisfaction. How distasteful. With that, she redirected her attention to Ailan. Her previously icy gaze gradually softened. Earlier, in the icy realm, she had observed Ailan undergoing grueling training daily. Out of curiosity, Yukino had inquired why Ailan subjected herself to such torment. Ailan had responded, first and foremost, I love training and fighting. It is the fundamental source of motivation behind all actions. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, the version of me that surpasses my limits today is undoubtedly stronger than the one from yesterday. I have always believed this, especially now that I have things that I must protect. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the room, and Yugahama breezily entered. Yahalo. Hikigaya internally scoffed at this peculiar greeting, glancing at Yugahama before returning to his novel. Meanwhile, Yukino and Yugahama had already engaged in conversation. As a gesture of gratitude, I brought you all some baked cookies. Yukino expression soured, clearly taken aback by the impression of Yugahama's culinary skills. Hikigaya, too, seemed to recall that taste, his demeanor becoming somewhat awkward. Ailan, however, merely shrugged. It was just a flavor reminiscent of burnt vegetables, surely not that hard to accept. Overly sensitive humans. I'm not particularly hungry right now. I appreciate your kindness, Yukino stated bluntly. Yet, Yugahama, undeterred by her decisive refusal, hummed a tune as she retrieved a small bag of cookies from her bag. Though the bag was pink, the dark hue of its contents was discernible. Here you go. Yukino. No, thank you. Under the formidable pressure exerted by Yugahama, Yukino reluctantly accepted the token of appreciation from her hand. Koiki, where do you usually have lunch? Let us go together next time. In the activity room with Era-san. No, please don't do that. I'm not accustomed to dining with strangers. And Koiki is slightly nauseating. Please refrain from calling me that. Is it true that Koiki and Era-san are a couple? Not at present. Under the relentless assault from Yugahama, Yukino's resistance appeared somewhat feeble. Well done, Yugahama. Your arrival not only dispersed the stench of romance, but also granted me an opportunity to escape. Closing the novel. Hikigaya Hachiman rose from his seat and murmured a barely audible farewell before departing the activity room. Uebahama noticed this and hurriedly set Yukino down, retrieving a new bag of slightly different decorated cookies from her bag as she pursued him. It seems he did not escape after all. Observing this scene, Era silently chuckled. Chapter 33. The first retreat of the game club. With the addition of Uebahama Yui, the service club gradually became more lively. After resolving the incident regarding Zaimokuza Yoshihiro's novel, Saturday had arrived. Today marked the first retreat of the game club, held at Era's apartment. You need not participate in the retreat. The ability of the two-star dragon is to absorb the strength of those around him. I'm somewhat concerned about your physical condition. Upon hearing Era's words, Yukino shook her head. I am not as frail as you imagine, and I have my own concerns about you. Rest assured, if I feel unwell, I shall return first. Very well, Era conceded to Yukino's insistence. Just then, the doorbell rang. Upon answering, the voice of Onkirin echoed through. Era-san, we have arrived at your apartment's lobby. Yes, please come up. It's room 1507. I will wait for you upstairs. Soon, a knock sounded at the apartment door. Observing Era arranging snacks, Yukino sighed in resignation. I shall open the door. Oh, thank you for that. As a competent investor, Ailan took it upon herself to cover all expenses for the club over the course of 2 days, including snacks, for after all, the money conjured by the King of Time should not go to waste. Upon opening the door, Yukino cast a cursory glance at the original quartet of the gaming club. Aki Akane was momentarily taken aback, despite being a staunch advocate of the two-dimensional realm. He found himself slightly mesmerized by Yukino's beauty. Particularly, her frigid elegance led him to momentarily feel as if he had stepped into a world of fantasy. Behind her, Kasumiga Kakashiwa observed the dazed Aki with a slight furrow of her brow, while Sawamura Spencer Arari covered her mouth, sighing softly at Yukino's allure. Only Kata Megumi maintained her inscrutable expression, rendering her thoughts a mystery. Soon, Aki regained his composure. Hello, we are here for the club retreat. Is Ailan present? Yes, please come in. Ailan has prepared food for you. Yukino replied, slightly stepping aside. Upon this first meeting, she harbored no significant animosity towards this group. Though Aki appeared somewhat entranced behind her, who could blame him for being captivated by her charm? Yukino radiated unwavering confidence. Upon seeing the members of the gaming club, Ailan nodded slightly. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, they replied. Please take a seat. Let us converse. Aaron instructed Yukino to perch on the edge of the sofa, while he took a seat in the center, deliberately creating a slight distance between her and the other members of the gaming club. The ability to absorb energy is no trivial matter. Even if the rate of energy dissipation is exceedingly slow, he would not permit Yukino to take any risks. Enrique settled opposite the coffee table, with Saikawa Eri to his left and Kasumiga Kakashiki to his right. As for Katamegumi, Era was taken aback. Where had Kata gone? A calm voice suddenly emerged from his left. Katake was sitting on the sofa, having arrived unnoticed by Era. Frowning slightly, Era was astonished by Kata's stealth. It seemed a pity that someone with such talent did not pursue a career as an assassin or ninja. It's nothing, Era replied, shaking his head. Let's commence our discussion about the game. You need not concern yourselves with my presence or Yukino's. With that, Era entered a state of heightened perception, ready to summon Kane should he detect the presence of the two-star dragon. As for the game discussion, he was utterly disinterested. Moreover, as a reclusive young man who had only traversed into this world due to a truck accident in 2022, he had encountered countless games. A seasoned veteran, indeed. Enricoan, have you completed the new proposal? Oh, Anri Ryu hastily swallowed the cookie in his hand, surprised that Kanata would inquire about the progress. Era furrowed his brow slightly. As soon as Anri Ryu began conversing with Katu, the energy fluctuations commenced. Though he could not detect anything significant at the moment, he was relieved that there were no anomalies on Yukino's end. Since we are creating a narrative-driven romantic game, I have referenced the majority of existing works on the market to draft a new proposal, Anri Ryu explained, perhaps motivated by the availability of funds and personnel. He had indeed exerted considerable effort into this project. Kashiwagi Shiyu glanced over the document and nodded in approval. Zawamura, now that Ryu's work has begun, what is your progress? Zawamura Iri was taken aback. Ryu had not procrastinated this time. She had not anticipated such swift advancement from him. Last night, she had spent hours in bed engrossed in manga, completely forgetting about Shining Girl. Her purpose for joining the game club extended beyond merely crafting romantic games. She harbored other intentions. I wonder, do you think that developing a style and color scheme is so effortless? It's not as simple as making popcorn. It requires inspiration. Zawamura could have easily found a piece online to appease the situation, but her pride as a doujin artist prevented her from trivializing her contribution to Anri Ryu. And what about you, Kashiwagi? Surely you have written something for the plot? Zawamura's hopes were dashed. Kashiwagi produced her notebook, prompting Anri Ryu to lean in eagerly. With a hint of anticipation, Kashiwagi Shiyu inquired, Raya, what do you think? Well, Anri Ryu read through the entire manuscript, feeling that something was lacking. Lacking what? Xiajiqiu Shiyu inquired. Anchi continued to scroll the mouse, his furrowed brow remaining tense, making it difficult to articulate his thoughts. There was an unmistakable sensation that differed from the impactful experiences provided by the romantic games he had played. Anchi responses were vague. Yet Xiajiqiu Shiyu refrained from pressing further. She did not expect the script to be approved in one go. I shall make some modifications, ensuring the narrative is more detailed. Xiajiqiu Shiyu directed her gaze towards Ailan. Ailan, could you please pass me the dark chocolate over there? Aaron cast a surprised glance at Kazanaku, for this was chocolate with a purity of 99. It was a random selection made in the supermarket. After tasting it once, he never wished to indulge again. In Aaron's opinion, it was far less palatable than burnt vegetable man. How could anyone actively request such an unpalatable delicacy? Before any action was taken, Irie took hold of that piece of chocolate. Kazanaku, this is chocolate with a purity of 99, she remarked. I am aware, Kazanaku Shiyu replied in a monotone. Since Kazanaku was insistent, Aaron could only offer a cautionary note. It is truly bitter. Thank you, Kazanaku Shiyu said, the corners of her mouth curving slightly as she placed the chocolate into her mouth. In an instant, her brows furrowed, yet she quickly reverted to her usual calm demeanor, tinged with a hint of gloom, as if the previous change had merely been an illusion. The bitterness of the chocolate pales in comparison to the turmoil within my heart. Chapter 34, Speculations about the host. The second volume of Love Metronome, endorsed by Anki Rohn, became a popular work, propelling Kazanaku Shiyu to newfound fame as a beloved author. Since then, she felt a transformation in the wellspring of her creative drive. If things had changed, so be it. She was willing to adapt for the sake of Ethics Koen. However, Ethics Koen ceased to offer any opinions on the third volume of Love Metronome, instead expressing a desire to witness works that emanated from Shiyu's heart. Presently, the third volume lay untouched, as each night she tossed and turned, unable to reclaim the initial spark and motivation for her writing. Aaron gazed at Shiyu of the Kasumi Hill, her face alternating between clenched teeth and a somber expression, sensing the swifter flow of energy. Is it you, the host of the second star? Ailan had previously believed that the second star was most likely to reside within Kato, due to her extraordinarily enigmatic abilities. Now, with her combat power surpassing 15,000, Ailan still often found herself unable to perceive her presence. Yet, it was astonishing that the emotional fluctuations of Shizuku Kaki could directly influence the speed of energy transmission. What could possibly be the cause of this phenomenon? Noticing Ailan's brow furrowed in deep concentration, Yukino gently placed her hand upon his. As she radiated warmth, Ailan's restless heart gradually calmed. With a slight smile directed at her, he resumed his observations. Shizuku Kaki truly puts forth tremendous effort. Kato murmured in a tone she believed only Ailan could hear. Meanwhile, Sawamura Iriri turned her gaze toward Ailan and Yukino Shida. Have you two heard of the Love Metronome? She inquired. No, I detest anything related to written text, Ailan declared emphatically. Although this also served as a means to further probe into Shizuku's sentiments. He wished to ascertain whether expressing Shizuku Shiyu's aversion would hasten the flow of energy, thus potentially leading him to discover the host. Unfortunately, Shizuku Shiyu remained silent, fixated on her computer, and nothing transpired. Yukino Shida shook her head gently. I don't often read light novels. Is that so? Iriri responded, observing the way Yukino Shida and Ailan's hands were intertwined. Her curiosity piqued. Are you two a couple? Your bond seems quite strong. Yukino Shida offered a faint smile, but refrained from answering Iriri's question. To be accurate, she and Ailan were not yet a couple, as neither had confessed their feelings to the other. Yet, did that truly matter? though AI Ran harbors a certain trepidation towards discussing matters of romance for various reasons. Yukino Shida comprehends the situation well. He is perpetually confronted with danger, rendering him reluctant to make casual promises to himself. In its current state, everything is quite satisfactory. A burgeoning relationship does not necessitate a formal confession to solidify the bond between two individuals. The words of Eriri also captured the attention of the other three. At that moment, Kasumigakaka Shiyu revealed a hint of envy in her gaze. The discussion unfolded in a relatively light-hearted atmosphere, save for Shiyu, who, after her script was rejected by Aki, fell silent, fixated on her computer as she typed away. Thus, the day progressed. As noon approached, Aki announced the conclusion of the morning's activities, exhaling a sigh of relief. The day had yielded substantial rewards. You all may take a break here. Yukino Shida and I will prepare some food for you. With that, AI Ran took Yukino's hand and led her towards her apartment, which was devoid of any ingredients. Although he could eat, he was utterly inept at cooking. Within Yukino's apartment, AI Ran assisted her in the kitchen. With so many to feed, and a certain voracious eater present, the workload was considerable. Observing AI Ran's momentary distraction, Yukino inquired, "Are you still pondering over Dragon Balls?" "Indeed," he replied. "The power of the two-star dragon is enhanced by absorbing human desires and emotions. Just now, Shiyu's emotional fluctuations intensified the malevolence. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that she does not quite resemble a proper host." AI Ran confided in Yukino Shida about her troubles and speculations. Acknowledging that intellectual endeavors were never the forte of a Saiyan, there was a possibility that Kato could be the host. Have you ever heard the saying that oddities attract one another? The moment Pururu arrived in this world, she manifested right before her, coupled with her elusive abilities, which inevitably raised suspicions. Although the two-star dragon could not harm humans before achieving full resurrection, I could not ascertain whether prolonging this situation would inflict irreversible consequences upon these individuals. Thus, it was imperative to locate and eliminate him swiftly. After listening, Yukino Shida took a moment to ponder before responding. "Yuron-kun, you may have fallen into a cognitive trap. The most likely suspect may not necessarily be either of them. Then who do you think it is?" AI Ran inquired, a hint of urgency in her tone. "I cannot disclose that just yet, lest my thoughts lead you to form preconceived notions." Yukino Shida gently tapped AI Ran's forehead and shot him an exasperated glance. "Now, let us concentrate on preparing the meal. For due to a certain someone's actions, our workload is quite substantial. Arno, do you require my assistance? I am quite adept at cooking." Kato K's voice suddenly interjected, startling both AI Ran and Yukino Shida. "When did Kato-san arrive?" AI Ran laughed awkwardly, inquiring timidly. "I came along with you, but it seems you were oblivious to my presence." Kato K feigned a look of distress, though AI Ran and Yukino Shida perceived no discernible change in her expression. From the very beginning? Does that mean? Indeed. I heard everything about the malevolent aura, the Dragon Balls, and the oddities. AI Ran-kun, could you elaborate on that? And what exactly are you and Pururu?" Yukino Shida rested her forehead in her palm and sighed. "Yuron-kun, your clumsiness here won't contribute much. Why don't you step outside for a while? Kato-san, could you assist me in preparing lunch? I will explain everything to you properly." Very well then." AI Ran nodded and entered the living room of Yukino, where she set her gaze upon Mr. Pan. In the kitchen, Yukino Shida and Kata Megumi were already immersed in their tasks. Although there was no direct urging towards Yukino Shida, Kata's puzzled expression lingered. After a brief silence, Yukino Shida gathered her thoughts. "Kata-san, here's the situation. As Chapter 35 unfolds, it becomes evident that, as Kata Megumi had mentioned, her culinary skills are indeed quite remarkable." Airan placed a piece of meat in her mouth and savored it for a moment. Although the flavor did not quite reach the exquisite heights of that crafted by Yukino under the snow, it was a rather unremarkable, yet homely dish. Nevertheless, even this ordinary fare conveyed her thoughtful dedication. "Indeed, Kato, you will surely become a wonderful wife in the future." As soon as AI Ran's words fell, the previously harmonious dining atmosphere abruptly shifted, and everyone turned to gaze at him with peculiar expressions. Kato was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and thanked him. Anki Rin, on the other hand, lowered his head, a shadow fleeting across the depths of his gaze. Kay was the heroine he had discovered. An eerie silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of AI Ran devouring his meal with fervor. Yukino Shida continued her leisurely dining. and it was hardly surprising that the gorilla boy would utter such ignorant remarks. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to remind him, Gorilla-kun, such words should not be casually spoken to a girl. Is that so? My apologies. I shall be more mindful next time, Ailan mumbled through a mouthful of food. His voice muffled as he assured Yukinoshita. In the meantime, Iri Shirai leaned close to Shiyukasa no Oka and whispered, Black stockings. That glutton. Ailan's appetite is truly terrifying. I initially thought he wouldn't be able to finish so much food. Shiyu, who had been engrossed in contemplating how to revise the script for Shining Girl, glanced up upon hearing Iri's remark and uncertainly replied, Boys enter puberty. So their appetites are typically larger, I presume? Upon hearing this, Iri stared at Shiyu in shock. Did this plump woman truly lack basic knowledge? What boy in puberty could consume the equivalent of meals for dozens of people in one sitting without any signs of stopping? Suddenly, Anki Rin interjected. Why don't we play some games this afternoon? I noticed Ailan's home seems to be well-equipped. Sure, feel free to use whatever you like. I bought quite a few games previously, but I haven't really played them, Ailan responded. Upon arriving in this world, he had scoured the market for nearly all available games. After all, in his previous life, he was a seasoned otaku. However, after trying them out, he found them rather dull. Wonderful, Anki-rin exclaimed, delighted. He had been preoccupied with writing project proposals lately, neglecting both anime and games. He was practically on the verge of withdrawal. Ren, you are not allowed to play, Iri declared fiercely, revealing her two sharp canine teeth. Why not? Your project proposal is only 3 pages long. You barely filled even that. Anki-rin found himself at a loss for words, collapsing onto the table in despair. Why is this happening to me? I just want to play games and watch anime. Seeing him in such a state, Iri's resolve softened. All right. But only for a little while. Lily gazed at her childhood friend, Akihito, with a look of profound emotion, while he, in a typical tsundere fashion, huffed and displayed a faint blush on his cheeks. At that moment, Ailan slowed his pace of eating, casually glancing at the members of the gaming club. And he noticed that the rate of his energy depletion had accelerated significantly. Even Yukino felt the effects to some extent. After the meal, Yukinoshita and Kadamegumi busied themselves with clearing the table, while Ailan returned to his apartment with the others. Once he connected the gaming equipment, he casually inquired, What would you like to play? Akihito pondered for a moment before responding, How about a gal game? It might provide us with some inspiration for our own game. What do you think, Lily? Don't ask me, Akihito, she retorted. Then let us play a gal game. To add excitement. Let us have a contest to see who can achieve the perfect ending in the shortest time. Ailan, as our host, shall we begin with you? I think I'll pass. I'm not particularly skilled at visual novels. Ailan decisively shook his head. Please. I want Ailan to experience the charm of gal games too. I highly recommend this game. With that, Akihito produced a game disc, gazing at it with reverence, radiating an aura reminiscent of a fervent missionary. Observing Akihito's fanatical expression, Ailan instinctively took a step back, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Settling onto the sofa, Ailan embarked on his journey through the game. The main character was portrayed as an older, senior female. An hour later, a large bad end appeared on the screen, leaving Akihito and the others utterly speechless in shock. Ailan found herself engulfed in profound doubt, recalling her own past as a seasoned expert. Why was this happening? Lily wore an expression as if she had seen a ghost. To navigate such a game while flawlessly avoiding all the correct options was a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Just moments ago, when your senior offered you her lap as a pillow, why did you decline? Lily felt her worldview had been severely shaken. Ailan, with an expression of undeniable certainty, remarked, The act of resting one's head on another's lap is inherently peculiar, is it not? If one were to maintain such a position, the recipient's knee would undoubtedly endure considerable discomfort. If the male protagonist truly harbored affection for that senior, he would never engage in such an action. In that moment, the peculiar glimmer in Kasumi's eyes sparked intrigue as she inquired, regarding the earlier scene in the changing room. Entering that space would inevitably trigger the hidden narrative of accidental entry into the changing room, and there were explicit cues provided. This presents a rare opportunity for a beneficial plot twist. Why did you opt to leave? In a place like a changing room, how could one not take the initiative to knock, but instead barge in unannounced? Does the male protagonist possess no common sense? Should he actually enter, it could be construed as a deliberate act of trespassing. At this juncture, Aki also, with a look of discontent, posed a question. Why did you make such choices regarding the female protagonist's feeding and the unexpected fall in the stairwell? AI ran. Taking a moment to reflect on her gaming experience, replied, the craftsmanship of this game is indeed exquisite. During those narrative moments, I immersed myself fully into the role. However, allowing a girl to feed me is far less efficient than eating on my own. It becomes quite bothersome. As for the incident in the stairwell, if the senior were to stumble, one must certainly assist her, yet to think of taking advantage afterward is nothing short of despicable behavior. Is that truly the case? Aki, now in a position of despair, crouched down with his hands clasped over his head, beginning to question his existence. Rationality whispered to him that AI Rant's assertions bore merit. Yet the realms of the second dimension and the third dimension are fundamentally divergent. After a moment of contemplation, Aki arrived at his own conclusion. Indeed, the third dimension is but a senseless endeavor devoid of common sense and lacking any semblance of progression. AI Rant scratched his head, gazing at the three individuals before him with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "What is the matter? Did I say something incorrect?" Chapter 36. Interactions with Kato Megumi. The illogical realm of the three-dimensional world is indeed an exceedingly dreadful game. Ailan sat numbly on the sofa, murmuring to himself. It was evident that he had previously considered AI Rant to be one of their circle, yet the remarks just made had struck a disheartening chord with him. A devoted inhabitant of the two-dimensional realm, AI Rant gazed at the disheartened and Ailan, hesitating for a moment before gently placing a hand on his shoulder and remarking, while I am uncertain how you arrived at this conclusion, it is essential to recognize that many matters cannot solely rely on subjective conjectures. Is the realm of the second dimension truly perfect? I cannot say. Yet distinguishing between ideals and reality is crucial, whether one is a creator or simply a human being. The entities and scenarios conjured from mere imagination cannot embody perfection. They are mere deductions stemming from your own perceptions. In my previous life as an otaku, the second dimension seemed extraordinarily enchanting to me. Handsome heroes, beautiful heroines, princes, and princesses embarking on marvelous adventures. However, reality swiftly dealt me a harsh blow. Although I had been reborn into an immensely powerful race, my prior decades were marred by slaughter, destruction, and annihilation. All my beautiful fantasies were ruthlessly shattered and cast aside before the relentless truth. Were it not for the King of Time, I would likely still be atoning for my sins in the underworld. Sitting nearby, Shiyu Kasamazaka paused momentarily, mentally echoing AI Rant's final words. Was the character of ethics merely an illusion of my own making? Have I been too deeply immersed in the persona of Sayaka? Shouldn't romance encompass not only bitterness but also sweetness? Yet, this notion was swiftly quelled before it could fully blossom. Nevertheless, she instinctively shifted her gaze back to an Ailan. Meanwhile, upon hearing AI Rant's remarks, an Ailan experienced greater emotional turmoil, feeling as though his very existence had been utterly negated. Yet, he refrained from expressing his frustration, for AI Rant was an investor, and it was imperative not to jeopardize that relationship. Adjusting his glasses, he stated, I comprehend what you have articulated, AI Rant. Now, it is my turn. I choose the character of my classmate. With that, he grasped the controller, directing all his focus to the game. At that moment, Shiyu Kasamazaka furrowed her brow even deeper. Was ethics truly unwilling to contest the argument? Was this a concession made in hopes of successfully developing the game without offending the investor? Her gaze shifted once more towards AI Rant, their eyes meeting in a shared moment of understanding. Aaron gave a slight nod before preparing to head towards Yukino's apartment. It was still uncertain who the host might be, and the thought of leaving her alone with Kato Megumi for such an extended period filled Aaron with unease. However, just as she reached the entrance, she abruptly halted. The rate of energy depletion had inexplicably surged severalfold. Surely, this state would have an impact on an ordinary human. Aaron turned to glance back at the three individuals inside. Arari stood behind Aki Tomoya, energetically gesturing and essentially spoiling the plot. Kazuki Shiju was fixated on her notebook, not typing but lost in thought. Despite all this, could they not perceive the situation? Aaron sighed inwardly and stepped out of the apartment. Yet, just after she turned to leave, a green light materialized within the apartment, vanishing swiftly before anyone could react. When AI Rant arrived at Yukino's apartment, she discovered the two of them indulging in the company of Purulu. This feline was currently experiencing the pinnacle of its cat life, reclining upon Yukino's lap while Kato Megumi tenderly massaged its paw pads. Yukino, in turn, was playfully teasing its chin. Purulu lay with half-closed eyes, emitting a soothing purr. Aaron stepped forward, grasping the nape of Purulu's neck and casually tossing him aside. As a Saiyan subordinate, how can one succumb to such degradation? Quickly, fetch me some tea. Yes, boss. Poor Lu, displaying a promising aptitude for servitude, hurriedly darted towards the kitchen upon hearing Aaron's command. Yukino Shida covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Was the earlier display of the gorilla lord's behavior a result of jealousy, because poor Lu was reclining on my lap? One could easily discern his feelings from his expression. He truly could not conceal his emotions at all. Aaron sat not far from Yukino, rubbing her temples, pondering yet another vexing task that still left her utterly bewildered. At that moment, the calm voice of Kato Megumi reached her ears. Aaron, Miss Yukino Shida just informed me about the situation regarding the second star. I am grateful for your efforts to protect us. It is merely my duty. I am compensated for my services, so there is no need for your gratitude. After a brief pause, Aaron began to scrutinize Kato Megumi, whom she regarded as the most likely host of the second star. Kato, have you experienced any unusual occurrences lately? Or do you feel any discomfort? Kato Megumi pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Not at all. Aside from encountering Puyalu and you, my life remains unchanged. The only difference is my joining this gaming club. I see. Aaron instinctively nodded. Even in the face of unknown dangers, the legendary Saint Megumi displayed no signs of worry. Unlike Yukino and Yoshino, who took considerable time to accept the harsh truths, Kato remained remarkably composed, earning Aaron's admiration. Kato, you need not worry excessively. With my current abilities, I can effortlessly safeguard you from this malevolent dragon. So please trust me. Should anything unusual occur, do not hesitate to reach out. Kato Megumi nodded slightly. Although each time Aaron accurately uttered her name, a peculiar glimmer appeared in her eyes. In her previous life, it seemed only her family could achieve such familiarity. The feeling of insignificance was truly exasperating. At that moment, the voice of Aki Akane suddenly echoed from outside Yukino Shida's apartment. Kana, are you here? I'm here. Kato replied as she rose and walked toward the door. We're playing a game, and I thought you might want to join us. Kana, come and experience the allure of Gal game. Aki, my name is Kato. Apologies, I'll make sure to remember next time. It has happened quite a few times already. Thus, their voices gradually faded away. Chapter 37. How to Handle Delinquents in a Slice of Life World. On a Sunday afternoon, Ailan accompanied 4 members of the gaming club to Chiba Station, as they were set to return to Tokyo. This weekend retreat had not yielded any substantial progress in their game development. Since Saturday afternoon, both Aki and Aruri had been entirely immersed in their gaming pursuits. Even Kariya Shiyu, who typically shunned gaming, and Kata Megumi, who rarely participated, had eventually joined in. Even Aki, an experienced otaku, had to admit that despite Ailan's lack of gaming prowess, his collection of games and various devices was truly comprehensive. Almost everything available on the market could be found in his home, and for those items he lacked, he assured them he would procure them by their next visit. A benefactor like him was indeed a rare find in these times. See you all next Saturday. If any spontaneous events arise, just message me in the line group, and I'll arrive promptly. As the train approached, Ailan waved goodbye to the 4 through the ticket gate. However, the smile on his face was somewhat strained. After 2 full days, his apartment had nearly transformed into a gaming den for this group. Yet, despite this, Ailan had not managed to uncover anything significant. It seemed he would have to patiently wait for the 2-star dragon to awaken on its own, hoping that by then, no one would meet a grim fate. Aruri raised her small fist and declared loudly, Henny Ailan, you must still be my model when you come over next time. You must keep your word. I absolutely refuse to strike such embarrassing poses again. Ailan turned her head and let out a cold snort, recalling the events of the previous night. After they had all retired for the evening, Ailan commenced her bath. Once finished, she, clad only in the upper bareness, prepared to venture out in search of a secluded spot in the forest to practice for a while. Just as she stepped out of the bathroom, she collided headfirst with Lily, who had risen in the middle of the night. The sudden appearance of a bare-chested man before her instinctively prompted Lily to scream. Her voice attracted the attention of Kasumiga Kakashiyu and Kata Megumi. As for Aki Akane, for reasons unknown, he did not make an appearance. It was quite surprising to discover that Ailan's physique was so striking. Ailan still recalls how Shiyu Kiyakawa slightly licked her lips and teased him before retreating to her room for rest. Meanwhile, Kei Kata maintained her composure, offering solace to the still frightened Aruri. As it was merely an accident, and given that it was already late at night, after Ailan's brief explanation, everyone retired for the evening. However, the following morning, Upon returning from his training, Ailan was confronted by Eri. She insisted on recompense for the previous night's incident, demanding that he pose shirtless for her artistic inspiration. Unable to resist her, Ailan found himself drawn into her bedroom, posing in various states of undress. Throughout the morning, he endured Eri's ecstatic laughter as she entered her creative flow. Wasn't she usually quite shy? Truly, she was well suited for the world of illustration. With a wave to the 4 members of the game club, Ailan turned to leave. This morning's experience had profoundly shaken the spirit of this Saiyan. Now, reflecting on the incident, he wished to distance himself from this group entirely. Just as he had not walked far, Shiyu Kiyakawa's voice called out, "I never would have guessed. Ailan, you are rather innocent. This is certainly a step above that certain proud blonde girl from the illustration world." Who was she referring to? You. With your black stockings and ample form. Whoever jumps out, I shall speak of them. Ailan quickened his pace, wishing to avoid this group of individuals for the time being. Today, Ailan appeared unusually subdued, standing alone at the platform with his head bowed, lost in his thoughts. Separating line, Ayako Ishiki, a first-year student at Sobu High School, always played the role of the congenial girl to fit in, earning her considerable popularity among the boys. However, such popularity came at a cost. Mere pretense was insufficient. Initiative was equally essential. To maintain her standing, she aspired to have the most sought-after boy, Hayama, as her boyfriend, and decisively joined the football club as its manager. In a similar vein, to uphold her social status, she was dragged by her classmates to an utterly meaningless mixer. After the mixer concluded, she found herself cornered by a delinquent from the event who had taken a liking to her. The flamboyantly dressed youth pressed her against the wall and cheekily suggested, "Ayaka-chan, why don't you come play with us? How about KTV? What to do now?" Though she was tempted to join, she hesitated, saying, "Well, my family has a curfew, so perhaps another time?" Ayaka's gaze flickered uncertainly as she endeavored to maintain her facade. Despite the throngs of pedestrians surrounding them, it felt as if no one acknowledged this unsettling scene as they hurried past, oblivious. Ayaka silently cursed her misfortune. This was a situation she had never encountered before. In her distress, a glimmer of tears threatened to surface in her eyes. "Don't say that. We'll get you back before your curfew, please." Although he uttered the words please, the boy took a step closer, encroaching upon the vulnerable girl. At that moment, a friend accompanying him suddenly nudged his side, signaling that something seemed amiss across the street. The boy, irritated, glanced in the direction indicated. Ailan stood across the street, fixated on the group of individuals before him. Without any superfluous movements, he merely observed. Yet the palpable aura of menace he consciously exuded was directed entirely at one particular boy. Under the weight of that gaze, the boy could no longer suppress the cold sweat cascading down his brow. Thus, he made what could be considered the most prudent decision of his life. Perhaps we should reschedule our meeting. I seem to have suddenly remembered that I have other matters to attend to. So, let's leave it at this for now, Ace-chan." With that, he swiftly retreated with his companions from the scene. As he witnessed the gang disperse, Ailan shrugged and continued his journey toward the apartment. What a cold world we inhabit. Injustice occurs all around, yet not a single soul is willing to pause. It was unnecessary for him to know who he was saving. He held no interest in the lives of those unrelated to him. There was also no need to resort to violence to assert anything. These individuals were far too feeble to evoke any desire for confrontation. However, waiting for his return in the apartment was Yukino Shida, whose aspiration was to see the world transformed into a better place. Surely, she hoped he could become a partner in justice. Ace Kagaya, who had just been encircled by the thugs, had not clearly discerned who her savior was, but she had vaguely noticed that the figure wore the uniform of Sobu High. After regaining her composure, she gazed in the direction Ailan had departed. Ailan has ventured far ahead, leaving only a vague outline in sight. Yet one can still discern her distinctive feature, the tail wrapped around her waist. Chapter 38. The man appears a new day. Ailan strolled leisurely towards the service club. Although they were classmates, Ailan and Hachiman Hikigaya were not the types who enjoyed companionship. Apart from their club activities, they had hardly exchanged a word. From a certain perspective, their personalities were strikingly contrasting, yet both were undeniably awkward. One appeared somewhat muddled, yet demonstrated remarkable clarity in critical moments, while the other seemed perpetually alert but often hesitated when faced with challenges. For instance, at this very moment, upon entering the service club, Ailan noticed that Yui Yugahama had yet to arrive, leaving only Hachiman Hikigaya and Yukino Shida in the classroom, where a tense atmosphere lingered. as if they had just engaged in a heated argument. What was going on today? Ailan mused, observing the two. Despite their usual discord, they typically managed to maintain composure in her presence. Yukino cast a sidelong glance at Hachiman and coldly remarked, "Our club's treasurer wishes to withdraw and join the tennis club." What is this about? Wasn't he everything fine before? Moreover, Yui has been coming around frequently since last week, and the club had just begun to gain some popularity. Yukino added, "I do not believe you possess the capability for collective activities. Your transformation remains incomplete, Hikigaya." She placed significant emphasis on commitments. Hachiman scowled at the two. "I am merely accepting someone else's request," so his words trailed off, rather than endure the daily onslaught of emotional turmoil and the eccentric nature of Yui Yugahama. He would prefer to join the tennis club. At that moment, Hachiman recalled the visage of a certain angel, causing his face to suddenly flush uncomfortably. Ailan scrutinized Hachiman. Hikigaya. The tennis club? A commission? Surely, it couldn't be that man who nearly swayed the esteemed teacher. Hello? I brought the client. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Yui Yugahama cheerfully pushed the door open, followed by an adorable young boy. Hachiman. Ayaka, what brings you here? Upon hearing Ayaka call his name directly, Hikigaya's face flushed a deeper crimson. Goodness, this is truly taking a turn. Ailan cast a glance at Ayaka Hazuka, and indeed, her beauty was comparable to Yukino Shida. It was a pity that she was a boy. Noticing the troubled expression on little Ayaka's face, I decided to bring her along, thinking that as a member of the club, I should contribute in some way. Yugahama, she said, "It's fine, Yukino, you need not thank me. This is my duty as a member." Yukino Shida replied coolly, "Yugahama, you actually aren't a member yet. Am I not?" Yugahama looked adorably bewildered at Yukino, and Ailan. "Well, since I have not received your application for membership, nor has it been approved by the advisor, you are not yet a member." At this revelation, a shocked Yugahama let out a wail. Having grown accustomed to Yugahama's quirky personality, Yukino chose to ignore her and turned her attention to Ayaka Hazuka. "So, Ayaka Hazuka, what is your request?" Ailan conscientiously poured a cup of tea for each person, now serving as the vice president, albeit self-appointed. Meanwhile, Yukino Shida had just finished listening to the request of Hazuka Ayaka. "Very well, I shall accept your commission. All that is required is to enhance your skills, correct?" "Yes, I believe that if I become stronger, everyone will begin to strive together, perhaps," mused Hikigaya silently. Before inquiring of Yukino Shida, "What is your plan?" "To run until exhaustion and to swing my racket until my last breath." "Are you a demon? Are you serious?" Aaron approached the residence of Ayaka Hazuka, commencing a thorough examination of his limbs. Aaron-kun, what are you doing?" Ayaka Hazuka exclaimed shyly, instantly capturing the attention of Yukino Shida and Hikigaya Hachiman. "Scoundrel! With Yukino Shida already in the picture, how dare you even think of sullying Hazuka?" Hikigaya glared fiercely at Aaron, inwardly expressing his disdain. Yukino Shida also rose to her feet, lightly kicking Aaron's calf. "You beast! Have you truly lost control of your primal instincts? That you would lay hands on a boy as well? Is this truly who I am?" Aaron shot a glance at Yukino Shida, bemused. Previously, when the trio of enchanting girls from the game club resided at his home, she had shown no signs of jealousy. Was it really so? Ailan considered himself to be a paragon of masculinity. Ailan-kun, are you ready?" Azuki Ayaka gazed at Ailan with a bashful expression, her voice trembling slightly. Upon hearing her voice, Ailan glanced up, momentarily breathless, his heart racing unexpectedly. Goodness, Azuki is quite enchanting. As Ailan's hand found its way to Azuki's neck and shoulder, caressing her delicate skin, Hikigaya Hachiman looked on with a mixture of envy and jealousy. He solemnly declared, "You should release Azuki at once. Why are you all staring at me?" "I am merely examining her bones," Ailan replied, somewhat helplessly. Yukino Shida, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, "So, did you discover anything, Ailan-kun?" The address had shifted from Yuan Ape-kun back to Ailan-kun, indicating that Yukino Shida's jealousy was nearing its breaking point. Ailan took a step back, crossing her arms as she gazed at Ayaka Hazuki. "I must say, while your physique may not be particularly frail, engaging in martial arts, no, I mean sports like tennis that demand considerable exertion, might not yield the desired results. Have you truly exerted even the bare minimum effort?" Yukino Shida felt a twinge of discontent. Ailan sighed. Observing Yukino's relentless drive to exert herself while neglecting the importance of balance between work and rest. This had been evident when she assisted Zaimokuza Yoshihiro in reviewing a novel. Despite Ailan's insistence, Yukino did not stay up too late. Yet her state of mind the following day remained rather poor. Reflecting on this, Ailan approached Yukino and took her hand. Some matters seem inherently determined, particularly regarding our physical constitution. It is vital to study diligently, engage in physical activity, rest adequately, and partake in leisure. The harmony of labor and rest is of utmost importance. This is my counsel. Yukino nodded, realizing that Ailan's words, though directed at Kazuki, were equally applicable to herself. Hikigaya and Yui were compelled to witness this affectionate exchange, turning their attention to Kazuki, as the final decision rested with him. After a brief moment, Kazuki took a deep breath and resolutely declared, "I still wish to give it a try." "Is that so? Then prepare to be thoroughly trained by Yukino." Gazing at the radiant Kazuki, Hikigaya appeared entranced. Behind him, Yui puffed up her cheeks, visibly displeased. What an expression! She had never shown such a demeanor before. Chapter 39. I am Ayaka Iroha. Senior on the tennis court, Yui and Kazuki were performing push-ups together. While Hikigaya's gaze was drawn to an intriguing sight, Ailan sat at a distance, her expression one of exasperation as she observed him. Was Yui's demeanor not evident enough? How could this fellow show no sign of acknowledgement? If he truly harbored no feelings, why then did he steal glances? What an oaf! It was evident that Ayaka Tezuka's physical prowess was rather lacking. Her feeble strength prevented her from completing even 5 push-ups in one breath. Even Yubihama, beside her, exhibited a slight edge in ability. What a pity, Ailan murmured to herself, that this individual was indeed a boy. At that moment, Yukino's voice drifted over. What a pity. Could you elucidate that, monkey? Ailan's body involuntarily stiffened. There was little preparation to commence training. Kazuka's arm strength was exceedingly inadequate, rendering the continuation of push-ups rather futile. Ailan resolutely chose to shift the topic, uncertain as to why Yukino harbored such wariness towards that frail young man. Well, it seems appropriate for me to serve as his sparring partner. After all, I am the most suitable one here. Yukino picked up 2 rackets and strode toward the center of the court. Ailan, in a state of utter ennui, gazed at the ants scuttling across the ground. It was indeed an inappropriate moment for him to take the field. With just a slight exertion, he could potentially overturn the entire court. Since his arrival in this world of academia, Ailan had never partaken in any athletic endeavors. The risks were simply too great, particularly for others. In an effort to encourage the physically inept Ayaka, Yukino deliberately tossed the ball from side to side, hoping to prompt some movement from him. For only then could he possibly intercept the ball. However, such physically demanding activities were fraught with the danger of falling. And someone with Ayaka's limited stamina was even more susceptible to mishaps. As anticipated, it wasn't long before he found himself sprawled on the ground. Ailan let out a sigh and retrieved the medical kit from behind her. Indeed, this scene had come to pass. Would Yishan and Miura Yumiko appear next? Ailan privately speculated, handing the medical kit to Ayaka Hazuka. Thank you, Ayaka Hazuka said, her face flushed, softly expressing her gratitude. Awkwardly turned his head away, letting out a huff as he made his way towards Yukino. Why is Yaren-kun so astute today? Yukino regarded him with a puzzled expression, her eyes harboring a hint of menace within their depths. Please, Hozuki is a boy, all right? I am a straight man. Though, I must admit he is rather adorable. The thought remained unvoiced by Ailan. He helplessly shrugged his shoulders, asserting, when it comes to sports, I am quite the expert. Can your stamina keep up? A lack of endurance is truly your only weakness. If it proves too challenging, perhaps we could substitute Hikigaya. He gestured toward the troubled Hikigaya Hachiman. Look, I am certain he would be willing. Very well, Yukino contemplated for a moment before agreeing to let Hikigaya Hachiman take over. Indeed, many matters would not shift merely due to Ailan's presence. Shortly after Hikigaya assumed command, Ailan noticed a group approaching the court, and he sighed. Ah, are they really coming? Ah, tennis, exclaimed a blonde girl at the forefront, brimming with excitement. As the tennis court had been reserved through Hozuki Ayaka's efforts, any intruders were expected to seek her permission. However, this group brazenly pushed open the iron gate and entered without inquiry. They resembled a king and queen surveying their domain, with the queen seamlessly taking the reins, intent on commandeering the court, utterly disregarding the expressions of Hikigaya Hachiman, Yui Yuabin, and Hozuki Ayaka. In no time, a clash ensued between the two factions, with Yayama being a prominent figure in school and well-connected, alongside the strikingly exotic beauty Miura Yumiko. Their presence attracted a throng of onlookers. As Miura's voice grew louder, the crowd swelled in number. Scanning the surroundings, the tennis court was encircled by spectators, akin to wolves drawn by the scent of prey, exuding an invisible pressure aligned with Yayama's stance. Ah, mixed doubles sound delightful. I am truly brilliant. But who would be willing to team up with Hikigaya-kun? How amusing. Miura Yumiko's laughter rang shrill, prompting the audience to join in her mirth. Hachiman. We're in trouble now, Hozuki expressed unease. Yet he bravely suppressed his tremors, suggesting, why not engage in men's doubles? It would serve as practice for me. What? I am the one playing tennis now, so you need a girl on your side? Ayaka interjected. Let us join in, we're all classmates. Hozuki. Being quite popular in class and getting along well with everyone, hoped Miura Yumiko would relent. Hozuki Ayaka appeared fearful, casting a glance at Miura before shifting her gaze to Hikigaya, caught in a dilemma of wanting to refuse, yet feeling unable to do so. Sigh. Aaron sighed. Yukino Shida, allow me to handle this matter. It is perhaps best if I negotiate with the popular one in our class. Yes, do take care. Ailan chuckled softly. What is there to worry about? Yukino Shida Yukino cast him a disapproving glance. I'm merely advising you to be cautious. Do not injure your classmates, or you shall face consequences. At that moment, the dim-witted Yuan-kun seemed to lose his train of thought. My apologies, I will be careful. Ailan laughed lightly and made his way towards the court. The debate on the court persisted. You see, Kaika has tacitly agreed with me. Hikitani's face flushed with indignation as he protested loudly. That is mere sophistry. Come now. Let us all enjoy ourselves. No need for quarrels, Yushan interjected, adopting a peacemaker's demeanor, yet his words subtly leaned in their favor. I must insist. You all may leave. The court was reserved by Hosatsuka. If you wish to continue playing, you must apply for it yourselves. Do not cause a ruckus here. At this moment, Ailan had arrived at the center of the court. The previously raucous atmosphere fell into a sudden hush. Ever since Ailan emerged from the office of the headmaster, the legend of him twisting steel into a pretzel with bare hands had spread throughout the entire campus. Coupled with his perpetually disdainful expression, everyone regarded him as an exceptionally troublesome individual. As soon as Ailan spoke, she captivated everyone present. Is Ailan also going to assist in obtaining the prize? It would suffice for us to enjoy together. Miura Yumiko murmured somewhat reluctantly. Yet due to Ailan's esteemed reputation, she hesitated to voice her objections. Ah, Ailan, you are here as well. Yama greeted Ailan with a warm smile. Aaron's standing in Class staff is akin to the ecological niche of Yukino Shida Yukino and Class J. Both maintain an aloof demeanor, yet command a sense of reverence from their peers. Furthermore, Yukino Shida Yono has expressly informed him that Aaron is to be her brother-in-law in the future. As the son of the family lawyer for the Yukino Shida clan, Yayama is also reluctant to engage in conflict with Aaron. Yayama, if you wish to play tennis, you must first submit an application. We shall adhere to the established protocols. It would be unseemly to quarrel here and provide entertainment for the other classes. Aaron, accompanied by Yeson and his group, strolled towards the exit of the stadium. Let's take the opportunity to hang out together sometime. For today, let's call it a day. This is also a part of our service department's activities. All right then, Yeson replied, leading the reluctant Miura Yumiko away. Suddenly, a figure stealthily approached Aaron, whispering in her ear. Senpai, my name is Ishikiaya. Please do not forget it. Ailan turned her gaze towards Issei Kaiyu, but at that moment, she had already departed with the crowd. Have we met? What is there to know? Ailan shook his head in silence, and suddenly, the temperature around him plummeted significantly. Turning around, he found Yukino Shida Yukino watching him with a playful expression. Chapter 40. The malevolent aura of Kasumigakaka Shiyu really? The Monkey King actually knows a first-year junior? Quite unexpected, she remarked, crossing her arms and standing unnervingly close to Ailan, their bodies nearly touching. I don't know her. I've never seen her before, he replied, raising a hand to support his chin. I see, Yukino Shida murmured. After all, the Monkey King has always behaved so crudely, while he occasionally displays moments of brilliance. It seems unlikely that he would easily win a girl's affection. Standing nearby, Hikigaya and Yui Uebahama instinctively distanced themselves from the oblivious couple, feeling that remaining near them would inflict severe emotional distress. However, Their synchronized movements inadvertently caught each other's attention, prompting them to glance at one another. In that brief moment of eye contact, both hurriedly turned their heads away. "Hey, Hazuki, let us continue our training," Hikigaya stammered, still somewhat socially anxious. Instinctively choosing to evade interactions with girls, Hazuki Ayaka responded with a smile. "Yes, Hachiman, let us carry on." "Angel," Hikigaya sighed. His steps towards Hazuki becoming notably lighter, the earlier awkwardness completely cast aside. Ailan cast a disdainful glance at Hachiman Hikigaya, expressing her disappointment. "You've been given an opportunity, yet you squander it. Why aren't you stepping up? What are you staring at, monkey?" Ailan turned around, and at that moment, his face was nearly touching that of Yukino Shida Yukino. He quickly took a half step back, his voice somewhat awkward. "It's nothing." Indeed, Ailan was a theoretical type of player. It would be unfeasible for him to take action himself. Separation line Kasa no Okashiyu had fallen ill. That very night upon returning from Chiba, she had begun to suffer from a high fever. As time passed, her muscles began to ache as well. With her parents away on business, no one was aware of her condition. Even at school, her absence went largely unnoticed. After all, even when she attended, she was often asleep. Unlike Ailan, she remained the top student in her grade, even in slumber. Following the release of the Love Metronome, her occasional absence from school did not elicit much inquiry. Alone in her bed, she opened line. The message she had sent to Renrikuin the previous night, laden with a plea for help, had yet to receive a response. What was he doing now? Playing games? Planning? Catching up on assignments? Regardless, he should not have left my message unanswered. After clearing her throat a few times, Kasa no Okashiyu put down her phone, gazing vacantly at the ceiling. Before long, she drifted back into slumber. At that moment, a faint green light reappeared in the room, and her fever intensified. Time passed, though she could not discern how long. Kasa no Okashiyu awoke once more. The high fever and pain made it impossible for her to open her eyes. Even with her eyes shut, she could sense the night had fallen. Suddenly, the sound of her door opening reached her ears, causing her to tense involuntarily. Would her parents not be returning tonight? Who was the intruder? Had a thief entered her home? And in her current state, despair enveloped her heart once again, as she could feel someone standing by her bedside. Lord of the Time Realm, do you sense this malevolence? Prolonged exposure will surely inflict irreversible harm upon Kasa no Okashiyu. Weren't you the one who said the two-star dragon wouldn't inflict substantial harm on humans before its resurrection? I had no idea it would turn out like this. Xiaoran, what should we do now? Hey, you are the deity, right? I'm merely an intern. How can you ask me what to do? You third-rate deity. Why do you keep calling me a third-rate deity? My divine status is quite high, at least 10 levels above mere mortals. The exchange between the two echoed in Kasa no Okashiyu's ears, and she felt as though she might be hallucinating. What was all this talk of the two-star dragon and deities? It seemed she had indulged too much in novels. Being ill had led her to such auditory hallucinations. She was uncertain whether to laugh or cry at this moment. The conversation continued in the background. Should we take her to the hospital? The Senza beans can't heal her, can they? Aaron inquired uncertainly of Cain. Throughout 2 lifetimes, he had endured numerous injuries, yet he had never fallen ill. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had been a fool for 2 consecutive lives. Fools rarely succumb to sickness. What nonsense are you spouting, little Aaron? Cain retorted. This phenomenon is a result of being drained of excessive life energy by the two-star dragon. How could a human doctor possibly remedy such a condition? Ailan gazed at Cain in silence, exclaiming, "What do you propose I do? I absolutely cannot accept any casualties within my realm of work." The words of little Ran were increasingly reminiscent of a corporate drone. Cain, noting Ailan's displeased expression, quickly added, "However, there is a solution. Little Ran already possesses a considerable amount of positive energy. A mere boost would suffice, much like the way you treat Yukino Shida Yukino." "What nonsense?" Ailan retorted, her face flushed with indignation. "What about my treatment of Yukino Shida Yukino? I haven't done anything." "Oh, it's merely physical contact," Cain explained. "The energy within you will naturally flow into her. However, considering the life energy she has lost, you would need to continuously impart positive energy to her for several days. I dislike interacting with unfamiliar humans." Ailan found himself in a state of struggle, acknowledging that what was said was indeed the truth. Since arriving in this world, apart from his long-standing connection with Yukino Shida Yukino, he remained resistant to engaging with others. "Little Ran, this simply won't do. I intend for you to integrate into human society, not to retreat into isolation. I shall leave this matter in your capable hands." I have matters in the demon realm that require my supervision, and as a significant figure, my schedule is quite demanding. Truly. By the way, you must swiftly locate the 2-star dragon, for if you fail, lives may be lost. With that, a flash of pink light enveloped the room, and Kane vanished from Shiyu Kasumigakaka's presence, leaving the atmosphere once again steeped in silence. Lying in bed, Shiyu Kasumigakaka felt somewhat dazed, now entirely certain that the earlier conversation was not merely a figment of her imagination. Was the figure by the window truly Ailan? Had they indeed mentioned Yukino Shida Yukino? The fever clouding her mind hindered her ability to open her eyes, rendering her incapable of discerning the identity of the man beside her. Her thoughts, too, moved at a sluggish pace. After a moment, she heard the man by her bedside let out a sigh. Well, no matter what, I cannot simply stand by and watch you perish before my eyes. Subsequently, she felt herself being lifted into someone's arms. Chapter 41. As night falls, Shiyu Kasumigakaka sensed herself being cradled gently. Aaron's arm glided around her waist, one hand tenderly cradling her lower back, while the other embraced her full, glistening thigh, lifting her effortlessly from the bed. Oh, how surprisingly light. Aaron's voice, laced with self-reflection, reached Shiyu of the Misty Hills' ears. Curiosity, embarrassment, surprise, and fear, an array of emotions surged within her heart. There was an innate yearning for companionship in this moment, a primal response to illness and injury. Guilt, sorrow, and pain intertwined within her, yet a warm current flowed through, drifting toward an unknown glimmer in the darkness. Soon, a wave of warmth radiated from Aaron's body, swiftly enveloping Shiyu. In an instant, she sensed her vitality gradually returning. Her previously parched spirit began to rejuvenate under such comforting warmth. In that moment, she felt akin to a drowning soul finally liberated from the depths of despair, gasping for breath. Wait, why is she still holding me? Shiyu thought. Please don't wake up now. I wouldn't know how to explain this. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Aaron's neck. Aaron struggled slightly, but considering her physical state, the resistance was mild. The energy depletion was alarmingly slow. At this rate, she would be unable to leave for at least an hour. Aaron mused to herself. The fact that she could consume 99 pure chocolate on a Saturday indicates that this woman is beginning to lose her sense of taste. I should have realized that sooner. Clearly, her condition is not merely due to excessive energy loss. Aside from combat, Aaron's other forte lay in physical recuperation, a skill honed as a complementary service for her battles. Shiyu's current state was also related to her late-night habits. As time ticked away, Aaron discerned that Shiyu's body could no longer absorb positive energy. Assessing her condition, Aaron estimated that in 3 or 4 days, she would likely make a complete recovery. Gently laying her back on the bed and covering her with a blanket, Aaron prepared to leave. As she approached the door, she hesitated momentarily. With a sigh, she turned back towards Shiyu's desk and penned a note before finally departing from her home. With her eyes closed, Shiyu remained on the bed until she was certain Aaron had left, before slowly rising. Just an hour in her embrace, and my body feels significantly better? Stretching her limbs, she walked to the desk and picked up the note Aaron had left behind. A series of poorly penned words caught her attention. Hello, after my observation. Your body is severely overextended. Although it may not be apparent in youth, as you age, your physical condition will inevitably decline. I hope you cultivate good habits and ensure sufficient sleep. Below is the dietary list I have prescribed for your physical condition. If you adhere to the aforementioned regimen, your health will soon be restored. By the way, my name is Lei Feng. Pashashi Chiyoshiryu stifled a laugh, finding the mention of Lei Feng amusing. She had not anticipated that Ailan Jun would possess such an intriguing personality. However, as her laughter subsided, tears began to flow uncontrollably. It turned out that being cared for felt like this. Opening her phone, she noticed that an Ailan had replied to her message over an hour ago. Senior, I borrowed a new game from Ailan yesterday and played until late, so I didn't notice your message. Is everything all right? Reading those words, Shaji Chiyoshiryu revealed a sorrowful smile. Joy and disappointment intertwined. Pain and happiness became connected, leading her to weep even more fervently. Eventually, she managed to compose herself, picking up her phone to respond to an Ailan. Everything is fine, Ethics June. Please expedite the project proposal. I plan to commence the 3rd volume soon. Therefore, time is a bit pressing. Before that, I hope to complete the script for Shining Girls as swiftly as possible. On the other side, an Ailan received Shashi Chiyoshiryu's message. His initial reaction was one of exhilaration. Finally, The senior was about to start the third volume, and he, as her first reader, had anticipated this for quite some time. Yet, as he read the message several times, he sensed an underlying meaning that eluded him. Never mind, he thought, and after replying, he picked up his controller to embark on his journey into the realm of anime. He murmured to himself, as long as the project proposal is submitted by Saturday, there's no need to rush. I also need to glean some inspiration from these games. At that moment, upon seeing his message, Shaji Chioshiru laughed through her tears. She had come to a realization. Ailan might have feelings for her, but he did not truly care about her. After waiting an entire day, her message had seemingly vanished into the void. Whether he had read it or simply chose to feign ignorance made no difference in the outcome. Since Ailan valued her abilities rather than her as a person, why should she attach irrelevant emotions to the notion of romance? She cast her phone aside and curled up beneath her blanket. That night, her tears were spent. Come dawn, she would no longer weep over this matter. As Ailan soared through the air, he couldn't help but mentally lament his circumstances. Fortunately, at that time, he had been practicing in a forest not far from Tokyo, allowing him to sense the malevolent aura in a timely manner. Otherwise, it could have led to a grave disaster. This job was truly exasperating. That second-rate deity was utterly useless. The possibility of Kasumi no Oka Shiyu being the host could now be dismissed. A two-star dragon would not voluntarily eliminate its own host before awakening. Who could it possibly be? Could it truly be Kato? As he pondered, he flew towards the location where he had been training. Although a myriad of questions swirled in his mind, one thing was certain. Since the two-star dragon was no longer as innocuous as before, he had to take proactive measures. How could he possibly draw it out? Damn that wretched creature. Once I find you, I shall scatter your ashes to the winds. Frustrated and at a loss, Ailan could only curse vehemently. Little did he know that during the purification of the 7 Dragon Balls, he had encountered 2 moments of extreme peril, one of which was caused by this seemingly weakest two-star dragon. Yet, what he yearned for most at that moment was to resume his training. Ever since he began generating what he referred to as positive energy, his combat prowess had been escalating at an astonishing rate. His battle power had now surpassed 18,000. Chapter 42. Chiba Specialties. On a new day, Ailan arrived at the service department early, but unexpectedly, Hikigaya had beaten him to it. What was going on? Ailan gazed at Hikigaya with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. This fellow typically sauntered into the clubroom only when the bell signaled the end of the session. Yet today seemed different. I have a commission, one that my sister's classmate entrusted to me. Hikigaya's expression turned grave as he regarded Yukino Shida Yukino. For this was indeed a request from his own sister, and he treated it with utmost seriousness. No wonder. I nearly forgot that Hikigaya Hachiman could be considered a quintessential sister complex from Chiba. He shared a silent understanding with Yukino Shida, who displayed a look of astonishment. Although we do not typically accept commissions from students of other schools, the thought of your sister possessing those same vacant eyes as yours evokes a sense of pity. So, please, enlighten me about your sister's request. Yukino Shida spoke with her characteristic sharpness, her demeanor still radiating an air of purity. Hey, my little sister is exceptionally beautiful. She's arguably the best in the world. And what is with those looks you are giving? Ailan feigned contemplation for a moment and jested. I've been pondering the concept of romance lately. Could you enlighten me? Having spent considerable time with the members of the club, Ailan had begun to indulge in playful banter, increasingly embodying the demeanor expected of a 17-year-old youth. Suddenly, a sharp thud echoed as Yukino delivered a swift kick to Ailan's leg beneath the table. What has become of you, Monkey-kun? To lay hands on a fellow member's younger sister. Yukino Shida squinted, exuding an air of menace. Indeed. Moreover, my sister is still in middle school. Do not harbor any intentions toward Kamachi. She is mine. Ailan clasped Yukino Shida Yukino's hand and asked with a smile, Minister, should we disregard Hikigaya's recent perverse remarks? There's no hope left. Let us execute him. With others present, Yukino Shida's face flushed as she felt Ailan's sudden grip. Yet she did not pull away, casting a reproachful glance at him. Hey, don't unilaterally condemn others. My transgressions hardly warrant execution. Ailan's eyes narrowed into slits, but soon shifted to a scrutinizing gaze fixed upon Hikigaya Hachiman. So you indeed feel guilty, harboring an interest in your sister, do you? Not at all. Hikigaya Hachiman felt an unusual fatigue. Usually, he only had to endure the occasional spoonful of love. Yet today, he found himself besieged by a couple's playful banter. Perhaps it was best to distance himself from this club. Yui, when will you come over? He internally called out to Yuobin Yui. Ah, hello? Is sincerity the key? At Hikagaya's summons, Yuobin gently pushed open the door to the clubroom. What's the matter? Upon seeing Hikagaya, despondently sprawled across the table, she cautiously surveyed the atmosphere of the room before inquiring. We are denouncing a certain pervert who wishes to harm his own sister. Yukino Shida Yukino cast a glance at Hikagaya Hachiman, who in turn cast a pleading look towards Yuobin Yui. At that moment, Yuobin also directed a disapproving gaze at Hikagaya Hachiman. Hikagaya felt as if he had received a final blow, sinking into utter desolation. After some playful banter, he finally divulged his sister's request. So, you want me to investigate why your classmate, Kawasaki Saki, has been returning home late at night, and then perhaps persuade her? Yukino Shida Yukino rested her chin on her hand, summarizing Hikagaya's earlier statement. Is that so? Hikagaya nodded. Since it was his sister's request, he initially intended to undertake this task alone. However, being a well-known social recluse, he had yet to even ascertain Kawasaki Saki's appearance. After much contemplation, he concluded that he would need the group's assistance to accomplish this task. Yukino Shida Yukino turned her gaze to the dazed Ailan and asked, What do you think? Oh, it should be nothing serious. She is probably just working part-time at night. Nonetheless, an investigation is warranted. Familiar with the unfolding narrative, Ailan felt little concern but decided against interfering too much. Hiratsuka Shizun's perspective was indeed correct. Through the act of aiding others, everyone in the service club could learn something valuable. This included Ailan himself, who, despite being aware of the situation's trajectory, was gradually learning how to navigate life as a human on Earth. After pondering for a moment, Yukino Shida Yukino suggested, How about this, Hikagaya-kun? Tomorrow, arrange to meet with Kawasaki's younger brother. Once we gather more details, we can devise a plan. For now, let us continue accompanying Hazuka for training. With an exuberant spirit, Yubaihan raised a hand. In the depths of the night, the room of Kasumigakaka Shiyu lay shrouded in darkness. She lay on her side, her head resting on her hand, her legs elegantly intertwined. The hem of her nightgown had rolled up, revealing a flat abdomen devoid of any excess flesh. While the partially opened neckline hinted at the soft curves beneath, a vision of creamy white delicately concealed. Silken strands of hair cascaded down her face, partially obscuring her features, which were graced by a smile that added a touch of radiant beauty. After a night of introspection, many things had suddenly become clear to her. Even the love metronome, which she had struggled to articulate for so long, now seemed to flow effortlessly from her thoughts. Although her body had yet to fully recover, the pain and inner turmoil had dissipated, and the world once again radiated its brilliance to her. Suddenly, she perceived a faint sound from outside her window and quickly pulled the blanket around herself, retreating beneath its warmth. At that moment, a figure stealthily slipped into her bedroom through the window. It must be Ailan, she mused, feeling as if a thief had intruded. A subtle smile graced Kasumigakaka Shiyu's lips as she envisioned Ailan's current appearance. This evening, Ailan did not lift her into his arms but merely held her hand. A continuous stream of positive energy flowed between them. The familiar warmth from last night enveloped her once more, and she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of contentment. Ailan gazed uncertainly at Shiyu Zayansaku, who lay on the bed. After a moment, seeing no signs of her awakening, he let out a sigh of relief. Alas, working here feels akin to committing a heist. Ailan continued to channel his energy to Shiyu Zayazaku, exercising utmost caution, for the human body is inherently fragile. As the final vestige of energy was transmitted, Ailan released a long sigh of relief. Shiyu Zayazaku was recovering well. Within a day, the energy absorbed by the two-star dragon would be fully restored. Moreover, having endured such pure, positive energy, her condition would likely surpass her previous state. Without lingering, Ailan discreetly closed Shiyu Zayazaku's window before departing. Inside the room, Shiyu Zayazaku abruptly threw aside her blanket, gasping for breath, her face flushed to the point of nearly bleeding. She muttered softly, instinctively glancing at the hand Ailan had been holding moments before. Chapter 43, Hikagaya's Discovery. Hikagaya brought the members of the service club to the municipal library, where he had arranged to meet his sister Kamachi and Kawasaki Taisher. Hello everyone, I am Kamachi Hikagaya, the sister of Hikagaya Hachiman. Unlike her brother, Kamachi exuded a lively and charming demeanor, completely at ease in the situation, seemingly a world away from her socially anxious brother. At this moment, the young boy beside her politely greeted the group. Hello, I am Kawakasi Taisher, a classmate of Hikagaya. His voice was steady, Despite his youth, he made a favorable impression. However, this did not apply to Hikigaya Hachiman, who turned his head awkwardly to the side, clearly displeased while Kawakasi introduced himself, particularly when Yukino mentioned him. Kawakasi's utterance of brother nearly sent him into a frenzy. Hikigaya Hachiman grimaced at Kawakasi Taisher, irately declaring, "I am not your brother." Ailan cast a silent glance at the brother complex, pondering the absurdity of it all. At that moment, Kamachi regarded Yui with a hint of suspicion, pondering where she might have encountered her before. Haha, perhaps you are mistaken, Yui chuckled lightly, her gaze somewhat evasive. Ailan, sensing the tension, abruptly interjected, acutely aware of the sensitive nature of Hikigaya. If he were to discover that Yui was indeed the owner of the dog responsible for his accident, it would likely lead to yet another bout of sulking. More often than not, he would distance himself from Yui. After all, he harbored a distaste for gentle girls, as their kindness towards everyone could easily mislead him into believing they held a special affection for him, a lesson learned from his middle school experiences. However, the gentle demeanor of Yui towards him now stemmed from genuine interest. The members of the service club were among the few individuals in this world with whom Ailan was willing to engage in meaningful communication. Instinctively, he wished to avoid allowing events to unfold in a manner reminiscent of the original narrative. But that could wait, for now. It was imperative to properly introduce the situation regarding Kawasaki Saki. Ailan gently tapped the table, steering the conversation back on track. My sister, a student at Sobu High, is named Kawasaki Saki. Recently, she has exhibited numerous peculiar changes, seemingly transforming into a delinquent, which prompts me to seek your assistance in investigating her situation. Hikitani still could not recall who Kawasaki Saki specifically was. Observing his bewildered expression, Yui pouted, saying, "Really, Hikigaya? You should pay more attention to the people in our class." Hikigaya retorted, "I have been paying attention. Since yesterday, I've been trying to remember. But all I can think of is that her name sounds somewhat familiar. Besides, the only person in class I've conversed with frequently is Ayaka." Mentioning Hozuki, Hikigaya revealed a hint of a smile, as he had been helping her practice every day, brightening his otherwise gloomy high school life considerably. Yukino Shida coldly remarked, "Hikigaya, please refrain from exposing your distasteful inclinations in front of others." Hikigaya's lips twitched. "What are you imagining? My orientation is perfectly normal. I could never be attracted to men." At that moment, Yui gazed at Hikigaya with a look of suspicion. Could it be that he truly liked men? What about herself? Just then, Kamachi stepped forward, resolutely asserting, "Brother definitely still likes girls." Well, whether one believes it or not, if certain things were to suddenly become true, then the Hikigaya household would surely be in dire straits. Ahem, weren't we discussing Kawasaki? What are you all talking about? Ailan coughed lightly, utterly at a loss for words. Was the thought process of this group truly so erratic? Sitting opposite him, Kawasaki Daiji lowered his head in disappointment. "I apologize for the trouble I've caused everyone, but I am genuinely worried about my sister." Yukino pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, "I can understand the concern for family. Kawasaki-san is a student from Sobu High, and by extension, the request from her brother can be deemed a customary interaction. Therefore, our service club shall undertake this commission." Although they had accepted the request, it was already too late in the day to take any action. They would have to wait until tomorrow. Watching the distant figures of the Hikigaya siblings, Ailan instinctively shifted his gaze to Uehama, who was cozily nestled beside Yukino Shida. With a resigned sigh, as someone not particularly skilled in socializing, Ailan felt he had done his utmost and hoped for a favorable outcome for them. Hikigaya Kamachi skipped alongside her brother. "Hey, brother, Yukino Shida-san from your club is truly beautiful, like someone who stepped out of a painting." Kamachi feigned casual admiration, eager to see if her oblivious brother had finally gained some insight. "Indeed, she is quite lovely, albeit a bit sharp-tongued. Luckily, Ailan can tolerate her." Upon hearing her brother's remark, Kamachi felt a twinge of disappointment but pressed on for clarification. "So, are Ailan and Yukino Shida-san a couple?" "Well, they insist they are not in a romantic relationship yet, but it's obvious to anyone with eyes." "What about Yui-san?" Kamachi recalled the way Uehama had looked at her brother earlier and suddenly felt there might be potential there, even referring to her as Yui-san. She gazed expectantly at Hikigaya Hachiman. For the sake of the Hikigaya family, Kamachi had endured burdens beyond her years. It was all because of her disappointing brother. Hearing Uehama's name, Hikigaya slowed his pace slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Well, I have hardly interacted with Yokohama, and I'm not particularly adept at communicating with girls. Upon hearing this response, Kamachi sadly remarked, does this mean brother will grow old alone? All you need is Kamachi. Ugh. Kamachi grimaced, sticking out her tongue, and then added, but even if brother becomes a loser, Kamachi will never abandon you. Right. Hikigaya replied weakly. Suddenly, Kamachi seemed to have an epiphany. Brother, I just remembered, Yokohama-san is the owner of that little dog. When you were hospitalized, she even brought you gifts. After your discharge, she came to our house to deliver more items. It seems you truly have a connection with Yokohama-san. Upon hearing this, Hikigaya Hachiman abruptly halted. What's wrong? Brother? Did I say something wrong? No, it's nothing. Hikigaya Hachiman let out a bitter laugh and continued on his way home. Indeed. I do not have an affinity for gentle girls. Chapter 44. Airi Spencer Sawamura is also quite busy. The game club's group has been remarkably quiet these past few days. Aaron seldom speaks, and Kato K is also quite reticent. Recently, Kasumigakaka Shiyu has been unwell, which has considerably diminished her banter with Sawamura Airi in the group chat. As for Aki Tomoya, after 3 days of persistent absence due to taking leave, he finally completed the game borrowed from Aaron, all while enduring sleepless nights. Consequently, the group chat has been rather quiet this week. Suddenly, Aki Tomoya dropped a bombshell in the chat. Everyone, I want to be participating in Saturday's event. Something has come up unexpectedly. Why? Kasumigakaka Shiyu, upon reading Aki Tomoya's message on her phone, sprang out of bed. She has been increasingly eager for the club activities, especially since she owes Aki Tomoya a significant favor. The sooner she repays him, the sooner she can extricate herself, by providing him with an impeccable script. Assisting him in completing the dazzling screenplay, she would have sufficiently cleared her debt from the love metronome. Filled with excitement, she has already completed part of the script and is determined to avoid any further delays. Meanwhile, Aki Tomoya is scratching his head, pondering why he wouldn't attend the event. He has finally conquered the game he had been yearning for. What should he do next? Naturally, he ought to conduct a review. As a blogger with 100,000 followers, isn't it his duty to release game strategies at the earliest opportunity? However, using this reason to excuse himself from Saturday's event seems untenable, especially since he is the one who established the gaming club. I need to work on Saturday, so I won't be joining this time. Everyone, make sure to handle your tasks well, and we can gather at school next week. Aki Tomoya thinks his reasoning is flawless and won't impede the game's progress. At this moment, Airi interjects, Tomoya, are you really going to work? Have you been so engrossed in gaming that you've become lethargic these past few days? What are you talking about, Airi? I actually have multiple jobs to attend to. I have no objections, although I was designated as the lead actress. I still don't know what I should be doing. Kato, you should focus on learning programming this week. The programming for Gal game is quite applicable. It won't take much time to grasp. Aaron, could you prepare a detailed textbook for Kato? Sure. Aaron casually typed a couple of words while flying towards Tokyo and tucked her phone back into her pocket. In that case, I have no issues, Kato K replied. Neither do I. I still need Henny Aaron for model references. You deceitful heiress of the drawing board. Are you already revealing your desires? What are you saying? You black-stockinged woman? Do you understand what I mean by references? Pure references. Those who understand the art of drawing claim to be pure. Since none of you seem to have any objections, I too may join. Shall we convene at the station this Saturday and head to AI Ran's apartment? AI Ran? And Ailan, clutching his phone, gazed at the way Kasumigakaka Shiyu referred to AI Ran, a flicker of unease surfacing within him. Perhaps I am merely overthinking. AI Ran seems to be quite out of place among us. He possesses no understanding of the second dimension and is only willing to invest in our endeavor as a means of repaying Ghana. Moreover, we have only met him twice. Ghana. Remembering Kata Megumi, and Ailan pushed aside thoughts of Kasumigakaka Shiyu. The thrill of that fateful encounter lingered in his memory, refusing to fade. As a devoted otaku, he lacked the courage to pursue Katu, prompting him to devise a means of expressing his feelings entirely through the medium of a game. After all, the third dimension is nothing short of a dreadful and flawed game. Meanwhile, in a grand villa, Lily stomped her feet in frustration. That woman in black stockings had the audacity to slander me in front of Luan Yi again. How outrageous. She merely sought inspiration. After venting her complaints, she returned to her creative process, only to find that the male protagonist she was currently depicting bore a striking resemblance to AI Ran. And he was depicted in the nude. Aaron gazed contemplatively at the sky above the Kasumigakaka residence. Venturing to a girl's home in the dead of night to clasp her hand struck him as an undeniably peculiar act. To avert any awkwardness, he resolved to wait until the late hours, when Kasumigakaka Shiyu would be fast asleep, before stealthily entering her room. Paradoxically, this behavior bordered on the more sinister and had escalated into a criminal act. Yet, how could one frame the act of saving someone as a crime? Furthermore, today marked the final session of treatment. Ailan consoled herself. Unfortunately, Shiyu from Shiaji Hill was entirely different from the orderly lifestyle of Yukino from Yuki no Shida. She was a quintessential night owl. The night was when she truly thrived, attending school merely to catch up on her sleep. This shared trait did indeed resemble Ailan. As the minutes ticked by, the clock swiftly approached a little past 1 in the morning. Ailan gently descended outside the window of Shiyu's Ayazuka and quietly slipped inside. Fortunately, this woman does not have a habit of locking her windows at night. Otherwise, I would have had to devise another means of entry. In the darkness, Ailan skillfully approached Shiyu's bedside, took her hand, and commenced today's task. The moment Shiyu felt Ailan grasp her hand, her eyelids fluttered slightly. Today, she continued to feign sleep. After 2 consecutive days of such experiences, how could someone as astute as she be unaware that Ailan was attempting to heal her? Thus, she chose to pretend to be asleep, ensuring that neither of them would feel awkward. As Ailan's energy flowed into her body once more, Shiyu let out a soft moan. Unsure if it was due to shyness, but she felt her body begin to warm. In recent days, Shiyu often recalled the events of the previous night. In a moment of despair and helplessness, Ailan had pulled her from the abyss. The warmth enveloping her in Ailan's embrace was an experience she had never known before. Drawing her in slightly, Ailan exhaled softly, relieved that his clandestine task was finally complete. He stood up and observed Shiyu. Although he could barely discern her outline in the darkness, he could ascertain from her breathing that she had fully recovered. Reflecting on the tales of protagonists he had encountered in his past life, Ailan murmured, "From a certain perspective, humanity is indeed a resilient species. Though their bodies are frail, their spirits are remarkably strong." With a sigh, he quietly departed. His day's work was done. That third-rate deity would not compensate for overtime. Was Ailan just speaking of me? Strong? It seems I owe Ailan yet another favor. However, since he came secretly, wishing for me to remain unaware of this matter, how should I repay him? Shiyu murmured to herself, slowly rising from her bed. After turning on the bedroom light, she approached her desk. The computer was merely in sleep mode, and she gently tapped it. A partially written document appeared on the screen, the title at the top reading The Love Metronome. Chapter 45, The Strategy of the Troubled Girl. During Thursday's lunch break, and during the peculiar gaze of Hikigaya, Yui finally reached her limit. Her face flushed as she inquired, "Hikigaya, what does that expression mean? Is there something wrong with me?" Hikigaya quickly lowered his head. "No, nothing is wrong." Yukino Shida Yukino snapped her book shut with a clap, stating, "Hikigaya, if you do not wish to be taken away, I suggest you refrain from teasing my club members." "Am I not also one of your club members?" Yari Hachiman muttered softly, directing all his attention to the novel in his hands. At that moment, Ailan deliberately slowed his pace of eating, given Hachiman's current demeanor. Even he could surmise certain matters. However, Ailan was at a loss regarding how to address the present predicament. Enlisting a Saiyan as a matchmaker seemed utterly implausible. Nevertheless, problems tend to resolve themselves in due course, and with that thought, Ailan opted to continue his meal. Meanwhile, Yukino Shida Yukino timely offered him a cup of red tea. "Thank you." After taking a sip, Ailan gently expressed her gratitude to Yukino Shida Yukino. Yukino, shaking her head, replied, "It's nothing. Compared to the hardships you've endured these past few nights, this is insignificant." Hachiman, Hikigaya, and Yui Yubin stared at the two in astonishment. Had Yukino just uttered some suggestive words? What did she mean by the hardships of the night? Could it be? Hachiman did not wish to pursue the thought further, aware that knowing too much might lead to dire consequences from the two. Yui's face had flushed a deep crimson as she stole a glance at Hachiman, a gesture that did not escape his keen perception. Was Yui truly being so kind to him merely because he had rescued her dog? Hachiman hoped not. He wished for Yui to be, in the same vein as Yukino to Ailan, a genuine friend to him. This was not to say he harbored romantic feelings for Yui. Rather, he yearned for her kindness to stem from a purer friendship, from camaraderie as club members, not from the guilt and gratitude of a saved individual. "Hey, Yui." Restless and anxious, Hachiman ultimately made a decision. He stood up and addressed Yui. "Hey, Yui, come outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." He did not wish to evade the matter. It was imperative to ascertain the truth, even if the outcome left him disheartened. Yui froze, contemplating, could this be? Hachiman strode towards the clubroom's exit, his voice carrying back to her, don't worry about it, just follow me. If Yui continued to hesitate, Hachiman feared he would lose the courage to confront the situation, especially with Yukino casting a disapproving glance in his direction. After all, Yui was Yukino's sole friend. And Yukino could not bear to let Yui venture out alone with Hachiman. Upon witnessing the situation, Ailan began to soothe Yukino, gently whispering in her ear, do not worry, Hikigaya will ensure that Yubihama is safe. Moreover, even if any issues arise, I will be able to sense them from here. The warm breath that escaped from Ailan's lips brushed against Yukino's earlobe, causing her to momentarily weaken. Casting him a reproachful glance, her cheeks flushed. If Hachiman exhibited such a response, Ailan felt assured that the situation was largely under control. It seemed that Hachiman had undergone a considerable transformation, at the very least. He no longer hastily passed judgments on others according to his whims. Regardless of the circumstances, Yugahama Yui was not like the proud, golden-haired Eri, whose words often contradicted her feelings. Had Hachiman communicated with her sincerely from the outset, Yugahama might not have outright declared, I like you. But she certainly would not have sabotaged the situation with contradictory statements. He savored a sip of the delightful black tea brewed by Yukino, praising her culinary skills. Delicious, Yukino. Your craftsmanship is ever impressive. By the way, have there been any developments regarding Kawasaki Saki? Yukino did not respond directly. Instead, she narrowed her eyes and leaned against Ailan's shoulder. Have you heard of animal therapy? When one is touched or possesses compassion, the sight of a pitiful little creature often evokes an instinct to bring it home. Ailan, uncertain, replied, although that may not be entirely accurate. It is true that recently, Monkey Kuin has been diligently studying. Yukino gently elucidated for Ailan. If a delicate blue kitten were to appear before anyone, it would surely bring a sense of emotional healing. Ailan curled her lips, seemingly implying that such a person could only be you. I recall that Kawasaki is allergic to cats. Previously, some of Pulu's fur clung to me, and when Kawasaki walked past, he began to sneeze incessantly for quite some time. Yukino furrowed her brow, gazing incredulously at Ailan. Is there truly such a person in this world? The level of affection for cats seems excessive. Have you been brainwashed by Pulu? While they deliberated over their feline plans, Hikigaya and Yui Uobin had finally concluded their conversation and re-entered the service club. Yukino sat upright, startled, much like a frightened cat. Yui's face bore faint traces of tears, her eyes slightly reddened, yet her expression radiated sheer joy. The uncontainable smile on her face made it evident that she was genuinely elated. Hikigaya appeared somewhat uneasy, though he maintained an air of calmness. Ailan sensed his aura and perceived that his inner turmoil seemed to have dissipated. Clearly, this was a happy and fulfilling narrative, culminating in a relatively perfect conclusion. It seems that the unfortunate events from last Saturday's gaming session were not a reflection of one's character, but rather a flaw of the game developers. Who was it that claimed Saiyans could not forge red threads? Upon returning to his seat, Hikigaya inquired, so, how did the discussion about Kawasaki Saki progress? We still have no solutions. Yui raised her hand. What about romance? Yukino looked at her in confusion. Romance? Surely, only love can transform a girl. As she spoke, she cast a discreet glance at Hikigaya Hachiman, then broke into a silly smile. Yukino instinctively glanced at Ailan, nodding thoughtfully. She found Yui Uobin's words to be quite reasonable. Aaron gazed at Yukino with a look of astonishment. Could it be? Has your intelligence been diminished by Yugahama? This plan is evidently unreliable, isn't it? Ailan decisively chose to intervene, refusing to allow Yubihama to lead Yukino astray any longer. Ahem. Are you familiar with Eagle Ladder? It's that bar near the apartment. Oh? Yukino cast a disapproving glance at Ailan, silently questioning how he came to know of that establishment. Where are you getting at? I meant that Kawasaki is likely working there. Chapter 46. The bar with lingering malevolence at 8:30 in the evening, at the Angel's Ladder. Hikigaya and Yubihama had been waiting on the first floor for nearly half an hour when Yukino and Ailan finally made their entrance. Hikigaya remarked with a hint of surprise, I can't believe the president is actually late today. Yukino calmly acknowledged her tardiness. I apologize for making you wait. Ailan awkwardly remarked, it is primarily my fault. Yukino Shida Yukino had previously advised Ailan to don formal attire after school. Yet he returned home clad in his Saiyan combat uniform. This, indeed, is the formal wear of a Saiyan. The outcome was, as one might imagine, rather predictable. Dear friend, could you please exhibit a modicum of common sense? She chided. Is the cosplay outfit you are wearing truly considered formal? Yukino sighed, supporting her forehead with a hand, and helplessly shook her head before leading Ailan to a clothing store to procure a suitable outfit. This delay resulted in their tardiness. No worries, hee. Yui Uebari chuckled as she adjusted her posture. Since this was an establishment for adults, all manners must adhere to the standards of maturity, as Yukino had instructed her. She glanced at Ailan and exclaimed, "Wow, today you look as dashing as little Q." Ailan, dissatisfied, turned his head away, grumbling that this attire was far from comfortable and utterly inferior to his combat uniform. "All right, let us proceed," Yukino said, chuckling softly at Ailan's sulking demeanor as she placed her hand gently on his arm. "Let us go." The Angel Staircase could be described as a remarkably upscale bar, renowned for its decor and service, the finest in Chiba City. It serves as an excellent venue for relaxation or business discussions, frequented primarily by corporate elites. Patrons like Ailan and his companions are exceedingly rare, if not non-existent. Yukino Shida Yukino, due to her family's connections, exuded an air of composure. Ailan naturally wore a nonchalant expression. Due to her carefree nature, Yokohama exhibited no particular reaction. However, Hikigaya felt a twinge of anxiety. Aaron approached Yukino Shida Yukino and said, "Relax, stand tall, lift your chin, and draw in your abdomen. Do not be curious and glance around. As long as you refrain from behaving improperly, others will pay you no mind." Hikigaya nodded in agreement, gradually easing his tension. "Look, there is Kawasaki over there," Yui exclaimed softly. "Yukino, why don't you join them to meet Kawasaki? I have a few matters to attend to." Aaron suddenly halted, casting a dubious glance around the bar. Once again, her expression was serious, causing Yukino Shida Yukino to anxiously grasp Aaron's hand. "What's wrong?" she inquired. "It's nothing. You all go ahead. I'll join you shortly." "All right, be careful." After Yukino Shida Yukino departed, Aaron ventured into the depths of the bar. She surveyed the entire establishment but found no clues. Despite the pervasive aura of malevolence, the patrons appeared unfazed, as if they were untouched by its influence. Could it be that a host of the Dragon Balls had frequented this place? Ailan closed her eyes for a moment. Attuning herself to the unfamiliar malevolent energy that surrounded her, she had never encountered such a presence before. Currently, there were no signs of the evil dragon within Chiba City, and the dark aura was gradually dissipating. The issue regarding Yukino Shida Yukino's 3-star Dragon Ball remained unresolved, and the 2-star Ball's host was still unknown. Now, an unfamiliar Dragon Ball with an unknown essence had emerged. Aaron found herself increasingly agitated. The god of time and space had incessantly remarked that the concentration of positive energy within her was insufficient, inadequate for purifying Yukino Shida Yukino's 3-star sphere. Yet, to this day, Aaron remained perplexed as to how one might acquire such so-called positive energy. The vague assertion that engaging in romantic relationships and mastering the lifestyle of an ordinary earthling would yield an inexhaustible supply of positive energy only served to heighten her frustration. Was her degree of earthification not sufficient? Meanwhile, the conversation between the servitude department and Kawasaki Saki had commenced. Yukino Shida Yukino approached to greet her, saying, "Good evening, Kawasaki-san." Kawasaki Saki, initially believing she was welcoming a guest, was taken aback upon realizing that 2 of the 3 individuals were her classmates, and the third was the renowned Yukino Shida. Yubihama? And Yukino Shida? Hikiya Hachiman gazed at the only girl who had overlooked him with deadpan eyes, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Hey, what about me?" Kawasaki Saki replied nonchalantly. "I'm not familiar with you. You seem to be in our class, but I don't know your name." "Huh." Kawasaki Saki nodded slightly, then scrutinized the 3 before her, inquiring, "So, what brings you here?" A few students from Sobu High, clad in expensive formal attire, disregarding the hour, had come to the Angel's Ladder. Kawasaki assumed they were there to seek her out. As it turned out, she was correct. "Your brother." Yukino Shida Yukino stated with a hint of detachment. "Kawasaki Daiji informed us of your situation. And, according to Kawasaki-san, cough, that sounds a bit odd. Let's just refer to him as Daiji. At Daiji's request, we hope to restore you to the gentle sister who wouldn't return home at midnight, who feels distressed about her studies and harbors no secrets." Kawasaki Saki sighed in resignation. Daiji truly undertook an unnecessary endeavor. Unnecessary? Yukino Shida softly echoed, offering no further commentary. Yet her expression conveyed her unwavering resolve. As Kawasaki Saki wiped a cup, she replied leisurely, "In any case, regardless of what Daiji has told you, it has nothing to do with you. You need not concern yourselves with me." Yukino Shida glanced at her watch. Cinderella's magic is set to expire at midnight. Yet your enchantment is about to dissipate, dear mermaid princess. Sobu has regulations that impose time constraints on part-time work, and the hour was drawing near. You. Kawasaki Saki shot a disgruntled look at Yukino Shida, who remained unfazed. The atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, Hikiya interjected, "You're working to save up for your college tuition, right? Kawasaki-san." At this moment, Ailan had ascended to the rooftop of the Angel's Ladder bar. Aside from the establishment itself, the remainder of the building was devoid of any malevolent presence. Furthermore, judging by the dissipating aura of the malevolence, it seemed that the unknown host must have arrived at this bar within the past 3 days. Coincidentally, Ailan had been visiting Tokyo each day during that time, which accounted for his earlier unawareness. Just then, he noticed several members of the service department escorting Kawasaki Saki onto the street. A faint smile involuntarily crept across his face, signaling the apparent success of their commission. Suddenly, an idea struck Ailan, and he promptly leaped from the building's shadowed corner, landing beside Kawasaki Saki and the members of the service department. "Good evening, Kawasaki." "Ailan? Did you come with them?" Aaron nodded and inquired, "Kawasaki, may I ask you a question? Have there been any peculiar individuals visiting this bar over the past 3 days?" Kawasaki Saki pondered for a moment before uncertainly replying. "Last night, a young lady arrived, accompanied by a blonde maid. She reserved the entire venue, seemingly to retrieve her intoxicated brother from the bar. This group certainly constitutes one of the few unusual visitors we've had in recent days." "I see," Aaron murmured, stroking his chin. "A young lady? Affluent? A blonde maid?" He eventually sighed, realizing that this scant information was wholly inadequate. Chapter 47. Is it possible that the host of the 2-star dragon is male? In the absence of substantial leads, Aaron was compelled to abandon his search for the whereabouts of the new Dragon Balls. Given his solitary situation, it would be wiser to prioritize matters concerning the 3-star and 2-star balls. Time swiftly passed to Saturday, marking the day for the gaming club's gathering. Yukino Shida Yukino had returned to her family home the previous night, as she was accustomed to reporting her situation there every weekend, being part of a prestigious local family. The Yukino Shida household maintained a strict upbringing, making last week an exception. As only 3 girls were coming today, Aaron decided to meet them at the station, as they were all associated with the Dragon Balls, and any unforeseen events would be undesirable. The apartment was not far from Chiba Station. A leisurely 20-minute walk would suffice. On the way, Sawamura Eri was unable to contain her excitement, her twin ponytails bouncing as she exclaimed, "Aaron's home is filled with so many wonderful things. And there's an abundance of food. It's simply paradise. There's nothing left. At least all the food is gone. If you wish to eat, you'll have to wait for me to go buy some this afternoon." Aaron cast a disapproving glance at Irie, her expression akin to that of a bandit entering a village. Was the game truly worthy of such enthusiasm? Irie, unfazed by Aaron's demeanor, smiled and patted her shoulder. "As long as you provide the game, Aaron. I have brought my own snacks." She proudly tapped her bulging backpack. Meanwhile, Shiyu from Kazanokai turned her attention to Aaron and Irie, slightly furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Irie, let us not delay our tasks. Where is your artwork?" "Fear not, it is prepared." Kato Megumi quietly interjected from the back, "Aaron, why isn't Yukino Shida with you today?" Upon hearing this, Shiyu's frown deepened. Aaron, walking ahead, replied without turning her head, "Yukino Shida returned to her family yesterday. I am not privy to the details." "I see," murmured Kato, her voice barely audible, failing to capture the attention of the others. Yet Aaron sensed something amiss. Today felt undeniably peculiar, as there were no signs of energy depletion since earlier. While she refrained from addressing Shiyu, considering the 3 days of positive energy she had infused into her, she noted that the ominous aura surrounding Kato and Irie had noticeably diminished. These two did not seem to be the hosts of the Dragon Balls after all. Rentaru has not attended school all week, and every time I call him, he is engrossed in gaming. He is even skipping today's club gathering. Irie complained as they walked. "Oh, has Anki not been to school this week?" Aaron seemed to grasp a thread of information, eager to glean insights from Irie, who was known for her lack of discretion regarding her thoughts. "Yes, Rentaru often does this. He is quite intelligent, And even with such absences, his grades remain commendable. Irie rambled on about Anki Rintaru, while Aaron instinctively filtered out the comments that stung. What did it mean to maintain decent grades despite frequent absences? I attend school daily and have never ranked above second to last. The disparaging title of perpetually last had already begun to circulate within the school. Analyzing the information conveyed by Irie, Aaron felt increasingly despondent. Previously, Kane had mentioned that Saiyans needed love to generate sufficient positive energy, subtly suggesting that the hosts of the Dragon Balls were predominantly female. The subsequent appearances of Yukino Shida, Kato, and Shiyu, coupled with the enigmatic young lady and the blonde maid, further solidified Aaron's belief that the hosts of the Dragon Balls were indeed female. This realization gradually led him into a dead end. Yet, could it be possible that the hosts of the Dragon Balls were, in fact, male? Only love could purify the 7 Dragon Balls, after all. The words of Kane lingered in Ailan's mind, causing a sudden chill to wash over her limbs. Could it be? While Hachiman had yet to be swayed by Ayaka. Must I, Ailan, contort myself for the sake of work? Even if I were to bend, I would prefer someone like Ayaka. Clearing her throat, Ailan hastily suppressed her wandering thoughts. Are you feeling unwell, Ailan? Came the voice of Shiyu Kazunoko from behind her. However, when she turned to look at Shiyu, the latter deliberately averted her gaze. Not dwelling on it too much, Ailan calmly replied, I'm fine, just a bit of discomfort in my throat. With that, she hurriedly pressed forward, her mind racing with the pressing need to inquire about the King of Time. Must love be a prerequisite for the purification in Dragon Ball? Yet, the counterpart is a man. I refuse. Aaron resolved that if no other options were available, she would return to hell directly to seek repentance. The line has been drawn. The interruption has occurred. Aaron opened the door to the apartment, and after everyone had entered, he took out several pairs of paper slippers. Please make yourselves comfortable, he said. I shall refrain from participating in the game development for now, as I would like to change into a different outfit. Aaron, brimming with impatience, swiftly entered her chamber and softly uttered, I am back. As she spoke the clandestine phrase, a gentle pink radiance enveloped the bedroom. Hello, Little Ring, the god of time. I have a few inquiries I wish to pose to you. Aaron cast a menacing glare at Kane. Should this second-rate deity fail to provide a satisfactory response, Aaron would undoubtedly choose to resign. Kane, taken aback, stared at Aaron, then gently pressed her fingertip against Aaron's forehead. Within mere seconds, she accessed Aaron's thoughts. With a playful flick of her finger, Kane burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, could it be that the host of the second planet is actually male? Ha ha. Aaron, with a stern countenance, addressed the great lord of the time realm. Please maintain the dignity befitting a deity. Your current demeanor transcends mere third-rate divine behavior. It borders on the absurd. Kane, continuing with a tone of jest, noticed Aaron's expression, which seemed to suggest a willingness to plunge into the depths of despair. She hastily added, Oh, young one, do not act so rashly. You are now an intern temporal patroller. Once you transition to a permanent position, you will have a formal status, and a bright future awaits you. Please, do not entertain such dark thoughts. Aaron is currently the sole warrior on this timeline. If he were to abandon his post, Kane would be at a loss to find a replacement to fulfill the duties. Your expression rather resembles that of a callous corporate owner attempting to manipulate his employees, does it not? Let us dispense with the trivialities. Are there any alternatives? Once the 2-star dragon is revived, it would suffice to eradicate it, a task of remarkable simplicity. Eliminating the accumulation of malevolent energy would naturally lead to purification. Aaron gazed at Kane with a look of skepticism. Is it truly that simple? Then allow me to lead you to an Ailan. You can extract the 2-star dragon from his body. Alas, my dear Aaron, that is not feasible at this moment. Not only can I not ascertain whether an Ailan is indeed the host, but even if he were, I cannot interfere significantly during the purification process of the dragon orb. You must devise a solution on your own. In the previous incident involving Yukino Shida Yukino, I have already overstepped my bounds. Aaron, this third-rate deity is indeed engaging in PUA, isn't it? Chapter 48, The Gaming Club with Hidden Agendas. Aaron was quite agitated by Kyan's words. What does it mean to rely on oneself to find a solution? I am merely an intern. Is it really that reckless? After calming her emotions, Aaron returned to the living room with a handful of books. Ing Lily was engrossed in a discussion about the plot of Shining Girls with Kasumagakaka Shiyu. Sitting quietly on the sofa, Kato Megumi seemed to be lost in thought. But for some reason, her gaze flickered upon Aaron's arrival. It is now almost certain that these 3 young ladies before her are not the host of Dragon Balls. Aaron also relaxed, for maintaining a continuous focus on sensing the aura can be quite exhausting. Katu. These are the current universal templates for Gal game available in the market. Take a look. As for the computer, there's one available in the room where you last rested, and it's free for your use. Oh, thank you. AI Ran placed the books before Kato and, after imparting some instructions, proceeded to the kitchen to prepare beverages for them. At that moment, Irie's spirits were immediately lifted. A computer? She was aware that each boy's computer typically contained some academic materials. However, the volume of such materials could hardly compare to that on her own device. Nevertheless, the abundance of information was not a concern, as it provided an opportunity to delve into the peculiar predilections of AI Ran. If she were to uncover anything significant, she would no longer need to worry about AI Ran denying her access to materials. Haha, I truly am a little genius. With this thought, she rose, nonchalantly stretched, and made her way toward the guest room of AI Ran's home. What scheme could that pretentious young lady be concocting now? Kazuki no Okashiyu merely cast a glance at Irie before redirecting her focus to the script, since she had teamed up with an Ailan. The preparation for the Shining Girls script had been underway for nearly a month. A few weeks prior, an Ailan had yet to find a leading lady, causing delays. Last week, he had been preoccupied with gaming, resulting in only a cursory discussion of the outline. This week, however, as the head of the group, he had outright canceled the activity. It was a challenging task to produce a compelling script without a comprehensive plan. Taking out her phone, Kazuki no Okashiyu sent a message to the group. Lun, could you please send over your project proposal? I need it urgently. After a while, a response arrived from an Ailan. Apologies, Senpai. I am still not satisfied with the current proposal. Could you draft the leading lady's part based on Kana's character? In Tokyo, an Ailan had been confined to his room for 2 days without stepping outside. After replying to Kazuki no Okashiyu's message, he diligently worked on the script on his computer, his creative fire blazing brightly. Of course, the subject of his creation was a guide for a game he had previously completed, and he could already envision that once this guide was released, his follower count, which had originally stood at 100,000, would surge once more. A profound sense of satisfaction filled his spirit. So much so that he failed to notice that Kazuki no Okashiyu had transitioned from referring to him as Lun-e to Lun. At that moment, the notification tone of his phone rang again. Frowning, he glanced at it. It was yet another message from Shiyu, sent in the group chat. Lun, I have posted a draft in the group. This is the latest storyline. Time is short, and it isn't detailed enough, but the outline is complete. Saiyan Shiyu was aware that Aki Akane harbored feelings for Kato Megumi, or at the very least, for the imagined version of Kato Megumi. Sparkling youth was inspired by her, so she decided to cater to his preferences. With this thought in mind, she sent another message. I will endeavor to craft more character storylines for you to choose from. This female protagonist remains a classmate of the male lead, and their encounter is rather intense. Take a look. Upon quickly reviewing the draft, Aki Akane's face lit up with surprise. Any trace of dissatisfaction had dissipated, replaced by words of admiration. This is quite impressive, Shiyu-senpai. I knew that teacher Xiashitsi could compose a love metronome. How could she not create compelling character storylines? Understood. I will enrich this plot further. After sending this message, Shiyu set her phone down, her expression neutral, neither joyful nor sorrowful. This was to be expected, was it not? At that moment, AI Ran emerged from the kitchen, carrying several cups of beverages, placing them before Shiyu. You've worked hard. Have a drink. Just as Shiyu was about to express her gratitude, AI Ran had already made her way towards Kato Megumi, murmuring to herself, how peculiar. Where did Sawamura-san run off to? Kato Megumi accepted a cup from AI Ran, thanked her, and answered her query. Thank you. Sawamura-san just went to the bedroom. I see. AI Ran replied. Currently, this is the only beverage we have at home, so make do with it for now. I shall go buy the ingredients and snacks for today. You two continue your efforts. Erin has now gained a clear understanding of her role, since the Dragon Balls are no longer within the possession of the three of them. She can focus solely on her responsibilities as an investor, ensuring the logistical aspects are managed proficiently. After sipping the beverage that Erin had provided, the frown on Kasumi no Okashiyu's face gradually relaxed. Is this honey grapefruit? And has it been specially heated? She recalls the note that Erin had left, which detailed a health regimen aimed at nurturing the body. In recent days, Shiyu has been adhering to that regimen, and honey grapefruit tea is known to be beneficial for the digestive system. Since Wednesday, Erin has not made any appearances in the evenings. For the following days, Shiyu found herself eagerly anticipating the familiar silhouette that would sneak in through the window. However, she cannot quite ascertain her own feelings. One thing Shiyu is certain of is that she does not harbor any romantic affection for Ailan at this moment. To be able to swiftly transfer one's emotions to another man right after ending a relationship would render her feelings rather trivial. Yet, Shiyu continues to anticipate the embrace, the warmth, and the profound sense of fulfillment that comes from healing all her inner scars. As she watches Ailan preparing to leave, Shiyu inexplicably utters, "Ailan-kun, how about I join you? I have some things I'd like to purchase as well." Ailan looked at Kasumigakaka Shiyu with a sense of unease, feeling an inexplicable guilt when faced with her presence. If possible, he would much prefer to avoid solitary encounters with her. At that moment, Kato Megumi leisurely closed the textbook in her hands and remarked nonchalantly, "Then I shall accompany you as well, Ailan. I presume you are not adept at cooking. Allow me to take charge of selecting the ingredients and preparing our lunch." The thought of Kato Megumi joining them seemed to promise the alleviation of some unnecessary awkwardness. So Ailan nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us go together. I shall inform Sawamura." "No need for that. I wish to join as well." Inori stepped out of the room, casting a skeptical glance at Ailan. "There is nothing on the computer? That cannot be true. How could a teenage boy possibly lack something embarrassing to hide from others? Could it be that Ailan is of the traditional sort? The type who buys physical magazines to read and then stashes them beneath the bed? Chapter 49. The temporary male lead in a CAF near the apartment. Ailan looked helplessly at the two girls seated across from him, Iri Shirace and Shiryu Kasanooka. He gently tapped the table and addressed Iri, saying, "I must ask, weren't we supposed to venture out for ingredients and snacks? Please enlighten me as to why we have ended up here." "Research, Ailan. It's about research." "You see?" Iri replied. "I wish to draw Kato, but her expression is perpetually devoid of emotion. How can I possibly capture that on canvas?" Beside Ailan, Kato placed her coffee on the table and spoke in a monotone voice. "I apologize for my inability to express myself." Seeing Kay apologize, Iri waved her hands animatedly, exclaiming, "Oh, there's no need for apologies. Everyone is unique, but may I inquire why me?" Ailan abruptly interrupted Lily's incantation, casting a disapproving glance her way. "I have no interest in any male protagonist," she declared. Their excursion was merely for grocery shopping, yet Lily's thoughts seemed excessively whimsical. Halfway through, she complained of fatigue and sought a place to rest. Once they had lured everyone into the CAF, she proposed that Ailan temporarily assume the role of the male lead. "It's merely for inspiration, not for you to genuinely act," Lily argued, her stubbornness evident, though she harbored her own private thoughts. Last week, during a conversation with Yukino Yukino, the subject of whether Ailan was her boyfriend arose, to which Yukino had replied, "Not at the moment." This was the silent understanding between her and Ailan that would only truly come together after collecting all the Dragon Balls. Even if it was an unspoken promise, she was willing to wait. However, to Lily, this carried a different connotation. She interpreted it as Ailan having a close childhood bond with Yukino. If that were the case, why not devise a plan to bring him and Katake together? Despite being a golden-haired tsundere, she subtly sensed that Ailan also held affections for Kato. If Ailan were to end up with Kato, her only rival would be that dark-haired, plump woman. Yet how could such a gloomy figure hope to surpass her, a childhood companion? The cleverness of her scheme left Lily somewhat impressed with herself. Love is indeed a battlefield. Therefore, she thought, apologies were in order. Kasanooka Shiyu remained silent, her brow furrowed as she stared at the milk before her. This matter did not concern her. Her priority was to refine the script and repay Akihito's favor. Ideally, she would find another opportunity to repay Ailan for his kindness. For Shiyu had never been one to enjoy being indebted to others. Yet beneath the table, her legs trembled involuntarily. Katake nodded gently, saying, "If it helps Sawamura-san, I have no objections. However, it ultimately depends on Ailan's wishes." Observing Sawamura and Lily's eager gaze, Ailan sighed inwardly, conceding, "Fine, just this once." "What must I do?" Lily pondered for a moment, resting her chin on her hand. "You two should sit a bit closer. How can the male and female leads be so far apart? Like this?" Katake inched closer to Ailan, who caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. It was entirely different from the scent of Yukino. Katu's aroma was reminiscent of acacia blossoms. That's about right. Ailan, you should smile a little to set an example for Kato. You are portraying a couple, so why the long face? Is it really? A sinister smile crept across Ailan's face as she gritted her teeth, and gazed at Lily. Such a smile exudes no sense of happiness. It seems almost predatory. It ought to be more natural. Yet even in its current form, it appears as if she is gearing up for a brawl. Under Lily's directives, Ailan found herself compelled to produce a variety of forced smiles. Suddenly, a sound of amusement escaped from nearby. To her surprise, Kato Megumi was laughing at the comedic exchange between Ailan and Lily. That is the expression. Lily swiftly captured the moment on her phone. "Kato, your laughter is truly enchanting," she exclaimed, then handed the phone to Kato Megumi, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. "What do you think? May I use this as inspiration for a drawing?" At this moment, Ailan also leaned in to take a look. In the photograph, Kato Megumi wore a subtle smile, her eyes sparkling with vivacity, which elevated her aura and presence to an extraordinary level. Ailan nodded in agreement with Lily's earlier remark, saying, "Indeed, Kato, you should smile more. It would certainly make you much more endearing." Kato K tilted her head in confusion, gazing at Ailan. "Is that truly how you feel?" Ailan? "Absolutely. Well, then I shall make an effort to smile more in the future." As she spoke, Kato K lifted the coffee cup from the table and took a gentle sip, the steam rendering her face slightly hazy. "Come on, we should hurry and buy some ingredients. Aren't you all feeling hungry?" Kasano Okashiyu said, her legs shaking with increasing urgency. Lily looked at her with an odd expression, sensing that something felt off about this woman today. Just as she was about to inquire, Ailan's voice chimed in. "It's nearly noon. We really ought to go grocery shopping." He found himself questioning his own existence. What exactly was he doing here? Why was he playing the role of an impromptu protagonist when the host of Dragon Ball was not under surveillance? How had things escalated to this point? It was entirely illogical. In Tokyo, Aki Akane had just finished refining his manuscript. He nodded with satisfaction. This was a labor of love, a masterpiece he poured his heart into. It would surely create a significant stir within the community. He clicked the upload button and then took out his phone to check on the progress of the club. Suddenly, he found himself momentarily stunned by the screen. Prominently displayed was a photo of Kato covering her face with a smile. Just moments ago, Lily had uploaded it to the group as material. "This is my fateful encounter from that day," Aki Akane exclaimed excitedly, pacing the room before carefully saving the photo. "Wait a minute. Why was Kato able to smile so brightly while I was away today? I should have joined the club activities," he murmured to himself, clutching his phone. "What on earth transpired? I'm so eager to know." Suddenly, the faint green glow reappeared, this time lingering without immediate disappearance, its hue more vibrant than before. Aki Akane remained oblivious to the light, engrossed in his reflections on the image on his phone. Meanwhile, Ailan, at the checkout, abruptly turned to glance at the three girls from the gaming club, wondering why their ominous aura had resurfaced. Chapter 50, The Monster That Feeds on Obsession. The residence of Anki Rinya was entirely enveloped in a verdant glow. This luminous barrier rendered the dwelling and the outside world as two utterly isolated realms. Anki Rinya stared vacantly at a photograph of Kato Megumi on his phone, while beside him sat a grotesque green-skinned creature resembling a toad. Ah, the irony of love unrequited, of desires unattainable, of thoughts unfulfilled. Humanity is perpetually ensnared by its obsessions. And the more elusive they prove, the deeper the fixation becomes. You share this sentiment, do you not, my host? Anki Rinya nodded numbly, as if his soul had vacated his corporeal form. How splendid. It is precisely this reason that I chose you amidst the vast sea of humanity. The two-star dragon proudly caressed its ample belly, declaring, "Indeed, you are my most perfect host. Your fervent obsession to transform from a mere player into a creator. Your yearning for the woman before you. This is most admirable." Anki Rinya continued to nod in agreement. "You have already made significant strides, and I have savored the obsessions of the other two women. They were truly delectable. You possess the potential to harness these to realize your aspirations, which is commendable. However, recently, a particular delicacy inexplicably vanished, leaving insufficient energy for my complete revival. Do you comprehend?" This time, Anki Rinya exhibited no reaction. Seemingly lost in contemplation of the dragon's previous words, the two-star dragon remained patient, waiting for Anki Rinya to nod once more before leaning closer and seductively proposing, "Why not merge with me? This way, you shall obtain everything you desire, and like us, revel in the ecstasy derived from the lamentations of humanity for eternity." At this suggestion, Anki Rinya's previously impassive face contorted into a grimace, his body trembling violently. The two-star dragon sighed, realizing that the moment was not yet right. It was fortunate that Anki Rinya's sudden surge of obsession provided him with an opportunity for manifestation. Yet, at present, the power was insufficient. The two-star dragon placed a massive hand upon Anki Rinya's head, a surge of malevolent energy coursing into his body, quickly quieting him. I was too hasty, my host. Nevertheless, I understand you better than anyone else in this world. You will inevitably choose to merge with me. You are a perfect being, capable of disregarding the feelings of others, relinquishing your dignity, and even deceiving yourself, all such exquisite qualities. You, like me, are a creature nourished by obsession. Let us await the unfolding of events in silence. As these words were spoken, the two-star dragon transformed into a dark yellow Dragon Ball, merging once more into the essence of an Ailan. Beware of that human with the long tail. He poses a significant threat to us. However, the woman by his side seems to exude the aura of a three-star dragon. You must find an opportunity to engage with her. The voice of the two-star dragon dissipated along with a burst of green light, and shortly thereafter, the barrier outside shattered like a mirror. And Ailan jolted awake, his mind clearing as he surveyed his surroundings in confusion. How peculiar. Had I fallen asleep just now? Shifting his gaze back to his phone, he noticed the time displayed was already 10 a.m. And Ailan exclaimed, alarmingly, I'm going to be late for work. If I am late again today, I will surely be dismissed. After purchasing groceries and returning to the apartment, the only one capable of cooking, Kato K, was in the kitchen preparing lunch while Kasumiga Kakashiwa assisted her nearby. Ailan and Lili were relegated to the living room due to their clumsiness, picking up a potato chip and placing it in her mouth. Lili leaned closer to Ailan and inquired, Hentai Ailan, you've been daydreaming since earlier. Are you harboring some mischievous thoughts? What could I possibly be thinking? Ailan replied, feeling perturbed by the interruption. She scrutinized the proud, golden-haired girl with her hands on her hips, manifesting a disdainful smile. At such a young age, you already possess your own airport. Your family must be quite affluent. While Lili and Yukino were comparable in stature, Ailan preferred to describe Yukino with the word distinctive, whereas Lili, well, that elicited a chuckle. Indeed, the Saiyan was quite the hypocrite. Crossing her arms, Lili took a step back, yet unwilling to concede dominance to Ailan. She revealed her two small canine teeth and glared fiercely at Ailan. What kind of look is that? Ailan shrugged, opting to divert the conversation. It's nothing. By the way, aren't you supposed to be working on your manuscript? You just obtained the photographs you desired. I still prefer to draw at home. I always feel awkward outside, Lili replied. Upon hearing this, Ailan involuntarily twitched her eye. Then why didn't you feel awkward when you drew my half-naked portrait last week? You were even laughing in a rather unsettling manner. After consuming another chip, Lili's spirits lifted considerably. Did you really buy so many snacks? Can you finish them all by yourself? I'll help you finish some today. All right, feel free to indulge in the snacks. Just let me have a moment of peace. Ailan leaned back and closed her eyes. Humph. Seeing Ailan voluntarily concede, Lili let out a triumphant snort. Her combat prowess was rather feeble, seldom emerging victorious in her numerous encounters with Kasha no Okashiyu. Yet, before Ailan, she effortlessly maintained an absolute advantage. With a resigned sigh, and in the absence of Lili's interference, Ailan began to attune herself once more. The presence of an Ailan had vanished from this realm. The members of the game club exuded a sinister aura, allowing Ailan to swiftly detect them, regardless of distance. However, since earlier, she could no longer sense his essence, as if he had completely ceased to exist in this world. Several times, Ailan contemplated a trip to Tokyo. The malevolent energy surrounding Kata Megumi and Sawamura Irie had intensified. This phenomenon did not manifest in Kasha no Okashiyu, likely due to Ailan's prior involvement. Faced with such an enigmatic situation, Ailan initially intended to consult the king of the realm. But the thought was swiftly dismissed the moment it arose. Ailan has already disowned that the words of this third-rate deity are largely unreliable. Her level of competence seems to fall short even of that of the Seventh Universe's Supreme Kai, Shin. Initially, she claimed that the Dragon Balls required love to be purified, only for a man to unexpectedly appear among the hosts. Subsequently, regarding the incident with Yukino, she asserted that merely staying quiet for a year would suffice. Yet it wasn't long before the three-star dragon emerged. Later, she stated that the two-star dragon could not kill before fully reviving. But Kasa no Okashiyu's life energy diminished significantly, nearly costing her life. Her words are as if they had been blessed with divine light. To cherish life, one must steer clear of unreliable deities. Relying on oneself is paramount. Suddenly, the presence of an Ailan also re-emerged within AI Rand's perception. Chapter 51. As expected of you, Sage Hui. An Ailan's aura showed no significant changes. However, AI Rand sensed something amiss. Her perception of Qi had approached perfection. And if nothing had transpired, it would be impossible for her to miss such an occurrence. What exactly has transpired with an Ailan? Ailan found herself unable to comprehend the situation any further, as she was perplexed by the unexpected resurgence of conflict between the feuding pair, Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Irish Shy Race. In a moment of helplessness, AI Ren opened her eyes, witnessing a standoff between two individuals not far from her. Kasha no Okashiyu stood with her arms crossed, leveraging her height to gaze down upon Iri. Have you truly not even managed to produce a draft at this point? Did you join this club with the genuine intention of completing Shining Girl, Iri? Do not call my name, you black-stockinged, corpulent woman. Have you accomplished a great deal yourself? Of course. Kasha no Okashiyu replied with a haughty laugh. The initial draft for the protagonist part is already finished, and Runyakuen has given his approval. Your work is what demands immediate attention. Runyakuen? Iri looked at Kasha no Okashiyu with a puzzled expression. Indeed, this black-stockinged woman was acting rather strangely today. It is often said that one's fiercest rival knows them best, and the oblivious Iri perfectly illustrated this notion. What's wrong? Is there something amiss with my statement? Kasha no Okashiyu seated herself upon the sofa, precisely where Iri had been moments before. AI Rand silently shifted to the side, urging the two of you to refrain from causing harm to the innocent. What is the purpose of standing so close? TSK. Kasumi no Okashiyu continued to fixate on Lily, her foot beginning to tremble involuntarily. I assure you, I will not impede progress. Moreover, Kato has only just begun her journey into programming today, and it requires time to grasp. Indeed, until now, Lily had not put pen to paper. And in her insecurity, she quickly found herself at a disadvantage in terms of presence. Nevertheless, Lily gritted her teeth and glared defiantly at Kasumi no Okashiyu, unwilling to concede. Today, this woman in black stockings clearly seemed to have taken something amiss. She had not provoked her in any way, merely sitting on the sofa munching on potato chips. Besides, Lewin was not even here today. AI Rand silently observed the two engaged in a battle of wits. Indeed, it was only in the presence of AI Rand that Lily could gain the upper hand. However, against Kasha no Okashiyu, she faltered after just a few exchanges. At that moment, Kato Megumi quietly entered the living room, announcing, Kasha-senpai, Sawamura-san, AI Rand-kun, it's time for dinner. The previously engrossed Lily and Kasha no Okashiyu were startled by this sudden interruption, momentarily recalling Kato Megumi's presence. Kasha no Okashiyu waved her hand with enthusiasm, confidently declaring, I shall let you off this time, blonde defeated classmate. Lily, baring her small canines, retorted, just a mere Kasha no Okashiyu. Although she had been metaphorically pressed to the ground, it was Kato Megumi's appearance that disrupted Shiyu's onslaught. A reasonable person would seize the opportunity to retreat in acknowledgement of defeat, yet Lily stubbornly refused to concede in front of Kasha no Okashiyu. Kato Megumi placed the dishes on the table and remarked lightly, the relationship between Kasha-senpai and Lily-san is quite good, isn't it? Who is close to her? Lily said, turning her face away in annoyance. All right, let us eat, AI Rand-san. Could you help me bring the food out from the kitchen? It's just too much for me. Sure, I'm quite hungry too. AI Rand, who had been feeling the pressure for a while, hastily made his way to the kitchen, but halfway there, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Why did Kato's tone suggest she was the mistress of the house? After dinner, Kasha no Okashiyu began to refine the plot of the heroine's storyline, planning to incorporate elements of childhood friends and junior lines, while the storyline she had initially prioritized, that of the senpai, had already been discarded, were it not for the club's operational expenses being covered by AI Rand. Kasha no Okashiyu might have even considered writing solely the heroine's arc. The so-called subplots were of little consequence, barely qualifying even as mere supporting roles. After all, the planner was indifferent. Stimulated by Kasha no Okashiyu, Lily also began to draw diligently. It must be said, the Lily in work mode was an entirely different person. Her serene demeanor compelled AI Rand to glance at her several times. What a wonderful girl she was. Though alas, she had a rather sharp tongue. In order to familiarize herself with the mechanisms of Gal game, Kato Megumi decided to play a game. With nothing else to do, AI Rand stood behind her, watching her play. The apartment once again fell into a long-awaited tranquility. An hour later, I love you all. Yes, Tamahito-kun. We love you too. Yukimi-chan, Kasano-chan, Megumi-chan, Yoko-chan, Yura-chan, Rika, AI-chan, let us live happily together from now on. Under the luminous full moon, upon the sandy shores illuminated by a crackling bonfire, a youthful boy, hand in hand with 7 uniquely enchanting maidens, vowed to cherish a lifetime of promises. A joyous conclusion. The game has reached its end. Ailan blinked, still struggling to regain his composure. He then fixed his gaze upon Kato Megumi, rubbed his eyes, and turned his attention back to the game screen. Achieving the harem ending in a dating simulation game aimed at all ages is no small feat. Is something amiss here? Suddenly, Inori, who had stealthily crept up behind Ailan, burst into laughter and patted him on the shoulder. What could possibly be wrong? Clearly, it's just that your gaming skills are lacking. It's not you who cleared the game, but Kato Megumi. Why are you so proud? Ignoring the blundering golden retriever of a girl, Ailan incredulously asked Kato Megumi, Kato, is this truly your first time playing a Gao game? Well, Kato Megumi replied calmly. If I recall correctly, it is indeed my first experience with such a game. To perfect the harem route on her first attempt? Perhaps her blank slate could be excused. But could it be that Kato Megumi is actually the reincarnation of Kirito? After all, the protagonist in the game is named Hitomi as well. No. It must be Asuna's reincarnation. Her skills are simply astounding. Could it be that only women truly understand a woman's heart? As soon as the thought crossed Ailan's mind, he promptly dismissed it. No, typically, those who create Gao games are middle-aged men without girlfriends. Huh? So, do you think that all the members of our club are also middle-aged men without girlfriends? Kasumiga Kakashiyu teased Ailan, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Chapter 52. An unexpected stimulus for Aki Akane. Kasumiga Kakashiyu was perplexed by her own feelings. Before lunch, she found herself irked simply by seeing Inori seated next to Ailan. Watching Ailan and Inori banter amiably, praising Kato Megumi's gaming prowess, only heightened her agitation. Eventually, unable to contain herself, she interrupted the conversation between Ailan, Inori, and Kato Megumi. Although she was certain she did not harbor romantic feelings for Ailan, she could not fathom why she felt discomfort at the sight of him interacting with other girls. Could this be the so-called suspension bridge effect? Perhaps her gratitude for Ailan's past rescue was manifesting as these emotions? Kasumiga Kakashiyu found herself in a state of inner turmoil. Realizing he had misspoken, Ailan shyly looked at Kasumiga Kakashiyu and said, our club must be an exception. Everyone here is quite adorable. Oh, Kasumiga Kakashiyu elongated her response, then shifted her focus back to her script writing. She dared not continue the conversation with Ailan. If everything occurring now was merely an effect of the suspension bridge theory, she would not feel so anxious. But what if it were something more? Shiyu hesitated to ponder further. Time gradually passed. At the end of spring, the arrival of the evening sun was somewhat earlier than what people typically perceived. After completing a painting, Lily stretched her limbs languidly. It was nearly 5 o'clock. She glanced at the time and addressed everyone. Let us dine out tonight. I have already sketched the draft of the main character. The subsequent details can be executed at a leisurely pace, but I still lack inspiration for the outdoor scenes and need to venture out for reference. Aaron cast a puzzled glance at Irie, then turned to gesture for her to look beside them. As the scriptwriter, Kashino Okashiyu was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about the necessary scenes. Such a simple truth was evident even to an outsider like Aaron. Naturally, Irie understood this as well. However, the thought of asking Kashino Okashiyu directly was utterly out of the question for her. Kashino Okashiyu took a sip of the honey grapefruit in her hand and promptly addressed Irie's concerns. She was more than willing to assist with any task that could advance the game as progress. The evening's narrative primarily consisted of 2 scenarios, the male and female protagonists agreeing to go shopping for clothes, all set within a shopping mall, with corresponding locations in the game being the elevator and the clothing section. Of course, considering Rondokoen's preferences, it would be best to incorporate a fitting room scene as well. As she spoke, a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. Men always seemed to revel in those so-called fan service moments. Her gaze shifted to Aaron, momentarily pausing. Well, there were indeed those with less discerning taste who did not appreciate such things. She recalled Aaron's remarks about fan service scenes from the previous Saturday, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Let us hasten to the mall then. We can also resolve dinner in the process. I am nearly starving, Irie exclaimed, patting her small belly with an expression of impatience. By the way, didn't you spend the afternoon snacking? How can you still be hungry? Ailan appeared as if she had stumbled upon a new realm, exclaiming with astonishment, could it be that Lily possesses the essence of a Saiyan? Lily, with a smug expression, retorted, "Humph. It's hardly a surprise. For girls, desserts and main courses reside in separate stomachs." Hentai AI ran. "If you continue this way, you shall surely find it impossible to attract a girlfriend." "Very well, let us venture outside," AI ran sighed. Rising to make her way towards the door, he realized he had misjudged the situation, given Lily's demeanor. It seemed unlikely that she could ever embody the bloodline of a Saiyan. Accompanying a girl on a shopping excursion can be a rather excruciating ordeal. Even the formidable Goku and Vegeta, now capable of transforming into Super Saiyans, find themselves ill-equipped to navigate such an endeavor with ease. AI Ran was in a rather unfortunate position. Lily and Kasumiga Kakashiyu were enthusiastically engaged in a discussion about the visual presentation of the game's storyline, while AI Ran and Kata Megumi, both novices, sat on a nearby bench to rest. The bench could accommodate only 2 people. Kata Megumi appeared composed, while AI Ran had already succumbed to slumber beside her. Inhaling the faint fragrance of acacia blossoms emanating from Kata Megumi, AI Ran effortlessly relaxed. He tilted his head, not making contact with Kata Megumi, yet to an observer, it seemed as though he was leaning against her. At that moment, Lily happened to witness this scene. She hurriedly grabbed her camera, capturing the moment, the protagonist's physical contact during their first date. This was indeed a rare find. Kasumiga Kakashiyu glanced in the direction of the camera and, upon seeing AI Ran and Kata Megumi, her breath caught, and her pupils quickly constricted. "Sorry, I must have dozed off. I hope I didn't touch you, Katu," AI Ran murmured. Kata Megumi calmly replied, "Not at all. In fact, every time AI Ran approaches me, he instinctively moves away." Yamazaki Lily fiddled with her camera, feeling quite accomplished today, in every sense. "I've got the pictures. I'll send them to the group." "Wait." The chat group was inundated with rapid-fire notifications, the screen scrolling down at an astonishing pace, with the phone alert ringing incessantly, quickly displaying 99 notifications. The cacophony of distinct notification sounds from the 4 individuals melded into a symphony, drawing the attention of passers-by and creating an awkward atmosphere. Kasumiga Kakashiyu face-bombed, utterly exasperated with the incompetent young lady. "I said to wait. Does speed merit an award? Just compress the files and upload them." Yamazaki Lily was aware of her blunder, yet accepting Kasumiga Kaka's reprimand was utterly out of the question. She stubbornly lowered her head, remaining silent. Kasumiga Kakashiyu decided not to press further, realizing her previous remarks might have been overly harsh. However, that earlier moment Kasumiga Kakashiyu exhaled softly, repeatedly reminding herself to dismiss it as merely a mere effect of the suspension bridge. Sensing the awkward tension, Kata Megumi interjected to ease the atmosphere. "Well, since we've completed the shoot for today, shall we head back?" "Yes, let us go. I still need to sift through this pile of photos to find the most suitable material." In Tokyo, after a long day's work, Ankirin returned home, dragging his weary body. Just as he sat down in front of his computer, his phone began to emit an unending stream of message notifications. What was Lily up to? Yi swiftly perused the photographs shared in the group chat, realizing that even in his absence, everyone had actively participated in the club activities. Suddenly, a particular image caught his eye. In the photograph, AI Ran rested her eyes against the shoulder of Kato K, who wore a serene smile, seemingly relishing the moment. "Ah, what is happening? Kato is my main character," Yi exclaimed, leaping up from his chair. Chapter 53, Wishes Fulfilled Late at Night. Erin had just completed her training and was soaring towards her apartment. The training location had shifted to a remote island overseas. As she felt a tinge of embarrassment about unleashing her energy blasts near Tokyo on a daily basis, with her combat power exceeding 18,000. The potency of a single energy blast was comparable to that of a hydrogen bomb created by humanity. If she were to accidentally misfire, Japan might once again experience a reenactment reminiscent of events over 70 years ago. Perhaps I should seize an opportunity to suggest to the gaming club members that our next gathering be held at Ailan's home. The absence of the protagonist wouldn't be a significant issue. As AI Ran soared through the air, he pondered deeply. He truly lacked the skill to engage with others, especially when it involved 3 women. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Shiyukashi no Oka had inexplicably vacated the apartment and was aimlessly wandering the streets alone. What on earth was this woman up to? Erin let out a low sigh and quickened her pace once more. Kasumiga Kakashiyu had once again suffered from insomnia. "Perhaps one day I shall become truly enchanted," she mused with a bitter smile, continuing her forward march as though this act alone could dispel the turmoil within her heart. Such sleepless nights had begun when the first volume of Romance Metronome faced poor sales and drew criticism. Subsequently, Ailan engaged in an extensive online debate with those who disparaged the book, fervently advocating for what he considered a masterpiece. This endeavor resurrected Romance Metronome from the depths of despair and ensnared Kasumigakaka Shiyu in its grasp. She believed Ailan to be the one who truly understood her. From his impassioned recommendations, she could sense his recognition of her struggles. "I am indeed a headstrong person," she murmured to herself. The cunning Ailan was similarly willful. As she imagined herself as the character Sayaka from Romance Metronome, naively casting Ailan as the male protagonist, she had continually transformed her inner turmoil into obstinacy, unwittingly burdening Ailan with her afflictions, presuming he would intuit her thoughts without question. Thus, a vicious cycle ensued. Alas, in reality, Ailan could not fathom her. Everything aligned with what Ailan had said. He was merely a figment of her imagination. Kasumigakaka Shiyu was even convinced that Ailan had seen her desperate message that day. The system indicated it had been read. How could it deceive? He had fled. During her illness, a sudden clarity washed over her. Such obstinacy was merely a compromise to remain close to Ailan. This was not what she desired. She wished for someone to perceive the true essence hidden behind her capriciousness. That very night, in her moment of despair, Ailan quietly appeared by her bedside once more. Reflecting on this, Kasumigakaka Shiyu softly admitted, "I have been willful again." Indeed, in the days following Ailan's embrace, she had first distributed her whims regarding Ailan to other boys. Each time Ailan came to her side in the stillness of night, Ailan gradually faded from her heart. Yet, this was also misguided. Deep within, Kasumigakaka Shiyu reaffirmed this notion, regardless of whether it was the suspension bridge effect. If she could so easily transfer her affections to another now, what did that render her previous self? Moreover, it was unfair to Ailan. Although he seemed emotionally oblivious, he would certainly remain unaware if she did not mention it. Inhaling deeply, the coolness of late spring filled her lungs. "I shall return and strive to craft a perfect script. This is what I owe to Ailan. By this time next year, I shall have graduated, departing without a trace of indebtedness." As for Ailan, the mere thought of that name caused Kasumigakaka Shiyu to halt in her tracks. She, too, bore a debt to Ailan. That night, without him, she surely would have been unable to endure. The torment of her spirit that night outweighed any physical pain she had experienced. Ailan's presence not only alleviated her corporeal afflictions but also mended the wounds of her soul. Subsequently, she unwittingly transferred her affections onto him. Although Ailan wishes for me to remain oblivious, I cannot pretend as if nothing has transpired. I must take action. Or else a chilling breeze swept through, prompting Kasumigakaka Shiyu to instinctively wrap her arms around herself. Tears flowed once again, unbidden. There she stood, foolishly at the roadside, when suddenly the blare of a horn pierced the air. A large truck had lost control. The driver desperately slammed on the brakes. Yet Kasumigakaka Shiyu remained within the perilous range. Clearly, this was not the vehicle that ferried souls to another world, as that particular one never halted. She was paralyzed with fear, her face drained of color, and in her despair, she closed her eyes, her mind consumed by a singular thought. How she longed to feel that warmth once more. The blaring horn persisted, although the truck's speed had diminished. It would not come to a stop before colliding with Kasumigakaka Shiyu. The driver, too, resigned to fate, shut his eyes. Tonight, a life would surely be claimed. Ultimately, the truck came to a halt, and no sound of impact was heard. The driver hastily leapt from the cab, exclaiming in disbelief, before swiftly retreating back into the vehicle and speeding away. Meanwhile, Kasumigakaka Shiyu had vanished from the spot. "Hey, woman, what are you doing awake at this hour?" Ailan, suspended in mid-air, cradling Kasumigakaka Shiyu in his arms, gazed at the woman with a bemused expression. What peculiarities plague today's literary maidens? Yukino Shida is utterly captivated by cats, to the extent that she insists on bringing Pururu home every weekend. Yet, Kasumigakaka Shiyu is even more eccentric. Wandering the streets alone in the dead of night. Just moments ago, she nearly found herself under the wheels of a passing vehicle, with her eyes tightly shut. Shiyu clung desperately to Ailan's neck. "Yes, this warmth, this scent, have I truly perished? Who would have thought that death could grant the fulfillment of a final wish?" "What do you mean, dead? I'm still very much alive. Is your ultimate desire merely to be held by someone? Such a simplistic wish hardly warrants death, does it?" "Not dead." Slowly, Kasumigakaka Shiyu opened her eyes, astonished to find herself suspended in the air. However, unlike Yukino Shida, she showed no signs of fear. Instead, she tightened her grip. Asking, say, AI Rankuin, who exactly are you? Chapter 54. Please, do save me. In the air, Kasumagakaka Shiyu resembled a koala clinging tightly to a tree trunk. AI Ran's flight was excruciatingly slow. As Kasumagakaka Shiyu stood upright, her chest naturally protruding forward, further constricting her already limited field of vision to an almost negligible extent. Kasumagakaka-senpai, could you please refrain from holding me like this? I can hardly see ahead, and this is quite perilous. Upon hearing AI Ran's words, Kasumagakaka Shiyu tightened her embrace around AI Ran's neck, the softness enveloping her rendering AI Ran momentarily speechless. She wished to conceal the tears welling in her eyes from AI Ran. Why is it always you who saves me? Kasumagakaka Shiyu's voice was barely a whisper, and AI Ran was momentarily taken aback. Had the incident of sneaking into her room at midnight been discovered? We are somewhat acquainted, after all. I can't just stand by and watch you come to harm. Perhaps it would be best if you remained silent. Kasumagakaka Shiyu, her cheeks flushed, let out a soft whimper, only now realizing the extent to which her current actions were utterly embarrassing. Every time AI Ran speaks, a warm, moist breath envelopes me, as if it could penetrate her clothing and reach my heart, which has been racing since just now. Senior of the Zaya Hill, I truly cannot see ahead. AI Ran struggled momentarily, striving to maintain a respectful distance between her face and the bosom of Kasumagakaka Shiyu. Goodness, she nearly suffocated. With great effort, AI Ran directed herself into the apartment. Upon reaching the sofa, she murmured, Senior Kasumagakaka, you may release your legs now. There are still 2 people sleeping in the bedroom. Even within her own home, AI Ran once again experienced the sensation of being a thief. Slowly, Kasumagakaka Shiyu uncrossed her intertwined legs, allowing them to meet the softness of the sofa. Yet, the solid ground beneath her feet did not offer her a sense of security. Instead, a subtle feeling of melancholy surfaced within her heart. Erin slowly bent down, gently laying her down on the sofa, almost prostrating herself beside Yoshino Kobo Poetsu. The heavy breaths of the two shattered the tranquility of the living room. Erin was breathless from being restrained, while Yoshino Kobo sought to alleviate her increasingly frantic heartbeat. Yoshino Kobo-senpai, you can let go now. It isn't right to keep holding on to my neck, she said. With flushed cheeks, Yoshino Kobo quickly released her grip, turning her head in an attempt to evade Erin's gaze. In the darkness, the tears glistening at the corners of her eyes were perceptibly caught by Erin, who gently wiped them away with her fingers. Shyness, frustration, sorrow, and a deep sense of gratitude, an array of emotions choked her throat. Just as she was about to part her lips, Erin swiftly distanced herself. Well, good night, Yoshino Kobo-senpai. Everything will eventually pass. At that moment, Erin bore the awkwardness, wishing she could dig herself a 3-bedroom apartment with her feet. What had she just done? Striving to maintain a calm tone, she softly stated, I'll return to my room to rest now. You should also get some sleep with that. She hurried towards her room. Watching Erin's retreating figure, Yoshino Kobo stood still for a long time, realizing that she was increasingly unable to escape Erin's warmth. Upon returning to her bedroom, she found that Lily and Katake were already asleep. Yoshino Kobo tiptoed quietly into her own covers. Erin-kun, allow me to be willful just once more. If possible, please save me with such thoughts. Yoshino Kobo slowly drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Katake, who had been resting on her side, gradually opened her eyes. Yoshino Kobo seemed to have regained her former brilliance, spending the entire morning nestled on the sofa, working on the 3rd volume of Love Metronome. She had felt capable of writing the 3rd volume, yet when it came time to put pen to paper, the results fell short of her expectations. But now, things were different. Lily, also a fan of Love Metronome, wisely refrained from interrupting her, retreating to her own room to draw. As Yoshino Kobo hummed an unrecognizable tune, her restless legs shook, and with the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard, a smile finally graced her face. As for the script of Shining Girl, everyone had temporarily forgotten about it. In the afternoon, just like last week, Erin accompanied them to the Chiba City station. Lily shot Erin an annoyed glare. Her request for material earlier that morning had been denied once again. Humph. Next time we meet, I will definitely take you to try a dish you've never tasted before. Don't forget to uphold your promise to be my model then. In the morning, Lily, after a futile persistence, made a wager with AI Ran. If Lily could find a dish that satisfied AI Ran, then AI Ran would model for her for half a day. AI Ran cast a disdainful glance at her, scoffing at the absurdity of the proposition. Having traversed countless regions and savored a plethora of delicacies, she found it laughable that one meal could entice her to pose for a nude portrait. Let us see if you can find something worthy. I shall take my leave now. You may wait for your transport at your leisure. Humph. Can you truly leave us three delicate maidens here to await the train? Such a lack of chivalry. Chivalry has never been my forte, Ailan retorted nonchalantly, waving her hand dismissively as she turned to depart. Wait. Suddenly, Saki no Okashiyu interjected, calling after Ailan. Once the third volume of Romance Metronome is completed, might you take a look at it? Aaron, how could you possibly expect someone as illiterate as I to delve into literature? And what else more, romantic tales? Is it merely because I embraced you on 2 occasions? Must you be so cruel as to wound my heart? Instinctively, Ailan wished to refuse. Yet as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he caught sight of Kasumigakakashiyu gazing at him with eager anticipation. The words he initially intended to utter suddenly became difficult to express, and after a moment of hesitation, Ailan awkwardly turned his head away. If this book proves to be interesting, then I shall take a look. At that, Kasumigakakashiyu's voice brightened instantly. In that moment, Ailan cast a meaningful glance at Kato Megumi and Kasumigakakashiyu. I shall take my leave now. Do take care. Observing Ailan's serious demeanor, the latter nodded in understanding. They were all now in the know. Ailan recounted the entire sequence of events to them. However, Poem U from the Hill of Mist chose to remain in order to repay the debt owed to an Ailan. As for Kata Megumi, she was unaware of the reasons behind it and had no intention of leaving the club. As for Eri, Aaron cast a glance at a golden retriever who was idly surveying its surroundings out of boredom and then let out a sigh. Perhaps it was best to let her be. This child did not seem particularly bright, and it would be better for her to continue embodying that innocent and romantic demeanor. Chapter 55. The official appearance of colorful feathers the following day after school. Yukino gently sipped from a cup of red tea, her eyes partially closed. After a moment, she opened one eye and glanced at Aaron beside her, exclaiming in surprise, I never expected you, the great ape, to be indulging in romantic novels. Ailan calmly set down the novel in her hands, remarking, This is a work by Senior Zayahil. She recommended it to me. The book is quite well written. Although Ailan does not recognize most of the characters, it is certainly more enjoyable than those textbooks. Today, Ailan's plan was to indulge in a novel within the confines of the clubroom, seeking refuge from the torment of being compelled by Yukino to study. In this moment, Yukino casually picked up the love metronome, glanced at it briefly, and nonchalantly placed it into Ailan's backpack. Then, with an air of familiarity, she produced a Chinese literature exam paper, saying, Dear Ailan, before you immerse yourself in the novel, it would be prudent to complete this exam paper first. How could this be? Ailan lay weakly on the table. The first plan of the day had met with failure. Yui Yugahama arrived, brimming with vitality. As she always did, she promptly inserted herself between Ailan and Yukino, leaving Ailan no choice but to shift closer to Hachiman Hikigaya. Xiaoxue, Ailan began. Yesterday, Yumiko mentioned that girls' cosmetics must indeed be expensive. Yukino interrupted her, saying, Yugahama-san, you're too close. Isn't this how we can strengthen our bond? Ailan thought, feeling a pang of jealousy as she observed the two so intimately close. Meanwhile, Hachiman Hikigaya's face lit up with delight. His savior had finally arrived. He was nearly overwhelmed by the copious amount of romantic tension in the room, oblivious to the fact that the atmosphere was thick with the scent of love. All thanks to Ailan and Yukino's presence. Ailan gazed at Hikigaya Hachiman in silence, conveying a message through her eyes in Morse code. What is there to be joyous about? Aren't our circumstances equally dismal? Consider this, with Yugahama and Yukino growing closer. What do we amount to? Upon meeting Ailan's gaze, Hikigaya Hachiman's expression shifted dramatically. However, he quickly regained his composure, flushing slightly as he shot a glare at Ailan. Oh, has Hikigaya finally come to his senses? Ailan regarded Hikigaya Hachiman with a playful expression. However, it was ultimately unfeasible to allow Yui Uebari to continue her unrestrained behavior. Ailan resolved to take action. Yukino, what about my guidance? Uebari-san, might I request that you temporarily relocate to the side? Thus, Yukino exchanged places with Uebari, positioning Uebari by the window while Yukino found herself wedged in the middle. Yukino felt the warmth of Uebari's proximity on her left, which was somewhat uncomfortable, yet there was little she could do about it. Consequently, Ailan's second plan of the day met with failure. Observing Ailan's persistent daydreaming, Yukino gently remarked, Hikigaya-kun, Your academic performance has severely hindered our club's progress. If this continues, I may have no choice but to tutor you at your home in the evenings." Though her tone was remarkably calm, her cheeks flushed crimson. For speaking of visiting a boy's house in such a public setting was indeed quite bold. Ailan, feeling indignant, remarked, "And what about this rather naive Yokohama classmate? Her grades? Ha ha ha, they are passable. I managed to score above the threshold every time." "What?" Ailan gazed incredulously at Yokohama Yui, astonished that she could even pass. "So, what should you do?" The steadfast bottom dweller, Yinzuan. Yukino Shida Yukino inched closer to Ailan, exuding an undeniable aura of pressure. "All right, my grades are indeed poor. I will diligently complete my exams. Please, never mention that nickname again." Ailan wore a pained expression, one hand propping up her chin while the other idly twirled a pencil. In the past, being alone with Yukino Shida Yukino felt akin to sitting beside a tranquil and serene lake, a gentle breeze caressing the surface and instilling a sense of relaxation deep within. However, with the presence of the restless Hachiman Hikigaya and the boisterous Yui Yokohama, this once placid lake seemed to have acquired newfound vitality, constantly rippling like the delicate touch of a dragonfly. Nevertheless, the essence of this peaceful routine remained unchanged, marking the beginning of Ailan's gradual integration into the world. Thus, she found herself inexplicably content with her current state. On the other side, Ayaka Ishiki was making her way toward the service club. A few days prior, she had learned that a certain senior was a member of the club. Yet, how does one reach the service club? Asking fellow students yielded no answers. So she decided to locate the staff room, her remarkable initiative being her greatest asset. A certain iron-fisted, white-coated remaining woman became quite intrigued upon hearing her intentions and promptly led the girl outside, inquiring if she had any request for the service club. "I wish to express my gratitude to one of the seniors in the service club for their assistance." "Senior? Hikigaya?" "No, it's Ailan-senpai." Shizuka Hiratsuka was somewhat surprised. That fellow actually helped a junior? Could it be due to romantic inclinations? Upon this thought, Shizuka's mood soured immediately. She herself was still single. Why were all these youngsters finding love? She had heard that Hikigaya and Yokohama were quite the item lately. She must find a way to break them apart. They absolutely could not be allowed to bask in happiness before her. Haha. With this in mind, Shizuka couldn't help but let out a laugh filled with resentment, prompting Ayaka to instinctively distance herself from Shizuka. After all, being tainted by the grievances of a remaining woman might very well jeopardize her own future prospects. "Hey, Yukino Shida. I'm coming in." As usual, Shizuka boldly swung open the door to the service club. Yukino Shida let out a sigh, having lost interest in reminding this utterly forgetful teacher once more. "Hiratsuka-sensei, what brings you here today? Do you have any requests for us?" "I'm mainly here for this little one." Shizuka shifted her position slightly, prompting Ayaka to hastily introduce herself. "Hello, seniors. I'm Ayaka Ishiki from the first year." Ailan. "This girl says you helped her before and wanted to come thank you." Shizuka emphasized the word thank, while secretly scrutinizing Yukino Shida. However, Yukino Shida remained composed, gazing at Ayaka before nudging the almost slumbering Ailan. "Man Yuan-kun, wake up. Someone is here to see you." "What?" Ailan, with a bewildered expression, raised her head. Asaka Aiyan cast a glance around the service club, noting that aside from the strikingly beautiful Yukino Shida Yukino, the others were unfamiliar to her and thus deemed less significant. Consequently, Asaka's attention was drawn to Yukino Shida Yukino, and a sense of heaviness settled in her heart. The latter's flawless beauty instilled a considerable pressure within Asaka, and she appeared to possess both grace and intellect. Her academic prowess must surely be commendable as well. "Then, Asaka-san, please take a seat and let us converse." Yukino Shida Yukino's cool voice resonated, causing Asaka to instinctively shrink her neck. Chapter 56. Kata Megumi is upset after Hiratsuka Shizuku escorted Asaka Aiyan to the classroom of the service club. She departed without delay. Although she served as the club's advisor, she adhered to a hands-off approach. Asaka settled opposite Ailan and expressed, "Senpai, thank you for your assistance earlier." "Assistance? When did that occur? Do we know each other?" Ailan gazed at the colorful feather with a bewildered expression, completely unable to recall any memory of this girl. "It was merely 2 Sundays ago, near Chiba Station." Ailan bowed her head and reminisced for a moment. "I see now, it was you back then. I have received your gratitude. And there is no need to keep this matter on your mind. It is not a particularly pleasant memory for you, after all." Ailan nonchalantly waved her hand and resumed her study of the national language exam before her. Observing Ailan's indifferent demeanor, Ia's kawaii hesitated momentarily before continuing, actually. I have a request that I would like to entrust to everyone. Yukino handed her a cup of red tea in a disposable paper cup and inquired, So, Iase, what is your request? Thank you. I wish to make some genuine friends within the school, she replied. Meanwhile, Hikigaya Hachiman internally scoffed. Isn't it better to seek out the social butterflies for such matters? They seldom decline anyone's requests. Besides, with your appearance, you clearly fit the bill of a socialite. Such a beautiful girl is usually quite sought after. Why would you want to join our socially inept group? Yukino cleared her throat softly. Ahem, is that so? Could you elaborate on the type of friends you were looking for? Upon hearing this, Ailan tilted her head, gazing at Yukino Shida with an expression of incredulity. Please, don't force it. This request seems beyond your capabilities. Ah, it seems I am up next, Yui Yugahama declared, hands on her hips, a proud look adorning her face. Let me introduce you to Yamaiko and the others. They are all wonderful people. Hikigaya Hachiman interjected, It might be better to make friends with those in the same grade. Ia's kawaii quickly interrupted, Actually, upperclassmen are fine too. She then turned her gaze to Yukino Shida. Yukino, could you assist me with this? Yukino Shida pondered for a moment before nodding. Iase, we will take on your request. Tokyo Toyonoki High School Sawamura Spencer Arari felt somewhat fatigued, having stifled several yawns during the afternoon classes. Were it not for the need to uphold her image as the perfect young lady, she would have long succumbed to exhaustion. It was no wonder, as she had been tirelessly working since Saturday to ensure that the game's production did not falter due to issues with the original artwork. She had hardly played any games at all, and had only gone to bed after 4 in the morning. To be honest, simply arriving at school on time today felt like a miraculous achievement for her. Fortunately, the investment of her time and energy yielded commendable results. After countless drafts, she finally succeeded in depicting the character she envisioned as the protagonist of the game. For her, this represented a satisfactory creation, although it remained merely a simple preliminary sketch. The expression and serene aura of the protagonist aligned well with the descriptions of Kasumiga Kakashiyu's writing and the requirements conveyed by Aki Yoshinari. After school, she patiently waited until she confirmed that no one was on the second floor of the teaching building before she hurriedly made her way to the multimedia classroom. Clutching her laptop, upon arrival, she found Aki Yoshinari and Kasumiga Kakashiyu already seated, engrossed in their books on opposite sides of the room. Their sense of time was truly lacking. Despite their enthusiastic invitation to view the character design, they had managed to arrive over 10 minutes late. What was that all about? Hearing the commotion, Kasumiga Kakashiyu closed her book and casually complained. Who was so excited? In a moment of irritation, Inori exclaimed, You, Kasumiga Kakashiyu. This woman, with her dark stockings, had a knack for riling her up instantly. Come on, we're all in the same club. Let's not get so worked up. Suddenly startled by a voice from behind her, Inori jumped back, almost dropping her laptop. Turning around, she was greeted by the smiling and inquisitive face of Kato Megumi. When had she appeared behind her? How had she not noticed? At that moment, Aki Yoshinari spoke up. Indeed, let us take a look at your confident work, Inori. It should be a remarkable piece. Inori nodded, placing her laptop on a desk and navigating to her designed artwork, presenting it toward them. She was confident that Yoshinari would be pleased with it. So, what do you think? Inori stood with her arms crossed, trying to appear nonchalant. Very nice. She looks like a lovely girl who instantly evokes affection. I think it's wonderful. If she were the protagonist, many would surely adore her. Inori, you truly excel. Kato Megumi responded, shifting her gaze from the screen. Though it was merely a draft, it was already a significant improvement over the previous one from Iron's home. As Kasumiga Kakashiyu lowered her hammer to the long, flowing hair of the character in the joint assessment, she refrained from uttering any words of admiration. Yet the implication was unmistakable. Inori understood this individual's nature, and thus, she couldn't help but let a smile creep onto her lips. However, a moment later, she realized that her reaction resembled that of a child who simply beams with joy at their parents' praise. Consequently, she swiftly stifled her exuberance, clearing her throat theatrically, her gaze shifting to the still engrossed Anki Ryuya. Ryuya, what do you think? I think it's fantastic. Inori's artistry remains impeccable, but... Inori's beautifully arched brows furrowed, her previously buoyant spirits gradually sinking. Do not misunderstand, the protagonist that Inori has illustrated is indeed flawless. Utterly beyond reproach, my untrained eye cannot discern a single flaw. Anki Ryuya appeared somewhat anxious. Unlike 2 weeks prior, when he had dismissed Kasumiga Kakashiyu's script, Inori's artwork was undeniably exquisite. Yet observing Inori's face grow increasingly somber, Ankiriya gritted his teeth and expressed his thoughts. However, this original piece fails to resonate with me on an emotional level. I feel that it does not align with the image of a game protagonist I desire to convey to players. It diverges somewhat from my expectations. A hint of amusement danced across Kasumigakaka Shiyu's face as she quietly returned to her original seat. Kato Megumi followed closely behind her, leaving Anki Ryuya and Inori to continue their discussion about the artwork. Inori inhaled deeply, the prior encouragement from Kato and Shiyu dissipating entirely. She suppressed her discontent and endeavored to maintain her composure, directing a query towards Anki Ryuya. Could you please inform me where the issue lies? I'm sorry, Inori, but I cannot specify what is lacking. Anki Ryuya shook his head, feeling the pressure of Inori's intensity compelling him to avoid her gaze, turning instead to focus on the computer screen once more. However, this character portrayal does not evoke any emotional response in me. Unlike the serendipitous encounter I had with Kato on the slope, that was a feeling akin to destiny. Anki-kun, Kato Megumi, seated in the corner of the classroom alongside Kasumigakaka Shiyu, suddenly rose to her feet. Her previously calm demeanor had vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow as she earnestly regarded Anki Ryuya, striving to maintain a natural tone. My name is Kato Megumi, not Kana. Chapter 57, The First Step of Integration. Kana. No, Kato. Anri Ryo was evidently taken aback by Kato Megumi's stern demeanor, involuntarily retreating a step. After a moment of hesitation, Kato Megumi's calm voice resonated once more in the multimedia classroom. I apologize, Anri-kun, but I am feeling unwell today, so I shall take my leave. With that, she picked up her backpack and strode out. Anri Ryo's expression appeared somewhat dazed, his hands, which rested on the table, gradually clenched tighter. In the next moment, he stood up, declaring, I must go apologize. Just as Anri Ryo was about to move, Kasumigakaka Shiwa slowly interjected. Hold on, Ryo-kun. Have you forgotten something? Today's primary task was to finalize the initial draft of the heroine alongside Eri and to concurrently discuss the club's funding issues, was it not? Even with Eri's financial support, you still need to present a reasonable budget plan. However, with Kato, the heroine, currently absent, we should at least wait until everyone is present. But when will that be? Flipping a page of the book resting on her lap without shifting her gaze, Kasumigakaka Shiwa continued, Our time is already quite limited. It has been nearly 2 months since you first conceived the idea of creating a game, and yet many crucial matters have seen no progress. Was your original intention in founding this club truly to create a game? Kasumigakaka Shiwa's words were devoid of any leniency, driven not only by her urgent desire to complete the game and repay Anri Ryo's debts, but also fueled by her insights regarding Eri's descriptions of the 2-star capability. The astute Kasumigakaka Shiwa harbored further suspicions. Was that so-called evil dragon hinting to Anri Ryo, preventing him from completing the game, while keeping Kato, Eri, and herself in suspense? In response to Kasumigakaka Shiwa's inquiry, Anri Ryo fervently replied, Of course. I wish to share the emotions I experienced that day with everyone. A game is the most fitting medium to convey that feeling. My resolve is unquestionable. That's a commendable spirit. Now, please tell me, since the inception of our club, how far have we progressed toward your goal? Have we even covered 1/10 of the distance? Anri Ryo found himself at a loss for words, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Kasumigakaka Shiwa sighed, recognizing that delving deeply into many aspects of this club was futile, as it yielded no answers she sought. Forget that for now. Returning to our initial topic, we need to finalize the draft today and address the club's funding issues. I will go fetch Kato so we can all. There's no need for that. Eri and I are the primary creators. We can manage this matter without troubling Kato for the time being. Moreover, I believe it's better for her to have some quiet time alone right now. Reassured, Anri Ryo settled back down, conceding, understood. Let us first address the matter of the club's funding. Currently, Ing Lily expresses disinterest in discussing the original artwork. Anri Runa has just stated her complete lack of understanding regarding the situation. She was not present during Runa's encounter with Kato, and even if she had been, it would have been impossible to discern his inner thoughts. It is akin to the previous encounters with those clients who perpetually criticize the current version and insist on awaiting the next iteration. Could it be true, as the jest goes, that after viewing countless versions, the original remains the most favored? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that those clients provide the funding. What am I currently engaged in? Am I merely illustrating my feelings for a childhood friend and their fateful encounter with another woman? At that moment, Ing Lily felt a wave of self-reproach wash over her. Of course, in this respect, Kasha no Okashiyu is no better. She is the one who penned the script. No, that is not quite right. It seems Kasha no Okashiyu no longer harbors feelings for Runa, or else she would not have. Upon realizing this, Lily gazed at Kasha no Okashiyu with a look of perplexity. What has transpired during this time? Acknowledging that now is not the moment for such musings, Lily took a deep breath, composed herself, and spoke with a calmer tone. I am merely an original artist, not a psychologist. I cannot deduce accurate conclusions from your ambiguous statements, Runa. Therefore, please refrain from requiring me to labor over interpretations. Instead, provide me with specific artistic concepts or constructive suggestions. For instance, regarding this piece, what aspects are you dissatisfied with? Is it the shape of the protagonist's face, the size of her eyes, her body proportions, or perhaps her attire? Once you clarify these points, we can then discuss the original artwork. Upon hearing Lily's words, Kasha no Okashiyu slightly curled her lips in a smile, then reopened the book in her hands, laying it upon her shapely thigh, encased in black stockings. Now, let us turn our attention to the issue of club funding. Aaron Cohen previously provided 1 million yen, along with the venue for our weekend gatherings and other expenses. We must meticulously calculate the cost and confirm with him when the game will be completed, how it will be sold, and the profit-sharing arrangements thereafter. Even if Lily and I can overlook the financial aspects due to our past camaraderie, Aaron and Kato are under no obligation to do the same. I hope you understand this, Runa. Upon hearing Aaron's name, Andri Runa felt a surge of dissatisfaction welling up within him. Suppressing his emotions, he turned to Kasha no Okashiyu. Shiyu-senpai, how much do you estimate the production of this game will cost? Kasha no Okashiyu felt her composure slipping as she could no longer focus on her reading. Runa, have you truly not considered any of these factors? My sole intention was to expedite the game's production. I did not have time to contemplate so many details. The eagerness to create the game is commendable, but funding is of utmost importance. The script and the original draft were co-authored by myself and Lily. Even Kato could potentially learn programming. However, the background music, voice acting, and game optimization are realms beyond our capabilities. Passion alone cannot surmount all challenges, thus the arrival of AI Rankuin has aided us in addressing our core issues. I have calculated that if we are to complete the game before the summer vacation, we will require at least 5 million yen. Moreover, the longer we delay, the greater the expenses will become. As an examinee myself, I can only assist you up until the summer break. Beyond that, I will be powerless. 5 million. There are merely 2 months left until summer vacation. Please, consider the multitude of issues from the perspective of a producer, Roni-kun. Creating a game is not merely a whim that can be executed flawlessly. This weekend, I expect to see an accurate budget for the club's finances. I cannot accept the idea of AI Rankuin's funds being endlessly poured into an abyss due to your personal ideals. Ignoring Aki Roni's astonishment and lamentations, Kasa no Okashiyu departed the classroom after finishing her remarks. Lily softly bit her lower lip and followed Shiyu out, leaving Aki Roni alone in the classroom. Murmuring to himself, how did it suddenly come to this? Everyone has only been away from me for a week. Why has everything changed so drastically? Aki Roni felt a twinge of panic as events sped towards a direction beyond his control. He clenched the table tightly and growled. Reality truly is a dreadful and wretched game. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Have you finally realized? Would you consider merging with me? This way, everything you desire could be attained. Our Dragon Balls are treasures that fulfill the wishes of others. Aki Roni shook his head, expressing his discontent. I have not yet failed. Is that so? The two-star dragon ceased its words, yet the fusion had commenced, unbeknownst to Aki Roni. Chapter 58. The Saiyan does not wish to involve themselves in others' romantic matters in a restaurant in Tokyo. The proprietor's voice boomed. Aki, if you continue to daydream, you might as well settle your bill and leave. You have already messed up several orders today. Aki Roni shrank his head and bowed to the owner. I'm terribly sorry. Please don't fire me. I still need to save money for the latest game. The owner sighed, exasperated. Very well. It's almost closing time. Tidy up and prepare to clock out. Work diligently tomorrow, and remember not to be late again. Yes, thank you, boss. Aki Roni wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, he had been quite distracted today. Kato K's anger at leaving the multimedia classroom was a significant blow to him. The female protagonists in gal games would never treat their male counterparts this way. Reality is truly a frustrating and miserable game. With a quiet curse, Ailan began to gather his belongings. Across the street, in a coffee shop by the window, AI Rand sat in her seat, pondering, what on earth is happening? I can no longer sense any Luan's presence at all. Erin finished her coffee in one gulp, wrinkling her brow. Indeed, it was excessively bitter, without sugar. This concoction was akin to the water used for scrubbing pots. Henny Erin, is this place where you brought me to work in London merely for the purpose of eavesdropping? Lily, clad in a green tracksuit, lightly kicked Erin's calf in discontent. The current Lily bore no resemblance to her usual self, adorned with thick black-rimmed glasses. She wore a slightly outdated yet impeccably clean green tracksuit. This outfit was a relic from her middle school days, and although it still fit, she found it somewhat troubling. Nevertheless, it remained one of her favorite pieces of loungewear. Ailan cast a fleeting glance at Irie, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "I wasn't eavesdropping at all. I told you I was heading straight to the place where Aki works. It was you who insisted on dragging me here. And look at what I'm wearing. How can I possibly show my face? Moreover, I have no desire to see him right now." Irie, savoring a small piece of mousse cake, demonstrated the uplifting power of sweets, as her previously troubled expression transformed into one of delight the moment the dessert touched her lips. With the aura of Aki's presence dissipated, Ailan instinctively thought of Irie, given their childhood bond. Surely, Irie was aware of Aki's workplace. However, she hadn't anticipated Irie would emerge in such attire. And it appeared there had been some sort of incident between her and Aki. Could it be related to Aki's sudden absence? With this thought in mind, Ailan cautiously inquired, "Did you have a quarrel with Aki, or has something else transpired?" Ailan had a modicum of understanding about Irie's character. If she did not take the initiative to ask, this proud golden-haired girl would never divulge her feelings. After all, Irie had recently aided her. And it concerned Dragon Ball as well. It was only prudent to express some concern. It's regarding the character design. The original artwork I prepared for the protagonist didn't pass, and I still don't quite grasp the reasons for its rejection, Irie murmured, lowering her gaze. Her brilliant golden twin tails cascading to either side. As she indulged in her dessert, she recounted the events that transpired in the multimedia classroom, adopting a narrative tone, and even shared the character design illustration with Ailan on her phone. As she concluded her story, Irie slightly pursed her lips, reminiscing about the bond she shared with Aki during their childhood, still feeling a pang of compassion that compelled her to defend him. As for Aki, he has been quite diligent lately. At least he still holds the position of producer, overseeing game planning and storyline design. Ailan pondered for a moment, casting a glance at Lily before speaking. "I see. Perhaps I do not possess a deep understanding of Aki-kun. However, since you have made such a judgment, it may well be that your perspective is indeed correct. This was a mere pretense. Aki Ryuya has truly overstepped his bounds. As a producer, he ought to have meticulously prepared for the project. He should have a clear vision of the protagonist's image and character. Yet, when confronted with the artist, he is unable to articulate even the most fundamental requirements. As the one in charge, he holds the power to determine the acceptance or rejection of all content. But in wielding such authority, he simultaneously bears the responsibilities of a producer. Aki Ryuya is neither your benefactor nor your financial backer. Why must you dismiss your own efforts and accommodate someone so ineffectual, who merely spouts empty words? In truth, I am the one who holds the purse strings." These were the sentiments Ailan wished to express, yet the other party harbored expectations for Aki Ryuya. Ultimately, the founding intention of that gaming club was a mutual agreement. One party willing to engage while the other willingly endures. Moreover, it appeared there were no clues pertaining to Dragon Ball in this matter. Hence, Ailan concluded that this was a personal issue between the two of them, one that did not warrant her undue concern. It was best to remain a steadfast confidant, a tree hollow that harbored secrets without divulging them. Nevertheless, Ailan still found the situation rather exasperating. After listening to Lily's narrative and grasping the context, even as an outsider, Ailan was engulfed by an inexplicable sense of frustration. At that moment, Ailan spotted Aki Ryuya emerging from the restaurant across the way. "Lily, it's getting late, and I have some matters to attend to. Let's conclude our conversation for today. I appreciate your assistance, and I shall treat you to a delightful meal this Saturday." "Huh? But I wanted to stay here for a while longer." In light of the expectation shimmering in Lily's eyes, Ailan chose to feign ignorance. "Is that so? Then you may rest here a while longer. I shall take my leave, but as dusk approaches, it may not be safe for you to remain outside alone. It would be prudent to return home sooner." Ailan stood up, preparing to depart. Just as he was about to take a step, he hesitated for a moment and then spoke. "Lily, although you may be somewhat naive, I believe the party at fault in this matter is not you, regardless of your intentions. You must learn to articulate your refusal to unreasonable requests. Who? Who is the Na'vi one? Upon hearing the response she longed for, Lily's spirits lifted, and her proud demeanor returned. Ailan smiled at her briefly before departing from the CAF. Meanwhile, Ailan had also just exited the restaurant when the voice of Xing Long echoed in his mind. I sense a place saturated with negative energy. We must hasten there. You're not going to drag me to a morgue again, are you? That's rather unsettling. Ailan protested, a hint of reluctance in his tone. After witnessing the photograph of Kato and Ailan that day, he had made an agreement with Xing Long in a fit of anger. However, that night, Xing Long had lured him into a morgue, leaving Ailan with lingering unease. Now, the same ploy again? No, I assure you, I feel an abundance of greed emanating from that direction. How can the deceased possess greed? We are collaborators now. Once I revive them, I can truly create a second-dimensional world for you and that girl named Kato. You must trust me. Chapter 59. Kazunoko and Iri. After Ailan departed, Lily sat alone in the CAF, contemplating Ailan's recent words. However, after much reflection, the only thing Lily could offer herself was a bitter smile. Ailan is absolutely right. One must articulate a refusal to unreasonable requests. However, the one making the request is Akihiro Rinya, who also harbors feelings for Kato Megumi. In this context, Inori is well aware of this sentiment. As someone who exclusively navigates the childhood friend routes in Gao games, Inori has been keenly observing Akihiro Rinya's choices. She comprehends the mindset that leads to such decisions. And Rinya consistently opts for his classmate. Within the gaming club, only Kato Megumi embodies this archetype. In fact, the development of this game can be perceived as a veiled confession of Akihiro Rinya's feelings for Kato Megumi. As the daughter of a diplomat, Inori possesses a high emotional intelligence, yet she chooses to live her life in a carefree manner. Thus, she is fully cognizant of all these intricacies. Nevertheless, she still opts to engage, hoping to rekindle her relationship with Akihiro Rinya, aspiring to transform their bond back to that of elementary school friends, or perhaps even to advance into a romantic relationship, such as the essence of youthful infatuation. At that moment, Inori suddenly noticed a figure clad in black stockings passing by her bedside. She swiftly dashed out of the CAF to call out to her, Kazunoko Shiyu. Upon turning around and recognizing Inori, Kazunoko Shiyu displayed a teasing smile. Oh, what a surprise to find you here, Sawamura Spencer Inori. She could likely surmise the purpose of Inori's visit, as the remarks made in the club earlier could have struck Inori like a bolt from the blue, shattering her perception of relationships among their peers. Consequently, Kazunoko Shiyu had intentionally avoided Inori after school, only to unexpectedly encounter her in this setting. You seem rather peculiar lately. Are you all right? Inori inquired. I'm perfectly fine. My work is progressing smoothly. I just enjoyed some afternoon tea and dessert, so today has been quite pleasant. Huh? Inori was taken aback, her twin tails quivering. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to cut through the ambiguity, as she was not particularly adept at it. What did you mean by what you said in the club this afternoon? Literally. What do you mean literally? Kazunoko Shiyu couldn't help but facepalm, realizing that Inori needed clarity in communication. Inori pouted, and at that moment, Kazunoko Shiyu seemed less strange, aligning with Inori's previous impressions, equally vexing. What a dismissive demeanor. It's nothing. Kazunoko Shiyu waved her hand dismissively and continued. What's the matter? Did I say something wrong in the club? My sole aim is to expedite the completion of the game. Really? Inori's face was etched with disbelief. People can change, Sawamura. The memories in her eyes receded like the tide, and Shiyu Kazuki's gaze was no longer constrained. After 3 days apart, we must regard each other with fresh eyes. The events of the past have long since faded. It is time for classmate Sawamura to update her perceptions. Huh? Inori furrowed her brow. When I initially joined this club, I did entertain thoughts of developing a deeper relationship with Ryo, but I have since come to a realization. What I truly need has never been him. Now, my sole desire is to execute this game with a sense of completion. Do you not need Ryo? Inori gazed at Shiyu in disbelief, cautiously posing her most pressing question. Kazuki, have you given up? Yes, I relinquished those feelings just last week. Although Sawamura can be rather foolish, my intentions have been quite clear since this afternoon. Last week, Inori murmured to herself. The most compelling explanation for giving up on Ryo would be having feelings for someone else. Last week, Kazuki had been unwell and absent from school, while Ryo remained home for 3 days. Initially, Inori suspected there was some secret between them, but she later realized that the two had not communicated at all. Did you spend the weekend at Eri's home? Has Kazuki developed feelings for Eri? This indeed clarified many of the peculiarities that had puzzled her over the weekend. Kazuki, do you have feelings for Eri? Upon hearing Eri's name, a fleeting glimmer of infatuation crossed Chiyu's eyes, only to be quickly suppressed. She still had debts to settle. Now was not the time to broach such matters, as it would be unfair to Eri. I wouldn't say it's love. I merely find Eri intriguing and harbor some fondness for him. Not quite love yet. Inori sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The mere fact that Chiyu could articulate her fondness for someone was significant enough to substantiate the reality of the situation. After having been rivals for so long, learning that her opponent had developed feelings for another person, especially someone like Eri, with whom she had recently shared coffee, left Inori in a whirlwind of emotions. Ailan is truly quite remarkable, with an admirable physique. Moreover, during arguments, she intentionally concedes to me. With one less rival, I ought to feel elated. Kasumigakaka Chiyu crossed her arms and revealed a smile laden with meaning. There was a reason she directly disclosed this matter to Inori. Everyone has an affinity for exquisite things. Yet when such a treasure pertains to emotions, especially with the competition involving Yukino Shida Yukino, she cannot afford to neglect her preparations. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Inori felt an increasing disdain towards Kasumigakaka, particularly upon witnessing the unmasked smile of happiness gracing her lips, which made her perceive Chiyu as flaunting her victory. Kasumigakaka waved goodbye to Inori, saying, "Farewell, Sawamura. Until tomorrow at school." With that, she departed with a buoyant stride. With one less rival, I ought to feel elated. Inori repeated the same words in her heart, while gazing at Kasumigakaka's retreating figure. Following the directive of Nishiki Ryu, Anki-rin found himself at a grand arcade. Although dubbed an arcade, aside from a few gaming machines adorning the entrance, the interior was meticulously arranged with an array of pachinko gambling machines, where a throng of middle-aged individuals sat vacantly before these bullet gambling devices. They mechanically inserted glass balls into the machines, pulling levers with a dispassionate demeanor. Standing at the entrance of the arcade, Anki-rin's expression darkened. Is this where the greed you speak of resides? Indeed, what a delightful scent it is. Each individual within carries a palpable greed, and human desire serves as the medium through which I absorb energy. How utterly perfect. You truly expect me, a high school student, to enter this place? This is even more outrageous than your previous suggestion of visiting the morgue. Anki-rin exclaimed in exasperation as a self-proclaimed otaku. He was well aware of the distinction between an arcade and a gambling den. What's the rush? It's not as if I'm asking you to gamble, Nishiki Ryu responded, now in perfect sync with Anki-rin's thoughts. Aren't there various gaming machines over there? Just find one and play for a while, allowing me to quietly absorb energy. You must understand, only when I am fully revived can your wishes come to fruition. Only a few hours would suffice. Ailan's expression turned grim as he struggled for quite some time, before finally sighing and walking towards the arcade. Chapter 60, Rainy Night. After exchanging a few coins, Ailan seated himself in front of an arcade machine, anxiously surveying his surroundings, fervently hoping to avoid any familiar faces. As a devoted otaku, his notorious reputation for promoting manga and games indiscriminately at Fengziki High School preceded him. The mere thought of being spotted in such a gambling venue by someone he knew filled him with dread. Try to appear more natural, Ani. Your furtive demeanor will arouse suspicion. Ailan retorted with mild irritation. It's easy for you to say. Relax, it's merely a matter of absorbing some energy. These individuals will remain unharmed. The voice of Long came casually, adept at concealing itself. It would never resort to large-scale slaughter that might lead to its discovery before truly resurrecting. Indeed, upon hearing Long's words, Ailan adjusted his black-framed glasses and inserted a coin into the machine, beginning to play. An hour later, the previously clear night sky began to drizzle. Long's voice echoed once more in Ailan's mind. Excellent, excellent. These avaricious humans have indeed provided me with ample energy. We can depart now, Seeing that those from whom Long had siphoned energy exhibited no unusual signs, Ailan sighed in relief. Rising from his seat, he lowered his head and swiftly merged into the crowd on the street, heading homeward. Curiously, Ailan inquired, how much longer until your resurrection? Very soon. Long replied dismissively before falling silent again. On the rooftop of a building across from the arcade, Ailan, holding a straight umbrella, furrowed her brow as she intently observed Ailan's retreating figure, lost in thought. On the other side, Lili leaned against her bicycle, standing alone at the entrance of a grocery store. The sky was a dull gray, with a persistent drizzle falling, not torrential rain, but certainly not a light shower to brave on her way home. How long will this continue? It's already dark. Lily turned to glance inside the grocery store, regrettably noting that while it offered a wide array of goods, umbrellas were conspicuously absent. If I hadn't engaged in conversation with Kasumi no Okashiyu, I might have been home by now. With her head bowed, facing the rainy night alone made her feel somewhat apprehensive. Zhejiang classmate, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Lily looked up in surprise and exclaimed, Hentai Ailan? Come on, let me walk you home. Huh? Weren't you supposed to be looking for Luin Yi? How did you end up here? How did you come to be here? Was it not your awareness of my presence that prompted you to come and take a look? And now, I find you standing here, motionless and somewhat foolish. I merely happened to pass by. Let us depart, for this rain shows no signs of abating any time soon. And lingering here could lead to you catching a chill. This. Lily's face displayed a moment of hesitation. Thus, it appears we shall share an umbrella. Does it not? It would be quite unfortunate if anyone from the school were to witness this. Of course. Ailan remained oblivious to Lily's thoughts as he unfurled the umbrella and stepped closer to her. Wait. Lily called out, swiftly undoing her signature twin ponytails. Her golden hair, still radiant even under the overcast sky, cascaded down like silk, adding a touch of gentleness to her typically proud and vivacious demeanor. She then retrieved a hat from her backpack and placed it atop her head, a customary disguise she donned when venturing out to purchase notebooks. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lily turned to Ailan and declared, Now we may proceed. Let us go. Aaron suddenly comprehended Lily's intentions. Gazing at her in exasperation, the girl bore an excessive air of nobility. Fear not, for you now exude the aura of a transformed individual. Let us depart. For the hour is quite late. Upon hearing Aaron's words, Sawamura and Lily felt reassured. After glancing around to ensure no one was present, she hastily maneuvered her bicycle beneath Aaron's umbrella. Aaron, thank you, she remarked. It's rather chilly today. Standing here for so long has made me a bit hungry. I long to return home for a meal. Aaron rolled her eyes at Lily, saying, Didn't you just indulge in dessert at the CAF over an hour ago? Flustered, Lily retorted, I've told you before, girls possess two stomachs, one specifically for desserts. Yes. Aaron dismissed Lily's whimsical logic. Lead the way. I have no idea where your home is. Outside the umbrella, a gentle drizzle fell, while within it, they enjoyed a dry refuge. Compelled by the human instinct to seek warmth, Lily instinctively edged closer to the sole source of heat beside her, narrowing the distance between herself and Aaron. The disparity in their heights was striking, with Aaron towering over 1.8 meters while Lily stood at a mere 158 centimeters. If Aaron held the umbrella at a normal height, Lily would still be exposed to the rain. Noticing her predicament, Aaron lowered the umbrella slightly. Lily turned her head, speaking in a teasing tone, I never imagined that Hentai Aaron could be so considerate. What can I do? Aaron replied, Zitsuin is simply too short. I can't just let you get drenched. Ugh, I take back what I just said. Hentai Aaron, you're utterly inconsiderate. It's not my fault I'm not taller. You should drink more milk and go out for walks more often. I do drink milk. Yet I'm still not growing. What can I do? Lily's tone bore a hint of melancholy, prompting Aaron to glance down at her somewhat lacking figure. B79. 9. Truly befitting of you. In Aaron's previous life, her impression of Lily, beyond her golden hair and sundra nature, was limited to this lamentable measurement. With a hint of sympathy, Aaron remarked, Don't be disheartened. You might still grow, however. As Aaron lowered her gaze, it fortuitously met Lily's fierce eyes, which transformed instantly into a fierce glare, akin to an aggressive golden retriever preparing to pounce. Hentai Aaron, where are you looking? A sudden shock coursed through Ailan as he realized that his subtle actions had been noticed by Lily. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of calmness and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Please don't misunderstand. I was merely admiring your hair. I believe that after letting down her twin tails, classmate Zitsuin has become quite enchanting. Lily's eyes sparkled with delight. It is a universal desire among girls to be complimented on their beauty. However, she was reluctant to let Ailan see her pleasure, so her smile quickly transformed into a haughty demeanor. With a soft huff, she turned her head away. Chapter 61. Lily ascended, and then, in the tranquil embrace of the night, the only sound was the gentle patter of raindrops against the umbrella. Beneath its shelter, Ailan and Lily engaged in a light-hearted conversation. As they approached home, Lily broke the comfortable silence and suddenly inquired, Ailan, Has anything transpired between you and Kasumega Kakashiyu recently? Indeed, there had been numerous events, such as Ailan stealthily visiting Kasumega Kakashiyu's bedroom in the dead of night, only to be discovered. Moreover, he had held her in his arms twice thus far. In contrast, his interactions with Yukino Shida Yukino had been limited to merely holding hands and leaning on each other, as she was a more reserved individual. Even though they both cared deeply, they were diligently striving to maintain their current distance until their relationship was clearly defined. Unlike Yukino Shida Yukino, Kasumega Kakashiyu was akin to a blazing fire, eagerly taking the initiative once her feelings were confirmed. Reflecting on Ing Lili's question, Ailan unconsciously reminisced about the myriad experiences they had shared just the previous week. The anguish, resilience, acceptance, tenderness, and tears of Kasumega Kakashiyu replaying vividly in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Ailan finally responded, "Last week, I happened to assist classmate Kasumega Kaka a few times, so I suppose we are now somewhat familiar." Aaron felt a twinge of uncertainty. Suddenly, Ing Lili burst into laughter. Although Aaron is a hentai, there are moments when he is indeed quite gentle. Gentle? Ing Lili's self-assessment left Aaron somewhat bewildered. When had he, as a Saiyan, ever possessed such a quality? In front of a grand mansion, Ing Lili paused, hands behind her back, and said to Aaron, "Well, I have arrived home." "Thank you." "It's nothing. I merely accompanied you back." "Did you not help me find Aki today?" Ing Lili shook her head. "No, that is not what I meant. What you said to me at the CAF today really put my heart at ease. I was beginning to doubt myself, and I truly needed the strength of affirmation. So, thank you. And don't forget our wager. I will undoubtedly find a dish that will astonish you. So just wait patiently for me to have you model for me." With that, Ing Lili huffed in her usual tsundere manner and quickly walked into her family's courtyard. Seeing Ing Lili's proud demeanor, Aaron smiled before finding a spot to soar towards Chiba City. "Mom, I'm back." The voice of Sayamura Sayuri approached. Filled with concern, did Ing Lili get caught in the rain? "You forgot to take an umbrella when you went out earlier." "No, a friend accompanied me back. I'm going to shower now." "All right, dinner will be ready soon. Just come straight to eat after your shower." Sayuri watched her daughter return to her room, her gaze lingering on her attire and hair, growing increasingly intrigued. A friend brought her back? Dressed like that in a hurry, then returning in a disguised manner. It seemed that the one who accompanied her back was not a female friend from school. Could it be Rooney? After dinner, Ing Lili picked up the original manuscript of the female protagonist and stared at it for quite some time. She gently bit her lower lip. Kazunokai Otoha had withdrawn. This should be good news. Although Rooney seemed to have a fondness for Kato Megumi, it was merely due to that so-called encounter. They had been complete strangers prior. How could there be any emotional foundation? This was truly the perfect moment. Resolving the conflicts of their elementary school days and embarking on the path of childhood sweethearts, a good END was within reach. With determination, she took out her phone and sent a message to Aki Rooney via line. "Are you there, Rooney?" "Oh, it's you, Ing Lili. What is up at this late hour? Must Kato really be the female protagonist in our game? If I were to design a female protagonist using my own likeness. After all, I know myself best. I would be quite confident in creating a draft that would satisfy you." After composing what amounted to a confession, Ing Lili hesitated for a considerable time before ultimately sending it. This time, Ailan did not respond immediately, and Ing Lili understood that she could afford to wait patiently. She had wrestled with the brevity of her message for an extended period, perhaps since her elementary school days. Her decision to send this text may have been inspired by Ailan's encouragement to verbally reject unreasonable demands. Indeed, for Ing Lili, the request to illustrate an original piece featuring Kato as the protagonist was fundamentally unreasonable. Alternatively, perhaps she was influenced by the decisive manner in which Kasumega Kakashiwa had discovered her true affection for someone, which left a profound impression on Ing Lili. After a lengthy pause, Ailan finally replied. Taking a deep breath, Ing Lili opened the message. "Ing Lili, you still don't comprehend. What we cherish in the two-dimensional world is the fleeting moment of emotion. If the original illustration of the heroine differs, it becomes impossible to convey our creative passion to the readers. If we proceed with such alterations, I would no longer deserve to claim my love for the two-dimensional realm. Why can't you understand this?" Ing Lili quickly sent a response. Though she felt some uncertainty about whether Ailan genuinely failed to grasp her meaning or was merely pretending not to understand, nevertheless, her feelings for him ultimately prevailed, and she chose to believe that he was simply a bit slow due to his deep immersion in the two-dimensional world. "You are the one who doesn't understand." Ing Lili. On the other end of the line, Sensing Lily's denial of his feelings for the two-dimensional realm, Ailan became somewhat agitated. In a moment of emotional turmoil, he broached a topic they had long sought to avoid. The two-dimensional world is absolute in its purity. The emotions that once stirred our hearts must be conveyed authentically to the players. Lily, you have yet to attain that level of purity in your connection to the two-dimensional realm, which is why we lost touch in our childhood. Lily opened her mouth to explain, only to suddenly realize that Ailan was not there beside her. A sensation akin to being pierced by a knife enveloped her heart, heavy and painful. She acknowledged that the incident had indeed been her fault. Yet hearing it articulated in such a tone by Ailan caused her immense distress. Let us reconcile, Luan Yi, she sent through her tears. Haven't we already made amends? The past is behind us. We simply need to unite our efforts to create this game. This message served as the proverbial last straw. Lily could no longer deceive herself. Luan Yi had indeed understood the meaning of her previous text, struggling to control her emotions. She typed the final segment with trembling hands and, unable to contain herself any longer, broke down in tears. I understand now, Luan Yi. I will do my utmost to collaborate with you in bringing this game to fruition. Chapter 62. A series of spectacular performances is about to begin. It was Friday during the lunch break, and only Ailan and Yukino were present in the service club. Yui Yugahama had taken Iroha Shiki and Hachiman Hikigaya to befriend Yumiko Miura. However, it seemed that Iroha's current focus was on Hayama. She had even introduced Iroha to Yumiko as a potential friend, bringing along the perpetually socially anxious Hachiman, which was quite exhilarating to contemplate. Suppressing a sigh of exasperation, Ailan yawned and picked up a piece of bread before her. What is the matter? You appear rather lethargic, Yukino Shida inquired as she settled beside Ailan, deftly offering her a portion of the lunch she had prepared. Do I? Ailan responded, accepting the bento while stifling another yawn. This marks the fourth yawn since you've entered the club room. Is something troubling you? At present, there was nothing particularly amiss, though it was true that she had not been resting well lately. Ailan opened the bento box, revealing an array of neatly cut sandwiches. Casually tossing a piece into her mouth, Ailan couldn't help but wag her tail in delight. Upon returning to this slice of life world, Yukino Shida found it impractical to prepare meals for Ailan every day. After all, bringing such a plethora of bento to school would be rather extravagant. Moreover, considering Yukino's stamina, it was unrealistic for her to prepare food to satisfy a Saiyans' hearty appetite daily. Nonetheless, she remained dedicated to preparing a snack for Ailan each lunchtime. As for the other two Saiyans, they had no such concerns. Goku's wife, Chi-Chi, is a descendant of the Turtle School and has ranked among the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament. With her strength, cooking for one Saiyan is effortless, and preparing meals for 3 would be no challenge at all. As for Vegeta, it appears his wife is one of the wealthiest individuals in the world, with dozens of chefs at their disposal. Ailan savored the delicacies meticulously prepared by Yukino Shida, her thoughts drifting back to the previous nights. From Monday to Thursday, Ailan had been vigilantly observing Aki Tomoya in Tokyo. However, after 4 consecutive days of surveillance, Aki exhibited no peculiar behavior, although he frequented an arcade after work. Indulging in video games, this hardly seemed troubling, considering he was a self-proclaimed otaku. Narukuin, next week we will commence our practical training. Our family's construction company is part of the school's organized visit, Yukino Shida said, her cheeks flushed, a blend of shyness and concern in her tone. While it was her sister's desire to meet Ailan, it was, after all, their own family's company, and their mother would likely be present as well. After hastily finishing the last bite of her sandwich, Ailan turned to Yukino. Oh, that is perfectly fine. I shall remain by your side throughout the practical training. A smile flickered across Yukino Shida's face. Indeed, Narukuin was ever so dependable. Sakamura Spencer Arari, a concealed otaku and a popular creator of adult doujin works, was well known in the doujin community under her pseudonym, Kashiwagi Arari. Although she had yet to graduate, she had already ventured into the professional realm, receiving numerous paid illustration commissions. Typically, one would expect such a proficient illustrator to swiftly regain composure after encountering any distressing issues. However, she was currently grappling with the cruel rejection from the person she had harbored feelings for over the years. After taking a 3-day respite at home, she gradually untangled the thoughts swirling in her mind, allowing herself to find tranquility once more. Presently, she was in the multimedia classroom, the temporary base of their game doujin club. Arari, it's already Friday. Have you conceived any ideas for a compelling female protagonist design? Ailan inquired. Not a single one. My mind feels as parched as chewed sugarcane, devoid of inspiration. Just in my misery, Ailan replied coldly, meeting Aaron's hopeful gaze with indifference. Ailan, fully aware of Ailan's demeanor towards him, realized that some matters were best left unspoken. Her assistance was still needed at this juncture. He mechanically turned his head, casting a pleading glance at the other two, hoping they might alleviate the tension in the air. Kasumigakaka Shiyu shrugged, indicating her inability to assist. What a joke. I'm about to meet Ailan. How could I possibly focus on your predicament? The breath of Kasumigakaka Shiyu became slightly heavy, as she had endured a week of torment. Much like an addict yearning for the comfort of a cat, she continued to replenish her energy with Ailan, contemplating a direct journey to Chiba that very evening. Observing this scene, Ailan took a moment to reflect before offering a few words of solace. Ailan, it's all right. No one in the club will rush you. So there's no need to put such immense pressure on yourself. We can slow our pace and wait for your original artwork. However, these words fell upon Ailan's ears as an entirely different sentiment. No one will rush me? Then who was it that questioned my progress earlier? No need to stress. We can delay for your original artwork? If it weren't for your unwarranted dismissal of my artwork last time, and your feigned ignorance during your confession that night, would I be in this state of distress now? Bang. Ailan's eyes widened in anger as she slammed her hands on the table. Her lingering feelings for Ailan were gradually diminishing. Yet, upon witnessing Ailan retreating in response, she chose to swallow her words. After casting a fierce glare at him, she crossed her arms and slowly returned her gaze to the window. Kasumigakaka Shiyu observed the evidently uneasy Ailan, furrowing her brow in thought. As a novelist, she naturally understood the irritations of the creative process, thus empathizing with Ailan. However, it was clear that Ailan's current emotions transcended mere annoyance. Recalling their encounter at the CAF on Monday, she couldn't help but speculate. Linkuin, Kasumigakaka Shiyu began, drawing the attention of the group towards herself. Setting aside the matter of the original artwork, I previously sent the draft of the game to your line. Did you read it? Ailan, still shaken from Ailan's earlier outburst, took a moment before responding in a flurry. Yes, of course, I read it. Really? What do you think? Is there anything that needs revision? The plot crafted by Shiyu-sensei was, as always, captivating, yet it left him with an inexplicable sense of dissatisfaction. Kasumigakaka Shiyu lowered her gaze in silence. Unlike 2 weeks prior, she refrained from asking Ailan what specifically was amiss in the plot, as it had become unnecessary. Upon hearing his words, Ailan's gaze, which had drifted to the window, returned to Ailan. Another familiar phrase, not the feeling I had hoped for. Ailan felt a chuckle bubbling within her. She turned to Kasumigakaka Shiyu. Your decision to withdraw was indeed the right one. Chapter 63. Severing the connection after a moment of contemplation, Akiyamano stood at the podium of the multimedia classroom, adjusting his black-framed glasses with his index finger. He announced with conviction, I've given it some thought, and we shall not be gathering at Ayano's house this week. He had already informed him in the group chat moments ago. The expression on Kasumigakaka Shiyu's face darkened instantly as she questioned in a hushed tone. Why? I wish to explore the direction of our game project and recapture the emotions from the day I first encountered Kato. Therefore, I would like to invite Kato over to my home to play games and then perhaps take a stroll together, he explained. A date? Kasumigakaka Shiyu shot a disdainful glance at Akiyamano. Why should your date necessitate the cancellation of our group activity? Kato Megumi also regarded Akiyamano with surprise, wanting to voice her thoughts but was interrupted by Aki's subsequent words. No, this is a club activity conducted for research purposes, Akiyamano corrected Kasumigakaka Shiyu's interpretation. Is it merely a two-person research endeavor? Inuri's tone had softened considerably, yet it remained laced with tension. Inuri, you are to design the original artwork, while Shiyu-senpai has deadlines to meet. Considering the workload for both of you, you need not participate in this activity for the time being, Akiyamano stated earnestly. All right, continue. Kasumigakaka Shiyu gestured for Akiyamano to proceed, her expression devoid of emotion. In order to simulate the scenes found within the game, I envision Kato as the female protagonist, engaging in activities such as shopping, holding hands, exchanging gifts, and enjoying desserts together, essentially, conducting a simple yet profound research endeavor. Interesting and mundane are not inherently contradictory. What I seek is to portray the tender affection shared between the male and female leads in the commonplace moments of daily life, where simply having one another nearby brings joy. By capturing these ubiquitous scenes through words and exquisite artwork, the game produced can resonate deeply with players. transforming into a remarkable piece of art. As his impassioned speech concluded, Kato Megumi, seated at the back of the media room, stood up. In a calm tone, she remarked, "I apologize, Aki-san. Although I agreed to be the female lead for this doujin club, I am not inclined to engage in the activities you described. If we are not gathering this weekend, I will devote my time to studying at home, as my academic performance has been declining lately. I truly need to allocate some time to focus on my studies." With that, Kato Megumi picked up her backpack. "Kato." Aki Amano hurried towards the back of the multimedia room, attempting to stop her. At that moment, Kasumiga Kakashiya positioned herself in front of him, asserting, "According to your reasoning, Amano-kun, can simple, everyday romantic interactions truly be entertaining?" "Absolutely." Anri Ruri nodded resolutely, yet her gaze incessantly drifted towards Kato Megumi. Upon realizing that Kato did not seem inclined to leave immediately, she shifted her attention to Kasumiga Kakashiya. If it were the best-selling author Shiya Kasumi, she would undoubtedly craft vivid characters and captivating tales. "I believe in your talent." In response to Anri Ruri's expectations, Kasumiga Kakashiya closed her eyes, crossed her arms, and pondered quietly without offering an immediate reply. For her, the only connection with Anri Ruri was the debt she owed him, a debt that would dissolve upon repayment. What she needed to contemplate now was the feasibility of such a script. Ruri observed the scene before her with a sense of déjà vu. It was an ordinary afternoon before this club had even been established when Anri Ruri unexpectedly appeared before her. "Come, let us create a game together, Ruri. If it were you, you could undoubtedly illustrate the most exhilarating original artwork. You are the finest illustrator I know, and I have faith in your capabilities." Lost in her own determination and excitement, she rallied the members with fervent encouragement, claiming to believe in them, yet she found no trace of him in their collective journey. "I believe in you. I believe in you. Are you truly a cheerleader or a game producer? Why did I ever agree to assist him in creating a game?" Ruri could not help but ponder this question. What was the initial sentiment that compelled her to join the club? Was it the satisfaction derived from Anri Ruri's need? The pride in her own recognition? Or perhaps the sense of responsibility of being needed by another? It seemed none of these applied. It appeared she was simply drawn to this childhood friend, captivated by his seemingly passionate gaze. Ultimately, did he genuinely aspire to create a remarkable game, rather than merely one he deemed exceptional? Or, to put it more bluntly, a game inspired by Anri Ruri and Kato Megumi? Recently, Anri had indeed been working diligently, even assuming the role of producer, overseeing game planning and narrative design. Ruri suddenly recalled a statement made earlier in a CAF with AI Ran. She felt rather foolish. After all, he had already found the leading lady of his life. Using the pretext of game development and research outings as excuses to hold hands and go on dates. Meanwhile, she had long understood this reality, yet had continuously deceived herself. No wonder AI Ran had hastily departed after comforting her. To him, she must have appeared as nothing more than a complete fool. "Ruri, why are you crying?" Anri Ruri noticed Ruri's unusual demeanor. "It's nothing. Haha, I just recalled something amusing." Lily took out a tissue to wipe away her tears. At this moment, she finally awoke fully from her dream. Having already given her word, she resolved to fulfill the other party's needs, regardless of any unforeseen circumstances that may arise, even if they were rather displeasing. This was the baseline of Lily's professional ethics. "Runi, I will diligently complete the character design as per your request. Farewell, Runi. Let this manuscript serve as my compensation for that incident from our childhood. Once the artwork is finished, we shall settle our debts and part ways." Kasano Okashiyu opened her eyes, witnessing Lily's every reaction from beginning to end. After letting out a gentle sigh, she addressed Aki Runi. "Runi-kun, I understand. I will gradually revise it according to your guidance." "Yes, I entrust this to you, senpai. In the following days, I will carefully contemplate and will reach out to discuss before putting pen to paper." Indeed, the affirmations from Lily and Kasano Okashiyu instantly elevated his spirits. He was certain he could complete this captivating game that would enchant everyone. At that moment, Kato Megumi, who had already reached the classroom door, spoke softly. "Aki-san, I shall take my leave now. I apologize for declining your invitation, but I will cooperate with Lily's work. For now, I must depart." Upon finishing her words, she vanished from Anri's sight like a drifting cloud. Chapter 64. They're Gathering Here, Part 1. The final outcome of the game club's meeting on Friday was far from pleasant. After Kato Megumi departed, Anri fell into a contemplative silence, lost in his thoughts. Ultimately, he failed to produce a reasonable game development budget as planned, which left Kasumiga Kakashiwa rather disheartened. However, she refrained from voicing her disappointment. With a soft sigh, she merely bid farewell and hurriedly departed. As for Irie, she found herself wandering alone on the bustling streets. Often, in moments of disappointment, hesitation, and indecision, one instinctively seeks a confidant. Yet, Irie was astonished to realize that she had no one to confide in. The name Ailan unexpectedly crossed her mind. Was this week's gathering cancelled? Irie lowered her head, and as she contemplated the impending weekend, an inexplicable emptiness washed over her heart. The sense of belonging she once cherished had vanished, leaving her with a hollow feeling, as if she were adrift in a silent, monochrome street teeming with people. The world had lost its vibrancy. The crowd no longer buzzed with life, transforming the place into a desolate expanse. She no longer wished to endure these sorrowful emotions, not even once. An urgency to escape this place enveloped her. Thus, Irie took action. She sent a text to her mother and then entered the station, boarding the train bound for Chiba. An hour later, Irie arrived in Chiba. Instead of heading directly to Aaron's home, she dashed to the mall where they had previously shot scenes with the game club. Yes, she hesitated once more. Aren't Aaron and I merely acquaintances? What does it mean to seek him out like this? After a while, she resolved, well, I'm here now. I might as well buy some fruits and snacks as gifts and spend the night playing games with Aaron. With newfound determination, Irie purchased some apples and packed a few snacks before making her way to Aaron's apartment. Unbeknownst to her, the sky, once adorned with clouds, suddenly erupted with a spring thunderclap. The late spring weather, much like a young girl's emotions, remained inscrutable. The thunder's tremendous roar startled Irie, causing her to freeze in place, her eyes wide with fear. Raindrops as small as peas began to descend from the heavens, initially a gentle patter, but within a few breaths transformed into a torrential downpour. The rain cascaded down as if released from a great height, striking the ground with a relentless din. Passers-by hurried along, some with briefcases overhead, others wielding umbrellas. Irie too was among them, trotting along with quickened steps. The gift she brought for Ailan was cradled in her arms, her hair thoroughly drenched, and her shoes beginning to soak through. The relentless downpour obscured her vision. Without caution, she stumbled over a slightly raised patch of pavement. A sharp pain surged through her as her apples tumbled from the fruit bag, scattering across the ground. Slowly, Lily rose to her feet, feeling a searing ache in her knee joints and the outer sides of her arms. She bore the discomfort and retrieved her backpack, painstakingly collecting the apples one by one. The passers-by turned a blind eye to this scene, instinctively pulling back to avoid any unnecessary complications. As she resumed her journey toward Ailan's apartment, tears finally streamed down Lily's cheeks, stemming from both the pain and a sense of injustice. Upon reaching Ailan's door, she adjusted her damp hair clinging to her cheek, sniffled, and wiped her face with her moist sleeve. With a facade of pride, she pressed the doorbell gently. After a brief wait, no one answered. She pressed the bell again and waited in silence, still met with no response. Was Ailan not home? Or had she fallen asleep? Setting her belongings down, she took out her phone, intending to contact Ailan via line. But the device had succumbed to water damage moments earlier. Undeterred, she pressed the doorbell once more, and as she stood before the unyielding door, her head gradually bowed in despair. Fool, fool, fool! The murmurs, tinged with a cry, could be directed at Ailan or perhaps herself. Leaning against the wall, she slowly sank to the ground, resting her head on her knees, gradually succumbing to silent sobs. With the thunder growing ever more frequent, the rain poured down with increasing intensity. At this moment, Ailan was hovering above the residence of an Iluanyi. This afternoon, he unexpectedly received a text message from an Iluanyi announcing the cancellation of this week's gathering. How could this be? Every Saturday presented a precious opportunity for an intimate encounter with the Dragon Ball host. Ailan, in a state of agitation, fixated his gaze upon the residence of an Iluanyi. Numerous times, he contemplated unleashing a ki blast to send both an Iluanyi and his abode soaring into the heavens. Such an act would surely render his task of purification complete. Regrettably, taking a life is strictly forbidden. The Supreme Kai of Time had warned him that should he resort to murder, he would be condemned to the depths of hell. With a resigned sigh, Ailan propped his chin up with his hand. Suddenly, a thunderclap resonated, and torrential rain fell in an instant. Never mind, with the rain pouring down, there would be no change on an Iluanyi's side today. Perhaps it is best for me to return home. Ailan wiped her face with her hand. The hair of a Saiyan remains unchanged upon reaching adulthood. Thus, even in the pouring rain, there was no need for her to tend to it. A few shakes upon arriving home would suffice. A warm bath and a moment of respite awaited her after a day filled with classes and work, What a life of servitude it seemed. With these thoughts, Ailan hurried towards Chiba. After a brief passage of time, Ailan returned to her apartment. As the elevator doors opened, she stepped out, only to find a curled-up figure before her door. Could it be classmate Zakamura? Approaching with curiosity, Ailan was taken aback as she crouched down and gently called out to Lily. Upon hearing her name, Lily slowly lifted her head from her knees. Her crimson eyes brimmed with tears, which flowed uncontrollably the moment she laid eyes on Ailan. As Ailan met that gaze, her heart tightened painfully. Ailan. Lily slowly rose to her feet, but having crouched for too long, she stumbled forward towards Ailan. Swiftly, Ailan embraced the approaching Lily. Feeling her frailty, coldness, and dampness, he noticed the fruits and snacks that had been placed aside, as well as the wounds on Lily's body. Although the circumstances remained unclear, he instinctively began to gently pat her back. I am sorry, Zemu classmate. Have you been waiting for long? Ailan gazed at the pitiable Lily, her tone softening with an unusual gentleness. Chapter 65. They Gather Here, Part 2. Filled with anticipation and a desire to confide in someone, what awaited her instead was an unexpectedly disheartening and awkward situation, accompanied by a heart-wrenching weight. The loneliness and pain that permeated her being were unleashed without reservation the moment she beheld Ailan before her. The constraints of her reserved self were completely undone, as if a dam had been breached by a raging flood, rendering it utterly ineffective. Zetsuyama, shall we step inside? As she noticed the disheveled mist-falling chicken in her embrace gradually cease her sobbing, Ailan slowly released her hold. Yet, Lily did not let go. She merely nodded with a barely perceptible movement. After initially venting her emotions, Lily found herself at a loss on how to navigate the current situation. Her inherent Sundara nature began to resurface, dominating her thought process once more. Why did I suddenly throw myself into Ailan's arms? How unbecoming. So utterly unbecoming. Am I a fool? Zetsuyama, if you hold me like this, I won't be able to open the door. Ailan, in a state of exasperation, raised her hand. What on earth is happening tonight? Upon hearing these words, Lily hesitated for a moment before gradually loosening her grip. She then lowered her head, pressed her lips together, and silently retreated a few steps. Without the need for a mirror, she was acutely aware that her face was undoubtedly flushed, as she could feel a significant warmth radiating from it. Ailan casually picked up the items brought by Lily, opened the door, and said, "Please come in. I'm sorry for the intrusion." Lily murmured softly, her head bowed as she stepped into Ailan's home. Ailan gently closed the door behind her. The sounds of rain and the occasional rumble of thunder were effectively muted, creating a serene atmosphere within the room. In such a comforting environment, Lily felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Upon reaching the living room, she stood there, momentarily at a loss. She was drenched from the rain, and having fallen earlier, her clothes were speckled with mud. Please, make yourself comfortable, classmate Zemu, Ailan said, placing her belongings on the coffee table. She noticed Lily's knee, where the over-the-knee stockings had torn, revealing a small trickle of blood. I'm not clean. I might stain the sofa. Lily murmured. It's all right. We can clean up later, Ailan reassured her. Ailan casually remarked as she retrieved a medical kit from beneath the television cabinet. Approaching Lily. Inside were bandages and anti-inflammatory ointments, which were always kept on hand at home due to Ailan's frequent injuries during her training. Wait, Ailan. Lily's calves twitched slightly. Although she understood the other's intentions, she was overwhelmed by a wave of shyness. I'm fine. There's no need to trouble yourself with me. What? I had no intention of assisting you, Ailan replied, looking bewildered at Lily. In anime, don't boys always take the initiative to help girls with these things? For some reason, Lily felt a sudden wave of relaxation, her tone gradually shifting back to her usual tsundere demeanor. She even recalled a comic she had drawn earlier, where a queen, having fallen from grace, was rescued by a knight. Between them, feelings blossomed. When the queen regained her status, the knight, acutely aware of their disparate identities, hesitated to assert himself. Delaying the crucial step, the proud queen, growing impatient, forced her knight to kneel before her bed. The knight could only grasp her foot, leading to, of course, some rather explicit scenarios. At the thought, Lily shivered slightly, a hint of fear mingling with a sense of anticipation as she felt her heart race. However, Ailan simply placed the medical kit before her and then sat at a distance. Hentai. Ailan, how can you be so unchivalrous? Lily muttered in dissatisfaction, unbuttoning the top button of her shirt to ease her discomfort, and began to attend to her wounds herself. You cannot treat your wounds this way. Upon witnessing the clumsy demeanor of Lily, Ailan let out an exasperated sigh and swiftly intervened to halt her subsequent actions. You foolish Lily. Allow me to assist you. You are the real fool. And refrain from uttering my name. Lily was poised to retort with a grimace, but was suddenly unable to suppress a soft whimper as Ailan grasped her foot and placed it upon his thigh. I shall begin the treatment now. Please bear with me for a moment. As she observed Ailan sitting beside her, meticulously tending to her leg injury, Lily's thoughts nearly came to a standstill. She found herself unable to think, only able to gaze blankly at the man before her. She involuntarily envisioned herself as the queen from that story. No. Lily, you must gather yourself. Do not let your mind be consumed by such frivolous thoughts. Yet, this feeling was one she felt she had never before experienced. With her hand pressed to her chest, a torrent of emotion surged within her. Yet she struggled to contain them. Hentai Ailan. May I come to your place every weekend? I wish for you to be my model. Foolish Lily, do not forget our wager. Until you find a dish that satisfies my palate, do not even think about it. Ailan meticulously affixed a waterproof bandage, and as she lifted her gaze, she met Lily's anxious eyes. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room grew palpably awkward. You should take a shower. Huh? What do you mean? You're drenched, and your clothes are torn. If you don't wash up, you'll catch a cold. By the way, don't you feel uncomfortable like this? Ailan cast a fleeting glance at Lily before continuing, please change into my clothes after you're done washing up. It seems you can't wear that outfit for the time being. Blushing, Lily lowered her head and responded with a soft acknowledgement, then hurriedly made her way to the bathroom. At that moment, Ailan's phone unexpectedly illuminated, revealing a friend request from Kasumi no Okashiyu. Their only prior means of communication had been through the group chat of the gaming club. What could have prompted her to suddenly add me as a friend? In Ailan's phone, there were only 3 contacts: Yukino Shida Yukino, Hikigaya Hachiman, and Yui Yugahama. After a moment of contemplation, Ailan clicked to agree. Ailan-kun, I wish to visit you tomorrow. Why? Isn't there no club activity this week? However, after facing such events, I feel somewhat frightened being alone, and besides, you have done various things for me. Shouldn't you take responsibility? Upon seeing the message from Kasumiga Kakashiya, Ailan was momentarily taken aback. What have I done? Wasn't it to save someone? Chapter 66. They Gather Here, Part 2. This is Hentai Ailan satire. Immediately, Iri associated it with the outrageous behavior of burying one's head within and inhaling deeply, causing her face to flush crimson. No, Iri. You must maintain your composure. You cannot arrive at a boy's house with such thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Iri methodically removed her skirt, then her shirt, lifting each leg in succession to remove her underwear, and finally, her bra. She neatly folded them and placed them on the nearby hanger, standing beneath the showerhead as the warm water enveloped her entire body. How delightful. I was freezing after the rain earlier. Speaking of which, I came here today to chat with Hentai Ailan. Why am I being taken care of by him instead? Isn't that rather strange? With this self-reflection, Iri closed her eyes. After her bath, she emerged from the bathroom and made her way to the living room. So, why did you suddenly come here today? Didn't Yonki-san mention that the weekend gathering was cancelled? Ailan presented a steaming cup of tea to Lily, settling onto the sofa while gazing at her with a hint of confusion. I was concerned you might starve at home, she remarked. I noticed it last week. You truly cannot cook, can you? Lily's cheeks flushed slightly, and at that moment, she found herself at a loss for words on how to confide in Ailan. At this moment, Ailan found himself momentarily dazed, for he beheld Lily in a manner entirely unlike her usual self. Her golden tresses, unbound and cascading over her shoulders, framed a face that bore a rosy hue, freshly washed. The white men's shirt she wore hung loosely on her petite form, its extended hem accentuating her diminutive stature. One might surmise, upon closer inspection, that Lily appeared not to be wearing any undergarments. Ailan's cheeks flushed crimson, and he averted his gaze with a cough, suggesting, I shall prepare something to eat. You haven't dined yet, have you? Although my culinary skills leave much to be desired, I have a plethora of bento boxes from the convenience store. With that, he rose and made his way to the kitchen, feeling the palpable awkwardness of the situation between the two of them. Thank you, Lily murmured, her eyes following Ailan's retreating figure. The television blared a variety show, yet her mind was far from engaged. Despite her efforts to appear composed after emerging from the bathroom, the turmoil within her heart remained her own secret. Here she was, having bathed in the residence of a male friend, donning his clothing while sharing the same space. As the night sky outside deepened into darkness, the rain continued its relentless patter, accompanied by the persistent rumble of thunder, instilling an unsettling sense of dread. She pondered haphazardly. Why has my mother not responded to my message sent hours ago? Is she not the least bit concerned for me? As her thoughts spiraled, a wave of dizziness began to wash over her, and fatigue beckoned her gently. As a creator of risky illustrations, Li Li's mind suddenly sparked with clarity. This scenario felt eerily familiar. Could it be? Her gaze fell upon the half-consumed cup of hot tea before her. Surely, it couldn't be. Seated upon the sofa, she observed Ailan bustling about in the kitchen. Hentai Ailan, you truly are quite the pervert, she mused, before her consciousness began to fade completely. Hey, silly Li. Ailan sensed that Lily's breath was somewhat erratic and hurried over with swift steps to investigate, observing her state of confusion. With her mouth agape and breathing rapidly, Ailan promptly placed her hand on the other's forehead. How feverish! Ailan hesitated no longer and swiftly lifted Lily, placing her upon the bed in the guest room. Throughout this process, he meticulously regulated his strength, channeling it into Lily's body. As Ailan's pure life energy flowed within her, a healthy flush graced her complexion, and beads of perspiration gradually materialized upon her forehead. Gradually, her breathing stabilized once more. Ailan gazed at the gradually recovering Lily and let out a sigh, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Quietly, he slipped out of the room, gently closing the door behind him. Lily, still in a haze, opened her eyes and caught a glimpse of Ailan's departing figure, instinctively murmuring, "Hentai. Ailan, you rascal." Even at that moment, she remained lost in her own thoughts, before succumbing to slumber once more. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Ailan sat languidly on the sofa, gazing at the television with an air of ennui. Until now, he had yet to regain his composure. Lily had arrived, drenched from the rain, feverish, and had promptly fallen asleep, all in one breath. Only Ailan remained in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, it seemed that everyone in this gaming club was fundamentally incompatible with him. Ailan, in a moment of exasperation, propped her chin on her hand. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. "It's only 7 o'clock. Who could possibly be seeking me at such an early hour?" With a sudden leap, Ailan sprang from the sofa and swung open the apartment door. Upon seeing the visitor, she expressed her surprise. "Sister Xianochio? It's me. What is the matter? You seem quite astonished to see me. Am I not welcome?" Xianochio Shiyu spoke in a teasing tone, yet her demeanor belied an inner turmoil. It had been a week, and she was in dire need of replenishing her energy from Ailan. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a pair of women's leather shoes placed at the entrance. Xianochio Shiyu's pupils dilated in shock, but she quickly feigned nonchalance and inquired, "Ailan-kun, do you have guests at home?" "Yes, Lily came over last night for some reason, and she is currently resting," Ailan replied. "Lily?" Xianochio Shiyu internally breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was unsure of the reason for her visit, it was indeed Lily. So there was no need for concern, was there? "Please, come in, Sister Xianochio." Ailan relinquished half a step, and as Piu Xiaojichio entered, he closed the door to his apartment. In that fleeting moment when the door shut, Piu unexpectedly lunged into Ailan's embrace. The instant their bodies made contact, Ailan was momentarily taken aback, rendered incapable of thought. Before he knew it, he found himself pinned to the ground by Piu. What is happening? Is humanity truly this formidable, capable of bringing me down? Ailan felt as if his mind was on the verge of crashing. Being naturally uninclined towards deep contemplation, he was utterly at a loss as to how to respond. Ailan-kun. Ailan-kun. Kasumigakaka Utaha called out his name, her complexion flushed, as if she were on the cusp of awakening some extraordinary attribute. Just as Ailan found himself in a state of confusion, a sudden scream echoed from the guest room. "Hentai Ailan, what did you do to me last night?" Simultaneously, the door to Ailan's apartment was knocked upon once more. Katamegumi stood outside, cheerfully holding 2 large bags of groceries. Aaron's heart sank instantly. Who can tell me what on earth is happening? Chapter 67. Ailan, I wish to flee, yet I find no escape. Kasumigakaka Shiyu is already on the brink of breaking down. Ailan was utterly astonished, caught between a wolf and a tiger, with a golden retriever in the guest room, resembling a scene from a harem comedy. Moreover, the girl in his arms, Kasumigakaka Shiwa, was evidently in a state of delirium, exhibiting traits of a yandere. With her body, which had long been deprived of exercise, she could not possibly overpower Ailan, a Saiyan. However, strength arises from the heart, and without the will to resist, one naturally loses the power to do so. Perhaps it was the shock of Kasumigakaka's actions, a desire not to harm her, or some other reason. But Aaron spoke in a calm tone. Shiwa, please calm down. I need to open the door. We don't know what's happening with Lily. The girl with long black hair perched atop Aaron, her crimson eyes shimmering with mist and infatuation, felt an insatiable fire burning within her heart, longing for an outlet. How could she keep Aaron by her side forever? Should she devour him now? No, the timing was not yet ripe. She must endure. Gradually suppressing the flames within, Kasumigakaka slowly descended from Aaron, taking a few hurried breaths as the flush on her face began to fade. She then strode lightly towards the living room. At that moment, Aaron stood up and opened the door. Kato? Good morning, Aaron, said Kato Megumi. Carrying 2 large bags of groceries, her expression calm as she gazed at Aaron. She continued, I accidentally heard some strange noises from inside. Is everything all right? It's nothing. Kasumigakaka just stopped by. Please, come in. Aaron felt a twinge of discomfort under Kato's scrutinizing gaze, and could only slightly shift her body to grant Kato a clear path. This gesture felt remarkably familiar, as if she had performed it mere minutes ago. Kato's attire today struck Aaron as oddly recognizable. A white beret perched atop her head, wisps of bangs gently swaying with the breeze. A crimson outer garment adorning her upper half, and a voluminous white lace skirt cascading below. The length of her white stockings was just perfect, creating an alluring expanse between the skirt that sparked boundless imagination. Isn't this the limited edition ensemble of St. Kato? Upon sensing Aaron's gaze, Kato tilted her head, donning a puzzled expression. Aaron, why do you keep staring at my outfit? Is it unappealing? Not at all, Kato. You look exquisite in this attire. It suits you perfectly. Ailan silently expressed her apologies to an Ailan once more in her heart. Why did I say once more? Ailan suddenly awoke. Kato, please come in. Just in time, the foolish Arari and senior Kasumigakaka are also here. As she spoke, Ailan took the 2 packets of ingredients from Kato's hands and led the way inside. Foolish Arari. Kato silently repeated the moniker in her mind, then said, Excuse me, as she followed Ailan inside. Upon returning to the living room, Arari and Kasumigakaka Shiyu resumed their verbal sparring. With her arms crossed and an air of arrogance, Shiyu gazed down at Arari, saying, How could a counterfeit young lady like you spend the night at a boy's house? Mind your own business, Arari retorted, revealing her 2 prominent canine teeth as she grinned mischievously at Shiyu after having changed back into her clothes. Ignoring the duel between the 2 individuals, Ailan made his way directly to the kitchen. He had grown accustomed to this spectacle for the past fortnight. Whenever these 2 were together, they spent nearly half their time exchanging barbs. Upon noticing Ailan's presence, Lily fell silent, staring at him vacantly. Earlier in the room, she had checked herself. Although her clothes were disheveled, she felt no discomfort. Had she not been burning with fever last night? As she calmed her thoughts, Lily pondered how she had ended up in her room. She drew the curtains, allowing a gentle stream of sunlight to invade the space. Suddenly, a memory resurfaced. She recalled being carried to her room by Ailan. And she had been dressed in such a manner last night? It was of no consequence. It truly did not matter. Ailan was still a gentleman in this day and age. It was merely a hug forcing herself to forget the embarrassing incident from the previous night. Lily took a deep breath, changed her clothes, and exited the room. She then encountered her rival, Shiyu Kasha no Oka, in the living room. Returning to the present as she watched Ailan pass by her, her face involuntarily flushed again. She lowered her head and took a couple of steps back, instinctively placing her hands over her chest. It felt as though something tangible had collided with her heart, leaving her breathless and her pulse racing. Perhaps it was simply the aftermath of her illness that rendered her somewhat weak. Lily reassured herself with this thought. Ailan, thank you for taking care of me. Her voice was barely a whisper, inaudible to anyone save for Shiyu Kasha no Oka, who regarded her with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. Suddenly, Kato K, who had followed Ailan into the living room, interjected, Oh? So last night, Zhuangsan came over to Ailan's place? Startled by the unexpected voice, Lily sighed in relief upon recognizing it was Kato K, only to feel a wave of anxiety wash over her again. I was hoping to gather material from Ailan last night, but how come you 2 are here today? She thought to herself, congratulating her cleverness for turning the tables, a skill she had inherited from her mother. TCH. Shiyu Kasha no Oka grumbled as she sank into the sofa. I'm here for research too. I'm halfway through writing volume 3 of the Love Metronome. But there are certain plot points I'm uncertain about since I've never been in a relationship and don't know how to write it. So I wanted Ailan to assist me with the material. In order to engage more fully in club activities, I pondered whether I should immerse myself in gag games, as it might be beneficial for my programming skills. Among those I know, it seems that only Ailan possesses an extensive collection of games. Thus I have come here to gather insights. After a moment of contemplation, Kato spoke with a calm demeanor. Shiba Kasa, unable to contain her excitement, shook her leg and shifted her gaze towards Ailan, saying, "Since we are all here to gather information, why don't we take a stroll today? What do you think, Ailan? I truly wish not to be viewed as an object of your research." Ailan resolved to take action to uphold the dignity of the Saiyans. Chapter 68. No debts between us. In a secluded park, Yuli held a digital tablet, addressing Ailan and Kato. The protagonist's experience is about to commence, so we must hasten. Behind her, Kashi no Oka Utaha's ethereal voice drifted over, truly befitting of a homebody manga artist. It's rare for you to venture out, akin to a dog released from its leash. Hey, keep your voice down. Yuli nervously glanced around, knowing her true identity must remain concealed. Otherwise, it would be social suicide. Once she confirmed the absence of others, she shot an indignant glare at Kashi no Oka Utaha. Next time, I shall use you as a model for my drawings. By the way, aren't you also cooped up at home all day? Why criticize me? I'm different. I often venture out for inspiration. Only those who keenly observe life can pen words that resonate deeply, Kashi no Oka Utaha remarked, turning to face Ailan behind her. Today marks my first time gathering inspiration with someone of the opposite sex. Humph. Ailan sulkily turned his head away. Standing beside him, Katake revealed a calm smile. Ailan, don't be disheartened. I shall cook for you over the next few days to make it up to you. Indeed. The dignity of the Saiyans seemed to be worth merely 10 meals. Kashi no Oka Utaha sat down beside Yuli with a disgruntled expression. Katake and Yuli were focused on creating a game, prioritizing their research activities, while tomorrow would bring the romantic metronome. Ailan was decidedly displeased. He had perused the heroine experience plan authored by Kato Megumi no fewer than 10 times. Regardless of the perspective, 2 words resonated through the text: cannibalism. Kato Megumi's heroine experience plan could be succinctly encapsulated in a single phrase: the romantic journey of a bashful youth and an innocent maiden. While one might argue that Kato Megumi's innocence was somewhat plausible, he could not fathom how he was in any way bashful. Must the Saiyan be excessively audacious? Yet, it appeared that Kato Megumi was not particularly innocent either. With a serene expression, Kato Megumi gazed at Ailan and proposed, "Shall we hold hands?" Huh. The audacious Saiyan retreated a step, perplexed as he looked at Kato Megumi. Is this scene included in the script? Well, since I can never seem to produce a satisfactory expression for Iri, I thought I might try this approach. Perhaps it will yield results. Ailan, would you like to hold hands? We might not complete the first item of the heroine experience otherwise. Meanwhile, Kasumiga Kakashiya observed Ailan and Kato Megumi ahead with unwavering focus, her eyes narrowed, the crimson of her pupils appearing rather menacing. She was well aware of the subtleties within Kato Megumi's heroine experience plan, yet the prospect of spending time alone with Ailan the following day kept her at bay. However, Iri consciously lagged half a step behind Kasumiga Kakashiya, her instinct for self-preservation making her shudder, sensing the palpable hostility emanating from Kasumiga Kakashiya, who seemed on the brink of exploding. Has this woman truly lost her composure? Kasumiga Kakashiya, you want to suddenly explode, will you? Why would I explode? Kasumiga Kakashiya's leg trembled, and her vexation was evident. Iri gestured forward with her chin, opting for silence, fearful that any misstep might ignite Kasumiga Kakashiya's fury. Zawamura, don't you think they've been holding hands for far too long? Iri shrank her neck, and Kasumiga Kakashiya's reference to herself felt increasingly amiss. I too believe they've been holding hands for an excessively prolonged period. For reasons unknown, a twinge of bitterness surged within her, and she felt a tinge of irritation at the sight of couples in the distance capturing moments together. All those who were blissfully in love ought to explode. Turning back, Iri noticed Kasumiga Kakashiya's hair swaying gently with the breeze, her expression darkening. Kasumiga Kakashiya, if you wish to hold hands, why not just go for it? Ailan has an available hand, after all. Iri's words were tinged with acidity. She was utterly bewildered about her own intentions. It's easy for you to say. Today is your field work with Kato. Tomorrow it will be my turn. Who would have thought that this audacious rogue would reveal such a side of herself? Rogue? Have you ever encountered a rogue as stunning as I? Kasa no Okashiyu's attention was momentarily diverted by Iri, causing her to shift her gaze away from Ailan and Kato Megumi. No matter how striking her beauty, it cannot disguise the essence of a rogue. Oh, it seems that Airi is merely putting on a brave front. Deep down, she acknowledges that I possess a touch more beauty than she does. The desire for beauty is innate to women, and on this topic, they could engage in discussions for a century without growing weary. Airi, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Humph. You are quite self-absorbed, merely a woman of ample proportions who favors black attire. Your only asset is that indecent figure, isn't it?" Indeed. Those who possess little tend to be overly concerned with such matters. Kasano Okashiyu placed her notebook upon her lap and pointed a finger at a specific area of Airi. "Look. Even junior high school students have surpassed you in development. Kasano Okashiyu. I will not back down." After a brief bout of playful banter, Kasano Okashiyu redirected her gaze to Ailan, expressing her dissatisfaction with a soft click of her tongue. With a gentle sigh, she murmured, barely audible to herself, "Why is it taking so long? Kasano Okashiyu, what do you intend to do about Anki Ren's club?" Airi's address of her childhood friend had shifted. Kasano Okashiyu did not turn around but replied coolly, "How would I know? The previous draft was rejected, and without a viable project proposal, I cannot resume my writing. Then I am even more helpless. All I can do is sketch some character designs, but without a script. I am at a loss for what to illustrate." Airi lifted her head and exhaled softly. The sunlight illuminated her hair, which clung to her cheeks, casting an ethereal glow around her. "What? Have you stopped calling him Rin? Is it now just by his name? After all that has transpired, I have begun to let go. Yet, I still wish to pour my heart into this game. If I can excel in this endeavor, could it mean?" Kasano Okashiyu did not catch the latter part of Airi's words, as her focus was entirely captivated by Ailan and Katamegumi. "I am on the verge of losing control." Airi suddenly chuckled. "If I excel in this game, could it mean that I can finally settle everything from my childhood? Only when we owe nothing to each other is true forgetting possible." Chapter 69. The completely disappeared Anri Ryu in the evening. Upon returning to the apartment, Ailan lay flat on the sofa, resembling a salted fish that could not turn over. He had spent the entire afternoon learning how to hold the hand of a Navi young girl, a task far more exhausting than his usual training. Lily, accompanied by Kato Megumi, returned to the guest room, meticulously examining Kato's face as she prepared the final modifications to several nearly complete CG illustrations. This afternoon, she had devoted herself entirely to crafting the protagonist's initial design, along with various scenarios depicting the interactions between the lead characters and different endings. Once the modifications are complete, I shall share them in the group. This way, my task will be concluded before the manuscript is released, and I will temporarily be free from participating in school club activities. In the living room, Kasumiga Kakashiwa took a cushion and sat beside Ailan, softly inquiring, "Are you tired?" "Yes, if possible, I would appreciate it if you refrained from speaking to me for now." Ailan's head was completely buried in the sofa cushions, his voice muffled and indistinct. Much like before the last appearance of the three dragons, he has been enveloped by an inexplicable sense of impending danger lately. Thus, after spending several hours each night surveilling an Ailan, he devoted the remainder of his time to fervently honing his skills. He had even begun to contemplate requesting the spirit time chamber from Cain. After all, Cain is the deity of the time realm, a celestial being who presumably possesses such a treasure. Yet, after enduring countless days of rigorous training, he could not help but feel a tinge of fatigue. Suddenly, Ailan sensed a pair of hands gently resting on his shoulders, applying a slow yet rhythmic pressure. The sensation was remarkably soothing, nearly coaxing a sigh from him. Was it Shiyu from the Kasumiga Kaka? Aaron found himself in a state of indecision, uncertain whether he should lift his gaze. After the events of the day, even a fool could discern the feelings of Kasumiga Kakashiyu. However, the image of Yukino suddenly surfaced in his mind. "Hey, Aaron-kun, have you been keeping up with the love meter lately?" Shiyu's words interrupted his thoughts. "Well, although I read it with some difficulty, I did manage to finish both the first and second volumes. The character Sayaka is based on you, Isn't. Indeed, you have keen insight, Aaron-kun." The contours of Shiyu's face softened. There was a time when the love meter faced the prospect of cancellation. During that period, I felt as though I had been denied, which was profoundly painful and despairing. Later, Akihito, who fervently promoted this work, appeared before me. At that moment, I truly believed I had found someone who understood me. Yet, subsequent events proved me wrong. Our relationship was merely that of author and reader. To him, I was simply Kasashiko. As her thoughts drifted back to that night, Shiyu continued, "By the way, I haven't properly expressed my gratitude to you, Ailan. I can't imagine how I would have endured those nights without your presence. Thank you for being by my side, Ailan. The living room was enveloped in silence, broken only by the faint sound of soft snoring. Ailan was unaware of when she had turned her face aside and drifted into slumber. Ailan June gazed longingly at her visage, gradually leaning down. Lily let out a sigh of relief, finally finished. How do you find it, Kato? Well, I think it's absolutely perfect. Especially the background of this good end, Kato K remarked, her eyes fixed on the photograph before her, which depicted the heroine with her eyes gently closed, affectionately embracing the hero. I never expected that classmate Sawamura could produce such an exquisite original piece without having seen the specific scene. Lily looked at Kato K with a puzzled expression. Though her demeanor remained unchanged, her tone still serene. Lily sensed a hint of regret in her words. Never mind, perhaps I am overthinking it. Since the heroine has approved, I shall proceed to share these illustrations in the group now. In Tokyo, Akirin was also perusing the latest issue of Jump. There are no remarkable works this time, just a rehash of old ideas. It's utterly uninspiring. Truly. There are so few genuinely pure creators in the realm of 2D. At that moment, his phone chimed. Irritated, he tossed the Jump magazine aside and glanced at his phone. Lily has already completed 5 original pieces so quickly. After a cursory look, Akirin nodded in satisfaction. The quality seemed commendable. It appears I must hasten to bring forth the project proposal. I must ensure that the game capable of moving everyone is released soon. Why are you so pleased? Akirin exclaimed. Don't startle me like that. Ignoring Akirin's complaint, Long continued. Your heroine has been in Chiba since this morning, and the other 2 delicious entities are there as well. Look, doesn't he, the male lead in this photo, resemble your investor? What are you talking about? Kato would never be in Chiba. Didn't she say she would study at home yesterday? A girl like Kato could never deceive me. I can always sense the location of those from whom I have absorbed energy. She is indeed in Chiba, at your investor's residence. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Akirin crouched on the ground, cradling his head. Long, when will you ever be revived? Didn't you promise to create a perfect 2D world for Kato and me? The energy absorbed is far from sufficient. At this rate, your heroine might even have children, and I may still be unable to revive. With a sigh, the 2-star dragon lamented. It could constantly perceive the thoughts of an Ailan, who had previously deemed himself a mere backup option. If he could successfully create a game and unite with the female protagonist, he would no longer need to cooperate with the dragon to absorb negative energy. Of course, should that endeavor fail, he could harness the power of the evil dragon to conjure a flawless 2-dimensional world in which to reside with his female lead. What a splendid host he was. However, the time was now ripe. Indeed, provoked once more, and Ailan's eyes reddened as he quietly roared, 2-star dragon, tell me, how can I facilitate your swift resurrection? I yearn for that perfect world. As long as you accept me, my host, and open your heart, you shall gain the full power of our dragon's orb, thereby realizing a wish. Agreed. I cannot endure another moment in this dreary 3-dimensional game. As you wish. A verdant light enveloped in Ailan's room in an instant. In Chiba City, Ailan, reclining on the sofa, unconsciously furrowed her brow. Soon after, delicate hands gently smoothed her furrowed brow. Chapter 70, A Direct Approach in Love Knock. Knock, knock. Ailan's room was shrouded in darkness. Despite it being daytime, the curtains were tightly drawn, and the dim interior was filled with a murky green haze, creating an inexplicably eerie and frigid atmosphere. Accompanied by the sound of knocking, the chilling ambience dissipated, returning the room to an ordinary state. Dressed in pajamas, Ailan shuffled to the door in his slippers, the soles scraping against the wooden floor with an unpleasant creaking sound. With a click, the door swung open. Ailan? I thought I heard something strange just now. What is happening in here? Ailan's parents gazed at him with anxious expressions. They had been knocking for nearly 10 minutes. And if he did not open the door soon, they would be compelled to call the authorities. Nothing happened. I just tripped and bumped my head. It's nothing. You both should return to sleep. Have you been overworking yourself? I told you not to immerse yourself in the 2-dimensional world any longer. Yet you refuse to listen. Just look at this mess in your room. Ailan's father halted mid-sentence, suddenly silenced. A wave of green smoke enveloped them, and in mere seconds, the two began to dissolve, ultimately fading into nothingness. Truly, cursed humans. I was contemplating granting you a reprieve, yet here you are, chattering away. Ailan coldly regarded the 2 garments that lay abandoned on the floor before retreating back into his room. With a click, the door of the room was once again shut, and Ailan stood silently behind it, his head bowed. After a few moments, he slightly raised his gaze. The calm demeanor he once possessed had vanished without a trace. Behind the black-framed glasses, his eyes, bloodshot and frenzied, reflected a terrifying madness. A sinister grin spread across his lips, revealing a macabre satisfaction. "Ha ha, I have finally resurrected. Alas, this body remains too feeble. I am still no match for that long-tailed human. However, is that woman beside him the host of the 3-star dragon? If we were to join forces, we could certainly eliminate him. It seems I must hasten my pace. I can hardly contain my anticipation to hear the wails of humanity in this world." Outside, the glow of car headlights filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a faint light upon his malevolent and twisted countenance. Yet, an Ailan's shadow resembled that of a great toad. Meanwhile, strange transformations began to unfold in various corners of the world. At the Yukino-shida family estate, Yukino-shida Yono abruptly sat up in bed, clutching her chest as she gasped for breath. What is this intense heat? In the adjacent room, Yukino-shida Yukino's expression flickered with a faint blue glow, only to dissipate swiftly. Damn that monkey. How dare it supply the host with such an abundance of positive energy? Just wait, I shall surely bring about your demise. Ailan and Poem U of the Saiyans who arrived at a quaint CAF. As per their arrangement, today was dedicated to gathering material for the Love Metronome project. The sunlight cascaded through the window, illuminating Ailan's face. He turned the page of the manuscript in his hands, finding himself captivated by Poem U's remarkable literary prowess. The dryness in his throat gradually snapped him back to reality as he raised his cup of red tea to his lips, savoring a sip. The subtle bitterness and warmth of the tea coaxed a contented squint from his eyes. Out of the corner of his gaze, he noticed Poem U watching him with an expression of palpable tension. "What do you think of this third volume, Ailan?" she inquired. "It's quite impressive. Compared to the previous 2 volumes, the most outstanding aspect of this one is the transformation of the male protagonist, from a reclusive individual to a strong and independent person. Such a character truly deserves someone like Miss Sayaka." Upon hearing Ailan's commendation, Poem U's face lit up with a victorious smile. The praise from this individual brought her immense joy, a sensation far surpassing the elation she felt when her novel sold 500,000 copies. Time slipped by swiftly in their solitude, and she wished for it to linger. Bringing the coffee cup to her lips, she took a delicate sip, seizing the chance to subtly observe Ailan's face. Perhaps due to an elevated level of evolution, the boy's skin was flawless, his delicate features exuding a refreshing aura. The slight fierceness in his gaze was undeniably alluring. Poem U's eyelashes fluttered, and some thoughts that had previously eluded her suddenly crystallized into clarity. What if Ailan rejected her confession? And what about Yukino-shida? What if they quarreled and broke up later? What about the debt that Akihiko had yet to repay? So many concerns flooded her mind. Yet true affection was often tangled in such complexities, not merely a desire for romance, but an intrinsic fondness that emerged spontaneously, born from careful contemplation and deep care, leading to a sense of entrapment in one's feelings. But in that moment, Poem U inexplicably cast aside all those worries, dismissing the chaotic reasoning. Each day of love brought with it its own tenderness. With this thought in mind, she gently set her coffee down, producing a soft clink. Ailan. Ailan's gaze remained fixed on the manuscript, oblivious to her interruption. The atmosphere fell into a serene hush before Poem U spoke again. Her voice soft and gentle, her lips curling into a tender smile, her demeanor relaxed and candid. "If one day you find yourself contemplating a girlfriend, would you consider me?" This marked the most courageous moment of Poem U's life. In the past, she had merely been a master of verbal bravado. Ailan looked up in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief as she regarded poet Tsukashiyu. "You need not feel burdened or conflicted. My words are not a confession, so no response is necessary." Poet Tsukashiyu maintained her composure, striving to appear calm and unruffled. "I have always believed that a confession is not the clarion call for an assault, but rather the resounding bell of victory. Now I realize that you cannot provide the answer I seek, whether due to your obligations or that Miss Yukino-shida Yukino. However, Ailan, what I wish to convey to you is that I harbor feelings for you. My intention in speaking today is not to pressure you, but simply to express that I like you. Last Saturday night, I discovered my affection for you. Therefore, I shall wait for you. Wait until you have fulfilled your duties, sorted through your thoughts, and feel ready to embark on a romantic relationship. When that moment arrives, I kindly ask that you consider me seriously." Ailan opened her mouth, only to suddenly realize that her throat was exceedingly parched. Chapter 71, Lord of the Kais, I desire the hyperbolic time chamber. Ailan fell silent for a few seconds before speaking. Sister Xianoyu, could you perhaps call me by my name instead of Sister Xianoyu? Xianoyu Shiyu cast a dissatisfied glance at Ailan, remaining silent in her tacit protest against the way Ailan addressed her. Ultimately, Ailan sighed. Shiyu, you need not be so humble, truly. Then you should feel guilty. To Ailan's surprise, Xianoyu Shiyu interrupted him. Then mischievously winked. I want you to feel indebted to me. This way, I will hold an advantage in the future. Although she had only encountered Yukino once, she keenly understood the formidable nature of her rival, both in beauty and demeanor. Aside from a hint of barrenness, she could find no flaws in Xianoyu Shiyu. She also realized that Yukino likely did not have a definitive relationship with this man. Thus she made the first move, executing a strategic retreat disguised as an advance. How cunning, Shiyu, she chastised herself internally, while simultaneously feeling a sense of pride. However, that pride quickly dissipated, giving way to a tinge of melancholy. It seemed that Katamegumi also harbored some feelings for Ailan and even that golden retriever, who had been casting peculiar glances at Ailan lately. The competition was indeed overwhelming. Yet, there was little to be done, after all. It was her own affection that bound her. Such is the nature of love. Regrettably, their time together was still too brief, otherwise. Xianoyu Shiyu believed she could undoubtedly win Ailan's heart. But then again, there would be ample time ahead, wouldn't there? Ailan fell silent for a few moments, and after a brief pause, he spoke, striving to alleviate any potential awkwardness between the two. I will certainly give this matter thorough consideration and will provide you with a definitive and unwavering answer at the appropriate time. Ailan spoke with utmost seriousness. At this moment, before his eyes stood not only Yu from the hills of twilight, but also Yukino from the snowy hills, and even. In any case, regardless of whom he faced, he found himself unable to provide an answer. The threat of the evil dragon loomed persistently. His current combat power was merely 18,000. Even the incomplete 3-star dragon that had appeared last time possessed a combat strength exceeding 100,000. That he had survived was nothing short of luck. Now, Ailan, let us continue our gathering of materials for today. The next method of gathering is through an embrace. I wish to truly experience the sensation of an embrace. After all, the protagonists in the book are about to share their first embrace. You gazed at Ailan with an innocent expression, though the mirth in her eyes was utterly uncontainable. Ailan. In the next moment, Shiyu of the Shikazaki Hills leapt into Ailan's embrace. Her expression one of blissful intoxication. In the afternoon, Ailan once again accompanied the members of the gaming club to the station. Shiyu gazed at Ailan with a look of profound satisfaction, feeling that she had accumulated sufficient Ailan energy to sustain her until the following Saturday. Meanwhile, Kei Katsuragi appeared somewhat preoccupied today. Despite maintaining her usual indifferent demeanor, a hint of worry was evident on her face, which even Eriri could perceive. Since her outing earlier that morning, she had returned in this state. As for Eriri, she too lacked her usual vivacity, keeping her head down in silent contemplation. A multitude of events had transpired over the weekend, the current tasks had been completed, and now she found herself alone in Ailan's apartment. Involuntarily recalling that fateful Friday night, a warm surge of emotions flooded her heart, though she resolutely suppressed it. Ailan waved goodbye to the 3 girls, saying, "Let us meet again next Saturday. Farewell." At that moment, the train arrived at the station. The 3 young ladies, each lost in their own thoughts, waved back at Ailan and gradually boarded the train heading back to Tokyo. In Chiba, at the Yukino residence, Yukino was playfully teasing Pururu. "Pururu, what do you think Hanzo is doing right now? Has he been eating well these past couple of days? Miss Yukino, the boss must be doing just fine. Didn't he message you the night before last?" The members of the gaming club came over. Indeed, upon mentioning the gaming club, Yukino's expression shifted slightly. Kagaya Kasumigakaka, Iri Shirakawa, and Kei Katsuragi, these were remarkable girls, each possessing unique traits. It felt somewhat unsettling that Hanzo spent his days in their company. What if, although Hanzo was not fond of engaging with strangers, he never turned away those he was familiar with? Suddenly, a figure flew in through the window. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Yukino exclaimed in surprise, "Hanzo?" She then realized her voice had risen in pitch and quickly lowered it, asking, "What brings you here so unexpectedly?" "And nothing much. I just planned to be away for a couple of days and wanted to let you know." When Aaron truly laid eyes on Yukino Shida Yukino, an unexpected wave of apprehension washed over him. Sensing Aaron's unease, Yukino Shida Yukino promptly stood up and took his hand, asking, "Why the sudden departure?" "It's nothing. I merely wish to go away for a couple of days to train. Rest assured, I will certainly return in time for the field practice." Late at night, Aaron returned to the apartment, her expression grave as she sat down on the sofa. Since yesterday, an elusive sense of impending crisis had intensified, undoubtedly. Something significant was about to unfold. She felt utterly inadequate. She uttered the secret phrase shared with the god of time, "I have returned." Immediately, the ethereal figure of Cain materialized before her. "Little Rain, why have you summoned me so suddenly? Is there something amiss?" Aaron nodded. "Indeed, Lord Kaioshin of Time. Do you possess something akin to the hyperbolic time chamber? You mentioned it during our last encounter in the icy realm. Why does Shirwan suddenly wish to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber? Wouldn't it be rather dull to cultivate alone? Lately, I have been somewhat distracted. If I do not train soon, I may find myself unprepared for the challenges that lie ahead." "I see. That sounds feasible. However, I must return to make preparations, as accessing the hyperbolic time chamber requires transporting you to Kinto. How long will the preparations take?" "I can be ready by tomorrow morning." "Very well. I appreciate your assistance. Lord Kaioshin, if you could kindly prepare some more senza beans for me, I too must make my own arrangements. As soon as you are ready, I will set off immediately." It seems that when Shirwan is in need of help, her tone becomes remarkably pleasant. I hope she continues to maintain this demeanor in the future. At the same time, the usually routine-oriented Yukino Shida Yukino found herself awake well past 11. A rarity that filled her with unease. It seemed that the troubling incident she had anticipated had indeed transpired. The fragrance enveloping the simian gentleman today, whose scent could it possibly be from within that club? It appears that he cannot be left alone in the apartment next weekend. Chapter 72. The two-star dragon in action. If one were to consider that every individual possesses a unique treasure by birthright, then Kasa no Oka Otoha's treasure might be a pen, while Aki Tomoya's could very well be his eloquence. For Ailan, it would likely be his extraordinary stamina. And for Kata Megumi, perhaps her unchangingly placid demeanor. As for Sawamura Arari, her treasure could be likened to a paintbrush. Describing a person through a singular object might seem inadequate, yet in a different light, it embodies a distinctive character that instantly evokes thoughts of them. Arari set down her paintbrush and stretched, having started her artwork the moment she returned home that afternoon. Inspiration, fleeting as it is, must be captured without delay. Before her lay a portrait strikingly reminiscent of Ailan, naturally, half-clad. In the painting, Ailan cradled a girl whose hair color mirrored Arari's, embraced in a princess carry. Yet, the girl, much like Arari herself, bore a rather modest bosom. As Arari gazed upon her creation, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Just last Friday, she had sought Ailan's comfort, certain that he would patiently listen to her woes, as he never argued with her and always yielded to her whims. Regrettably, she had not confided in him at all. Yawning, Arari rested her head upon the artwork. "Ailan, I shall prepare a dish that will astonish you. And then you shall become my exclusive model," she whispered, her voice dwindling until she succumbed to slumber. In the quiet of the night, Arari's parents returned home. The first thing Sawamura Sayaka did was rush to her daughter's room, enveloping the slumbering Arari in an embrace. "Arari, wake up. Mama's home." "Ah, if you're back. Why not rest? What is this sudden pouncing on me?" Arari, startled awake, pushed away her overzealous mother, gesturing for distance. "TSK, as always, you refuse to admit your joy. Even though I know you're happy to see me home. How was your time at your friend's house?" Sayaka ambled over to Arari's bedside, noticing the artwork hidden beneath the covers. "Not bad. Overall quite enjoyable," Arari replied, her thoughts lingering on the surprise she planned for Ailan. Lily furrowed her brow slightly. She had been quite content before Saturday noon. However, the memories of the female leads gathering yesterday afternoon left her feeling displeased, and she pouted in dissatisfaction. What troubled her most was that today, Ailan had unexpectedly spent the entire day with that plump woman in black stockings. At that moment, she suddenly noticed that Sayaka Sawamura's gaze was fixated on a certain painting. Lily's cheeks flushed, and she swiftly turned the painting over. Was the man in that painting a companion from her daughter's club? A friend of the opposite sex? A boyfriend? Was Lily truly awakening to something? After a moment of contemplation, Sayaka Sawamura abruptly stated, without any preamble, "He is quite handsome, isn't he?" "Not at all. That guy's gaze is clearly fierce." Lily blurted out instinctively, but halfway through her response, she realized her mistake, and quickly fell silent. It was as if she had instinctively dodged an opponent's attack, only to discover midway that the opponent was merely feinting, trying to lure her into revealing a flaw. She sensed this too late, exposing far too much. And the outcome was all too evident. Sayaka Sawamura had obtained the answer she desired and perked up immediately. Who is he? Is he from the same school? Do you have a photo? He's not at all like you imagine. The relentless questioning caused the flush on Lily's face to extend to the back of her ears. Ultimately, unable to withstand it any longer, she pushed Sayaka Sawamura out of the room. Her previously calm heart became tumultuous once more at Sayaka's words. Coupled with the recent physical contact between them and the fantasies of a princess and knight stirred by the drowsy red tea. She seized a cushion from her bed and pressed it firmly against her face, unable to suppress the upward curve of her lips. It seemed unlikely that she would find sleep tonight. Meanwhile, in the 21st district of Tokyo, chilling screams echoed through a dim alley. After a while, a figure slowly emerged from within. Aki-rin adjusted his glasses, wearing a satisfied expression. Indeed, although they were nothing more than inferior beings, their energy was relatively pure. It would not be long before he could restore his strength. As the most cunning entity among the evil dragons, he had devoted an entire day to devising a flawless plan to eliminate Ailan. Directly confronting the 3-star dragon was out of the question. Not only was he no match for Ailan, but even if he assisted in reviving the 3-star dragon, he might end up being devoured himself. It is well known that the quickest way for evil dragons to augment their power is through mutual consumption. He was still too weak in his current state. He lacked sufficient leverage to cooperate with the 3-star dragon. Once he disposed of that human, he could seamlessly devour the 3-star dragon as well. Thus, this world would belong solely to him. Aki-rin muttered to himself, his head bowed in frustration as he raked his fingers through his hair. Longing to indulge in games, yearning to immerse in anime, and wishing to create that game. Suddenly, he struck himself hard across the face. Damn it. Has the world of otaku seeped so deeply into your subconscious? A mere day without gaming has induced withdrawal symptoms in your body? With that thought, he turned aside and spat out the blood from his mouth. Pulling out his phone, he sent a message in the club group chat. Classmate Aaron, this Friday afternoon. Our gaming club would like to visit your school. Is that agreeable? I feel that the architectural layout of Fengski High School may not be suitable as the backdrop for our game. In the group chat, Aaron's reply came swiftly. Sure. I will mention it to Yukino-shida. We can consider it a collective activity for our servant club. Upon reading this message, Urshing Long broke into a sinister grin. The situation was unfolding precisely as I had anticipated. With 5 days remaining, if I can absorb enough humanity, I shall restore myself to my prime. Then, I will eliminate you and subsequently absorb Sanqing Long. Meanwhile, Aaron also set down her phone. This time, I will train in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 days, continuously inflicting severe injuries to expedite my transformation, and then using the Senzu beans to recover. Surely, I can become a Super Saiyan. After all, I was born with a battle power of 500, a superior warrior. My innate talent must surely surpass that of a certain Saiyan who was born with a power level of merely 2. Chapter 73, What to Do If I Can't Transform into a Super Saiyan. In another dimension, Kent. Aaron obediently followed behind Kane. What a jest. Upon arriving at Kent, he had already sensed a plethora of formidable auras. Even this diminutive Kaioshin before him instilled within Aaron an instinctive sense of pressure. Although he could not yet perceive the aura of a deity, the feeling of intimidation was undeniably palpable. One might recall that even the so-called feeble Kaioshin of Universe 7 managed to escape from the clutches of Majin Buu, undoubtedly stronger than his current self. This thought only intensified Aaron's yearning for growth and power. Little Aaron, the hyperbolic time chamber here is the finest in the universe. It allows for the adjustment of gravity from 10 times to 500 times, and I have complete control over the flow of time within. How impressive is that? The Kaioshin of time hopped ahead, his tone imbued with pride. Indeed, Aaron nodded in agreement. The hyperbolic time chamber in Kent far surpassed the one on Earth in terms of potency. After walking for a while, Kane halted before a structure resembling a felt house. We've arrived. Little Aaron, you may freely adjust the gravity inside, and I have already set the flow of time for you. 1 year within equates to 12 hours outside. This way, your training time can be compressed into a single day. I have prepared a surprise for you on the remaining day. Thank you so much, Lord Kaioshin. You are truly my first employee. Just remember to express your gratitude through diligent work. However, today's little Aaron seems a tad less endearing. I preferred your former stubborn demeanor. What sort of masochistic remark is that? Ailan silently scoffed inwardly. Do not blaspheme the divine in your thoughts. Cain winked at Ailan, saying, by the way, you seem to be the one with masochistic tendencies. In this spiritual time chamber, aside from the fervent cultivators, most others keep their distance from him. While cultivation is indeed commendable, it can be excessively tedious and mentally and physically taxing. Few ordinary individuals can endure it. Humph. Do not underestimate the Saiyans. We are a warrior race, after all. Now, where are the sins of beans? Ready? Here are 300 sins of beans. I shall enter now. Ailan opened the door and stepped inside. Upon entering, she gasped at the thinness of the air. It was quite suffocating. Nevertheless, she resolved that this time she would undoubtedly become a true Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, an underground casino that usually thrived with activity was now desolate, devoid of any patrons, save for scattered garments strewn across the floor. Ailan, with his hands in his pockets, approached the central gambling table. Indeed, it seemed that greedy humans were the most delectable. Wouldn't you agree, my dear lady? He leaned down, casting a gaze upon a provocatively dressed woman, a malicious smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Please don't kill me. Whatever you desire, even my body, I am willing to offer. Just spare my life. The woman, utterly terrified, bowed repeatedly, beseeching Ailan for mercy. However, in the blink of an eye, she was enveloped in a cloud of azure smoke, vanishing completely, leaving only a pile of torn fabric behind. Bah! Ailan spat upon the remnants of her clothing. How audacious for a woman of the material world to attempt to entice me. Yet, in the next moment, he delivered a resounding slap to his own face. Damn it! This wretched otaku was still clinging to life. This could not continue. I must obliterate his subconscious entirely. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ailan revealed a calm, sinister smile as he strode towards the casino's entrance. Just another 10,000 humans would suffice. Once I absorb that many, I shall return to my complete form. Yet, today, I have not sensed the presence of that long-tailed human. Should I seize the opportunity to seek out the Samsung dragon? No, that seems too perilous. It could very well be a trap. Moreover, even if he were absent, I am no match for the Samsung dragon. It is wiser to wait until I have fully recovered. Steadiness is paramount. There are only a few days left. The days of training always seem to pass swiftly. Ailan has been immersed in the time chamber for over 20 months. From initially enduring a gravity of 20 times that of Earth, he has now adapted to an astonishing 300 times the gravitational pull, having survived numerous near-death experiences. His fundamental combat power has escalated beyond 3 million. It is now time to embark on the journey of transforming into a Super Saiyan. With a gentle exhale, Ailan brought his knees together and firmly placed his hands on his waist, commencing the intense elevation of his energy. Ailan sensed the golden energy coursing through his body and concentrated it upon his back. With each passing moment, as Ailan's aura intensified, a tempest suddenly erupted within the spirit time room. After a considerable duration, he found himself far from achieving the anticipated Super Saiyan transformation. Instead, he resembled Vegeta during his battle with the fully fledged Frieza. His energy was abundant, yet it had reached an impasse, unable to ascend further. As for transformation, that was an even more distant prospect. How could this be? Ailan sat cross-legged, casually shoving a piece of meat that was charred to the consistency of coal into his mouth. His tail swayed incessantly, a manifestation of his mounting agitation. What was the cause of this unrest? Ailan reflected upon the transformation processes of Kakarot and Vegeta. Kakarot, who prided himself on being a benevolent Saiyan, transformed into a Super Saiyan in a fit of rage. However, his success bore no relevance for Ailan. Ailan does not consider herself a benevolent Saiyan. The number of individuals she has slain undoubtedly surpasses the ants that Goku has crushed throughout his lifetime. And what of Vegeta? Vegeta transformed out of an overwhelming disdain for his own weakness. However, this does not hold much relevance for Ailan, as she does not possess the same profound sense of pride and self-esteem as Vegeta. So, how does one truly ascend to become a Super Saiyan? Ailan's tail swayed with increasing fervor. What was she truly lacking? Surely, the S cells should have sufficed. Was lineage a factor in this as well? After all, even a lower-tier warrior like Sun Wukong could transform. She picked up another piece of charred meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Ailan couldn't help but furrow her brow. It was truly inedible. My culinary skills are woefully inadequate. Even charred vegetables would be more palatable than this piece of meat. It's been over a year. I long to savor the desserts crafted by Yukino Shida and the meals prepared by Kato. Huh? Why did I suddenly think of Kato? Chapter 74. Not pure enough outside the spirit time house. Kain stood side by side with an elderly man, quietly awaiting their turn. Ailan had already been here for 24 hours. The elderly figure cast an irritable glance at the door. Cain, why has he not yet emerged? I have numerous matters to attend to. Lord Elder Kai, what pressing matters could you possibly have? Are you not simply eager to return home and peruse those tawdry magazines? Cain retorted, rolling his eyes at the Elder Kai. How dare you unjustly tarnish the reputation of this old man? At that moment, the door of the hyperbolic time chamber swung open unexpectedly. A disheveled Ailan, looking rather unwell, slowly stepped out. Another failure, he sighed. Over the past 2 months, Ailan had exhausted every conceivable method yet still could not transform into a Super Saiyan. His base combat power had already surpassed 4,500,000, yet he remained unable to take that crucial step. Lord Kai of Time? Ailan gazed at Cain with a hint of confusion, questioning why she was waiting for him here. Ahem, young man, why do you not greet me? Old Kai? A sense of bewilderment enveloped Ailan as she pondered. Wasn't this individual sealed away by Beerus? How could he possibly be present in this location? Ahem. Cain cleared his throat and interjected. Little Ran. Do refrain from harboring any blasphemous thoughts about the divine. This esteemed Elder Supreme Kai hails from a distant realm of time. The gift I wish to bestow upon you necessitates the cooperation of the Elder Supreme Kai. So you must show him the respect he deserves. Ailan was increasingly perplexed. She had never heard of this elderly figure possessing anything of value. Suddenly, she appeared to recall something and promptly addressed the old Kai with a tone of flattery. Esteemed old Kai, do you possess the ability to enhance others' combat prowess? Humph. At least you exhibit a modicum of discernment, but your demeanor is quite displeasing to me. I shall take my leave. Wait. Ailan hastily interjected, attempting to restrain the old Kai, then cast frantic glances toward Cain. Cain sighed. Honorable old Kai, he is my sole employee at present. I implore you to extend your assistance as we had previously agreed. Humph, I have no fondness for him. My abilities are quite taxing, unless, esteemed old Kai, the earth I currently inhabit is replete with numerous delightful treasures that you might desire. May I bring them to you on another occasion? Ailan cast a knowing glance at the old Kai, who immediately donned a fleetingly lecherous smile, only to retract it swiftly. Ahem, you are quite impressive. Follow me, he said, striding toward a patch of grass. You probably have yet to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan, correct? I sense that my potential has reached its limits. No matter how hard I strive, I cannot surpass that boundary. Upon mentioning this, Ailan's demeanor visibly dimmed. Your potential has not yet reached its zenith. You still have a considerable journey ahead. Do you understand why you cannot transform? I do not. Could Master Old Kai enlighten me? Because you lack purity. The old Kai halted, turning to gaze intently into Ailan's eyes. You are unlike the Saiyans I have encountered before, whether they were malevolent or benevolent, without exception. They possessed a heart of purity. Yet with you, I feel none of that. With that, the old Kai gestured toward the grass. Sit down. I shall use my powers to assist you once more. However, even so, the enhancement will be limited. Reflect deeply on the reasons you seek strength, and ponder who you truly are. Only then will you be able to successfully transform. Ailan obediently seated himself upon the ground, while the old Kaioshin commenced to dance an eccentric and peculiar dance around him. Ailan's thoughts began to drift away gradually. What does the old Kaioshin mean by saying I am not pure enough? Is it because I am not a truly pure Saiyan? Ailan hung his head in contemplation. It is understandable, for although many memories had faded, he had been a lethargic individual in his past life, possessing little clarity about the world around him. During his student days, he spent his time engrossed in anime and gaming. After entering society and facing various setbacks, he ultimately abandoned himself, retreating into the confines of his home. If the so-called paper wives, Yukino Shida Yukino, Kasumiga Kakashiya, Kata Megumi, and Sawamura Spencer Arari, had stood before him then, he would surely have felt shame and sought to hide away. Since the restoration of his memories, Ailan has continued to embody the mindset of a Saiyan, as if all that transpired in his previous life were mere illusions. Yet, deep down, he was gripped by fear. In this life, he dreaded the prospect of reverting to the cowardice of his former self. Conversely, his past incarnation would have likely feared the brutality of his current existence as a harbinger of death. Suddenly, Ailan perceived the faint echoes of voices. Inyankuin. Airan-kuin. Hentai Ailan. Airan classmate. The moment he heard these 4 voices, a smile instinctively graced his lips. Indeed, he owned to be a person of purity. In Tokyo, under the cloak of night, tranquility reigned as usual. However, the alarming disappearance of numerous individuals had plunged many into a state of panic. In the span of a day and night, 4 000 people had vanished entirely from this world. Anki-rin wandered alone through a residential area and soon spotted Katamegumi's home. Although martial law had not yet been enacted, the streets were eerily deserted. Katamegumi had taken a shower and settled into her bed. Upon opening her phone, a new wallpaper appeared, an image of Ailan, nearly resting his head on her shoulder while asleep in the mall. Ailan, she murmured softly. Though their interactions were infrequent, he was the only one throughout her life who could accurately pronounce her name every time he learned it. Even now, if she were to slip away quietly, Ailan would undoubtedly be the first to sense her absence. Was it due to his peculiar ability? Katamegumi dismissed this notion, recalling that Ailan himself often forgot her in the beginning. Even on Sundays, a mere proximity would alert Ailan, even while he was engaged in conversation with Kasumigakaka-senpai. Fortunately, she had hidden in a secluded corner at that time. If only you could always watch over me, Katamegumi sighed, extinguishing the light in her bedroom. Not far from her abode, Anki-rin slowly diverted his gaze from Katamegumi's room. All right, I've seen enough. It's time for us to move on to our next destination. We are running out of time. Anki-rin cursed softly as he turned to leave. Those wretched otaku, even in death, are consumed by thoughts of anime, gaming, and chasing women. Once my strength is restored, I shall erase all of your subconscious desires. Chapter 75. The field training commences on a Wednesday morning. Yukino Shida Yukino, adorned in a flowing white dress, emerged from her apartment with her usual punctuality. Today marked the day of field training, rendering the school uniform unnecessary. She gazed at the closed door of the Ailan household and let out a sigh. Where's that monkey? As she approached the elevator, she spotted a familiar figure leaning against the wall by the entrance. Ah, Yukino Shida, you're as punctual as ever today. Yukino Shida was momentarily taken aback, then offered a slight smile. When did you return? Just now. Didn't I mention that wherever you go today, I would be right by your side? As Yukino Shida walked alongside him, Ailan took the initiative to grasp her hand. Let us go. Today, the monkey seemed different, almost cheerful. Indeed, during this training outing, I came to understand a few things, and my strength has significantly improved. I believe I now possess enough power to protect you all. You all? Yukino Shida inquired, her curiosity piqued as she keenly noted the implications of his earlier statement. Ailan, feeling somewhat guilty, turned her head away. Well? Including everyone in the gaming club. Is that so? Yukino lowered her gaze, tightening her grip on Ailan's hand slightly. Noticing the added pressure from Yukino's hand, Ailan smiled and led her to the balcony outside the apartment. Shall we fly to school today? By the time Yukino regained her senses, Ailan had already lifted her into the air. She gently punched Ailan's chest. Please, Yuran-kun, have a little common sense. I'm wearing a skirt. Should I go change? Don't worry. Beneath this sky, it is just the two of us. Ailan gazed down at Yukino Shida nestled in her arms, a glimmer of light flickering in her eyes. Today, you are utterly adorable. It would indeed be a pity to change into something else. Adorable? Yukino momentarily froze, instinctively glancing at the dress she wore. Her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Young women are invariably conscious of how others perceive them, especially in the presence of those they hold dear. Yukino was no exception. After a brief pause, she lifted her head, still cradled in Ailan's embrace, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. It seemed ages since their last embrace. Yet she maintained a composed facade and replied nonchalantly, Today, even the great Yuan is capable of complimenting others? So, in your eyes, I am only adorable today, is that so? Yet, Yukino has always been this charming. Ailan gazed intently at Yukino Shida, pondering why she had suddenly begun to call his name. The blush on Yukino's cheeks deepened, and even the contours of her ears were tinged with a rosy hue. Instinctively, she sought to withdraw, only to realize that she was ensconced in Ailan's embrace. Yukino, during our recent training excursion, I feel as though I have uncovered my true essence. True essence? Yukino Shida gently wrapped her arms around Ailan's neck. In that moment, Ailan's gaze did not rest upon her. Instead, with a tranquil demeanor, he expressed his thoughts. Though each individual may possess their own interpretation of true essence, be it family, lovers, close friends, or even oneself, true mutual understanding remains elusive. There exist countless phenomena in this world that words cannot encapsulate, especially after encountering a series of bizarre events. Ailan took a deep breath, reminiscing about her 2 lifetimes. However, in this world, one is bound to encounter certain individuals, progressing from mere acquaintances to profound understanding and love. Throughout this journey, each person's strengths and weaknesses are inevitably revealed. There is no need for one party to resort to humble flattery, regardless of what transpires. This mutual comprehension remains unscathed. Perhaps, this is the essence of true substance as I perceive it. The smile gracing Yukino's lips was unmistakable. It seemed that her impression of the enigmatic figure had significantly improved. Presently, Yukino felt an overwhelming sense of joy, no matter what occurred. Their understanding of one another would remain intact. She recalled the moments spent together in a world of ice and snow. Although the enigmatic figure often seemed rather dull, he would always arrive promptly whenever she needed assistance. Moreover, during awkward moments, he would graciously provide her an escape. He understood her preferences, and she was equally aware of his. After this practical experience, the Golden Week would follow, and they could indulge in a barbecue meal at her place. As she had recently purchased a sizable grill online, preparing such a dinner would certainly be within her capabilities. How delightful! If only hot pot could be added to the mix. This was the most exquisite sentiment Ailan had encountered in the past 2 years, especially considering the lackluster food she had been consuming lately. Yet, in the next moment, Yukino uttered a statement that abruptly turned Ailan's joy into sorrow. So, enigmatic one, could you enlighten me about the individuals who have recently appeared in your vicinity? In Tokyo, within the confines of a local gang's courtyard, a squad of armed officers surrounded a masked man. Don't move. Raise your hands. We suspect you are connected to the recent disappearances of individuals. Please accompany us. Oh, how unfortunate, but I'm rather pressed for time, as I have a grand banquet to attend in 2 days, he replied while stepping forward. In the blink of an eye, a cloud of smoke engulfed the officers, leaving them no time to scream before vanishing from existence. These humans are truly insipid. I sense no trace of negative energy whatsoever. The man removed his mask, revealing himself as the recently notorious predator, Anki Runa. Is that human presence manifesting again? Right beside the Sanzanryu? However, their essence seems significantly diminished. Yet, my strength has not met expectations. Anki Runa furrowed his brow, his eyes closed in contemplation. Last night, he could not endure any longer and had indulged in gaming throughout the night, only emerging in the morning. It appears he must exercise caution in the coming days to avoid drawing undue attention. The location must not be revealed. Chapter 76. Only love can purify the 7 Dragon Balls. Several buses are stationed at the entrance of Sobu High School. After all, this is an event organized by the school, and it is only natural that students are not allowed to roam freely. As Ailan and Yukino made their entrance, all eyes were drawn towards them. The two were surprisingly holding hands. The esteemed flower of Subahai had, astonishingly, been claimed by the most notorious delinquent in the school. A murmur of whispers ensued. Yet, the expressions of the two individuals remained unchanged. Standing amidst the crowd, Hikigaya Hachiman quietly remarked, "Are these two not satisfied with merely displaying their affection in the clubroom? Have they now begun to flaunt their relationship before the entire grade? Hey, Q. Yukino is coming over with Ailan. By the way, who is Ailan paired with today? I don't know, given Ailan's fierce demeanor. I doubt anyone would dare to team up with him," replied Aizawa Ayaka, poking her fingers together. "Hachiman, why don't we invite Ailan to join our team?" "No need." Hikigaya Hachiman gestured towards Ailan, who was heading towards the gathering point of Class 2J. He must have a place he wishes to go. Besides, I have no desire to partake in their show of affection. Yui Uebari puffed out her cheeks. "Q, you really don't care about the club members at all." "What are you talking about? I already promised to team up with you, didn't I?" Hikigaya Hachiman's face flushed, and he quickly turned away, only to find Aizawa Ayaka gazing at him with an innocent expression. "Oh God, have I exhausted all my future good fortune today?" At the assembly point for Class 2J, Ailan surveyed his surroundings. Truly, the renowned international class was predominantly filled with girls. He suddenly recalled something. "By the way, Yukino. Where is your teammate?" Silence enveloped Yukino. Ailan scratched her head and inquired, "Could it be that no one has invited you? And what about yourself? The simian lord who infiltrated from Class F to Class J?" Ailan blinked her eyes and remarked, "Aren't you my only teammate?" Yukino's lips curved into a subtle smile as she softly replied, "I feel the same way." Around them, the students of Class J instinctively took a few steps back. What was going on with these two? It felt suffocating to linger any longer in their presence. From a distance, Hikigaya Hachiman observed this scene, his expression revealing an air of inevitability. Hiratsuka Shizen strolled over leisurely, a cigarette dangling from her lips. She glanced at Ailan, who was amidst the Class J lineup, and without uttering a word, merely cleared her throat twice. Ahem, all right everyone, you may board the bus. The disheveled group of students, upon receiving the cue, began to separate in pairs under the teacher's guidance, boarding the bus that had already warmed up. Wake up, you sloth. We've arrived at our destination. Your drool is about to land on me. Yukino chided playfully. Stop messing around, Yukino. I'm in the middle of eating, Ailan mumbled. Still lost in slumber. Groggily, he rubbed his face against Yukino's shoulder, his breath brushing against her fair neck. The warmth of his touch instantly made her cheeks flush crimson. Suppressing the flutter of emotions within her, she gently nudged Ailan. Ailan, wake up. Have we arrived? He murmured. Yes. You fell asleep as soon as you got on the bus. We are now at Yukino Shida's construction company. Ailan finally came to her senses and quickly straightened her posture. I apologize for resting on your shoulder for so long. Are you all right? It's fine. During this time, I've been preparing dinner for the Gorilla King, and my physical condition seems to have improved quite significantly. Let us go, for my sister is waiting for us in the company lobby. All right. Ailan nodded and followed Yukino Shida. Yukino. Little Yukino. Little Ailan. I'm right here. As the two entered the company's grand entrance, Ailan heard the voice of Yukino Shida. Yoshino. Yoshino approached Ailan directly, gently tapping his face with her hand. Little Ailan, we meet again. Ailan found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the fervent enthusiasm of Yuzuki. Although a radiant smile perpetually graced her face, an underlying chill emanated from her presence, sending shivers through the air. To be candid, the pairing of Sangsing and yourself appears to be a perfect match. This time, Ailan did not retreat. Instead, she merely furrowed her brow slightly and greeted. Hello, Miss Yukino Shida. Yuzuki. Why stand on ceremony? Just call me Yuzuki-ne, Yuzuki replied, attempting to drape her arm around Ailan's neck in a gesture of familiarity. Ailan instinctively recoiled slightly. Apologies, I truly find myself disinclined to engage with those I am not well acquainted with. For reasons unknown. Ailan consistently felt compelled to maintain a certain distance from Yukinashi Hineo. Moreover, Ailan's brows furrowed increasingly tighter. Today, the aura of Yukino Shida Yukino seemed entirely different from the last time they met. Although she did not emanate any malevolent energy, Ailan sensed an unsettling discrepancy. Could it be the malevolent dragon once more? Ailan felt a twinge of uncertainty. Yet, he could not help but recall the words spoken by Cain earlier, Little Ailan. The Dragon Balls can only be purified through love. At this thought, a shiver ran down his spine. The host of the two-star ball was a man, and now, the host of the Dragon Balls was none other than Yukino's elder sister? Surely not. Was there a more troublesome job than this? Little Ailan was indeed rather aloof. Devoid of charm. How could an older sister be at ease entrusting little Yukino to him? Older sister. At that moment, Yukino Shida interrupted Ayano's words. Today is the day for our practical training. I believe it would be more beneficial for you to show us around the company. Ah, I see. Ayano rested her chin on her hand, smiling as she nodded. That works. Mother is waiting for you all upstairs anyway. Upon hearing this, Yukino's complexion paled. Her previously calm gaze now appeared fragile. She lowered her head and murmured, I understand. Her eyes then shifted to Ailan, forcing out a faint smile. Indeed. Mother was still at the company today. However, Ailan wore a serious expression as he adjusted his attire, even meticulously smoothing the fur on his tail. As for his hair, well, it was said that Saiyan hairstyles required no maintenance. Then, with a grave countenance, Ailan looked at Yukino. Since we are meeting your mother so soon, should I go back and don my formal attire? Yukino found herself chuckling at Ailan's earnestness. Come on, Monkey King. Your outfit is already quite dashing. It's best to leave that cosplay-style formal where tucked away. Chapter 77. My parents should be working at the demolition company. Ayano gazed at Ailan in astonishment. Was it truly possible that such a simple remark could calm her sister? Why don't you both join me for a tour of the company? After all, practical training is your primary task today. Mother is currently in a meeting, but we can have lunch together afterward. Yukino lightly nodded in agreement. Ayano led the way, providing a detailed introduction to the company as Yukino listened earnestly. Contributing to the family like her sister and gaining their mother's approval had always been her cherished dream. Ailan followed behind, her sister's conversation holding little interest for him. His sole concern at present was that young Nai's aura seemed somewhat off. Ailan gently caressed his tail, calling out to Cain in his heart. Lord of time and space. It is I, Ailan. Can you hear my voice? Before long, Cain's voice echoed in his mind, laced with impatience. Little Ailan, why do you summon me again? I am quite busy at the moment. There are important matters to attend to. Busy? I have been in Kent for 2 days and have yet to witness any of your endeavors, Ailan retorted. Just then, another voice chimed in. Dongfeng, Lord of Time and Space, do hurry. Your pace is excruciatingly slow. Are we still playing or not? Esteemed Lord of the Kai. Is your so-called important work merely playing mahjong? Ailan felt a tinge of uncertainty. Although Kane had often proven to be unreliable, she had nonetheless provided considerable assistance during their recent trip to Kent. There was a semblance of divinity about her this time. However, that was merely a trivial detail. Zyranian. What brings you to me? She inquired. Oh, by the way, could you check the aura of the woman beside Yukino? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Yukino? Kane's teasing voice chimed in. Has Zyranian finally awakened? I always knew that the Dragon Balls were purified by love. This task is undoubtedly the most fitting for a Saiyan. Now, hurry and take a look. Ailan's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson as she silently seethed in dissatisfaction. It appeared that Kane's reliability was merely a figment of his imagination. She remained the same third-rate deity. Indeed, I sensed it. She must possess a 4-star celestial quality. Ailan's heart sank immediately. He had no desire to be entangled with Yukino Shida Yoshino, especially considering that she was the elder sister of Yukino Shida Yukino. Was he supposed to tell Yukino, in order to purify the Dragon Balls, I must pursue your sister? Divine King of Time. Hurry up, for time is of the essence. Make your move. A voice of impatience echoed in his mind, interrupting Ailan's thoughts. He opened his mouth, ready to decline this task, when Kane's voice came through. Little Ailan, I am currently participating in the Centennial Divine King Mahjong Tournament, so please refrain from contacting me for the time being. By the way, I have expended considerable resources for your training here in Kent, so in the days to come, I shall be assessing your KPIs. I must hang up now, so do put in your best efforts at work. With that, Kane abruptly ended the call with Ailan. Ailan quickly grasped her own tail, fervently calling out in her heart, Lord Kaishin? Kane, a third-rate deity. Yet, this time, no one responded. Damn it. At noon, Yono brought the already toured Ailan and Yukino Shida Yukino to a French restaurant. Throughout the morning, Ailan had been lost in thought. But it was only at this moment that she emerged from her reverie. French cuisine, is it? Ailan murmured softly. Yukino Shida Yukino leaned closer to Ailan. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, does little Ailan not enjoy French cuisine? Sensing the delicate fragrance of Yukino Shida, Ailan subtly shifted nearer to Yukino Shida Yukino. However, the scent emanating from Yukino Shida Yano seemed reminiscent of the enchanting aroma of Edelweiss. Ailan sighed in resignation and then remarked, that is not the case. At that moment, Yukino Shida Yukino interjected, what Manuan means is that the portion of French cuisine is insufficient to satisfy his appetite. Indeed, I have witnessed the remarkable capacity of little Ailan's appetite. Do not worry, after our gathering with my mother, we shall have a small get-together. Ailan shook her head gently. There's no need to trouble yourself. We can join the other students for activities this afternoon. Upon entering the dining hall, Ailan swiftly identified her target, a young woman clad in a kimono, her hair elegantly styled in an intricate updo. The resemblance among the three women was striking. They appeared as though they had been meticulously crafted from the same mold. Could Mrs. Yukino Shida's genes be that remarkable? Of course, apart from her appearance. Yukino Shida Yukino had a slight air of disappointment when compared to the other two. Nevertheless, from a genetic standpoint, her future undoubtedly held great promise. Yukino's sister, Ayano, approached Mrs. Yukino Shida with brisk steps, introducing her. Mother, this is the little Ailan I mentioned to you before, and she is, a friend of Yukino. Mother? Yukino quietly approached Mrs. Yukino Shida, calling out softly with an air of timidity. Mrs. Yukino Shida nodded, and then turned her gaze toward Ailan, offering a warm smile. I have heard your name from Ayano before. Please, take a seat. There is no need for formalities. Today, I simply wish to meet my daughter as friend, as Yukino's mother. Consider me an ordinary elder. Ailan nodded, and the four of them settled into the window-side seats. What would you like to eat? Mrs. Yukino Shida's tone was gentle, reminiscent of a mother lovingly caring for her daughter's friends. I am not particularly picky about food. Anything casual will suffice. Mrs. Yukino Shida nodded in response and summoned the waiter. After placing their orders, she casually inquired, as if engaging in light conversation. I heard from Yano that you are a foreigner. What do your parents do for a living? Ailan blinked, reflecting on the fact that he had never known his parents throughout his life. The first memory that surfaced was awakening in a nurturing pod. For the ensuing decades, he had never truly contemplated this matter. as Saiyans of the 99th lineage seldom placed importance on familial bonds. As for his previous life, he had meandered through over 20 years without ever inquiring about his parents' professions, perpetually in a state of taking until he was struck by a truck. However, since Madame Yukino-shida had posed the question, he resolved to respond with sincerity. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ailan hesitantly articulated, "If I must say, my parents were likely involved in demolition work during their lifetimes." Chapter 78. Yukino-shida. Madame Yukino-shida paused momentarily, then softly remarked, "I apologize. I did not anticipate that your parents had. It's nothing. In truth, I possess no vivid memories of them." The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, the waiter presented the first course. "All right, let's eat. I'm famished," Yukino suddenly exclaimed. "This morning, I took you both on a tour of the entire company. Come on, Ailan, eat up." "Could you refrain from calling me little Ailan, Miss Yukino-shida?" Ailan retorted, noting that the supreme Kai of time referred to him as little Ran, and here was yet another little Ailan. Ailan was eager to grasp their collars and question them about their perceived shortcomings. Moreover, due to the presence of the 4-star ball on Yanai, Ailan was now so distressed that she could scarcely eat. The inability to consume food was, for a Saiyan, akin to receiving news of a terminal illness. "Oh, are there not 3 of you here from the Snow family? Who might little Ailan be conversing with?" Yanai picked up the spoon before her, regarding Ailan with a smile that held an air of mockery. As for Ailan's earlier protests, she naturally chose to disregard them. Miss Yanai?" Ailan tentatively called out, "Sister." Yukino furrowed her brow, casting a glance at her sister. Hi, I shall remain silent." But who would have thought that little Yukino would be so concerned about her friends? "What do you think, little Ailan?" Yukino-shida Yanao deliberately elongated her words when addressing her friend. "Sister, please refrain from being overly familiar. You are not truly acquainted with classmate Ailan." Upon witnessing this scene, Madame Yukino-shida timely tapped the table. "All right, everyone, let us dine. Yanao, Yukino, and classmate Ailan, let us not cause a ruckus. It is time to eat." "Huh?" Yanao widened her eyes, incredulity etched across her face as she regarded her mother, seemingly unable to believe her ears. However, she soon donned a relieved smile, though it flickered away too swiftly for anyone to fully comprehend. On the other side, Yukino mirrored a similar disbelief. "What is our mother doing?" Only Ailan dutifully placed the food before her into her mouth, remarking to herself that the piece of meat was indeed quite small. Subsequently, lunch proceeded in an uneventful manner. Madame Yukino-shida and Yanao maintained cheerful expressions, harmonizing with Yanao's exceptional social skills, creating an atmosphere that seemed quite pleasant. Ailan found this gathering rather enjoyable. Conversely, Yukino's expression remained perpetually frosty. She had observed this so-called social maneuvering countless times. She abhorred this sensation. The artificiality weighed upon her, rendering her breathless. Of course, she understood that this was also the reason she could never garner the same attention within the family as her sister did. "This is quite delicious, Yukino. Do give it a try." Ailan placed a piece of dessert delicately onto the plate of Yukino-shida, her face adorned with an expression that implored, "You must trust me." As Yukino brought the sweet morsel to her lips, her countenance transformed, reminiscent of melting snow, revealing a serene smile. Indeed, it seemed she preferred the company of the Monkey King after all. How intriguing. The Monkey King, at times, could utter words imbued with profound significance. After dinner, Ailan and Yukino took their leave. They were scheduled to visit another location in the afternoon, as it was a school-organized event, and it was impractical for everyone to wait solely for the 2 of them. Once they departed, Mrs. Yukino-shida's smile gradually faded, and the previously lively Yano also lost her spirited demeanor. Had Ailan been present, he would undoubtedly have noticed the shift. At that moment, Yano appeared even more aloof than when she first encountered Yukino. Mrs. Yukino-shida softly remarked, "Yukino's friend seems rather delightful. Have they officially begun dating?" "It appears not yet." Yano reverted to her usual self, as if the earlier chill had never existed. Observing her daughter's transformation, Mrs. Yukino-shida sighed inwardly. "I can see that Yukino has genuinely taken a liking to that boy, which is quite heartening." At that moment, her formidable image as a powerful woman dissipated, enveloped by a subtle melancholy. "I have always been a stubborn individual, thus I took it upon myself to chart Yukino's future. From her studying abroad to her enrollment in Sobu High, I originally believed that, given Yukino's disposition, she might never develop feelings for anyone. However, The appearance of that boy today surprised me and brought me solace. If only you also wished for. Mother. Yano interrupted her mother's thoughts, asserting, I am not like my sister. The Yukino-shida family needs my contributions. My sister's temperament is not suited for managing the company. It's best for her to remain as she is. Is that so? Mrs. Yukino-shida sighed once more, a profound sense of helplessness washing over her. Being born into such a family is both a blessing and a curse. The weight of familial responsibilities and inexplicable pressures can be suffocating. Yukino is fortunate, for her sister has stepped forward to bear the burden. The cost is that Yano dons a mask of pretense, and her future will mirror her own, seeking a son-in-law who can bolster the Yukino-shida family. As for love, it is indeed a thing both beautiful and illusory. Chapter 79. The Reunion of Four Women Friday, after school, in the service club. Aaron has yet to arrive today. Previously, he ranked last in the school exams and was promptly dragged into the small room by Hiratsuka-sensei for an intensive, torturous tutoring session. Hachiman Hikigaya and Yui Yugahama instinctively retreated to a corner. The clubroom, although as quiet as ever, bore an oppressive atmosphere today. They all endeavored to restrain themselves, preventing any thoughts of escape. The usually vivacious Yui swallowed hard and glanced furtively at the four women within the room. After serving a few cups of red tea to the guests, Yukino-shida settled by the window, engrossed in a book titled The Rhythm of Love. Opposite her, the observant poem of Kasumigakaka scrutinized Yukino while her ample thighs trembled restlessly, a sign of her agitation. Whenever she faced troubling or vexing matters, this was her way of venting frustration. Eri sat beside Poem, her twin tails drooping, exuding an air of lethargy. Meanwhile, Kato Megumi sipped her tea with an expression of serene composure. Suddenly, Poem felt a sinking sensation. How infuriating. Why does it seem as though someone has already reached their limit? And what is this commanding presence she exudes? Observing Yukino, who was calmly absorbed in her novel, Poem was struck by a peculiar feeling. The primate is mine. No matter what schemes you devise, I shall not yield. You shall not take him from me. This was perhaps the essence of what Poem felt. Hey, Eri, has Ryuin-kun been in touch with you? How long until he arrives? Poem inquired. Eri rolled her eyes in response. How would I know? Ryuin hasn't contacted me at all during this time. If Kato hadn't told me today, I wouldn't even have realized he hasn't been to school for a week. Eri perceived Poem's mood and remarked, I can tell you're feeling down. But what do you want from me? She had known Poem for quite some time, ever since she entered the school and was incessantly compared to this dark-haired girl who had dominated the campus for a year. No one enjoys such comparisons, especially when the two have distinctly different styles. Now, seeing Poem approach her, Eri discerned that this plump girl was deliberately initiating conversation to mask her discomfort and embarrassment. That said, Eri felt quite awkward herself, particularly recalling that fateful Friday night. Poem, puzzled, asked, Ryuin hasn't been to school for a week? Indeed. It seems she is likely indulging in video games at home, a familiar scenario. Lily rested her head upon the table, emitting a weary hum. At that moment, Kato Megumi interjected, earlier this afternoon, Aki contacted me via line, mentioning that he would arrive later, though he did not specify a precise time. Upon finishing the final page of her novel, Yukino closed it gently. No worries, we can linger at school a bit longer tonight. Jin-in-kun has already sought permission from the guidance counselor. She then turned her gaze toward Kasumigakaka, stating, your novel is truly remarkable, especially the emotional depictions of the protagonist. It is no wonder it has sold over 500,000 copies. With a smile gracing her lips, Kasumigakaka replied, I eagerly anticipate the third volume. It is nearing completion and will be released shortly after the Golden Week, all thanks to the invaluable assistance of Aaron-kun. Her words bore a subtle implication, yet Yukino merely nodded seriously, having just confirmed a particular realization. On Sunday, the scent emanating from Jin-in-kun bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Kasumigakaka before her. While Jin-in-kun may possess a somewhat awkward disposition, he never neglects those in need, particularly when it relates to his work. Oh? Kasumigakaka comprehended the underlying meaning in Yukino's words and recognized the depth of her insinuation. However, she placed a finger upon her lips, revealing a knowing smile. I look forward to Aaron-kun and Yukino becoming the first readers of the third volume of Love Metronome, though Aaron-kun has already perused my draft. Yukino, oblivious to the implications of the draft, simply nodded and softly affirmed. certainly, though she remained unaware of the current status between Yukino and Ailan. Kasumigakaka Shiba was confident that she was undoubtedly leading the way. At that moment, Kato Megumi set her disposable teacup upon the table, remarking, "By the way, Yukino, this black tea is truly delightful. No wonder Ailan has sung your praises regarding your culinary skills. Would you mind teaching me?" "Of course. Your culinary prowess is already quite commendable, so I believe you would master this quickly," Yukino responded graciously. Yukino will eternally acquiesce to reasonable requests from others. Upon encountering Yukino, discussions about the tea ceremony and culinary arts commenced. Airi's twin tails swayed even more dramatically. She surveyed those present. And aside from the unfamiliar figures of Hachiman Hikigaya and Yui Yugahama, it seemed her domestic skills were utterly lacking. Even that stout woman in black stockings could manage some assistance in the kitchen. Is there truly a prince of 60 years? Indeed, there is. And he almost received a posthumous title from the queen. Of course, there are also 16-year-old princesses, like her, the adorable Spencer Aerie. She relies on others for her needs and is utterly inept outside of her studies and art. How disheartening. Quite disheartening indeed. Hentai Ailan, why have you yet to arrive at this clubroom? With a pained expression, Ailan emerged from the office. After receiving a phone call post-school, Hiranuma Seiji hastily departed, leaving him to tackle 3 examination papers alone. Now, as the sun approached the horizon, a faint green barrier suddenly enveloped the entire school. Akiran stood at the school gate, hands tucked into his pockets. "Ha ha, everyone is gathered, and the combat prowess of humanity remains woefully inadequate. It seems none of you shall escape this time. After tonight, the world shall surely revert to its rightful form." With that thought, he strode purposefully toward the direction of the 3-star dragon he sensed. Meanwhile, Ailan had arrived at the classroom door, poised to enter, but abruptly halted. Had the 2-star dragon been resurrected? Chapter 80. The indoor arena of the Shura, while the outdoor space became a battlefield. After a moment's hesitation, Ailan decided against opening the door to the service club's room. Although it sounded as if Inori was vociferously protesting something from within, the immediate priority was to address the looming threat of the 2-star dragon. Resolving this, Ailan leapt down the corridor and made his way outside the teaching building. 10 minutes prior, after Yukino and Kata Megumi concluded their discussion on the tea ceremony, the clubroom fell into silence once more. In truth, the only link between the service club and the gaming society was Ailan. In his absence, the already unfamiliar individuals could hardly become acquainted. Moreover, the presence of a certain individual had further complicated their relationships. Inori had been frowning since earlier, and after much contemplation, she gently nudged Kasumigakaka Shiwa. "Have you truly shown the draft of Volume 3 to that hentai Ailan?" Of course, Kasumigakaka Shiwa did not even lift her gaze, fully engrossed in the notebook before her. The screen was blank, save for a title that read "You," with Volume 3 just completed and no inspiration for Volume 4 yet. Perhaps I should start a new book. How could this be? Inori's frown deepened. It's such an important manuscript. Kasumigakaka Shiwa chuckled at Inori's incredulous expression. No matter how important, it holds no significance for you. Does it, Inori? At this moment, Yukino seemed to have caught on. It appeared that Kata had also reacted significantly to this manuscript earlier, though her expression remained composed. She keenly sensed the emotional fluctuations in Kata Megumi at that time. The disparity in information seemed to have led her to overlook some crucial matters. Pondering this, Yukino inquired, somewhat perplexed, "Does this manuscript hold any special significance for Kasumigakaka Senpai?" The expression on Kasumigakaka Shiyu's face resembled one of utter astonishment. "Did Ailan not mention it to you later?" Yukino inquired, her confusion deepening. However, the subsequent words from Kasumigakaka Shiyu rendered her utterly speechless. "It's nothing. I merely confessed to Ailan while showing him that draft, and at that moment, he did not refuse. The confession was genuine, and it is true that he did not decline. Yet, Kasumigakaka Shiyu obscured some crucial details within her narrative. If it meant shattering Yukino's composure, she was willing to employ any means, even the most underhanded. Such is the nature of love. There can only be one victor, and the winner claims all while the loser is left to languish. Kasumigakaka Shiyu found herself increasingly indifferent to the consequences. Yukino was rendered completely dazed, uncertain how to articulate her feelings. Was it disbelief, or perhaps anger? The pin in Kata Megumi's hand faltered momentarily as she was absorbed in her studies. though she quickly resumed her focus. In the corner of the classroom, Hikigaya Hachiman and Yugahama Yui were left agape, unable to comprehend the unfolding scenario. What on earth is happening? We need to go home. Just as the atmosphere threatened to spiral out of control, Arari suddenly slammed her hand on the desk and rose to her feet. She addressed Kasumigakaka Shiyu with fervor. Kasumigakaka Shiyu, how dare you? You shamelessly fabricate such ludicrous lies. If what you said were true, you would have been boasting about it long ago. Arari vehemently refuted Kasumigakaka Shiyu's claims. At that moment, she was utterly oblivious to her own thoughts. However, even if Kasumigakaka Shiyu's words were indeed true, she would do everything in her power to render them false. Instinct triumphed over all else. In that instant, decorum and friendship were cast aside. Remarkably, after her outburst, Yukino's expression visibly brightened. Meanwhile, entirely unaware of the events transpiring in the clubroom, Ayn Rand had encountered Anki Ryu. Anki Ryu greeted Ayn Rand politely. It has been a while, Ayn Rand-kun. Not far away. Ayn Rand was already on high alert. There was something off about Anki Ryu. The overwhelming aura he exuded was far beyond that of an ordinary human. By Ayn Rand's estimation, Anki Ryu's combat prowess now rivaled that of his former boss, Frisia. A power level of over 12 million? No, it was even greater. Anki Ryu was akin to Son Goku upon his first transformation into a Super Saiyan. Yet, this still wasn't sufficient. You are not Anki Ryu. You are a 2-star dragon? Before he could finish his thought, Eren sprang into action without hesitation. He was neither Vegeta nor Son Goku, and the identity of the individual before him was of no consequence. Capturing him was paramount. With unwavering resolve, Eren launched a powerful punch towards an Yi Luanye's face. In a simultaneous response, an Yi Luanye delivered a punch of his own. The collision of their fists produced a thunderous sound, causing the ground to tremble violently. The sonic boom shattered every window in the school, while within the service club, several screams echoed. Everyone gazed in shock out the window. Yukino, undeterred by the quaking of the classroom, struggled to reach the window. Is that Luanyi? Exclaimed Lily as she too approached the window, her expression one of horror. Regardless of whether it is Luanyi or not, we must descend at once. This place is unsafe. Kagaya Shinozaki voiced her concern as she looked anxiously at Eren, who was battling on the playground, stating what she deemed the most prudent course of action. Upon hearing her words, Hikigaya Hachiman forcefully threw open the service club's door and shouted, "Everyone, hurry outside." He then pulled the terrified Yui Yubahama up from the ground. The scenes from the anime had inexplicably materialized into reality, leaving Hikigaya Hachiman on the brink of madness. Yet, there was no time to dwell on such thoughts. Survival was the priority. Despite her previous experiences, Yukino's face paled as she urged, "Let us move further away. The battle involving the Monkey King will have far-reaching consequences. We must run to safety." Ayn Rand also realized the gravity of the situation. This battle could not be prolonged, nor could it be fought on the ground. With this thought in mind, Ayn Rand struck silently with a punch to an Yi Luanye's abdomen. The immense force instantly propelled him into the sky. How is this possible? I have always sensed that your energy is clearly inferior to mine. You are indeed not an Yi Luanye. Ayn Rand had already succumbed to murderous intent. He was all too familiar with the sin of blood emanating from the figure before him, an Yi Luan. How many lives had this wretch claimed in the past few days? An enraged roar erupted as a golden light enveloped Ayn Rand. How could this be? An Yi Luan clutched his head, his expression one of disbelief. In his perception, Ayn Rand's energy had now multiplied several times over. Chapter 81. The Resurrected 3-Star Dragon Kent. The old Supreme Kai hesitated for a moment before tossing out a wager of 80,000. "I win," Kaian exclaimed, laying all his cards bare. "Old Supreme Kai. Hurry up and pay. You've been shooting your mouth off all day. You're over 1,000 years my junior, yet you show no respect for your elders." The old Supreme Kai retorted, reluctantly retrieving a beautifully crafted chip from the drawer of the mahjong table. Leisurely, he continued, "By the way, your little employee is set to perish today, and you callously severed all ties with him. Isn't that a bit much? If he dies, I can simply retrieve him from the King of Hell. It's not the first time I've done so." Kaian snatched the chip from the old Supreme Kai's hand, adding, "Some things come at a price. Our assistance in turning him into a Super Saiyan has already severely altered the timeline. And he isn't even the original Super Saiyan, however. I believe that the current little Ran can undoubtedly become a competent time patroller, even if his inclinations are rather peculiar." "What is so peculiar about it?" The old Supreme Kai shot Kai in a glare. Is it strange to have feelings for a girl one liked before losing their memory? Only by understanding love can a Saiyan generate positive energy. If it comes to that, let him work for me. There are hardly any Saiyans left in Universe 7. Dream on. You intend to have little Ran run errands for you? You want him to bring back some adult literature from Earth, don't you? How vile. From now on, you are forbidden from approaching little Ran. After conversing with you for mere hours, you've already led him astray. Whether you give or not, let's continue playing. Humph. The golden light gradually dissipated. The now transformed Super Saiyan AI Ran slowly materialized before an Ailan. Before an Ailan, the visage of a Super Saiyan began to materialize. With golden hair and blue eyes, as bolts of lightning flickered around him, AI Ran clenched her fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within her. This was the Super Saiyan who had transcended the limits of even the Super Saiyan 2. After 2 years of rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, she had awakened her latent potential under the guidance of the Elder Kai, ultimately mastering the transformation into a Super Saiyan. While she may not rival Vegeta from the Buu saga, nor even surpass Gohan's initial transformation into a Super Saiyan 2, she was more than capable of handling the current predicament. No, she needed to conclude this battle swiftly. The urge to annihilate after transforming into a Super Saiyan was undeniably overwhelming. AI Ran murmured softly, then turned her gaze to the terrified face of an Ailan Yi. Oh, so even the malevolent dragon can experience such an emotion as fear? AI Ran unconsciously revealed a cruel smile. Tear him apart. Tear him apart. Tear him apart. Even AI Ran jolted, shaking her head to dispel the thought of tearing him to shreds from her mind. Heh, do you truly believe you can defeat me? No matter how powerful humanity may become, they are merely sustenance for me. Ailan's initial panic gradually subsided, as a thick plume of green smoke began to rise from behind him. Poison? Ailan possesses an intimate understanding of the two-star dragon's abilities, and thus would never foolishly charge into battle. Huh. AI Ran raised a hand, and a powerful wave of energy erupted from her palm. As it traversed through the verdant mist, a portion of this energy was absorbed. However, the remainder struck an Ailan Yi with considerable force, accompanied by a chilling scream. An Ailan Yi fell straight from the sky. Although his body was enveloped in the acrid scent of charred flesh, he did not succumb immediately. AI Ran extended a finger, aiming at the entire face of an Ailan Yi, which had turned a vivid green, and energy began to coalesce, preparing to deliver the final blow, for this body belonged to an Ailan Yi. There was no need to allow him to endure further suffering. Just then, an unexpected event transpired. An Ailan Yi's figure suddenly vanished from AI Ran's sight. Meanwhile, Yukino, who had nearly reached the school entrance, found herself frozen once again, along with others who were similarly immobilized. However, this time, the freezing had little effect. They were merely numbed by the ice. Nearby Yukino, the three-star dragon gasped violently. Damn Saiyan. Damn monkey. I was so close to being purified. Yet, unfortunately, the three-star dragon turned its gaze towards Yukino, a sinister smile gracing its face. Humans are so easily consumed by fear. Negative energy flows abundantly. Wouldn't you agree, my host? Yukino struggled to turn her head, dismissing him entirely. What kind of monster is this? Inori stammered, frightened, while Katamegumi and Kasumiga Kakashiwa were somewhat aware of the circumstances. Witnessing the malevolent dragon in person rendered them pale with terror. As for Yugahama Yui and Hikigaya Hachiman, their fear was even more profound. Seeing Yukino ignore him, the three-star dragon, undeterred, looked to the sky and continued. Though your fear is quite delectable, there is something else that suits my palate even better. As the dragon's words faded, a dim Dragon Ball emerged from its being, casting a pale blue light towards the direction an Ailan Yi had fallen. With the resonance of the two Dragon Balls, an Ailan Yi was instantaneously transported before the three-star dragon, which seized him by the throat. A mocking expression on its face. Oh, is this not the two-star dragon? Have you not always claimed to be the strongest among evil dragons? How is it that you now find yourself in such a state? Ailan Yi, Inori exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, an Ailan Yi paid her no heed. Instead, pleading with the three-star dragon, do not devour me. Let us join forces to eliminate that human. Otherwise, you too shall perish. Your strength is recovering swiftly. You must have consumed many humans. But such power in your hands is a waste. Fear not. You will enjoy the lamentations of humanity within me from now on. The three-star dragon plunged a hand into an Ailan Yi's chest, stirring within and extracting a Dragon Ball. Ailan Yi. Inori was utterly bewildered. struggling to comprehend the conversation unfolding before her. What did it mean to consume humans? What does it mean to kill that person together? I simply cannot comprehend. Damn you, Samsara dragon. You too shall meet your demise at the hands of that human. After uttering this sentence with great difficulty, Ailan felt as if he were a shard of glass, slowly shattering into countless fragments, ultimately reducing to dust. With death looming, such trivial chatter is unnecessary. However, by consuming you, I shall attain complete resurrection. Samsara dragon tilted its head back and placed the second star into its mouth. With a gulp, the dragon's throat convulsed, unleashing a terrifying force that surged forth from its being. Haha, this is the sensation. What an exhilarating feeling of revival. Next, Samsara dragon turned its gaze toward the heavens. In the sky, Yukino and her companions lay sprawled on the ground, and Ailan was utterly infuriated. Her blue irises gradually faded, ultimately transforming into a stark white. Each hair on her golden tail bristled with intensity. Samsara dragon, I will surely slay you. Chapter 82, the day before Golden Week. Subuhai was obliterated. As Ailan charged towards him at an alarming speed, Samsara dragon grinned ominously. Haha, Saiyan monkey. I had previously vowed to bring about your end. With that, he gently flapped the wings on his back. In the next moment, he found himself standing before Ailan. So swift. A heavy blow, almost a mere shadow in its swiftness, struck Ailan's abdomen before he could even react, causing him to involuntarily expel a mouthful of blood. With a sinister grin, the three-star dragon seized Ailan by the head, lifting him effortlessly. So what say you, Saiyan monkey? Do you have any final words before your demise? To hell with your final words. Bang. Ailan swiftly executed a kick that landed squarely on the face of the three-headed dragon. In an instant, she distanced herself from the creature. Almost immediately, a concentrated blast of energy erupted from her hand, striking the dragon's head with a resounding impact. Yet, this formidable blow merely caused the three-headed dragon to stagger slightly. Observing the dragon emerge unscathed from the explosion, Ailan furrowed her brow in concern. It appeared that Kane's assessment was indeed accurate in its prime. The three-headed dragon was undoubtedly far stronger than a Super Saiyan at its peak. This implied that the three-headed dragon was currently at least 4 times more powerful than herself. Ailan was acutely aware that his current state, dubbed Super Saiyan 2, was merely a rudimentary version. Faced with this predicament, he found himself momentarily indecisive. The three-star dragon twisted its neck and revealed a contemptuous smirk, uttering words of futile resistance. With that, the dragon lunged ferociously at Ailan. Though his mind had sharpened to a state of complete awareness, his body was slow to respond, and he found himself staring into the rapidly approaching fist, which grew larger in his vision, followed swiftly by a wave of pain that surged to his brain. Almost immediately, another jolt of agony struck his abdomen, accompanied by a deafening sound as Ailan plummeted from the sky at an astonishing velocity, crashing heavily into the teaching building. With a terrifying roar, several structures of the Zhongwu High School collapsed entirely. The Great Ape, Ailan, Hentai Ailan, Classmate Ailan, Yukino Shida Yukino, and others exclaimed in unison. In the next moment, Ailan sprang up from the rubble, gasping for breath. Damn, this accursed school is finally gone. I never imagined that a single battle would fulfill the dreams of 2 lifetimes. Thick blood streamed from his nostrils, his nasal bone fractured, piercing through the skin and exposing itself to the air. Ailan gasped for breath, as if her lungs had been shattered. The lack of oxygen caused her vision to blur. The disparity in strength was truly overwhelming. Transforming into a giant ape? Ailan instinctively recalled her old tactics. No, that wouldn't suffice. The giant ape's combat power had merely increased tenfold. Her training was far from complete. And the thought of transforming into a golden giant ape, or even a Super Saiyan 4, was nothing more than a delusion. The three-star dragon hovered in midair, wearing an expression of nonchalance. Heh, are you in pain, Saiyan monkey? Do you wish to beg for mercy? With such a vast disparity in combat power, she did not recommend engaging in a frivolous game of cat and mouse with this beast. Ailan spat out the blood from her mouth, exclaiming, damn. To suffer losses at the hands of the same person twice. Sang Long, witnessing her silence, felt a surge of satisfaction within. It was so close. Had it not been for the appearance of Long today, he would have almost been purified. Enduring the positive energy emanating from Ailan daily was driving him to the brink of madness. Yet now, he gazed at Ailan with a wordless expression, his eyes akin to those observing a mere insect that could be crushed at any moment. Perhaps it was time to move on. A monkey that couldn't even beg for mercy was truly lacking in intrigue. I think it is time for you to descend into hell. After I dispose of you, I shall take great pleasure in tormenting the humans of this world. Such an endeavor would surely be far more entertaining. Raising his right hand, he aimed it at Ailan, conjuring a blue energy orb in his grasp. Aaron's pupils constricted, the sensation of death magnifying relentlessly. Boom. As the energy sphere descended, the explosion illuminated the sky. When the smoke cleared, Aaron, along with the educational building of Subu High, had vanished from the scene, leaving behind a deep pit of several meters. Witnessing this scene, Yukino nearly fainted. Others shared her shock, with Kasumigakakashiya even biting her own lower lip until it bled. Haha, that damned monkey is finally dead. Now this world is mine. Sanqing Long, holding his forehead, erupted into laughter. Suddenly, through his fingers, he caught sight of the hatred-filled gazes directed at him by Yukino and her companions. Rest assured, I shall ensure that you reunite with me in hell. What a thrilling performance this has been. With that, Sanqing Long summoned another sphere of energy in his hand. At that moment, Hikagaya Hachiman and Uebahama Yui finally embraced, their eyes shut in despair. Yet, Yukino and several members of the gaming club did not falter. Though their faces were still pale with fear, they fixed their vengeful stares upon Sanqing Long suddenly. Aaron's figure appeared behind Sanqing Long, his previous injuries completely healed. In an instant, he locked Sanqing Long's arms with a firm grip. Struggling fiercely, Sanqing Long shouted, "How could you possibly be alive? And how have your wounds healed?" Ailan remained silent, for he needed to summon all his strength to briefly confine the three-star dragon. Fortunately, he had learned a bit about instant teleportation from Cain and had brought back a few miraculous beans. Otherwise, he would have truly been reduced to ashes just moments ago. Of course, the ensuing events would not be much better. Aaron cast her gaze upon the individual sprawled on the ground and uttered two words, her voice soft yet resonant with the weight of the past. "I'm sorry." Upon speaking, a surge of energy coursed through her being, enveloping two of them in a magnificent orb of light. "Are you planning to self-destruct?" The three-star dragon struggled with increasing fervor. "Fortunately, you are not Majin View. Otherwise, I might indeed hesitate to resort to such a tactic." Aaron's tone was remarkably calm. This was not the first time he faced death, and he had nearly become accustomed to it. With a sigh, he silently implored the third-rate deity. "Please remember to rescue me from the clutches of Yama. Otherwise, if I truly reincarnate, it will be too late." He could only wonder if that mediocre deity could hear him. After completing this, Aaron summoned all his strength and soared skyward with the three-star dragon, releasing every ounce of his power in one breath. "Ah, damned monkey." In a tragic wail, the three-star dragon gradually dissipated, leaving behind only two pristine Dragon Balls that gently descended from the heavens. As for Aaron, he had completely transformed into a white stone. Upon landing, he shattered into countless fragments. Aaron. Yukino could no longer hold on. After calling out his name, she lost consciousness completely. Kasumigakakashiyu and Katamegumi crawled desperately towards the shards of Aaron. Lily was utterly frozen in shock, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, yet her gaze remained vacant. At that very moment, a boy with green-framed glasses and pink hair hovered in midair. These aliens sure know how to cause trouble for others. Altering the memories of so many humans is exhausting, even for me. He then turned his gaze towards Yukino and the others. Forget it. Their memories need not be tampered with. They likely do not wish to forget that alien named Aaron. As for that school, never mind. It's not worth the effort. Altered memories are as ephemeral as a gas explosion. I should head home and rest. Today has been quite taxing with all the chaos stirred up by Ritaro and his crew. Chapter 83, Aaron's journey through hell. At that moment, Yama, the ruler of hell, was swiftly reviewing the documents laid before him. After a brief pause, he turned to a white spirit at the other end of the desk and spoke. You have not committed many sins in your lifetime. That your excessive indulgence has led to your immoral transgressions. You shall remain in the pillar hell for 2 years before your reincarnation." The white spirit seemed somewhat discontented. "Lord Yama, I have not done anything particularly evil. Why must I be punished so harshly?" "Impudence. I have conducted a severe judgment upon you according to the laws of hell. If you continue to defy me, I shall extend your sentence by 3 years. With a wave of his hand, Yama summoned a formally dressed little demon, who escorted the white soul away. Continue. The sudden influx of vengeful spirits on earth has made my duties even more burdensome. Just then, a flushed little demon in formal attire appeared before Yama. Raising his head and declaring loudly, "Lord Yama, I have successfully sent that Scion to hell. At present, he finds himself amidst a sea of blood, does he not? That is precisely where the individuals designated for special attention are to be found, ensuring they experience the exquisite services our Inferno has to offer. Do you comprehend? Yes. Lord Yama. On either side of the serpentine path, an endless expanse of yellow clouds stretches as far as the eye can see. Beneath those clouds lies the realm of the damned. In the bubbling sea of blood, only Ailan's head remains above the surface, adorned with a luminous halo. Oh, the temperature of the blood sea is truly delightful. It surpasses the comfort of a warm bath on earth. Indeed, dear Ailan, this is the most renowned therapeutic hot spring in our hell. It is said that after his meditative practices, Lord Yama would choose to immerse himself here. Upon hearing Ailan's reflections, a little demon hastily presented a wooden basin. Inside lay a neat arrangement of eggs, freshly boiled from the blood sea. These are the most famous hellish eggs, produced by our esteemed infernal roosters, each having undergone over 2 years of cultivation to yield but a few precious eggs. Would you care to try? Ailan deftly cracked the eggshell and directly tossed a chicken egg into her mouth. This egg is quite delectable. I'm glad you enjoy it. The little spirit wiped the sweat from its forehead, as staying beside the scalding sea of blood was exceedingly hot. This morning, it had received a command from King Yama to ensure that the Scion was treated with utmost care. Failure to do so would result in immediate dismissal. Though it was unclear what significance a Scion like Ailan held, the orders from the boss must be executed without question. Oh, such is the plight of the working class. Moments later, Ailan leaped out of the water, shaking off her body. If I stay in any longer, I might faint. Are there any other activities lined up? Indeed, replied the little spirit, pulling out an unopened knife from behind. After the sea of blood, the next project is the blade hell, which involves incessantly scraping this knife against your skin until extensive red patches emerge. This is a mandatory experience following the sea of blood, and it is quite brutal. Ailan contemplated for a moment, gently stroking her chin, before leaning over the bank and declaring, "Come on, let us begin. Indeed, we have prepared a lavish banquet of torment for you, along with an 18-layer tour of hell." Ah, the force is still too gentle. Apply more strength. Yes, the little demon wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and this time, his effort was considerably greater. Subsequently, Ailan continued to experience a variety of attractions within the realm of the damned. For instance, in the fiery inferno, alcohol was smeared upon her back, only to be ignited. Shortly thereafter, a robust and fearsome demon commenced to relentlessly strike her back with its enormous hands. The sensation was both searing and excruciating. The sounds of Ailan's moans could make even the spirits of hell blush with embarrassment. In the gluttonous realm of the underworld, countless little demons with green faces and sharp fangs incessantly presented roasted meats before Ailan, compelling him to consume them all. Towering piles of meat loomed before him, seemingly intent on overwhelming this Scion to the point of demise. Truly, this was hell, a place of unimaginable terror. In the depths of hell, there exists neither day nor night. Ailan was uncertain how long he had lingered in this place. Nevertheless, he had thoroughly experienced all the attractions of this infernal realm. He even took a moment to visit the garden filled with dolls. In a little over 20 years, his predecessor, Frisia, would be hanged from a tree here. Enjoying operas daily. After partaking in all these activities, Ailan reclined upon a patch of grass, a stalk of foxtail grass gripped between his lips. How dreadfully dull it was. Had that third-rate deity's mahjong tournament concluded yet? Why had no one come to retrieve him? As soon as Ailan's voice faded, Kane's figure materialized right before him. Little Ran, I've arrived. Oh, why is it that every time I mention you, you appear instantaneously? You don't actually harbor some peculiar penchant for voyeurism, do you? Ailan regarded Kane with an expression of vigilance. How can you so easily tarnish someone's innocence? Is it considered invasion of privacy for a boss to monitor the work status of their employees? Otherwise, how could I possibly be informed of your progress? Ailan keenly sensed that something was amiss in Kai Yin's words. Check at any time? What does this any time encompass? Surely, you wouldn't be peeking while I bathe. Kai Yin feigned innocence, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. Well, not exactly. I've merely witnessed you soaring through the skies with a girl in your arms, and another time being pinned to the ground by a girl, and yes, even being forced into hand-holding. With each utterance from Kai Yin, the flush on Ailan's face deepened. At last, he could no longer restrain himself. Stop, stop, stop. You third-rate deity. You must cease monitoring me from now on. Otherwise, I shall resign from this job. I would rather remain in hell. If it weren't for my greetings to King Yama, you would have been nothing but a mere soul by now, tossed into the soul purification device to erase all memories and sins, only to be reincarnated. But what would happen to your little girlfriend then? Ailan feigned a cute expression, yet it was evident that Ailan could not perceive her charm. Humph. Hurry and send me back to Earth. I have already died for this job once, and now I find myself being spied upon. What kind of heartless enterprise is this? After all, it is not the first time I have faced death. They say one becomes accustomed to it after the first experience, and considering this is your third time. As she spoke, Ailan conjured a wand from her hand and lightly tapped Ailan's forehead. In an instant, a brilliant white light erupted from Ailan's form. Once the radiance dissipated, the halo above his head vanished as well. There you go, little Ran. You have been revived. You performed admirably this time, purifying 2 Dragon Balls so swiftly. You must continue to work diligently. With that, Ailan vanished once more before Ailan, seemingly in a hurry to return to her mahjong game. Wait, aren't you going to send me back to Earth directly? Even if you have mastered teleportation, you should at least indicate which direction Earth lies. Yet, all that responded to Ailan was an encompassing silence. Chapter 84. Just how brave is Lily? Another day draws to a close. The atmosphere in the Ailan household was notably tranquil, broken only by the rhythmic sound of chopping emanating from the kitchen. Yukino Shida and Kasumigakaka Shia sat in a daze upon the living room sofa, having maintained this posture for the entirety of the day. Since the previous night, Ariiri had secluded herself in Ailan's bedroom, and when Kato Megumi called her for lunch, she received no response. The air within the apartment was oppressively heavy, making it difficult to breathe. After a while, Shia's hoarse voice pierced the silence. Is it true that you said Ailan might still return? She gazed quietly at Yukino, her eyes reflecting a profound emptiness. Yukino faltered, then continued, I'm not entirely certain. She longed to provide both herself and Shia with a definitive answer, yet reason compelled her to consider the improbability of such a notion. Despite the extraordinary powers possessed by Saru, they had disintegrated before her very eyes. The idea of resurrection seemed utterly fantastical. Their only hope lay in the possibility that Ailan's divine benefactor might conjure a miracle. However, at that moment, Shia's emotions spiraled out of control. Did you not say that Ailan might come back? Why are you uncertain now? I truly don't know. Yukino erupted. But I absolutely refuse to believe that Saru has simply perished. Her outburst abruptly ceased, though she continued in a fragmented manner. I believe Saru must still hold a sliver of possibility. She lowered her voice, realizing that venting her frustrations at Shia was not appropriate. This was certainly not the correct course of action, nor what Saru would have wished for her. Shia appeared to have lost all strength, reclining sideways on the sofa, her face resting on the very spot where Ailan had lain the previous week. In the kitchen, Kato Megumi momentarily paused in her chopping upon hearing the commotion, then bit her lip and resumed her task, a single tear glistening as it trickled down her cheek. In the confines of Ailan's bedroom, Lily awakened once more from her slumber. The lingering sin of Ailan still enveloped her within the UV. Clutching the school uniform of Ailan tightly, she glanced at the ceiling before once again surrendering to the embrace of sleep. Surely, this was merely a dream. Once she awakened, the hentai Ailan would return to her side. She buried her head deeper into the blankets, her body curling up gradually. At that moment, Ailan's figure suddenly materialized upon the ceiling of the room. Before he could react, he found himself plummeting onto the bed, surveying the familiar surroundings. Ailan could not help but voice his grievances. Damn it, that third-rate deity had the audacity to send me back alone. I wandered through the cosmos for ages before finally locating Earth. I nearly perished again. It was far too perilous. That planet was on a collision course with a comet and was on the verge of exploding, just as the imminent explosion loomed. I barely sensed the remnants of my presence on Earth, which allowed me to teleport back just in time. Still shaken, Ailan patted his chest, only to suddenly discover 2 smooth arms wrapped around his neck. Huh? Lily? What are you doing in my room? Although unable to see her, Ailan could still feel her presence. Hentai Ailan? You truly have returned? Lily's voice brimmed with excitement, her grip tightening significantly. Yes, I have returned. Could you please let go of me? Why are you in my room at this late hour? Have you finally crossed the line after drawing so much? Ailan had just narrowly escaped death and was still recovering from the ordeal. Now, enveloped in Lily's embrace, he found himself overwhelmed by this series of stimuli. Upon hearing AI Rant's words, Lily fell silent. Was she truly dreaming? After all, the hentai AI Ran had never spoken to her in such a tone. Yet, this dream felt astonishingly real, his warmth, his voice, his scent. Slowly, Lily leaned in closer. Indeed, if it was merely a dream, there was no need to hesitate. In the next moment, she pressed a kiss to the tip of AI Rant's nose. However, in the absence of light, Lily relied solely on sound to locate AI Ran, and her initial attempt was unsuccessful. AI Ran, caught off guard, exclaimed, "What are you doing, Lily?" "Less chatter," she retorted. "In my dream, do you dare to resist?" "Just a mere hentai AI Ran." With that, Lily removed her arms from around AI Rant's neck and straddled him, her hands firmly cradling his face. Another kiss followed, this time landing perfectly. The warm sensation of her lips left AI Ran momentarily disoriented. They were so close, and Lily's heavy breaths echoed in his ears. "Wait, Lily." AI Ran turned her face away, but Lily immediately pursued her. "What are you waiting for? In my dreams, everything must obey me. You wait a moment." "Don't. Why are you still sticking out your tongue?" Felt utterly numb. Are all women on earth this assertive? Previously, there was Poem of the Hills. And now, it is Irie Shirace. Gradually, Irie herself began to sense that something was amiss. This dream felt extraordinarily vivid. She hastily rose and pinched her thigh forcefully. In the next moment, hentai Aaron, how could you? Taking advantage of the moment, AI Ran leapt off the bed, choosing to disregard Lily's counterattack. "I'll step out for a while. It seems like Yukino and the others are outside," she remarked. "That Lily, the illustrations differ somewhat from reality. You." Lily swiftly pulled the blanket over herself and shouted, "Get out." "All right." Aaron swiftly opened the bedroom door, only to find Yukino and two other girls standing at the threshold, alerted by the commotion. AI Ran smiled sheepishly and said, "I'm back. Human King." Yukino Shida exclaimed joyfully as she leaped into AI Ran's embrace, noticing that there was no room left in AI Ran's arms. Kasumigakaka Shiwa firmly grasped the hem of his garment. Kato Megumi chuckled softly. "Welcome back, AI Ran. I'm sorry to have worried you all. I have returned." AI Ran gently exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. Indeed, she found herself rather fond of this world. As her emotions gradually settled, Yukino delicately extricated herself from AI Ran's embrace. In the presence of Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Kata Megumi, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Kata Megumi tilted her head, gazing at AI Ran with a look of confusion. "AI Ran, we just heard Airi scream. What transpired?" Well, I just teleported into the room and startled Airi, which is why she screamed." "Yes, that's the whole story." Aaron, feeling somewhat guilty, turned her head away. Shiyu from Shiji Hill crossed her arms and gazed intently at Aaron, saying, "Oh, is that so?" Chapter 85, The Longest Night, Airi's Transformation Outside the Bedroom. As the voices of Irie and Yukino gradually faded away, Irie slowly emerged from beneath the covers, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was truly a relief. Just as Yukino Shida had said, the hentai Irie had not perished after all. Time seemed to stretch endlessly before she finally ceased her sobbing. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she unceremoniously slumped onto Irie's bed in a most undignified manner. With each breath, the scent of Irie enveloped her senses. Yet her mind was in disarray. As she reflected on the events that had transpired, an inexplicable sense of panic began to swell within her. That kiss felt like a key, unlocking the shackles of her muddled existence. Did I really take the initiative to kiss the hentai Irie? Irie instinctively clutched the sheets, whispering softly to herself. Though she carried an air of tsundere, she was no fool, nor did she lack the courage to pursue love. She could not pinpoint when it began, but a flicker of affection for Irie had taken root within her. It was not the affection of friends, but rather a romantic yearning akin to what she felt for Akane. Did it start on that stormy night? Perhaps that was not entirely accurate. It may have begun even earlier. Yet, she had never contemplated revealing her feelings. After all, such actions could only be deemed as disgraceful. To harbor affection for another man after feeling disillusioned with Akane, wasn't he that the very definition of being a? Irie reaffirmed this thought within her heart. Regarding this unusual sentiment, she dared not confirm nor deny it. Thus, she remained passive, too fearful to advance. For any action she took would undeniably reveal her inner turmoil. However, when Kasumigakaka Shiyu mentioned that Irie had not rejected his confession, she could no longer restrain herself. The subsequent events shattered her final defenses within mere moments. Anri Ruri and Ailan both met their tragic ends before her. It was only at that moment that Anri fully realized the truth. She had genuinely developed feelings for the hentai Ailan. She really did like him, deeply. Yet, at that time, Ailan had already been shattered into countless fragments. For an entire day and night, Anri Ruri ignored the haunting images replaying in Aniri's mind, her desperate pleas to the three-headed dragon and Ailan's self-sacrifice to save everyone, culminating in their mutual demise against the monstrous foe. The anguish enveloped her, rendering her breathless, aside from hiding away in this room and numbing herself with sleep. There was nothing she could do. Forcing herself to regain composure, she weighed her thoughts for a long while. Kaza no Okashiyu came to mind. Reminiscent of a revolving lantern, recalling the words spoken at the CAF entrance, I have quite a fondness for Ailan. Then she remembered yesterday's confession. After showing Ailan the manuscript, I confessed to him. Ailan did not refuse, clasping her hands to her chest. Aniri compelled herself to stop the spiraling thoughts. A faint bitterness began to spread, unwittingly flooding her heart. She sighed softly, slowly reminiscing about the moments shared with Ailan. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. Was it her mother? She quickly answered the call. Hello, Mom. On the other end, a voice feigning tears emerged. Aniri, you now have someone you like, and you've gone out without contacting your mother. It truly makes me so sad. What are you talking about? Silly Mom. Oh, but I must remind you, even if you have someone you like, hugs and kisses are acceptable, but you mustn't. I would never, Aniri exclaimed, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation. It seems Mom is overthinking again. Our Aniri wouldn't have the courage to truly like someone. Perhaps she couldn't even manage a proper conversation with them. After all, our Aniri is quite the tsundere. Who said that? Aniri suddenly realized she had almost fallen into her mother's trap again. Oh, what happened just now? It's nothing. I'll hang up now. Goodbye, Mom. Aren't you going to chat with me a bit longer? Never mind. Bye. With that, Lily abruptly ended the call. What kind of image does this Fujoshi have of others all day long? Lily sighed, instinctively brushing her lips with her fingers. So this is what a kiss feels like. Quite delightful indeed. But, Kazuki Shiyu, Yukino Shida, and Kato. Lowering her head, Lily slowly murmured their names, and then she recalled the menacing visage of Akihito Runa. Ah, Runa. Farewell forever. With that thought, Lily embraced her quilt and opened the door to Aaron's bedroom, quietly slipping into the guest room. She lay upon the familiar bedding in the guest room and curled up within Aaron's covers. Time to sleep. Tomorrow heralds a fresh beginning. Meanwhile, in the underworld, King Enma furrowed his brow as he reviewed a report. How should the human named Akihito Runa be dealt with? Though he did not personally slay the 10,002 humans, the report indicated that he had previously conspired with an evil dragon. Beneath the vast desk, a well-dressed little demon respectfully remarked, Lord Enma, for such a low-tier world, it is best to completely erase all evidence of this person's existence. After contemplating for a moment, King Enma nodded slightly. Indeed, that would be the most prudent solution for that world. Proceed with the task. Understood. With that, the little demon retrieved a laptop from his pocket. Upon entering Akihito Runa's name, all details of his life appeared on the screen. The little demon skillfully manipulated the device, sending the information directly to the recycle bin before clicking to permanently delete it. Instantly, all memories of Akihito Runa began to fade from the minds of everyone on Earth. Even at schools, government offices, and across the internet, all direct records related to him rapidly vanished. It is done, Lord Enma. Even those who were well acquainted with Akihito Runa will forget his existence after a single night's rest. Very well, I understand. We must closely monitor that low-tier world henceforth. Who knows where the employees of the Time Realm's king are operating? That planet may very well explode one day. Oh, I can only imagine how much additional work that would entail. Understood. Chapter 86 The Longest Night. My lord, the ape. You may kiss me now. Since the night of Ayn Rand's demise, Yukino has not found a moment's respite, merely sitting on the couch in a daze. The hope that Ayn might return was her sole source of strength. However, upon witnessing Ayn Rand's miraculous resurrection, the tension that had held her together dissipated entirely. Leaving Yukino utterly exhausted, Ayn Rand gently carried Yukino into her room and laid her softly on the bed. I apologize for causing you worry, she said. Yukino shook her head, replying, You have already apologized that night. I am content as long as you return. Observing the somewhat pallid complexion of Yukino, Ailan could not help but furrow her brows in concern. Yukino, with a delicate smile gracing her refined features, reached out to smooth Ailan's furrowed brow, assuring her, "It's nothing. I merely need rest. A good sleep will suffice. Could you please massage my legs? I have been seated for too long, and they feel a bit numb." "All right," Ailan responded. Ailan sat beside Yukino's bed, placing her long legs, ensnared in stockings, upon her own thighs, and commenced to massage them gently. As she gazed down at Ailan, a faint blush crept across Yukino's face. The tactile sensation of the massage emanated from her legs. Although the movements of the muscular figure known as the Ape King were not particularly delicate, the physical contact instilled in her a modicum of reassurance. "Ape King I am." Yukino exhaled softly, calling out once more, "Ape King, I am." Ailan lifted her head and gazed at Yukino, proclaiming, "I have always been here." In that moment when their eyes met, all the anxiety in Yukino's eyes swiftly dissipated. Ailan gazed intently at Yukino, who, at that moment, radiated an unparalleled beauty. Inhaling the distinctive fragrance that enveloped Yukino, Ailan's gaze instinctively descended, drawn to the exquisite, jade-like skin of her neck, where the allure of youthful charm blossomed quietly. "Is it beautiful?" Yukino's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. "Indeed, it is quite beautiful," Ailan replied earnestly, nodding. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Yukino's eyes. "Sometimes, when Saiyan gazes upon me, he bears such a dazed expression. Has he perhaps become enamored with me?" "Yes, it has been so for quite some time." At this, the delight in Yukino's eyes became impossible to conceal. She slowly closed her eyes and whispered, then, "Saiyan, you may kiss me now." Her voice was barely above a whisper. The emotions of this long-awaited moment transcended words entirely. Yet, Yukino understood that something had to be done at this moment. Only then could her heart find solace, allowing her to sleep peacefully that night. With a slight gulp, Ailan felt the tension build as the distance between them diminished. Finally, their lips met briefly, a fleeting connection. Yukino felt her heart race, as if it were about to leap into her throat. Ailan smacked her lips, savoring the delightful sensation. It was truly exquisite. Although Yukino's movements were rather inexperienced, they stood in stark contrast to those of a certain golden retriever who was utterly defeated by her. Instead, she merely whipped her own tongue against Ailan's lips. "Should we indulge in yet another round?" Gazed at Yukino with eager anticipation. Although he uttered the words lightly, Yukino once again closed her eyes. This kiss lingered for an extended duration, and only when Yukino was nearly breathless did Ailan gently withdraw. With a shy glance, Yukino cast a reproachful look at him. He chuckled softly, running his fingers through his hair. "By the way, Monkey King, I have something for you." With that, Yukino turned to her bedside cabinet and retrieved 2 shimmering orbs. "Dragon Balls. You brought them back?" "Yes, purifying these is your task, right? I thought that if you didn't return, these might be your last hope for resurrection." As she handed the Dragon Balls to Ailan, Yukino's complexion grew pale again. She dared not revisit the events of the previous day. Had she not seen the Dragon Balls and contemplated Ailan's potential revival, she might have considered following him into the unknown. "Monkey King, can this truly grant any wish?" Gazing at the fully purified Dragon Balls, Ailan reflected, not every wish, but desires akin to rejuvenation, resurrection, or dominion over this world can indeed be fulfilled. By the way, the Supreme Kai of Time has promised me that upon completing the purification of the 7 Dragon Balls, I would be granted a wish. Yukino looked at Ailan with a hint of confusion. "What wish does the Monkey King wish to realize?" "Well, it's nothing I can't share. My wishes." Ailan whispered her wishes into Yukino's ear, nestled beneath the snow. Upon hearing them, Yukino shot Ailan a glare before retreating into her blanket, revealing only her adorable little head. You should leave now. I wish to sleep." "Huh, I wanted to stay a little longer." "No, it's quite late, and I am exhausted." All right, then do rest early." As Ailan stepped out of Yukino's room, he caught sight of Purelu eavesdropping at the doorway. Grabbing the scruff of its neck, Ailan fixed a fierce gaze upon it and demanded, "Did you hear anything just now?" "And no, boss, I heard nothing at all," Purelu stammered. At that moment, Yukino's protective voice echoed from the bedroom, "Yayakuen." Hearing her, Ailan reluctantly tossed Purelu aside, stating, "Keep a vigilant watch. If even a single mouse appears in this apartment, I'll have to feast on cat meat." "The entire building?" "Boss, I'm not merely a cat. Isn't it a bit excessive to expect me to catch mice every day? I possess many other skills." "Skills? What good are they?" Your fighting prowess is less than 5, you weakling. Yayoi-kun, do not bully Purilu. Hurry back and rest. All right, I understand. After shooting Purilu one last glare, Ailan returned to his apartment. Inside the bedroom, half of Yukino's face was buried in her blanket. The thought of Ailan's earlier expressed wish caused her cheeks to flush even deeper. Hentai, she murmured, burying herself further into the covers. Before long, she drifted into slumber, utterly exhausted from the past few days. Chapter 87. This night seems endless. Upon returning home, Ailan was taken aback by the sight in the dining room. In the pitch-dark apartment, there was a solitary glimmer of light. Kato sat quietly at the dining table, cradling a cup of red tea. Kato, aren't you going to rest? Where is Shiyu-senpai? Aaron took a seat at the dining table and was immediately struck by the abundance of food laid out before him. The senior had already retired to rest, and these dishes had been prepared in advance. However, it appeared that Kazuno Kuka, Yukino Shida, and Sawamura lacked the appetite to indulge, leaving him pondering how to handle the situation. Kate tilted her head slightly, a hint of concern crossing her features, her eyes briefly glinting with mischief before the moment faded. Allow me to take care of this, Aaron declared, patting his chest confidently before reaching for the tempura before him. Cat. This tempura is remarkably crispy, and this fried fish ball, the mackerel, the octopus. I find all of these quite delightful. Ailan's mouth was filled with food, rendering her words somewhat indistinct. Although the dishes appeared rather unremarkable, it was only upon tasting them that one could truly appreciate their exquisite flavors. Similarly, before me stood Kato Megumi, who, despite lacking any striking features, revealed her gentleness and beauty upon closer inspection. Kato Megumi did not mind Ailan's exaggerated eating habits. Instead, she supported her chin with one hand and casually remarked, by the way, Ailan refers to Kasa no Oka-senpai as Shiyu-senpai and calls Sawamura by her first name, yet she consistently uses honorifics with me. How peculiar. Ailan ceased his actions. Within this gaming club, it seemed that his interactions with Kato K had always been rather limited. No. There was another individual with whom he communicated even less. What was their name again? Ailan lowered his head, pondering for quite some time. Yet he could not recall this person's name. What could Ailan be contemplating? Kato K's voice interrupted his thoughts, and as he swallowed the meatball in his mouth, Ailan earnestly addressed Kato K. No, it's nothing. From now on, I shall call you K. Although they were not yet familiar enough to warrant such a level of intimacy. It was due to Kato's presence over the past 2 weekends that Ailan had been spared the misfortune of consuming those unappetizing cold bento boxes. After his revival, Ailan had spent a considerable amount of time in the cosmos before finally sensing the essence of Earth, during which he had become exceedingly hungry. Once again, it was Kato who had thoughtfully prepared food for him. For this, he felt a profound gratitude. With this in mind, Ailan continued, K. Thank you for these meals. If there is anything you need from me in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Upon hearing Ailan's address, a peculiar glimmer sparkled in Kato K's eyes. Oh, it's nothing. I genuinely enjoy cooking, but if Ailan wishes to repay me, I will let you know when I think of something. Speaking of which, Kato K's voice once more captured Ailan's attention as she gently sipped her red tea. Shall we continue with the work of the gaming club? Of course. Although that particular student is no longer with us, it is precisely because of this club that we have all come to know one another. I believe that Irie and Shiyu-senpai would not wish to abandon it either. At this moment, a distinct shift appeared in Kato K's expression for the first time. Is that so? Then I have already thought of a favor I would like to ask of Ailan. What is it? It is to continue as the temporary male lead of this game. Having put in so much effort, I am quite looking forward to the day this game is released. Aaron felt a twinge of reluctance. The purification work on the second planet had already been completed, and it would suffice for him to assume the role of a mere investor. However, just 2 minutes prior, he had uttered the words, "If there is anything you need from me, do not hesitate to ask." Glancing at Kato Megumi, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, Aaron let out a soft sigh. I understand. Please take care of me from now on, Megumi. Likewise, I look forward to your guidance, Aaron-kun. In the depths of the night, as Aaron lay in slumber, he was suddenly enveloped by a warm sensation. Moments ago, a figure had stealthily entered the room, deftly slipping under the covers and nestling into his embrace. Aaron-kun, the person whispered, their soft form pressed closely against his chest. Soon after, a few tears trickled down onto his neck. Ailan suddenly awoke. Shiyu-senpai? He called softly. There was no response. The two of them merely pressed closer together as the intensity increased. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto Ailan's body, pressing her face against Ailan's neck. Shiyu of the Misty Hills voice, cold yet tinged with a hint of sobbing, urged, "Hold me." It was not a request, but a command, her tone resolute and unyielding. "All right," Ailan replied, wrapping his left arm around Shiyu's waist while his right hand tenderly caressed her silky hair. Feeling Ailan's warmth, Shiyu completely lost control. "Ailan, you scoundrel. How could you die before responding to my confession? You must not die." With that, she bit down on Ailan's neck. "I'm sorry." At that moment, I could do nothing but self-destruct. Clearly, this answer did not satisfy Shiyu, yet she ultimately relented, her heart aching. "Shiyu-senpai?" Ailan cooed. "Let me stay like this for a while." Shiyu clung tightly to Ailan's neck. After a moment, her breaths gradually steadied. "Shiyu-senpai?" Ailan gently called again. Still, there was no response. Has she fallen asleep? Ailan cautiously turned her body to the side, attempting to gently lift Kasumigakaka Shiyu off of her. Yet, even in slumber, Shiyu clung tightly to Ailan's neck. In a villa situated in Tokyo, Seiki Kusuwa suddenly awoke, drenched in sweat, his eyes wide open. He gasped for breath. Was this a precognitive dream? Indeed, a precognitive dream serves as a harbinger of imminent peril. The events that unfolded in his recent dream transcended his comprehension. A malevolent extraterrestrial, characterized by golden hair, devoid of eyebrows, and a golden tail, would obliterate this planet with a colossal energy sphere on New Year's Day. This was a disaster in the making. Uneasily, he rose from his bed. Wait, that alien resembled the one named Ailan from before, didn't it? Hadn't he that being perished? Chapter 88. Are Saiyans afraid of a machete? The war of love commences MMM. Yes. Her lips parted and closed, delicate eyelashes trembling as she involuntarily murmured. It had been ages since she had slept so soundly. Kasumigakaka Shiyu slowly opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping across the unfamiliar room. She recalled, she had come to seek Ailan last night. At the thought, her cheeks flushed, and she glanced at the pillow she had been clutching tightly, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. How had she ended up embracing that thing instead of him before drifting off? Releasing the pillow, she propped herself up, assessing her condition. A soft giggle escaped her lips. How delightful. It seemed Ailan could be quite adorable as well. She tidied her hair and scrutinized her reflection in the bedroom mirror. Her skin was pale with a healthy blush, and the dark circles that had once been concealed by makeup had vanished. Shiyu, inherently a captivating woman, appeared even more enchanting now that her fatigue had dissipated. She pressed her lips together, a satisfied smile gracing her features. Last night, she had replenished her energy from Ailan splendidly. Just as she turned to exit the room, she overheard a conversation between Ailan and Katamegumi. "Ailan, this morning when I woke up, I didn't see Kasumigakaka-san. Do you know where she went?" Noticing Katamegumi still holding a kitchen knife, Ailan instinctively stepped back slightly, positioning himself in front of the door. "Megumi, I caught a whiff of something delightful earlier in my room. Are you cooking breakfast?" "Yes, I'm preparing breakfast with Yukino Shida-san. We both have a habit of rising early." "Yukino is up as well?" "Yes, she came by earlier to wake you. Didn't you know?" Yukino came by? A bead of cold sweat emerged on Ailan's forehead. The weight of this revelation seemed rather significant. Why did Ailan suddenly begin to perspire? Although it was already May, the morning air remained quite chilly. Was he feeling unwell? Kat K tilted her head, gazing at Ailan with a puzzled expression. Surely, it must be an illusion. Ailan noticed that the blade of the kitchen knife in Kat K's hand seemed to be pointed directly at him. As martial artists, a mere trickle of cold sweat is utterly trivial. It warrants no concern. "K, I shall freshen up first. I eagerly anticipate today's breakfast." With that, Ailan sidled away and slipped into the bathroom. Observing Ailan's hasty retreat, a faint smile crept onto Kat K's lips. She glanced at the door to Ailan's bedroom, humming an indiscernible tune, before proceeding towards the kitchen. Splashing cold water on his face, Ailan propped himself up on the wash basin. Goodness, the women on this planet are formidable. Had he not sensed any murderous intent moments ago, he might have believed that Kat K intended to harm him. Yet, that was absurd. He had already transformed into a Super Saiyan. What was there to fear from a mere kitchen knife? Earthlings are truly foolish. Ailan stood before the mirror, engaging in a quiet soliloquy. However, his reflection still bore an air of uncertainty. After completing his morning routine, he approached the kitchen with a heart full of trepidation. Clearly, The self-affirmation he had attempted earlier had not yielded significant results. Yukino Shida was diligently setting the table with an array of dishes, finding her task considerably eased with the assistance of Kei Katsuragi. Upon noticing Ailan, Yukino's frosty voice resonated through the room. Mr. Monkey. Indeed. Ailan instinctively stood at attention. I will go and call classmate Zaimu to get up for breakfast. It is already prepared. Oh, all right. I shall go now. Ailan's gaze inadvertently fell upon the food in Yukino's hands. Surely, there is no poison in that, is there? Why hasn't anyone gone yet? We cannot dine until everyone is present. Surely, Han Yin-kun should possess some common sense. Hey, I will head over now. Just as he turned away, Yukino's voice echoed again. Han Yin-kun, do not do anything untoward to Iri. How could I? I am not that kind of person. Before he could utter the word, Ailan felt a twinge of guilt and quickened his pace. At this point, what had begun as a rhetorical question had morphed into a statement of certainty. I had assumed that Yukino Shida would surely be angry with Ailan. Suddenly, Kato Megumi appeared behind Yukino Shida. How could she not be angry? Yukino Shida sighed, however, some matters cannot be resolved through anger. I would never push away someone I cherish in such a manner. Kato Megumi lowered her head and murmured, Is that so? I feel the same way. It's time to eat, Iri. In the guest room, Iri was leisurely tending to her twin tails. Upon suddenly hearing Ailan's voice, she instinctively sprang up from her seat. Hentai Ailan, don't come in yet. I had no intention of entering. Hurry up and come to eat. I know. I'll be right there. With her hands clasped before her, Iri's modest chest rose and fell with her breaths. You can do it, Iri. I believe in you. After silently cheering herself on, Iri flicked her twin tails, then confidently opened the door. However, her exuberant motion caused her to collide directly with Ailan standing at the threshold. Seeing Iri leaning back, Ailan quickly steadied her by the shoulders. In an instant, the encouragement Iri had just built up dissipated. Why are you so close to the door? Were you eavesdropping? Hentai Ailan. I would never engage in such eavesdropping, foolish Iri. Hurry and freshen up. Yukino and Megumi have already prepared breakfast. I know, but could you please move? With such a large frame blocking the door, I can't get out. 20 minutes later, everyone finally gathered. As the host, Ailan nonchalantly took the seat of honor. Yukino Shida and Kasumigakaka Shiba sat on either side of him, while Kato Megumi and Iri took their places to the right of Yukino Shida and Kasumigakaka, respectively. Ailan-kun. If you have no plans today, would you accompany me to gather material? The third volume of Love Meter has been submitted, and I am preparing a new book that requires your assistance. No way. Yukino Shida swiftly preempted Airi's response to reject Kasumigakaka Shiwa. Why? Kasumigakaka Shiwa fixed her gaze upon Yukino Shida, her legs trembling involuntarily. Today, the enigmatic Yuen-kun is to accompany me to school. Due to the battle that transpired 2 days prior, the school was devastated. Although the cause was inexplicably classified as a gas explosion, we received a notification yesterday instructing us to convene at the ruins, seemingly to ascertain our forthcoming educational arrangements. Ah, I see now. Chapter 89. Another 2 Dragon Balls discovered. Today's breakfast is rather sumptuous, indeed. Ailan smiled sheepishly and picked up a bun, directly stuffing it into her mouth. Quite delicious. I never expected you two to be able to make buns. Yukino Shida nodded slightly. Only the filling was made by me. The subsequent tasks were all completed by Kato. TSK, I can cook as well. I'll take charge of dinner tonight. In Airi's eyes, Kazuki no Oka Shiyu's words seemed rather audacious. She cast a disdainful glance at Shiyu. Come on. I remember you can only boil instant noodles, right? Didn't you try it once last Saturday? What do you know? That was merely my restraint. Restraint in your knife skills. The way you chop potatoes, you could directly fry them into French fries. At this moment, Kazuki no Oka Shiyu began to pay attention to Airi for the first time. What was with this person dismantling her every word today? Shiyu, classmate Sawamura. Please cease your quarrel. We are all friends, are we not? Kato's tone sounded slightly troubled. Humph. Airi also picked up a bun and took a bite. Ah, so delicious. After consuming another bun, Airi showered compliments upon Yukino Shida and Kato. Yukino Shida couldn't help but laugh. She appreciated such genuine people and enjoyed receiving affirmation from others. Kato also nodded slightly. It's wonderful that Airi likes it. Kazuki no Oka Shiyu scrutinized Airi with growing suspicion. Something seemed off about her today. As longtime rivals, they could always keenly detect changes in each other, although she couldn't yet ascertain the reason for Airi's transformation. After the meal, Yukino Shida and Ailan left together. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Yukino Shida unexpectedly called out his full name. Ailan was momentarily taken aback. Being called by his full name at that moment felt like an ominous sign. I do not wish to walk to school today. Carry me. Huh. Oh. Upon hearing Yukino Shida words, Ailan inexplicably exhaled in relief. He obediently enveloped Yukino Shida in his embrace and soared towards the school. In midair, Yukino Shida hooked her hand around Ailan's neck and cast a furtive glance at him. Noticing Ailan's anxious demeanor, a smile unconsciously crept onto Yukino Shida's lips. A throng of students congregated at the edge of the ruins of Zobuhai. It could indeed be deemed ruins, as the school had been completely obliterated 2 nights prior, leaving behind a gaping pit several meters deep. Hiratsuka Shizen wielded a megaphone and called out loudly, "Everyone, please remain calm. Form an orderly line according to your classes." With her command, the previously chaotic crowd began to organize itself. "Hey, Hachiman, why do you have such deep dark circles under your eyes? Haven't you slept well these past couple of days?" Feeling a gentle pat on his shoulder, Hikigaya Hachiman turned around swiftly, his heart racing upon recognizing the familiar figure. Ailan, I thought you were dead. Like, completely obliterated? Haha. Yes, but due to certain circumstances, I have returned. Hikigaya reached out to touch Ailan, confirming he was warm. Hey, don't get too touchy. I'm not like you. I'm straight. I'm not Ben either. Hikigaya protested. Honestly, as an ordinary person, enduring such surreal experiences is quite overwhelming. I see. No wonder you have such pronounced dark circles. You haven't been sleeping well lately. Well, it's not entirely that. Hikigaya lowered his gaze sheepishly, the primary reason for his insomnia being that 2 nights ago marked the first time in his life he held a girl in his arms. Excitement had kept him awake. As for Ailan, since Yukino Shida had mentioned that he might very well resurrect, Hikigaya had merely observed a moment of silence for him, albeit symbolically for half an hour. After all, what had transpired 2 nights ago was beyond comprehension, thus he chose to believe Yukino Shida's words. At that moment, the bald principal approached Hiratsuka Shizen and took the megaphone from her hands. Ahem, dear students, as you are likely aware, there was a gas explosion at the school the day before yesterday. Fortunately, it occurred after classes had concluded, preventing any injuries. Following the Golden Week, the school will be rebuilt on the original site. However, to ensure that your studies are not hindered, you will be attending Shuchi Academy in Tokyo for 1 year after the Golden Week. As soon as the bald-headed director finished speaking, various discussions began to circulate among the students. Isn't Shoji Academy a prestigious institution that only the elite can attend? Indeed, I have heard that the students there are predominantly the offspring of influential figures. Surely, if ordinary individuals like us were to enter, we would feel utterly out of place. Nonsense. We would undoubtedly be mingling in the outer college. It is likely that we would encounter very few students from the inner college throughout a year of study. Ailan unconsciously stroked his chin. Shuchian Academy? That name sounds quite familiar. Kagaya-sama wants me to confess? Hearing Ailan muttering to himself, Hachiman Hikigaya rolled his eyes. Ailan, which girl are you pining for this time? Huh, what girl? Still pretending. No wonder you exploded the other day. It seems that the ultimate fate of a social butterfly is indeed an explosion. Ahem. The bald principal cleared his throat, signaling for the students to quiet down. Now, the Student Council of Shuchian Academy will share some important announcements. Subsequently, 2 elegantly dressed, breathtakingly beautiful young ladies stood before all the students of SBU High. Upon recognizing them, the crowd gasped in admiration of their beauty. One of them had shoulder-length white hair adorned with a black headband, exuding the grace of a refined lady. The other had waist-length black hair, evoking a resemblance to Yukino Shida, yet distinctly different. While Yukino projects a chill tempered by gentleness, this girl emanates an aloofness that keeps others at arm's length. Clearly, in terms of figure, both were equally stunning. Hello everyone, I am Anna Kinomoto, the president of Shuchian Academy Student Council, and beside me is our vice president, Kagaya Shinomiya. I will now outline the academic schedule at Shuchian Academy. Anna Kinomoto invited them to drink water. Among the crowd, Ailan scrutinized them with suspicion. Shouldn't the president of Shuchian be Miyuki Shirogane? What is up with this Anna Kinomoto? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Moreover, there is a heavy aura of malevolence surrounding these two, especially that Kagaya Shinomiya. She carries the same ominous presence that Ailan sensed the last time he was at a bar. At this moment, Ailan was 100% certain that these two were the hosts of the Dragon Balls. His gaze was unabashed, and Kagaya Shinomiya, standing beside Anna Kinomoto, quickly sensed the unusual attention directed at her. She coldly glanced in Ailan's direction. Their eyes met for the first time. Chapter 90 Shuchian Academy appeared somewhat desolate during the Golden Week. Principal Adolf Pescarolo was frantically wandering through the teaching building, phone in hand. Huh? How can this be? There are no students in class today, yet I still can't find any rare Pokemon. He held the phone above his head, but the game interface remained unresponsive. Suddenly, a cool, feminine voice came from behind him. Principal, please refrain from engaging in such peculiar behavior on school grounds. If discovered, it could adversely affect our school's reputation. Upon hearing that voice, Adolf Pescarolo remained rooted in place, utterly still. It is indeed Teacher K. Sukmafuyu. Your sternness remains commendable. However, I implore you not to engage in conversation just yet, as I have stumbled upon a rare pocket sprite. Principal, please refrain from such antics. This morning, Anna accompanied her classmate Shikigami to SBU High. Oh, but did not Anna's mother specifically instruct us to avoid allowing her daughter to partake in such activities? After all, Lady Kinzakimi is a member of parliament, and we must adhere to her directives. With that, Adolf Pescarolo began to move, albeit in an increasingly peculiar manner, holding his phone aloft and crouching like a gorilla. Observing the principal's continued unserious demeanor, Kei Sukmafuyu's brow furrowed slightly. Yet, considering the matters she was about to report, she suppressed her dissatisfaction. Anna Kinzakimi is an exemplary student, possessing striking beauty, outstanding academic performance, and impeccable character, truly a paragon of our institution, Shuji Academy. Indeed, as a teacher, you lavish praise upon your most cherished students. However, Anna's mother has been advocating for stringent measures to prevent unhealthy interactions among youth, a philosophy that has regrettably influenced her approach to Anna's education, rendering it antiquated and conservative. She even forbids Anna from attending physiology classes. Adolf Pescarolo nodded, signaling that he was attentively listening. I previously engaged in discussions with Lady Kinzakimi, but she insists on protecting Anna from the tumultuous society we inhabit, thus imposing strict prohibitions against any unnecessary interactions with the opposite sex, effectively severing all avenues of sexual education. She aims to eliminate danger at its inception. A hint of unnaturalness crept upon Kei Sukmafuyu's previously stern visage. Recently, the disciplinary committee member, Aino, confiscated some inappropriate materials from several students and placed them on my desk. When Anna passed by, she curiously inquired why those girls were dressed so scantily. Despite being such an exceptional student, how will Anna navigate society with such ignorance? She could easily fall prey to deception. Thus, I believe it essential for her to gradually encounter the outside world. Within my educational purview, I shall strive to protect her. This is, after all, my duty as an educator. Teacher Mafuyu, your perspective is quite commendable. You truly are our beloved Shuji Academy's most cherished instructor. Adolf Pescarolo placed his mobile phone into his pocket and slowly made his way toward the principal's office, closely followed by Kinoshita Mafuyu. Upon entering the principal's office, Adolf transformed, adopting a serious demeanor as he took his seat behind the desk. I believe I understand your thoughts. What are your next intentions? He inquired. The upcoming opportunity for CHBU High to attend our school for a year is indeed a splendid prospect. Given the current size of the student council, complete management is unattainable. Thus, I propose selecting a male student from CHBU High to serve as a liaison, assisting the student council's endeavors. Ideally, this individual would be an honest and reliable male, especially considering our student council comprises entirely of girls at present. A liaison, you say? That position is indeed appealing, as it involves labor-intensive tasks. A boy willing to shoulder such burdensome responsibilities must possess commendable character, he mused. I shall leave this matter entirely in your capable hands. Thank you, Principal, Kinoshita Mafuyu replied, flicking her beautiful cherry blossom-colored hair. Striding confidently in her high heels, she exited the principal's office, returning our focus to Chiba City. Ailan gracefully cradled Yukino as they descended from the balcony into his apartment. In the living room, Kasumigakaka Shia and Arari Spencer Sawamura were engrossed in their respective creative endeavors, while Kato Megumi held a controller, diligently strategizing to conquer a new visual novel. It appeared that she was on the verge of unlocking a hidden romantic route. Observing Yukino calmly leap from Ailan's embrace, Both Shia and Arari furrowed their brows in unison. Exchanging glances, they discerned a clear message in each other's eyes. Was Yukino attempting to assert dominance over them? Prior to Yukino and AI Rant's departure, the two had already engaged in a conversation, as Arari's evident unease could not have eluded Shia's keen perception. After a period of dialogue, they had come to a mutual understanding. Friendship is one thing, but love must be earnestly pursued. AI Rant, what are your plans regarding your studies? Arari inquired, her concern evident. With a clarion call, Arari was the first to take action. Ailan found a chair and settled down, subsequently stating, "For the coming year, we shall all be studying at Zayaziyuan." His mind was preoccupied with matters pertaining to Dragon Ball, rendering his tone rather nonchalant. Does that mean you will be studying in Tokyo? Would you like me to find you a place to stay? I am quite familiar with Tokyo. That wouldn't be necessary. I am capable of flying there myself. Tokyo is not far from Chiba, and Yukino has already informed her family. The Yukino Shida family will assist us in securing accommodation in Tokyo. You are going to cohabit. In an instant, Arari was taken aback by AI Rant's straightforward remark, caught in a state of shock. Not at all, classmate Sawamura. We are merely looking for 2 adjoining apartments. Yukino displayed an air of composure, having anticipated her opponent's reaction, and now she exuded a remarkable sense of tranquility. I see. Arari appeared somewhat at a loss, as if contemplating retreat. Shiryu of the Kasumigakaka cast a glance at Arari, reflecting that perhaps she should not have harbored expectations. After all, her combat prowess was on par with that of Peru. Clearing her throat, she proposed, AI Ran. Since we are to continue with our game, why not embark on a collective journey during this golden week? I happen to possess complimentary tickets for a hot spring. This was a gift from Miss Machida upon her novel selling 500,000 copies, perfectly timed for use now. Kasumigakaka surveyed Arari and Yukino, then glanced down at her own chest. Once we arrive there, AI Ran will surely understand what kind of woman is most suitable for him. Arari, this time let me show you how a true battle is fought. Chapter 91. The hot spring trip commences after a flurry of discussion. Shiryu's travel plan was successfully approved. Yukino had never traveled with peers her age before and was filled with anticipation for the experience. Thus, in the afternoon, AI Ran retrieved the tickets from Kasumigakaka and made arrangements for a hotel in Hokkaido a day in advance. Meanwhile, Kasumigakaka, Kato Megumi, and Sawamura Arari returned to Tokyo. When young women travel, numerous preparations are needed. They would reconvene at AI Ran's apartment the following morning. On the train to Tokyo, Shiryu was rapidly typing away on her laptop, while Arari sat elegantly beside her, perusing the outline of her new book. Outdoors, Arari's disguise was flawless, though this was contingent upon her remaining silent. To secure a hotel in such a manner, possessing the ability to fly seems almost like cheating. It would be a pity not to deliver packages with such strength. Setting her outline aside, Arari pouted and turned to Shiryu. You've changed. The new book includes a segment about hot spring baths. The significance of this book to me far surpasses that of the love metronome. The sole criterion for gauging the quality of a novel is its sales. To enhance sales, one must discern what captivates readers. Dear readers, might I inquire if the scene featuring the hot spring is engaging? If not, I shall promptly revise it. Who is the failure here? You dark-minded individual. Kasa no Oka poem seems to possess a peculiar ability, as she can provoke Irieri into a frenzy with just a few words. I did not imply it was unattractive. I am, after all, the illustrator for this new book. I lack experience with illustrations depicting hot springs and require on-site research. Oh, how troublesome. Irieri irritably tugged at her hair. The corners of Kasa no Oka poem's mouth lifted in satisfaction. Thus, this trip to the hot springs is indeed essential. Aaron Kuhn will secure the accommodations today, and we shall depart tomorrow morning. At that time the thought of her greatest rival, Yukino Shida Yukino, flitted through her mind. As Kasa no Oka poem discreetly glanced at Irieri, whose development was reminiscent of a middle schooler. What about the male protagonist? Must you insist on having Hentai Aaron as your model? Oh, wasn't Irieri also keen on having Aaron Kuhn as your model? Perhaps during this trip, you could simultaneously gather the materials you desire? Irieri pinched her chin and instinctively nodded. You make a compelling point, you plump woman. Separation line early the next morning. Kasa no Oka poem arrived first at Aaron's residence. As the apartment door was ajar, Aaron, seated on the sofa, lifted his gaze to behold a pair of long legs clad in black stockings entering his view. dressed in a pink short skirt and a red jacket. Casanova Okapoem's alluring figure was perfectly showcased. Soon after, her voice of complaint reached Aaron's ears. The suitcase is exceedingly heavy. Ailan stood up and took the suitcase from her hands. Its heavy weight made him involuntarily grimace. Traveling with a girl was truly a hassle. It felt less like a journey and more akin to a relocation. Today, Ailan seems rather gallant. Should I reward you? Kasumiga Kakashiyu playfully pointed to her lips, her eyes sparkling with mirth. I wouldn't dare. I merely noticed how burdened you were with such a heavy suitcase. If you were to strain your back, it would undoubtedly disrupt our itinerary for the day. Oh, with that, Kasumiga Kakashiyu stepped forward. Enveloping Ailan in an embrace and playfully nuzzling against him. Before Ailan could break free, she took a step back. Well, this is the reward. What are you all doing? Upon hearing this voice, Ailan's lips twitched as Yukino stood at the doorway, having appeared without her noticing. Unlike Kasumiga Kakashiyu, who was burdened with numerous belongings as if she were moving, Yukino had brought only a single shoulder bag. She was adorned in a pristine white dress, complemented by a blue outer garment. During their fieldwork, Yukino had noticed Ailan's fondness for this attire. The only distinction today was that Yukino, who usually wore her hair flowing freely, had unexpectedly braided it into two pigtails, topped with a white hat. I was merely offering a customary embrace to Ailan. Kasumiga Kakashiyu said innocently, winking at Yukino. A customary embrace, Yukino echoed, yet Ailan felt the temperature around her plummeting rapidly. Kasumiga Kakashiyu, undeterred, crossed her arms and regarded Yukino with a challenging gaze, as Ailan was about to speak to alleviate the tension in the air. Yukino's icy gaze shot straight at him. In an instant, he obediently closed his mouth. Goodness, it's early in the morning. Someone, please come to my rescue. Ailan found herself questioning the very essence of her existence, despite having ascended to the status of a super Saiyan. She felt as though she occupied the lower rungs of the food chain in the presence of these two women. Are the women of Earth truly this formidable? Good morning. Ailan, Yukino, and Kasumiga Kaka. At that moment, Kato Megumi and Arari Spencer Sawamura appeared behind Yukino. Both girls were exquisitely adorned. Arari, as always, showcased her impeccable fashion sense, donning a dress that, paired with her golden twin tails, rendered her irresistibly charming. Kato Megumi seemed to have made a special effort in her appearance today, sporting the limited edition Saint Megumi ensemble. Ailan gently stroked her chin, noticing that today, Yukino and Kata Megumi's attire seemed quite similar. Upon seeing Ailan, Airi let out a cold snort, turning her head away as if sulking. Is it that time of the month? Ailan felt somewhat disheartened, as she believed she had not provoked her at all. Was Lily still half asleep? Lily, dragging a suitcase larger than that of Kasumiga Kakashiyu, pouted and, with a lackluster tone, responded to Kasumiga Kakashiyu's inquiry. Last night, I ran out of inspiration. I asked Hentai Ailan to send me a half-nude photo of himself, but he completely ignored me. Ailan's expression darkened. What sort of perverse comment is that? Requesting a man to send you nude photographs at midnight, and then daring to label me as hentai without a hint of shame? The furrow in Yukino's brow deepened noticeably. Classmate Sawamura, as a lady, you must not casually ask young men for nude pictures. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Faced with this series of unexpected developments, Ailan lamented his predicament. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards Kato Megumi, relieved to find her still embodying her usual tranquility. However, Kato's subsequent words abruptly shattered Ailan's daydream. Arari, do not be disheartened. Soon, when we arrive at the hot spring inn, you'll have the opportunity to gather inspiration. Ailan gently massaged his brow and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, now that everyone is present, let us set forth without delay. I am eager to test the abilities I recently acquired. Please, place your hands upon my shoulders. Chapter 92. The mantis stalks the cicada. Unbeknownst to the yellow sparrow underneath the snow, Yukino and the others rested their hands on Ailan's shoulders, gazing at him with expressions of bewilderment. Ailan smiled softly, extending her index finger to point at her forehead. The energy orb I left near the hotel should still be intact. Found it. With that, the teleportation was activated, and several individuals vanished from their original location. After a brief moment of dizziness, Lily was the first to open her eyes. Astonished by her surroundings, she exclaimed, wow, Hentai Ailan, what kind of ability is this? You've transported us directly to Hokkaido. This must be magic. Can you teach me? Well, this is a special ability known as teleportation, though it's not exactly magic. Your unfamiliarity with martial arts makes it quite challenging to master. Then you should teach me. I want to fly too. Lily gazed at Ailan with excitement. As a tech enthusiast, the allure of flight and teleportation was undeniable for her. Oh, that's not a problem. We can start with the basics, running 10 kilometers daily. 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, and 100 squats. While it might lead to exhaustion, these are fundamental exercises. We can later incorporate more intense activities, like digging with bare hands or being chased by a tiger. Hearing Ailan's enthusiastic monologue, Lily quickly interjected. I've suddenly realized that being a homebody suits me quite well. This does seem a bit beyond my capabilities. Haha. Next time, just take me flying. The group chattered animatedly as they arrived at the hotel Ailan had booked the previous day. The innkeeper looked apologetically at Ailan, saying, I'm sorry, sir. Due to a system malfunction, only one of the 2 rooms you reserved yesterday remains available. 1 room? Ailan was somewhat taken aback. While Lily's reaction appeared even more pronounced, her gaze imbued with profound meaning as she scrutinized Ailan. Noticing Lily's stare, Ailan shot her an incredulous look. The mightiest warrior race in the universe. A Saiyan, capable of such a thing? She exclaimed. Does the proprietor not have any other rooms available? There are so many of us. Money is not an issue. I truly regret to inform you that we have no vacancies, the proprietor replied apologetically. Unfortunately, it is the peak tourist season, and all nearby lodgings are fully booked. This room is ours. I have faith in you, Ailan, Kazuha Shiyu declared decisively. Particularly since they were utilizing her invitation coupon today. Yukino nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, Ailan is quite principled. I too find no fault in this. I concur as well, Kato Megumi added, prompting Lily to stomp her foot in frustration. What is this? I am in agreement too. Let us take this room. With that, she seized the room key from the proprietor's hand and briskly made her way toward the room. AI ran and the others followed suit, leaving only Shiyu Zayazuka lingering at the bar. Once she was assured that no one else was around, she leisurely began to speak. Uncle, thank you ever so much. Please, do not thank me. If your parents were to discover that I arranged for you to share a room with a boy, they would surely be furious with me. Fear not, for I shall certainly visit your grave every year, she replied. Today marks the first step in my life's great journey. I must take my leave now. With that, she strode lightly toward her room. This embodies the quintessential Japanese style. The room is modest in size, featuring a simple layout. One wall adorned with a closet, opposite it hangs traditional calligraphy and artwork, alongside a rather antiquated television set. Outside, a spacious corridor is furnished with several cushions for resting. Dear guests, this is your room. There are 2 sets of bedding in the closet. I shall bring the remaining items shortly. The innkeeper's daughter discreetly signaled to her cousin, having persuaded her father the night before to facilitate this arrangement. Shiyu Zayazuka's eyes sparkled. My dear sister, the next time you visit Tokyo, I shall take you to the amusement park. Thus, the 2 silently reached an understanding of sorts. The innkeeper's daughter then bowed slightly before departing the room. Let it be known, this is the boundary. Hentai Ailan is not allowed to cross it. You may only sleep in the corner of the closet. Lily employed her heavy suitcase as a barrier, hands on her hips, as she raised her right foot, clad in white stockings, to draw an imaginary line along the suitcase's placement. The corners of Ailan's eyes twitched incessantly. Is this corner, where I am unable to turn over, truly the place where I sleep beneath? Very well. Ailan chose to disregard her companion, advancing to the front and pulling open the sliding door of the porch. A sudden gust of warm wind swept into the room, causing the hanging wind chimes to sway gently and emit a melodious sound. The scenery here is truly breathtaking. Yukino Yukishita set down her backpack, captivated by the view outside. Before her lay an expansive meadow, and in the distance, several mountains, perpetually capped with snow, could be seen. The location chosen by Senior Kasumi no Oka is indeed splendid. The beauty of Hokkaido is undeniably remarkable. Ailan could not fathom the essence of beauty. It was already May, yet this vast expanse of grass was devoid of mosquitoes. She had grown weary of gazing at the snow-capped mountains in their icy splendor. Well then, let us return to admire the scenery later. Since we have arrived at this hot spring hotel, let us indulge in a soak first. Ailan, this place offers mixed bathing for families, said Shiyu Kasumi, slightly leaning towards Ailan, tilting her head as she playfully blinked at him, her voice laced with allure. Humph, you all go ahead and bathe. I shall remain here for a while. I will join you once you have finished. Ailan settled down cross-legged on the porch, his tail involuntarily erect. The reason he chose this position rather than kneeling was simply that sitting cross-legged felt more comfortable and relaxing. Upon witnessing this, Kasumigakaka Shia chuckled softly before leading Yukino Shida Yukino and others to the hot springs. As for Ailan, feeling somewhat bored, he took flight towards the snowy mountains, hoping to discover a suitable location for training. Half an hour later, he returned to the inn with a sense of exasperation. The place was utterly unfit for training, teeming with people. Was there truly such a large crowd traveling during the Golden Week? Upon entering his room, the subsequent scene left him momentarily stunned. Hey, have you finished bathing so soon? Where are the others? There's a ladies' area with a designated relaxation zone, but one must wear a yukata to enter. They have all gone ahead. As for me, Kato Megumi, clad in a pink yukata, furrowed her brow slightly, appearing somewhat troubled. Ailan. I seem to have encountered a bit of a problem. What is it? I'm not quite sure how to wear the yukata properly. It seems I've made an error, as there are always 2 extra ties around my waist that I cannot secure, then carefully examined Kato Megumi. Indeed, her attire appeared quite different from the girls he had previously encountered wearing yukatas. Perhaps you should seek Yukino's assistance in putting that on, he suggested. To be honest, I seem to be unable to walk at the moment. Kato Megumi rose to her feet, yet it was unclear how she had managed to don the garment. As the yukata constricted her legs, rendering her unable to take a step, it appeared that wearing a yukata for the first time truly required someone as help. With that, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said, if you wouldn't mind, Ailan, could you lend me a hand? Chapter 93, Kato Megumi's turn, huh? I'm not really sure how to do it either. Noticing Kato Megumi's troubled expression as she gazed at him, Ailan let out a resigned sigh. Well, let me check on my phone how this is supposed to be worn. With that, he pulled out his phone and began searching for tutorials, diligently studying the instructions. Ailan began to assist her in unfastening the belt around her waist. Keiko Kato was quite accommodating, even slowing her breathing significantly. Though her expression remained composed, Ailan could distinctly hear the rapid beating of her heart. She was still somewhat anxious. Observing Ailan's clumsy demeanor, Keiko inquired in a calm tone, Ailan, do you have confidence in helping me don the yukata? It should be manageable, shouldn't it? S. lips twitched slightly, and if one were to insist, he might be more adept at undressing than donning a yukata. After a while, he successfully untied the sash around his waist, gently pulling away the bindings that constrained her legs. Instantly liberated, moved her feet, but the motion was perhaps too vigorous. Coupled with the smoothness of her skin, her yukata unexpectedly slipped to the ground before she could react, revealing her bare form. S. mouth opened in surprise, her previously serene expression now adorned with a hint of astonishment. As the yukata was devoid of any undergarments, she found herself completely exposed before her. Her skin was remarkably fair, flawless, and radiated a milky sheen, her body proportioned harmoniously, although not as exaggerated as that of. Her figure was nonetheless far superior to that of many high school girls. Ailan was utterly stunned, even sensing a warmth beginning to bloom within her nasal cavity. Swallowed hard, her gaze instinctively drifting from her chest to her navel and then slightly lower. The posture was rather delicate. When her yukata slipped, she immediately reacted, but regrettably, she could not grasp it in time. Consequently, her hands instinctively shielded her lower body, and her legs naturally drew together. Even the usually composed felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, her eyes betraying a hint of distress, intermingled with shyness and confusion. She resembled a helpless little white rabbit, irresistibly alluring. I am truly sorry, it was unintentional. Ailan finally regained his composure and hastily took a step back, intending to turn around. However, at that moment, an unforeseen incident occurred. Lily's large box obstructed the center of the room, and as he retreated, he inadvertently tripped over it. While a martial artist typically possesses a steady stance, Aaron's heart was anything but calm in this instance. Thus, he found himself tilting dangerously backward. Ailan, be careful. Kato K, witnessing Aaron's imminent fall, was taken aback. Without a second thought for her exposed state, she reached out to grasp him. And then, Ailan's previously reclined posture transformed into a forward lean. With a thud, the two of them collapsed onto the bedding, their gazes locking in an intense exchange. Ailan could even see his reflection in Kato K's eyes. At that moment, his left hand pressed down on the hand Kato K used to grasp him, while his right hand cradled the back of her head, their noses nearly touching. The warm breath escaping Kato K tickled Ailan's nose, yet it was extraordinarily fragrant. It still bore that scent of locust blossoms. How utterly enchanting. In her heart, Ailan silently exclaimed, then quickly spoke up. I apologize, Kato, I accidentally. It's not your fault, Ailan, Kato K interrupted, gazing at his face, her heart racing even faster. She slightly turned her head, revealing her graceful neck. Ailan, could you please stand up? I'm sorry. Aaron pulled the pillow closer, placing it beneath Kato Megumi's head, just as she prepared to rise. A hurried sound of footsteps abruptly echoed from outside, accompanied by a distant female voice drawing nearer. Kato, why haven't you come over yet? That woman in the black stockings wants me to check on you. Is it Sawamura? Kato Megumi shifted slightly, a hint of panic flickering in her eyes. Still lay atop her, and she herself was in a state of undress. As was about to enter, the anxious disregarded her modesty. Using her foot to lift the blanket beside her, she pressed head against her chest, grasped the blanket with her left hand, and covered both of them, leaving only their heads exposed. Just as the blanket settled, the door swung open with a loud bang, and hurriedly entered. Upon hearing the noise, quickly turned to the side, attempting to raise the blanket with her shoulder to conceal the presence of two individuals beneath it. However, this maneuver proved quite uncomfortable for. The position was rather cramped, and his breathing became labored. As his breath escaped between the folds, felt an unprecedented sensation of ticklishness, her previously flushed cheeks now deepening in color. Fortunately, was a severe myope and had removed her contact lenses earlier while enjoying a hot spring. Thus, everything appeared blurred to her, and she had yet to notice anything amiss. Why are you lying in bed? Are you unwell? Inquired, her expression one of confusion. Nothing, I simply didn't rest well last night. I'm just catching up on sleep. I'll get up for dinner shortly. Is that so? Said, her skepticism evident. How could be wrapped up so tightly? Then she noticed a foot protruding from beneath the blanket. Suddenly, she seemed to grasp the situation. As a seasoned illustrator, she immediately recalled certain narrative tropes from her work. I see. Well, once you've rested, do come over. Casually approached the exposed leg, and then stepped down hard, grinding her foot a few times. Hentai, just you wait. At this moment, Ailan, cocooned in his blanket, was in utter distress. While the pain was undoubtedly negligible, given the defensive prowess of the Saiyans, the force exerted by Lily felt akin to an ant's bite. He found himself overwhelmed by the dual sensations of a pillow pressing down on his head and someone stepping on his leg. He truly could not endure it any longer. With a sudden slam of the door, Ailan promptly emerged from his blanket. Kato, I apologize, but I need a moment alone, he declared, making his way to the porch. As a powerful aura enveloped him, Ailan leapt into the sky. Meanwhile, Kato K slowly sat up, her complexion flushed, shielding her chest with the blanket as though she had just finished an intimate encounter. With a chuckle, she watched Ailan gradually ascend into the heavens above. Chapter 94. The persecution of Lily. Once more over an hour later, Ailan returned to the inn. He had utilized instantaneous movement to discover a deserted planet, leaving it utterly ravaged before making his way back. However, upon arriving at the inn, an unexpected sight greeted him. Ailan's eyes twitched in disbelief at the scene before him. You must have planned this together. Inside the room, Shiyu Kasumagakaka sat on the bedding, half of her patterned red yukata removed. Fortunately, Ailan did not glimpse anything inappropriate, as Shiyu was in the process of fastening her bra, her hands maneuvering behind her back to secure the clasp. The unexpected arrival of Ailan left Kasumagakaka, Shiwa, momentarily taken aback. Though her heart raced with anxiety, she managed to adorn her face with a teasing smile. However, before she could utter a word, Ailan had already stepped outside onto the porch and firmly closed the door behind her. Having learned from past mistakes, the Saiyan would not stumble in the same place twice. What a cliché narrative reminiscent of a harem romantic comedy. Aaron couldn't help but voice his frustration. I hope it won't be Yuki or Eri next. Just as he expressed his thoughts, the voice of Shiyu Kasa no Oka resonated from within the room. Aaron-kun, could you assist me with something? Assistance again? Aaron felt a twinge of reluctance. He had just lent a helping hand to Kato, and now he was being asked to aid her as well. Nevertheless, he cautiously inquired, Shiyu-senpai, what do you need my help with? At that moment, Shiyu Kasa no Oka blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Currently, her sole desire was for Aaron to fall in love with her. She was not yet prepared to take their relationship to a deeper level. Thus, when she encountered Aaron in her present state, she couldn't help but feel bashful. However, she genuinely required Aaron's assistance. Shiyu cast a troubled glance towards the porch. Brushing back her cascading hair, and softly said, "When you suddenly appeared before us, it startled me, causing the button on my back to become misaligned. I can't seem to unfasten it." As she spoke, she attempted to reach behind her with her right hand, but alas, she still failed to make contact. If it were Yuki or Eri, they might not have encountered such a predicament. For the discomfort of a tight bra is not something that a B79 cup size would typically experience. "Are you certain you want my help?" Aaron asked, uncertain. Shiyu, her cheeks flushed, replied, "Yes." In truth, she could have waited for Yukino Shida and the others to return to assist her. However, this unexpected event coincided too closely with Shiyu's original plans. It would be a shame not to take advantage of it. Apologies to the other 3 women. I shall ensure that Aaron Kuhn understands that a woman's worth is not solely defined by her intellect and beauty. Measurements also play a decisive role. With that thought in mind, Shiyu, her voice trembling, urged, "Please hurry and come in. This button is really uncomfortable for me." "All right," he acquiesced. Aaron let out a sigh before stepping into the room. Regarding the simple garment known as a bra, Aaron certainly did not need to consult online tutorials on his phone. He approached Shiyu Kasumigakaka from behind, awkwardly unfastening the clasp. "Please fasten it for me," Shiyu Kasumigakaka continued, her voice trembling even more. In truth, she was merely a master of bravado. When Ailan finally entered, her face was flushed to the point of almost bleeding. Ailan thought to herself. Having already untangled everything, she was indifferent to taking this final step. Just as she prepared to fasten it for her, a voice echoed from outside the room. "Mom, you need not worry about me. I'm merely traveling with my club members. It's perfectly safe." From where did this guardian arrive? Aaron silently lamented her miscalculation. How could the golden retriever return so swiftly? In the room, the expression on Kasumigakaka Shiyu's face grew grim as she listened to Iri Shirai's voice, estimating that she would be able to enter the room in just a few seconds. "Aaron Kuhn, you should hide for a moment." "Oh, what?" Just as Ailan was about to step out onto the porch, she was abruptly seized by Poem Yu of the Kasumigakaka. In that moment, she could no longer concern herself with the fact that her bra was left unfastened, allowing it to dangle loosely from her arms. Ailan stood there, utterly stunned. This was the second time. Poem Yu's gaze swiftly swept across the room, quickly honing in on the closet. She urged Ailan to move closer. "I apologize for putting you through this, Ailan," she said. "Please, just let me go out to the porch. There's no time." Aaron's suffocating protest was met with indifference by Kaza no Okashiyu, and he was ruthlessly shoved into the closet. However, this closet was rather cramped, failing to adequately conceal a Saiyan standing at a height of 180 centimeters. As he was forced in feet first, he became wedged against the sliding door, preventing it from closing entirely. Consequently, half of Aaron's face remained exposed. With a resigned sigh, Kaza no Okashiyu positioned her body to shield the visible part of Aaron. "This journey is fraught with troubles. Aaron Kuhn, please hang in there. I promise to make it up to you later." No sooner had she spoken than Inairi entered the room after finishing her phone call. Currently, Inairi sported a bun hairstyle and wore a pale yellow yukata, with traces of moisture lingering on her neck. "Kaza no Okashiyu, what are you doing by the closet?" "I am examining the structure of the room." The subsequent plot of the novel requires a more detailed description. Kaza no Okashiyu feigned calmness, contemplating how to send Inairi away. At that moment, Inairi retrieved her framed glasses from her large suitcase. "Oh, where's Aaron?" The mention of Aaron's name triggered Inairi's thoughts about the potential encounter between him and Kato moments earlier. She pouted in dissatisfaction and turned her gaze towards Kaza no Okashiyu. Yet, this time, she noticed something unusual. Ailan concealed herself behind Kasumigakaka Shiyu. Perhaps due to her previous anxiety, Shiyu did not entirely obscure Ailan, allowing the tips of her hair to be visible from Lily's perspective. After all, Ailan's hairstyle bore a striking resemblance to that of Tabble, the Saiyan. The hair atop Tabble's head is notoriously difficult to conceal. Shiyu averted her gaze slightly, speaking with a hint of unease. Where is Ailan Kuhn?" "To be honest, I am not quite sure." "Such a fade." Lily silently scoffed. But this was not the moment to expose them. Doing so would only serve to embarrass Ailan. "Just wait. I will certainly find an opportunity to be alone with Ailan. I will never relinquish him to you." Chapter 95. Miss Yukino Shida sat firmly at the finish line. As evening fell, the journey had only just begun. Ailan felt as though he was on the verge of being overwhelmed. He sat alone on the porch while inside. Yukino Shida, Yukino, and others were meticulously adjusting their yukatas. To his surprise, a fireworks festival was scheduled for today. Their timing for arriving was indeed impeccable. Inori, with her twin tails swaying, appeared quite exhilarated. Adorned in exquisite yukatas, they would attend the fireworks festival with their beloveds, engage in the celebratory activities, indulge in the festival's culinary delights, and, in the meantime, capture photographs for memories. It was simply perfect. Kasumigakaka Shiwa shot her a sidelong glance. How could it not be perfect? She had devoted an entire day to planning everything from the accommodations to the fireworks festival. If only she had found a way to venture out alone with Ailan, there would be no room for Inori's joy. With this thought, Kasumigakaka Shiwa let out a quiet sigh. After a moment, the door to the porch swung open. Behind the dazed Ailan, the voice of Yukino Shida, Yukino, resonated. Yamato-kun. Her tone was tinged with both shyness and a sense of ease, embodying the purity and beauty of youth flawlessly. Ailan turned her head, instantly captivated. Her long hair, cascading down to her waist, was elegantly secured with a pale blue butterfly-shaped hairpin. The pristine white yukata enveloped the young girl's form, adorned with blossoms of varying sizes in delicate shades of blue. Her fair feet were encased in immaculate foot covers, beneath which lay a pair of wooden sandals in a natural hue. Although this attire appeared simple, it somehow seemed particularly fitting for Yukino Shida. Noticing Ailan momentarily lost in thought, a faint blush graced Yukino's cool visage. Despite her shyness, she gazed at Ailan with anticipation and softly inquired, "What do you think of my outfit, Sarakuen?" "Beautiful. Honestly, I find it hard to look away." "Really?" The corners of Yukino's mouth lifted slightly. Sarakuen is always so direct, lacking in subtlety. However, I shall tentatively place my trust in Sarakuen's sense of aesthetics. Yukino swiftly turned around and made her way indoors, her smile growing brighter. Then, a voice echoed back, "Let us go together to the fireworks festival." "All right." Aaron stood up and followed her inside. As soon as he entered the room, 3 pairs of piercing eyes fixated on him. "Aaron-kun, how do you find my attire?" Shiyusaki turned around in front of him, her dark red yukata seemingly struggling to contain her youthful figure, leaving Aaron momentarily spellbound. He raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Shiyu-senpai, you look absolutely stunning today." Beside them, Yukino lowered her head and muttered, "Such a pig." "Aaron, you are particularly charming today as well." Upon hearing Aaron's compliment, Yukino's cheeks flushed crimson, and she retorted, "Humph, I've always been this adorable." Even without the flattery of hentai Aaron, that is an undeniable truth. After her haughty declaration, she hurriedly caught up with Yukino Shida Yukino, murmuring to herself as they walked away, "Truly, hentai Aaron knows how to charm the ladies. Best to leave quickly before I succumb to his sweet words." Aaron's gaze shifted to Kata Megumi. Although Megumi still maintained her usual demeanor of indifference, Aaron discerned a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. "Megumi, today you are far more captivating than those so-called heroines from video games." Despite being the last to offer a compliment, Aaron was more than willing to embrace the joy it brought her. Megumi spoke in a calm tone, and after she turned away, Aaron felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Nevertheless, her excitement grew for the game their club was developing, especially since Aaron had already been cast as the male lead. Whoosh! Bang! The dazzling fireworks soared into the sky, trailing long tails before bursting into a myriad of stars. The onlookers gazed upward, marveling at the splendid display. How boring. These are nowhere near as beautiful as the fireworks from a planet explosion, Aaron thought, taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching to flick her tail. Yukino Shida Yukino and Kasumigakaka Shiwa nestled closely beside Aaron, while Kata Megumi, slightly behind, momentarily flickered with emotion before returning to her tranquil state, her hand stealthily grasping Aaron's tail. As for Arari, her gaze was entirely absorbed by the fireworks above, rendering her unusually quiet. "How beautiful," Yukino Shida murmured, lost in the night sky. "It's rare to experience such an event, whether in Chiba or Tokyo." Aaron, hearing her voice, turned to look at Yukino Shida. The colors of the fireworks reflected upon her face, and amidst the flickering light, Yukino Shida exuded a hazy beauty. Ailan gazed at her quietly, momentarily lost in a daze, as his heart began to race involuntarily. How he wished to witness such breathtaking scenery again in the future. Yukino Shida Yukino remained oblivious to Ailan's expression, her attention wholly captivated by the fireworks. "No matter where you wish to see the sights, I shall accompany you." The words slipped from his lips uncontrollably, and Ailan instantly realized his folly, quickly turning his head away. Upon seeing Ailan revert to his awkward demeanor, Yukino stifled a soft laugh, then placed her hand upon his arm. Meanwhile, Kasumi ga Kakashiyu, not to be outdone, wrapped her arms around AI Ran's other arm and shot him a glare. Behind AI Ran, the gaze of Spencer Izumi finally fell upon the scene, and she felt as though she had consumed several lemons at once. How infuriating! How utterly vexing! Hentai AI Ran, gritting her teeth. Izumi pushed her way directly between AI Ran and Kasumi ga Kakashiya. Hentai AI Ran, I'm feeling a bit chilly. Would you lend me your coat for a moment? Oh, sure. AI Ran, without much thought, promptly removed her outer jacket and handed it to Ing Lily. At that moment, Ing Lily nodded in satisfaction. I am truly a genius, effortlessly persuading these two women to release Hentai AI Ran. Humph. Hentai AI Ran, you better be wary. Do not let me catch an opportunity. Chapter 96. The midnight intrusion of Ing Lily after the fireworks festival concluded, the group spent several more hours outdoors before returning to the second floor of the inn. I felt an unease about sharing a room with Hentai AI Ran, so I devised a plan. Perhaps we could find a thicker rope to bind him. Or perhaps administer some sedatives to ensure he would fall into a deep slumber, thus preventing Hentai AI Ran from transforming into a creature of desire in the middle of the night. Upon hearing Ing Lily's proposal, AI Ran looked at her as if she had seen a ghost. This girl must have read too many manga. Given that we chose to stay together with the Ape Lord, we ought to trust him. If Zaymu's classmate feels uneasy, she may sleep at the far end of the room while I rest beside the Ape Lord. Yukino firmly sided with AI Ran. The two had shared a year together in the world of ice and snow. If the Ape Lord harbored any ill intentions, perhaps only two of them would have returned from that realm. Contemplating this, an unexpected feeling of regret emerged within Yukino. Ing Lily flicked her twin tails. Even so, I refuse to sleep in the corner. I wish to rest near the wardrobe. It will facilitate my surveillance of Hentai AI Ran. I shall keep a vigilant watch over you. Kasumi ga Kakashiya let out a cold laugh. Surveillance of AI Ran? Are you monitoring him? Or merely seeking to commit theft under watchful eyes? Soon enough, the three began to bicker over their sleeping arrangements. Ultimately, it was Kato Megumi's voice that interrupted their squabble. Everyone, since we are here, why not engage in a game? The atmosphere is quite pleasant. Let us share ghost stories. Megumi's suggestion was indeed reasonable. With a spark of excitement, AI Ran promptly extinguished the lights in the room. Telling tales? That was her forte. The illustrious cosmic thief, AI Ran, was determined to weave a spine-chilling ghost story to frighten you all. Otherwise, the mischief of the day would be in vain. AI Ran, why have you turned off the lights? Inquired Ing Lily, clutching a pillow and shrinking her neck. Her cerulean eyes flickered with a pitiable glimmer in the darkness. That's precisely the point, to scare you. Today, are you not the guardian of the door? Aaron smirked mischievously and cleared his throat. Let me begin. I am quite adept at recounting ghost stories. With that, he illuminated his face with the glow of his phone, intentionally lowering his voice. Wait. Ing Lily interrupted hastily. Hentai Aaron, allow me a moment to prepare. Taking a deep breath, she patted her face and declared, I am ready now. Please proceed. All right then. I shall commence. Today, I will tell you the tale of a girl named Sadako. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Sadako. Aaron recognized early on that tales of ominous midnight bells and figures like Sadako had all but vanished from this world, which is precisely why he chose to narrate such a story. Indeed, merely 5 minutes later, Yukino leapt into his embrace. AI Ran unconsciously revealed a smile. 2 minutes later, Kasumi ga Kakashiyu was trembling as she lay on AI Ran's back. At that moment, AI Ran felt as if something was about to happen, and his smile gradually faded. Indeed, 2 minutes later, Kato Megumi wrapped AI Ran's arms around her chest, before he could fully relish that softness. Yukino and Kasumi ga Kakashiyu pinched him at the waist, one after the other. Oh, and there was Ari, who had already buried herself under the covers, covering her ears, even before Yukino leapt into AI Ran's embrace. Previously, there had been a slight awkwardness during the ghost story segment, but this minor discomfort did not hinder their ability to sleep together. After observing Yukino and the others snuggling under the covers, AI Ran retreated to her secluded corner, separated by boxes and a coffee table. This night, she found herself struggling to find solace in sleep. Aaron possessed an acute sense of smell, as the air in the room was imbued with a medley of delightful fragrances. After savoring their essence, Yukino swiftly succumbed to slumber, her daily routine perpetually adhering to an unwavering rhythm. Kasumiga Kakashiya and Katame Gumi, however, remained restless, tossing and turning in their beds. The most exaggerated of them all was Inariri, who had cocooned herself within the blankets, trembling as if beset by a chill. This girl truly lacked resilience. Before long, drowsiness enveloped her, and Aaron gradually drifted into a dreamlike state. As time passed, in the dead of night, Inariri, feeling parched from the cool air of the air conditioner, rose from her bed, groggily making her way to the coffee table to pour herself a glass of water. She gulped it down eagerly. After quenching her thirst, she battled her fatigue, navigating her way back to her sleeping quarters in the dark, only to inadvertently pull aside Aaron's blanket. The warmth within the bed elicited a soft, contented sigh from her lips. Ailan was unaware of anyone entering. She simply felt a chill and instinctively pulled the blanket closer around herself. At that moment, Lily furrowed her brow, sensing the coldness. However, there seemed to be an exceptionally warm presence beside her. Turning slightly, Lily nestled her face against Ailan's chest and drifted off to sleep contentedly. As dawn approached, Lily found herself in a dream. In this dream, she and Ailan had been in love for a year and were married on the day of their graduation. At the moment he placed the wedding ring on her finger, Lily blushed and rose on her tiptoes, offering her cherry lips to him. Suddenly, the dream became hazy. Lily's eyes fluttered open, appearing to awaken, yet she remained enveloped in the remnants of her dream, gazing at the familiar visage of Ailan so close. She instinctively kissed him again. In her daze, Ailan felt an unexpected warmth on his lips, and in an instant, he was jolted awake. As he opened his eyes, he found himself staring into the rosy face of Lily, who seemed to have also regained her senses. She wrapped her arms around Ailan's waist, seemingly brushing against him. Their gazes locked, and Lily instinctively felt the urge to scream. Aaron swiftly covered her mouth. "Calm down, Lily. This is my bed. If you make any noise here, we truly would be beyond redemption." Noticing Lily slowly nodding, Aaron finally exhaled in relief and gradually removed her hand, causing Lily's face to flush even deeper. Suddenly, she shot a fierce glare at Aaron. "It's all your fault. Hentai Aaron." With that thought, Lily revealed her two sharp canine teeth and bit down on Aaron's lips. Ailan was utterly stunned. "Lily, are you truly so malevolent? Are your parents aware of this?" Chapter 97. Keiko Kato officially joins the fray on the final day of Golden Week. 2 moving trucks were stationed beneath the apartment. Tomorrow marked the commencement of a new school term, and the Yukino-Shida family had arranged an apartment for Yukino-Shida near Shuchian Academy. Naturally, Ailan had also relocated to the vicinity. However, due to the absence of other residences around the apartment, Ailan rented a villa approximately a kilometer away from Yukino's new home. The previous owner of the villa had established a karate dojo, thus the property boasted a rather spacious training area, which delighted Ailan, despite the fact that it seemed to already have a tenant. However, it was said that the occupant was a working professional who left early and returned late, a situation Ailan found acceptable. The labor of moving was entirely shouldered by Ailan, as he was unwilling to wait for the slow pace of movers well into their 50s. He merely required the workers to neatly stack the items onto the truck. Yukino-Shida was directing from below, her gaze turning vigilant whenever someone brushed against her Mr. Pan figurines. "I told you, Ailan's physique is particularly suited for delivering packages. Just look at his muscular build." Lily stood on the balcony of the 15th floor, her eyes fixated on Ailan, her tone laced with excitement. Shiyu Kasumigakaka shot her a glance. "Are you no longer trying to hide it? Be careful, your drool is about to fall." "Humph. So what? I simply crave his physique." "Heh." Shiyu Kasumigakaka, annoyed, shook her legs and chose to ignore the love-struck Lily. Just a golden retriever, hardly a threat. Even if a roasted duck were placed before Lily, her skills could resurrect it and make it fly away. Her focus then shifted to Keiko Kato, who stood not far away, her hands clasped before her chest, gazing intently at Ailan. This woman was the most formidable rival, her danger surpassing even that of Yukino-Shida. Shiyu Kasumigakaka's sixth sense as a woman continually warned her. Feigning casualness, she approached Keiko Kato and asked nonchalantly, "Kato-san?" Keiko Kato raised an eyebrow slightly, indicating she was listening. Shiyu Kasumigakaka closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, all hesitation had dissipated. Some matters required face-to-face confirmation. Now that Ailan was already with Yukino, although his relationship with Shiyu had been steadily improving due to her proactive efforts, It was essential to eliminate potential rivals. One adversary was sufficient, and that was Yukino Shida. What are your thoughts on AI Ranku and Kato-san? As Kato's pupils constricted, her fingers moved away from her chest, and she methodically arranged her hair. A glimmer of light flickered in her usually indifferent eyes. This inquiry is rather broad. Perhaps if you could narrow it down, I might be able to provide a response that would satisfy you. A satisfactory answer? It seems that Kato herself would not be able to fulfill that expectation. Shiyu Kazunoko, keenly perceptive, noticed Kato's recent peculiarity, and it became evident that some questions no longer warranted further exploration. What should follow is a proactive approach. Kato, you are aware of my fondness for Aaron-kun, and naturally, Yukino Shida, who has always been by his side, shares the same sentiment. Indeed, when Kazunoko and Yukino Shida see Aaron, an unmistakable glimmer of intrigue manifests in their gazes. Particularly now, Kazunoko is markedly different from the person I first encountered. A smile unconsciously graced Shiyu's lips, as if reminiscing. All these transformations stem from Aaron-kun. Without him, I would have perished twice over. Of course, my feelings for Aaron-kun are not born of mere gratitude. Rather, it is the tranquility I find in his presence that envelopes me, allowing all my yearnings to gravitate towards him. For us women, a sense of security is paramount. Is that so? Kato's tone remained unperturbed, even as Kazunoko spoke of her affection for Aaron. This unwavering demeanor left Kazunoko astonished. When did Kato develop feelings for Aaron-kun? I am genuinely curious, as it seems your interactions are rather limited. It was during that first retreat at Aaron's residence. Kato responded without hesitation, as if she had never doubted her feelings for him. Although our initial encounter was at a CAF, when I returned to Aaron's home days later, he still remembered my name and noticed my movements. Such attentiveness had never graced my life in the preceding 16 years. He is indeed a uniquely significant presence to me. At this juncture, Kato paused and added, of course, that was merely the initial reason for my interest. Many subsequent events gradually convinced me that I had developed feelings for him. The emotion of love is seldom instantaneous. It requires a process, albeit that process might only span a few days. Kato's ability is truly remarkable, akin to that invisible girl in the manga. No one else perceives her, save for the one destined to acknowledge her existence. Kazunoko chuckled. At that moment, a gentle breeze caressed the shoulder-length hair of Kato Megumi, revealing a serene smile upon her face. Thus, Kasumigakaka Shiyu endeavored to seize the conversational reins between the two. Initially, I had inquired about Kato's opinion on Aaron-kun. Has she now formed an answer? Indeed, she has. Kato Megumi grasped her shoulder-length hair, recalling that during their travels, Aaron seemed to have made a passing remark. Megumi, if you were to grow your hair long, you would undoubtedly become the center of attention, the leading lady. Moreover, at that time, both Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Yukino Shida were present. Since it was merely Aaron's offhand comment, the matter did not attract much attention from anyone. Reflecting on this, her smile blossomed even more radiantly. I believe I shall continue to let my hair grow. Is this answer satisfactory to you, Shiyu-senpai? I understand. Kasumigakaka Shiyu sighed inwardly. As expected, her intuition proved correct. Yet another competitor had emerged. Chapter 98, The Reappearance of the Dragon Ball Host. Finally, they had arrived at their new home. Ailan pushed open the grand door of the residence. Kashiwagi Poem, Sakamoto Eriri, and Kata Megumi were gazing curiously at the estate before them. Their visit today was primarily to familiarize themselves with the surroundings, as Ailan would be residing in Tokyo from now on, allowing them to visit her daily. Yukino Shida did not accompany them, as she was occupied with arranging her new abode. However, she was not overly concerned. The distance was not great, and she would have ample time to spend with Ailan. Kata Megumi donned a pink apron and remarked, Ailan is rather inept at tidying up, so I shall take charge along with Senior Kashiwagi. You merely need to move your luggage into the hallway. Aaron expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, Hui, you all have truly been a tremendous help. Upon hearing this, Kato Hui revealed a faint smile. However, beside them, Lily furrowed her brow and kicked Aaron's calf, exclaiming, Hentai Aaron, I can help too. Give me an apron. What? You can actually tidy up the house? Aaron looked at her with skepticism. Huh? I aspire to be a perfect young lady. Don't underestimate me. With that, she clumsily donned the apron. Yet, within mere seconds, a troubled expression crossed her face. Turning to Kasumigakaka Shiyu, she asked, could you assist me? I seem to be unable to reach the strap at the back. Kasumigakaka Shiyu sighed. Placing a hand on her forehead, I think it would be best if you refrain from causing any more trouble. Hey, are you underestimating me too, you black-clad hefty woman? Observing Ing Lily's fearless demeanor, Kasumigakaka Shiyu shrugged. All right, I'll tie it for you. But do keep in mind that there are many fragile porcelain items belonging to Aaron-kun. Please do not break them. Humph, am I really that careless? Witnessing this scene, Aaron's eyes twitched as an ominous premonition suddenly surfaced in her mind. However, sensing Lily was acting out of goodwill, it would be better not to dampen her enthusiasm. Indeed, as Aaron moved the second box into the corridor, a series of shattering sounds echoed from within the room. Immediately after, Ing Lily's anxious voice rang out. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Hey, you pretender of a young lady, it would be best if you stepped aside and didn't cause further trouble for me and Kato, came Kasumigakaka Shiyu's voice. Aaron, still standing in the corridor, couldn't help but smirk. It seemed her premonition had been confirmed. Once again, she stepped outside. Ailan noticed a woman in formal attire, with flowing cherry blossom-colored hair, lingering at the entrance. Hello, is there something I can assist you with? Aaron greeted the woman. Oh, I reside here. Are you the new tenant that the landlord mentioned? Aaron observed the confusion and wariness etched upon her face, and thus introduced herself. Greetings, I am Aaron, a former student of Zhongwu High School. I will be studying at Ziyuan for 1 year, so I shall reside here during this period. The woman with cherry blossom-colored hair looked at Aaron in surprise before swiftly regaining her composure. Hello, I am Tongsu Matoy, but you will need to address me as Teacher Tongsu from now on. I am a history teacher for the 2nd year at Ziyuan. Aaron, to my astonishment, it turns out that I am residing under the same roof as none other than my own teacher. Moreover, he happens to be the instructor of the subject I struggle with the most. Even the formidable Saiyans possess their own vulnerabilities. For instance, Kakarot harbors a fear of needles, while Vegeta is unsettled by slippery creatures, particularly worms. As for Aaron, his trepidation lies in the realm of reading. Upon hearing about the profession of Takusofu Yuki, a primal urge surged within me to make a hasty exit. If all else fails, perhaps I should consider relocating. How can one possibly find peace in slumber while sharing a dwelling with a teacher? Ailan pondered quietly. Suddenly, he detected a peculiar aura emanating from Matsukusa Fuyuki. Is this the sensation of a Dragon Ball? Remarkably, there are 3 hosts of Dragon Balls within Shuji Academy. Aaron's expression fluctuated between light and shadow. The locations of 4 Dragon Balls had now been confirmed, yet the subsequent tasks appeared utterly insurmountable. The 4-star ball resided with Yukino's sister, Yuki, while the 5-star ball was in the possession of Anna Kinomoto, the president of the Shuchian Academy Student Council. The 6-star ball belonged to Kagaya Shinomiya, the vice president of the same council. Aaron had encountered both of these individuals just days prior. Anna Kinomoto struck one as the quintessential gentlewoman. Although Aaron was well acquainted with her name, the specifics eluded him. As for Kagaya Shinomiya, the recollection of her frigid gaze sent a wave of discomfort through him. Already overwhelmed, Aaron now discovered yet another Dragon Ball linked to this history teacher. At that moment, he yearned to submit his resignation to Kane, though he doubted it would be readily accepted. With the revelation of Aaron's identity, Matoy Fuyuki swiftly resumed her role as an educator, her expression filled with concern as she regarded her troubled student. Are you all right? You appear unwell. I'm fine, Ms. Matoy. I still need to move this luggage to the corridor. My companions are assisting me with the packing, so there may be some noise. Please bear with me. With that, Aaron hoisted a large suitcase and hurried towards the corridor, eager to avoid prolonged conversation with the teacher. Companions? Matoy Fuyuki pondered, her gaze drifting into the room, where she spotted Shiyukaza no Oka and her friends diligently tidying up. Redirecting her attention back to Aaron, she quickly formed her assessment. The students residing under the same roof indicated that the situation was manageable. The willingness of 3 young ladies to assist him suggested that he possessed a certain charm in dealing with women and likely had commendable character. The ability to lift such a hefty package alone implied that Aaron was physically capable. At that moment, Matoy Fuyuki's perception of Aaron shifted. A male student embodying these 3 traits would be the ideal candidate for the student council's general affairs. The principal had entrusted her with the task of correcting Anna Kinomoto, and she had unexpectedly found a suitable candidate in no time. Observing Aaron engaged in conversation with Shiyukaza no Oka and her companions, Matoy Fuyuki contemplated her decision. It was settled. Aaron, you have been appointed as the General Affairs Officer of this year's Student Council. Chapter 99. Kei Saka Mafuyu. After tidying up the room, Shiyukaza no Oka crossed her arms and gazed at Aaron with an enigmatic expression. Oh, So, Aaron-kun, you will be living under the same roof as a mature woman with cherry blossom-colored hair? As she spoke, Kaza no Oka's gaze grew increasingly menacing, and even the bystander, Iri Ebisuzawa, revealed a toothy grin directed at Aaron. She had just sneaked a peek at Kei Sakamafuyu. That figure, there was no way she could ever attain such form. Not even from a genetic standpoint. What am I thinking? Kei Saka-sensei is likely to be my history teacher from now on. Aaron rubbed his temples in distress. Now that he had confirmed the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, he could not allow Tongshu Zhendong to vanish from his sight, even if that person was his most dreaded teacher. At that moment, Kato Kei sauntered out of the kitchen, a few beads of sweat adorning her nose. Since she was Aaron's teacher and shared the same roof, it would be prudent for Aaron to invite her to join for a meal. Lunch would be ready shortly. Preparing a meal substantial enough to satisfy a Saiyan was no small feat. Ailan could distinctly sense the heightened urgency in Kato Megumi's demeanor. However, Kato's current posture instinctively suggested that she was the mistress of the house, commanding her husband to invite the neighbors over for dinner. TSK, Kasumigakaka Shiwa frowned slightly. It appeared that the old woman need not fret. Kato posed the greater threat. Very well, I shall invite teacher Kurisu. Thank you for your efforts, Megumi. It's no trouble. Ailan has been quite helpful to us as well. Upon arriving at Kurisu Mafuyu's residence, Ailan knocked on the door. Teacher Kurisu, are you there? A flustered voice came from within. I'm here, Ailan. Please wait a moment. Following this, a cacophony of sounds ensued. After a brief interval, Kurisu Mafuyu opened the door just wide enough for her to slip through. Ailan peered through the narrow crack into the dimly lit room, shrouded in darkness. Nothing was discernible, but this was the lair of the teacher. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. At that moment, Tadu Matoy stood before Ailan, her expression still grave, yet a flicker of unease danced within the depths of her eyes. Ailan, is there something you wish to discuss with the teacher? She inquired. I intended to invite teacher Tadu to join me for lunch, as we will be neighbors for the coming year. Tadu Matoy shook her head, prepared to decline, believing it essential to maintain a certain distance from her students to uphold the dignity of her role. Just then, a small creature suddenly emerged from the crevice of the door. Aaron's gaze was immediately drawn to a peculiar sight. What is this? She exclaimed, upon hearing Aaron's voice. Tongshu Zhendong followed her gaze to the ground. A cockroach. Tongshu Zhendong promptly leaped up, her face turning pale as she dove into Aaron's embrace, her trembling fingers pointing at the floor, too terrified to even glance at it. A cockroach. At that moment, Ailan finally discerned the dark object on the ground. Just as she was about to step on it, she suddenly sensed a chill emanating from behind her. Oh, so this is Ailan's history teacher. It is surprising how quickly their relationship has developed after just one meeting. Kaza no Oka Shiyu's face began to manifest a shadowy aura, causing Ailan to shiver involuntarily. Teacher, please let go. Touching like that could be fatal. It turned out that the teacher had a fear of cockroaches. Upon witnessing Ailan raise her hands in surrender, Kaza no Oka Shiyu displayed a resigned expression, quickly analyzing the situation, and the chilling aura gradually dissipated. However, a cockroach that had already emerged suddenly crawled towards Tukamaki Fuyu, its wriggling antennae startling her once more. She clutched Ailan's neck tightly, her legs wrapped firmly around his waist. This is dreadful. Teacher, you've touched something you shouldn't have. Era's heart echoed with a series of lamentations. With a swift motion, Bee from the Hill of Haze retrieved a small booklet from her bag, rolled it up, and struck down upon the cockroach. Subsequently, she grasped the nape of Matoy's collar and hoisted her up. Teacher, it is now safe. Why do you not promptly release Era? Ailan sat alone in the corner of the dining table, his expression rigid, with both hands pressed firmly on his knees, resembling a student awaiting reprimand. This demeanor was not solely due to the penetrating gaze of Kaza no Okapoemyu, whose countenance was decidedly unfriendly. More significantly, in the presence of a teacher, even the formidable strength of a Saiyan seemed to dissipate completely. Furthermore, the recent events weighed heavily upon him. Kato K placed the last dish on the table. A serene smile gracing her face. The meal is complete. To cater to Ailan, I even fried a multitude of chicken wings. Miss Kusu need not stand on ceremony. With that, she took her seat beside the upright and tense Ailan. Kusu Mafuyu endeavored to maintain her icy teacher persona. Were you all students from Subuhai before? I do not recall seeing you at Shuchian. No, we are from Toyanoki High School. With an outsider present, Inairi resumed her act of demure femininity. Kusu Mafuyu regarded them with a look of confusion. So, You are not from the same school? How did you come to know one another? Kato K replied calmly, although we are not from the same school. We formed a gaming dojin circle, and Ailan is our male protagonist. Your male protagonist? Kusu Mafuyu exclaimed, her surprise evident. She had never engaged with games and was entirely unfamiliar with the world of anime. However, she grasped the implication of the term male protagonist. Could it be that Ailan had simultaneously taken on 3 girlfriends? The thought of their evening activities. Ahem, at this point. Kusumafuyu felt a fleeting flush of crimson on her cheeks, which disappeared almost instantly. Impure. How can high school students be so unrefined? Ailan, who found himself entangled in such impure interactions with the opposite sex, was in need of correction, and the teacher felt it was her duty to rectify his course. She turned her serious gaze upon him. Ailan. Yes. Ailan instinctively stood at attention. Due to the merger of the 2 schools, the administration intended to create an additional position in the Student Council for General Affairs, and I wish to recommend you. At this point, Kusumafuyu silently nodded in her mind. The morally upright Student Council President, Anna, would surely influence Ailan's impure worldview positively. Under the teacher's supervision, he might even teach Anna Kinemori how to interact with the opposite sex. Perfect. Chapter 100. Nothing is ever coincidental. The following morning, Aaron walked towards Shichien Academy. As usual, accompanied by Yukino Shida Yukino. Since all the students had been transferred to Shichien, the class had not been reorganized. Yesterday, Aaron ultimately accepted the invitation from Kirigaya Mafuyu. After all, there were indeed 2 Dragon Balls within that student council. Suddenly, Aaron turned abruptly. Upon stepping outside, he felt an intense gaze fixated upon him. Yet, for reasons unknown, he could not discern the specific aura. It was as if all of this was merely a figment of his imagination. Observing Aaron's peculiar behavior, Yukino Shida Yukino inquired, Ningenkuen, why do you appear so paranoid today? Aaron's thoughts were pulled back by the voice of Yukino Shida Yukino. After pondering for a moment, he remarked, it must be my imagination. Ever since I arrived in Tokyo, I have had the persistent feeling that someone is watching me. As he spoke, Aaron suddenly recalled the invitation from Kurosaki Mafuyu the previous day. In fact, my current neighbor is our new history teacher. She invited me to join the student council at Shichien yesterday. Isn't that splendid? I also hope that Sarakuen can interact with more people. What about our club activities? Aaron asked, having previously inquired with Hiratsuka Shizuka. He learned that during his time at Shichien, all club activities at Sobu High would be halted. However, he could choose to join a club at Shichien or apply to establish a new club through the student council. I see, Aaron mused, stroking his chin. Is Yukino planning to re-establish the service club? Yukino Shida Yukino nodded affirmatively. Indeed, my aspirations have never wavered, whether at Sobu High or Shichien. Then I shall become the first member once again. Whatever you choose to do, I will accompany you. Yukino's cheeks flushed slightly. Sarakuen occasionally uttered words that rendered one bashful. Several kilometers away, atop a certain building, Seiki Kusuwa was employing his clairvoyance to surveil Aaron. Following his prophetic dream, Seiki commenced his investigation, discovering that, aside from Aaron, there were several women in this world exuding a peculiar aura. Moreover, this aura was identical to that of the 2 monsters that had appeared before the Golden Week. Thus, he set his plans into motion. He first observed Anna Kinemoto and Shikigami Kagaya and was astonished to find that they attended the same school and belonged to the student council. Through his observations of Kurosaki Mafuyu, he learned that the student council at Shichien required a general affairs officer. With this knowledge, the subsequent actions became straightforward. Utilizing his supernatural abilities, he rendered all the houses surrounding Yukino Shida, Yukino's new residence, as rented out. Then, he employed his powers to ensure that Kurosaki Mafuyu's landlord was dispatched on a business trip to Siberia. Finally, during Kurosaki Mafuyu's first encounter with Ailan, he subtly influenced her thoughts, suggesting that this man would be well suited for the role of general affairs officer in the student council. After several maneuvers, aside from the woman who had already entered university, all remaining dangerous individuals were gathered together by Seiki Kusawa. This alien's wariness is exceedingly high. I have already employed both the barrier and my own invisibility skills, yet he still perceives the anomaly? However, aside from the woman who has already entered university, all those imbued with an unusual aura have gathered together. As for that woman, I shall devise a plan at a later time. After all, their congregation facilitates my subsequent surveillance, allowing me to react promptly in the event of any unforeseen circumstances. Yet, this extraterrestrial being named Ailan does not appear to be particularly malevolent. why then would she seek to annihilate Earth? In the next moment, Kiki Natsuo vanished from sight. On the first day of the academic term following the Golden Week, despite the change in schools, Ailan found little difference. If one were to insist on a distinction, it might be that the desk before her seemed far more luxurious than the ones at SBU High. Crafted entirely from solid wood, it exuded the essence of nature, making it a perfect spot for a restful slumber. After school, Ailan was escorted to the student council room's entrance by Kei-suk Matoi. Knock, knock, knock. Please come in. With the voice of Anna Kinemori echoing from within the student council, Ailan and Kei-suk stepped inside, one after the other. Upon entering, Ailan discovered Anna Kinemori seated behind a desk, diligently attending to documents. Meanwhile, Kagaya Shinomiya was preparing tea beside the cupboard. On the sofa sat a girl with soft pink hair, eagerly engrossed in studying the cards in her hand. Ailan was aware of her name, the student council secretary, Chika Fujiwara. Good afternoon, Teacher Kurisu. Anna Kinemoto stood up and greeted Teacher Kurisu Mafuyu with a bow and a smile. Kagaya Shinomiya also glanced over and nodded at Teacher Kurisu Mafuyu, saying, "Greetings, Teacher Kurisu." After that, she directed her full attention back to the tea set in her hands, exuding an aura that seemed to discourage any unwelcome approach. Chika Fujiwara bounced over to Teacher Kurisu Mafuyu and took her hand, exclaiming, "Mafuyu, you're here at the student council? Shall we play some games together?" Teacher Kurisu Mafuyu subtly stepped back, as she was not particularly adept at engaging with the exuberant personality of Fujiwara. "No, Fujiwara-san, the teacher has other matters to attend to. However, as a member of the student council, you should not be overly absorbed in games. Your studies are of utmost importance." Mafuyu is always so stern," Fujiwara replied. "At school, please refer to me as Teacher Kurisu." Understood, Mafuyu. I will remember next time." Observing Fujiwara's lively demeanor, Teacher Kurisu Mafuyu helplessly rubbed her forehead and then patted Ailan on the shoulder. "This is Ailan, a student from Suba High. Yesterday, I invited him to join the student council as the general affairs officer. Anna, you two can chat for now. I must return to grading papers. If you need anything, feel free to come to my office." "All right, Teacher Kurisu." After giving her instructions to Anna Kinemoto, Teacher Kurisu Mafuyu turned and left the student council room, allowing the space to be filled by the students. At that moment, Kagaya Shinomiya served the brewed black tea to Ailan, and then offered a cup to Anna Kinemoto and Chika Fujiwara. After completing these gestures, she quietly retreated behind Anna Kinemoto, remaining utterly silent throughout. Witnessing this scene, Anna Kinemoto offered Ailan an apologetic smile and said, "I apologize, Ailan. Kagaya is just a bit shy, but the black tea she made is truly delightful. Would you like to try some?" Chapter 101. Something seems off with Anna Kinemoto. Aaron settled onto the sofa, lifting the cup to his lips and taking a delicate sip. Something feels amiss. Under the tutelage of Yukino, he had become, albeit reluctantly, a semi-expert in black tea. Yukino's brews always imparted a refreshing essence that lingered in the heart. However, the cup before him, while undoubtedly crafted with finesse by Kagaya Shinomiya, evoked no such sensations. As the tea slipped down his throat and settled in his stomach, all that remained was a faint bitterness. This acrid taste caused Aaron to furrow his brow involuntarily. At that moment, Kagaya's voice pierced the silence. Though it was merely a mundane inquiry, it resonated with an icy tone. "Is something the matter, Aaron? It seems my tea does not suit your palate." "No, Vice President Shinomiya's black tea is quite commendable. It's just what? It feels rather conventional." Lacking any vibrancy as he spoke, Aaron suddenly realized that it was impolite to critique others so harshly upon their first meeting. "Is that so?" Kagaya murmured softly, then fell silent. Observing this exchange, Anna Kinemoto interjected to ease the tension. She narrowed her eyes and chuckled lightly, saying, "Since Aaron is introduced by Teacher Kurosaki." Then with that, she rose, taking a step back while nodding at Aaron. "Welcome to the student council, Aaron. Let us get along well from now on." "Thank you." Ailan nodded, though he had yet to recall specific details about the Anna-Jean Palace. The young lady before him indeed left a pleasant impression. Her etiquette was impeccable, maintaining a respectful distance while being both considerate and approachable, devoid of any arrogance typical of those from affluent families. Even when she smiled, she would delicately cover her mouth with her hand, exuding an air of refined grace. While Saiyan aesthetics often favored formidable women, Ailan found no aversion to this Anna-Jean Palace. At least in his eyes, This well-mannered young lady could easily be regarded as a friend of the opposite sex. However, when comparing her to a certain girl with twin ponytails masquerading as a lady, it seemed futile. The two were simply incomparable. Fujiwara Chika examined Ailan with palpable enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Our student council has finally welcomed a boy. By the way, Ailan, would you like to join us for a card game? It's incredibly fun and a recent invention of our club." Yet, before Ailan could respond, Shiguma Kagaya interjected, "Fujiwara, you received numerous club applications from the students of TBU High this morning, and we should prepare to inspect the club rooms now. This is not the time for leisure. Let us go." "Ah? Why so stingy, Kagaya-chan?" Fujiwara pouted, but as she approached Ailan, Shiguma Kagaya offered him a slight nod before striding out of the student council room. "Goodbye, Ailan. We shall converse again next time." Despite her reluctance, Fujiwara skipped after her. As the two departed, the student council fell into a tranquil silence once more. Anna Jean Palace resumed her seat, attending to the documents at hand, and remarked, "I apologize. Shiguma is quite serious about her responsibilities, hence her demeanor." "That's quite all right," Ailan replied, indicating his indifference before inquiring, "President, what tasks will I be expected to undertake after joining the student council?" Anna Jean Palace took a sip of tea, her smile softening as she explained, "Primarily, you will be responsible for managing the equipment and facilities of various clubs. Naturally, during large events, the workload may increase. In simpler terms, it was essentially a role of miscellaneous duties." In her heart, Ailan established the most straightforward definition of this job. It is a fundamental quality of a corporate worker. Noticing Ailan's silence, Anna Jinzagong assumed his dissatisfaction with the position and added, "In truth, this work is not overly complicated. Many tasks do not require direct involvement. The club president manages this aspect, organizing daily activities while overseeing the equipment of various clubs. Our role is merely to liaise with them, understanding what they need to supplement. Only after they submit their funding applications do we step in to address their requests." Anna Jinzagong's clear explanation was easily comprehensible, prompting Ailan to nod in understanding after a single listening. "I see now. That seems to be the essence of it. However, merely discussing it verbally cannot encompass all the responsibilities of the administration. I will retrieve a written student council work guide for you, Ailan, to assist you in your duties." With that, Anna Jinzagong approached a nearby filing cabinet, opened the door, and stretched on her toes to reach for the folder resting on the top shelf. Observing her struggle, Ailan rose and offered, "Allow me to assist you, President." No. It is unnecessary to trouble you for such a trivial matter. This is all part of the student president's responsibilities," Anna Jinzagong exclaimed, managing to grasp the folder after a small leap. However, from Ailan's vantage point, he noticed a potted cactus perched atop the folder, adorned in a clownish guise, with an array of vibrant colors. Who would so carelessly place that there? He pondered, just as the potted cactus tilted dangerously, poised to topple onto her head. Aaron's gaze sharpened as she swiftly approached Anna Jin's palace, encircling Anna's shoulders with one arm and drawing her closer, while her other hand securely cradled the pot of the cactus. However, the unsteady Anna Jin entirely slipped from Aaron's embrace. A peculiar sensation surged from the depths of her heart, swiftly radiating throughout her body. Anna Jin, her complexion flushed, tilted her head back and gasped for breath uncontrollably, only to collapse forward again, as if drained of all her strength. Aaron hastily helped Anna Jinzagong to regain her composure and swiftly retreated a step. Unlike the fragrance she had detected from Yukino and the others beneath the snow, Anna Jinzagong exuded a subtle scent of roses. "Are you all right, President?" I'm fine." Anna Jinzagong slumped in her seat, gasping for breath, her legs instinctively drawing together. Observing her state, Aaron merely assumed she had been startled and paid little heed to it. "President, it is quite late already. I will take this document home to study, and I shall arrive punctually at the student council room tomorrow." "All right, okay." Even now, Anna Jinzagong's emotions remained tumultuous. Chapter 102. The sudden appearance of the golden-haired underachiever as Aaron departed from the school. The sky had darkened considerably. With Yukino having returned home, Aaron found herself meandering along the path alone. As she turned a corner, she unexpectedly spotted a flash of golden hair as someone on a bicycle darted across from the opposite side of the road. "In Lily?" Aaron was somewhat taken aback. Today, Ing Lily had once again donned that peculiar green tracksuit, obscured much of her face with a hat, and sported thick glasses. Perhaps she believed that such a disguise was impeccable. However, amidst the normal attire of the passers-by on the street, her eccentric ensemble stood out even more conspicuously. Ailan shook her head in silence, contemplating for a moment before deciding to follow. After all, the night had fully descended, and it was inherently unsafe for a girl to be alone outside. The cycling did not last long. Lily furtively surveyed her surroundings like a thief before swiftly slipping into the bookstore. The shopkeeper, who was engrossed in flipping through a notebook, lifted his gaze. Noticing the girl who obscured her appearance with a hat and dressed rather shabbily, he nodded in acknowledgement. He then pointed directly to the innermost row of bookshelves. The new volumes were all located at the back, with Yuri titles on the bottom shelf, degradation-themed works in the middle, and BL titles on the top. Like a covert agent, Lily subtly nodded at him before discreetly making her way inside. Although to an outsider her actions bore an uncanny resemblance to those of a thief, the shopkeeper remained unfazed, continuing to peruse the notebook in his hands. It was evident that Lily was a regular patron. Despite their limited exchanges, certain preferences could be discerned through the simple acts of exchanging books and settling accounts. Such as her tastes. Shortly after Lily entered, Ailan appeared at the bookstore's entrance. He glanced at the pictures adorning the store before stepping inside. After a cursory examination, he noted that the bookstore was not very large, containing only 6 or 7 rows of shelves. Upon reaching the 3rd row, he was startled by Lily's gleeful chuckle. An involuntary shiver ran down his spine. It reminded him of the last time Lily had taken nude photographs of him, when she had laughed in precisely that manner. With a soft sigh, Ailan continued deeper into the store. Lily was already cradling a dozen books in her arms. Yet this was far from sufficient. She continued to browse, observing her entranced demeanor. Ailan chose not to disturb her and instead casually picked up a nearby notebook to glance at it. The author was credited as Hoshigaki Lily. Wasn't he this drawn by her? Ailan was instantly intrigued, and he proceeded to turn to the first page. However, after merely glancing at it, his face flushed with anger rather than embarrassment. The protagonist in this book bore an uncanny resemblance to him, sharing 7 distinctive traits. His upper body was exposed, and the wounds adorning it mirrored those on Ailan himself. To his astonishment, the protagonist was cradling a flat-chested princess Lily, clenching her teeth. Ailan let out a silent roar within her heart before forcefully coughing. Upon hearing this sound, Lily's expression changed dramatically. She did not turn around, but instinctively sought refuge behind the nearest bookshelf. Why on earth was hentai Ailan here? Lily found it hard to believe. This was her secret sanctuary, a place she had never imagined encountering Ailan in such a manner. Instantly, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Ailan gazed at Lily, who was frantically trying to escape, and couldn't help but chuckle. This girl, having hidden behind the bookshelf. Lily no longer heard Ailan's voice and thought she must have misheard. Phew, it seems I have indeed lost my senses. How could that hentai Ailan possibly be here? With a lingering sense of dread, she gently patted her chest and cautiously peeked out. However, just as she emerged from behind the bookshelf, she found Ailan staring at her with a mischievous grin. Ah, Lily instinctively exclaimed, but in an instant, she felt her mouth being covered, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, she was already pulled into Ailan's embrace. Ailan lowered his head and whispered softly in her ear, "What's the matter? Am I truly that terrifying? Besides, this is supposed to be a bookstore, isn't it? Why the sudden fright?" The warm breeze continuously caressed Lily's ear, causing her to weaken almost instantaneously. Her small face flushed so deeply it seemed as if it might bleed. She gazed at Ailan with a pitiful expression, prompting him to gradually ease her from his embrace. As Ailan prepared to withdraw his hand from beside Lily, he hesitated for a moment, then reminded her with an undertone of concern. "I'm going to take my hand away now, but please refrain from making a fuss." Lily nodded eagerly, inhaling the scent that lingered on Ailan, her legs nearly giving way beneath her. Observing her obedient demeanor, Ailan slowly released his hold. The moment she regained her freedom from Aaron's grasp, Lily quickly stepped back, gasping for breath. HM? Could it be that she was genuinely frightened? Is her courage truly so fragile? Innocently blinked at Lily. At that moment, Lily gradually regained her composure. She flashed a playful smile, revealing her sharp canine teeth. "Hentai Ailan, how dare you take liberties with me in public? Prepare to face the consequences." With that declaration, Lily charged towards Ailan, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. She secured herself before playfully nibbling at his neck. "Are you a dog?" Aaron sighed, then lifted Lily by the back of her collar. "Humph. Hentai Ailan. Put me down." I want to duel with you. A duel? Even if I stood still, you wouldn't be able to defeat me. Besides, I was worried to see you out here alone so late, so I came to check on you. Upon hearing Aaron's words, Lily's struggles gradually ceased, and an involuntary smile crept onto her lips, quickly suppressed. Tilting her head, she asked, "Were you really worried about me?" "Of course I was. What else would you think?" "Humph. Naturally, I thought I had encountered a hentai stalking an innocent girl in the dead of night." Though she spoke thus, Aaron could tell that Lily's mood had noticeably brightened. He gently set her down on the ground. "All right, I must be heading back now. You should return home early. The safety in Tokyo seems rather questionable." As soon as these words left his mouth, Lily immediately flared up. "Hentai Aaron, you are so ungentlemanly. If you know it's dangerous, you should escort me home." With that, she kicked at Aaron's calf. Chapter 103. Lily's boudoir before long. Aaron exited the bookstore with the blushing Lily. "Come on, I'll walk you back." "No, it's fine. My bicycle is over there." Lily shook her head frantically and pointed to her bicycle. After leaving the bookstore, her courage had seemingly dissipated completely. It is often said that repeated failures lead to exhaustion, and clearly, Lily's threshold for exhaustion was significantly lower than that of others. Aaron rolled his eyes at Lily and said, "All right, let me take you back." He took the numerous notebooks from Lily's hands and hung them on his bicycle. Pushing it forward, after a few steps, Aaron suddenly realized that Lily had not followed him. He turned around and said to the dazed Lily, "Come on, Miss Sawamura." "Humph, how unrefined of Aaron, not even waiting for me." With that, she skipped over to his side. "By the way, did you just sneak a peek at the sketches I made?" Aaron weakly nodded. "Yes, I've seen it. The artwork is commendable. But the female protagonist in the male lead's arm seems rather flat. Aaron, are you really that superficial? A girl's worth cannot be measured by mere flesh." Lily's tone was laced with frustration. It felt as though Aaron's words had struck a nerve. "Hey, at this intersection, shouldn't we turn? Hey, don't change the subject." After a playful exchange, Aaron and Lily finally arrived at their destination. "We're home." Lily took the bicycle from Aaron and breezily pushed open the door. "Aaron, tonight you finally displayed some gentlemanly demeanor. Thank you." Before she could finish her words, Sawamura Sayaka emerged from behind the door, seizing the conversation. With a teasing smile, she looked at the two who had returned together. "Oh my, so Lily didn't just go out to shop tonight, but also had a date with a boy. No wonder you returned home so late." "Mom, we are not on a date. We just happened to run into each other. Aaron was just giving me a ride home." Ignoring her daughter's flustered retort, Sawamura Sayaka continued, "Lily, since Aaron-kun has brought you home, you ought to express your gratitude." She then turned her gaze toward Aaron. "You must be Aaron-kun, right? I often hear your name from Lily. Come in for a cup of hot tea." "Mom, all right. Then I shall intrude." Evidently, the Saiyan had yet to learn the nuances of social interactions when invited by others. He would nod in agreement as long as there was no apparent risk. "Huh?" Lily was taken aback. "Why does Aaron respond so naturally? This is my house. After all, isn't it more natural for you to be in my home?" Aaron shot her a glance. "At least half of the snacks you buy end up being devoured." "Ah, stop talking." Hearing her own habits revealed in front of her mother, Lily's face turned crimson. All she wished was to swat Aaron with her twin tails. However, considering Aaron's robust physique, she realized that such an attempt would be futile, and she abandoned the thought. Forget it. There's no need to quarrel with this brutish extraterrestrial. She quickly entered the house, changed into her slippers, and hurried back to her room on the second floor, leaving behind an indignant silhouette. Witnessing this scene, Sawamura Sayaka smiled even more brightly. "Oh, it seems that Aaron-kun and Lily share a wonderful bond." Ailan did not perceive the playful tone in Sayaka's words, a skill he had yet to master. He pinched his chin, pondering for a moment before responding, "Indeed. My relationship with Airi is quite good." Observing Ailan's candidness, even addressing his daughter by name, Sayaka's curiosity deepened. "Ailan, please come in. I will brew some tea." "There's no need to be formal. Consider this place your home." "Thank you, Auntie." After a brief interlude, Sayaka returned with a tea tray adorned with an assortment of snacks and fruits. "Ailan, could you kindly take this tray to Airi? It is essential for young people to communicate well. I shall refrain from intruding." "Certainly." Ailan approached Lily's door with a tea tray in hand and gently knocked. After a moment's pause, there was no response from within. Closing her eyes to sense the surroundings, Ailan realized that Lily was not in her room. She had already begun her bath. Is she already bathing? Girls can be quite troublesome. Just a short walk home, and she feels the need to wash up. Let out a soft scoff and, with a sense of familiarity, opened the door to Lily's room. As soon as he stepped inside, he was taken aback. Goodness, this chaotic den filled with sketches was actually Lily's sanctuary? He moved a notebook haphazardly placed on the coffee table aside and set down a fruit platter. Then sat cross-legged on the floor. No matter how much it resembled a dog-esque lair, this was still a young lady's chamber. Yet soon, his gaze was captivated by the myriad of notebooks scattered throughout the room. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sound of water ceased from the bathroom. Lily emerged, clad in a pale yellow dress, one of her favorites. Although Ailan had already seen her in sports attire, which girl does not yearn for love? In the presence of someone cherished, everyone wishes to present their finest self. What is that delightful scent of snacks wafting through the air? Without her glasses, Lily's sense of smell was particularly acute. She perked up her delicate nose and opened the door to the room. Due to her severe myopia, she initially could not discern who was seated on the floor. Mom, why did you bring snacks up here? This room is absolutely off limits to that hentai Ailan. How embarrassing that would be. However, her mother remained silent, and when she donned her glasses to see Ailan clearly, as well as the notebook in his hand, a piercing scream erupted from her lips. The sharpness of it made Ailan instinctively cover his ears. Hentai Ailan. How did you end up here? Huh? Your mother asked me to bring up some snacks, and by the way, Lily, your room is quite messy, with all these little yellow books scattered about. Upon hearing Ailan's remark, the sparkle in Lily's eyes instantly vanished. Chapter 104. Ultimately, Lily must prevail. Hentai Ailan. What are you doing? Lily lunged at him like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. With a deft twist, Ailan evaded Lily's strike, leisurely remarking, I haven't done anything, just admiring the comics you've purchased. As she spoke, Ailan firmly grasped Lily's shoulder, maintaining a steady hold on her. Despite being restrained, Lily's spirit of resistance intensified. Her face flushed crimson, yet her baring of teeth revealed no signs of retreat. Hentai Ailan, how dare you enter a girl's room uninvited? It was your mother who permitted my entry, and if I recall correctly, you have also trespassed into my room before, and besides, shut up. Lily recalled the incident when she had forcefully kissed Ailan, feeling that if she did not intervene soon, she might faint from the overwhelming embarrassment. However, despite the inapplicability of her reasoning, Lily quickly concocted another justification to salvage her dignity. Then why are you rummaging through my comics? Hentai Ailan. They're scattered all over your house. I merely sought to organize them. Moreover, I wouldn't mind. How can you read such things in a girl's room? Those are comics as well, you know. No matter what excuse Lily conjured, Ailan always found a counterargument, responding with an expression of utter nonchalance that rendered her incapable of rebuttal. Frustration bubbled within Lily as she pondered her previous portrayal at Ailan's home. I can't believe it. Hentai Ailan is hiding in a girl's room reading those comics. Truly hentai. Recognizing that Lily's current state would not improve anytime soon, Ailan reluctantly withdrew her hand from her shoulder and reclaimed her previous seat. Lily, do you have a towel? Hentai Ailan. What do you intend to do now? Please, you just got out of the shower, your hair is still wet, and now I'm soaked too. With an expression of helplessness, Ailan pointed to his black school uniform. Having just transferred to Saiyans, he had only received this one set of attire, with the remaining pieces expected to arrive in a few days. He was certainly unwilling to attend school tomorrow clad in a uniform stained with water. Lily, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched her head and suggested, why not take off your clothes? I have a dryer at home. The moment she uttered those words, her face flushed even deeper as she realized she had perhaps said something rather bold. Unconsciously, she lowered her head. However, Ailan's subsequent remark nearly sent her into a fit of anger. No, I still harbor some wariness towards you, until you fulfill our agreement. I would never consider appearing half-naked before you. What do you think of me? I am a lady. You are the pervert. With that, Lily lunged at him once more. This time, Ailan was taken aback. He had not anticipated her to employ such a tactic again. At that moment, he was savoring a delectable dessert. It must be said that Zetsuin Xiaobai's prowess in domestic affairs was indeed exceptional. The flavor of this dessert even surpassed that of Yukino Shida Yukino. He squinted his eyes, completely immersed in the bliss brought by the sweet treat. Thus, when Lily made her move, he found himself unable to resist. In an instant, Ailan, who had been seated on the ground, was toppled over by Lily. In that moment, both of them were momentarily stunned. Ailan was utterly bewildered. How could he allow himself to be in such a position with a woman atop him? Was this never-ending? Were women on Earth truly this fierce? Could they not extend a modicum of respect towards a Super Saiyan? Lily was equally stunned. Although they had shared several intimate encounters before, including 2 kisses, those had been in a state of unconsciousness. Yet now, in this fully conscious moment, she found herself seated upon Ailan, and the nature of her position. Lily opened her mouth, but uttered no words. Instead, inexplicably leaning against Ailan's chest. Her heart raced furiously, yet the moment she felt his warmth, a wave of safety washed over her. Reminiscent of that rainy night, the comfort derived from Ailan began to seep into her heart, soothing the restlessness that had arisen from her previous shyness. Lily. What? She was uncertain of her current state, her little head instinctively nudging closer into Ailan's embrace, akin to a golden retriever yearning for its master. Sensing Lily's demeanor, Ailan swallowed the words he had intended to speak. It's nothing. I merely wish to call your name. I must say, it rolls off the tongue quite nicely. Quite nicely? Ailan's words brought Lily back to reality. She slowly lifted her gaze from his chest. Her face flushed with embarrassment, yet she maintained her haughty demeanor. Is my name truly so easy to say? I thought it was something of significance. Was such an endearing address a commonplace occurrence for hentai Ailan? Humph. While you may always appear rather foolish, should you decide to confess your feelings, I might just consider it. With that thought, Lily leaned back down, anticipating Ailan's next words. Lily, could you perhaps get off me? Lily, not hearing what she had hoped for, gazed at Ailan in disbelief. Was hentai Ailan shy? Or did he genuinely wish for her to make the first move? In truth, all of Lily's speculations were incorrect. Just moments ago, Ailan had sensed the presence of Kobayashi Sayuri just outside the door, separated by a mere door. Ailan felt too embarrassed to maintain such an intimate position with Lily. However, completely oblivious to this, Lily was unconcerned with anything else. She shouted at Ailan, hentai Ailan. This time, in a state of complete lucidity, Lily boldly approached Ailan. The instant their lips met, Ailan's eyes widened in surprise. How could this girl extend her tongue again? Lily grasped Ailan's hands with her own, intertwining their fingers. At that moment, Ailan found herself utterly incapable of resistance. Meanwhile, Sayaka pulled the door open just a crack, and the sight within left her utterly astonished. She covered her mouth with her hand, her breathing noticeably slowing. My goodness, when did my daughter become so audacious? Chapter 105. The greatest threat is always the one that goes unnoticed. Ailan emerged from Lily's room, her backpack in tow, and coincidentally encountered Sayaka Sawamura, who was already in the living room. Oh, are you leaving, Ailan? Won't you stay for dinner? Not this time, Mrs. Sawamura. Perhaps next time. Ailan shook his head, declining the invitation. He had something of great importance to attend to this evening. Alas, Ailan sometimes appeared overly serious, which might not endear him to the fairer sex. My dear, I wish to have a word with you. Do not fret. If necessary, I shall arrange for your return home shortly. With such words from Ms. Takemura, Ailan found it difficult to refuse any longer. He set down his backpack and settled onto the sofa. Ailan, would you care for a cup of tea? I have heard from Lily that you have a fondness for black tea. Thank you, Mrs. Takemura. Ailan took a delicate sip. The fragrance of the tea lingering in the air, while the warmth that had enveloped him in Lily's embrace began to dissipate, gradually allowing him to regain his clarity. The tea was exquisite. At this moment, Ailan found himself genuinely curious about how the admirable and devoted Zitsuen Xiaowei could have raised such a spirited daughter. If you enjoy it, do indulge a little more. Zitsuen Xiaowei poured another cup for Ailan, casting a glance towards Lily's room. Where's Lily? Ailan is about to leave. Why has she come out to bid farewell? Lily has fallen asleep. Fallen asleep? Zitsuen Xiaowei exclaimed, her eyes gradually filling with astonishment. Could it be that after she had stepped away, these two had engaged in more than mere conversation? So soon? How is Lily? Is she as gentle and easy to sway as they say? However, you all must be cautious. I am not yet prepared to embrace the role of a grandmother. Stop. Mrs. Zitsuen, please, hold your thoughts. Ailan gazed at her with a look of bewilderment. Hadn't Sayaka just been lurking outside the door? She must have witnessed who was pushed down. Indeed, with such a talent for blatant falsehoods, Sayaka and Arari truly resembled mother and daughter. Taking a deep breath, Ailan steadied his emotions and spoke. Arari merely fell asleep. We did not engage in any inappropriate behavior, though a hint of guilt lingered. Aaron steeled himself to project an air of innocence. Nevertheless, he instinctively brushed his lips with his fingers. In truth, the situation was not far from that. After feasting on Aaron, Arari had nestled against his chest and soon succumbed to slumber. Noticing that Arari showed no signs of awakening, he gently placed her on the bed, tucked her in, and then tiptoed away, only to encounter Sayaka shortly thereafter. Sayaka regarded Aaron with keen interest. What sort of assurance could allow her daughter to display such vulnerability in the presence of a boy without any concern for what might transpire? Most importantly, it was Arari who had taken the initiative from the very beginning. However, the two children had only just begun to know each other. It was not yet her time to intervene. Yet, Sayaka's tone shifted as she remarked, "Aaron-kun, Arari is my most treasured possession. If you were to upset her, what should I do?" After all, despite her carefree demeanor, Arari's heart was quite fragile. "That won't happen. Our interactions with Arari have always been delightful, and I am certain they will continue to be so." As he spoke, Aaron gave Sayaka a thumbs up. "Is that so? How wonderful." Sayaka nodded, as if relieved. Yet, she soon detected something amiss in Aaron's words. "Wait, what do you mean by we?" After leaving Sayaka's residence, Aaron hurriedly made his way home. He had something of great importance to attend to that evening. Upon returning, he quickly changed his clothes and dashed downstairs. As he approached the door, a muffled sound reached his ears. With that sound, a cascade of papers fell like snowflakes from the other person's hands, scattering chaotically across the floor. "Tongsu-sensei, are you all right?" Aaron hastily helped her to her feet. As Tongsu Jindong rubbed her ankle, the chill in her gaze lingered on Aaron, momentarily taken aback. "Aaron, do you intend to venture out at such a late hour?" she inquired. "Yes, I am accustomed to training at this hour for a while," Aaron replied. "I've been rather unsteady lately, for reasons unbeknownst to me." Tongsu Jindong maintained her customary aloofness, yet suddenly furrowed her brow and fixed her gaze on Aaron, saying, "Aaron, even if you wish to exercise, it is imperative that you return at a reasonable hour. High school students should adhere to a curfew." Ailan obediently nodded. Harboring an innate trepidation towards his teacher, his thoughts solely fixated on the desire to depart swiftly. At that moment, Tongsu Mafuyu recalled the events of the last day of the Golden Week and thus reminded him, Yes, Ailan. Although the school does not prohibit romantic relationships, it is prudent to avoid unwholesome interactions with the opposite sex." As she spoke, a fleeting blush graced her cheeks, yet she swiftly regained her composure. "I have heard from teacher Hiratsuka that your grades have consistently languished at the bottom of the class. Starting tomorrow, I shall provide you with guidance every day after school. As you are now a member of the student council, it is imperative that your academic performance does not tarnish the council's reputation." Ailan was utterly astonished. At school, he had Yukino Shida focusing on her studies, and now, upon returning home, another figure emerged, Kanade Matoi. Was it really necessary? Just as he was about to conjure an excuse to brush it off, he heard Kanade let out a gasp. Had she stumbled? He watched as Kanade once again lost her balance and leaned precariously backward. Ailan dashed towards Tofu Mafuyu, one hand cradling the back of her head while the other supported her waist. Their contact did not evoke any delightful scenes typically anticipated. After Ailan helped Tongsu Jindong regain her balance, she quickly took a step back. "Thank you, Ailan," Tongsu Jindong said, a hint of a blush gracing her cheeks. Falling twice in front of a student was certainly detrimental to maintaining the dignity of an educator. "It's quite all right. Teacher Tong, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Aaron waved goodbye to Tongsu Mafuyu and then jogged out of the courtyard. Casting a glance at Aaron's retreating figure, Tongsu Mafuyu shifted her gaze to her own feet, feeling quite out of sorts. What was amiss these past few days? Could it be the inadequacy of these high-heeled shoes? At that moment, a sound, imperceptible to human hearing, emanated from Tongsu Mafuyu's forehead. A portion has been diverted once more. Such a minute fragment that the Saiyan would undoubtedly remain oblivious to it. I never anticipated encountering a Saiyan who is both mentally fragile and immensely powerful. Patience is key. Once I fully unveil the malevolent heart of that Saiyan, all that he possesses shall belong to me. Chapter 106. The Anomaly of the Super Saiyan Mode. After bidding farewell to Tongsu Mafuyu, Ailan journeyed alone to Antarctica. In the month of May, the region was enveloped in polar night, with temperatures plummeting to a frigid -40 degrees. Gale-force winds, akin to razor-sharp blades, relentlessly battered the earth. No living creature could endure in such an extreme environment. Even the majestic emperor penguins found themselves powerless against the harsh conditions, seeking refuge only in sheltered valleys where they could huddle together for warmth. Upon the glaciers above, Aaron sat cross-legged upon a massive block of ice, his eyes shut against the relentless onslaught of the blizzard that battered his form. In merely a matter of minutes, he found himself engulfed by the cold embrace of snow and ice. However, this state did not persist for long. The aura surrounding Ailan suddenly surged with intensity. The ice and snow began to melt away rapidly. His eyes flew open, and the once dark pupils transformed into a brilliant shade of emerald green. His power escalated once more, enveloping him in a golden radiance. In no time, he ascended into the state of a Super Saiyan. Aaron let out a long sigh, yet almost immediately, a primal thirst for blood surged from the depths of his heart, accompanied by the potential for uncontrollable rage. Nevertheless, I should still be able to restrain this level of murderous intent. Should I dare to attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 2? He murmured to himself, and once again, Aaron's aura intensified, while the power within him surged wildly. Soon, arcs of lightning began to manifest all around him, apart from the lock of hair falling over her forehead. Ailan's hair stood upright, defying gravity. Her tail flicked with agility, and in that very moment, the fur transformed into a golden hue. As she completed her transformation into Super Saiyan 2, a wicked smile crept across Ailan's face, and crimson veins rapidly emerged in the whites of her eyes. A mantra echoed relentlessly in her mind. Tear everything apart. Tear everything apart. Tear everything apart. Aaron closed his eyes, sensing a multitude of life forces in a nearby valley. Soon, an energy sphere materialized in his hand. He casually hurled the sphere forward. Moments later, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, and a towering crimson mushroom cloud ascended majestically. As he felt the fading vitality of thousands, Aaron could not help but burst into laughter, gradually ascending into the sky. He eagerly sought the next congregation of beings. Just as he was about to soar away, his movements abruptly halted. The golden luminescence swiftly dissipated, and Aaron swiftly reverted to his original form. Like an object in free fall, he plummeted from the sky and landed upon the icy surface, gasping for breath. Despite the frigid temperature plummeting below 30 degrees, sweat still soaked his back. That was close. I almost charged out to wreak havoc again. Although Aaron struggled to contain the brutality and bloodlust during his transformation into a Super Saiyan, he managed to retain a modicum of reason. But now, after catching his breath, Aaron sat cross-legged once more. He understood well that his Super Saiyan 2 form was merely a product birthed from the extraordinary powers of the old Kai. When he emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber in Kinto, his base combat power had already reached 4.5 million. Following the old Kai's potential awakening ritual, his base power escalated to the level required for transforming into Super Saiyan 2. It appeared that Aaron's talent surpassed all pure-blooded Saiyans, save for Broly. Kakarot first transformed into a Super Saiyan at the age of 25, while Vegeta did so at 35. Yet, Aaron was merely 19 years old. However, a transformation birthed through such means was still a mere shortcut. Both Kakarot and Vegeta had endured countless despairing battles before achieving their Super Saiyan forms. Whereas Aaron had resorted to this unorthodox method, his mindset had never fully aligned with his immense power. Moreover, during his time in Kinto, he had only begun to accept the duality within him. He had never truly become a pure being. The following day, Aaron entered the student council room, bearing dark circles under his eyes. Rarely had he gone without sleep the previous night. Until now. The bloodthirst he had experienced after transforming into Super Saiyan 2 lingered in his mind. At that moment, the voice of Anna from the Gene Palace interrupted his thoughts. Congratulations. Aaron, your formal appointment has been finalized today. Thank you, he replied, glancing around the student council room. Has everyone else not arrived yet? He then cast a discreet glance at the Anna Jinzagong before him. The corners of Anna Jinzagong's mouth were slightly upturned, her posture impeccably straight. Clad in a summer short-sleeved white shirt uniform, with the buttons neatly fastened to the collar, the golden insignia of the student council president hung perfectly in place. No matter how one looked at her, there was not a single flaw to be found. She truly epitomized the essence of a well-bred young lady. Ailan withdrew her gaze. Although Anna Jinzagong was the host of the Dragon Pearl, the malevolence surrounding her was rather subdued. At that moment, Shirkan Kagaya and Fujiwara Chika also entered the room. Upon seeing Ailan, Shirkan Kagaya paused momentarily, then nodded slightly in acknowledgement before coldly remarking, "Today marks your official appointment." General Ailan. Indeed, Ailan replied. "I look forward to your guidance in the future." Ailan nodded at Shigami Kagaya. Although she always appeared to be aloof and unapproachable, this demeanor might be influenced by the Dragon Ball. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe for a while longer. After exchanging mere pleasantries, the members of the student council commenced their tasks. Vice President Shigami, has the verification of the club applications from CHBU High been completed? Not yet, President Anna. Thus far, we have only conducted a preliminary tally of the funding declarations from each club. All clubs will undergo reorganization, necessitating a comparison with last quarter's data to create a comprehensive visual representation. Only after that can it be submitted to the President. Given the implications of fund redistribution, we must proceed with utmost diligence. Very well, Vice President Shigami. Please provide me with the detailed data within 2 days. After which Ailan from the General Affairs Committee will assist you in procuring the necessary materials. Understood. I shall continue the statistical work with Secretary Fujiwara. With that, Shigami Kagaya cast a glance at Ailan and strode purposefully out of the student council room. Upon witnessing this, Fujiwara Chika, who had just retrieved the flying chess set, immediately wore a forlorn expression. Aren't we going to play here for a while? Wait for me, Kagaya-chan. Chapter 107. What are you doing, Senior Anna? After Shigami Kagaya and Fujiwara Chika departed, Anna Kinomoto rose and approached the small table where the teapot was placed, her gaze drifting through the window. Due to the rain, few people were present at the school. The usual vibrant symphony of youth from the sports and music clubs had temporarily ceased, replaced instead by the sound of the wind and rain tapping against the window. It is quite serene. Isn't it? Indeed. It is remarkably tranquil. The process of Ailan's painting paused for a moment as Anna Jinzagong stood still, her gaze fixed upon her. A sudden surge of malevolence emanated from her, yet her expression remained inscrutable, devoid of any discernible emotion. She stared blankly at Ailan. President, why do you gaze at me in such a manner? A sense of inexplicable tension gripped Ailan's heart as she met Anna Jinzagong's eyes. An ominous feeling that something significant was about to unfold. Without responding, Anna Jinzagong slowly approached the door of the student council room, her hand reaching for the latch, producing a faint click within the otherwise quiet space. President, Ailan gazed at her with a sense of inexplicable unease growing within him. Anna Jean approached Ailan, halting just 2 steps away. There was a matter of great concern that weighed on her mind, for whenever she thought of Ailan, it seemed to manifest in ways she could not fully comprehend. Ailan furrowed her brow slightly. What could be the matter? What could have caused such a situation? Anna, at the palace of Jinji, grasped the hem of her gown with both hands, gradually lifting it. Her elegant and demure visage bore an expression of confusion, her eyes clear and untainted, revealing no trace of impurity. Within the locked and secluded room, the soft patter of rain could be heard from outside. At that moment, it seemed as if a gentle rain had begun to fall indoors as well. Ailan widened her eyes, her thoughts momentarily suspended as she was captivated by the scene before her. What on earth was she doing? After a brief moment of astonishment, Ailan gradually regained her composure, consciously redirecting her gaze from the exposed realm to the face of Anna Jinzagong. As their eyes met at such a close distance, Ailan noticed a faint blush appearing on Anna's cheeks. Anna gazed directly at her, her eyes clear yet brimming with an indescribable excitement. As Ailan beheld Anna's face, a long-buried memory from her past life was abruptly awakened. Anna Jinzagong, wasn't she the deranged character from that sordid world? What was the situation now? Erin's mind commenced a gradual analysis, engulfed in profound astonishment. She had just posed the question, what is the reason for the occurrence of this situation? But what situation was she referring to? Was it the rain? Or perhaps the obscurity of vision? As Anna of the Golden Palace articulated her thoughts, she took a small step forward, her delicate fragrance of roses wafting through the air, causing a flutter of unease in Erin's heart. Wait, President Anna, please, hold on a moment. Ailan leaned against the sofa, her hands propped upon its seat, with no retreat in sight. I still did not fully grasp your meaning. What precisely do you seek from me? The image of a young girl lifting her skirt, with both figure and beauty of exceptional quality, is one that no youth could resist, not even a Saiyan. Yet, feeling the increasingly malevolent aura, Ailan compelled her gaze to remain fixed upon the face of Anna Jean Jigong. After a moment of contemplation, Anna Jean Jigong finally spoke. I apologize. My words were perhaps too vague, and it is entirely understandable that Ailan did not comprehend. Allow me to elaborate. Seemingly fatigued, she released her grip on the hem of her skirt, concealing once more the enticing curves that had momentarily captivated. Ailan finally let out a slow sigh of relief. The previous scene had rendered her utterly incapable of coherent thought. However, Anna's subsequent actions shattered Ailan's defenses. Her hands glided to her waist, and as the zipper descended from above, the weightless gown succumbed to gravity, cascading to the floor. What on earth was Senior Anna doing? Aaron's mind was overwhelmed. As the scenes before him continued to assault his senses, he swallowed hard, feeling a slight heat rising in his throat. He considered himself far from a paragon of virtue, especially now that the memories of 2 lifetimes had converged within him. Were it not for the training he had undergone with Kato Megumi, he could scarcely fathom what state he would be in at this moment. In the deserted school building after classes, the student council room was locked and sealed. Outside, rain fell softly, and the proximity of the male and female high school students created an atmosphere thick with tension. They could hear each other's breaths, and the ambience felt decidedly off. Hadn't he encountered a similar scenario in one of the Dojinshi and Aries' room? The movement of Ailan retreating directly toppled the sofa. Yet Anna-jin's palace remained unperturbed. The last time, feeling Ailan's gaze, Anna sensed a heightened warmth within her body. She was uncertain of what this signified. Yet she did not dwell on it excessively. The last time? It was also in the student council, when you shielded me, and I collapsed into your embrace. That instance. A foreboding sensation increasingly gripped Ailan's heart as he cautiously inquired, was there an issue during that incident? Anna, with a gentle nod, embraced herself, feeling an unsettling disconnection from her own body. For reasons unknown, a subtle current continued to surge within her. The moment she inadvertently collapsed into Ailan's arms, her body began to behave in an unusual manner. Aaron noticed that her tone was increasingly off, and the aura of the 5-star ball grew stronger. He took a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions. President, please remain calm. Do you truly comprehend what you are doing? I am aware that I am posing a question to classmate Aaron, hoping you can enlighten me. Her gaze remained clear, devoid of any confusion. Ailan found it impossible not to believe her words, even though the impression she had of the person before her was that of an infatuated woman. Why seek me out? Why not approach others or even your family with this inquiry? I cannot divulge anything to my mother. If she were to learn of my physical contact with a male, she would undoubtedly be furious. As for why I do not confide in anyone else, it is solely because only Ailan elicits such a reaction from me. This must stem from the fact that the president has not interacted with any other males apart from myself, right? But that is not the case. It is not merely the physical contact that causes this. I am certain of it. Anna Jinzagong shook her head, her gaze resolute. It is the gaze. The gaze? Ever since the unforeseen incident yesterday, whenever Ailan's eyes rest upon me, I am beset by an uncontrollable and peculiar reaction. My heart races, and, just as it is now, I cannot pinpoint when it began, but Anna Jinzagong felt a warmth spreading throughout her body, her thighs trembling ever so slightly. At this moment, Ailan was utterly bewildered. Was it due to Anna Jinzagong's infatuation, or was it related to the 5-star ball? Chapter 108. How to rationally confront a delusional individual lacking common sense. Anna Jinzagong gasped. Her brow slightly furrowed. Being gazed at so intently by Ailan made that peculiar sensation seem even more pronounced. Could Ailan enlighten me on what exactly is transpiring? If the details remain unclear, I would not mind getting a little closer. A lamentable product of conservative educational doctrines. It is likely that even if one were to push her onto the conference table to engage in something bizarre, she would remain oblivious to the reality of the situation. Aaron swiftly recalled the information regarding Anna-Jin Palace, subsequently taking what he deemed the most rational course of action. He indeed approached Anna-Jin Palace, crouched down, and gently lifted her long skirt, meticulously aiding her in fastening the zipper. Taking a moment to inhale the fragrance that lingered in the air, Aaron let out a sigh. Aaron, classmate? Anna-Jin Palace regarded him with a quizzical expression. I comprehend the situation. May we sit down and converse? Aaron righted the fallen sofa and took a seat upon it. After calming his emotions, he endeavored to engage in the ensuing conversation with a composed tone. In a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had assumed the role of a physician. Please, sit down, Anna, he urged. Anna Jinzagong hesitated for a moment, then heeded her inner instinct and settled beside Aaron. Although her thoughts were still tumultuous, they had significantly improved since earlier. Casting a glance at Anna Jinzagong's flushed complexion, Aaron pondered briefly before retrieving a handkerchief, feeling a twinge of bashfulness. Well, in any case, you should be able to manage this, he said, offering the handkerchief. Anna Jinzagong nodded in compliance. Ailan turned her head to the side, adhering to the principle of avoiding indecency. The current situation in Anna Jin's palace was unlikely to be a consequence of the 5-star orb's influence. However, as her emotions surged. The malevolent energy of the five-star orb began to seep forth. This was the first time Ailan witnessed how human emotions could affect the Dragon Ball. One must admit, Anagin's palace was indeed formidable. Ailan, somewhat distressed, rested her hand against her forehead. The enigmatic Anna in the palace of Jin, who only responded to her, remained blissfully unaware of the implications of this situation, naturally seeking answers from her. What a predicament this is. Why has the task of purifying the Dragon Pearl become increasingly burdensome? What should she do next? Ailan was lost in thought, her mind racing, observing her contemplative demeanor. Anna, having completed her tasks, patiently awaited her response without uttering a word of impatience. It was essential to maintain Anna's emotional equilibrium. The insidious influence of negativity was not to be trifled with. The host of the second star served as a cautionary tale. As long as the requests were reasonable, one must strive to accommodate her. With this resolve, Ailan made her decision. President, I find myself at a loss for words regarding this matter. Why? Is it something difficult to articulate? Anna naturally harbored doubts. Her cheeks flushed, and her heightened sense of smell continually stimulated Ailan's hormones. It was not a matter of difficulty in expression. Rather, the principles of your upbringing have left you oblivious to the nuances of male-female relationships. Surely, I cannot assume the role of an opposite-sex figure to impart physiological knowledge to you. Ailan was on the verge of speaking, yet due to various concerns, she suppressed the words she longed to express. When her gaze met Anagin's, it remained as clear and inquisitive as ever. Akin to a fawn wandering away from the clamor of the city, brimming with curiosity about the unknown. In her innocence, she held no defenses regarding the dynamics between men and women. Do your utmost to steady her emotions. Ailan silently reminded herself once more. If classmate Ailan feels uncomfortable, it is perfectly acceptable not to speak. I sincerely apologize for taking up your time today. Anna Jinzagong observed Ailan's persistent silence and her fluctuating expression, believing she had inadvertently placed her in an awkward position, and she slightly bowed her head in apology. However, the confusion in her heart remained unresolved, and a faint sense of restlessness lingered within her. The malevolent energy of the five-star sphere was increasingly released alongside her anxiety. Realizing that this situation could not persist, Ailan grasped Anna Jinzagong's hand and gently infused her with calming energy. In an instant, Anna Jinzagong felt as if she had been electrified once more. The previously quelled agitation within her rising uncontrollably again. President, please remain calm. You need not find the earlier reaction strange. It is a response that every woman experiences, and it is entirely normal. Ailan's voice slightly rose, pulling Anna Jinzagong back from her state of bewilderment. She then began her explanation. Is this something every woman experiences? Indeed, there is no need to find it peculiar. However, having lived 2 lifetimes, Ailan had only encountered such a strong reaction in Anna Jinzagong. For now, she needed to stabilize her emotions. I see. Anna Jinzagong nodded, seemingly understanding, and continued to inquire. So, does this mean that every woman gazed upon by you, Ailan, will encounter a situation like mine? No, it is not quite like that. Ailan felt a surge of emotion, teetering on the brink of tears. If she possessed such a capability, how extraordinary that would be. Ailan realized that a more detailed explanation was imperative. Otherwise, the ensuing circumstances could become rather dire. Not every woman would react merely due to a note. Their responses are often elicited by specific actions and behaviors. A sensitive constitution is the underlying factor that renders such reactions conspicuous. Anna Jinzagong nodded, for she was a woman of considerable intelligence. She quickly focused on the sensitivity of constitution and began to draw parallels. Perhaps the distinction lies between those who are generally ticklish and those who are exceedingly so? Is that correct? Indeed, that analogy is quite accurate. You belong to the latter category of individuals who are exceedingly ticklish. I see. Now I have a clearer understanding of the reasons behind this situation. However, Ailan, why is it that only you evoke such peculiar sensations in me? Ailan was asked why she felt a connection solely to herself. Was it truly possible to fall in love with oneself from just a single touch? This seemed implausible. Or perhaps it was a consequence of the five-star orb within her. Taking a deep breath, Ailan resolved to take action. President, it is likely due to our previous physical contact that has awakened certain latent instincts buried deep within my being. Ailan found herself at a loss for words and could only convey a rough idea. In summary, President, one must never again exhibit such behavior towards any member of the opposite sex. Such actions are utterly inappropriate. Anna of the Gene Palace blinked in confusion. But what is wrong with that? Chapter 109. I believe I have developed affections for classmate Ailan. Ailan is on the verge of madness. How is it that she always encounters such peculiar and bizarre occurrences? Do your utmost to satisfy her? Ailan firmly reiterated to herself that there existed an insurmountable principle. A girl's body should only be revealed to someone she truly loves or her future spouse. This was non-negotiable. However, as soon as this conviction escaped her lips, a flicker of unease washed over her. It seemed she had encountered numerous individuals before. Yet, at that moment, she dismissed such thoughts and continued to gaze at Anna Jinzagong with unwavering resolve. Anna Jinzagong, appearing contemplative, offered a faint smile. Rest assured, I would never exhibit such behavior toward anyone else. To be candid, aside from you, Ailan, I have never harbored such sentiments for any other male. Even the mere act of proximity instills a sense of resistance within me. I cannot quite fathom the reason for this. Perhaps it is related to the impulses you just alluded to, hidden deep within my being. Ailan nodded, as a Saiyan. He had truly exhausted his lexicon in attempting to elucidate this issue to Anna at the Gene Palace. Nevertheless, his apprehension compelled him to continue. What I have conveyed today is merely a cursory explanation. If you wish to delve deeper into the underlying reasons, you may find satisfaction in the volumes of physiological knowledge available. The school library should possess them. I understand. The peculiar atmosphere that had previously enveloped them began to dissipate with their conversation. After reiterating the importance of refraining from similar actions with other members of the opposite sex, Ailan rose to take his leave. In truth, he had recently sensed some irregularities in his own body, yet he had been at a loss for answers. Will you be waiting here for your family to pick you up? Yes, I may have to wait a little longer. Then I shall take my leave. Please take care on your journey. Ailan swiftly exited the student council room and closed the door behind him. He needed to promptly reach out to Ailan, for he increasingly sensed that something was amiss with his health. After Ailan's departure, Anna Jinzagong took a seat at the very spot Ailan had just vacated. She reached out to the table and grasped the cup he had previously used, slowly pressing it against her face. Why have I become like this? Unable to control myself? Anna Jinzagong's gaze grew hazy, her breath becoming increasingly erratic. Hiss. Huh. Ailan. This is the scent of Ailan. I must make a trip to the library. A sudden thought resonated within her heart as Anna Jinzagong swiftly exited the student council room, cup in hand, accompanied by Ailan. Unbeknownst to her, Kagaya Shingu stood silently behind the door, her gaze coldly observing the unfolding scene. Upon returning home, Anna Jinzagong plunged into her room, gazing out the window. The gentle patter of rain inadvertently stirred a sense of agitation within her. For over a decade, since she began to form memories, her life had been dictated by her elders' arrangements. Her exemplary conduct was a given, and excelling in her studies was a fundamental expectation, leading her to traverse the same three routes daily: school, private tutoring, and home. Each day unfolded with monotonous precision, adhering strictly to the prescribed routine. Functioning like a finely tuned machine, passively executing preordained commands. Yet, even the most intricate mechanisms may falter, and so too did Anna Jinzagong. Her mother's teachings were unwavering. Interactions with the opposite sex before university graduation were deemed impure. She was to avoid males entirely, maintaining no physical contact. Even when Anna Jinzagong sought clarification out of curiosity, her mother refrained from detailed explanations, imposing strict prohibitions on her engagement with any related matters or knowledge. Possessed by the delusion that adhering to her own beliefs would ensure Anna Jinzagong's pure and healthy maturation, her mother remained resolute. Though Anna Jinzagong, the ever-obedient daughter, began to feel a sense of confusion, she buried these emotions deep within her heart, remaining unaware and unresistant to them, until her close encounter with Ailan yesterday. It was not merely the intense gratitude stemming from Ailan's rescue that stirred her, but rather the thrill of their body's proximity. A sensation coursed through her entire being, even altering her thoughts, as if she had unlocked the door to a new world. The pressure eased, her mind became unburdened, akin to a bird escaping its cage, soaring for the first time beneath a vast blue sky. The once dim world suddenly blossomed with vibrancy, an experience she found intoxicating and yearned to relive repeatedly. Today, when Ailan entered the student council room, her gaze instinctively gravitated towards him. When they found themselves alone, she instinctively locked the door and adjusted her skirt. His gaze ignited a surge of emotions within her: excitement, joy, exhilaration. Although the subsequent explanations left her somewhat bewildered, Her strong comprehension skills allowed her to grasp the essence of the matter. Subconsciously, she retrieved the physiology book from her bag, embarking on a journey of learning as unfamiliar knowledge unfolded before her eyes. Gradually absorbed, it resided within the recesses of her mind. The knowledge gleaned from the book was far from comprehensive, particularly lacking in explanation for the unique reaction she experienced, one that seemed to resonate solely with Ailan. As time drifted on, the clock struck 9. Ordinarily, she would have retired to bed by this hour, yet today Anna Jinzagong yearned to indulge in a moment of rebellion. She reopened the romance novel she had casually borrowed from the library. Before long, she found herself captivated by the prose. The protagonist's journey stirred her emotions, and the intricate depiction of their sentiments sent her heart racing and her thoughts spiraling. Having lost track of time, she realized she had never stayed up this late before. Unconsciously, she began to project herself, and Ailan into the roles of the novel's lead characters, traversing an array of stories and nurturing her most cherished aspirations of love. In her imagination, they strolled by the seaside, donned yukatas at the fireworks festival, prepared meals together, and cared for one another, akin to the inseparable couples depicted in the book. Covering her face with her hands, Anna Jinzagong experienced, for the first time, the true essence of the phrase blushing. As she gazed at the excerpt in the book, she pressed her hand against her chest. This was the sensation, this feeling was what it meant to like someone. I have developed feelings for classmate Ailan. Once again, her eyes were drawn to the quote, and Anna Jinzagong softly recited it. Love exists within the genetic code of every individual. It lies dormant, silent, and unassuming, until one encounters the person for whom they are willing to change. Chapter 110. Poem of the Hill of Twilight came charging in, clad in a maid's outfit. Meanwhile, Ailan found herself ensnared in a veritable hell at home, a true inferno. Ailan, please focus. You have been grappling with this examination for nearly 3 hours. Admonished Tong Sujintong, her tone imbued with gravity. In her brief tenure as an educator, she had never encountered a student so profoundly dull. The mere act of reading for a moment seemed to render Ailan slumberous. As an educator, her sense of duty compelled her not to abandon any student. It was evident that Ailan had not absorbed her words. Her head drooped heavily, inching closer to the realm of dreams. Observing the student on the verge of meeting the Sandman, Tong Sujintong gently swept a strand of her silky, straight pink hair away and sighed softly. Ailan, let us conclude for today. Your foundation is still rather shaky. I have brought along some annotated materials for you to peruse during this time. Is today's guidance already over? Ailan, who had been on the brink of slumber, suddenly became alert. You must remain focused during your studies, Tong Sujintong remarked succinctly, her expression and tone remaining characteristically aloof. Please wait here. I shall fetch the materials for you. Thank you, teacher. Ailan responded. They should be here. Tong Sujintong made her way to the porch of Ailan's home, observing the stack of books she had placed there, and knelt down to search for the instructional materials. Ailan hurriedly approached her, eager to offer assistance. Tong Sujintong lifted her gaze slightly to glance at him, not declining his help. Her delicate fingers sifted through the pile of books, retrieving the item she sought, just as she was about to speak. The ground trembled unnaturally once more. Ailan immediately sensed the malevolent aura emanating from the Dragon Ball, causing her to become entirely on guard. In but an instant, that sinister presence vanished without a trace. After gauging the aura surrounding the Kitsumitoi, Ailan quietly released a sigh of relief in her heart. Suddenly, a tearing sound pierced the air, reminiscent of fabric being ripped apart. The Kitsumitou's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes widening in disbelief. Even her hand, which held the book, froze midair, and her body trembled slightly. Ailan gazed curiously in the direction from which the sound emanated. After all, the Dragon Ball had just stirred, and she had not entirely lowered her guard. Tosaka Fuyuki, sensing Ailan's gaze, swiftly pivoted to face her, his delicate visage taut with an unwavering resolve reflected in his eyes. It's nothing. It was merely a figment of your imagination. Ailan narrowed her eyes. The presence of the Dragon Ball had just manifested. How could it possibly be an illusion? Tong Sujintong appeared rather suspicious. Could it be that the malevolent aura from earlier was somehow linked to her own will? Ailan pondered for a few moments, her chin cupped thoughtfully in her hand. Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization, involuntarily glancing towards the alluringly rounded curve of teacher Tongshu's posterior. After a brief pause, she nonchalantly redirected her gaze towards the porch, feigning ignorance as if she had seen nothing. However, the subpar acting of a Saiyan was far too evident to escape the keen perception of Tongshu Mafuyu. Abandoning all pretense, Tongshu Mafuyu knelt upon the ground, her head bowed in despair as she clenched her fists, a visage marred by regret. A miscalculation in that moment. The dignity of her role as an educator seemed to crumble into dust. She had never anticipated such an unforeseen occurrence as Ailan received the textbook from Sakusa Mafuyu. She spoke as if to reassure her, saying, "Well, it is quite normal for fabric to age with prolonged wear. Please do not concern yourself, Teacher Sakusa." Subsequently, Ailan rummaged through her belongings and produced a garment to cover Sakusa Mafuyu. Quickly, Sakusa emerged from her despondency, and as she accepted the clothing from Ailan, she raised an eyebrow, her previously tense expression softening slightly. Ailan, could you assist me? I find myself in a bit of a predicament. Oh, certainly, Ailan replied, grasping Sakusa's hand and gently pulling her to her feet. However, the force of the motion inadvertently caused the sound of tearing fabric to resonate once more. This time, Sakusa Mafuyu could no longer maintain her composure. Her face flushed not merely with embarrassment, but a profound sense of despair. The seams of her skirt had seemingly given way entirely due to the earlier action. In that fleeting moment, she contemplated discarding the garment in her hands to hold up her skirt, yet the clothing was a gesture of kindness from Ailan, causing her to hesitate. In that instant of indecision, the skirt completely relinquished its hold, falling away under the pull of gravity. It was over. Sakusa Mafuyu surrendered to the inevitable, exhaling softly, her expression calm as she resignedly closed her eyes. To expose oneself in front of students was a grave disservice to her role as an educator. Reflecting on this lesson, she resolved to submit her resignation. At that moment, she had thoroughly contemplated how to address the aftermath of this incident. Being a teacher and exposing her body before underage students in a male classmate's home was ethically and legally inexcusable, even if Ailan were unbothered. She could not forgive herself. Ailan, I'm so sorry. As Sakusa slowly opened her eyes, she found Ailan with her eyes tightly shut, swiftly removing her school uniform and, relying on her memory, wrapping Sakusa's lower body with astonishing speed. After completing this act, Ailan quickly stepped back 2 paces. Teacher Sakusa, please rest assured, I saw nothing. Today was merely an unfortunate accident. Indeed, Ailan is truly a commendable student. Although his academic performance may be lacking, his admirable character surely offers Anna the opportunity to learn valuable lessons from him. Tong Su Zhendong opened her mouth, ready to express her gratitude. The door to Ailan's home was suddenly flung open, and a figure clad in a maid's outfit dashed inside. It was Kasumiga Kakashiya, who had meticulously planned for this evening over the past 2 days. She had preemptively secured a key to Ailan's residence, purchased the maid costume online, and stealthily slipped into his home in the dead of night, determined to seize Ailan at last. This was a restructured plan following the previous debacle at the Hot Spring Inn, and it was nothing short of perfection. However, upon witnessing the scene before her in Ailan's home, she found herself momentarily taken aback. I never imagined that Teacher Kurosaki would forego sleep at this hour to engage in such playful antics at a student's residence. This unexpected sight briefly rendered Kurosaki Fuyuki in a daze. Yet, the composure of adulthood swiftly brought her back to reality. Oh, what does my classmate Kasumiga Kaka intend to do? Dressed in such unchaste attire and visiting my student's home at this late hour? The two stood less than a meter apart, locked in a silent standoff, while Ailan swallowed hard and instinctively took a step back. Chapter 111. The anomaly triggered by the 7-star dragon. As Ailan observed the two engaged in a tense standoff, she could not help but cough lightly. Teacher Tongshu, perhaps you should return for now. After all, it is still May, and merely draping a coat may not suffice to ward off the chill. Tongshu Zhendong's cheeks flushed unintentionally as she tugged at her coat, her expression tightening. Of course, I shall return to change my attire. Ailan, remember what I just told you. Interactions among high school students must remain pure. With that, she cast a glance at Kasumi no Okashiya, who remained defiantly crossing her arms. Teacher Tongshu, Ailan and I have always upheld a pure relationship. That is reassuring. A moment of silence enveloped the air as Tongshu Zhendong departed from Ailan's residence, her footsteps gradually fading away. After sensing the absence of Tongshu Zhendong and confirming her return to her own room, Ailan offered an awkward smile to Kasumi no Okashiya. Senior Shiya, I wish to convey that the situation is not as it appears. Do you believe me? Oh, Kasumi no Okashiya continued to embrace her arms. Taking a few steps forward, Aaron's lips involuntarily twitched several times, a sign of fatigue in his legs. In that fleeting moment as she approached, Kaza no Okashiya deftly entwined her hands around his neck. Following this, her delicate lips parted slightly, and a voice so faint it was almost inaudible, mingled with her warm breath, wafted against Aaron's ear, eliciting a slight tickle. Come closer. Aaron was acutely aware of his desires. Yet he deemed it prudent to acquiesce to her wishes at that moment. As soon as he voiced his thoughts, he felt a weight settle upon his back. He then reached down to embrace the delicate arch of Kyukashiyu's foot, carrying her toward the living room. Aaron-kun, am I too heavy? She inquired playfully. Heavily so, he replied with a teasing smirk. Yet I distinctly recall witnessing you lift hundreds of kilograms without breaking a sweat. Are you beginning to disfavor me even before we have truly begun? Noticing Aaron's silence, Kyukashiyu took her time, leisurely resting against his back and savoring his warmth. It was barely past 9 o'clock, and the evening still held ample time for her to achieve her aims. Upon reaching the living room, Kyukashiyu appeared reluctant to dismount. Aaron-kun, we have arrived, he said with a hint of resignation. She murmured, shifting her cheek and crossing her legs, deftly kicking off her petite shoes. The sound of her footwear hitting the floor elicited a wry smile from Aaron as he continued to carry her toward the sofa. Then, without hesitation, he gently deposited her onto the couch. Aaron-kun, such behavior may cost you dearly in a girl's heart, Kyukashiyu remarked. Though she promptly stood up and made her way to the refrigerator for a drink, seemingly treating the space as her own abode. On the contrary, I believe that failing to act in this manner would result in an even greater loss of points. Ailan settled beside her. Having endured several hours of torment from Tong Sujin Dong, even a Super Saiyan could not withstand such strain. Gradually, he began to slide back, seeking solace against the sofa. However, just as he commenced this motion, Kasumi no Okashiya ensnared his neck once more, slightly altering the direction in which Ailan leaned. In the next moment, he found his head resting upon a pair of full, rounded thighs. Ailan-kun, you must now collaborate with me in crafting my new book. Even while reclining, you must adhere to the plot I have designed. This is our agreement. Before Ailan could utter a word, slender, supple fingers commenced a gentle massage upon his temples. This merely puts you at a disadvantage. Do you recall what I mentioned? Resting on one's knees can cause harm to a girl's joints. The corners of Kasumi no Okashiya's mouth curled upward. Oh, may I interpret this as Ailan-kun expressing concern for me? I am merely stating a fact. Today is special. Ailan-kun, please cooperate with me in gathering material. It won't be long before your legs begin to ache, and then you shall have cause to lament. Ailan instinctively shifted her cheeks, regulating the pressure of her head as she began to savor the exquisite experience of a knee pillow for the very first time in her life. One cannot deny that the sensation of the black stockings brushing against her face was remarkably delightful, especially with a faint, elusive fragrance lingering at the tip of her nose. It seems that Ailan, at times, shares a certain sundra quality akin to that of Lily. Yet, this particular trait is not unwelcome. Upon hearing the words of Shiyu from the Hill of Mist, a peculiar expression emerged on Ailan's face. Has the material gathering concluded? She mused, attempting to rise from Shiyu's lap. Not yet, Ailan. You cannot act independently until I declare the gathering finished, Shiyu replied. However, she found herself unable to prevent Ailan's movement. In a moment of desperation, she clamped her legs around Ailan's waist. As Shiyu made this motion, Ailan instinctively directed her gaze towards her. Hiss, beneath the maid outfit. She wasn't wearing any safety shorts? Shiyu-senpai. Aaron's heart began to stir uncontrollably. With the intense fluctuations of his emotions, the barely perceptible specks of dust that had just fallen from Matsuno Fuyuki seamlessly integrated into Aaron's being. In the next moment, his breathing grew heavy, and his heartbeat intensified. At this juncture, Aaron became aware of his own anomaly. This surge of impulse felt profoundly unsettling. Although it had yet to reach a point of complete loss of control, if Shiyu Kazunoko were to persist, Aaron could not guarantee his ability to maintain composure moving forward. Senior Shiyu, please let go. I seem to be feeling a bit off. Feeling off? Observing Aaron's flushed countenance, Shiyu Kazunoko showed no intention of halting her advances. The assault continued unabated, despite a slight mishap during their last hot spring excursion. She was entirely confident in her ability to achieve her goal of making Aaron her boyfriend that evening. Once again, her arms looped around Aaron's neck, her entire form clinging to him like a koala. Aaron-kun, you do like me, don't you? AI Ran instinctively nodded. Senior Shiyu, I. Just as she began to speak, a stern voice suddenly interrupted. AI Ran. Kazanaku, what are you two doing? I leave for just a moment, and you two are already embarking on an impure relationship? At the entrance, wearing a vibrant red tracksuit, Toriyasu Mafuyu gazed sternly at the two on the sofa. Chapter 112. Kazanaku Shiyu versus Toriyasu Mafuyu. Due to Toriyasu Mafuyu's abrupt appearance, Kazanaku Shiyu was momentarily stunned. While AI Ran seized the opportunity to rise from the sofa. Frowning, he swiftly assessed his own condition, but no matter how he scrutinized, there was no sign of anomaly in his aura. Kazanaku Shiyu was on the verge of losing her composure. How could this woman appear again? They were so close. Did AI Rankuin just nod? Does he have feelings for me? The expression on Kasumi no Okapoem's face rapidly shifted between anger and embarrassment. On the other side, after a brief moment of surprise, the temperature around T-Suk-Maki suddenly plummeted. Kasumi no Oka, appearing at a male classmate's home in such attire late at night, and engaging in such actions, please consider your future carefully before proceeding with anything. Meanwhile, after initially being taken aback and flustered, Kasumi no Okapoem regained her composure. She understood that if she were to yield to T-Suk-Maki now, it would be even more challenging to engage in affectionate gestures at AI Ran's home in the future. Therefore, she donned a cool fade and coldly remarked. As the teacher observed, wearing a maid outfit is merely a little hobby of mine. As for my earlier interaction with AI Rankuin, it was solely for the purpose of gathering material for my new book. Is that not permissible? Wearing such an embarrassing outfit in a male classmate's home? Solely out of personal interest? Mind you, he is a potential boyfriend. Kasumi no Okapoem's expression turned serious as she corrected her. Had T6-sensei not appeared earlier, AI Rankuin might have already solidified his position. Even if he were a formal boyfriend, such behavior would be inappropriate. It is exceedingly dangerous, especially considering he is merely a prospective boyfriend. T-Suk-Maki's face was equally tense. How could she stand by and watch her student engage in such conduct? If proper precautions were not in place and something went awry, it could impact their entire lives. Thus, she resolutely decided that they could no longer remain in the same room together. It was far too risky. The two glared at each other, and AI Ran could even sense the temperature in the room had significantly dropped. Just then, the lights in several neighboring houses suddenly flickered on. Had the volume of their argument disturbed the peace? Realizing that this situation could not continue, AI Ran hurriedly shut the door. This state of affairs absolutely must not be witnessed by others. It concerns the dignity of a Saiyan. AI Rankuin, AI Ran. Both T-Suk-Maki and Kasumi no Okapoem were momentarily taken aback by AI Ran's actions. If this quarrel persisted, the neighbors would surely question my character. AI Ran stepped into their midst, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. Indeed, upon hearing her words, both individuals promptly sealed their lips. However, the silent battle of glances persisted, causing discomfort for AI Ran, who stood between them. AI Ran, I have given it some thought. Your foundational knowledge is exceedingly weak, and the teacher will need to tutor you for a while longer before you can return, declared the unyielding Tong Sujin Dong, who was resolute in her mission to prevent them from being alone together. Skillfully, she made her way to AI Ran's living room, determined to assist AI Ran until 10 o'clock, using the last train as an excuse to send Xia Zhiqiu home. Recalling the moment when AI Ran nearly acknowledged her feelings, Xia Zhiqiu pouted in dissatisfaction, vowing to drive this woman away. She clutched AI Ran's arm tightly. There's no need to trouble teacher Tong Su with tutoring. After all, you have only recently become AI Ran's instructor. As her girlfriend, I am more than capable of guiding her studies as well. Tong Su Dong feigned ignorance, walking directly to the coffee table where she had previously tutored AI Ran. Calmly, she knelt down and closed her eyes, having donned her home workout attire to avoid any unforeseen complications. This brazen act left Xia Zhiqiu grinding her teeth in frustration, though she could not devise an effective countermeasure at that moment. Shiryu, do you have a change of clothes in your bag? If so, please go to my room and change. AI Ran shook his head with a bitter smile. His current state was evidently far from normal. In this condition, the sight of Kasumi no Oka Shiyu clad in a maid outfit was truly overwhelming. What a predicament. The maid outfit fit Shiyu perfectly, adorned with a collar around her neck, exuding a mature and alluring aura that quickened AI Ran's breath. He forced his gaze away from Shiyu's thigh-high stockings, recognizing that to continue staring would be exceedingly impolite under these circumstances. Did his prospective boyfriend not wish to gaze further? Shiyu smiled softly, leaning closer to whisper in Ailan's ear, seemingly unfazed by the presence of another, and even inadvertently advancing their relationship by addressing him in a more intimate manner. Senior Shiyu. Ah, I knew I was right. Unfortunately, there is an outsider present today, but next time, I shall wear it just for you, my dear prospective boyfriend. With a slight smirk, Shiyu interrupted Ailan's words and proceeded towards the bedroom. Ailan gazed at her retreating figure, and suddenly, he noticed that the area behind Kasumigakaka Shiyu's ears had turned a shade of crimson. Classmate Ailan, this part is essential for you to remember. Since your foundation is lacking, alongside rote memorization, you must also master the techniques of learning. When in teaching mode, Kato Maki was unequivocally serious. Her delicate, fair fingers grasped a fountain pen, pointing at the annotated textbook content, instructing Ailan to highlight the key points. Their inadvertent proximity unsettled Kasumigakaka Shiyu, who was seated on the sofa. However, this time, she refrained from making any move. Although she occasionally displayed a hint of petulance, desiring Ailan's undivided attention, she maintained composure regarding significant matters. Kasumigakaka Shiyu had already heard from Yukino Shida Yukino about the importance of adapting to earthly lifestyles, which was also a crucial aspect of his work. Consequently, learning was unavoidable. Moreover, Ailan's academic performance was abysmally poor, and Kato Maki, without charging tutoring fees, stayed up late to assist him, an act that made it impossible for Kasumigakaka Shiyu to disrupt them. Nevertheless, it was still quite irritating. Could these two not exhibit a modicum of restraint? An hour later, Kato Maki's tutoring session finally concluded. The clock was nearing 10. Kasumigakaka-san, it is getting late. You should return swiftly. It would be troublesome to encounter danger if it gets too late. You have class tomorrow, do you not? The overt tone of urging caused a twitch at the corner of Kasumigakaka Shiyu's mouth. There is no need for you to worry, teacher. I have decided to spend the night at my quasi-boyfriend's residence. As for studying, I have already been granted early admission to Waseda University, so it matters not if I miss a session. Upon hearing this, Kato Maki's brows immediately furrowed. Chapter 113. The teacher will also stay overnight. Kato Maki glanced up, raising an eyebrow. This is a miscalculation. My plan has faltered. However, I cannot allow this to continue, at least until after graduation. I shall also remain here overnight. Though she had only briefly interacted with Kasumigakaka Shiyu on 2 occasions, Kato Maki understood from her teaching experience that persuading her to leave would be futile. It was better to stay and prevent any impulsive decisions. However, her declaration left both Ailan and Kasumigakaka Shiyu wide-eyed. Kasumigakaka Shiyu clenched her teeth and said, Teacher Kato, have you forgotten? Your own home is right next door. Meanwhile, Ailan rubbed his forehead, perplexed by the entire situation. It was not the first time Kasumigakaka Shiyu had spent the night at his place. The key issue was how Kato Maki had become involved. A trio of participants? That seemed intriguing. No. Ailan swiftly dispelled these thoughts from his mind, feeling increasingly unlike his former self. It struck him as peculiar that classmate Kasumi no Oka was permitted to stay, yet the teacher was not. Tokiwa Matoi set down her pen, her expression growing somewhat serious. Kasumi no Oka, flipping her hair, retorted coldly, I am Ailan's girlfriend, while you are not. Firstly, you are not Ailan's girlfriend. You just stated that Ailan is your prospective boyfriend, Tokiwa Matoi countered, echoing Kasumi no Oka's earlier words. She continued, if a classmate who is not a girlfriend can stay, then why can't the teacher? What a convoluted argument. Kasumi no Oka was becoming increasingly agitated. Teacher, perhaps you should just return to rest. Although the room is ample, the bedding is decidedly insufficient, she suggested. The events of the day had been overwhelming for Ailan, who felt he was nearing his limit. It would be best for everyone to return home and tend to their own affairs. Just squeeze in. Tokiwa Matoi suggested succinctly, remaining unfazed. Ailan, however, felt a surge of helplessness. Teacher, it's a bit difficult for 3 people to fit. No sooner had he spoken than Kasumi no Oka stepped firmly on his foot. Tokiwa Matoi tilted her head, her expression conveying a what are you thinking? Sentiment? Sleep together? Ailan, at your age, you are still a bit too young for that. I will go back to fetch some bedding, she declared, rising to her feet. However, after kneeling for over an hour, the moment she stood, Tokiwa Matoi felt as though her lower body had lost all sensation, causing her to sway backward. Be careful, she cautioned. Aaron swiftly grasped the hand of Tokiwa Matoi, gently guiding her from beneath the arm. Thank you, Aaron, Matoi expressed gratefully. Observing Matoi's clumsy demeanor, Aaron sighed. Shall I escort you? No need. It's merely my legs feeling a bit numb. It will pass shortly. After a brief moment, Matoi gradually regained her composure, easing herself away from Aaron's embrace and making her way toward the entrance. Her demeanor remained relatively calm throughout the journey. Upon returning to her dwelling and shutting the door behind her, a sudden flush of embarrassment crept onto her face. The ICFA transformed into one of acute anxiety as she reflected on her recent indiscretions. Her heart raced at the thought of having spoken words that could easily be misconstrued. What a blunder! I seem to have uttered some rather ambiguous statements. Having already made contact thrice, a significant part of her body had entered that Saiyans realm, yet it was still far from sufficient. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on Aaron's side grew somewhat awkward. Kagaya Shiyu regarded Aaron for a moment before letting out an irritated click of her tongue. I'm off to shower, prospective boyfriend. After a while, Matoi emerged clad in a lightweight nightgown, cradling a blanket as she arrived at Aaron's residence. Shiyu had initially intended to seize the opportunity during the shower to instigate something, but as soon as her head peeked from the bathroom, she spotted Matoi seated on the sofa. After observing for a while, she realized there was no chance for mischief. With a sense of frustration, Shiyu retreated back into the bathroom. Once all had completed their ablutions, nearly midnight had arrived. After exchanging goodnights, the three retreated to their respective chambers to rest. In the middle of the night, Shiyu quietly opened her eyes, glancing at Matoi beside her with a smirk. Ah, you are still too naive. Completely oblivious to the need for vigilance against a nocturnal ambush. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. Aaron, wait for me to arrive. I shall facilitate your transition to a permanent position today. Gently pulling back the quilt, the moment Kasumi no Harashiya withdrew her foot, she was met with that voice she loathed so deeply. Where are you headed, classmate Kasumi no Hara? To the restroom. I shall accompany you. Let us go together. After discovering the futility of her nocturnal endeavors, Kasumi no Harashiya resigned herself to slumber. However, the sleeping posture of Tomosu Fuyuki was truly beyond description. Her body often encroached upon Shiya's space, embracing her like a pillow. The more ample portions of her form frequently pressed against Shiya's face. This corpulent woman. The following morning, Aaron's dark circles remained unabated, a testament to his restless nights. Throughout the entire night, he found himself ensnared in a series of relentless dreams. Haunted by the tasks he had accomplished over the past decade, transformed into a colossal ape, he became a veritable machine of slaughter. Each blast of his energy cannon obliterating countless lives. In the realm of dreams, he was consumed by maniacal laughter. It was not until the first rays of sunlight graced his face that Aaron jolted awake from his slumber. After completing his morning routine, he noticed a profound stillness emanating from the guest room occupied by Shiyu Kazanaku and Mafuyu Tuka. Why were they not rising? Did they not have school to attend? Murmuring to himself, Aaron approached the door and knocked, but silence lingered in response. These two seemed to be in a deep sleep. With no other option, Aaron reluctantly pushed the door open. What he beheld next left him momentarily astounded. A rush of warmth enveloped his senses. Shiyu and Mafuyu were in a deep slumber. Their bodies entwined for warmth against the chill of the night. Their noses touched, and even their ample forms were pressed closely together. The sight was intimate. The disarray of their sleepwear revealing much. Were it not for his knowledge of their contentious relationship, Aaron might have assumed they shared a profound affection. Ladies, it is time to awaken. Ailan hesitated at the threshold, merely calling out, at her summons. Both individuals opened their eyes almost simultaneously, momentarily taken aback before they disdainfully shoved each other aside. Such an extravagant sleeping posture, Ms. Tokasaki, remarked Shiyukaza no Oka, rising to confront. Oh, it seems you two resemble a koala when asleep, Ms. Kaza no Oka. Chapter 114. The tale of the student council commences within the student council room. Anakin no Miya was diligently attending to paperwork, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the sofa. There. Ailan was meticulously reviewing the list of club equipment provided by Kagaya Shinomiya. Kagaya placed a cup of red tea before her. Speaking with a tone devoid of any fluctuation, Ailan, as the administrator, all club equipment must be procured by next Monday. Naturally, I shall accompany you, as it would be inconvenient for you to handle the dance club's attire alone. Understood, Vice President Shinomiya, Ailan replied. Ailan casually lifted her cup of black tea, instantly drawing the focused gaze of Shigumi Kagaya. The man before her had previously dismissed her skills in the art of tea, unwilling to accept this slight. Shigumi Kagaya had brought her treasured brew from home today. As the cup drew ever closer to Ailan's lips, Kagaya's once placid expression gradually transformed into one of keen intensity. Just as Ailan was about to savor the tea, the door to the student council room swung open, accompanied by a cheerful voice. Kagaya-chan, Anna-chan, and classmate Ailan, let us play a game together. The arrival of Fujiwara Chika abruptly interrupted Ailan's actions, prompting her to place the teacup back onto the table and turn her attention to Chika. Shigumi Kagaya furrowed her brow and spoke, Fujiwara-san, playing games in the sacred student council room could tarnish our image. Oh, really? Fujiwara Chika tilted her head, blinking innocently at Kagaya. I think it's fine. Everyone has been working quite hard lately, and a little relaxation now and then is not a bad thing. Suddenly, Anna Nishinamiya stood up and, while speaking, settled beside Ailan. As she sat down, a slight, unnatural blush crossed her face. Well, since the president has said so, let us play for a bit. Fujiwara-san, what game have you prepared today? Yay. Today, we shall play Ludo. Watching the three swiftly come to a decision was quite the sight. Ailan found herself at a loss for words. So what is my opinion? The game of Ludo, a 4-player affair, involves the casting of dice. The planes traverse the board, ultimately entering the central base to score a point. Victory is claimed by the player whose aircraft successfully reached the base after all have landed. In essence, it is a rather ruthless game. After all, with 4 players vying for survival, the term cruel seems quite fitting. After deciding on the next game to play, the 4 of them settled on opposite sides of the sofa. Anna and Ailan sat together, while Kagaya and Chika found themselves seated across from them. Ailan cast a fleeting glance at the chessboard before him and sighed. What a tedious game it was. For a Saiyan capable of wielding absolute power, was it not merely a matter of shaking the dice to yield any desired outcome? Indeed, it was a battle devoid of suspense. With this thought, he languidly lifted the teacup resting on the table once more. Just as he was about to take a sip, a slight jolt of electricity coursed through him. Unbeknownst to him, Anna had crept closer. Though the sofa measured a generous 2 meters and 4 centimeters, their shoulders and thighs were pressed closely together. Why had the ominous aura of the 5-star ball resurfaced? At this moment, Ailan set aside her tea and began to sense the aura of Anna Jinzagong. However, as the 2 individuals drew closer, the malevolent energy of the 5-star orb abruptly dissipated, casting a glance at Anna Jinzagong, who was gently rubbing her legs. Ailan swiftly reached her conclusion. If this is the extent of it, I might as well go along with her for now, after all. The malevolent energy is no trifling matter. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Ailan once again set down her teacup, Shikigami Kagaya's brows furrowed even deeper. Does Ailan and Kagaya-chan find this game uninteresting? Observing the expressions of Ailan and Shikigami Kagaya, Fujiwara Chika deduced that the allure of the game lacked sufficient appeal. Therefore, she resolved to introduce some enticing prizes. I have 2 movie vouchers here. The winner can take someone along to the cinema. How about that? Doesn't it sound much more intriguing now? However, I must roll the dice first. Fujiwara-san, that won't do. Although I have never played this game, my analysis of its rules suggests that having the initial advantage is crucial. Upon hearing about the movie tickets, Anna Jinzagong perked up. Weekend. 2 people. A dimly lit cinema. Seclusion. These words flashed through her mind in an instant, causing her breath to quicken significantly. Shikigami Kagaya casually nodded. I believe a game of Ludo with the order determined by rock, paper, scissors would be preferable. This weekend, since we can go out. Perhaps Hazaka can take me to the cinema to experience the common folks' entertainment. Kagaya developed a burgeoning interest in the 2 movie tickets. I'm indifferent, Ailan replied. Expressing no desire for the cinema, she might consider it if it were a voucher for an upscale buffet instead. Then let us decide by rock, paper, scissors. Fujiwara Chika's upbringing was strict, prohibiting her from visiting the cinema on weekends. Thus, as long as the game was enjoyable, the movie tickets could be given to anyone. And so, the 4 individuals, each with their own thoughts, began their game of rock, paper, scissors. Rock, scissors, paper. For Iron threw a punch, and Anakin no Miya did the same, as did Shiomiya Kagaya. Only Fujiwara Chika offered a cloth. Hee. Am I not still in the lead? Fujiwara Chika joyfully cast the dice. Then, a 3. In a game where one can only take flight with a 6. This throw was undoubtedly meaningless. Shiomiya Kagaya picked up the dice. It seems the advantage of going first is not as pronounced. Only launching a plane in the first round can be considered an edge. The dice rolled in Kagaya's hand, and with a gentle toss. How could this be? A 5. Next was Anakin no Miya's turn. She grasped the dice, her hand trembling for an unknown reason. Weighing it, she rolled it lightly, feeling the motion, and positioned the sixth side upward. After calculating the necessary force, Anakin no Miya threw it. 6. At the moment the dice settled, she exclaimed with excitement. 3 seconds later, Ailan tossed the dice carelessly. 6. Apologies, it seems this game is unwinnable for him. He can throw as many sixes as he desires. 20 minutes later, Fujiwara Chika's body suddenly lost balance, tilting towards Shinomiya Kagaya. How could this be? Not a single plane had emerged. On the other side, Ailan also looked at the board in disbelief. How is this possible? I lost too? He then turned his gaze toward the victorious Anakin no Miya, astonished that her precision in throwing exceeded his own. Chapter 115, The Terrifying Anakin no Miya. By the way, President, here are 2 movie tickets for you. Fujiwara Chika pulled 2 tickets from her bag and asked, President, who would you like to take to the cinema this weekend? Anakin no Miya accepted the tickets, revealing a sweet smile. It's a secret. Shinomiya Kagaya's gaze lingered on the tickets for a moment before quickly turning away. President, it's quite late today. I shall take my leave. Very well, Vice President Shinomiya, please be careful on your way home. Huh? Kagaya-chan is leaving now? Wait for me. Let us go together. As Shinomiya Kagaya and Fujiwara Chika departed, Ailan, sensing an ominous turn of events, began to pack his belongings, preparing to flee. However, just as he had gathered half of his things, the sudden sound of a door locking reached his ears. Again, as Ailan turned around, he beheld Anna Jinzagong approaching him slowly. For reasons unknown, he was suddenly reminded of the tale of the big bad wolf and the little white rabbit. The typically proud Saiyan instinctively found himself identifying with the role of the little rabbit. President, he thought. As this was not the first time such an encounter had occurred, Ailan managed to suppress his astonishment, observing the oddly flustered Anna Jinzagong. Her cheeks flushed. He believed he had this situation under control. As long as he did not excessively provoke her, he could gradually purify the malevolent energy of the 5-star ball with positive energy. Anna Jinzagong's voice trembled slightly. I just won the game. Praise me. I did splendidly, did I not? Therefore, Ailan, please commend me. Aaron's hand, resting on the table, was firmly held down by Anna Jinzagong. You must go along with her. Wasn't Anna Jinzagong's earlier request simply to praise her? Although the reason remains unclear, complying to this extent should pose no issue. Reminding herself inwardly, Ailan discreetly took a step back and, in accordance with the other's request, spoke up. President, you performed exceptionally well. Your throwing accuracy surpassed my expectations. In fact, it is remarkable that a girl who has never trained in martial arts could achieve such precision. Truly deserving of the title genius. To Ailan's astonishment, the moment her words left her lips, Anna Jinzagong clutched her chest and uncontrollably sank to the floor, her legs gradually spreading apart into a seated position reminiscent of a duck. She pressed her lips together, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid, while her chest rose and fell dramatically in response. Ailan was somewhat taken aback as Anna, the poised president of the student council, seamlessly transformed before his eyes into such a different persona. The stark contrast was overwhelming, truly absurd. Ailan felt an increasing sense of restlessness, as the discomfort that had plagued him in recent days resurfaced once more at this moment, forcing himself to suppress the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He glanced at Anna Jinzagong, who was kneeling on the floor. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to assist her to her feet. Just as he was about to act, Anna Jinzagong extended her hand towards him. Her fingers were long and flawless, with neatly trimmed nails that bore no polish, their delicate pink hue remarkably pleasing to the eye. Ailan stepped forward and grasped that hand, intending to pull Anna Jinzagong up with force. However, he was taken aback when he realized that, in that very moment, she too was exerting strength, drawing Ailan towards her. The instant the opposing force was applied, Ailan sensed it. Does she truly wish to compete in strength with a Saiyan? How naive. Wait, why is her strength so immense, and what is this current? In an instant, a powerful jolt coursed through Ailan's body, leaving him briefly paralyzed, his balance lost as he toppled towards Anna Jinzagong. Can she truly influence the Dragon Balls with her will? Is this something a human can achieve? In the next moment, still astonished, Ailan found himself cradled effortlessly in Anna Jinzagong's hands, landing precisely in her embrace. Anna Jinzagong lowered her head, closed her eyes, inhaling the scent of Ailan, her long eyelashes quivering delicately, her entire being trembling with emotion. At long last, she held him once more. Now he rests within my arms. The faint fragrance emanating from Anna Jinzagong filled Ailan's nostrils. the unusual fluctuations of energy within him becoming ever more pronounced. As a scion in the prime of youth, losing self-control resulted in an immediate physical response. The barriers in his mind, which had long constrained him, were shattered in that moment. Every cell in his body sounded the clarion call of charge. Yet, how could he possibly concede so easily? Ailan bit his tongue. He did not harbor any disdain for Anna Jinzagong's beauty and figure. However, the impulse that arose from a lack of self-awareness left him quite uncomfortable. Even his physical reaction seemed to him a humiliating testament to his insufficient self-control. A scion would never yield under such circumstances. Anna Jinzagong, you must know your limits. Before Ailan could utter another word, he was once more enveloped in her embrace, as if a bullet had been chambered, perfectly fitting. Call me Anna. Anna Jinzagong, brimming with excitement, still bore a flush upon her cheeks, her eyes glistening as if on the verge of shedding tears. No joking around, earthling. The numbing sensation had yet to fade, and Ailan remained unable to exert his strength. He attempted to pry her hands apart, but to no avail. In a moment of desperation, he reached beneath her arms to tickle her, and this time it proved effective. Anna Jinzagong instantly slumped, her strength considerably diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Ailan swiftly extricated himself from her grasp and stood up. Wait, don't just sit there. Let me catch my breath. Ailan gasped for breath. Her gaze toward Anna Jinzagong revealing an unusual intensity. The quintessence dragon, capable of wielding electricity, proved exceedingly formidable. A single jolt had rendered Ailan incapacitated for an extended period. Why did this happen? I am uncertain. Whenever I find myself alone with Ailan, I become strangely affected. Gradually, Anna Jinzagong rose, her expression tinged with confusion. She longed for Ailan's praise, yearned to hear her voice, and craved close proximity to her. The mere thought of these desires filled her with uncontainable joy. She approached Ailan once more, and as her emotions surged, Ailan could even perceive yellow currents swirling around her. Wait, do not move. Let us engage in a proper conversation. In that moment, Ailan set aside her Saiyan pride and chose to follow her heart once again. Chapter 116. Completely unable to withstand Anna's assault upon hearing Ailan's words, Anna Jinzagong obediently halted in her tracks. Anna, will. Before she could finish her sentence, Anna Jinzagong promptly interjected, call me Anna. Very well, Anna. Ailan displayed a remarkable compliance, particularly in the presence of that yellow lightning. Anna, I should have mentioned to you earlier that these actions are reserved solely for those we cherish or our future spouses. Correct? Only Ailan has the power to evoke such feelings within me. Thus, I believe my affections lie with him. Anna Jinzagong's tone was resolute, indicating that this was a well-considered response. Observing his continued forward momentum, Ailan clenched his teeth and declared, I already have someone I like. In fact, not just one. He is an utter scoundrel, do you understand? At this moment, after a brief moment of breathlessness, Ailan gradually subdued the turmoil within him. He had been attempting to reach out to Ailan since yesterday, yet had received no reply to this day. As for Ailan, I am indifferent. My sole desire is to be with the one I love. Now, Ailan found himself at a loss for words, taken aback by Anna Jinzagong's unexpected declaration. As her emotions began to stabilize, the yellow lightning gradually dissipated. She walked directly to the somewhat silent Ailan and, lowering her head, took his hand. Only Ailan has the ability to. Ailan's eyelids twitched. The scene before her was exceedingly peculiar. At that moment, Anna seemed akin to a domineering CEO. While she herself, the two were intimately aligned, their breaths audible to one another. Anna, do you truly comprehend what you are doing? I know, she replied. I have a fondness for you, Ailan, and I am unequivocally certain that you are the one for me. You occupy my thoughts incessantly, and I yearn to encounter you within this student council. Just being within your line of sight brings me unparalleled joy. As the books describe, I now experience nothing but fulfillment and happiness, a sensation so overwhelming that it raises my temperature beyond control. As she spoke, she pressed Ailan's hand firmly against her chest. I am convinced that this is love. The color in Anna's cheeks deepened. From Ailan's perspective, this woman was undeniably enthusiastic and assertive, fervent and unrestrained, reminiscent of the formidable female warriors he had encountered on planet Vegeta. As Ailan momentarily lost his train of thought, Anna instinctively interlocked her fingers with his, her other arm encircling his waist, her face nestled against his chest. An unfamiliar sensation rippled through her entire being, and Anna seemed to yearn for even more exhilaration. Ailan, only in this way can I feel happiness. Her voice began to waver, her body trembled with increasing intensity, and her eyes sparkled with the glow of affection. At this moment, Ailan gradually regained her composure, setting aside various chaotic factors. In any case, it seems to be an opportune moment to convey positive energy to Anna. Ailan made no immediate move, merely channeling his energy into Anna's being. However, he soon realized that the purifying effect this time seemed somewhat diminished compared to previous attempts. The purity of the positive energy within him exhibited a slight decline. Before he could ponder this anomaly, Anna's hand, adorned with the exquisite Jinzagong ring, had already slipped beneath his shirt at his lower back. "Anna, what are you doing?" he inquired, perplexed. "I don't know," she replied. "I just feel compelled to do this now, and for some reason, it feels quite pleasant." Sensing an impending crisis, Ailan hastily completed the transfer of energy and stepped back slightly. "Anna, I urge you to exercise caution, particularly in matters of the heart. I can assure you with certainty that while you align with my aesthetic preferences, I have yet to develop any affection for you. Certain actions cannot be undertaken until mutual understanding is reached. Do you comprehend?" "Not quite," she responded. "This is a matter of mutual choice. For instance, imagine you are in the market for a car and you come across a model that captivates you immensely, eager to drive it home. However, it is unfortunate that someone is currently test driving the vehicle and you lack sufficient funds. Can you simply dismiss the individual inside and claim the car for yourself? Moreover, not only the driver's seat, but even the back seats are occupied." Ailan crafted what she believed to be the most fitting metaphor, quietly muttering to herself. However, having reached this point, she hoped that Anna of the Gene Palace could comprehend her sentiments. "I understand now, but throughout my life, I have always brought home whatever I cherished, regardless of its price. So, how much does Ailan need to come home with me?" As Anna spoke, her cheeks flushed anew. She felt utterly powerless against the allure of the vehicle named Ailan. Though, as Ailan mentioned, it was still being test-driven. She had no inclination to ponder such matters at that moment. She impulsively grasped Ailan's collar and pressed her face against his, just as she contemplated advancing further. Ailan's limbs had fully regained their strength, and he quickly held her shoulders. In the next instant, although the tingling sensation returned to his palms, this time, the prepared Ailan managed to maintain his composure. Who knows how this seemingly delicate woman could influence the Dragon Balls with her emotions? The five-star ball was utterly disgraceful. After successfully thwarting Anna's advances once more, Ailan felt utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically. In any case, we cannot continue down this path. Certain matters must be addressed when feelings are sufficiently strong. What must I do to make Ailan's feelings towards me deepen? At the very least, it cannot rely on such means. Do you understand? Gazing at Ailan's serious countenance, Anna restrained her desires, tightly gripping her skirt as she earnestly declared, "I have been diligently studying those physiological texts over the past few days. The books assert that physical contact is the most crucial method for nurturing romantic feelings between men and women, not merely an expression of mutual desire, but a way to convey affection. To understand each other's bodies better, the bond between two individuals will strengthen and grow more intimate throughout this process." At this revelation, Ailan was left utterly dumbfounded. Which physiological text stated such a thing? Are you certain you were reading a biology book and not one of those frivolous tales? Moreover, why is your hand reaching into my shirt? So this chaotic touching is your way of understanding my body and enhancing our relationship? Is this your justification for becoming infatuated? Chapter 117. The Saiyan confronts his true feelings for the first time. Ailan was somewhat overwhelmed by Anna's remarks at the Palace of Gene. This time, he did not hold back. With a slight exertion of strength, he gently extricated her from his embrace. After taking a deep breath, Ailan quickly composed his thoughts. "While I am uncertain of what the biology textbook conveys, your overt display of intimacy may delight those with whom you share a close bond. However, I must confess that I am, at present, somewhat perplexed by this behavior." Ailan's admission of confusion surprised Anna, rendering her momentarily speechless. Observing her furrowed brow, he felt a pang of compassion and added, "It is not you, Anna, that troubles me. Though our acquaintance has been brief, I can discern that you are indeed a remarkable individual. It is inconceivable that anyone could harbor ill feelings towards you. It would be preferable if you could maintain composure before taking certain actions, particularly in matters of the heart. I believe human emotions ought to be expressed with greater subtlety and delicacy." At this juncture, Ailan paused. It had become evident that Anna, during moments of intense emotional upheaval, could unleash a fraction of the power of the five-star orb. Thus, while accommodating her tendencies, it was imperative to instill some constraints. Otherwise, The malevolent energy of the Dragon Ball could genuinely lead to dire consequences, both literally and figuratively. Greater subtlety and delicacy? Anna appeared to grasp the underlying message, nodding slowly. I understand. I shall adhere to your guidance, Aaron. Do you truly comprehend? Aaron felt a sense of trepidation, for the previous suggestion to peruse a biology book had ultimately rendered her into a lovesick fool. Rest assured, I shall refrain from any further indiscreet actions. Anna Jinzagong placed her hand upon her chest. I shall gradually and methodically endeavor to engage in activities that will endear Aaron to me, until she is willing to share an intimate connection. She brushed back the strands of hair that fell across her forehead, though a few remained glued there due to perspiration. The gentle rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a soft, rosy hue upon the space between them, suffusing the room with warmth. Anna Jinzagong's unconventional confession stirred a flicker of emotion within Aaron, yet it was not what she desired. The intricate web of her relationships with Yukino Shida Yukino, Kasumiga Kakashiwa, Sawamura Spencer Arari, and Kata Megumi remained unresolved. How could she possibly embark on another? Moreover, the burden of purifying the Dragon Balls weighed heavily upon her mind. Furthermore, as time passed, Aaron found herself uncertain of the path she should take. Confronting her innermost feelings, Aaron discovered that he seemed to have developed feelings for several women, including Yukino Shida, Utaha Kasumigakaka, and Megumi Kato, even Arari Spencer Sawamura. Perhaps he had harbored these affections since his past life. However, upon realizing this, he could only feel a sense of turmoil. These women were not mere characters from a screen, but vibrant individuals existing in the tangible world. Whether it was from his prior existence as a recluse or the moral code adopted after his reincarnation as a Saiyan, he had always believed that a monogamous relationship was the only rational arrangement. Even in the Saiyan culture, known for their brashness, there was no precedent for polygamy. Not even for King Vegeta. Yet, Aaron was undeniably a man of insatiable desires. After merging the memories of his two lives, even with the awareness that some of his inclinations were misguided, he could not help but indulge in the feelings that enveloped him. He even nurtured an unrealistic fantasy. Taking a deep breath, Aaron cast an apologetic glance at Anna, conveying a silent message of regret for his inability to respond adequately. Listen well, Anna. Perhaps I had not articulated myself clearly before, so allow me to assert this earnestly now. The Aaron you envision may be a mere figment of your imagination. He has affections for more than one girl. Each time, he relishes the tenderness these girls offer him. He greedily wishes to live joyfully alongside them, hoping that these young women can coexist harmoniously. Although he has yet to devise a practical solution, he is genuinely contemplating this matter. In ancient times, such behavior might have been deemed acceptable, but in contemporary society, and even across the cosmos, this conduct is unequivocally that of a scoundrel, despicable in every sense. Do you understand? After exhaling deeply, Aaron felt a sense of clarity wash over him. This was the first time he had articulated his innermost thoughts. Even the Time King, capable of reading minds, could not help but roll his eyes at Aaron's sheer earnestness upon discovering this purity. Contrary to Aaron's expectations of Anna's retreat into apprehension upon hearing his confessions, her gaze sparkled with renewed vigor. It doesn't matter, she declared, her simple yet resolute words resonating powerfully in Aaron's ears. Just like me, Aaron. You are merely pursuing what you desire and striving for your ideals. There is nothing wrong with that. Anna felt this was only natural. Not solely due to the lack of proper sexual education, but because, having escaped a decade of monotonous existence, she genuinely believed that, as long as one does not violate the law or harm others, humanity should indeed pursue its own desires. At this point, Aaron was utterly taken aback. Such a terrifying declaration of a harem had been so readily accepted by her. Aaron took a deep breath, once again scrutinizing the majestic palace of Anna Jean before him. He reaffirmed that this woman bore a striking resemblance to the elite warriors of planet Vegeta, a purity of essence that he could never hope to rival. I am delighted to have learned about your aspirations, Aaron. I shall not hinder you. Likewise, I implore you not to dismiss me outright. Please, gaze upon me with your own eyes. Anna Jean pressed her head against Aaron's chest, yet this time she heeded his earlier words, clasping her hands tightly within her skirt, refraining from further physical contact. However, the intensity of her yearning caused her small fist to turn slightly pale. Aaron's lips gently moved as she placed her hand atop her head. Is this acceptable? Is this sufficient? The obedient response evoked in Aaron a vivid recollection of the dignified and courteous Anna of the Jean Palace from their first encounter. The slight annoyance that had previously arisen from Anna's earlier actions dissipated entirely in that moment. I understand, Anna. Although I am unable to respond to you immediately, I assure you that I will pay close attention to you. Upon hearing this reply, Anna of the Gene Palace instantly lifted her gaze, her heart racing with excitement. Ailan gently moved her hand away from Anna's head, her fingertips delicately untangling the strands of hair clinging to her forehead due to perspiration. A faint smile graced her lips. Chapter 118. When the stealthy cat is caught in the act. Has her emotional turmoil finally subsided? In a tone filled with concern, Ailan inquired, gazing at Anna Jinzagong's bashful countenance. Anna's forehead remained pressed against Ailan's chest, her breath still audible and labored. Yet, it seemed that this degree of intimacy was still insufficient to find true solace. I apologize for causing you trouble, Ailan, as she spoke. Her grip on the hem of her dress tightened, her hands growing even paler. Ailan could even hear the mournful cry of the dress on the verge of tearing apart. Fear not, in your current state, I shall not turn a blind eye. Anna of the Gene Palace felt a touch of shyness, sensing that she was on the brink of her endurance. Although classmate Ailan cannot respond to me, could you perhaps embrace me when no one is around? Ailan lowered her head to gaze at her, remaining silent as she opened her arms wide. Anna, in a moment of sheer joy, tightly embraced Ailan's waist, her breath quickening. Like an addict fervently inhaling the scent that clung to him, Ailan felt the bittersweet fruits of Anna Jinzagong's presence. At that moment, a knock echoed through the student council room. Sensing the urgency, Ailan discovered that the person outside was none other than Yukino Shida Yukino. Another round of knocking followed, prompting Ailan to hastily pry Anna Jinzagong's hand away and, feeling somewhat guilty, retreat back to the sofa. Anna quickly regained her composed demeanor, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet her expression remained unperturbed. Observing Anna's graceful stride towards the door, Ailan mused that women truly possess an innate flair for performance. With a decisive click, the door swung open. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, President Anna. I am Yukino Shida Yukino from Class J of the second year. Yukino Shida greeted Anna with courtesy, albeit with a hint of confusion. Wasn't the student council door typically locked? It was then that she noticed Ailan, seated elegantly on the sofa. Is that the Ape King? Yukino Shida silently reflected, her gaze sharpening as she turned back to Anna. My apologies, Ms. Yukino Shida. I was just discussing with Ailan regarding the procurement of additional club equipment. Due to budgetary constraints, we cannot disclose this information until the official figures are finalized. Anna Jinzagong swiftly transitioned into her professional role, fabricating a plausible excuse with ease. Is that so? My apologies for arriving at an inopportune time, Yukino Shida replied, her skepticism lingering despite the absence of a tangible counterargument. May I inquire, Ms. Yukino Shida, what brings you to the student council? Anna inquired once more. Narrowing her eyes, Yukino Shida, though unaware of the connection between Ailan and Anna, deemed it essential to extinguish any potential threats before they could escalate. The competition was already fierce enough. Thus, she coolly articulated, I am here for two matters. First, to escort Ailan home. Second, to inquire about the rejection of the servant club's application. Upon finishing, she glanced at Ailan, who was approaching her, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Ah, so you are the person Ailan has feelings for, Anna remarked in an even tone, as if nothing untoward had transpired between her and Ailan. I am aware of the situation regarding the servant club. The reason for the rejection is that there are stringent requirements for establishing a club at Saiyan Academy. Any group with fewer than 5 members can only form a non-funded circle, while formal clubs require a minimum of 5 members to register. Is that so? Yukino Shida Yukino lowered her head. Before coming here, she had familiarized herself with the distinction between clubs and societies at Saiyan Academy. If a society were merely formed, the service club would not only lack an independent activity room, but would also be prohibited from accepting requests from students. Consequently, the service club would lose its very purpose for existence. At that moment, Ailan, who had already approached the entrance, pondered for a moment and said, Anna, if the service club were to add another member, could you expedite the approval process? Since this is a request from Ailan, the General Affairs Officer, I could temporarily be listed under the service club, although I may not have much time to participate in activities as long as the membership requirement is met. The application for the club should proceed smoothly. Anna Kijinomiya subtly blinked at Ailan. Ailan raised an eyebrow, comprehending the meaning behind that gaze. It seemed to convey, I performed admirably, thus I deserve a reward when we are alone next. Yukino Shida Yukino furrowed her brow in response. No, President Anna, I will seek another formal member. I do not particularly appreciate such blatant exploitation of loopholes in the rules. While that is certainly acceptable, I must remind you, Yukino Shida-san, that the service club must assemble 5 formal members by next Wednesday, as that marks the final day for club registration. I understand, President Anna, Yukino Shida replied, offering a slight nod to Anna Kinemiyako before turning towards the corridor. As she did, she lightly uttered, Yurokuen, let us return. Her earlobes flushed with a faint hue, prompting Yukino Shida to instinctively quicken her pace. In retrospect, those words seemed to imply that she and Yurokuen were already cohabitating, which was utterly embarrassing. Ailan was momentarily taken aback, and then he turned to Anna, offering an apologetic expression. I apologize, President Anna, but I must leave early today. There's no need for apologies, Ailan. Even as a member of the student council, I would never impose a requirement for you to remain in the council room after school at all times. If you have matters to attend to, please do so. Now, I shall proceed to handle the documents for the student council. Then, until we meet again. Indeed, after Anna closed the door to the student council classroom, Ailan turned to follow Yukino Shida. Although her emotional intelligence was not particularly high, she fully comprehended the words spoken by Anna Kinojo earlier. Inside the student council room, Anna leaned against the door. Slowly, she reached into the crevice of her garment and retrieved a pen-like recording device. Gently pressing play, Ailan's voice emanated from within. President, you did exceptionally well. Your throwing precision could easily be described as genius. I understand, Anna. Although I cannot respond to you immediately, I will certainly keep a close watch on you. Listening to Ailan's voice from the recorder, Anna gradually slid down from the door to the floor. Ailan. Tonight, I can find solace in your praise as I drift into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 119, A Long-Awaited Sweetness. Ailan followed Yukino Shida to her apartment. This building was still developed by the Yukino Shida Family S Construction Company, and to ensure Yukino's comfort. The furnishings and layout were astonishingly identical to those of the apartment in Chiba. Upon entering the living room, Yukino, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. I thought you would have much to say to me. As she spoke, her eyes glimmered with an inscrutable smile, intently capturing Ailan's visage. Was her hesitation in knowing how to begin a valid excuse? It was. Yukino Shida chuckled softly. After all, you have always been somewhat inarticulate. And this time it seems rather normal. Why does it sound as if my image in your eyes is rather dismal? In truth, I am not as insufferable as you might think. Well, except when it comes to studying. Yukino Shida maintained her smile, her tone languid. Indeed, it is rather dismal, for not only are you a training fanatic, but you also enjoy attracting attention from others. While I understand that being surrounded by a throng of adolescent beauties might delight you, I find such matters exceedingly distasteful. No, in truth, I am not particularly elated. At times, it even feels somewhat burdensome. Ailan unconsciously revealed a bitter smile. Oh, could it be that the esteemed primate experiences anguish over such trivial matters? Yukino Shida lightly mocked, before her tone returned to its usual composure. Is Anna the host of the Dragon Ball? Ailan nodded, acknowledging Yukino Shida perceptiveness. It was hardly surprising that she could discern such a detail. Indeed, it was not merely Anna Kinomoto who bore the Dragon Ball. Vice President Kagaya Shinomiya was also a host. The student council had unexpectedly become home to 2 Dragon Balls. A note of concern tinged Yukino's voice. Is there danger? While the 2 of them posed a nuisance, they were not inherently perilous. The true threat resided in the presence of teacher Kirasaki, who shared the same roof with me. She possessed a 7-star ball, yet the moment I laid eyes upon her, I felt a sense of trepidation. By the way, would it be possible for me to stay over at your place tonight? I genuinely wish to avoid returning to endure her hellish teachings. Another Dragon Ball, perhaps? Alas, I am unable to assist you, my dear Monkey King. Just as Yukino Shida was lost in her gloomy thoughts, Ailan's voice broke through. I can stay here tonight, right? This utterance dispelled her melancholy in an instant. Yukino's face flushed slightly as she averted her gaze towards the sofa in the living room. This apartment has only 1 room. If you truly wish to sleep here, you will have to take the sofa. That's perfectly fine. I can sleep anywhere. Ailan expressed her indifference, stating she could even share a cat bed with Pulyalu. But where is Pulyalu today? She hadn't seen it around. There is a cat CAF nearby where Pulyalu has taken up a job, claiming it desires to earn money to buy cat food. It has been several days since it last returned. Ailan stroked her chin thoughtfully, pondering. This lazy cat is actually willing to work for money? Perhaps there is a charming female cat at the CAF that has caught its fancy. Nevertheless, it matters little. That foolish cat is of no real use. The time had now reached 9 o'clock. Ailan and Yukino were seated on the sofa, engrossed in the remastered version of Mr. Pan. As Yukino squinted her eyes and stifled a yawn, a sudden wave of drowsiness enveloped her, prompting her to excuse herself for a shower. Inside the bathroom, she found herself blushing, for even during their time in the icy world, she had never shared such an intimate space with Ailan while bathing. Although their bond had undeniably deepened, a sense of shyness lingered within her. After completing her bath, she lingered in the bathroom, fidgeting for a while before finally mustering the composure to step out. With no guest room in the house, Yukino's cheeks flushed slightly, and her gaze became somewhat evasive, embodying the demeanor of a bashful young girl. Ailan observed the situation without revealing her awareness, merely smiling. "I can sleep on the sofa. It's fine. I shall take a shower as well. Today has been overwhelming, and I feel somewhat fatigued." Yukino shyly watched Ailan enter the bathroom. After a while, she returned to her own room, her cheeks flushed. However, she did not completely shut the door, leaving a small gap. She believed that with Ailan's keen perception, he would surely notice this detail. "I must be out of my mind." After a moment of shyness, Yukino covered her face with her hands. "It's all right. We have shared a bed before." Yukino sought the most reasonable justification she could muster. Time passed, and the sounds of running water ceased, causing her to inexplicably hold her breath and pull the blanket closer. As she heard footsteps approaching from the living room, her heart raced. Yet, in the end, the door was not pushed open. Listening intently, it seemed that Ailan had indeed gone to the living room as he should. What a dense fellow. Yukino took a deep breath, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. Indeed, having known him for so long, he often behaved with the emotional depth of a wooden statue. Yukino sighed wistfully. In this scenario, it was simply too embarrassing for her to call him in. Suddenly, commotion erupted outside. "I knew you weren't out working, Pulyalu. You've gone out to chase after little female cats, haven't you? Huh? How did you know, boss? Humph. Your whiskers are practically forming a heart shape. How can you neglect your home and run outside every day? You foolish cat, you shall meet your demise. Tonight, I shall turn you into a cat stew." Unable to withstand the ruckus any longer, Yukino cried out, "Yinrin-kun, you mustn't bully Pulyalu. Come in here at once." Soon, Ailan's figure appeared in the doorway. Looking utterly baffled as he gazed at her, "Yukino, aren't you tired? Why aren't you asleep yet?" Yukino suppressed her feelings of embarrassment and anger. "You are sleeping beside me tonight, and you are not allowed to leave. I worry you will pick on Pulyalu." Ailan nodded earnestly. "All right." Yukino's chest rose and fell rapidly, whether from anger or embarrassment remained uncertain. Yet, in the next instant, Ailan had already burrowed beneath the covers, wrapping his arms around her waist and rolling over on the bed. When Yukino came to her senses beneath the blanket, she found herself tightly nestled in Ailan's embrace. The entire room was shrouded in darkness, yet Yukino could feel Ailan's gaze upon her. "Have you seen enough?" she inquired, only to sense an insatiable longing in his eyes. "Then close your eyes and sleep." Yukino buried her face in Ailan's chest, genuinely relieved that the lights were turned off at that moment. Ailan continued to embrace Yukino at her waist, though he dared not grip too tightly. Within moments, the gentle rhythm of her breathing indicated that the girl in his arms had drifted into slumber. Yet, the true state of Yukino could never elude Ailan's keen perception. He slowly leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "I yearn to kiss you, Yukino." At his words, her body trembled slightly, and her head tilted upward ever so slightly. In the next instant, Ailan's lips met hers. Chapter 120. Let us host a gathering. Kissing, for lovers entwined in affection, often leads to an inexorable escalation after the first encounter. As Yukino found herself kissed by Ailan, she, who had been patiently waiting, shyly wrapped her arms around his neck. Her sweet breath playfully brushed against Ailan's face, and as he inhaled the intoxicating warmth enveloping him, he couldn't help but open his eyes. Yukino was right there in his embrace, so close that even her unadorned, porcelain-like complexion revealed not a single flaw. Under the moonlight, she exuded a charm he had never witnessed before. The intensity of such emotions was indeed overwhelming. Ailan's heart raced incessantly as she gently bit her cherry-like lips. Yukino was reciprocating with all her might. Though she lacked proficiency, her fervor was unmistakably evident. In that fleeting moment, their lips parted, and their foreheads pressed together, their noses touching. Yukino softly called out Ailan's name before closing her eyes and retreating into his embrace. "You must remain by my side forever," she murmured. The scenes playing in her mind resembled an old film, each frame unfolding slowly. Excluding the turmoil stirred by the malevolent dragon, their shared experiences had been rather simple. From their initial meeting to mutual understanding and now to love. In her solitary moments, Yukino occasionally pondered why, despite their stark differences in character, she had fallen for him so recklessly. Yet, she had never discovered a definitive answer to this question. Perhaps it was that he possessed everything she adored: strength, composure, and the ability to arrive at her side with swiftness whenever she needed him. There was no longer a necessity for excessive words to express their emotions. An enigmatic synergy enveloped Yukino, instilling a profound sense of comfort within her. The only regret she harbored was that Ailan was a charming rogue. She was acutely aware of many things. Just before being kissed once more by Ailan, she pressed her index finger against his lips, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she reiterated her earlier plea: "You must remain by my side forever." "All right." In the darkness, Ailan responded earnestly. Subsequently, the two shared another kiss. A night filled with silence ensued. In the morning, Yukino was the first to awaken. She stared blankly for a few seconds, and as her drowsiness and the confusion of waking faded, her petite face turned crimson. Cautiously, she glanced beside her. The man-ape remained asleep, breathing evenly and looking quite content. The day had not yet fully dawned. As Yukino reached for her phone, her slight movement caused him to involuntarily furrow his brow before relaxing, casting a furtive glare at the still sleeping figure. The Saiyan race truly did not resemble carbon-based life forms. Her intention in reaching for her phone was, of course, to request a day off. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately decided to send a message to Hiraizumi Shizuku, also requesting a leave for Ailan. Although she was aware that Ailan, being unlike any carbon-based entity, could undoubtedly attend school as usual, she hoped that by taking a leave herself, he would choose to stay. Naturally, she did not wish for him to leave. However, upon assessing her own condition for the day, it seemed unlikely that she would be able to prepare a meal for the man-ape. She once again illuminated her phone screen. After opening line, she entered the group chat for the Dojin Game Club. The man-ape has successfully assumed the role of the General Affairs Officer at Shuchian Academy. I want to celebrate him. Let us gather for dinner at his place after school today. Shortly after the message was dispatched, Kasumiga Kakashiyu and Sawamura Spencer Airi replied in succession. "Yukino Shida, you actually woke up at this hour? Humph, aren't you awake as well? You black-stockinged plump woman, pretending to be a lady. I've been working on my new manuscript and Haven T slept all night." "Ah, please don't refer to me that way. And you're not the only one who has slept all night. I've also been drawing the entire evening." After sending her message, Airi pouted in dissatisfaction, then redirected her gaze to the artwork before her. It was still the same theme as before, yet this time, the princess was atop the knight, forcefully kissing him. "All right, you too, while work is indeed important, do remember to take care of your health. Kato's routine has always been quite regular. Let us meet at the man-ape's house tonight. I will also bring along the members of the servant department." After this message was sent, Yukino revealed a satisfied smile. However, upon observing the latest message from Yukino Shida, Kasumiga Kakashiwa furrowed her brow slightly, sensing something amiss in the tone of today's communication. Meanwhile, Kato Megumi, hidden beneath her blankets, repeatedly scrutinized the dialogue among Yukino Shida and the others, gently biting her lower lip in contemplation. Following the conclusion of the group chat, Yukino found her drowsiness entirely dissipated. She stared at Airi for a while, murmuring softly, "Airi, sometimes I truly wish to strike you hard. Yet, I suppose that even if I did, your tough exterior would render it ineffective, leaving only myself with a tinge of pain." As she whispered, careful not to disturb him, she couldn't help but reach out to touch Airi's handsome features. "Although I may not be able to assist you with your work, I can at least offer you some ideas and prepare delicious meals for you. What do you think?" "Sounds good." The unexpected voice of Airi startled Yukino Shida. She then noticed him opening his eyes, his smile illuminated by the faint morning light. Instantly, Yukino Shida's face flushed crimson, and almost instinctively, she sought refuge beneath the covers. Ailan did not grant her the opportunity, pulling her into his embrace with a swift motion. "Are you pretending to be asleep?" Yukino Shida cast a shameful and indignant glance at Ailan, her alluring charm inexplicably radiating from her features. "Huh, I don't believe I have ever woken up after you. It is merely an instinctive desire to watch you in slumber. Including the first time? Aaron nodded. The first instance of feigning slumber must have occurred on the inaugural night spent in the realm of ice and snow. Humph. It seems that the apparent honesty of the Monkey King was merely a facade. I was deceived by you. Yukino Shida, with half of her face concealed beneath the covers, spoke in a muffled tone. With a gentle smile, AI ran lightly brushed through Yukino Shida, Yukino's beautiful hair. By the way, I just requested leave from teacher Hiratsuka, so we need not attend school today. Very well then. Since you are unwell today, I shall stay here to keep you company. Indeed, just as I had surmised. The enigmatic primate will certainly remain by my side. Reflecting on this, a subtle smile crept upon Yukino Shida Yukino's lips, and she softly added, I have contacted the members of the gaming club and the service club this evening. We shall celebrate your appointment as the General Affairs Officer of the Student Council at your home. Chapter 121. They are about to step onto the battlefield. Yukino Shida Yukino informed the members of both clubs about a gathering at Aaron's residence tonight. She did not elaborate, as both parties had already crossed paths at SBU High and could simply introduce themselves when the time came. Kato Megumi sat on the moving train, lost in thought. Something must have transpired between Aaron and Yukino Shida last night. Had Aaron finally made his choice? As for tonight's gathering, never mind. There is no point in overthinking it. She would see them soon enough. After disembarking from the train and exiting the station, Kato glanced towards Aaron's estate before turning towards the nearest supermarket to prepare snacks, beverages, and culinary delights for the evening's event. Aaron's appetite is rather astonishing, and she possesses little knowledge of culinary arts. Today, it seems that Yukino Shida-san would find it rather inconvenient to prepare these items. As she placed each item into her shopping cart, she realized an important fact. The supplies required for a gathering of 7 appeared to be far more abundant than she had anticipated. Particularly the copious amounts of ingredients before her, which one person could not possibly carry alone. It felt as though at least 3 individuals would be necessary to transport them. Had she known earlier, she would have notified Aaron. Surely, she alone could manage to move all these items. Should she call Aaron to assist her? Kato swiftly dismissed this thought, recognizing that today, Aaron would likely prefer to accompany Yukino Shida. How, then, could she transport these ingredients? It seemed utterly impossible for her to carry so much food at once. Perhaps she should consider making several trips? She was uncertain whether the supermarket offered a service for borrowing small carts. Just as Kato was deep in contemplation, her phone rang. It was Aaron. She hurriedly answered the call. Aaron, is there something you need? The timing of the call was impeccable, as she had been thinking about Aaron. And although her expression remained neutral, there was a noticeable fluctuation in her voice. Hey, where are you? Even though you are familiar with Tokyo, I still feel a bit uneasy and thought I should check in. Alongside Aaron's voice, there was the lament of Purilu. Clearly, Purilu had done something to invoke the ire of many, such as being extracted from a pile of mother cats at the Cat CAF earlier that day. He still had not managed to resolve the relationship issues with Kasumiga Kakashiya and the others, yet this foolish cat dared to establish a harem at the Cat CAF? It would be a disservice to not turn him into cat soup to alleviate her grievances. Do not worry, Aaron. Just relax at home. I should be able to come over shortly. It won't take long. Understood. Feel free to call me if anything comes up. All right. She concluded the call in a light-hearted tone. Kato let out a gentle sigh, her previously troubled expression having faded considerably. Glancing at the items in her cart, she realized that while there were quite a few, she could devise a plan to transport them, perhaps by borrowing a small cart or delivering them in batches. Fortunately, Aaron's home was not far from here. Surely, a solution would present itself. With renewed determination, Kato lifted her spirits. Just then, a familiar voice resonated from behind her. Kato, aren't you heading directly to Aaron-kun's house? Is that you, Kasumigakaka-senpai? I wanted to prepare the ingredients before going. What brings you here, Kasumigakaka-senpai? Upon realizing that it was Shia Kasumigakaka behind her, Kato momentarily froze. Although they shared the same objective, she did not wish to jeopardize her friendship with everyone. After all, was today not meant to be a celebration for Aaron-kun? Desiring not to appear empty-handed, I decided to procure some fruit before my visit. 2 young ladies fortuitously encountered one another prior to the impending formal occasion. Lily stepped out of her home with a hint of unease, while behind her, Sakurai Sayaka waved her hand in encouragement, exuding more enthusiasm than the subject herself. Indeed, Lily had matured. Just a few days prior, she had introduced her boyfriend to her family, and today she was off on another date. While her mother felt a bittersweet pang at this realization, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of sorrow. From now on, Lily would no longer belong entirely to her mother. However, even on a date, affectionate gestures were permissible, yet it was imperative not to repeat the last incident, which had been rather inappropriate and might have frightened the boy away. Sakurai Sayaka, addressing Lily, who hadn't strayed far, made a startling remark. "What are you talking about, silly mother?" My manners were not lacking. Embarrassment flooded Lily's cheeks as she turned around, her face aflame. It seemed her mother had indeed discovered what had transpired in her bedroom last time. With a wave of her hand, Sakurai Sayaka laughed lightly. "Ah, the quintessential tsundere. But I shall refrain from further commentary. After all, this is a matter for the youth. Have fun, but do remember to take your wallet and phone." I've got everything." "Then off you go. Be careful on your way. If you're out late, give me a call, and I'll come to fetch you. And remember to text me if you decide not to return." "Got it." With no further words, Lily turned to leave. Just then, Sakurai Sayaka called out from behind. "Oh, by the way, I placed something very important in your backpack. Make sure to use it if you don't come home tonight." What is it?" "It's something quite significant. You'll understand when you check it before leaving the house." "Understood." Lily waved her hand and briskly exited the courtyard. Watching her daughter's retreating figure, Sakurai Sayaka reflected on the moments when she had changed outfits earlier, pondering what Lily might think of herself. It reminded her of her own youth, when she, too, was easily embarrassed and understanding. Even the way she had won the heart of her beloved mirrored that of her daughter. With a soft smile, she thought, "Let things unfold naturally. As a mother, my role is simply to provide unwavering support from behind." Especially regarding safety, she hoped that Lily would not need the precautions today. However, she couldn't help but notice, when watching her daughter change, that although her foolish daughter remained slender, it seemed her dairy had gained a bit more fullness. As Lily walked along, she remained preoccupied with her mother's mention of the important item. Upon reaching a secluded corner by the road, she glanced around to ensure no one was watching before opening her backpack. Upon seeing the item within, her face flushed a deep crimson. "Oh, what on earth is that woman constantly pondering? How could I possibly find any use for this item?" She picked it up with the intention of discarding it. But just as she prepared to act, a moment of hesitation seized her. After struggling for a while, Lily furtively surveyed her surroundings. Then, feeling a twinge of guilt, she rezipped her backpack and continued on her way to the station. Chapter 122. Everyone has arrived. Coincidence is everywhere. The purpose of Kasumigakaka Shiyu's visit to this supermarket was simply to avoid going empty-handed today. She wished to bring a small gift for Ailan. After all, today was different from the usual, with several members of the former service club present, and at the very least, she felt it necessary to uphold the basic standards of etiquette. However, to her surprise, shortly after entering the supermarket, she spotted Kato Megumi finishing a phone call. Her keen hearing allowing her to successfully capture a few key phrases from the conversation. "Dear Ailan, do not fret for me. I shall arrive shortly." After disconnecting the call, I found myself alone, engulfed in worries. Reflecting upon the declaration made by Kato Megumi that day, a twinge of bitterness filled Kasumigakaka Shiwa's heart. Ailan Jun is truly a fickle individual. She murmured her dissatisfaction inwardly. After Kato hung up the phone, she found herself in a quandary when Shiyu Kazunoko approached her with a friendly greeting. "Is this the ingredient for today's gathering? It must be quite cumbersome for one person to carry. Allow me to assist you." No, that would be too much trouble for you. I spontaneously decided to purchase these. It wouldn't be right to inconvenience you, Shiyu-senpai." Kato hurriedly gestured, recalling that since the declaration made during Golden Week, she had not encountered Shiyu Kazunoko again. After all, they were not of the same year, and Shiyu had been granted admission to Waseda University, thus enjoying the liberty to choose whether to attend school at her leisure. Kato was aware that Shiyu had devoted all her energy recently to preparing a new book for Ailan. However, after several days apart, there was an undeniable awkwardness in their reunion. "Don't mind it. We are headed in the same direction, so let's walk together and chat." Shiyu smiled warmly, equally eager to preserve their friendship without letting trivial matters interfere. "Since that's the case, I am truly grateful." Kato, not one to be overly sentimental and lacking the notion of rejecting assistance from a rival, agreed after a moment of hesitation. Thus, the two walked side by side. With Shiyu extending her goodwill first, Kato temporarily set aside her concerns and engaged with her in the same manner as before. As they delved into various topics typical among young women, The atmosphere between them gradually transformed, becoming far more engaging than it had been initially. At the entrance of Ailan's home, Yuhi pressed the doorbell and awaited a response. After a while of silence, she pressed it again, yet still received no answer. Just as she prepared to ring it a third time, Hachiman Hikigaya intervened. No need to press it again. Why not? If they're not home, ringing the bell is futile. If they were home but occupied with something else, they would surely shout to let us know. There is also a possibility that Ailan is engaged in something inconvenient, making it difficult for her to respond or open the door. However, Yukino texted me just 10 minutes ago, saying she was waiting for us. Then there's even less reason to ring the bell. Hikigaya leaned against the porch, hands in his pockets, a smirk forming on his lips. He recalled the message from Yukino that morning, noting that several girls from the gaming club were also expected to arrive today. Based on the intel gathered before the Golden Week, this so-called celebration had an ominous air about it, suggesting a high likelihood of chaos. Particularly since the instigator of today's gathering was the formidable Yukino Shida. Perhaps it's best to let that social butterfly implode on her own, he mused, mentally preparing for a hasty retreat. However, Yuhi, standing beside him, interpreted Hikigaya's words in a rather unexpected manner. Do you think something might have happened to Yukino and Ailan inside? Why do you think that? Hikigaya asked, puzzled as he regarded her. I just had a fleeting thought. You see, Yukino was just telling me 10 minutes ago that she was waiting for us. But now that we're here and the doorbell elicited no response, I'm worried something might have gone wrong. Like that incident on the news yesterday about a gas leak that left 2 people unconscious at home. Or perhaps something monstrous showing up like last time. Hikigaya stepped from the porch to stand in front of the door and looked at Yuhi with a serious expression. Hey, that's quite a frightening notion. I was merely speculating. Just a guess. Yuhi began to feel anxious as she spoke. The two exchanged glances, and an eerie silence enveloped them. In the next moment, their eyes widened in alarm, and they lunged toward the door, pounding on it with fervor. Hikigaya's voice cracked from the sheer force he exerted. Bang, 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 bang. Ailan, open the door. Ailan, are you all right? At that moment, the door swung open amidst the persistent knocking, revealing a face that reeked to high heaven. Anyone interrupted during a delightful moment would wear such a countenance. Prior to the interruption, he had been savoring the soft petals of Yukino's lips and her inexperienced responses. When two souls, intoxicated by each other's presence, find themselves in solitude, sparks inevitably ignite. The initial ring of the doorbell could be disregarded, yet such a fervent knocking could not be ignored. Thankfully, it was merely a kiss. Are you two planning to dismantle the door? Upon welcoming these two rascals inside and hearing their explanations, Ailan found herself both amused and somewhat touched. Regardless of her past life or her time on planet Vegeta, friendship had always been a luxury for Ailan. My apologies, Ailan. I may have let my imagination run wild. Yuahama clasped her hands together, offering Ailan an apologetic expression, while Hikigaya Hachiman wore an awkward grin. It's all right, Yuahama, you go on in. Yukino is waiting for you. As for you, Hikigaya Hachiman, let us clean this door together. Just look at the state you've left it in. With that, Ailan turned and re-entered the room, emerging with 2 towels. After tossing one to Hikigaya Hachiman, they began their cleaning task. As they wiped, Hikigaya hesitated for a moment before speaking. Hey Ailan, while it's not necessarily a bad thing that you exploded, I feel compelled to remind you, based on my judgment, that tonight may be your last. Upon hearing Hikigaya's words, Ailan's lips involuntarily twitched. Surely, it can't be that dire. I hope not. However, rest assured, if anything goes awry, I shall pay my respects to you on this day next year. Get lost. I am a Super Saiyan. Do you even know what a Super Saiyan is? The strongest in the universe. Am I to fear this? Earthling. You're far too self-assured. Just then, 3 distinct voices called out from behind Ailan. Ailan. Ailan-kun. Hentai Ailan. Hearing these voices, the universe's mightiest Super Saiyan hesitated momentarily before turning around mechanically. Oh, everyone is here. Chapter 123. Hikigaya Hachiman's online teaching. Yukino Shida Yukino, Katamegumi, and Kasumigakaka Shitoj were preparing dinner, while a flustered Ailan assisted nearby. The remaining trio settled in the living room. Hikigaya Hachiman glanced at the PS5 in front of the television and suggested, how about we play a game? There are plenty of games that are simple for girls to pick up. You can choose the type you prefer. Many new games feature impressive music and stunning backgrounds. No thanks, I have no interest in games at the moment. Since earlier, Aries' gaze has been fixated on the kitchen. Even though she is often slow to pick up on things, she has sensed that the atmosphere today is somewhat amiss. I decided to see if there is anything I can assist with in the kitchen. After some consideration, Aerie resolved to involve herself. She absolutely could not allow those women to prevail. Thus, she rose and made her way directly to the kitchen, positioning herself beside Ailan. Key. Shall we also lend a hand? Now that everyone is cooking, wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for us to be playing games here? As they approached, Hachiman Hikigaya, squatting by the television cabinet, quietly remarked, I can't shake the feeling that we shouldn't be here. Why do you say that? Aren't we supposed to be celebrating Ailan today? Hachiman handed a game controller to Yokohama Yui. Take a good look at the kitchen and immerse yourself in their atmosphere. After all, we are outsiders. Many things are clearer from this perspective. I believe Ailan won't be able to overcome this hurdle tonight. Yokohama turned her head to glance at the kitchen and, confirming that they had not overheard, lowered her voice. Are you suggesting that they all have feelings for Ailan? Then we must stay here. I am firmly on Yukino's side. Yokohama Yui is quite adept at reading the atmosphere, and she quickly grasped the situation. Given Yukino's formidable nature, she certainly does not require our assistance, and besides, Ailan has saved us before. So, by helping him today, I can repay that kindness. He did not finish his thought, instead gesturing with his eyes for Yokohama to observe the kitchen closely. Look carefully. Although those few are getting along well, there is a distinct separation between them. The four girls in this modest kitchen maintain a distance of about half a meter from one another. Moreover, the culinary skills of Shida Kasumigakaka and Eri Saad seem to rival yours. Why do you think they don't just sit here waiting for dinner, but instead all rush into the kitchen? Well, Ki, you're speaking ill of me. Yokohama puffed her cheeks, and after a moment, uncertainly replied, is it because they want to be with Ailan? I'm not sure what girls think. But based on a friend's experience, they are likely employing a strategy to win Ailan's favor. Huh? You have such a friend? Yes, someone I met online. A genius in the gaming world, known as the god of strategy. Is that so? Does cooking really enhance a girl's likability? Yui Hayam glanced furtively at Hachiman Hikigaya, and it was evident that she was quite concerned about the matter at hand. It was not merely the act of cooking that mattered. Rather, it was the thoughtfulness and adorability that truly counted. With that, Hachiman Hikigaya officially launched the game. At this moment, Aerie and Ailan stood behind Yukino Shida, holding a small platter of fried chicken. The flavor of this fried chicken was truly delightful, a testament to Megumi's culinary skills. Aerie, you should give it a try as well. Ailan picked up a piece of chicken and offered it to Lily's mouth. It truly is delicious. Lily, with her hands clasped behind her back, blushed, a stark contrast to her usual haughty demeanor. Today, her voice was notably softer. To be candid, Lily's culinary skills were rather lacking, and Ailan's abilities were equally unremarkable. Thus, they were assigned by Yukino Shida as taste testers, relegated to the back simply to sample the dishes. As long as everyone enjoyed it, that was sufficient. Yukino Shida and I will proceed to prepare the next dish. Kato Megumi smiled at Ailan, then wrapped the already fried chicken pieces in cling film and set them aside. Kasumigakaka Shiwa was washing vegetables, while Yukino meticulously chopped and sorted the cleaned produce. Kato Megumi was busy at the stove, flipping ingredients with remarkable efficiency. The group appeared to work in perfect harmony. Yukino Shida and Kato seemed exceptionally skilled in their culinary endeavors. The buns you made last time are still vivid in my memory, Lily remarked, feeling a bit out of place as the only girl in the kitchen with nothing to do. To avoid appearing foolish standing idly, she forced herself to initiate conversation. As for why she didn't step outside first, these women must be harboring ulterior motives towards Ailan today. I must protect him here. That was Lily's sole thought at the moment. My skills may not match those of Yukino Shida, but I sensed that she seemed a bit unwell today. So it would be better for me to handle these tasks. Kato Megumi continued her work, casually remarking on trivial matters. Indeed, it was splendid that Kato could lend a hand today. However, my culinary prowess does not quite reach her level. It was merely that the appetite of Narikuan was terrifyingly vast, and over time, I had gradually become more adept. Yukino Shida, standing nearby, responded with seemingly modest words. Kasumigakaka Shiwa, frowning, clicked her tongue as she wrestled with the vegetables, resulting in a rather unappealing appearance. After plating and drizzling salad dressing, she presented a rather ordinary vegetable salad, the only dish she had managed to learn thus far. Witnessing this, Ailan behind them couldn't help but shrink his neck in discomfort. With a forced smile, Kasumi Kakashiwa used chopsticks to lift a piece of vegetable towards Ing Lily's mouth, saying, "Ing Lily, please try this salad. It's something I've recently learned. It should taste quite good." "Is that for real? You actually learned to cook?" Ing Lily opened her mouth, her small lips gently chewing before she gave a thumbs up. "It's really quite good. I can't believe you actually learned to cook." "Humph. During these past few days at home, I haven't just been typing away. I've picked up quite a bit." With that, Kasumi Kakashiwa threw a flirtatious glance at Ailan. However, after tasting the vegetable salad, a bit of dressing had smudged the corner of Ing Lily's mouth. Ailan pointed to her face and said, "Ing Lily, take a tissue and wipe your mouth. There's something at the corner." "Huh, I didn't even notice." Ing Lily responded, seemingly oblivious. "How could you not feel that? It's quite a sizable mess." Ailan remarked with a hint of sarcasm and casually took a tissue to dab at the sauce by her lips. Yukino and the others exchanged glances, a flicker of intrigue passing through their eyes. At that moment, Ing Lily merely stared blankly at Ailan, who remained completely unaware of the scene unfolding behind her. Ailan simply thought to herself that it was nice to cook quietly and share a meal with everyone. However, observing the kitchen with a sidelong glance was Hikigaya Hachiman, who regarded Ailan with a look of pity. Chapter 124. The online teaching of the great teacher continued. Yui Yugahama remarked to Hikigaya Hachiman in the hall, "Hey, Hiki, you should listen. Wait. Do you hear the conversation between Yukino and the others? It feels rather profound, doesn't it?" Hikigaya Hachiman remained seated, his gaze fixed on the large screen. "What do you mean by profound? Didn't you hear what they were saying? Their voices aren't as soft as ours." "Oh, you mean that? Let me think. It's just ordinary chatter, isn't it? No need to worry too much. Come on, Hiki, don't be stingy. Just tell me." Hikigaya Hachiman sighed, paused the video, and stole a glance at the kitchen before slowly saying, "They're all expressing their thoughts through words. Your words have become increasingly cryptic, Hiki. What do you mean by taking action and expressing through words?" The intentions of the four in the kitchen undoubtedly revolved around Ailan, as could be gleaned from their conversation. Yukino was asserting her dominance, Kato Megumi was skillfully navigating the dynamics, and Kasumi Kakashiwa was striving to blend in, while Ing Lily was trying to interject at every opportunity, unwilling to concede. How could she not have felt that sauce? Ailan foolishly wiped it off for her. She must truly be oblivious. Yui Yugahama looked at Hikigaya Hachiman, exasperated. "I understand every word you say, but when they come together, I can't grasp the meaning. Perhaps it's better that way. There's no need to learn this stuff. Just know that although the four of them appear somewhat normal, they are subtly competing with each other behind the scenes. I still can't see where they are competing." The atmosphere felt somewhat frigid, and the best could hardly be discerned. Hikigaya Hachiman sighed, his heart laden with concern for Ailan. Though he professed that it would be preferable for the current relationship to come to an explosive end, he had always been a person who repaid kindness. Assisting Ailan in resolving some intricate issues was merely a means of expressing gratitude for the life-saving favor she had extended to him previously. Although the women in the kitchen had momentarily congregated, this was merely a nascent stage. None could predict how their interactions would unfold henceforth. One could never know when a knife might descend upon Ailan's head. Was it to be a case of taking each step as it came? Even the esteemed Hikigaya Hachiman, a distinguished companion who had gleaned some fragments of divine knowledge, found this situation rather daunting. After all, he remained a theoretical contender, with practical experience confined solely to the realm of gaming. With this thought, he couldn't help but let out another sigh. The extraterrestrial Ailan, upon arriving on Earth, chose to immerse himself in pursuits far from the noble, instead indulging in the frivolities of establishing a harem. If this continues, I may find myself paying my respects at your grave next year. The festivities unfolded against the backdrop of game music and the lively chatter of the girls. Initially, Yukino had intended to prepare an atmosphere-enhancing cake herself, but after contemplating the intricacies involved and the lack of professional tools at Ailan's home, coupled with his various entreaties, she ultimately relinquished the idea of crafting this cake, the purpose of which remained ambiguous. In any case, Ailan was certain that this cake was not intended to commemorate his ascension to the role of the student council secretary. In the kitchen, Kato Megumi was diligently attending to the final tidying, while Arari and Kasumi Kakashiwa assisted by serving the dishes. Ailan and Yukino approached the table, pouring a glass of juice onto its surface. The atmosphere swiftly grew lively, and Ailan's relatively spacious living room began to feel quite crowded. Soon, everyone took their seats, Although they were all young and unconcerned with formalities, as always, Yukino Shida Yukino and Kasumiga Kakashiyu nestled beside Ailan like two playful spirits. While Kato Megumi displayed no signs of discomfort, Eriri couldn't help but flash a displeased grin towards Kasumiga Kakashiyu. This marks the first occasion I have dined amidst such a large gathering. At the dining table, Ailan found herself unexpectedly contemplative. In the future, if the great ape desired, he could summon such lively gatherings at any moment, as I would always be available. Yukino Shida gently placed her chopsticks on the table. Gazing tenderly at Ailan, her eyes sparkling with an unusual brilliance. Observing the expressions of the three other principal characters from the corner of his eye, Hachiman Hikigaya hastily interjected, "Opportunities abound. Next time, you should come to my house for a gathering. I must commend our esteemed chefs today for the exquisite array of dishes they have prepared." As a person plagued by social anxiety, Hachiman lamented internally. Recognizing that the camaraderie experienced in games was an entirely different realm than that of reality, he knew he had to train further under the divine guidance of God. At that moment, Eri chimed in eagerly, "These dishes look absolutely delectable. Ailan, let us dig in." "Oh, everyone, please eat." The Saiyan, engrossed in his meal, was not inclined to ponder too deeply. Dining ranked at least third among Ailan's passions. Thus far, the atmosphere at the table remained pleasant. Shiyukaza no Oka and Kei Kata displayed no signs of discord, for love is not a fleeting endeavor that guarantees ultimate victory simply by stepping forth momentarily. As Hachiman had articulated, they were in the process of enhancing Ailan's favorability, a gesture of thoughtfulness and charm. They adored Ailan and yearned for eventual triumph, however. They were not foolish enough to engage in actions that would cause him embarrassment, regardless of the circumstances. Nevertheless, among the trio, there existed one of lesser standing, Eri. She had not contemplated deeply. She merely felt uncomfortable with Ailan being alone with the others, and thus orchestrated a sauce incident to vex Yukino and the others. Thus unfolded a miniature court drama in the kitchen, featuring three individuals feigning ignorance, and one completely oblivious, yet convinced of her clarity. As dinner drew to a close, Ailan sipped her drink, contentedly patting her belly. "Well, since we are all gathered today, I brought back some gifts from Kent that I would like to present to you all." Ailan suddenly spoke up. Yukino Shida looked at Ailan with curiosity. What is it?" "I'll go grab it from my room. Just wait for me," he said. All eyes turned to him as he emerged from the room, carrying four exquisite boxes. Hachiman Hikigaya felt a sudden thrill of anticipation. Ailan, is he truly planning something grand? Chapter 125, Ailan's Gift. The astute Hikigaya Hachiman noticed the exquisite gift boxes, and his heart instantly raced. Is Ailan truly contemplating the reckless act of hurling a bomb into the school of fish? Does he not fear the repercussions upon himself? This thought flickered through his mind, prompting him to instinctively place his chopsticks upon the table, his entire being poised for flight. What followed was the moment for Ailan to showcase his talents. Should he falter in his performance, alas, there would be no hope for salvation. And it would be a case of better the death of a friend than the demise of a pathfinder. The item in Ailan's possession was brought back from Kent during his last visit. The looming threat of the malevolent dragon persisted, and with Ailan being the sole warrior, he harbored no absolute confidence in his ability to safeguard everyone at all times. Consequently, he requested from Kane the return of 4 enchanted artifacts. At that moment, alongside receiving these gifts, Kane imparted his wisdom accumulated over billions of years to guide Ailan. When selecting presents, young Ailan was advised to choose those that were not only aesthetically pleasing and convenient to carry, but also imbued with special significance. Most girls are innocent and hopeful, yearning for genuine affection from others. Daily interactions subtly influence one another in fundamental ways, while gifts serve as tangible tokens. Their form often eclipses their intrinsic value, becoming the finest means of expression. Naturally, gifts imbued with divine power hold unparalleled worth in the universe. Ailan reminisced about the triumphant expression on Kaien's face, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of her lips, particularly with intimate possessions. They serve to constantly remind and delight their bearers, whispering of the affection held by the one who gifted them. During their time in Kent, Ailan had merely considered utilizing Kaien's divine power for protection at critical moments, finding it burdensome when Kaien systematically explained the significance of these gifts. However, as time passed and events unfolded, Ailan suddenly recognized that Kaien truly deserved her status as a deity who had existed for billions of years. She first unveiled two exquisite gift boxes beside Kasumi no Oka poem Feather and Inglili, revealing two necklaces that, while similar in design, held distinct pendants, one a teardrop-shaped sapphire of deep azure, and the other a four-leaf clover-shaped ruby. Inglili. The hue of the sapphire perfectly complements the color of your eyes, she remarked, then turned her gaze towards Kasumi no Oka poem Feather. Courage, hope, love, luck. Poem Feather. I believe this four-leaf clover pendant is truly fitting for you. Ailan softly spoke as she gradually withdrew them, suspending them in midair. The two pendants were translucent, shimmering with an elusive rainbow glow. Kasumi no Okashiyu gazed at them, lightly pressing her lips together. With others present, she restrained herself from displaying overt emotions, yet her eyes, filled with anticipation, subtly conveyed a deeper meaning. Shiyu, allow me to adorn you with them. Ailan unfastened the necklace. The temperament of the Saiyans would not compel Ailan to utter overly sentimental words. Thus, his remarks were straightforward, and his actions were equally direct. Poem of the Misty Hill cast a glance into his eyes, gave a slight nod, and then turned away, presenting her back to him. Ailan gently adorned her with the necklace, fastening the clasp in an appropriate position. She then lowered her head to slightly adjust the four-leaf clover pendant, ensuring it gracefully hung in the center of her collarbone. It should be quite beautiful. I believe it suits you perfectly. I truly adore it. Thank you. Ailan Kuin. Kasumi no Okashiyu whispered softly, feeling the cool sensation resting on her neck. Ailan. I too wish for your assistance in wearing one. Lily protested, giving Ailan's calf a playful kick. Though her tone remained somewhat haughty, a rosy blush adorned her cheeks. Ailan smiled gently, patting her head and carefully fastening a blue necklace around her neck. After completing this tender gesture, Ailan turned her gaze towards the other side of the dining table. Yukino Shida wore a serene expression, as if Ailan's actions had not exceeded her expectations. Meanwhile, Kato Megumi, who had just witnessed the scene, looked at the two unopened gift boxes with a mix of anticipation and slight discomfort. Her hand instinctively rested against her chest. Megumi's gift was somewhat different. Under Megumi's silent yet clearly expectant gaze, Ailan opened the gift box to reveal a pair of delicate green earrings. Though small, each earring was adorned with intricate engravings. According to Kane's description, these were handcrafted by her a century ago. As she found the previous Tabola earrings unsightly and created these new ones capable of storing divine power instead. Do you like them? Ailan inquired, expressing her fondness. I truly adore it. What a delightful surprise. After Kato K uttered these words, Ailan took the initiative to grasp her hand, gently placing a gift box into her palm. Just moments ago, she found herself pondering whether Kato had already pierced her ears. Upon completing these gestures, Ailan finally directed her gaze towards Yukino Shida, who murmured, Yukino. I am here. Ailan approached Yukino Shida, slowly unveiling the final gift box under the gaze of all present. Nestled within the soft white velvet was an exquisite bracelet, glimmering with brilliance. The mysterious cat-shaped agate intertwined with sparkling diamonds, reflecting enchanting glimmers from every angle, exuding an ethereal and romantic allure. When Ailan contemplated this gift, he found himself troubled, for Yukino Shida had no habit of wearing jewelry. She always appeared barefaced when going out, donning only a light makeup in his presence. After much deliberation, he unearthed a bracelet from the deepest recesses of the Kane treasury, one that captivated his heart at first glance. The cat motif harmonized perfectly with Yukino, who was a devoted cat lover. May I assist you in putting it on? Ailan's voice was imbued with an unprecedented gentleness. Yukino Shida pressed her lips together, feeling that the theme of today's gathering had veered somewhat from her original intentions. With a soft sigh, she lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening as she looked at Ailan, reiterating the promise he had made to her the previous night. Remember your vow to me, Sara. Ailan nodded, comprehending the words uttered by Yukino Shida. Indeed, I promise, he declared, as he adorned her delicate wrist with the bracelet. He then cradled her slender, soft hand within his palm, examining it with increasing satisfaction. My taste is rather commendable. Yukino subtly moved her wrist, withdrawing her hand from Ailan's grasp, as she experienced the enchanting sensation brought forth by the small ornament. It imbued her with an unwavering sense of belonging, a feeling that brought her tranquility. Consider yourself fortunate, monkey, she remarked, covering the bracelet with her other hand, and then gazed at Ailan, making her declaration. Chapter 126. The Spirit That Stealthily Enters in the Rain. After Ailan presented her gifts, the dinner resumed in a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere until its conclusion. Yukino Shida Yukino and Kata Megumi took it upon themselves to tidy up the dishes, while the cheerful Kasumiga Kakashiwa and Sawamura Spencer Arari joined in. Engaging in whispers in the kitchen, their conversations shrouded in mystery. Occasionally, Arari would utter a series of inexplicable exclamations, leaving the reason for her surprise unknown. Ailan and Hikigaya sat before the sofa, engrossed in a fighting game, while Yui Yuobin languidly observed them. She yearned to participate in the conversation among the girls, yet her keen perception of the atmosphere led her to discern that it was best to remain quietly in the living room for the moment. "I shall step away to the restroom. Do continue your discussion," Yui Yuobin remarked as she temporarily excused herself. Hikigaya, nudging Ailan with his elbow, found that in the absence of Yui, certain remarks that would typically be deemed inappropriate in the presence of a lady could now be uttered freely without concern. Ailan, "I must admit, your survival beyond the dining table comes as quite a surprise to me. By the way, did you intend to present gifts during the meal?" he inquired. "Not exactly. I had originally planned to give them one-on-one in private, but an unforeseen circumstance arose. Nevertheless, it turned out well. Their satisfaction is what truly matters." Ailan set down the handle, took a sip of tea after her meal, and exhaled contentedly. Today, her spirits were high. A lavish spread of dishes had been devoured, filling her stomach to the brim. It was a rare sensation of having overeaten, leaving her abdomen slightly distended. Meanwhile, Hikigaya Hachiman gazed at Ailan with an expression akin to having seen a ghost. "What do you mean there was nothing to begin with? Doesn't see that equate to you confessing your affection to 4 girls all at once? And astonishingly, you weren't immediately punished. You were truly enviable. No, rather. You are incredibly irritating. May I recommend a game to you? What anime? Although I currently have little interest in games, I shall give it my all since it comes highly recommended by you. I suggest you try playing Higurashi, When They Cry. Get lost." Cast a glance at Hikigaya Hachiman, then casually tossed him 2 rings. "What do you want with these rings? I've told you before, I am straight. There is no way I would accept your affection like those girls. Give it up. What are you thinking? These are 2 artifacts. Although they may appear ordinary, their effects are akin to the gifts I presented to Yukino and the others. Identical effects. And you dare claim you have no ulterior motives? You actually gifted me something with the same effect." Hikigaya Hachiman swiftly retreated behind the sofa, clutching his chest with both hands. With a disdainful look directed at him, Ailan leisurely remarked, "Whether you are truly straight is something I cannot ascertain. You would have to ask Yuzuki. However, one thing I can affirm is that I am indeed straight." She did not afford the blushing Hikigaya Hachiman any opportunity to continue his arguments. Ailan elaborated further. "These 2 rings are intended for you and Yuobin. If this world were to face destruction, these rings could grant you both a one-time teleportation to Kent City. Though limited to a single use, there is no cap on the number of people. Are you implying that creatures like those from before still exist in this world?" A flicker of fear crossed Hikigaya Hachiman's eyes, and the atmosphere in the living room grew tense. "To be precise, there are still 5 such creatures. I have located 4 and am currently dealing with them. But the strongest one remains undiscovered." Hikigaya Hachiman appeared somewhat disheartened. "In the presence of beings like you, we seem utterly powerless." Seeing Hikigaya's sudden expression of distress was rather vexing. "Rest assured, I am still quite powerful. I will certainly safeguard this world. This is merely a precautionary measure. By the way, this also presents an opportunity. You should give one of the rings to Yuobin, as it might help deepen your relationship. Sometimes I truly fail to understand whether you are bent or straight, especially considering you have Yuzuki." Upon hearing Ailan's teasing, Hikigaya Hachiman's face flushed crimson. "Of course, I am straight. My relationship with Yuzuki is purely platonic. How can the friendship between men be defined by whether one is bent or straight?" Ailan waved her hand dismissively at Hikigaya Hachiman and then shifted her focus back to the game. Soon, darkness enveloped the sky. Considering the late hour and the need to rise early for school the next day, Hikigaya Hachiman and Yuobin were the first to take their leave. Hentai Ailan, "I must also return. My painting has reached a crucial phase, and my mother is coming to pick me up." Iri also chose to depart. Yet this time she did not opt to leave alongside Kasumiga Kakashiba and Kata Megumi. With a wave to the crowd, she cast a final glance at Ailan and then set off alone in a particular direction. Although the homes of Kasumiga Kakashiba and Kata Megumi lay in different paths, she chose to board the same train as Katu, leaving in their shared company. Before their departure, Kasumiga Kakashiba bestowed a meaningful look upon Ailan for this time. She intended to collaborate with Kadu in devising a new plan. Upon returning home after seeing Yukino Shida Yukino off, Ailan found that night had completely fallen. Considering that Saiyans are entirely unlike carbon-based life forms, Yukino Shida Yukino declined Ailan's offer to stay over, as she had yet to fully recover. Why does it seem like it's about to rain again? Ailan sat cross-legged on the porch, gazing at the slowly receding dark clouds in the sky. He was torn between the idea of seeking out a desolate, uninhabited planet for his cultivation, unable to reach Cain and plagued by his physical anomalies. He found himself in a state of confusion. Yet, the moment he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was utterly consumed by an uncontrollable bloodlust. The mere thought of this predicament filled Ailan with an irritable restlessness. Could it be that I am akin to Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan? Ailan flicked the tail behind him, letting out a self-deprecating sound. This was, of course, impossible. Broly was truly a once-in-a-millennium Super Saiyan. Even the fully awakened potential of Gohan could not stand against Broly alone, let alone Ailan, who needed external assistance to transform into a monkey-like Super Saiyan. The tranquility did not last long. As Ailan sat cross-legged on the porch, he suddenly furrowed his brows. In his perception, a certain golden-haired defeated canine had returned, quietly opening the back door of Ailan's home, peeking out to confirm that Yukino Shida Yukino and the others had departed. She hummed a little tune and slipped into Ailan's room. Chapter 127, Arari's Front Stage. Drunken Kato Megumi, why has Arari come back again? And into my room? Is she planning a surprise attack? Ailan inexplicably recalled that back in the day, Chungu seemed to have also been met with unexpected circumstances upon entering the room. He hesitated for a moment before rising to his feet. While Lily often displayed a touch of arrogance, it surely wasn't necessary for her to be so brutally direct with me. Ailan consoled herself with a thought. Just as she was about to return to her room, she sensed an ominous aura emanating from Tong Su Jindong's abode. Could it be? The seven-star dragon has gone berserk? With no time to ponder further, Ailan pressed her finger to her forehead and activated her teleportation. In the next instant, her figure appeared in Tong Su Jindong's bedroom. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the flickering light of an unattended computer screen. How chaotic. Utilizing the dim glow, Ailan briefly surveyed the room. In the corner, garbage bags were piled high, and clothes were strewn across the floor. She even spotted a few undergarments on the sofa. Suddenly, a head emerged from the blankets. Is that Ailan, classmate? Although she recognized Tong Su Jindong's voice, Ailan could distinctly sense an unusual tone. It's me, Teacher Tong. Are you all right? As she spoke, Ailan groped her way to the wall and switched on the bedroom light. Wow, it's so bright. Ailan, why did you turn on the lights? Observing the flushed face of Tong Su Jindong, who appeared somewhat disoriented, Ailan tentatively inquired, Teacher, have you been drinking? After work. I had a drink with Teacher Pingxin. As she spoke, Tong Su Jindong, clad in a long robe, slowly emerged from the covers, only to quickly feel dizzy and recline back in a starfish position on the bed. Ailan turned her head away, feeling somewhat bashful to meet the gaze of Tong Su Jindong, as it seemed she was clad in nothing more than her undergarments beneath her long robe-like nightgown. Yet, at this moment, such concerns were trivial. The pressing issue was the matter of the seven-star dragon. Teacher, do you feel any discomfort? Not at all. Tong Su Jindong replied softly, her breath slightly quickening. It's rare for me to indulge in alcohol, and it truly lifts my spirits. Ailan furrowed her brow, sensing the aura emanating from Tong Su Jindong. Ever since he turned on the light, the malevolent energy of the seven-star orb was dissipating at an astonishing pace, soon becoming imperceptible. How peculiar. Ailan mumbled to herself, but since the seven-star ball was fine, it was best to leave for now. My apologies for disturbing your rest. Dear teacher, to avoid a hangover, please drink plenty of water. I shall take my leave now. After uttering these words, Ailan prepared to turn away, as Tong Su Jindong's current attire was quite unsuitable for lingering here. However, just as she was about to pivot, Tong Su Jindong grasped Ailan's left arm with both hands. She looked up, tipsy, and gazed at Ailan, saying, Say, Ailan, did you think you could sneak into the teacher's room at night, and then simply depart like this? Ailan paused in surprise. I was just concerned for you. Teacher, I came to check on you. That's not acceptable. I'm feeling so lonely right now. Would you stay with me until I fall asleep? What? Teacher, please calm down. You're merely inebriated. If I stay here until you sober up, you would surely end up killing me. As AI Ran's words remained unspoken, Kurosaki Fuyuki abruptly pulled him onto the bed. With utmost sincerity, AI Ran had previously displayed a passive acceptance in the presence of Kasumiga Kakashiya and Arari Spencer Sawamura. However, facing Kurosaki Fuyuki, he genuinely wished to resist. Yet, it was evident that the teacher stood at the pinnacle of AI Ran's cognitive food chain. Moreover, she was clearly in a state of diminished awareness. In but a fleeting moment, AI Ran found himself ensconced in her embrace. His head nestled precisely in that universally adored position. How warm! Kurosaki Fuyuki rested her chin atop AI Ran's head, whispering gently, "What is happening? Kurosaki-sensei, please regain your clarity." AI Ran's cheeks flushed as he made his final attempts to escape. Sensing his struggles, Kurosaki Fuyuki tightened her hold, declaring, "You shall be my pillow. Tonight you will sleep right here. I would prefer to return to my own room. If you truly desire a pillow, I could introduce you to a cat named Pururu." With renewed determination, AI Ran extricated himself from Kurosaki Fuyuki's grip and promptly pressed his fingers to his forehead. Observing his gesture, Kurosaki Fuyuki rose from the bed, settling herself in a duck-sitting posture, her eyes shimmering with tears. "How unfair it is that you have rejected my invitation. Is it because I am a few years your senior that you look down upon me?" As she spoke, she began to untie the sash of her long robe. This inebriated individual, AI Ran gritted his teeth, preparing to teleport away. Cherish life and keep a safe distance from the intoxicated teacher. However, before he could activate his ability, Kurosaki Fuyuki stood once more, her robe cast aside. "See, this is the body of a mature woman, AI Rankuen. Be my pillow." At that moment, AI Ran was utterly flabbergasted, gazing at Kurosaki Fuyuki clad only in her undergarments, feeling as though his mind had completely ceased to function. Seizing the opportunity, Kurosaki Fuyuki grasped the tail wrapped around AI Ran's waist and pulled him back onto the bed. To prevent his escape, she directly seated herself upon him. "Kurosaki-sensei." AI Ran opened her mouth, yet found herself utterly incapable of articulating the thoughts swirling within her mind. She was at a complete loss for words. "AI Ran, just obediently serve as my cushion," she murmured. "But I lack any aptitude for being a cushion, and my body is as rigid as can be. Please let me go. I will fetch Pulyalu for you right away." "No, that won't do," Tong Su Jindong whispered conspiratorially into AI Ran's ear, then softly exhaled. Seamlessly maneuvering AI Ran S head back to its designated position before closing her eyes. Under the series of deft maneuvers, AI Ran found herself stripped of all resistance. Like a despondent fish, she stared blankly at the ceiling, a solitary tear of humiliation escaping her eye. With just a subtle nudge, one could quicken this woman's breath, elevate her heartbeat, induce a dizzy spell, and trigger a surge of adrenaline. Humanity is so easily manipulated, entirely unable to resist the primal instincts of the body. How feeble. Yet, this was a rare opportunity. If only I had a bit more time, I could completely seize control of this Saiyans body without her ever noticing. Chapter 128. I wish to be brave just once. AI Ran's cheek was pressed against a soft surface. While it was quite comfortable, it also made it somewhat difficult to breathe. It must be said that, in terms of development, Shiyu Kisaragi was still rather immature compared to Motoi Fuyuki. Among all those AI Ran knew, only Haruna could rival her. As Fuyuki held AI Ran close, her furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and she affectionately nuzzled her chin against AI Ran's hair, clearly treating her as a cherished possession. "I must hasten to leave this place. Maintaining this position is becoming increasingly unbearable." Ailan, despite enduring physical discomfort, reached out to pull her arm away, using her foot to retrieve a pillow from the other end of the bed and nestling it into her embrace. Noticing that Tong Shuji had shown no signs of awakening, Ailan let out a sigh of relief. She then swiftly exited the room. In AI Ran's room, Lily sat at the edge of AI Ran's bed, her legs dangling in the air as she gently swayed them. "Where on earth is AI Ran?" she mused, leaning back to recline on the bed. Her spirits were high. Not only had she savored the delectable dishes prepared by Yukino Shida Yukino and Kata Megumi that evening, but she had also received a gift from AI Ran. If only AI Ran would muster the courage to articulate the confession left unfinished last time, the night would be utterly perfect. This was the primary reason for Li's return. Lost in thought, she instinctively covered the pendant resting on her collarbone with her hand. After a moment, her brows furrowed slightly. There had been something off about the expressions of Shiya Kagaya and Kata Megumi this afternoon. particularly the dialogue exchange between Kadu and Yukino Shida, which was worth pondering. The room was enveloped in silence, a stillness ample enough to accommodate a myriad of restless thoughts. Leaning on her chin, Lili recalled Yukino Shida's parting words urging Ailan not to forget his promise. After a while, an epiphany struck her. She promptly retrieved her phone from her pocket and scrutinized the message Yukino Shida had sent to the group earlier that morning. A moment later, her mouth fell agape, wide enough to swallow an egg, as she gazed at the ceiling, which seemed to spin around her. Had Yukino Shida already entered into a relationship with Ailan? No. It wasn't merely a relationship. It seemed they had ascended to the realm of adulthood. Like a deep-sea bomb, Lili was forcefully yanked from her comfortable submarine, stripped of her oxygen tank, and began suffocating in the depths of despair. This had to be the explanation for the unusual behavior exhibited by Shiya Kagaya and Kata Megumi earlier that afternoon. She tilted her head back, striving to prevent her tears from falling, clenching her jaw tightly to avoid the sound of grinding teeth awakening her from this turmoil. Her delicate, pale hands had unknowingly formed into fists. She dialed Shiya Kagaya's number online. Beep, 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 the unsettling ringtone echoed, mirroring Lili's own disquieted heart. When the call connected, a languid yet alluring voice greeted her. This is Shiya Kagaya. I know. Lili inhaled deeply, striving to calm her racing heart. After a brief moment, ensuring she would not lose her composure, she spoke up. Ailan is now with Yukino Shida, isn't he? On the other end of the line, there was a brief pause, followed by Kagaya's incredulous response. Lili, are you just now discovering this? At this hour? You still have the presence of mind and the leisure to call me? Clutching the phone, Shire's pallid complexion betrayed her unease. Her pride and defiance had dissipated, separated by distance. She laid bare her true self before Poem Yuka. Poem Yuka, I have an affinity for hentai Ailan. It was not a declaration of war, rather. Her seemingly mundane words came out tinged with uncertainty. Poem Yuka paused for a brief moment, gazing at the phone, perplexed by Iri's intent. Finally, she replied, yes. I understand. Without waiting for Iri to respond, Poem Yuka continued. What do you intend to do now, classmate Sawamura Spencer Iri? Well, what? Do not call me by my full name. Iri furrowed her brow. Poem Yuka, do you and Kata have any intention of giving up? Of course not. Poem Yuka retorted immediately. Though I am uncertain of Kata's motives, no one has ever claimed that merely confirming a romantic relationship guarantees ultimate victory. I feel the same way. At that moment, Iri's resolve seemed unshakable. The outcome remained uncertain. She understood, perhaps better than anyone, that not only was Yukino Shida Yukino already at the finish line, but her chances of triumph against Poem Yuka were slim as well. Yet, she had made her choice. One path led to a faint flicker of hope, while the other was a false self draped in the guise of friendship. I wish to be brave, just this once, she declared. I am sorry. Poem Yuka, I know, you were the first to engage with hentai Ailan, but, regardless, I will not concede. Until the final outcome is revealed. I have the right to pursue my hopes, even if it means shattering our friendship. Although she opened her mouth to speak, Iri ultimately refrained from uttering her last words. Nevertheless, she endeavored to convey her sentiments with unwavering conviction. This time, silence enveloped the line. Tears glistened in Iri's eyes, her voice faltering and choked. Speak. Poem Yuka finally reacted. What is there to say? Ultimately, our situations are the same, including Kata's. However, emotions are not dictated by order, so there is no need for you to apologize. For reasons unknown, Iri detected sorrow and defiance in her tone. Thus, pursue your desires without restraint, and do not let yourself regret. I will not give up either. Are you actually offering me advice? Despite Poem Yuka's physical absence, Iri instinctively assumed a defensive posture. There is no conspiracy. It merely entails allowing you to play a modest role. Do not forget. Yukino Shida Yukino is already firmly established at the finish line. Yukino Shida Yukino. Iri instinctively compared Yukino Shida with Kasumiga Kakashiyu. Long black hair. Fiery temperament. Regardless, she is undoubtedly the most formidable candidate for the championship. Chapter 129, The Decision Part 1. After ending the call with Kasumiga Kakashiyu, Iri lay on her bed, feeling utterly drained. Meanwhile, Ailan leaned against the wall, standing outside the room. He had maintained this posture for quite some time. Upon his arrival, he overheard the conversation between Lily and Kasumiga Kakashiwa in the bedroom, though he did not intend to eavesdrop on the discourse of the two young ladies. The Saiyans' extraordinary hearing enabled him to imprint every word spoken by Ing Lily into his memory. Ailan's heart is currently in turmoil, his mind a chaotic muddle. He has always sensed a hint of affection from Ing Lily, yet he never realized the depth of her feelings for him. Just moments ago, Ing Lily cast aside her pride and even chose him over her friendship with Kasumigakake Yutaha. This is far beyond mere fondness. Even the term gentle to the point of humility seems inadequate to describe her. It is as if she has transformed entirely within this short span of time. Can love truly engender such profound changes in a person? Upon reflection, it indeed appears so, akin to the stories from his past life where online novels could alleviate addiction. Depicting unwavering love in tales so magnificent they evoke tears. Not to mention, even in the materialistic world of his previous existence. Ailan occasionally witnessed such love stories on television. What kind of person is Ing Lily? Ailan found himself pondering this question inwardly. Did he truly know her? Their initial encounter occurred in the anime The Everyday Life of a Female Lead, though the male protagonist from that series had now faded from his memory. Perhaps, in truth, the anime lacked a prominent male character altogether. Logically speaking, Arari was certainly not the ideal companion envisioned by a Saiyan. She lacked a resolute conviction, possessed an exuberant personality, and was rather petite in stature. However, she came from a prestigious family, was strikingly beautiful, and had a talent for drawing. Ailan reminisced about the first encounter with Ing Lily in the CAF, marking the true commencement of their relationship. At that moment, he scarcely allowed his gaze to linger upon Ing Lily. His recollection of her portrayed a tempestuous temperament and an innate tsundere disposition, stripped of her facades. Her genuine self was likely too much for most to bear. Reflecting upon it now, a myriad of events had indeed transpired. As they gradually drew closer, piece by piece, Ing Lily undeniably unveiled her tsundere nature along with her peculiar quirks. Strangely enough, Ailan found himself able to embrace them, contrary to his initial assumptions. In hindsight, had Ing Lily not always been this way? In critical moments, she consistently bestowed upon Ailan unexpected delights. Her resilience could rival that of Yukino Shida Yukino, and her courage mirrored that of Kasumigakake Shiwa, with a tender warmth reminiscent of Kata Megumi. Ing Lily was not a quintessential two-dimensional beauty. She was a living, breathing individual. The qualities she possessed were never inferior to anyone else's. So what of me? In the depths of his soul, within the recesses of his mind. And through each fleeting moment, Ailan seeks to uncover the truest feelings he harbors for Ing Lily. Undoubtedly, he is imbued with romantic sentiments towards her. Indeed, it is almost inconceivable for any man to encounter Ing Lily without feeling a stirring in his heart. Not even a Saiyan is exempt from this truth. It is but natural to be drawn to beautiful women, a fact he does not deny, although his physique and lifestyle have completely transformed him into a Saiyan. A part of his soul remains that of an ordinary otaku. After a moment of contemplation, Ailan reaffirms within himself, he is fond of Ing Lily. Yet, this affection transcends mere admiration for her appearance. It is a profound emotion that has blossomed through their repeated interactions and physical closeness. Indeed, I am, without a doubt, greedy. Ailan suddenly recalled the declaration he had made when he rejected Anna at the Jinzagong Palace, and a self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. At this moment, Ailan had already made a decision in his heart. He was never the stereotypical protagonist from the world of anime, the so-called Asahashi. Now that he had clarified his thoughts, it would be unjust to keep these young women in suspense. Therefore, it was better to be forthright about certain matters. He took a deep breath and reached for the doorknob of his bedroom. Even if it is greed, I genuinely wish to live happily with them, he silently affirmed. In the next moment, Ailan pushed open the bedroom door. As Ailan entered the room, he gently called out. The sudden appearance of Ailan startled Ing Lily, prompting her to hurriedly rub her eyes in an attempt to conceal the lingering moisture within their sockets. Ah, hentai Ailan, why did you enter without knocking? She exclaimed. But this is my room, came the reply. Ailan opened his mouth. Yet the words of sarcasm lingered unspoken. He settled beside the bed, merely half a meter away from Ing Lily. This distance was sufficient to evoke a sense of comfort in her, while not encroaching upon her thoughts. At this moment, Ailan sought to convey his feelings and sincerity towards her in the most straightforward manner possible. Ing Lily, he called her name once more. What? What is it? Ing Lily responded, her nerves evident. Although she had just declared to Shiryu, the senior, her desire to be courageous. Facing Ailan in person instinctively prompted her to mask her true emotions with a veneer of tsundere. Just now, I happened to overhear your conversation with Senior Sure You outside the door. Ailan noticed her facial expression and deliberately slowed her speech, lowering her voice considerably. Yet even so, upon hearing Ailan's words, Lily was taken aback. You overheard my conversation with that hefty woman in black stockings? Lily's eyes seemed to lose their sparkle, and in a state of confusion, she instinctively pulled the blanket on the bed around herself with remarkable speed. Hintai Ailan. How could you stoop to eavesdropping? Came her muffled voice from within the cocoon of covers. Seeing Lily's ostrich-like reaction, Ailan chuckled softly, disregarding Lily's typical tsundere question. After a moment's contemplation, Ailan gently pressed her lips together and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. In truth, I also have feelings for you, Lily. Although I cannot pinpoint when I began to like you, it no longer matters. I am now certain that I like you. In an instant, the blanket was flung aside, and Lily sat up swiftly. Hintai Ailan. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Chapter 130, A Decision Made, Part 2. Lily stared blankly at Ailan, appearing somewhat dazed. Her mind had been overwhelmed by Ailan's earlier confession, leaving her momentarily devoid of coherent thought, frozen in a state of bewilderment, unsure of how to respond. Ailan patiently awaited for a moment, and upon observing that Lily remained in her current state, reiterated, I cherish Lily. Suddenly, Lily exclaimed, wait. Ailan's straightforwardness left her somewhat at a loss. If one were to say that a natural charm could conquer the proud and aloof, then such an unadorned directness could undoubtedly breach Lily's defenses in an instant. Please hold on a moment. I need to collect my thoughts. Ailan observed her flustered demeanor and nodded. Lily exhaled a sigh of relief, bowing her head with her hands clasped together over her chest, her gaze slightly wandering. Occasionally, she cast furtive glances at Ailan, yet whenever their eyes met, she instinctively averted her gaze as if jolted by an electric shock. Did Ailan just confess his feelings for me? Was that indeed a confession? It must be an undeniable declaration of affection, yet why is it so sudden? Could it be that he overheard my conversation with Kasumigakaka Shiyu outside the door? But hasn't he already been involved with Yukino Shida Yukino? Lily's thoughts raced, enveloping her in an inexplicable sense of turmoil. Although her heart brimmed with joy, a multitude of questions lingered in her mind. After a while, she finally managed to process Ailan's words, momentarily suppressing the tumult within her heart, and turned her gaze toward him. Ailan, haven't you already been with Yukino Shida Yukino? Why are you saying these things to me? Has the moment finally arrived? Ailan fell into silence for a moment, taking a gentle breath before resolutely articulating her initial thoughts. Yes, Yukino and I are indeed together now. The expression on Ailan's face remained relatively unchanged, yet a subtle unease permeated his heart. Simultaneously, the audacity of developing affections for multiple girls and shamelessly expressing his feelings to each of them was indeed a deplorable act. Observing Lily's face begin to furrow in concern, Ailan gently articulated his thoughts. Before I came to know you all, I had already harbored feelings for Yukino. However, I am a rather greedy person, and even after having someone I adore, I found myself inexplicably drawn to you. As Ailan recounted his feelings, Lily's complexion grew increasingly pale. The joy she had felt from Ailan's initial confession was instantly extinguished. Why are you telling me this now? She bit her lip, struggling to suppress the tears threatening to spill. Her return to Ailan's home indeed had elements of a desire for him to confess his feelings, and he had certainly done so, yet this confession was tainted with aspects that left her utterly unsettled. She could accept taking Ailan away from Yukino, but she could not come to terms with this situation. What was this? A harem scenario straight out of a gal game? Though the bizarre occurrences surrounding Ailan seemed far removed from the normalcy of everyday life, be it malevolent dragons, unfathomable powers, or even miraculous resurrections, this was not the realm of a two-dimensional world. Saiyans do not lie. At this juncture, Ailan spoke again. As the conversation deepened, the anxiety that had once resided within him began to dissipate. Certain matters must be confronted sooner or later. Lily, I am unwilling to maintain our relationship through silence and pretense. For a prolonged period, I consciously ignored the emotional nuances between the sexes, uncertain of what unexpected events tomorrow might bring. Yet when I finally sought to acknowledge my feelings, I realized I could not relinquish any of you. At this moment, I find myself subconsciously yearning for the ability to continue living joyfully alongside everyone. Ailan candidly recounted her long-standing emotional journey, grounded in reality. She spoke with sincerity, Human emotions are inherently such that one cannot resort to cunning shortcuts. The fear of loss and the hesitation to confront the consequences of an issue ultimately lead to stagnation. After expressing these sentiments, Ailan felt a considerable sense of relief. However, the previous unease resurfaced. What would Lily do? The room fell into silence once more. Lily wrapped herself in the quilt once again, encasing herself, and hugged her knees, hoping this gesture would alleviate her emotions. Her body trembled as she reminisced about everything she had experienced with Ailan. Outside, the slowly advancing dark clouds finally drifted above the courtyard, and the gentle patter of rain began to fall with the spring thunder. It seems that the first intimate encounter with Ailan occurred under similar weather. Lily's thoughts began to drift away. The shyness of their initial closeness and the despair she felt witnessing Ailan's tragic end alongside Sancheng Long flooded her mind. The surprise of Ailan's resurrection, along with the sweetness of their lips meeting. Even now, my feelings for hentai Ailan remain unwavering. I yearn to be bold and reckless just once. Just moments ago, Lily expressed such sentiments to Kasumiga Kakashiwa. Meanwhile, Ailan, uncertain of Lily's choice, found himself lost in silent contemplation. An involuntary self-deprecating smile graced his lips. Indeed, such absurd thoughts should not exist in the realm of reality. However, just as Ailan was engulfed in his musings, a sudden warmth spread through his chest. In that moment, clarity dawned upon him as he gently cradled Lily's face, revealing a tear-streaked visage, exquisite yet painfully aggrieved. Hentai Ailan, you must always be my muse for inspiration. Did we not have an agreement? Only when you discover a culinary masterpiece that moves me can I serve as your human model. Before Ailan could finish her words, Lily abruptly lifted her head and pressed her lips against Ailan's. Her tears slipped through the gap between their lips, carrying a trace of bitterness, yet failing to diminish the sweetness that such intimate contact brought forth. As their lips parted, Lily's breath became slightly rapid. Her petite face flushed with an unnatural hue. Nevertheless, she endeavored to maintain her composure, declaring, "This is the most delectable food I have discovered. Can it fulfill the promise between us?" Ailan nodded somewhat awkwardly. Chapter 131. Such a person cannot exist in this world. Early morning. Ailan drowsily opened her eyes. Lowering her gaze, she caught sight of Lily in her arms and couldn't help but smile. Gently, Ailan shook Lily's shoulder. "It's time to rise and shine. Day has broken, and we must head to school. Ailan?" Upon hearing Ailan's voice, Lily was still not entirely awake. She instinctively shifted her body, and upon feeling the familiar warmth, she settled back in comfort. Soon after, Lily curled up, nestling her head against Ailan's chest. Are you trying to drift back to sleep again? It's time to get up. It's already 7 o'clock." As she spoke, Ailan shook Lily's shoulder once more, and this time, Lily was fully roused. Did I really sleep like this in Ailan's arms all night? Oh my goodness. How embarrassing. With her face flushed and buried in Ailan's embrace, Lily felt too shy to show herself. Yet, feeling Ailan's warmth and inhaling his scent brought her an inexplicable sense of security. It turned out that what was depicted in manga and novels was indeed true. The taste of love was truly sweet and delightful. "You're finally awake." Ailan lifted the quilt and gazed into Lily's azure eyes. "Did you not sleep well? What do you think?" Lily shot a flushed glare at Ailan, her face adorned with a blend of shyness and the languor of just waking. Captivated by Lily's visage, Ailan found it difficult to tear her gaze away. "Lily," Ailan softly called. As she lifted her head, Ailan gently pressed her lips against Lily's cherry blossom-like mouth. After a lingering moment, they parted. "All right, time to rise. The rain has passed, and it's a splendid day for school." Nodding slightly, Lily replied softly, Meanwhile, within the confines of the Shikigami residence, Isaka Ai, having arranged the day's tasks, pushed open the door to Shikigami Kagaya's bedroom. "Miss, the car is ready. We can depart," Isaka Ai announced. Upon hearing this, Shikigami Kagaya, already dressed, nodded and proceeded towards the door. Her waist-length hair cascaded down without a silk ribbon to bind it, exuding an air of chilling elegance that was difficult to behold. Isaka Ai sighed quietly, aware that she was not merely Kagaya's maid but also her childhood companion. She understood well that under the immense pressure of the Shikigami household, Kagaya adopted various personas. This was the icy Kagaya. The so-called icy Kagaya emphasized rationality and logic, embodying the high and aloof aspect dictated by the Shikigami family as principles. Her outward appearance reflected this. Hair unbound, her eyes devoid of any sparkle, her expression indifferent, and her actions strictly in accordance with the family's teachings. Everything was driven by self-interest. No one was to be trusted, and what one desired was to be obtained by any means necessary. This was the Kaguya of the moment. After Kaguya exited her room, Isaka AI followed closely behind. At the entrance of the estate, the chauffeur opened the door of the waiting vehicle, swiftly stepping out to assist her. The car began to roll forward, the scenery outside gliding by, and as they drove smoothly, the driver activated the audio system, playing Kaguya's preferred soothing melodies. Suddenly, Kaguya spoke up, "There's no need for music today. Please lower the back window. I wish to see." "Understood, Mississippi." As the window descended, Kaguya directed her gaze outside, feeling a sudden wave of discontent wash over her. Why were those middle-aged men in suits hurrying so? Kaguya pondered. And what about the high school students, seemingly around her age, laughing and frolicking on the street? She pondered this too. Was she not akin to a canary confined within a cage? A fleeting thought crossed the mind of Shikigami Kaguya, yet her visage remained unperturbed. At a traffic light not far from Shuchian Academy, a car came to a steady halt. Nearby, an apartment was undergoing repairs, with a crane obstructing the edge of the road, consequently disrupting the flow of traffic. Kaguya's gaze shifted to two elementary school students holding hands as they made their way to school. She had never encountered such an experience since her earliest memories. Her journeys had always been accompanied by a throng of people. Lost in contemplation, Kaguya observed the scene before her. Suddenly, a strange, resounding crash pierced the air, the sound of a crane's steel cable snapping. Instinctively, she looked up towards the two children. A massive steel beam, suspended by the crane's cable, was now swaying violently. In that moment, Kaguya's pupils dilated in horror as she realized the impending disaster. Though her expression remained impassive, her body reacted before her mind could process the situation. Her hand was already poised on the car's rear door handle. At that moment, the cable, worn to the point of failure, had completely severed. "It's too late," she thought. "And even if I rush out, there's nothing I can do." Kaguya shut her eyes, her mind drifting back to a childhood memory of climbing a tree to save a fledgling about to fall, only to be chastised by her father. "Kaguya, you are a Saiyan of the Shikigami family. Thus, you must always prioritize the interests of the Shikigami above all else, putting your own safety first. This world, where people prey upon one another, is harsh. I cannot allow you to harbor such foolish compassion. Preserving oneself and securing the greatest benefit is what you must consider at all times." Though her eyes were closed, Kaguya could infer from the gasps of bystanders that the two children were surely beyond salvation. A dull thud echoed, precisely as she had anticipated. However, oddly, there were no cries of anguish from the children. Did they perish without suffering? Kaguya pondered, slowly opening her eyes. The sight before her left her utterly astonished. A fellow student, clad in the same Shuchian uniform, had embraced the two children, shielding them with his own body as the massive steel beam crashed down upon his back. Was it Ailan? How could there exist such a fool in this world who would sacrifice himself to save another? How could there be such a selfless individual? As she gazed at her oblivious classmate, Kaguya's steadfast beliefs began to crumble. Yet, what unfolded next shattered her worldview even further. Ailan, effortlessly brushing off the impact, stood up and looked at the two school children, asking them, "Are you all right?" The two trembling elementary school students did not respond. They were already in tears from fright. What was there to cry about? Nothing significant had occurred. Ailan, feeling somewhat helpless, scratched his head and then revealed what he believed to be his most radiant smile. "Do not be afraid. Everything is fine now." Yet, upon witnessing Ailan's fierce grin, the two elementary school students wept even more intensely. Not far away, Shikigami Kaguya stared blankly at Ailan, who was scratching his head in an earnest attempt to console the two children. For the first time in her life, she felt a desire to get to know this classmate with whom she had only interacted a few times. The traffic light turned green, and the vehicles resumed their journey. Yet Shikigami Kaguya's gaze remained fixated on Ailan, causing her to forget her thoughts entirely. Chapter 132, Shikigami Kaguya's inquiry after school is customary. Ailan arrived at the student council. Anna Kanshiko and Aino Yako had gone to inspect the club activities, while Fujiwara Chika was engaged in a board game club event. Thus, the student council room was occupied solely by Shikigami Kaguya. At that moment, she sat quietly behind her desk, and the instant the door swung open, her indifferent gaze fell squarely upon Ailan, an unmistakable glint of scrutiny evident in her eyes. However, this rather impolite demeanor did not persist for long. After Ailan stepped into the student council room, Shikigami Kaguya spoke calmly. Hello, Ailan. Her tone was strikingly aloof, reminiscent of Ailan's initial arrival in this world, characterized by a sense of isolation and an air of skepticism towards everything. Hello. Ailan lifted his eyelids slightly, then approached the filing cabinet, retrieving a stack of documents before returning to face Shirkong Akari. He regarded her with an expression of calm indifference and remarked, "This is the equipment procurement list for the club that you provided 2 days ago. I have confirmed it. As soon as President Anna approves the budget, we can proceed with the purchases." Their exchange was succinct, devoid of any superfluous words, as if they were merely adhering to routine protocol. After their brief conversation, silence enveloped the room. With everything settled, Ailan settled onto the sofa, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. This morning, he had sensed a further diminishment of the positive energy within him, and upon hearing the cries of 2 elementary school children, he was overwhelmed by a long-forgotten blend of bloodlust and agitation. He contemplated reaching out to the god of time for a health check, yet inexplicably, despite calling out for several consecutive days, he received no response from Can. His motivation for contacting the god of time was not solely to inquire about his health. There was another pressing concern. His financial resources were dwindling. Health anomalies coupled with a boss who had ceased communication and failed to disburse wages painted a picture of a woeful corporate existence. With a sigh of resignation, Ailan found himself at a loss for what to do. After a while, he opened his eyes to discover Shirkong Hikari gazing intently at him. Though her eyes shared the same cherry blossom hue as Shikazuki Shia, the utter lack of sparkle in her pupils induced a disquieting sensation within Ailan. He furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Vice President Shirkong, why do you persist in staring at me? Is there something amiss with me? And why did you save those 2 children this morning?" 2 children? Ailan was momentarily taken aback. Although he had indeed sensed the malevolent aura emanating from Shikigami Kagaya earlier in the morning, he had not anticipated that she would witness his act of rescue. "So, why did you disregard your own safety to save them?" Without acknowledging Ailan's retort, Shikigami Kagaya posed her question once more. Disregard for one's own safety? Ailan tilted his head, slightly perplexed. "Have you misunderstood something? There is no notion of neglecting my own safety. I save them because I possess unwavering confidence in my abilities. Is it not only natural to extend a helping hand to those in need within my capacity?" Ailan casually remarked that, in his perspective, it was merely a trivial matter. Upon hearing his response, Kagaya Shinomiya felt a twinge of uncertainty within her. In her understanding, the events of the morning were far from the simplicity that Ailan suggested. Rescuing someone beneath several tons of steel was perilous, and one misstep could lead to dire consequences for oneself. Indeed, that very steel had struck him. Although she could not fathom how Ailan had emerged unscathed from such a perilous situation, it was evident that an ordinary person would not have dared to act in those circumstances. In the face of death, do we not all stand equal? Or could it be that there truly exist individuals with such unwavering resolve, guided solely by pure kindness and fervor? Contemplating this, a subtle shift appeared on Kagaya's composed visage. She parted her lips, instinctively wishing to refute Ailan's earlier statement, yet found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Ailan retrieved his phone from his pocket. "Vice President Shinomiya, I must take my leave for an urgent matter. Could we exchange contact information?" he inquired. "Tomorrow marks the weekend. Once President Anna approves the funding, please inform me of the specific procurement time so I can make the necessary arrangements." Contact information? Kagaya's tranquil demeanor was suddenly pierced by a hint of fluster. In her phone, which she had used for nearly a decade, aside from her family and Chika Fujiwara, she had seemingly never saved anyone else's contact details. Wasn't the exchange of contact information an act reserved for friends? Does Ailan, the General Affairs Officer, wish to befriend me, a mere commoner? Is it not convenient? Ailan's voice, laced with confusion, reached Shirkong Kagaya's ears. No, it did not. Shirkong Kagaya exhaled softly and then took out her phone. After the 2 exchanged contact information, Ailan waved goodbye and left the student council room, leaving Shirkong Kagaya enveloped in solitude once more. She seated herself behind the desk, lost in contemplation. Time passed, though she was unaware of its passage, until the door to the student council room swung open, interrupting her reverie. Anna Kinshigami, having completed her rounds, entered the room. "Good afternoon, President Anna, Vice President Kagaya." After a brief exchange of greetings, Shirkong Kagaya placed the documents that Ailan had brought in front of Anna. "Here is the approved list of club equipment purchases, reviewed by Ailan. Please take a look. If there are no issues, we can approve the funding." "Has Ailan been here earlier?" Upon hearing Ailan's name, A flicker of emotion crossed Anna Kinshigami's face. Counting yesterday, she had not seen Ailan for 2 days. Just hearing his name caused her previously steady breath to quicken slightly. Unaware of Anna's unusual demeanor, Shirogane Kagaya replied, "Yes, Ailan came by earlier. But he seemed to have something to attend to and left. Is that so?" Anna Kinshigami lowered her gaze to the documents before her. "I really want to see Ailan. I long for his touch and caress." Beneath the desk, Anna Kinshigami's posture gradually became peculiar. She could no longer endure it and brought her legs together. Her body began to tremble slightly. "President, why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell?" "And no." Anna Kinshigami took a deep breath, striving to regain control over her emotions. Chapter 133. Night raid at 10 o'clock in the evening. After completing her homework, Shirogane Kagaya donned a white robe and sat on her bed, her phone in hand. Lost in thought. Beside her, Hayasaka AI observed her with a hint of concern and asked, "Miss, is there something troubling you?" Slowly returning to reality at Hayasaka's inquiry, Shirogane Kagaya replied, "Yes, President Anna has already approved the funding for the club equipment, and I am pondering how to inform Ailan. Why not just call him? You exchanged contact information this afternoon, didn't you?" Hayasaka AI looked at her mistress with exasperation, struggling to comprehend why such a simple matter warranted so much anxiety. No. It is already night. If I call him directly now and he is resting, it would be quite impolite. Then let us send a text message. Even if Ailan, the General Affairs Officer, is resting at this hour, he shall see it upon waking. However, that would be inappropriate." Kagaya Shinomiya remarked with a sidelong glance at AI Hayasaka. "To initiate our first official communication via text would be quite disrespectful, would it not?" At this point, AI Hayasaka felt increasingly exasperated. It was merely student council business, not a matter of professional networking after entering society. Was it truly necessary to be so particular? "My lady, you are overthinking it. I believe a more casual approach would be preferable. If the tone is too formal, Ailan may find it uncomfortable. It would be best to treat him as you would treat Fujiwara-san." "Is that so?" Kagaya replied, somewhat perplexed. For this was her first time initiating contact with a peer of the opposite sex via phone. AI Hayasaka calmly nodded. "Indeed. Did you not mention that you exchanged contact information with Ailan upon your return this evening, and thus made a friend? It is preferable for friends to communicate casually." "Not quite. For now, he merely wishes to befriend me, and I have yet to acknowledge him. I have reviewed his academic performance, and it is shockingly poor. Associating with someone of such low standing would tarnish the reputation of the Shinomiya family. Then why did you relay this to me immediately upon your return? And repeat it several times?" AI Hayasaka silently mused. She had surmised the nature of this so-called friendship. It was simply that Ailan wished to exchange contact information for ease of communication. In Kagaya's perception, only friends would share such details, thus leading to this misunderstanding. Although she could discern the situation's essence, AI Hayasaka had no intention of addressing it directly. As a devoted maid, she was intimately acquainted with all aspects of Kagaya's life. Under the rigorous upbringing of the Shinomiya family, her lady appeared as a meticulously crafted doll devoid of emotion. It had been long since AI Hayasaka witnessed any semblance of genuine emotional fluctuation on Kagaya's face. Yet tonight, as Kagaya recounted the events that transpired in the student council room, AI Hayasaka caught a glimpse of a ripple of surprise deep within her lady's gaze. AI Hayasaka sincerely wished for Kagaya to experience the joys of youth like any normal high school student, to be able to set aside her worries. Even if just within the confines of the school. Though AI Hayasaka harbored this hope, her role as a maid rendered such aspirations unattainable. Could this Ailan, who had captured her lady's attention, truly provide her with that experience? No, it was premature to draw any conclusions at this juncture. AI Hayasaka dismissed the thought internally. The human heart is the most elusive of entities in this world. With that in mind, AI Hayasaka spoke softly. "Since my lady has yet to decide how to inform Ailan, allow me to take on that responsibility." Shinomiya Kagaya was momentarily taken aback, somewhat perplexed by Hayasaka AI's intentions. Observing the puzzled expression on Kagaya's face, Hayasaka AI elucidated, "Milady has yet to acknowledge that Era, the General Affairs Officer, is your friend. Has she not? Given this circumstance, as your maid, I believe it would be prudent for me to investigate him first." Shinomiya Kagaya. Meanwhile, AI Ren had succumbed to slumber. During this period, he had temporarily set aside his cultivation. It is crucial to balance work and rest. especially considering he had just spent 2 years tirelessly training in the hyperbolic time chamber, and upon returning to this world, he had also battled against the malevolent dragon. He now harbored some doubts, suspecting that the anomalies within him might very well be the aftereffects of his rapid power enhancement. The courtyard lay enveloped in silence. In the room of Tuka Mafuyu, darkness prevailed. In fact, she had not attended school that day. Ailan had specifically inquired with Hiratsuka Shizuku about her condition. Learning that she was unwell and had taken a day off, intending to return to work the following Monday. Before drifting off to sleep, Ailan sensed Mafuyu's aura, finding everything to be normal, and did not dwell further on it. Suddenly, a lithe figure vaulted over the courtyard wall and approached Ailan's doorstep. The figure retrieved a wire from their pocket and inserted it into the keyhole. Within mere seconds, Ailan's door was ajar. With practiced ease, they made their way to Ailan's bedroom, slipping under the covers and wrapping their arms around his neck, pressing their face tightly against his chest while their legs brushed against him. Ailan, I've missed you so much. It's been 2 days since I last saw you. Sensing the unusual presence, Ailan awoke, and though the room was shrouded in darkness, he instantly recognized the person nestled in his embrace. Anna? He exclaimed in astonishment. Ailan. Anna Kinomoto seemed oblivious to his words, continuously nuzzling her cheek against his chest, softly murmuring his name. Noticing that his calls fell on deaf ears, Ailan furrowed his brow slightly. He quickly assessed Anna Kinomoto's condition, realizing that the malevolent aura surrounding her seemed even more potent than it had been 2 days prior. Please, calm down, Anna. Ailan firmly grasped the shoulders of Anna Jinzagong with both hands, intending to first subdue her before purifying the malevolent energy with positive forces. However, at the very moment of contact, a tremendous surge of electricity instantaneously coursed through Ailan's body. The intensity of the current far surpassed that experienced in the student council room. He had no time to react before becoming entirely paralyzed. Although he did not lose consciousness, he had completely lost the ability to resist. Ailan. Perhaps influenced by the Dragon Ball, Anna Jinzagong was acting purely on instinct at that moment. She incessantly called out Ailan's name, her hands leaving his neck to delve into his clothing. Her legs intertwined with his. The two maintained an oddly intimate position, pressed closely together. Chapter 134. The peeping Tom with the telescope. Anna Jinzagong continued her exploration of Ailan's body, moving from his neck to his chest, and then to his abdomen, ultimately grasping his tail, an authentic tail. Anna, please calm down. At that moment, Ailan barely regained his ability to speak and urgently sought to halt her actions. Yet, as his voice reached Anna Jinzagong's ears, the bewildered girl instinctively lifted her head, her gaze fixating on Ailan's lips. After a moment of hesitation, her breath quickened, and she leaned in until their lips met. Ailan, wishing to speak again, was interrupted by Anna Jinzagong. Why do you also stick out your tongue at such a moment? With his mouth obstructed, Ailan lamented silently, feeling the agony of being overpowered by a woman once more. He had lost count of how many times this had happened. The pride of a Saiyan lay shattered in the process. Yet, with no means of resistance, he chose to passively accept the situation. One must admit, the scent emanating from Anna Jinzagong was indeed quite pleasant. As they maintained their kiss, time became irrelevant. Eventually, Anna Jinzagong, breathless, slowly pulled away. Sweat seeped through her clothing, dripping onto Ailan. Although her breathing remained rapid, it had grown significantly steadier, and the malevolent energy that had been on the brink of spiraling out of control had dissipated entirely. Have you calmed down? Sensing the stabilization of Anna Jinzagong's breath, Ailan tentatively inquired. She gently nodded, a hint of regret causing her to bite her lower lip. I'm sorry, Ailan. I did not keep my promise. I had vowed to make you fall in love with me in a more subtle and dignified manner. As she spoke, tears streamed down Anna's delicate face uncontrollably. Please do not cry. Ailan's voice was gentle. Rather than focusing on whether Anna had breached her commitments, Ailan deemed it imperative to comprehend the reason for her presence here, as well as the intense malevolence that had just enveloped them. Observing Anna still lost in her remorse for failing to honor her promises, Ailan grasped her hand. What transpired in the past is behind us. Your current state seems rather unsettling. Has something occurred? Feeling the warmth transmitted through their clasped hands, Anna jolted slightly, her body leaning softly against Ailan. Well, it's just that I haven't seen you for the past few days, and during the game night with the student council. Didn't Fujiwara give me 2 movie tickets? I wanted to invite you to join me. Is that truly the reason? Anna nuzzled against AI Ran's neck, savoring his scent, and after a moment, she finally replied, "Yes, I have been missing you, AI Ran, and by the time I realized it, I found myself already seated on your lap." Ailan was rendered speechless. In other words, the reason for Anna Jinzagong's outburst was her absence from her presence for 2 consecutive days? How did she manage to infiltrate this room so silently? Anna. Recalling the intense surge of electricity from before, Ailan could not help but swallow hard. "Let us add each other online. Even if I cannot make it to school due to some commitments, you can reach me directly on my phone." This must not continue. Even a Super Saiyan would struggle against such a formidable current. After both had exchanged contact information, Anna Jinzagong, now seated by the bed, glanced at Ailan, her hands once again clenching the hem of her dress. Is she about to lift her skirt again? Witnessing this scene, the corners of Ailan's eyes twitched involuntarily. "Ailan, could you hold me once more?" Anna Jinzagong murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "As long as you refrain from lifting your skirt or shocking me again." Ailan silently scoffed, then gently extended her hand. Upon receiving Ailan's consent, Anna's eyes sparkled with delight as she wrapped her arms around Ailan's neck, completely surrendering herself to his embrace. After a moment's hesitation, AI Ran extended her hand to gently caress the back of Anna Jinzagong in a rhythmic manner. "AI Ran, I have missed you dearly. You have occupied my thoughts these past few days." Anna murmured softly, and before long, she drifted into a deep slumber in AI Ran's embrace. With a sigh of relief, AI Ran carefully carried Anna to her bed, tucking her in snugly before commencing a thorough examination. Ailan placed his hand upon the forehead of Anna Jinzagong, channeling the dwindling positive energy through his palm. The physical condition of Anna Jinzagong was, in fact, quite dire. As an ordinary inhabitant of Earth, she was entirely incapable of withstanding the power of the Dragon Balls, especially having already harnessed the strength of the 5-star dragon twice. After transferring the positive energy, Ailan retrieved a magical bean from the pocket of his school uniform and fed it to Anna Jinzagong. Observing her complexion gradually regain its healthy flush, Ailan exhaled in relief. He could not allow Anna to utilize the power of the 5-star dragon any longer. If this continued, her body would likely suffer irreversible damage. AI Ran approached the window, her gaze fixed upon the summit of a distant building. With her fingertip pressed against her brow, she vanished from the room in an instant. A few kilometers away, masked and clad in dark attire, the detective-hatted Isaka AI crouched behind a mounted telescope. Her ensemble certainly evoked the essence of a private investigator. After Shikigami Kagaya had taken her rest, she ventured here alone, hoping to glean insights into AI Ran's true nature through careful observation. Yet, the events she witnessed that evening left her utterly astonished. The Student Council President stealthily entered the Student Council General's residence in the dead of night, and the two were seen embracing, with President Anna even fast asleep in AI Ran's bed. How long had they known each other? Had their relationship already escalated to this point? Isaka AI felt her worldview shaken. However, the subsequent scene completely upended her understanding. Through the telescope, she perceived AI Ran's gaze directed towards her. Had she been discovered? A fleeting thought crossed Isaka AI's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. How absurd. AI Ran's home was a full 3 kilometers away. Just as she began to ease her racing heart, she witnessed AI Ran placing her finger on her brow once more, vanishing from the room again. What? Where did she go? Is this some sort of magic? Isaka AI murmured, preparing to adjust the telescope's focus when suddenly, a gray rope ensnared her neck. Before she could react, her feet lifted off the ground, and a suffocating sensation surged within her. Simultaneously, AI Ran's voice echoed in her ear. "So, you were the one who has been watching me all along?" She struggled desperately, attempting to tear the gray rope from her neck. In the next moment, she was horrified to see a sphere of searing energy coalesce in AI Ran's hand. "Do not test my patience any further, Earthling." Chapter 135. Isaka AI's resolution. Isaka AI's face was etched with terror, her limbs flailing wildly as she fought to escape. AI Ran noticed her complete disregard for his question, and his impatience grew. With a stern expression, he forcefully removed Isaka AI's mask. Upon recognizing the person before him, he was momentarily taken aback. There was something vaguely familiar about her. However, at that moment, a bloodthirsty sensation surged within him, and an aura of murderous intent involuntarily erupted. Were it not for the Supreme Kai's prohibition against taking lives, he might have already severed Isaka AI's head from her shoulders. With a stern expression, AI Ran pulled Isaka AI closer and spoke in a low voice. I hope you do not challenge my patience any further, Earthling. I shall grant you but 3 seconds to reveal why you have been watching me. Should you remain silent, I will ensure you understand the meaning of suffering. As he spoke, he eased the pressure of his tail slightly, allowing Isaka AI to speak freely. Coughing heavily to regain her breath, Isaka AI began to splutter. However, the countdown set by AI Ran echoed ominously in her ears. My name is Hasaka, and like you, I am a student at Shuchian Academy. I wish to become acquainted with you, AI Ran, yet lacked the courage to approach you in school, which is why I resorted to spying on you. Furthermore, today marks my first visit. I have not monitored you prior to this. Instinctively, Isaka AI donned the guise of a feisty girl from school, a strategy that had never failed her before. Hasaka. Hasaka? AI Ran repeated her name, scrutinizing her face. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. You are Isaka AI, the attendant of Shinomiya Kagaya. Upon hearing AI Ran's recognition, Isaka AI's pupils dilated, and a chill washed over her. This individual indeed harbors intentions towards the lady. Moreover, he referred to me as Earthling? Could he truly be an extraterrestrial? How is that possible? This is utterly fantastical. As she pondered this, her gaze fell upon the rope coiled around her neck. How could this be? This time, Isaka AI was genuinely terrified. What she thought was merely a rope was, in fact, AI Ran's tail. He truly is an alien. Regarding Isaka AI's expression, AI Ran paid little heed. He had already sensed that she appeared to be an ordinary human devoid of any malevolent aura. Once calm, AI Ran deduced from her presence that Isaka AI was clearly not the one who had been surveilling him. What a pity. Aaron suppressed the murderous intent within, reluctantly setting Isaka AI down. Tell me, has there been any unusual occurrence with Shinomiya Kagaya lately? None. Isaka AI replied defiantly, showing no signs of retreat. Her gaze remained fixed on Aaron. As a maid, she felt obliged to eliminate all dangers threatening Shinomiya Kagaya. There are no anomalies. Aaron furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Would it be somewhat easier to involve Isaka AI in the retrieval of the 6 Dragon Balls? With this thought, he turned his gaze toward the ever-vigilant Isaka AI. I harbor no ill will towards Shikigami Kagaya. Before I arrived in this realm, 7 tainted Dragon Balls had found their way here. Each resides within a different individual, and each possesses the power to obliterate this world. My task is to reclaim these Dragon Balls. He paused momentarily, gesturing toward his dwelling. Aside from the 2 I have already retrieved, one is with Anakin no Kyo, and another resides within Shikigami Kagaya. Being a host to a Dragon Ball is exceedingly perilous, should malevolent energy surge uncontrollably. It poses a threat not only to oneself, but to those in proximity as well. I cannot ascertain the veracity of your words. It is no wonder she is a professional maid. Aside from her master, she remains perpetually wary of others. Is such a life not exhausting? Aaron shrugged lightly, resting her hand upon Hayasaka AI's shoulder. Upon witnessing Aaron's gesture, Hayasaka AI was startled, instinctively fearing that Aaron might be contemplating harm. She attempted to step back, only to realize that she was utterly unable to free herself from Aaron's grasp. In that moment, Hayasaka AI observed Aaron replicate the very same movements she had made earlier in his room. Amidst a whirlwind of disorientation, she suddenly found herself in the courtyard of the Shikigami residence. At this moment, all she had to do was call out, and dozens of armed bodyguards would emerge, ready to turn Aaron into a sieve. Yet, she could not muster the courage. Aaron's recently displayed abilities had far surpassed her comprehension. While I harbor no ill will towards you, I utterly despise being watched. Thus, this shall be the final warning. Whether you choose to believe me is of no consequence. Simply ensure that you inform me promptly should there be any anomalies concerning Shikigami Kagaya, if you truly care for her. Before the Dragon Balls are retrieved, I will safeguard all hosts. As AI Ran spoke, she gradually floated upwards. Isaka AI's expression shifted continuously until she finally sighed. As long as you do not harm the young lady, I am willing to cooperate with you. That is reassuring, AI Ran nodded, turning to soar towards her home, swiftly vanishing from Isaka AI's sight. Before retrieving the Dragon Balls, can I protect the young lady? Isaka AI pondered AI Ran's words, her thoughts gradually becoming more agile. She did not fully believe AI Ran's earlier statement, yet she was acutely aware of Shikigami Kagaya's current predicament, which was unprecedentedly dire. The head of the Shikigami family, Shikigami Yenin, was gravely ill. As a direct descendant, Shikigami Kagaya possessed a portion of the inheritance rights, but she was still a minor. Innocent individuals often suffer due to the desires of others. Kagaya's brothers had already begun to covet those shares. Such so-called noble families rarely exhibit fraternal harmony. Furthermore, the Shikigami family's education of all its children has always prioritized self-interest above all else. Even Isaka Ai had been threatened by Shikigami Huangguang, the eldest son of the Shikigami family, to report daily on Kagaya's situation. This act of betrayal caused Isaka Ai considerable torment. Fortunately, Kagaya's life was rather monotonous, confined to a two-point line between home and school, so even if Isaka Ai reported, there would be no valuable information to convey. Now, Ai Rant's appearance offered Isaka Ai a new possibility. If he could indeed protect the young lady, then no one could prevent her from attaining freedom. But could this man be trusted? Isaka Ai murmured to herself. After a brief silence, she finally resolved her determination. Chapter 136. Anna, shall we go to the movies? When Ai Ran returned home, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. As soon as he arrived, his phone emitted a notification for a new message. It was from Hayasaka Ai. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, the young lady will accompany you to procure equipment for the club. As her close attendant, I will discreetly ensure her safety. Please do not misunderstand. After reading, Ai Ran couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared that Isaka Ai had genuinely been startled this time, as she felt the need to specifically mention her itinerary. Quietly, she opened the bedroom door. Finding Anna Kanojo fast asleep, her steady breaths gently filling the air. Once again sensing Anna's aura and realizing that the surging malevolence had completely subsided, Ai Ran slowly closed the door behind her. To assert that Ai Ran harbored no feelings towards Anna Kanojo would be an unrealistic claim. With her striking beauty and alluring figure, it was undeniable that even though Anna often struggled to maintain her composure in Ai Ran's presence, displaying behavior that could be deemed unacceptable, she predominantly exhibited clarity of thought and emotional intelligence. In fact, Ai Ran's decision to confront Lily the previous night was, to some extent, influenced by Anna. However, the notion of accepting a woman with whom he had only recently begun to develop a connection was something Ai Ran felt he was not quite ready for. Opting not to retreat to the guest room, he settled onto the sofa in the living room, grasping the tail coiled around his waist. Ai Ran commenced his daily ritual of invocation. Oh, great King God, can you hear my words? There was no response. Third-rate deity? If you remain silent, I shall cease my efforts. Aaron speaks from the heart. The task of purifying the Dragon Balls has become increasingly burdensome. The whereabouts of the 1-star Dragon Ball remains shrouded in mystery, but setting that aside, the 4-star ball is nestled beneath the snow on Yono's person, while the 7-star ball resides with Matoi Winter. Faced with these two individuals, Aaron truly lacks any confidence in successfully purifying the Dragon Balls. Once again, this call has yielded no response. This third-rate deity is utterly unreliable. Aaron, while expressing her grievances, took out her phone and sent a notification in the gaming club's line group, postponing this weekend's club activities to Sunday. This weekend, Ai Ran finds herself quite occupied. Tomorrow morning, she is to accompany Anna Jinzagong to watch a film. Given the confirmed understanding that Anna's emotional state can influence the 5-star ball, it is prudent to cater to her desires. As for the afternoon, she must accompany Shurgong Kagaya to procure equipment. It appears that working overtime is unavoidable this weekend, and the inability to reach their boss only adds to the frustration. Ai Ran, feeling increasingly like a corporate drone, sets her phone aside and leans back on the sofa, closing her eyes in apprehension of the future. Time swiftly passes, and soon it is 6 a.m. Maintaining her good habits, Anna Jinzagong awakens precisely on time. Have I spent the night in Ai Ran's bed? She murmurs to herself, but upon catching a whiff of Ai Ran's lingering scent on the blanket, a tremor of emotion courses through her. She presses her face tightly against Ai Ran's pillow. Ah, this is indeed Ai Ran's room. Moments later, Anna emits a soft hum, a blush creeping across her cheeks as she tightly embraces Ai Ran's blanket. This feeling of pure happiness can only be brought to me by Ai Ran. I long to see him and wish to be with him always. After a brief respite, Anna slowly rises from the bed. Her legs, having grown numb from the prolonged position, now feel the strain, yet her longing to find Ai Ran eclipses any discomfort. Taking a deep breath, she hastily exits the bedroom. Before long, she discovers Ai Ran peacefully sleeping in the living room. Ai Ran. Anna kneels beside him, gradually leaning onto his form, her exquisite face flushed as she nuzzles against his neck. Upon feeling Ai Ran's warmth, a look of bliss and contentment graces Anna's features. Ailan. At that moment, Ailan stirs from his slumber. Ailan. Upon hearing her name called, Anna's cheeks redden further. She instinctively grips Ailan's arm, burying her face tightly against his chest. Aren't you cold sitting on the floor? Ailan instinctively wrapped his arm around her shoulder and softly inquired, Are you all right? No, I'm perfectly fine. Please, take a seat on the couch. I'll just sit up for a moment. Wait a moment, Ailan. As she spoke, Anna Jinzagong climbed onto the couch, nestling herself into Ailan's embrace. That familiar sensation enveloped her, a comforting feeling that made her feel light as a feather. Is it convenient? Ailan placed his hand on her lower back. The unexpected gesture elicited a soft murmur from Anna Jinzagong's lips once more. What's wrong? Is this uncomfortable for you? No, I just happen to be a bit ticklish. Anna Jinzagong shook her head, and Ailan could sense her body trembling slightly, as if she were battling against some inner turmoil. Could it be that the five-star orb had gone haywire again? With this thought, Ailan quickly assessed Anna Jinzagong's condition. Strangely, this time the malevolent energy not only failed to surge but had actually diminished significantly. Now, Ailan was thoroughly perplexed. Anna. He gently called her name. Didn't you say last night that you wanted me to accompany you to the movies? How about we go together this morning? Really? Anna Jinzagong's eyes sparkled with delight. Yes, it seems you haven't been to the cinema before. It's a rare experience. That's wonderful. Thank you, Ailan. Anna Jinzagong exclaimed, her gratitude spilling forth, and in the next moment, she impulsively pressed her lips against his. Having grown accustomed to such surprises, Ailan maintained a calm demeanor. However, just as Anna instinctively prepared to proceed further, he swiftly turned his head, halting her actions. Anna, do you remember what I mentioned earlier? I hope you can express your feelings in a more subtle manner. Don't worry, I will always be watching over you. All right, Anna Jinzagong sweetly replied, burying her face once again in Ailan's chest. The two relished a moment of tranquil silence together. Suddenly, Ailan's expression turned somewhat awkward. He hesitated for a moment before delicately saying, Anna, could you please sit up? Your sweat is dripping onto me. Chapter 137, The Thawing of Ice and Snow, Part 1. At the entrance of the cinema, Anna Jinzagong tousled her hair, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, and then looked at Ailan beside her, saying, Ailan, it's truly wonderful that you could accompany me today, as long as you're happy. A faint smile graced the corners of Ailan's lips. This morning, Anna Jinzagong had behaved quite normally, save for her slightly heavy breathing during the film and her persistent grip on Ailan's hand. Furthermore, when the climax of the story unfolded with the protagonist sharing a kiss, she leapt into Ailan's embrace, seeking a kiss of her own. Apart from these moments, everything else seemed rather ordinary. Although the cinema echoed with faint gasps and exclamations from some girls, Ailan felt that Anna's behavior today marked a significant improvement. Nestling her head against Ailan's chest, Anna Jinzagong gradually emerged from the daze of their recent kiss. She shifted slightly in his arms and said, Ailan, I must return. I didn't go home last night, and my mother has sent the driver to pick me up. Your mother might be concerned about you staying out so late. Ailan began, but Anna interrupted. I told her I spent the night resting at teacher Tongshu's place, although we weren't in the same room. In that sense, it is indeed somewhat accurate. Aaron nodded awkwardly, for after all, Tongshu Jindong and Aaron resided in the same courtyard, rendering the mention of Anna Jinzagong somewhat deceptive, albeit only partially so. Please take care on your way. Should anything arise, feel free to contact me directly via line. Aaron, before parting, heard Anna Jinzagong softly request. Could you hold me once more? All right, Aaron replied. Ailan responded with a soft acknowledgement, then enveloped her in his embrace. Anna Jinzagong nestled contentedly against Ailan. Relishing the comforting warmth of happiness, being out with Ailan felt akin to a dream. There would surely be many more such opportunities in the future. Is that truly the case? Anna Jinzagong inquired, gazing up at him with a look of bewilderment that stirred something within Ailan. It must be said that it is indeed quite challenging for a normal man to fully resist the allure of a girl like Anna. Ailan suddenly recalled his past life, reflecting on the first time he encountered the anime lecherous gag, musing that if he were the male protagonist, Anna would likely have already given birth to a second child. However, when he truly stood before her, he was more astonished by some of Anna's behaviors than he had anticipated. After overcoming a wave of impulsive feelings with immense resolve, Ailan gradually replied, I will certainly do so. In the future, If you wish to pursue anything, simply contact me via line. Upon hearing AI Rand's promise, Anna took a deep breath, imprinting his essence back into her heart before she gently withdrew from his embrace. I understand, AI Rand. I shall take my leave now. We shall meet on Monday. Once Anna departed, AI Rand's phone unexpectedly chimed. He picked it up to glance at the screen. It was a message from Isaka AI, along with a brief text. There was also a location pin. It indicated the place where they had purchased equipment that afternoon. It seemed that Kagaya had already arrived, and he would remain discreetly within the crowd to protect her throughout the afternoon. Aaron opened the location information sent by Hayasaka AI, which appeared to be a luxurious shopping mall, accompanied by a landmark amusement park nearby. After replying with a brief message to Hayasaka AI acknowledging her message, Aaron set off towards the destination. On the other side of the city, Shikigami Kagaya stood alone within the mall, her gaze fixated on a claw machine situated at the entrance. She had never truly encountered such a contraption before. To put it differently, she had never ventured out alone. At all times, Hayasaka AI had been by her side. However, this afternoon, Hayasaka AI had taken a day off. Although Kagaya was unaware of the reason behind her absence, she readily acquiesced. The opportunity to embark on an independent excursion was indeed a rare delight. The claw machine was immensely popular, not only for its entertainment value, but also for the unique treasures it often contained. For instance, upon catching sight of a red silk hairband nestled within, Kagaya was utterly captivated. Suddenly, a voice broke through her reverie. Do you wish to claim that hairband? Then you must attempt to grab it. If you succeed, it shall be yours, if you can manage to retrieve it. Do you underestimate me? Kagaya, emanating an air of frosty demeanor, did not turn around, for she already discerned that the voice belonged to Aaron. As she spoke, Kagaya retrieved a large denomination bill from her purse and approached the machine, only to find herself momentarily bewildered. Where do I insert this money? At that moment, Aaron's voice reached her again. Vice President Shikigami, I believe you ought to first exchange that bill for game tokens at the nearby exchange machine. This claw machine likely only accepts tokens. Upon hearing this, a fleeting blush crossed Kagaya's face, though it swiftly dissipated, replaced by her usual icy exterior. I am fully aware, it is merely a pastime for the masses. The process of exchanging for tokens went smoothly, and when Kagaya arrived at the claw machine, cradling a substantial amount of tokens, Aaron involuntarily twitched at the corner of her eye. You could exchange a 10,000 yen note for so many tokens? However, upon witnessing Kagaya staring blankly at the buttons after inserting her tokens, Aaron sighed and reiterated. The right button moves the claw left and right. The left button controls the forward and backward motion, and the middle button operates the claw's descent. Truly, as the diligent Aaron, you are quite familiar with these commoner amusements. Aaron paused momentarily before continuing. Long ago, I was quite enamored with this game for a spell. I would often spend an entire day in the arcade, completely absorbed. From your description, I cannot help but feel a tinge of sympathy for you. Have you truly descended to the point of playing such a lamentable game alone? Who could argue otherwise? AI Rand shrugged. The memories he spoke of from long ago were merely remnants of his previous life, and now, reflecting upon them only brought a sense of wistfulness, nothing more. Amid their brief exchange, Shinomiya Kagaya had already embarked on her mission to rescue the red silk headband. However, after inserting 3 game tokens in succession, there was still no sign of movement from the coveted headband. Chapter 138, Thawing of Ice and Snow, Part 2. Shinomiya Kagaya was beginning to grow impatient. Within a mere 10 minutes, she had already invested dozens of game tokens. From logic to physics, she had validated various theoretical approaches, yet the red ribbon showed no indication of budging. Now, she began to ponder the material of the claw mechanism. It was becoming increasingly difficult to watch. A myriad of dark lines adorned AI Rand's face, as he found himself utterly perplexed by the intricate workings of Shinomiya Kagaya's mind. How could a mere claw machine possibly be intertwined with the realm of material science? Moreover, at her tender age, she had seemingly mastered an eclectic array of subjects. Was this not rather unusual? Yet, upon reflection, perhaps it was quite normal after all. AI Rand instinctively thought of Yukino Shida Yukino, who seemed to be similarly inclined. Kazukumo Shiyu's readership was indeed astonishing. As for Arari, in her pursuit of drawing, she incessantly perused various colorful comics. Observing Shiguma Kagaya's increasingly agitated silhouette, AI Rand let out a soft sigh. In truth, the elusive items here, though appearing chaotic, are all strategically positioned. Each one is essentially ensnared by others. The hook's grip is insufficient, Only by loosening their respective positions can one hope to retrieve the desired object beneath. As he shared his gaming insights, he noticed Shiguma Kagaya seemingly faltering once more. I understand, but even if I fail to grasp it, it matters not. A mere cheap ribbon. Shiguma Kagaya's tone was remarkably calm. Yet, this was a falsehood. At that moment, had she not been in such a public setting, she would likely have been stamping her feet in frustration. In her lexicon, the term failure had never existed, especially not after having faced consecutive failures dozens of times. Through Shiguma Kagaya's demeanor, her true thoughts were evident to Ailan, prompting him to tentatively inquire. Shall I give it a try? You? Shiguma Kagaya turned to face him, marking their first direct interaction since their meeting. Previously, for reasons unknown, she had chosen to turn her back to Ailan. Well, although I haven't played in quite some time, I can certainly give it a go. And I should be confident. This too was a misrepresentation. Had he employed conventional gameplay methods, Ailan would not have felt assured either. Such games relied solely on skill. Sheer strength was futile unless Ailan resorted to cheating. Very well then, Ailan, please do give it a try. Shiguma Kagaya hesitated for a moment before nodding and stepping aside. Ailan approached the claw machine, refraining from immediately utilizing the joystick. Instead, he placed his hand upon the control panel. With a gentle exertion of force, a faint surge of energy caused the prizes within to shift slightly in their positions. Ailan nodded in satisfaction as he accepted a game token from Shikigami Kagaya, commencing his endeavor. However, he soon found himself confronted with embarrassment. The crimson ribbon was ensnared by the mechanical claws, yet due to its delicate nature, it slipped from their grasp the moment it was lifted. Oh, at this point, Ailan truly felt the sting of awkwardness. A suppressed chuckle erupted from behind him, prompting Ailan to instinctively turn around. He discovered Shikigami Kagaya observing him with a serious expression, her gaze now devoid of its previous dullness, instead imbued with a hint of encouragement. I shall try once more, Ailan declared, his voice tinged with resignation as he reclaimed another token from Shikigami Kagaya's hand. After depositing it into the claw machine, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Armed with the knowledge gained from his previous failure, Ailan's skills had improved significantly. As the music began to play, he embarked on a new round of challenges. Please hold on, a female attendant said, presenting the ribbon encased in a transparent gift box into Ailan's hands. Thank you. Ailan nodded to the female shop assistant before approaching Shiguma Kagaya's side. Here you go, Vice President Shiguma. Kagaya, somewhat taken aback, replied, For me? I cannot accept this. It was obtained by Ailan from the General Affairs. It was originally your game coins, wasn't it? Besides, I believe you've been longing for this ribbon, Ailan remarked, pressing the gift box into Kagaya's hands. I feel that if you tie this red ribbon in your hair, it would surely enhance your beauty far more than letting it cascade down like this. Thank you. Kagaya instinctively nodded, feeling the texture of the gift box. Is this what friendship feels like? The sensation seems different from when I am with Fujihara. Yet, I do not find this feeling unpleasant. In a secluded corner of the mall, Hayasaka AI, wearing a pair of headphones, gazed at the young lady from afar, slightly astonished. Although Kagaya maintained her usual impassive demeanor, the expression in her eyes was something AI had seen in quite some time. Could it be that Ailan is the one who allows the young lady to relish an ordinary school life like a normal person? The thought flickered through Hayasaka's mind, a notion that had surfaced the night before. However, she still could not ascertain. Ailan was too dangerous, too volatile. She touched her neck, where a mark lingered. Yet, it is only with such power that one can truly protect the young lady. I assent it? Hayasaka's thoughts gradually drifted away. Meanwhile, Ailan and Kagaya had commenced their shopping tasks for the day. Prior to Kagaya's departure, Hayasaka had provided her with a comprehensive shopping guide. Following this guide, Ailan and Kagaya successfully completed their mission. Upon returning to the mall entrance, Kagaya glanced at Ailan and inquired, Ailan, isn't it too much for you to carry all these items alone? It's nothing. After all, General Affairs is merely a role for miscellaneous tasks, Ailan replied, gesturing towards a luxurious car parked by the roadside. That vehicle is here to pick you up, right? Our task is complete for today. Let us return separately. I will bring these supplies to school on Monday. Upon hearing Ailan's words, Kagaya opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from saying anything. She merely nodded and walked towards the car. Lady at that moment, Hayasaka AI, who had already returned to the car, alighted from the passenger seat, bowed to Kagaya, and opened the rear door of the vehicle. Seeing Hayasaka, Kagaya appeared momentarily stunned. Hayasaka, didn't you take a day off today? Indeed. I did take a leave, however. I have completed my errands and returned to work, Hayasaka replied. Is that so? Kagaya Shinomiya did not ponder much and immediately prepared to board the vehicle. However, she was suddenly greeted by the sound of cheerful music and laughter emanating from a nearby amusement park. Isaka, what place is that? Kagaya inquired. Isaka AI followed Kagaya's gaze and responded, that is the Ganshing Radiant Amusement Park. Have you been there? Kagaya asked. Once, with a friend, Isaka replied. A friend? Kagaya murmured to herself before taking a seat in the car. Once the vehicle began to drive smoothly, her eyes fell upon the gift box. Through the transparent wrapping, Kagaya caught a glimpse of the exquisite red ribbon. Chapter 139. Teacher, please take it easy after parting ways with Kagaya. AI Ran returned home after delivering a pile of club equipment. She glanced towards the residence of Matoi Mafuyu. Has she been inside for 2 days? I hope nothing has happened. Aaron sensed the presence of Tugu Shinfuyu and, upon detecting no anomalies, could not help but murmur softly. However, he did not dwell on it for long. Instead, he donned his training attire and activated his teleportation ability, arriving at Antarctica. If one were to contemplate the most serene place for cultivation on Earth, it would undoubtedly be here. In Antarctica, apart from the penguins and seals, the perpetual night prevails, devoid of any human presence. Of course, it seems that there are no penguins left in this vicinity, as the last time, following a surge of uncontrollable energy. Aaron had inadvertently sent all the penguins to the underworld with a single energy blast, a grave misdeed. Ever since he discovered his transformation into a Super Saiyan 2, he has been unable to reign in his power. Aaron ultimately resolved to commence her training from the very fundamentals. She would first diligently acclimate herself to the full power of Super Saiyan before attempting to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Aaron let out a low growl and swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan. The sensation of bloodlust surged within him, even more intense than the last time. However, having mentally prepared himself well in advance, Aaron managed to stabilize his emotions with remarkable composure. All right, he thought, I have regained control. AI Ran let out a soft sigh and spoke gently. Then, he cast hundreds of energy orbs into the air, deftly controlling them to hover steadily above. The first round of training has commenced. As AI Ran spoke, she elegantly waved her right hand, causing the energy orbs in the sky to surge towards her at an uncanny angle. With eyes closed, AI Ran incessantly evaded, his movements fluid and instinctual. The thunderous roars reverberated, enveloping him in a cloud of dust and debris. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the cacophony of explosions gradually subsided. An AI Ran's silhouette emerged from the haze. At that moment, his clothing lay tattered and torn, and his arms bore several minor wounds. Indeed, I still have a long way to go. After a moment of reflection, AI Ran embarked on yet another round of his training. 10 kilometers away, at a scientific research station distant from the South Pole, several team members gazed towards AI Ran's direction, teacups in hand, observing the flickering lights in the distance. One of them nudged a nearby colleague and remarked, "You know, it's the polar night already. Why are there still people conducting arms tests over there?" Moreover, according to international law, isn't it prohibited to engage in such activities in Antarctica? Which country could possibly be behind this experiment? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do we even need to guess? In this world, aside from that beautiful nation, who else could be so brazen indeed after completing her training? AI Ran returned home at 11 o'clock. After taking a refreshing shower, she retrieved a bottle of beverage from the refrigerator and made her way to the balcony on the second floor of the house, sipping her drink as she went. Leaning against the railing, AI Ran finished the beverage in one go and then stretched leisurely. Today's training had been incredibly invigorating, and she resolved to maintain this momentum. By adapting to full power and gradually enhancing her combat abilities in a steady manner, it wouldn't be long before her strength would be formidable. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan 2. As she enjoyed the evening breeze, AI Ran suddenly noticed the sliding door of Tosaka Matoi's balcony being pulled open. AI Ran could distinctly perceive a cool breeze surging into the room, forcefully expelling the stale air within. Soon, he caught a whiff of a scent reminiscent of mildew, intertwined with the remnants of instant noodles. "Teacher Tongshu?" he exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing a figure emerge from the room. The current Tongshu Fuyuki had somewhat disheveled hair, dressed in a deep crimson tracksuit, and was carrying a basin as she stepped outside. It appeared she had just washed some clothes, preparing to hang them out to dry. Drying clothes at such a late hour? Aaron's lips involuntarily twitched as she recalled the scene in teacher Tongshu's bedroom. It suddenly struck her that this woman seemed utterly devoid of any household skills, rivaling even Ing Lily in that regard. Upon hearing Aaron's voice, Tongshu Mafuyu visibly froze. The events of the previous night prompted her instinctively to retreat into her room, yet she forced herself to maintain an air of nonchalance. Aaron, classmate. Are you still awake? I just finished taking a shower. Has the teacher not gone out these past few days? The distance between their rooms was not particularly great. So Aaron took a couple of steps forward, wishing to draw closer for a more convenient conversation. However, as he approached, Tongshu Mafuyu immediately became flustered. With a flushed face, she called out, then bit her lower lip. Aaron, please stay right there. What's the matter? About the night before last. I truly apologize. As a teacher, I should not have behaved in such an unbecoming manner. Upon hearing these words, Aaron's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the events of the previous night. The contrast between the inebriated Tongshu Mafuyu and her usual stern demeanor was stark. The memory of her uninhibited actions that night, coupled with her curvaceous form, caused Aaron's face to flush. Teacher Tongshu, nothing happened at night. Besides, you merely had a bit too much to drink. After Ailan finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. After a moment, T-Suk Mafuyu looked at Ailan with a serious expression and said, I assure you, I will never drink alcohol again. All right. Then Ailan. Please make sure to rest early. At your age, it is essential to ensure sufficient sleep each day to support your development. With the tension from the earlier awkwardness alleviated, T-Suk Mafuyu let out a sigh of relief. Once relaxed, she placed the basin in her hands down onto the floor. Perhaps her sportswear was a bit snug, as it failed to fully encompass her curves, causing the zipper to only reach halfway up her bosom, thus revealing a generous expanse of alabaster skin with a subtle blush. When she bent down, Ailan could distinctly see the cleavage, and under the balcony's light, he could even catch a glimpse of her lower abdomen along the contours. Goodness, it's almost as if she's not wearing anything. Aaron was momentarily taken aback, quickly turning his head to one side. Observing his reaction, Tongshu Jindong inquired with a look of perplexity, Aaron, are you feeling unwell? And no, he stammered. Ailan quickly shook her head. In that moment, Tufumatoy did not overthink. She retrieved a piece of clothing from the basket, a red bra, with an air of nonchalance. She shook it in front of Ailan and then hung it on the drying rack. Next came a pair of panties, stockings, and a uniform, leaving Ailan momentarily stunned. At that moment, it seemed that Tufumatoy was still oblivious to any impropriety. Looking at Ailan with a puzzled expression, is there something else you need, Ailan? No, I just find you quite remarkable, teacher. Ailan scratched his head. To be honest, the contrast between the current demeanor of Tongshu Jindong and Ailan's previous impressions is quite endearing. He shrugged and was about to retreat to his bedroom for some rest when, at that moment, the seven-star dragon began to stir trouble once again. Chapter 140. The first step towards connection. As Ailan turned to return to his bedroom for some much-needed rest, he reflected on his experience. The club activities were scheduled for 8:30 in the morning, yet he anticipated that some members would arrive early, particularly the ever-punctual Shiyu Kazano. Over the past few days, whenever she wasn't busy typing away, she had been incessantly chatting with Ailan online. Had he not intended to practice tonight, she might have already been at his home. Mafuyu Tsubasa shook out the last article of clothing and hung it on the rack. At that moment, the ground beneath her began to tremble unnaturally. An earthquake? Tsubasa remained relatively calm. After all, seismic tremors were commonplace in the island nation. She cautiously edged towards the railing, seeking to stabilize herself. However, as she approached, the shaking intensified, catching her off guard and causing her to plummet from the second floor. She let out a sharp scream, eyes tightly shut. This is bad. At the instant the earthquake commenced, Ailan sensed something amiss. The malevolent energy surrounding Tsubasa had surged dramatically. Just as she fell, Ailan executed a teleportation spell almost simultaneously. Suspended in midair, Tsubasa was engulfed in panic. Although a fall from the second floor typically wouldn't be fatal, her body trembled uncontrollably. As time passed, the anticipated agony failed to materialize. Instead, she felt as if her back and hips were being held by something, and in her fright, she clung tightly to it. Ailan's fragmented voice reached her ears. Teacher, please, let go. I can't breathe. Ailan? Tsubasa's eyes flew open. Upon realizing that the one holding her was indeed Ailan, her expression shifted slightly, especially when she became aware of his face being trapped in a rather compromising position. Beneath her sportswear, she was, in fact, devoid of any undergarment. She promptly released her grip, her face flushed with embarrassment. Ailan, I'm fine now. Please let me down. All right. Once able to breathe freely, Ailan gently lowered Tsubasa, inhaling deeply the fresh air. One thing was now abundantly clear. Teachers and he were simply not meant to coexist harmoniously. In her heart, Ailan was silently pondering. At this moment, Tsukamitoi gradually adjusted her mood, although her face still bore a rosy hue. Her expression had reverted to that of the stoic teacher she was known to be. Ailan, is your hand all right? Catching your teacher like that could easily result in a dislocated arm. I should take you to the hospital. It's fine, Ailan replied, shaking her head while lightly shaking her own arm to indicate that she was perfectly all right. However, Tsukamitoi, who had been gazing at her intently, suddenly furrowed her brows. How can it be fine? Your arm is already bleeding, and there are so many wounds. Did you sustain these injuries while catching me? Ailan lowered her head and glanced at her arm. The injury was a consequence of blocking the energy sphere during her recent training, as the wound was relatively minor. She deemed it unnecessary to waste a precious spirit being on it. After all, with the Saiyans' remarkable healing abilities, she would be restored to her former self within a mere 2 days. This was merely a minor injury sustained during my workout, just a trivial wound. Before Ailan could finish her words, she was interrupted by Tong Su Jindong, who looked at her with a grave expression. You should return first. I will fetch the medical kit from my room to assist you with the application of the ointment. Once a figure skater, she understood all too well from an athlete's perspective that any injury must be properly attended to. Otherwise, it could result in scars or even lingering repercussions. Ailan initially intended to refuse, for the physical constitution of individuals cannot be generalized, especially considering that he is an extraterrestrial. However, before he could utter a word, Tongshu Mafuyu had already retreated into the house. 5 minutes later, a knock resounded at Ailan's front door. It was teacher Tongshu. Ailan opened the door and looked helplessly at the solemn-faced Toma Fuyuki. She was still clad in that athletic ensemble, but it was evident that it no longer bore the casualness of her previous demeanor. Her slippers had been replaced with a pair of sports shoes, and her hair, once cascading loosely, was now simply tied back, lending her an air of efficiency. Upon noticing the door ajar, she entered, cradling a medical kit. Please, wear these disposable slippers first. Ailan, feeling somewhat awkward, handed a pair of paper slippers to Tsukamitoi. In the shoe cabinet, there were indeed 4 pairs of women's slippers, which Yukino Shida Yukino had prepared after the last gathering. It's all right. Tsukamitoi replied with a serene expression as she accepted the paper slippers from Ailan and donned them before following him into the house. This was not her first visit to Ailan's home. However, she was still taken aback by the immaculate cleanliness within. The polished floor and tidy surroundings were entirely uncharacteristic of a bachelor-esque abode. Ailan guided her to the sofa and then poured a cup of tea for her. Teacher, there are no other beverages at home, only black tea. Please have a taste. Thank you. Upon noticing Ailan also seated on the sofa, Tongshu Jindong inched closer to him, gently clasping his arm and slowly resting it upon her own lap, softly inquiring, Does it still hurt? It does not hurt anymore. Ailan's tone was somewhat unnatural, for the position of his hands was clearly amiss. The warmth emanating through his trousers caused Ailan to feel a slight panic. No matter how concerned I am, the creature before me is a teacher. That is the most terrifying existence on earth. I must remain composed. Ailan reminded herself internally, forcibly pushing aside the sensations transmitted through her hands. At that moment, the words of Tongsu Mafuyu interrupted her thoughts. Ailan, thank you for saving me. However, even for the sake of our teacher, please refrain from undertaking such perilous actions in the future. Understood? Protecting our teacher is, after all, a part of our responsibilities. Ailan instinctively responded with the standard phrasing used by Dragon Ball purifiers when addressing clients. However, Tosaka Fuyuki failed to grasp the essence of Ailan's words. She merely interpreted it as a sign of concern from her student towards her, the teacher. What a commendable student he is, despite ranking last in his grade. It is undeniable that he possesses a genuine disposition. It seems necessary to provide him with extra tutoring to elevate his academic performance promptly. With a sigh, Tosaka Fuyuki turned to open the medicine cabinet, revealing the sole vial of potion contained within. How remarkably minimalist this cabinet is, containing but a single bottle of medicine. Ailan sighed inwardly, yet upon clearly discerning the contents of the vial, he hastily withdrew his hand from Tongshu Jindong's leg. Teacher, this appears to be not a remedy for wounds, but rather a specialized spray for exterminating cockroaches. Chapter 141. The anticipation of Kasumi no Oka poem You. The following morning, the sky remained shrouded in a gray haze, signaling the impending arrival of summer. With the weather proving to be unpredictable, just yesterday afternoon, everything seemed perfectly normal, yet in the dead of night, rain inexplicably began to fall, causing a significant drop in temperature and erasing the warm ambience that had enveloped the day. The incessant buzzing of his mobile phone jolted Ailan from his slumber. Ailan answered the phone, glancing at the time, which had just passed 4 o'clock. Without needing to scrutinize the screen, he could already surmise who was calling. Upon connecting the call, a voice, languid yet tinged with an icy clarity, instantly reached Ailan's ears. I thought your mornings were consumed by various exercises. It seems my assumptions as your prospective girlfriend were rather naive, Ailan. It was Senior Shiryu. Ailan forced a smile as he tousled his hair, then hurriedly exited the bedroom. Upon reaching the entrance, he heard the rapid tapping of high heels against the floor, a rhythm mirroring the urgency of their owner's temperament. Simultaneously, the voice of Poem You from the other end of the phone rang out once more. Ailan, can you guess where I am now? There was no need for speculation. As Ailan spoke, she opened the grand door. A refreshing breeze laced with the delicate fragrance of Kasumigakaka, Shiryu swept in. Today, she had clearly made an effort to adorn herself. She wore a light blue camisole dress, the hem barely concealing half of her thighs, complemented by a sleek black coat. Her long, shapely legs were elegantly encased in black stockings, topped off with a pair of white high-heeled shoes, exuding an air of maturity. Her fair, youthful visage was adorned with subtle makeup, yet Ailan could still discern a hint of fatigue. The simple application did little to mask the faint shadows beneath her eyes. How did you know I was just outside? Before Ailan could utter a word, Kasumigakaka Shiryu spoke first. I have come to understand you somewhat, so it is not difficult to make such a guess. Upon hearing Ailan's words, a smile graced Shiryu's face as she spread her arms wide, playfully imploring. Carry me inside. Ailan responded with a sound, then with one hand grasped the thigh of Kasumigakaka Shiryu, while his other arm encircled her back, lifting her effortlessly into his embrace. Upon sensing the chill emanating from her body, he instinctively pressed her closer to his chest. Long ago, the relationship between Ailan and Kasumigakaka Shiryu had entered a peculiar state. Ailan was acutely aware of Shiryu Kasumigakaka's feelings for her, as Shiryu had openly declared her affection. Conversely, Shiryu was also cognizant of Ailan's fondness, evident in her unwavering affirmation to any request made by Shiryu. If only she had met Ailan before Yukino Shida Yukino no. If I were the sole person to know Ailan. This thought surged uncontrollably within Shiryu. At that moment, she recalled Ailan's impassioned declaration of love over the phone that night. In truth, Shiryu began to worry about Ailan the very next day, leading her to stealthily observe her in the second year. To her surprise, Ailan appeared exceptionally jubilant that day, exuding the pride of someone who had found love, a sentiment Shiryu could sense from afar. Connecting this with the gifts Ailan had simultaneously presented, Shiryu had begun to piece together certain truths. Thus, during her solitary moments over the past few days, Shiryu found herself inevitably reminiscing about the myriad of moments shared with Ailan, particularly the embrace that had pulled her from an abyss she had long forgotten. Ailan had made her choice. And what of me? Breathing in Ailan's scent, the girl nestled in his arms, instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her face against his chest, and softly murmured, "Carry me to the bedroom." Huh. Ailan paused momentarily, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he replied, "Isn't it a bit too early for that? What are you thinking?" Shiryu tightened her grip slightly and shot him a playful glare. "I want to sleep for a while. I didn't rest at all last night. And I haven't been able to catch a break these past few days. Have you been that busy? Well, the 3rd volume of the Love Metronome has been published, so I don't have to worry about that for now. However, I still need to focus on the new book and the game script. Moreover, there's a pressing matter that has been weighing on my mind. I can't be of much help with the new book and script. But can you share that troubling matter with me? That's not possible. It's something I must ponder alone." As she spoke, Shiryu rubbed her face against Ailan's chest and closed her eyes. Moments later, Ailan carried her to the bedroom and gently laid her on his bed. The instant she touched the bed, Shiryu languidly sank into it, pulling the blanket over half her face. The bed is so comfortable. These past few days, after finishing my writing, I've simply collapsed onto my desk to sleep. Why not rest at home before coming over? Just call me when you wake up, and I'll come pick you up. No matter where you are, I can sense your presence. As the day dawned, with a yearning to see you sooner. Kasha no Okashiyu shifted within the confines of the bed, revealing just enough space for another to lie beside her. She extended her hand from beneath the covers, gently patting the sheets, beckoning Aaron to join her. Upon Aaron's arrival, Shiyu refrained from embracing him once more. Instead, she turned slightly, leaning back and leaving a delicate gap between them. Resting her head on Aaron's pillow, she gazed at him with an expression imbued with anticipation. Though some matters had already been settled, emotions possess a uniquely subjective nature, unaffected by external circumstances, especially for a girl like Shiyu. Once she recognized her feelings for Aaron as love, she would not waver easily. Yet, as a young woman, she felt she had already contributed sufficiently, desiring for Aaron to take this final step towards her. Despite not being particularly emotionally astute, Aaron could discern the subtle hints in Shiyu's actions. He shifted slightly closer to her, and in that fleeting moment, the distance between them vanished. He then tenderly brushed through Shiyu's flowing hair, whispering, "You should rest well for a while." "All right," she replied, a smile gracing her lips upon receiving the affirmation she sought. Eagerly, she nestled into his embrace, saying, "When they arrive, just wake me." "Okay." Aaron nodded in agreement. At that moment, Shiyu tilted her head back, her gaze resting upon Aaron's face. Absorbing the warmth emanating from him, a profound sense of reassurance flooding her heart once more. This sensation echoed that of a long-forgotten night. Unbeknownst to her, Shiyu had already closed her eyes, drifting into slumber, the shadows that had lingered in her heart now completely dissipated. Chapter 142. Time is of the essence. 2 months until the summer Saiyan, not long after Shiyu succumbed to sleep, just past 6 o'clock. The doorbell of Aaron's home rang. Upon opening the door, Aaron was greeted by the sight of Lily standing outside. "Good morning. What brings you here so early today?" Aaron gazed at Lily with a hint of astonishment. It is well known that every weekend, Lily transforms into a nocturnal creature as soon as night falls. She becomes exuberant, yet with the dawn, her energy dissipates almost instantaneously. The fact that she managed to arrive here by 6 o'clock today was indeed perplexing. Lily did not respond to Aaron's inquiry. Instead, she pouted and nestled directly into his embrace. After affirming their relationship, it seemed that the haughty demeanor she usually displayed diminished by half whenever she was alone with Aaron, leaving behind only her endearing charm. This contrast evoked a novel sensation within Aaron. Observing Lily in this state, he curiously asked, "You haven't been awake all night, have you?" At that moment, a flicker of caution flickered in Lily's eyes as her gaze instinctively darted towards the entrance, where she spotted the pair of white high heels that had just been discarded by Poem from Kasumi Hill. Had that corpulent woman in black stockings already arrived? Lily revealed her little tiger teeth, displaying a look of discontent. However, after a brief moment, she suddenly sprang out of Aaron's embrace, her cheeks flushed. As she nervously peered past him into the living room, she had yet to share the news of their confirmed relationship with anyone. For her reputation for being shy was well known. Poem had worked tirelessly through the night and had arrived in the early hours, now catching up on her sleep. "You look rather fatigued today as well. Has your workload been particularly heavy lately?" After ascertaining that Poem was indeed absent from the living room, Lily once again snuggled into Aaron's arms. "With the summer CM approaching in just over 2 months, if our game cannot be released by then, we will have to wait until winter. Moreover, since I have been creating under the name of Shiraki Irie, I must participate in the summer CM every year." In his previous life, Ailan was also an experienced recluse, which allowed him to understand Lily's sense of urgency. "Let us discuss this inside," he suggested, taking Lily's hand as they walked toward the living room. Once seated on the sofa, Lily gazed at Ailan with a hint of shyness. "Ailan." She called his name suddenly. Ailan was momentarily taken aback, but made no further movements. "Why are you acting so stiff?" Lily's cheeks flushed crimson as she bit her lower lip. After a brief hesitation, she leaned forward and pressed her lips against his. After a long moment, they parted, and Lily nestled against Ailan's chest, breathing heavily. Today's morning kiss was quite satisfactory, she declared, though her bashfulness caused her to bury her face into his chest, making her voice somewhat muffled. At that moment, Ailan slowly began to react, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. He gently lifted Lily from his embrace, turning her around. Once he completed these gestures, he wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, securing her hands on her abdomen, resting his chin on her shoulder. Lily's petite form pressed closely against him. "MMM." She let out an adorable sound reminiscent of a kitten. After a brief moment of shyness, she shifted slightly, seeking a more comfortable position in AI Rand's arms. How far along is the game's progress? Although AI Rand was both an investor and the male lead of the game, he had previously focused solely on purifying the Dragon Balls, neglecting the game's development. However, he suddenly realized that Lily, Shiyu of the Xia Hill, and Kata Megumi were all deeply invested in this matter, prompting AI Rand to wish to contribute his share. The game was progressing relatively smoothly. The script for the character with black stockings was excellently crafted, and Katu was gradually familiarizing herself with the game's mechanics. The only aspect lagging behind was the artwork on his end. At this point, Lily lowered her head, displaying a look of frustration. After a moment, she continued. The summer commercial is also crucial for me, but managing two projects simultaneously without sufficient inspiration truly hampers progress. I see, AI Rand acknowledged, comprehending Lily's current troubles. Consequently, he uttered a phrase he had regretted for nearly a week. Lily, is there any way I can assist you with either the game or the summer commercial? Upon hearing these words, Lily's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight, and a smug smile curved her lips, reminiscent of a schemer whose plot had succeeded. She turned in AI Rand's embrace, her arms encircling his waist, transforming their position from a back-to-chest hold to a face-to-face embrace. Indeed, there were aspects where hentai AI Rand could be of assistance. Rather, it could be said that only hentai AI Rand was capable of providing such help. Observing Lily's oddly mischievous expression, AI Rand felt his right eyelid twitch uncontrollably. However, having just inquired about how he could offer his aid, he was now compelled to muster the courage to ask, "What is it that only I can assist you with?" "Why, it is to serve as my muse, of course. But this time, you are permitted to wear only your underwear." Lily's face gradually inched closer to AI Rand's, her smile widening to an almost alarming degree, to the point where he could discern a hint of glistening at the corners of her mouth. This girl, has she really begun to salivate? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. I am a Saiyan, the mightiest warrior in the universe. How could I allow you to illustrate nude portraits of me? Yet, I have already fulfilled our wager. You promised to model for me. What on earth? Aaron instinctively yearned to retort, yet midway through his words, he suddenly realized that on the night he confirmed his relationship with Lily, he had, in a moment of astonishment, unwittingly acknowledged her victory. However, that simply would not do. Donning nothing but undergarments was far too humiliating. AI Rand was making his final resistance. This is not up to you anymore. You pervert, AI Rand. At that moment, Kanzaki Eri shifted her position once more, transitioning from a face-to-face embrace to straddling AI Rand. Her hands had already begun reaching for his clothes. Chapter 143. Kanzaki Eri later encounters Kata Megumi by chance when a Saiyan is determined not to do something. It is nearly impossible to force them into submission. Kanzaki Eri was currently facing this very dilemma, faced with the hands reaching for her shirt. AI Rand effortlessly seized them with just one of his own. With a slight lift, Eri's arms were raised above her head. Then, he flashed a trademark Saiyan smirk. His other hand ventured toward Eri's ticklish spots. No. Pervert AI Rand. I'm ticklish. Don't tickle me. Eri struggled to control her voice, terrified that her laughter might wake the still sleeping Kasumigakake Utaha in the next room. AI Rand was also aware of the importance of moderation, and she promptly halted her actions. Observing Lily, who was struggling to suppress her laughter, AI Rand leaned in slightly closer and remarked, "Foolish Earthwoman. You wish for me to don only my undergarments for a nude portrait? Do you now comprehend the consequences?" "I was wrong. Please release me," Lily replied, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at AI Rand. From AI Rand's perspective, it appeared that Lily was genuinely conceding. Satisfied, he nodded and relinquished his hold on her. However, the moment Lily regained her freedom, she immediately erupted. Grasping AI Rand's tail with one hand and pressing against his chest with the other, she attempted to push him onto the sofa. Yet, after 2 vigorous attempts, she realized that she seemed unable to budge him. After all, she had successfully subdued the hentai AI Rand on previous occasions. With scarcely a moment to ponder, Lily instinctively resorted to her ultimate tactic. She bit down on AI Rand's lower lip. Yet, as she sank her teeth in, a sudden chill ran through her. Surely, being bitten like this would cause even hentai AI Rand considerable pain. With that thought, she diminished the force of her bite. Consequently, what began as a fierce attack transformed into a tender kiss. Their lips intertwined. Lily quickly became immersed in the bliss of the kiss. After a near suffocating embrace, her face flushed and breathless, she nestled her head against AI Rand's neck and murmured softly, Actually, we need not create a nude portrait. For the storyline is currently at the kissing stage. I have struggled to capture this moment properly, but now I feel a surge of inspiration. As she spoke, Lily rose from AI Rand's embrace. Retrieving her laptop and drawing tablet from her bag, she leaned over the coffee table and began to sketch. Are you starting your work now? AI Rand inquired. Naturally. If inspiration strikes, I must commence immediately, once this moment passes. I may not be able to produce a satisfactory piece. Then proceed with your work. It is nearing 7 o'clock. I shall venture outside to fetch some breakfast. Is there anything in particular you desire? Tempura, bluefin tuna, hamburger patties. Lily's gaze remained fixated on the computer screen, her voice listing dishes that were decidedly inappropriate for breakfast. Ailan gazed at Lily with an expression of utter disbelief, gently tousling her hair. Is this truly what one should consume in the morning? Certainly not, she remarked. Lily, somewhat perplexed, looked back at Ailan. But I usually eat these things after I rise at home. There is something I wish to inquire of Miss Sawamura, Ailan prompted. Go ahead, Lily replied, raising her chin with a hint of arrogance. What time do you typically wake up in the morning? After a moment of contemplation, Lily answered. If it's not a school day, I suppose I rise around 11 o'clock. Thus, what you just mentioned cannot be considered breakfast at all. With a sigh, Ailan continued. You should start drawing. I am somewhat familiar with your tastes. I shall go purchase breakfast now. Lily replied, narrowing her eyes and cheerfully nodding at Ailan. After procuring breakfast, Ailan did not return home immediately. Instead, she made her way to a nearby convenience store. The supplies in her refrigerator were running low, and as a Saiyan, she needed to restock. The term restock was far from an exaggeration to meet Ailan's needs for several days. One would nearly have to empty half of the store's food section. Upon entering the convenience store, a familiar voice broke the air. Ailan-san? Kato-K, who was selecting ingredients in the food section, called out her name with a tone of curiosity, though her eyes sparkled with a hint of delight. By this time, Ailan had approached her. Kato-K leaned slightly forward, her arm draped over a shopping basket brimming with ingredients. Through her form, Ailan noticed several prepackaged plastic bags behind her, each filled to the brim with food. Kay, are you purchasing ingredients for yourself to bring to my place again? Ailan inquired. Yes, I thought since it's so early, Ailan-san might still be resting, so I decided to come buy the ingredients for lunch and dinner, Kato-K explained. Then, as if a thought struck her, she added, every time, after I buy food, you always give me money. I've received such kindness from you, yet I've never had the chance to properly express my gratitude. Kay, there is no need for such formalities between us, especially since you always prepare the meals for our club activities alone, Ailan replied. Moreover, carrying so many ingredients by yourself must be exhausting. Why not call me? I can take care of such heavy lifting. As she spoke, Ailan bent down to take the shopping basket from Kato-K's hands. When she grasped the bag, Kato-K tilted her head and asked, Have Kasumigakaka-senpai and Lily already arrived at your home? Ailan was momentarily taken aback, although Kato Megumi phrased her words as a question. Her tone was imbued with a sense of certainty. How could she possibly know that they had already arrived? Ailan felt a sense of perplexity. Could it be that Kato had not only mastered the essential skills of an assassin, but had also learned to perceive the subtleties of presence? This would be quite alarming. I detect the essence of Senior Kasumigakaka and Eri from Ailan's vicinity, with Eri's scent being particularly pronounced. Indeed, is that so? Ailan offered a sheepish smile, her demeanor somewhat awkward. At that moment, Kato-K slightly raised her head, her pale yellow eyes widening, the corners of her mouth curving downwards, and her cheeks taking on a subtle roundness. Ailan. Ailan responded, a hint of guilt in her voice. I have already selected all the ingredients. Let us proceed to the checkout. I would appreciate it if you could carry these ingredients back today. Oh, certainly. AI Rand nodded slightly and took a few steps forward, lifting one item after another from the ground. Behind him, Keiko Kato observed his diligent figure, and a faint smile gradually emerged on her otherwise expressionless face. Chapter 144. The Subtle Schemes of Poem U from Kasumigakaka. On Saturday morning, the streets were relatively devoid of pedestrians. Ailan's hands were laden with 5 shopping bags each, brimming with an abundance of food. In the absence of sidewalks in the island nation, Kato Megumi maintained a respectful distance, quietly trailing behind Ailan. Megumi's hair appeared to have grown just a tad longer. The voice of AI Rand drifted through the morning breeze, reaching the ears of Kato-K. Instinctively, she tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing the pair of light green Botera earrings that AI Ran had gifted her. Though her expression remained indifferent, it surprisingly conveyed a unique sense of youthful charm. Walking ahead, AI Ran remained oblivious to her current demeanor, continuing to stride purposefully forward. Kato K's pale yellow eyes lifted slightly, focusing entirely on AI Ran, as her right hand embraced her other arm that hung by her side. Her slender fingers rhythmically tapping on her left arm, as if composing a melody of her emotions. It seemed that AI Ran had a preference for girls with long hair. Is that true? Upon hearing Kato K's remark, AI Ran furrowed her brow in contemplation. It appeared to be the case. All the girls connected to him so far indeed had long hair. Even Anakin no Miya and Kato K, who had shorter styles, possessed locks that fell to their shoulders. With this realization, AI Ran nodded and candidly affirmed, yes. Seeing AI Ran openly express her preferences, Kato K's eyes sparkled with heightened interest. Some sentiments are not easily shared with everyone, especially preferences concerning the opposite sex. However, when a pair of young individuals can candidly share such thoughts, it signifies the significant place she holds in his heart. Mutual expression, acceptance, and willingness to change for each other are the foundations of any relationship. At that moment, AI Ran suddenly halted, turning to face Kato K. During their first encounter, Kato K had seemingly sported a bob hairstyle, but after AI Ran casually remarked that her long hair would undoubtedly surpass the charm of the female protagonist in a game, Kato K had silently decided to grow her hair long. Noticing AI Ran's gaze, Kato K also paused, tilting her head in curiosity. AI Ran, why did you stop suddenly? In response to Kato K's inquiry, AI Ran instinctively voiced his thoughts. K, you have already become the captivating heroine. While Kato K found AI Ran's words somewhat incredulous, a slight smile graced her lips, and her eyes reflected no trace of skepticism. All right, AI Ran, let us hurry back. Inori and Senpai Kasumi must be starving by now. With a nod, AI Ran resumed walking, and Kato K quickened her pace slightly, although she still trailed behind AI Ran. The distance between them seemed to have diminished compared to before. In the home of AI Ran, Lily was quietly engrossed in her 18 manga featuring knights and princesses. Sprawled over the coffee table, with sleepy eyes, Kasumiga Kakashiwa emerged from within, her blue spaghetti strap dress appearing somewhat disheveled, a testament to her restless sleep. Upon entering the living room, she found AI Ran absent, leaving only Lily alone at the table. Has Lily arrived this early? And where has AI Ran gone? Why didn't she wake me? She pondered as she approached the sofa. Upon reaching the sofa, Kasumiga Kakashiwa lazily settled down, a casual smile gracing her face as she regarded Lily with a remarkably relaxed expression. I can't believe you managed to wake up so early today, she remarked softly, startling the engrossed Lily. Wow, Lily exclaimed, turning to glare at Kasumiga Kakashiwa, revealing her tiny tiger-like fangs. You stealthy woman. Are you a cat? You walked in without a sound. Pretending to be a lady. Are you a puppy? Always baring your teeth like that? The two adversaries immediately fell into their usual banter upon meeting. Grabbing a chip from the coffee table, which AI Ran had prepared for Lily, Kasumiga Kakashiwa began to chew thoughtfully before making a startling declaration. Zitsuan has already gotten together with AI Ran. Really? Upon hearing this, Lily's cheeks flushed momentarily before she abruptly looked up. How do you know, she began, but then abruptly altered her intended response. What are you talking about? Faced with the unexpected inquiry, Lily's acting left much to be desired. Kasumiga Kakashiwa furrowed her brow slightly, then sighed. It seems to be true. The joy and pride are already etched on your face. This time, Lily did not respond immediately but contemplated for a moment before speaking, although that hentai AI Ran is a fickle scoundrel. This happiness is what I've always desired. A blissful smile emerged on her face as she spoke. Fool, Kasumiga Kakashiwa muttered under her breath, her head lowered, uncertain whether she was referring to Lily or herself. She then propped her chin on her hand. Of course, I am a fool too, aren't I? Upon hearing this, Lily was momentarily taken aback. After a brief lapse of concentration, her eyes widened, and she exclaimed, You too. With that hentai AI Ran, Lily's smile gradually faded as she grabbed another handful of chips from the table and stuffed them into her mouth. After swallowing, she nodded slowly. You've liked that hentai AI Ran for quite some time now. Your current expression is indeed rather unexpected. Humph. Lily flicked her twin tails and redirected her gaze to the computer screen before her. After a brief moment, she spoke softly. her words barely audible. There is nothing wrong with this. Hentai Aaron is my favorite person, and you are my only friend. If possible, I would like to possess everything. This time, it was Kasa no Okashiya who appeared momentarily taken aback. Chapter 145. The tense work progress after lunch. The sky, which had been overcast in the morning, suddenly brightened. The sun, now slightly warm, baked the earth, swiftly evaporating the moisture left from the previous night. Ailan sat cross-legged on the porch, turning her back to the courtyard, her gaze fixed upon Kasumigakaka Shiyu and her companions. As for why she was seated there, Ailan's original position was on the sofa directly facing the television in the living room. However, that space had been claimed by Kasumigakaka Shiyu. Moreover, whenever Ailan approached, the sight of her in that short skirt would often provide him with subtle, tantalizing distractions. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Ailan chose to relocate to the porch. In truth, had Kasumigakaka Shiyu been alone, Ailan would have found it inconsequential. Yet, the presence of both Katu Megumi and Arari Spencer Sawamura changed the dynamics. Just moments prior, Ailan had merely sat on the sofa for a brief spell when she noticed Katu Megumi casting a glance in her direction, one imbued with a certain significance. The tail of Ailan wagged incessantly behind her, while Lily quietly raised her head and flashed a smile at Ailan. A smile tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Upon witnessing this expression, Ailan's lips twitched slightly, prompting her to take a step to curtail Lily's arrogance. Sitting in this position is quite advantageous. I can simultaneously keep an eye on whether you are slacking off. Yes, I mean you. Silly Lily. What are you sneaking a glance at? And what were you just doing? Lily was taken aback, her twin ponytails shaking rapidly as she stealthily tucked away her snack. Straightening her posture, she adopted an air of righteousness and candor. While what? Hentai Ailan. What are you talking about? I have been diligently working. It's you, Hentai Ailan, who has been lounging around at the entrance, wagging your tail, while I am the one truly working. In response to Lily's feeble attempts at denial, Ailan shrugged. I am but a humble investor, and I have no knowledge of your work at all. Lily shot Ailan a haughty glare before turning her attention back to her paintbrush. With a sigh, Ailan approached the computer and noticed that Lily's work progress was nearly non-existent, hardly different from when she had sat down after lunch. Glancing down at Lily's dejected demeanor, Ailan reached out and gently patted her head. Lily shivered slightly, instinctively glancing towards Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Kata Megumi. Then lowered her voice, a mixture of surprise and shyness coloring her tone as she quietly uttered, Hentai Ailan, what are you doing? Aaron did not release her grip. Instead, she caressed with even greater fervor. Since earlier, you have been distracted and gazing around. Is something troubling you? I am currently overwhelmed with work and utterly lack the confidence to complete it all. Moreover, I find myself devoid of inspiration during the day when trying to draw. As she spoke, Lily nuzzled against Aaron like a golden kitten. Is it that Lily has become somewhat indifferent due to the excessive workload? In fact, within less than a month, Kaza no Oka Shiyu had successfully crafted 8 complete storylines and even added an additional multi-heroine ending. Consequently, the tasks ahead for Lily and Kata Megumi grew increasingly daunting. Over the course of 2 months, Lily was tasked with creating a multitude of original illustrations, while Kata Megumi would need to input these texts and images into the software. Naturally, these were merely preliminary tasks. The subsequent phases would involve background music, voice acting, and a myriad of other responsibilities. In truth, relying solely on the current team to complete this game within 2 months seemed nearly impossible. Perhaps we should recruit a few more hands? I still have ample funds allocated for game development, sufficient to bring on additional personnel. Turning to see Kata Megumi and Kaza no Oka Shiyu also appearing rushed, Aaron felt compelled to take action. Upon hearing Aaron's suggestion, Lily, seated before the computer, pushed her hands forward and rested her face between her arms on the desk, speaking in a tone of despair. I had previously reached out to several friends in the manga community, but they all politely declined. Is it a matter of funding? Ailan felt a twinge of confusion. No, her beloved mentor, teacher Yongchi, was currently engrossed in preparing his new work, and he had little interest in creations that did not reveal the undergarments. Moreover, I had reached out to teacher Aromanga, who replied that she only wished to illustrate flat-chested girls, with a hint of suggestive original drafts. Yet, our endeavor is a pure love-themed game, and besides, these are precisely the realms in which I excel. Does Lily know any other authors? None. My acquaintance with these two teachers is solely due to our similar creative directions. With that, Lily picked up her brush once more and resumed her artistic endeavors. Standing behind her, Ailan fell into deep contemplation. After a moment of reflection, Ailan ventured alone to the courtyard, took out her phone, and dialed a number. "This is Hachiman Hikigaya." A rather despondent voice responded from the other end. "It's me, Ailan. I know that if it weren't for seeing your name on the screen, I certainly wouldn't have picked up, especially on such a precious day of rest. By the way, if you have something troublesome to discuss, I might just hang up. It's nothing of great importance. I recall you mentioned knowing a game player named God. Do you happen to know anyone who can draw comics or has musical talents?" Upon hearing Ailan's inquiry, Hikigaya on the other end was taken aback. "Are you not aware that I am socially anxious? How can you utter such cold and piercing words with such ease? I don't know anyone like that. Why would you think I would?" Hikigaya's voice was somewhat somber, filled with resentment. However, after a brief pause, he continued. "I'm not sure about artists, but Yui plays the guitar, and I recall her mentioning that Yukino might play the piano." "Yui? Oh, well, that's the extent of what I know. I must hang up now, and please refrain from contacting me on weekends unless it's urgent." As he spoke, Hikigaya felt a slight flush of embarrassment and was about to end the call. Just as he was about to hang up, Ailan's voice came through once more. "When we return to school tomorrow, I will seek a suitable candidate to join the service club alongside Yukino. Once the club reopens, we shall embark on a long-awaited commission." "What commission?" Hikigaya inquired, perplexed, as the entire student body of Sobu High was currently in a state of dependence due to one individual. He had already prepared himself for a year devoid of any club activities. "You will find out once the club resumes. For now, that will suffice. I must hang up." "Very well." Upon hearing Hachiman Hikigaya's response, Ailan ended the call. Chapter 146, The Road Killer. The weekend club activities passed in a tranquil manner. Originally, Kasumiga Kakashiwa and Arari Spencer Sawamura intended to stay the night at Ailan's place. As evening approached, both instinctively glanced at one another, hoping the other would take the hint and leave first. Unfortunately, the two, sharing the same thought, merely exchanged silent stares for half an hour until Kato Megumi cleared her throat, interrupting their covert battle of gazes. As the saying goes, one monk fetches water alone. Two monks carry water together, but three monks. Ultimately, before the sun set, Ailan escorted all three of them to the train station, thereby concluding the day's club activities. Monday morning, after finishing his morning routine, Ailan picked up the club equipment he had purchased on Saturday and stepped out of his home, gazing at the sun gradually rising on the horizon. He let out a deep sigh, reflecting on yet another day without contacting that second-rate deity. It was astonishing how such divine beings could become engrossed in something as trivial as playing mahjong. "Good morning, Ailan." A sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. Tilting his head, he peered through the equipment in his hands and saw Tukamatoi quietly standing at the entrance of the courtyard. It seemed she had been there for quite some time. "Good morning." Ailan greeted Tong Su Jindong and then approached her while carrying some items. "Teacher, at this time, you usually would have left for school. Is it because you didn't rest well last night?" "No, I was waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" "Yes, with you carrying so many things." "How will you get to school?" "Why not ride in my car today?" "I think I shall decline. I can walk to school by myself." "Consider it a form of exercise." Ailan resolutely shook his head, incredulous at the notion. He could not fathom the idea of being confined in such a small space with a teacher. "It is far too perilous for you to traverse the streets in this manner. I must ensure your safety," stated Tukamatoi succinctly, not waiting for Ailan to decline. She pushed open the gate to the courtyard and strode towards her crimson sedan. After taking a few steps, noticing the absence of Ailan's footsteps behind her, she paused and called back, "Hurry up, Ailan." Oh," Ailan replied, following her through the gate, dressed in her usual teacher's attire. Tuka wore a crisp white professional blouse that accentuated her figure, while a form-fitting skirt enveloped her silhouette, her legs adorned in sheer black stockings, and her feet embellished with elegant black high heels. Ailan followed Tong Su Jindong closely, her nose twitching slightly as a floral scent reminiscent of hibiscus wafted from her, tantalizing his olfactory senses. With each step, the sound of her high heels striking the ground resonated in Ailan's ears, prompting a sudden divergence in his thoughts. Perhaps in a few years, sure, you would also embody this very essence. Upon reaching the rear of the car, Tong Su Jindong opened the trunk and then turned to Ailan, instructing him to place the items there, mentioning the presence of previous exam papers in the back seat. and indicating that he should sit in the passenger seat while she changed her shoes in the front. As she spoke, she retrieved a pair of flats from the trunk and made her way to the driver's seat. Though somewhat reluctant, Ailan obediently complied with her directives. The moment he settled into the passenger seat, however, a frown creased his brow. Why was the malevolent aura of the seven-star ball re-emerging? After buckling her seatbelt, Tong Su Zhendong's gaze fell upon Ailan, noticing his rigid posture, which sparked a flicker of curiosity in her mind, but she dismissed it. In the next instant, she ignited the engine, gradually reversing the car from its parking space before sharply turning the steering wheel and pressing down on the accelerator in an instant. The vehicle surged forth like a wild stallion set free. Soon, they approached the first intersection, yet Tong Su Zhendong showed no signs of slowing down. She deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, her body leaning towards Ailan as adrenaline coursed through her veins, rendering the surrounding world a blur. Thus, the car navigated the first turn at a dramatic angle. Ailan sat in stunned silence, unable to articulate his astonishment. What was happening? It was merely driving a car. Yet her handling of it seemed akin to piloting a spacecraft. His gaze shifted to the ground behind the vehicle, where black marks marred the pavement from the tire's friction, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. The car swiftly entered a broader road, where traffic was increasingly dense. Nevertheless, Tong Su Zhendong's right foot remained firmly pressed on the accelerator, a faint blush of exhilaration adorning her cheeks. Moreover, the sinister aura of the seven-star ball intensified. With little time to ponder, witnessing Tong Su Zhendong perilously overtake the car ahead, Ailan placed his hand on her thigh, channeling the dwindling positive energy through his palm into her. Suddenly, a warm sensation radiated from his hand to her leg, prompting a soft hum from Tong Su Zhendong as clarity flickered in her eyes. She eased off the accelerator and, from the corner of her eye, glanced down at the hand resting on her thigh. Despite the fact that another close encounter with Ailan made Tong Su Mafuyu feel a bit bashful, she did not dwell on it. Instead, she inquired with a tone of concern, "Is it that the teacher's driving is too swift, causing you some anxiety, Ailan?" Fortunately, Ailan offered an awkward smile and withdrew her hand. After quickly sensing that the malevolent energy of the Seven Stars dragon was gradually dissipating, Ailan silently exhaled a sigh of relief, her furrowed brow slowly easing. At that moment, Tong Su Mafuyu observed Ailan's expression once more and was now fully convinced that Ailan's hand resting on her thigh was merely a consequence of her heightened tension. Thus, she continued, "Ailan, the teacher has been driving for over 4 years, so there is absolutely no need for concern. I will ensure you arrive at school safely." "Yes, teacher. Please focus on driving," Ailan replied. Ai's smile was forced, and a sudden question crossed her mind. With Tomo's wild driving style, how on earth did she manage to obtain her driver's license? Chapter 147. The new member of the servants department. Let us rewind to a day prior. The servants of the Shurgong household commenced their duties at the crack of dawn. Isaku Ai, one of the few maids in the estate, typically rose at 5 in the morning. After indulging in a refreshing bath, applying her makeup, and meticulously arranging her hair, she transitioned into her work mode. Maintaining an air of elegance and beauty was an integral part of her responsibilities. As the most senior maid in the household, Ai donned her maid uniform and entered the kitchen at 6 o'clock to confer with the head chef regarding the day's menu. Following this, she proceeded to the garden to oversee the gardener in trimming the verdant foliage of the estate. As Kagaya Shurgong's personal maid, Ai had undergone rigorous training in combat, firearms, intelligence gathering, as well as culinary and domestic arts, including music and calligraphy. In a sense, she represented the esteemed Shurgong family. After completing her tasks, the clock struck 7, and Ai awaited at Kagaya's door, prepared to respond until her mistress called for her. It was against protocol for a maid to enter a room without an invitation from her master. Fortunately, Kagaya's routine was consistently punctual. Upon hearing Kagaya's call, Ai pushed open the grand door and entered the bedroom. It was Sunday, a day free from school or outings for Kagaya, making her duties considerably lighter than usual. There was no need to be vigilant for potential threats surrounding Kagaya or to gather information about anyone who might interact with her. Kagaya had just awakened, still in a state of slight confusion, having gone to bed close to midnight the previous night. She had received a gift, the first non-family present in years, other than from Chika Fujiwara. Thus, she had spent a long while delighting in the sight of the red ribbon. The word friend was truly a rare treasure for Kagaya. "What would you like to wear today, Lady Kagaya?" Ai inquired, approaching the side of Kagaya's bed. "School uniform?" Kagaya tilted her head, winking at Ai. It was Sunday, With no school activities to attend, AI quickly regained her composure from her initial shock, her tone returning to its usual calm demeanor. May I forego changing clothes? I am utterly uncertain about what I should wear now. Kaguya Shinomiya's mood was evidently delightful, her joyful expression radiating exuberance and her tone imbued with cheerfulness. With a sigh, AI Hayasaka realized that her previous inquiry had been entirely superfluous. As the maid who had accompanied Kaguya since childhood, she was well aware of all her nuances. Under prolonged pressure, Kaguya had developed various personas. Although she predominantly presented herself as the rational and icy Kaguya, there existed numerous lesser-known facets to her character, much like the one she exhibited now. She resembled a typical heiress from a shoujo manga, embodying both rationality and emotion. In this form, Kaguya's intelligence and emotional acumen were both at play, yet she often found herself grappling with indecision. I suppose I shall assist her in selecting today's attire. AI mused, spending a few minutes casually retrieving several garments from the wardrobe and placing them beside Kaguya's bed. You seem a bit off today, AI. Though phrased as a question, Kaguya's tone was assertive. No, my lady, I am quite well today, AI replied, her expression unyielding. There were certain matters she would never disclose to Kaguya, such as topics involving Dragon Balls or extraterrestrials. At that moment, Kaguya seated herself before the vanity and retrieved a red silk ribbon from a transparent gift box. After a brief contemplation, she fashioned her hair with the ribbon. Instantly, her demeanor transformed dramatically, exuding a gentle aura that enveloped her entirely. What do you think? Kaguya turned her head, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as they sought AI's response. AI was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding. You look stunning. Last night, you were gathering information on AI Rand, weren't you? What sort of person is he? Can you share the insights you've gathered? AI Rand is an alien, and moreover, a violent one, possessing peculiar abilities. AI opened her mouth, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately refrained from divulging. Lady Kaguya, I require a bit more time. AI could roughly surmise Kaguya's thoughts. Even if she believed AI Rand could be a potential friend, Kaguya's rational side compelled her to scrutinize his character from every angle, regardless of the persona she adopted. Kaguya was the product of the rigorous upbringing at the Shinomiya household. At that juncture, Kaguya puffed out her cheeks. So, you have not gleaned anything at all? I wish to understand what kind of person he is. The expression on Kaguya Shinomiya's face and her curiosity about Ero were unexpected for Isaka AI. She sighed, reflecting on her observations from the previous day. Era, the general affairs officer, is quite a decent individual, albeit a bit of a brute. His social skills are commendable, as evidenced by his harmonious relationship with President Anna, to the point that they share a bed. What could be more harmonious than that? He likely possesses commendable lifestyle habits, such as engaging in prolonged physical exercise. With his tail, he could effortlessly lift me, resembling a monster in strength. His temperament is somewhat impatient, but given that he is a teenage boy, such behavior is quite normal. Holding a terrifying mass of energy, he grants me a mere 3 seconds if I remain silent. My fate is sealed. Ultimately, he seems to care for the young lady quite a bit, although his true interest lies in something called a Dragon Ball. Thus, Isaka AI, employing her subtle eloquence, conveyed everything she had witnessed. Indeed, based on your description, Era is truly an admirable person. Kaguya Shinomiya nodded with satisfaction. Although his academic performance ranks at the bottom of the school, should he choose to exert himself, I would not be opposed to befriending him. Observing Kaguya's reaction, Isaka AI felt a tightening in her chest. She could not allow the young lady to continue in this manner. While it was necessary for Era to provide protection, this individual posed too great a risk. It would be prudent for the two to maintain some distance. With this thought in mind, Isaka AI resolved to enlighten Era. Lady Kaguya, while Era is indeed a good person, it appears he is entangled with several girls simultaneously, such as the second daughter of the Yukinoshita family, who is currently applying to establish a servant club. Aaron serves as a member of the servitude department. Upon hearing Hayasaka AI's words, Shigumi Kaguya furrowed her brow. After a moment, she suddenly conceived a notion that she deemed plausible. How about this? The second daughter of the Yukinoshita family wishes to establish the servitude department, but currently requires one more person for approval. You find a way to join and help me verify this matter. Furthermore, since Aaron has presented me with a gift to ensure the smooth establishment of the department, this shall serve as my token of gratitude to him. Upon hearing this, Hayasaka AI's eyes widened in shock. Young lady, I can assure you that I have never provoked you in any way. Chapter 148, Hayasaka AI's Inclusion, revised, in the fiercely competitive Shuchian Academy. The majority of students are fervently embroiled in an intense race for excellence. After all, the results and rankings of each examination are publicly displayed on the bulletin board, and consistently ranking low can be quite embarrassing. However, amidst this environment, there occasionally emerge a few who seem indifferent, such as a certain Saiyan. As the lunch bell rang, Ailan, still bearing traces of sleep upon his visage, ambled toward the pavilion in the school garden, where Yukino had summoned all members of the servitude department for a gathering. As he passed by the bulletin board in the corridor, he glanced casually at the throng of students gathered there, then continued on his way without hesitation. There was no need to search painstakingly. Counting backwards from the bottom of the list, he would always see his name at once. Moreover, those occupying the top ranks were familiar names as well. First, Anna Kinomoto second, Shigumi Kagaya, Yukino third, Shijo Maki. To his astonishment, Anna Kinomoto had managed to surpass Yukino in academic performance. A hint of surprise flickered across Ailan's face. It is worth noting that during their time at Suba High, Yukino had consistently held the top position. After confirming the rankings of a few acquaintances, Ailan let out a sigh and swiftly vanished down the corridor. Although he was indifferent to grades and rankings, he was currently troubled by a pressing matter. Before Wednesday, he needed to find another person to successfully establish the service club. Surely, Yukino had gathered everyone for this very purpose. The recruitment of new members could not rely on Yukino. Despite her ability to remember every student's name, her lack of social skills meant she had few peers. Yui Yugahama, on the other hand, had a wide circle of friends, but those vibrant individuals did not meet the criteria for the service club. Furthermore, they were not particularly interested in joining a club with such an unusual name. As for Hachiman Hikigaya, at this thought, Ailan involuntarily recalled his lifeless eyes. Relying on him was less promising than depending on Pururu. At least Pururu might charm a few people into joining with its adorable antics. Thanks to the generous patronage of numerous dignitaries, Shuchian Academy not only boasts a vast expanse, but also features meticulously designed architecture. Various facilities, blending functionality with aesthetic appeal, are adorned with fountains, quaint gardens, and artistic sculptures, transforming the campus into a veritable sightseeing destination. In fact, nestled between two rows of willows in the southern garden lies a traditional Chinese pavilion, which serves as the temporary meeting place for the service club today. As the day marked the announcement of midterm exam results, the small garden appeared somewhat subdued. The warm and inviting scenery gradually calmed Ailan's slightly agitated heart, as the tranquil air basked in the gentle sunlight. Soon, he spotted the petite Chinese pavilion, accompanied by Yukino, who sat quietly on a bench, engrossed in a book. Witnessing this scene, a faint smile crept across Ailan's lips. With a subtle exertion, he appeared behind Yukino, gently wrapping his arms around her waist. I didn't expect there to be such a tranquil spot at school. Have you been waiting long? Ailan rested his chin upon Yukino's shoulder, whispering softly into her ear. The sudden embrace startled Yukino, causing her to instinctively consider employing Aikido. However, upon hearing Ailan's voice, she immediately relaxed and leaned fully into his embrace. I just arrived too. Feeling that such an embrace was insufficient for her needs, Yukino turned to face Ailan, pressing her cheek against his chest as she continued, last week, while I was waiting for you to finish your student council duties, I wandered around the school and stumbled upon this place. Although few people come here, I occasionally overheard some girls say that this is a spot where bonds can form between men and women. After speaking, Yukino glanced up shyly at Ailan, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. She had to return to her family home every weekend, meaning she had not seen Ailan for 2 days. Now that their relationship was clearly defined, Yukino realized she was increasingly unable to tolerate these moments of separation. Noticing the implicit longing in the girl's gaze, Ailan quickly responded. He leaned forward slowly and kissed her lips. The gentle breeze seemed to pause, reluctant to disturb the tranquility of the moment. Floating petals formed a hazy curtain, concealing the intimate scene within the gazebo. After a lengthy moment, they parted their lips, leaning against each other as they quietly shared their recent experiences and feelings of longing. Following their tender exchange, Yukino leaned against Ailan's shoulder and quietly remarked, "A girl from Shuchian will be joining our service club today. If all goes well, I will submit the application to the student council again this afternoon, and our club can finally be established." Hearing this, Aaron was momentarily taken aback. Someone from Shuchian knew about the service club? As he gazed at her with a hint of confusion, Yukino explained. She is a friend of Yui's whom she met this morning. After learning about our club's purpose, the girl decided to join us. Yui will bring her over shortly. No sooner had she finished speaking than the voice of Yui came from afar. Yukino, I've brought the new member who wants to join the service club. Before long, she arrived with Hikigaya Hachiman, accompanied by a girl dressed in a flashy manner. Aaron nodded slightly to Hachiman as a greeting, then shifted his attention to the so-called new member. However, upon recognizing her, his expression turned peculiar. Wasn't that Hayasaka AI? Was she joining the service club? Had the Shidu family fallen on hard times, prompting Kagaya's devoted maid to seek new employment? However, the service department does not disperse salaries either. AI examined Hayasaka closely but refrained from making any comments, curious about the woman's intentions. Good afternoon, my name is Hasaka. After hearing the introduction from Yugahama-san, I found the activities of the service club quite meaningful and I would like to join. I look forward to your guidance. Hello, Hasaka-san. I am Yukino Shida Yukino, the president of the service club. It is a pleasure to meet you, Yukino Shida said while approaching Hayasaka. After the two exchanged names, Yukino Shida regarded Hayasaka. Dressed in a provocative manner, with a hint of hesitation, and after a moment's contemplation, she inquired, Hasaka-san, are you familiar with the primary activities of our club? In simple terms, it is about helping classmates resolve their troubles, correct? Yukino Shida nodded. While not entirely accurate, that is the general idea. I consider this endeavor profoundly meaningful, particularly when it comes to assisting others. Hayasaka emphasized the phrase helping others, casting a subtle glance at AI. Chapter 149. Romantic Confessions in the Student Council. While Hayasaka was undergoing her interview with Yukino Shida, the doors of the Student Council swung open once more. Shigami Kagaya surveyed the room with the demeanor of a sovereign surveying her realm. After greeting Anna Kinomoto and Chika Fujiwara, who were enjoying their lunch, she quietly settled onto a nearby sofa. She had already dined with Hayasaka earlier, and following that, Hayasaka had accompanied Yugahama Yui to the small garden. While Kagaya made her way to the student council room, Anna lifted her gaze towards Kagaya, noting that today she appeared markedly different from her usual self. Her long hair, typically cascading over her shoulders, was gathered with a red silk ribbon, and her previously icy demeanor had softened slightly. Such a transformation was indeed surprising. One wondered who possessed the power to influence someone as cold as her deputy into a being of such gentleness. In Anna's understanding, only another person could effect such change. A perspective that was simple and direct, much like herself. Unfortunately, AI was occupied with service club matters during lunch and could not attend the student council meeting. The thought of AI brought a faint blush to her cheeks. At that moment, Kagaya rose from the sofa and seated herself opposite Anna. President, I have a matter I wish to consult you about. In the realm of Shuji Academy, aside from Isaka AI, the individual whom Shikonomiya Kagaya trusts the most is undoubtedly Anna Kinomoto. With exceptional academic prowess and impeccable interpersonal skills, she has led this year's student council to surpass its predecessors entirely. Just as Shikonomiya Kagaya concluded her statement, Fujiwara Chika curiously inquired, Kagaya-san, what is the matter? Casting a glance at Fujiwara Chika, Shikonomiya Kagaya couldn't help but sigh internally, for among the students of this institution, this woman might be the most unreliable. Nevertheless, she had already turned to Anna Kinomoto for advice. After receiving a look of confusion from Anna, she chose to continue. If someone were to confess their feelings to you, how would you handle it? No one has ever sent me such a thing before, so I am utterly at a loss on how to address it appropriately. As she spoke, Shikonomiya Kagaya retrieved a love letter from her pocket and placed it on the table. Her intention was to discard it straight into the trash. As a man who could only muster the courage to confess in such a covert manner surely held no value. For Kagaya, anything devoid of worth deserved to be cast aside. Spending even a moment contemplating it would be a waste of her life. Instead, she would prefer to invest her time in getting to know Era, the general affairs officer, to determine if he was worthy of her friendship. However, upon further reflection, she realized this approach might be misguided. Most students at this academy are, to varying degrees, within the same social circle as the Shikonomiya family, and every action she takes must be considered in light of her family's reputation. Anna Kinomoto, being the most popular student in the school, would undoubtedly possess a superior solution. Kagaya-san, may I take a look at it? The confession letter. At the mention of romance, Fujiwara Chika's spirits soared. For a love detective like Chika, Nothing could be more engaging than a discussion about love. Of course, it could also be seen as a mere spectacle, relishing in the drama without concern. Indeed, with Fujiwara present, it seemed impossible for Kaguya to continue her consultation smoothly. After a moment of contemplation, Shikenomiya Kaguya resolved to indulge Chika's curiosity to avoid any unnecessary complications. After handing over the letter, she remarked, "There's nothing noteworthy about it. Hee, I've hardly ever received a love letter myself." Upon thoroughly examining the confession, Fujiwara Chika's expression turned serious. The handwriting was even worse than that of Era, and the English words were misspelled, reflecting a level of incompetence akin to Era's. To use such poor penmanship for a confession, could he truly harbor genuine feelings for Kaguya-san? Certainly, it must be a matter of affection. Kaguya Shinomiya sensed that Chika Fujiwara was questioning her allure. Although this was her first love letter, she was convinced that the previous hesitance of those boys to approach her was solely due to the imposing influence of the Shinomiya family. With such a declaration of love, could it possibly indicate anything other than admiration? Perhaps not. Chika Fujiwara shook her head and glanced at the love letter in her hands. It was likely just a gamble, akin to a game of chance, always hoping for a favorable outcome. What if it actually succeeded? Yet, none of this mattered, for she was determined to decline. "President Anna, what do you think would be the most graceful way to reject this young man?" As she spoke, Kaguya ignored her unreliable friend and shifted her gaze toward Anna Nishinomiya. Feeling the earnestness of Kaguya's gaze, Anna's heart tightened. Clearly, this inquiry had ventured into her realm of ignorance. Prior to meeting Era, she had been a sheltered young lady, unaccustomed to navigating such matters. However, during the past few weeks, in her quest to acquire more knowledge about romance to foster a closer bond with Era, Anna had indulged in numerous shoujo mangas. Of course, there were novels as well, and even secretly perusing several doujin works to enable deeper conversations with Era in the future. Among them, Kashiwa Shiko's Love Metronome and Higurashi Airi's 18 doujin had proven particularly enlightening. Having absorbed such a wealth of knowledge, assisting the Vice President Shinomiya in declining a confession should pose no challenge. With this thought in mind, she cleared her throat. "Vice President Shinomiya, although I have not received many love letters myself, if you simply wish to reject him, there are indeed numerous methods at your disposal." Kaguya's expression shifted slightly as she regarded Anna Nishinomiya. As expected of the president, she always maintained such composure. While a straightforward rejection might seem a tad unkind, it remained the most effective approach. Anna Jinzagong reminisced about the scene in the Love Metronome where the protagonist, Shioja, rebuffed everyone except for the male lead. She continued, "One can also choose to disregard the advances. By simply not attending the meeting, the other party will naturally withdraw. Of course, there are myriad approaches. Yet the most effective remains to candidly express that one has affections for another, thus cannot accept your confession. You are a good person," and so forth. Listening to Anna Jinzagong's narration, Shirkan Kaguya lowered her head in contemplation for a moment. Truly, as the most popular figure in school, such a method of refusal seemed capable of dismissing someone's feelings without damaging their pride. However, it was only now that Anna Jinzagong had encountered the second volume of the Love Metronome. It appeared that the teacher, Kasumi Shiko, had written these narratives without ever experiencing love herself. In any case, one dared to teach, and the other dared to learn. Thus, the two engaged in a soft discussion about more intricate aspects. Meanwhile, behind them, Fujiwara Chika seemed to have suddenly contemplated another possibility. She opened her mouth, only to swallow her words back down. It couldn't be possible, could it? If that boy acted in such a manner, he would surely be disposed of by the Shirkong family in Tokyo Bay. Chapter 150. The emergence of the six-star sphere's malice time swiftly passed to after school. Shirkan Kaguya arrived at the small garden behind the classroom building at the agreed time and place specified in the love letter, where she met the suitor who had delivered it. However, upon catching a glimpse of the slightly pudgy boy before her, Shirkan Kaguya quickly averted her gaze. It was reasonable and gracious to decline him, which was her decision and a form of generosity towards this currently unrecognized suitor. Not far off, in the thicket, Hayasaka AI had taken her position, vigilantly watching over Shirkan Kaguya as part of her duties. Yet today, the shadows of the small garden seemed to harbor an unusually large number of individuals. Hayasaka AI furrowed her brow, hastily surveying the various corners of the garden. She discovered Fujiwara Chika crouching in the grass across the way. For a love detective, such a scene was not to be missed, especially since one of the parties involved was among her few friends. Not overly concerned with Fujiwara Chika's presence, Hayasaka AI shifted her focus to a more distant corner of the classroom building and garden, where several boys were covertly observing Shirkan Kagaya and her suitor, whispering while suppressing their laughter. Witnessing this, Hayasaka AI's frown deepened. The name of Shirkan Kagaya's suitor was Akasaka Ryo, the foolish son of the second-ranking Yakuza leader in Japan. This was not a derogatory term, for he was genuinely a biological simpleton, were it not for his father's lingering influence in society. Akasaka Ryo's intellect would have precluded his admission to Shuchian Academy. Nevertheless, even so, he had managed to elevate himself from perennial last place to second last in the recent midterm exam rankings. Contemplating this, he felt a mix of love and hate towards the fool named Ailan. His affection stemmed from the fact that Ryo's arrival had propelled him from the very bottom to second from the bottom, achieving such a remarkable feat that he would no longer have to endure his father's disciplinary measures at home. As for the resentment, Akasaka Ryo stole a glance towards the corner of the classroom building, then, as if facing a guillotine, took a deep breath. Shirkung-san, I like you. Please go out with me. As he spoke, he bent toward Shirkimi Kagaya, extending his right hand. This was a gesture typically reserved for confessions. Yet perhaps due to his nervousness, his hand was raised a tad too high, rendering him akin to a plump ostrich. I apologize, Akasaka Ryo, but my heart is currently devoted solely to my studies. I have no thoughts of romance. Observing Akasaka Ryo's comical demeanor, Shirkimi Kagaya refrained from mocking him and earnestly delivered her previously prepared lines. However, with his head bowed, Akasaka Ryo bit his lower lip and continued. Could you grant me one chance, Shirkimi Kagaya? His voice resonated with a hint of desperation, yet this sentiment did not stem from rejection by Shirkimi Kagaya. For even with his head lowered, his eyes occasionally darted toward that shadowy corner. It seems this is not so simple, Shirkimi Kagaya sighed. Articulating the second plan she had devised in consultation with Anakin no Miya. I am sorry, Akasaka Ryo, but I cannot accept your feelings, as I already have someone I adore. Who is it? Akasaka Ryo abruptly lifted his head, devoid of any signs of disappointment, instead revealing a glimmer of relieved joy. Yet, his question caught Shirkimi Kagaya off guard. This was merely a polite refusal. Did he not understand? How could she possibly divulge the identity of that person? Fortunately, the awkwardness did not linger for long. Although Akasaka Ryo's intellect may not have been particularly high, his emotional intelligence was evidently commendable. Upon noticing Shirkimi Kagaya's troubled expression, he quickly added, It is perfectly fine if you choose not to disclose, since you already have someone special. I shall take my leave. I apologize for taking up your time. With such courteous words, Akasaka Ryo felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and was eager to depart. However, before he could take more than a few steps, four boys from the corner, caught up in their amusement, inadvertently shoved someone out from the shadows. What are you doing here? Upon seeing the group before her, Shirkimi Kagaya's countenance immediately turned frosty. These individuals, akin to Akasaka Ryo, hailed from some of the most notorious Yakuza families in Japan. Perhaps due to their upbringing, their reputation in school was far from admirable, and they had adopted the appearance of small-time delinquents early on. Shirkimi, they are all my friends, here to cheer me on. So we'll be leaving now, Akasaka Ryo explained upon witnessing their arrival, his complexion paling, rubbing his chubby cheeks. He forced himself to regain composure and apologized to Shirkimi Kagaya. Fatty, who said you were my friend? One of the students, adorned in green, promptly rose to refute. Did we not establish a wager? If you fail to secure the last place in the exam, you are to confess your feelings to Shigami Kagaya. Only upon fulfilling these conditions can we consider your admission into our organization. Another shorter first-year student, dressed in a rather unrefined manner, chimed in with a muted voice. What do you mean by that? The atmosphere surrounding Shigami Kagaya instantly became tense. What does this imply? She swiftly assessed the situation and arrived at a conclusion strikingly akin to the truth. These four students had threatened Akasaka Ryo with some sort of condition, coercing him to confess to her. This was blatant school bullying. They audaciously regarded themselves as mere instruments of confession. Contemplating this, Kagaya's gaze grew even colder. And under the pressure of her barely concealed fury, the ominous aura of Riisei gradually manifested. The once heavy atmosphere quickly became agitated, forming an invisible current. Simultaneously, under the influence of this malevolence, Kagaya's complexion paled slightly. However, the four boys across from her remained oblivious to these anomalies, instead performing what they perceived as impressive gestures. Gazing directly at Kagaya with an air of bravado, bolstered by their delinquent backgrounds. After all, Kagaya would suffer no loss from this. Besides, isn't a girl typically pleased to receive a confession? Moreover, as far as we know, Kagaya has never been confessed to due to her icy demeanor. You previously mentioned that someone had feelings for you. How could any boy possibly be attracted to a frigid iceberg? Is it a case of being a submissive masochist? Now that someone is confessing to you, could it not be considered a delightful surprise? Therefore, Vice President Kagaya, do not remain with that stern expression. Come, smile. Once you do, this matter will be resolved. We also need to take Akasaka Ryo to the restroom for a proper chat. Upon hearing this, Kagaya's anger peaked. Unconsciously, the air currents morphed into invisible blades, aimed at the head of this little thug. At that moment, Ailan suddenly appeared before the student, delivering a swift slap to his face. Though he tempered his strength, the student was nonetheless sent reeling, his teeth scattering across the ground. After executing this, he quickly turned to disperse the wind blades and strode directly towards Shigami Kagaya, supporting the already pale young girl. Are you all right? He inquired, as he infused positive energy into Kagaya's body. Chapter 151. Off to Siberia to dig potatoes. Ailan cast a glance at Shikigami Kagaya before her. The latter's complexion had turned somewhat pale. However, with the rapid infusion of positive energy, Shikigami Kagaya's body was swiftly mending, and soon her visage regained a hint of color. After a brief moment of perception as Shikigami Kagaya's emotions stabilized, the malevolent aura of the six-star sphere also began to gradually subside. The sudden appearance of Ailan took everyone by surprise. Particularly, the earlier incident where he had effortlessly sent someone flying left the bullies utterly speechless. Whether in the realm of anime or reality, the inherent nature of the Japanese often reflects a deep-seated fear of authority and an extreme reverence for the powerful. Consequently, after witnessing Ailan's display, the young man found himself stripped of even the courage to flee. Once assured that Kagaya Shinomiya was unharmed, Ailan turned with a menacing expression towards the group of ruffians. Fortunately, upon sensing the malevolence emanating from the six-star ball, Ailan had rushed to the scene without delay. Had he allowed the six-star ball to rampage unchecked, not only would the individuals present have perished, but the entirety of Tokyo would have been reduced to ruins in a matter of moments. Should such a disaster occur, it would be a gross dereliction of duty for Ailan as a time patrol officer. What if his salary were docked as a consequence? Or worse, what if he were unable to fulfill the wish he had long coveted through the Dragon Balls? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Ailan's expression grew even more grim. Approaching the now completely dazed students, he clenched his left fist while placing his right hand atop his fingers, gently squeezing until a series of cracking sounds echoed forth. Although he had agreed with Kane not to resort to lethal measures, surely it was permissible to incapacitate their lackeys. One should never underestimate a Saiyans' fervor for utilizing the Dragon Balls to grant wishes. Even Vegeta, belonging to royal lineage, would lose his temper upon discovering any issues with the Dragon Balls on Namek. As Ailan drew nearer, the boy's legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and the once boastful ruffian collapsed onto the ground, a stream of bright yellow liquid escaping him. Witnessing this, Ailan halted, his face marred by disgust and disdain. These boys were in their teenage years, and yet still succumbed to such an embarrassing mishap? How utterly unsanitary. Nonetheless, Ailan reminded himself that as a member of the student council, their approach to resolving issues should not be through violence, but rather in accordance with school regulations. At this moment, the fully recovered Kagaya Shinomiya approached Ailan, her gaze shifting towards the group of students. However, her eyes regarded them as if they were mere corpses. The once bright sky, now abruptly shrouded by a blanket of clouds, cast a shadow over Kagaya's countenance. You several have bullied your classmates within the school, coercing Ryosuke Akasaka into actions contrary to his own will. When the student council uncovered your vile deeds, not only did you fail to show immediate remorse, but you even dared to insult the vice president of the student council. I shall report this matter in detail to the school board, and the consequences of your actions will be posted publicly in the coming days. However, I can assure you that the outcome will not simply involve submitting a written guarantee or taking a brief leave of absence from school. Prepare yourselves for the possibility of an extended suspension or even expulsion. After delivering her stern warning, Kagaya's gaze returned to Ailan. Let us depart, Ailan. Our duties as the student council continue. Before the conclusion of today's club activities, we must distribute all the equipment procured on Saturday. Very well. Before leaving, Ailan cast a regretful glance at the troublesome students. It was indeed a pity that she couldn't have interrupted their antics on the spot. On their way back to the student council room, Ailan glanced at Kaguya, somewhat astonished. I didn't expect your temperament to be so composed. Despite their slander, you managed to maintain your poise and let them off so lightly. Who told you I let them off? Kaguya's expression remained unperturbed, her pace steady as she continued forward. They are currently students of Saiyan Academy, and as vice president of the student council, I am obliged to handle them according to school regulations. However, should the day come when they are no longer students of Saiyan, as the direct heir of the esteemed Shinomiya family, I cannot allow such indignities to go unpunished. Upon hearing Kaguya's explanation, Ailan shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, so these fellows are doomed, then how could that be? A flicker of surprise crossed Kaguya's face. Indeed, Ailan displayed a rather impulsive nature, as Hayasaka had mentioned. It was prudent to clarify matters to prevent any misunderstandings. Ailan, even the Shinomiya family cannot simply dispose of individuals in Tokyo Bay. We live in a society governed by law. Instead, we might employ certain special measures to ensure that their entire family relocates to Siberia to cultivate potatoes. Then it would be better to let them meet their end directly, Ailan retorted. Ailan silently scoffed to herself, subsequently dismissing the matter from her mind. After all, they were merely inconsequential earthlings. Upon traversing the academic building and navigating a corridor spanning several meters, one would arrive at the student council room at the corridor's end. At that moment, Kaguya Shinomiya furtively glanced at Ailan beside her, hesitating for a moment before softly expressing her gratitude. Thank you for earlier. There is no need for thanks, Ailan replied. Even if I had not intervened, you would not have suffered any loss. The true gratitude should be directed towards Hayasaka Ai and Fujiwara Chika. And let us not forget those delinquents. Had that gust of wind truly struck, today's events would not have concluded so simply. In his heart, Ailan contemplated this thought. And only at that moment did he notice that Kaguya Shinomiya's attire today seemed rather different from her usual style. Particularly striking was her hair, tied with a red satin ribbon. In an instant, the figure of Kaguya beside him overlapped completely with the memories of her from his past life. To his astonishment, it turned out that the ribbon she had been wearing in this world was a gift from him. At this realization, Ailan's expression became somewhat peculiar. Meanwhile, Kaguya also noticed his demeanor. What's wrong? Ailan, is there something strange on my face? Kaguya instinctively touched her cheek. Her gaze towards Ailan now tinged with a hint of confusion. No, Ailan shook his head. I just think that this red satin suits you quite well. Upon hearing this, a blush suddenly appeared on Kaguya's face. She halted in front of the student council doors and, striving to contain her emotions, replied nonchalantly, although Ailan, you merely gifted me a rather unremarkable present in hopes of befriending me. Seeing how much you care, I suppose I could consider you as my friend. As she spoke, Kaguya pushed open the doors of the student council and swiftly slipped inside. However, Ailan stood there, momentarily stunned. Whoever said that I cared about you? And when did I claim I wanted to be your friend? On the other side, in the school's small garden, Isaka Ai, preparing to contact the Shinomiya family, suddenly sneezed. How peculiar. Is someone speaking of me? Chapter 152. Isaka Ai. I want to resign the following morning. Isaka Ai felt an overwhelming fatigue that transcended mere physical exhaustion. Arriving punctually at the door of Kaguya's bedroom, she realized she hadn't yet heard her call, indicating she wasn't required to work just yet. Her thoughts drifted back to the events of the previous night. Yesterday afternoon, after erasing Ailan's messages, she had relayed the happenings in the small garden to the head of the Shinomiya family, Kaguya's father, Shinomiya Yenin. Those who err must face consequences, and she felt no remorse about it. However, as she passed the school gates yesterday, she was inexplicably seized by Ailan and lifted into the air. The typically composed maid nearly lost her composure in that moment. Anyone would be terrified to be hoisted by the collar at such great heights. Even hours after returning to the Shinomiya residence, she found it difficult to stand properly. How humiliating. Yesterday, Isaka Ai had slumped in the garden, only to be assisted back to her room by Kaguya. When asked why she had become this way, Isaka Ai found herself at a loss for words. However, it seemed that Shinomiya Kaguya was in quite a cheerful mood yesterday, not pondering much over it. She simply encouraged Isaka to rest well and returned to her bedroom with a light-hearted step. Reflecting on her own appearance at that moment, Isaka felt utterly embarrassed to face Shinomiya. Yet, last night, as she lay in bed, her mind was consumed with the detestable visage of Ailan and his nearly threatening words. Consequently, she found herself unable to sleep. Taking a small compact mirror from her pocket, she was confronted with the sight of her own face, heavily marked by dark circles. No amount of foundation could conceal them. I knew that directly integrating into the service club would undoubtedly yield no favorable outcomes. As she returned the compact mirror to her pocket, Isaka's ears echoed with Aaron's contemptuous words from yesterday. I do not care to know your reasons for joining the service club, but should you ever act out of line, I will ensure you regret it. At that moment, AI Sakasaka expressed her thoughts. To add a touch of intimidation to her words, she performed a remarkable feat right there, effortlessly conjuring an energy sphere that obliterated a mountain, towering hundreds of meters high and spanning 10 kilometers, leaving behind a bottomless pit. Reflecting on that scene now, AI Sakasaka couldn't help but tremble slightly. She desperately wished to take a day off. The service club was set to resume its activities today, and she was utterly reluctant to share the same roof with Aaron. However, as a personal maid, AI Sakasaka was responsible for ensuring Kagaya Shinomiya's safety at school, making it impossible for her to request a leave of absence lightly. Moreover, considering what transpired yesterday, gently biting her lower lip, AI Sakasaka retrieved her makeup mirror from her pocket. After a brief touch-up to conceal the dark circles under her eyes, she sighed once more. I really want to resign. She contemplated quitting at least 10 times a day. This job was hardly one that an ordinary person could endure. Yet, she couldn't bear the thought of leaving Kagaya alone in the cold Shinomiya household. The only person she could rely on was her, and if she resigned, the maid assigned to Kagaya by her elder brother, Hikari Shinomiya, could very well be a true spy. She was not only Kagaya's maid, but also her childhood friend, viewing Kagaya as she would her own sister. Fortunately, Aaron, that rascal, was still around just as her thoughts wandered. Kagaya's voice drifted from the room. Entering, AI Sakasaka placed the clean school uniform beside Kagaya's bed. As Kagaya donned her outfit and tied her hair with a red ribbon, she suddenly spoke. AI Sakasaka, I truly believe Aaron is a wonderful person. Not only did he help me out yesterday, but when distributing equipment for the club, he carried everything alone, likely not wanting me to tire myself out. Heh. AI Sakasaka was rendered speechless, only managing a cold smirk in her mind. That guy was merely a brute. Wasn't he the one who hurled someone away right before your eyes yesterday? And there were teeth scattered everywhere. Moreover, noticing AI Sakasaka's silence, Kagaya continued, the way he came to my rescue yesterday was rather gallant, especially with that fierce look in his eyes. AI Sakasaka, she began to question Kagaya's taste. How could that guy, with his arrogant demeanor, possibly be described as gallant? However, AI Sakasaka, I feel that Aaron might not just want to be friends. Do you think he likes me? Kagaya, having finished tying her hair, turned around with a puzzled expression directed at AI Sakasaka. Isaka AI was utterly taken aback, as events seemed to be spiraling in an alarming direction. She needed to intervene before the young lady descended into the abyss. How could humans possibly engage in romantic entanglements akin to monkeys? Ahem, my lady, how could you harbor such thoughts? Isaka AI cleared her throat, striving to render her tone as composed as possible, although it was merely speculation. The way the boy treated the girl surely implied affection. Perhaps he was simply too shy to express his feelings openly. Aaron-san is truly adorable. Oh, how kawaii. No, that's merely because Aaron-san enjoys meddling. At this juncture, Isaka AI suddenly recalled Aaron's visage, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Thus, she reconsidered her words and rephrased. Aaron-san undoubtedly lends a helping hand to those in need, which is precisely why the young lady is inclined to interact with him. Therefore, in his heart, the young lady should not be regarded as a unique presence. Isaka AI's remarks were quite tactful. However, upon hearing this, Shigoma Kagaya's brows furrowed in discontent. It cannot possibly be so. After all, he first bestowed gifts upon me, then came to my rescue, and has consistently shown understanding during our work. This must signify his affection. Isaka AI was taken aback, realizing that although her words were subtle, they had clearly backfired, igniting Shigoma Kagaya's competitive spirit. My lady, based on my assessment, Aaron merely wishes to befriend you, nothing more. This time, Isaka AI's demeanor was noticeably more serious than before. Upon hearing this, Shigoma Kagaya scrutinized Isaka AI with suspicion. Have you developed a fondness for Aaron after investigating his background? Reflecting on it now, Isaka AI's behavior following her inquiry about Aaron had indeed been rather dubious. Impossible, Isaka AI exclaimed. Even if I were to fancy the golden retriever pass from the Fujiwara household, I could never find interest in Aaron. Is that so? The skepticism in Shigoma Kagaya's eyes had not entirely dissipated. At this point, Isaka AI felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. I longed to resign. Chapter 153. President Anna seeks intimacy. The following day at noon in the student council room, the individuals from the previous day had already withdrawn from school. After Ailan settled onto the couch, Shigoma Kagaya pondered for a moment before relaying this information to him. The incident that transpired just yesterday resulted in those 4 students being expelled by this morning? Such efficiency seems rather extraordinary, even if reported to the Board of Trustees. It should not have proceeded so swiftly. Or could it be that the Shigoma family's influence in this country is so profound? Do not be astonished, Ailan-san. Observing AI Rant's expression of surprise, Kagaya Shinigami poured a cup of tea and placed it before him. The 4 individuals likely recognized the gravity of their actions, prompting them to proactively withdraw from school early this morning, accompanied by their families. It is likely that they have already boarded a flight to Siberia. Thus, Ailan need not concern himself with any subsequent troubles these individuals may attempt to bring upon him. Trouble me? Ailan almost let out a laugh. How could he possibly be concerned about a few earthlings causing him trouble? Adults wielding firearms possessed a mere combat prowess of 5 points, and as for those individuals, they were nothing more than insignificant beings with combat abilities below 5. However, this revelation shed light on why those few had withdrawn from school so hastily. It was evidently because Shikigami Kagaya was worried about him. Lifting the cup of black tea before him, he took a sip. At that moment, Shikigami Kagaya appeared to be in remarkably good spirits, her demeanor radiating cheerfulness as she broached this topic with Ailan. Yet, from the corners of his eye, Ailan discerned a trace of sharpness amidst her beaming visage. It must be acknowledged that under the extraordinarily rigorous education of the Shikigami family, Kagaya was perhaps the most formidable girl he had ever encountered. The tea brewed by Vice President Shikigami is delightful. Thank you. Setting the teacup back on the table, Ailan allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he expressed his gratitude to Kagaya. Is that so? I'm glad you like it. Meanwhile, Anna Kinomoto and Chika Fujiwara, who were quietly enjoying their meal, had evidently been aware of this matter long before, as they did not display any signs of surprise. However, upon seeing Ailan, Anna instinctively straightened her back, her breathing becoming slightly heavier. After finishing lunch and tidying up her bento box, she carefully wiped the grease from the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief and slowly approached Ailan. Ailan, could you accompany me for a moment? The application for the establishment of the servant club has been approved, and the new activity classroom has been arranged. I have asked classmate Aino to contact Yukino Shida and the other members. Let us head over first to wait for them and hand the classroom key to President Yukino Shida. All right. Upon hearing this news, Ailan's eyes lit up, and he promptly rose to follow Anna Kinomoto out of the student council room. After their departure, Chika Fujiwara bounced over to Shikigami Kagaya's side, exclaiming, Kagaya-chan, haven't we always been in charge of the allocation of club classrooms? Why is President Anna personally taking Ailan along this time? Ailan's character is quite likable and his social skills are commendable. I believe she has become friends with President Anna. Isn't it natural for friends to assist one another? Kagaya Shinomiya prepared herself a cup of red tea. Feeling a delightful joy from the recent praise bestowed upon her by her friend, Ailan, the warmth of the tea moistened her tongue, and she silently nodded in approval, her eyes gradually narrowing in contentment. Outside the student council room, in the corridor, Anna flushed with embarrassment as she walked alongside Ailan, their shoulders brushing together in that fleeting moment. The mere proximity to the person she cherished filled her with a sense of joy. Ailan at this hour. No one will pass through this corridor. May I take your hand? Anna Kinamiyagi's breath quickened, revealing that while this interaction brought her happiness, it did not satisfy her longing. Since she began to know Ailan, memories of her previous mundane life felt like faded, yellowed photographs, void of vibrancy and emotion. It was Ailan's entry into her life that liberated her from the confines of her sheltered existence, allowing her for the first time to witness the true colors of the world. Hand-holding, embraces, kisses, and watching movies together, how warm and inviting the real world could be. Everything commenced with that serendipitous contact one evening, the thrill ignited by their initial physical touch, an experience she replayed countless times in her mind. Surely, this feeling she harbored was the epitome of pure love, a love at first sight, akin to what was described in the works of her beloved author, Yoshiko Kasumi. Thus, she found herself yearning for the reciprocation of such feelings, longing to be held once more in Ailan's embrace. Ailan gazed at Anna Jin's flushed face, which radiated anticipation, and nodded gently, uttering a soft all right. As he spoke, he took hold of Anna Jin's delicate hand. In that fleeting moment when Ailan clasped her hand, Anna Jin trembled slightly, her steps becoming momentarily unsteady. After whispering Ailan's name, her legs grew weak. What is the matter? Ailan quickly supported her, and Anna Jinzagong leaned directly into his embrace. Are you feeling unwell? There was no trace of malevolence about Anna, which gradually eased Ailan's worries. However, her delicate and fragile demeanor left him somewhat at a loss, even though the corridor was deserted at this hour. A few meters away, within the large door, Kagaya Shinomiya and Chiha Fujiwara were still inside. Moreover, this was, after all, a public space. Ailan, I'm fine. It's just that I haven't had any contact with you for several days, and I'm feeling a bit nervous. Could you hold me tightly, just for a moment? Right here? Yes, just for a while. There's so little time to be with you at school. We hardly have any moments alone. As she spoke, Anna lowered her head in a somewhat despondent manner. Observing this, Ailan gently wrapped his arms around her waist. Actually, Anna, you needn't feel this way. If it becomes too difficult, you can come over to my house after school, but please refrain from sneaking in through the back door. Anna nuzzled against Ailan's chest like a little kitten. After a while, her weakened legs began to show signs of recovery, and she slowly extracted herself from Ailan's embrace. However, observant as he was, Ailan noticed that this time, Anna's sweat seemed to uncontrollably drip onto the floor once more. Chapter 154. A new commission for the servicing club. Upon arriving at the student council's activity classroom for the servicing club, the sounds of conversation could be heard from beyond the door. Once Anna knocked, the chatter abruptly ceased, and after a moment, a cool voice rang out. Please enter. Ailan was all too familiar with that voice. It belonged to Yukino Shida. Although it sounded rather frosty to outsiders, he could detect the concealed joy within those two words. The servicing club represented Yukino's commitment to her beliefs, and thus, the prospect of continuing their club activities filled her heart only with elation. As they entered, the current clubroom was not only more spacious than at Sobu High, but also furnished with an abundance of amenities. In addition to the usual classroom desks and chairs, there were sofas, bookshelves, and even a small tea table. Truly, a testament to the grandeur of a prestigious school. Upon opening the door, Anna's gaze immediately fell upon Yukino. If her guesses were correct, this was indeed the person Ailan held in such high regard. Although it was not their first encounter, Anna found herself once again captivated by Yukino's beauty and grace. With a slight downward shift of her gaze, Anna Jinzagong subtly revealed a smile. Although she had come to know Ailan relatively late, his position in her heart could never rival that of Yukino Shida Yukino. Yet, the advantages she possessed were undeniably apparent. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced the corners of Anna's lips as she addressed the members of the service club. I apologize for the interruption, she said, pausing briefly before moving to Yukino Shida Yukino's side. It is a pleasure to see you again, Minister Yukino Shida. I have come today to deliver the key to the clubroom. Are you satisfied with this activity room? Anna's tone was gentle, embodying the demeanor of a refined lady. Despite having recognized her superiority over Yukino Shida in certain aspects, she felt it necessary to be as amicable as possible in her presence. After all, Anna was the first to express her support for Ailan's dream of being together with everyone. This clubroom is excellent. I am very satisfied. Thank you, President Anna, responded Yukino Shida, extending her goodwill towards the impeccably graceful Anna Jinzagong. Even Yukino, who typically maintained a stern expression in the presence of strangers, allowed a hint of a kind smile to appear on her face. Anna placed a key into Yukino Shida's hand. Here is the key to this classroom. With this, my task for today is complete. All clubs at Shuziyuan are directly managed by the student council. Coincidentally, your club's Ailan is also serving as the General Affairs Officer in the student council. If there is anything lacking, please have General Affairs Ailan inform me directly. As she spoke, Anna's gaze fell upon Ailan, who was already standing beside Yukino Shida. Although Ailan had previously mentioned to her some matters concerning Yukino Shida and a few other women, she had responded with indifference. However, witnessing Ailan standing next to Yukino Shida stirred a sense of unease within her. Is this what Teacher Kasumi Shiko referred to as possessiveness? How would Teacher Kasumi handle such a scenario? At that moment, Yukino Shida's voice once again reached her ears, redirecting her wandering thoughts. President Anna, at present, our service club does not have any specific requests. However, if possible, I would appreciate it if the student council could introduce some commissions to us. The founding purpose of our club is to assist our fellow students to the best of our abilities. That is certainly feasible. The student council often helps students resolve their troubles, and an increase in such matters has indeed impacted our efficiency. If the service club could assist, it would be immensely beneficial, Anna replied. After concluding her exchange with Yukino Shida, she turned her attention back to Ailan, her gaze inquisitive. Will General Affairs Ailan be staying to participate in the club activities? Yes, President, you may return for now. In the future, if the club does not have any commissions, I will arrive at the student council room at the designated time. In the student council of Saiyan Academy, apart from Ailan, the other members are also engaged in various clubs. For instance, Chika Fujiwara has joined the board game club, while Kagaya Shinomiya is a member of the archery club. It is perfectly acceptable to conclude club activities and then attend to student council duties. In this regard, the management at Saiyan exhibits a commendable sense of humanity. Well then, Ailan, you shall remain here for the time being, but do remember to diligently fulfill your responsibilities within the student council. At that moment, Anna Kinomoto had completely turned around, facing away from Yukino Shida, Yukino, and the others. Seizing the opportunity, she playfully winked at Ailan before departing the club room. Gently closing the door behind her, Ailan smiled helplessly, seemingly grasping the underlying implications of the previous statement. Anna was subtly reminding him that Yukino Shida Yukino from the service club required companionship, yet this student council president also needed company. Observing Ailan, who stood there in a daze, Yukino Shida inquired with curiosity, "What are you smiling about, monkey man?" "Oh, it's nothing." Meanwhile, in a corner of the clubroom, someone was intently scrutinizing Ailan with an all-seeing gaze. It was not Hikigaya Hachiman, who was currently tutoring Yokohama Yui in humanities. In the fiercely competitive environment of Saiyan Academy, Yokohama was feeling the pressure of studying after quite some time. The observer was Hayasaka Ai, who had come to learn of the romantic relationship between Yukino Shida and Ailan. Despite their clear relationship, Ailan still maintained ambiguity with Anna. What a fickle extraterrestrial. She was determined to find a way to keep the young lady away from this capricious fellow. If only she could leverage Ailan's influence to protect the young lady. Though she sensed Hayasaka's disdainful gaze, Ailan chose to disregard it entirely. After all, she was merely an inconsequential inhabitant of Earth. Once Yukino Shida took her seat, Ailan adopted a serious demeanor as he sat opposite her. "What is the matter, monkey man? Why the solemn expression?" "Well, Yukino, I have a request I would like to discuss with everyone." "A request?" Yukino Shida's expression grew grave. She understood Ailan's character well enough to know he would not ask for assistance unless the matter was truly pressing. "Speak." "I'm listening." As Yukino Shida displayed her serious and earnest demeanor, Ailan felt a surge of anxiety in his heart. For he was about to make a significant request. After a moment of silence, steeling himself, Ailan resolved to voice his request. "You see, the game club I recently joined is developing a game, but given the current progress, it is absolutely impossible to complete it on time. Therefore, I would like to ask for your help." Just then, Hikigaya Hachiman, who had been tutoring Yokohama, abruptly lifted his head, staring at Ailan in astonishment. "Dude, it's only been a few days since you started, and you're already courting disaster again. You're definitely doomed this time. Rest assured, I will be visiting your grave next year on this day." Indeed, upon hearing Ailan's words, Yukino Shida's expression darkened immediately, and Ailan mirrored her unease. Observing Ailan's troubled countenance, Yukino Shida pondered for a moment before finally exhaling a sigh. "Monkey man, I'm here. Do you remember our previous agreement?" "Yes. I have always kept it in my heart. I shall always remain by your side." Upon hearing these words, Yukino Shida's features softened considerably. Gradually, she rose from her seat and extended a hand towards Era, stating, "Your request has been accepted by the service club." Chapter 155, Seeking Saiyans for Love Advice? My aspiration remains to become Prime Minister. In the student council room, Chika Fujiwara clasped her hands together, her expression one of longing as she shared her dream. As the student council president, Anna Kinomoto had numerous responsibilities to attend to. At this moment, she was accompanying Yako Aino to address several students who had severely violated school regulations, leaving only Era, Kagaya Shinomiya, and Chika Fujiwara in the student council room. Unbeknownst to them, Fujiwara and Shinomiya had suddenly commenced a conversation about grand topics such as the future and dreams. "Is that truly your dream?" Shinomiya inquired. Her demeanor outwardly composed while secretly observing Era. She was eager to discern whether Era wished to befriend her or if there were deeper emotions intertwined. Naturally, she leaned towards the latter. Although Era was merely an ordinary commoner, if he harbored any unrealistic notions regarding her, perhaps she would consider granting him a period of observation. Shinomiya mused internally. At that moment, Fujiwara chuckled softly. Is there a problem? I believe that with dedication, I can certainly become prime minister. She then turned to Era, who was resting on the sofa with closed eyes, and asked, Do you think I'm right, Era? Ailan turned to glance at Chika Fujiwara, uncertain as to how the conversation between the two girls had suddenly shifted to him. After a brief hesitation of 2 seconds, he nodded slightly, suggesting, perhaps. Upon hearing this, Chika Fujiwara immediately displayed a hint of dissatisfaction, exclaiming, What do you mean by perhaps? It implies that I can only refrain from opposing your dreams. With that, Ailan continued to close his eyes and casually remarked, One must always have dreams. Otherwise, what can you possibly dream of during your slumber? Upon the utterance of Ailan's remarks, both Kagaya Shinomiya and Chika Fujiwara were momentarily taken aback, realizing only then the sharpness of Ailan's discourse. After a brief silence, Fujiwara composed her emotions, reflecting on the archetype of a straightforward man. One must not succumb to anger, after all. Engaging earnestly with such a candid individual could indeed elevate one's blood pressure to an alarming degree. At that moment, Ailan subtly adjusted his position and let out a barely audible sigh. Within the halls of Shuchian Academy, 3 Dragon Balls were present, necessitating his constant vigilance. Hadn't Kagaya's Dragon Ball previously gone into a frenzy? Maintaining such heightened focus was undeniably exhausting. Kagaya observed Ailan's demeanor closely, and the instant he shifted, she noted the weariness etched upon his face. With a gentle yet natural tone, akin to the concern shared among close friends, she inquired, Ailan, are you feeling a bit fatigued? I'm all right. Ailan shook his head, stating simply that he had not been resting well lately, plagued by nightmares that left him feeling somewhat fatigued. This was indeed true, for almost every night, he found himself reliving his past experiences within the Frisia Force, observing his own acts of violence from a third-person perspective, a cycle that repeated endlessly. Initially difficult to accept, he had now grown accustomed to watching these scenes with a detached composure. Throughout this process, Ailan sensed a subtle tearing of his psyche. However, as it remained within manageable bounds, he chose not to dwell on it too much. Upon hearing Ailan's candid response, Hikari Shigami appeared slightly taken aback. She had not anticipated that Ailan could so openly discuss his nightmares. Were she in his position, she would never utter such vulnerabilities to outsiders, even if she were utterly exhausted. This thought brought a faint smile to her lips. She perceived Ailan's demeanor as refreshingly genuine, and it seemed he did not regard her as an outsider in his heart. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door of the student council room. The trio turned their attention towards the sound as Hikari Shigami, the vice president, softly called out, Come in. The door swung open, revealing a black-haired boy who appeared somewhat anxious as he stepped inside. Good afternoon, members of the student council. I am Tsumiyama Tsubasa from the 2nd year. He introduced himself. Upon seeing the boy, Ailan swiftly rummaged through his memories, but regrettably, he could not recall who this individual was despite his efforts. Oh well. He is probably inconsequential, he concluded. In Ailan's recollection from his past life, only the details of a few beautiful women remained vivid. As for male characters, all that lingered were a select few, like Vegeta and Kakarot. With that thought, Ailan turned back to his work. Meanwhile, Hikari Shigami nodded gently at Tsumiyama Tsubasa's entrance and inquired, What brings you to the student council? Well, I heard that a new service department has been established at school to address students' concerns. I went to take a look, but there were only 3 girls inside. In my predicament isn't something I feel comfortable discussing with them, he explained. So, the head of the service department, Yukino Shida, suggested I come to inquire with Ailan of the general affairs. Hearing this, Ailan's previously closed eyes snapped open, his brows arching as he regarded the boy once more. So, this is a request from the service department? What sort of troubles are you facing? Since it was indeed a request from the service department, Ailan felt compelled to assist, his tone becoming significantly more amiable. Yet, despite his best efforts to soften his demeanor, his fierce appearance still rendered Tsumiyama Tsubasa somewhat apprehensive, causing him to stammer as he spoke. It's, about love advice. This commission appears to exceed the capabilities of the Saiyans. However, before Aaron could utter a word, on the other side, Chika Fujiwara's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. No problem. You can definitely count on us for such matters. Just go ahead and tell us. As a self-proclaimed love detective, Chika Fujiwara was particularly intrigued by this type of romantic gossip. At that moment, upon witnessing Chika's eager demeanor as she pulled Tsubasa Tanuma to sit across from her, Aaron's previously prepared refusal lost its footing. With a resigned sigh, he shifted slightly in his seat and spoke softly. Please share the specifics of the situation. Chapter 156. Are the claims made by the Saiyans reliable? The once quiet student council room suddenly buzzed with energy, and Chika, filled with anticipation, firmly seated Tsubasa on the couch. Kagaya Shinomiya glanced at the four-person booth-style sofa before her, realizing that only the space beside Aaron remained unoccupied. After a brief moment of contemplation, she felt a tightening sensation in her chest. This proximity felt rather too close for comfort. Ailan did not notice the subtle expression on Shigami Kagaya's face. After casting a puzzled glance her way, he assumed the space was too cramped and shifted further inside. Following his movement, Shigami Kagaya took a seat beside him. However, at the moment she settled down, she suddenly felt her shoulder brush against Ailan's arm, causing her heart to skip a beat. Instinctively, her body stiffened, and she quickly reminded herself, do not overthink it. This is merely a normal interaction between friends. Nothing significant to him. Remain composed. At that moment, Ailan, having recovered from his brief surprise, completely relaxed. It was merely a matter of romantic advice, after all. What was the big deal? He was certainly not a virgin like Hachiman Hikigaya. With an air of calmness, he leaned back against the sofa, observing the opposite Tsunema Tsubasa, and softly remarked, the service club adheres to the principle of teaching one to fish rather than merely providing fish. Therefore, I can only offer you some simple suggestions. Please, share your situation. All right, the boy replied somewhat awkwardly. There is a girl in our class named Kashiwagi, and I wish to confess my feelings to her. Upon hearing this name, Ailan felt a flicker of recognition, though it was not directly related to her, but rather to another character who seemed quite unfortunate. Yet he could not recall who it was at that moment. Nevertheless, as Tsunema Tsubasa mentioned Kashiwagi, both Shigami Kagaya and Fujiwara Chika's expressions subtly shifted. They were quite familiar with this girl. Fujiwara Chika chuckled. Kashiwagi is renowned as a beauty in the second year, and many have confessed to her. So, how have your interactions with her been? Do you feel confident about your chances of success? What are the odds? Are you prepared for the confession? And a barrage of questions left Tsunema Tsubasa somewhat bewildered. At this moment, Ailan's voice interjected, Fujiwara, let us maintain our composure. This is a request for our service club. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Fujiwara Chika's face, and she quickly adopted a cute demeanor. I apologize. Please take your time to speak. No rush. Hee. After a while, Tsunema Tsubasa, slightly dazed by Fujiwara Chika's inquiries, gradually regained his composure. Well, during Valentine's Day, I received chocolate from her. Chocolates? What kind? Fujiwara Chika exclaimed, causing Ailan's lips to twitch involuntarily. Hadn't they agreed not to interrupt? This time, Tsunema Tsubasa did not keep them in suspense and replied, a hint of disappointment in his tone, chocolates from Chocola. 3 pieces the moment his words fell. The atmosphere grew silent. Even the usually lively Fujiwara Chika appeared particularly subdued. Tsunema Tsubasa glanced despondently at Ailan. That must count as obligation chocolate, right? At that moment, Ailan suddenly scratched her head and turned to the side, glancing at Shikigami Kagaya. What exactly is girichako? The memories from her past life were few and far between, and she could not grasp the meaning of the girichako that Tamura Tsubasa had mentioned, so she sought the assistance of Shikigami Kagaya. This question momentarily stumped Kagaya. But she quickly recalled that Ailan seemed to be from a foreign land, and thus she explained, girichako refers to the chocolates given to friends on Valentine's Day. I see. I have yet to receive any chocolates myself. Ailan instinctively followed the words of Kagaya Shino, casually uttering a remark, before redirecting her gaze towards Tsunema Tsubasa. However, while the speaker may have spoken without intention, the listener was keenly attentive. Aaron's seemingly casual remark unexpectedly resonated with Shikigami Kagaya. Since she merely regarded him as a friend, was it not peculiar for him to profess his feelings? Upon grasping the significance of the obligation chocolate, Ailan candidly expressed her perspective. Upon hearing her emotionally detached words, Tsunema Tsubasa felt an immediate sense of defeat. Does this mean I have no hope at all? Observing Tsunema Tsubasa's disheartened demeanor, both Shikigami Kagaya and Fujiwara Chika couldn't help but share an awkward smile. Ailan, you are far too blunt in your speech. Look at how distressed this child has become. Kagaya subtly exchanged glances with Fujiwara Chika, signaling her to say something encouraging. Aren't you always boasting about being a master of romance? Now would be the perfect time to offer some uplifting words. Fujiwara Chika shook her head. She considered herself merely a humble love detective. Any comforting words at this moment would likely plunge him deeper into despair. Just then, Aaron's voice broke through again. By the way, what do you admire about Kashiwagi? Is it her appearance? Her personality? Her family background? I believe that spending time with Kashiwagi would be delightful, and if a romantic relationship could be established, it would undoubtedly be even more joyful. Then you should take a chance. Really? Do you think I still have a chance, Aaron? I thought so too. Especially since she asked me last time if I had a girlfriend. No, I never said you would definitely succeed. Aaron, somewhat exasperated, rested her chin on her hand and remarked, if you truly have feelings, then confess your love. Continuously lingering in this ambiguous state could lead to becoming nothing more than a backup option. Upon hearing these words, the three individuals in the student council room were left in utter bewilderment. Both Kagaya Shinomiya and Chika Fujiwara were inwardly in a state of turmoil. What sort of reasoning was this? Is Ailan truly intent on reducing others to tears? At that moment, Shirgan Kagaya had come to a clear realization in her heart. Ailan must be without a girlfriend. If someone with such a mindset could indeed have a partner, then surely the person opposite, Tanuma Tsubasa, would have already been soaring through the skies with Kashiwagi. In truth, Tanuma Tsubasa was on the verge of tears due to Ailan's recent words. Although it was rather displeasant to witness a man displaying such a pitiful demeanor, the thought that this was a request from the service club allowed Ailan to relax his tightly furrowed brow. And he offered a few words of consolation to Tanuma Tsubasa. It's really not a big deal. He spoke softly, even if you're just a backup. There will come a time when you are needed. As soon as the words left his lips, the air in the student council room became utterly frozen. Tanuma Tsubasa stared blankly at Ailan, his mouth opening and closing, but the words stuck in his throat. After all, it would be exceedingly rude to utter such coarse language to someone he had just met. Meanwhile, Shirgan Kagaya and Fujiwara Chika simultaneously averted their gazes elsewhere. Chapter 157. Shirgan Kagaya's defeat. After Ailan's alarming statement, an atmosphere of awkwardness pervaded the student council room. Ultimately, it was Fujiwara Chika who could no longer endure the tension. After casting a glare at Ailan, she sought to smooth things over. Ailan, please don't frighten Tanuma Tsubasa, she said. Then turning her attention back to Tanuma Tsubasa, she gently reassured him. In fact, what Ailan said earlier isn't entirely incorrect from a certain perspective. If you like someone, you must confess, regardless of the outcome. At the very least, it lets the other person know your feelings. If you never confess, your chances of success will forever remain zero. That's all there is to it. Kagaya, sitting across from her, nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Stealing a discreet glance at Ailan, she too harbored her own concerns. In her mind, she was certain that Ailan must hold some affection for her. Otherwise, why would he have sought to exchange contact information, gifted her a present, and rushed to her aid when others spoke ill of her? This must signify his fondness. Kagaya felt quite confident, believing that even if one searched the entirety of Shuchian Academy, there would be no girl more exceptional than herself. Even when considering Anna Kinju and Yukino Shida Yukino, Kagaya merely regarded them as her equals at best. Moreover, she is also from the esteemed Shirkong family. Fujiwara Chika spoke wisely, and at that moment, Shirkong Kagaya pondered this in her heart. Therefore, Ailan, if you were to confess your feelings to me right now, I might generously grant you some opportunities to prove yourself. After all, one must acknowledge that Lady Kagaya possesses her own sense of pride. While Kagaya indulged in her fantasies, Tanuma Tsubasa, having received comfort from Fujiwara Chika, finally mustered a bit of spirit. I understand. I will attempt to confess. His tone was resolute, but as soon as the words left his lips, he cast a hesitant glance at Fujiwara Chika. What exactly should I do? Have you heard of the wall push? No, I haven't. Tanuma Tsubasa shook his head decisively. Huh? You haven't heard of it? Fujiwara Chika, looking exasperated, stood up and approached the wall. For instance, if your love interest is standing here, you would corner her against the wall like this. As she spoke, she forcefully pressed one hand against the wall, then turned her head to continue. You must gaze into Kashiwagi's eyes and say, I like you, while maintaining a deep, intense stare. Witnessing this scene, Ailan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her eye. Why was that woman able to effortlessly snatch the service club's commission from her grasp? Furthermore, Aaron cast a disdainful glance at Taimura Tsubasa. This fellow appeared so timid. Could one expect him to wield a technique as impressive as the wall slam? Secretary Fujiwara. Aaron gently rubbed her brow, softly calling her name. What is it? Ailan paused for several seconds, then softly remarked, I find this approach rather unreliable. The so-called wall slam is merely a manifestation of the misattribution of arousal. Even if Shiraki were to acquiesce to such an act, can they truly sustain their relationship solely on this fleeting effect? Genuine affection cannot harbor even a hint of coercion. Moreover, do you truly believe that classmate Tainuma Tsubasa possesses the audacity to employ such a tactic? At this moment, Tainuma Tsubasa awkwardly smiled and admitted, I believe. This method is indeed somewhat unfeasible. The difficulty is still too great for me. He then cast a pleading glance towards Ailan. Compared to the animated performance of Fujiwara Chika moments earlier, Ailan's words carried a far greater air of credibility. Maintaining a calm demeanor in the face of challenges, Ailan's expertise would undoubtedly guide him in winning over Shiraki. Noticing the look in Tainuma's eyes, a faint smile involuntarily graced Ailan's lips. Indeed, professional matters are best resolved by those with expertise. Just then, Fujiwara Chika's voice of complaint drifted over. What is it? Does Ailan have a more reliable method? After pondering Chika's question for a moment, Ailan replied at a measured pace. The wall slam approach is undoubtedly too challenging, its implications too forceful, easily misconstrued as the actions of a stalker. Furthermore, only those of striking appearance can pull off a wall slam. If one is of average looks, it is best to refrain from adopting such nonsensical methods and instead confess sincerely. Is that truly feasible? Tainuma's confidence evidently faltered. Of course not, came Fujiwara Chika's retort. Such a mundane confession would surely be rejected by Shiraki. Girls adore surprises. Fujiwara, was your wall slam performance a surprise? It was more akin to a fright. Who says so? Ailan, you could demonstrate. Demonstrate? Ailan found herself struggling to keep pace with Fujiwara Chika's line of thinking. Yes, with that. Fujiwara Chika exuberantly bounded over to Shigami Kagaya's side and pulled her up. Kagaya-chan, I will direct, and you can perform a demonstration with Ailan for Tainuma to observe. Huh. Shigami Kagaya promptly shook her head. No way. Don't be so hasty in your refusal. It's merely a demonstration, and it pertains to the dignity of a love detective. I beg you. As Fujiwara Chika playfully pouted, Ailan's voice floated over. Fujiwara. I too am reluctant to partake in this so-called demonstration. Is Ailan afraid? Huh? How could that be? The Saiyan lexicon does not encompass the term fear. After a while, Shigami Kagaya succumbed to Fujiwara Chika's relentless charm. Fine. Now, I am the director. Ailan and Kagaya must heed my command. Ailan, have you memorized the lines you are to deliver? Ailan nodded. Thus, the demonstration of the wall slam confession begins. With a decisive command from Chika Fujiwara, Ailan pressed her hand against the wall with a resounding thud. She leaned slightly towards Kagaya Shino, who was leaning against the wall. On the other side, Kagaya had completely lost her ability to think. As the two drew closer, her hands instinctively clenched into fists, her heartbeat quickened, and a rapid blush spread across her face. Kagaya, I like you. As Ailan had only spoken halfway, suddenly, Kagaya Shinomiya let out a startled cry, abruptly pushing Ailan aside and dashing out of the student council room. Kagaya-chan. Witnessing this scene, Chika Fujiwara felt a bit at a loss and hurriedly pursued her. The student council room was left with only Ailan and Tsubasa Tainuma. Calmly, Ailan settled back onto the sofa and remarked, Do you see? If wall pushing is misused, this is the outcome. Do you understand now, classmate Sumima Tsubasa? Indeed, Ailan, you are truly a master in this regard. Sumima nodded, gazing at Ailan with a hint of admiration. Thank you for your guidance. It seems I should adopt a more conventional approach to confessing to Kobayashi. Chapter 158. The perfect protagonist time swiftly advanced to Friday evening. Overall, the week had been smooth sailing. However, following the wall-pushing incident on Tuesday, Ailan noticed that Kagaya Shino had been deliberately avoiding him, albeit subtly. Yet, this was hardly a matter of concern, was it? For Ailan. As long as he could sense her presence, that sufficed. The summer dusk stretched longer than usual, the air crisp, and the temperature just right. Free from the incessant drizzles of May or the summer thunderstorms. Accompanied by a refreshing evening breeze, Ailan strolled leisurely towards his residence. The following day marked the first occasion for all members of the service club to engage in game development, and while Ailan felt a twinge of anxiety, he also harbored a sense of anticipation. He hoped for harmonious interactions among everyone and yearned for a life filled with joy, which reflected his most genuine desire after confronting his own heart. However, as he passed a small park near his home, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Kaguya? Ailan paused and gazed toward Kato Megumi. At that moment, Kato was seated on a somewhat weathered wooden bench, with 2 plastic bags filled with food resting at her feet. The golden rays of the setting sun illuminated one side of her charming face, and the glimmering light in her eyes profoundly captivated Ailan's attention. It seemed that Kato had sensed something as well. She turned her head, and upon seeing Ailan, slowly rose from her seat. "Good afternoon, Ailan. It has been 5 days since we last met." "Ah," Ailan responded, her gaze drifting from Kato to the bags at her feet. "Have you bought so many ingredients again?" "Yes, this amount should suffice for dinner tonight with you," Kato replied. "But the club activities don't start until tomorrow morning." Kato displayed a slightly troubled expression. "Actually, my parents are on a business trip to Osaka today, but it seems they forgot to inform me before they left. I thought I would come here to continue our game development work. Sorry for not giving you a heads up before coming. Is it inconvenient for you?" "It's not inconvenient at all." Although puzzled, Ailan's gaze returned to the girl's expectant face, prompting her to approach and bend down to lift the 2 bags. "Megumi, let us head back." Having spent considerable time together, even Ailan, who lacked emotional intelligence, had gleaned some invaluable insights. One such lesson was, do not attempt to decipher a girl's thoughts, especially when it comes to Kato Megumi. Lacking any supernatural ability such as mind reading, it was impossible to glean any thoughts from her expressionless face. The park was in close proximity to Ailan's home, and soon they arrived at her residence. "Megumi, how much did you spend on these ingredients?" "I'll take care of it." "Already sorting the ingredients." Kato shook her head. "No need. It's just the 2 of us for dinner tonight. I senti it? Is it?" Ailan paused momentarily, sensing an underlying implication in Kato Megumi's words. During previous club activities, Kato would invariably come prepared with ingredients, accepting the money for them with ease when Ailan offered. Yet today, as Ailan pondered this, Kato's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "Ailan, could you come over and lend me a hand?" "Sure," he replied, moving to her side to begin washing the already sorted ingredients. "Ailan, what's wrong? Sometimes you seem rather distant with me. You certainly don't act this way around Saki and Arari. May I ask why?" Upon hearing this, Ailan's actions momentarily halted. "That is not true." "Why would you think that, Megumi?" "Because even when it's just the 2 of us, you maintain a clear distinction in many matters." At this, Ailan completely ceased his movements. "So, are you suggesting that we need not differentiate ourselves from one another? Is that what you mean?" He felt uncertain, for Kato's previous statement was rather ambiguous. Noticing Ailan once again fall into silence, Kato gently bit her lower lip, hesitating for a moment, a faint blush gradually painting her cheeks as she whispered, "If possible, I would prefer if you could treat me as you do Saki and the others." Before she could finish her sentence, Ailan grasped her hand, gently pulling her closer. In the next moment, Kato found herself enveloped in his embrace. Her previously serene expression flickered with surprise, quickly transforming into delight. Her hands instinctively slid to his lower back, tightening their grip. Ailan's warmth seeped through his shirt, and sensing his body heat, Kato tightened her hold even further. "Ailan, sometimes you can be quite oblivious," she murmured. "I apologize for making you wait." Ailan pressed his head against Kato Megumi's neck, and this was not their first embrace. However, during their previous encounter, he had been inadvertently hidden beneath the blankets by Kato Megumi, with Arari watching over them closely. Thus, for him, that prior moment of intimate proximity, while thrilling, left no fond memories. This time, however, was markedly different. The 2 simply held each other in silence, and Ailan discovered that the girl in his arms possessed an astonishing softness, the faint fragrance of acacia blossoms continuously tantalizing his senses. Simultaneously, his warm breath caressed Kato Megumi's neck, causing her body to shiver slightly, and a delicate blush adorned her otherwise expressionless face, revealing an unexpected shyness. "Megumi, in my heart, you have always been the perfect heroine." Ailan's voice carried a hint of nasality. Upon hearing this, Kato's eyes slowly narrowed, reveling in the comfort that the embrace provided. Her delicate face gently nuzzled against Ailan's chest. "Ailan-kun, your words are quite cunning," she remarked. "Yet, in my heart, you remain the epitome of the perfect protagonist." Chapter 159. An unexpected turn of events. The disappearance of Shikigami Kagaya, a romantic ambience, gradually enveloped the modest kitchen. The temperature within the room seemingly rising in tandem with the soothing breaths of Ailan and Kato-K. Ailan's hand gently glided through Kato-K's strands of hair, finally resting at the tips, where he delicately captured a lock of her silken tresses between his fingers, savoring the smoothness akin to that of fine silk. As this series of gestures unfolded, Kato-K nestled in his embrace, shivered slightly, gradually shifting her head away from his chest, lifting it gently with a subtle motion, and then closing her eyes. Aware of the implicit invitation that Kato-K had extended, Ailan smiled softly and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her. The girl's movements were somewhat tentative. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Ailan's neck, pressing her delicate form closely against him as if wishing to meld into him completely. After a lingering kiss, their lips parted. A flicker of happiness danced in Kato-K's pale yellow eyes, which she could not conceal. She lightly pursed her lips, her eyelashes fluttering, and each minute action exuded a subtle allure. The shyness that had once been deeply concealed was, at this moment, laid bare before Ailan without reservation. Ailan, savoring the lingering fragrance upon her lips, found herself momentarily entranced by the sight of Kato-K. Their initial encounter had left her with merely an impression of ordinariness. However, as time unfolded and after navigating through a sequence of seemingly mundane events, Ailan gradually pierced through her superficial facade, discerning the delicate and luminous essence of her inner self. Ultimately, he realized that he had willingly succumbed to the captivating allure of her scent, reminiscent of the sweet acacia blossoms, and had no desire to let go. Ailan opened her mouth, intending to say something. However, before she could utter a word, the sudden ringing of her phone interrupted her. Ailan, you should answer the call first. All right then. With a sense of resignation, Ailan withdrew her phone from her pocket and glanced at the screen, surprised to see it was a call from Isaka AI. What could she want at this hour? Puzzled, Ailan answered the call, and an urgent voice emerged from the other end. Ailan, it's bad. Lady Kagaya has gone missing. What? An hour earlier. Shikigami Kagaya and Isaka AI were traveling by car. The driver focused solely on the road, while the two in the back seat remained somewhat taciturn. Kagaya had just received a call from her family, instructing her to return home immediately. The city's twinkling lights gradually faded into the distance, leaving only a few stars flickering in the night sky. Upon arriving at the Shikigami family's residence, the car came to a gentle halt, and two impeccably composed maids promptly approached to open the door. Kagaya changed into a pristine outfit, her white shirt meticulously buttoned. Her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders, unrestrained by the customary red ribbon, as she silently stepped out of the car. Behind her, Isaka AI donned a tailored black suit, her blonde hair casually tied back. Yet her expression bore an unusual seriousness, starkly contrasting with her usual demeanor. Upon entering a spacious room, Kagaya and AI began their wait for Kagaya's father, Shikigami Ganon, to receive them. Indeed, it was a reception, for this was the Shikigami conglomerate, boasting assets of 200 billion yen. They were expected to do nothing yet were unable to act, merely seated in idle anticipation. Like birds caged in an exquisite prison, cared for without concern for sustenance or attire, their only task was to remain there. Kagaya quietly turned her gaze toward the window, feeling only the chill of this place known as home. Previously, this sensation had not been so pronounced. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though she were awaiting not her father, but a stranger. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she directed her attention to Isaka AI. AI, will you be attending the servants' department event tomorrow? Indeed, it is quite delightful. Shikimi Kagaya wore a somewhat dejected expression, and by the side of Hayasaka AI, she felt no need to conceal her sentiments. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by the crisp sound of a cane tapping against the ground. The cadence of the footsteps was deliberately slow, and before they reached the door, Shikimi Kagaya had already risen, gazing toward the source of the sound. At last, the owner of those footsteps appeared before her. However, he showed no inclination to halt, as though merely passing by the doorway, continuing his forward march. At this juncture, Shikimi Kagaya could no longer restrain herself and softly called out, "Father." The figure at the entrance paused momentarily, and then a voice, aged and indifferent, responded, "Ah, you have returned. You must be weary." The tone was devoid of any emotion. Shikimi Yinen merely cast a fleeting glance at Shikimi Kagaya before resuming his slow progression with the aid of his cane. This action did not surprise Shikimi Kagaya in the least. Throughout her life, She had never heard a single word of concern from this father of hers. No matter her achievements, she would never receive any words of praise from him. Only when he remembered that he had a daughter would he summon her back, uttering a few symbolic phrases. And then, there would be nothing more. The educational philosophy of the Shikimi family had always been thus. What they termed as affection was merely a burden. Hayasaka AI stood silently behind Shikimi Kagaya, observing their exchange until Shikimi Yenin had departed. Is this how it is again? Calling Miss Kagaya back this time? The father shows no affection towards his children, and the elder brother has even placed a spy beside his sister. What a ludicrous family this is. I truly wish the young lady could experience a carefree youth like any normal girl. With a silent sigh in her heart, witnessing the dejection on Shikimi Kagaya's face, Hayasaka AI reached out and grasped her hand. This was the only means she had to offer solace to the young lady. Sensing Hayasaka AI's gesture, Shikimi Kagaya turned stiffly to look at her, then managed a somewhat forced smile. I am fine, Hayasaka. It has been a while since I returned. Could you help me tidy up my old room? We will rest here for the night and return to our home in the Minato district of Tokyo tomorrow morning. Understanding her predicament, Ihiro Hayasaka stepped outside with determination. However, half an hour later, upon tidying up the room and returning, she discovered that Kagaya Shinomiya had vanished. Despite searching the entire estate, she could not find a trace of Kagaya. Chapter 160, A Unified Heart. The Dragon God Princess. Initially, Hayasaka suspected that Kagaya's disappearance was the work of her brother, KK Shinomiya. Yet, upon further reflection, she found this notion troubling. Throughout the years, KK had merely instructed her to keep an eye on Kagaya and had never engaged in any outrageous actions. Moreover, KK's father, Canon Shinomiya, was still alive. Nevertheless, after scouring the entire family residence without a sign of Kagaya, Hayasaka was thoroughly alarmed. Just as she was about to report this matter to Canon Shinomiya, the figure of Ailan suddenly appeared in her mind. He promised to protect Miss Kagaya. With this thought, Isaka AI gritted her teeth and dialed Ailan's number. I will be there shortly, came Ailan's somewhat icy voice from the other end. The moment the call ended, he materialized before Isaka AI. I cannot sense Shigami Kagaya's presence. How long has she been missing? At least half an hour had passed. I have thoroughly searched this estate inside and out, yet have found no trace of the young lady. After listening to Isaka AI's account, Ailan closed his eyes once more, beginning to attune himself to Shigami Kagaya's aura. Shigami Kagaya is merely an ordinary person and cannot completely obscure her presence. The only plausible explanation for her current situation is the influence of the Dragon Balls. For Ailan, the malevolence emanating from the Dragon Balls manifests in his perception as vivid red stains on a pristine white canvas, regardless of distance. He can instantly pinpoint the location of all hosts. The aura of Yuki no Sake under the 4-star ball, Anakin no Miya of the 5-star ball, and Keisuke Matoi of the 7-star ball were all swiftly detected by Ailan. However, he was entirely unable to sense the presence of Shigami Kagaya or the 6-star ball. After a moment of silence, witnessing Ailan's furrowed brow and closed eyes deepened Isaka AI's unease. She grasped Ailan's sleeve tightly. What is the matter? Have you come up with a solution? Not yet. Please remain quiet for a moment. Aaron's eyes remained firmly shut, yet he had expanded his awareness to encompass the entirety of the earth. Suddenly, he sensed a peculiar energy rapidly moving in the distant east. Although tainted by malevolence, it bore little resemblance to that of a Dragon Ball. However, the intensity of this aura was far beyond what any mere human could possess. With a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes and pressed his index finger to his forehead. Just before activating his instantaneous movement, he turned to Hayasaka AI and said, I have detected some anomalies in that direction. We should investigate. Kagaya Shinomiya may be there. Aaron pointed in the direction of the mysterious aura and then turned to Sayaka, saying, wait for my news here. No, I want to go too. Sayaka's hand, which was gripping Aaron's sleeve, tightened further, her small fist turning pale with the strain. It might be dangerous. I may not be able to protect you. It's all right. Please, take me with you. Faced with Sayaka's stubbornness, Aaron let out a resigned sigh. All right, I will take you, but if danger arises, you must retreat immediately. With that, Aaron gently patted her hand that clutched his sleeve, signaling her to release it, and continued, place your hand on my shoulder. We shall depart now. Okay. As the teleportation activated, in an instant, Aaron vanished from the estate with Sayaka, thousands of kilometers away, over a vast ocean. The sun still hung high in the sky due to the time difference. Despite the clear blue expanse above, the sea was tumultuous. A girl, dressed identically to Kaguya Shinomiya, soared through the air at an astonishing speed. She flew low, and wherever she went, the surrounding air would become agitated, ultimately forming a colossal tornado that swept up everything near the water's surface. Suddenly, she halted abruptly, her expression vigilant as she stared ahead. Several hundred meters in front of her, Ailan appeared in midair, carrying Sayaka on his back. Lady Kaguya? Although the distance was considerable, Sayaka couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the girl. The white shirt she wore had been chosen by Sayaka herself that evening. There was no way to mistake her. Could she be Kaguya Shinomiya? No, that couldn't be right. Their auras were completely different. Upon hearing Sayaka's exclamation, Ailan began to scrutinize the woman hovering above the sea. While her features bore some resemblance to Kaguya Shinomiya, there was a stark difference in both their auras and their overall appearances and demeanors. First and foremost, her greenish skin was unlike that of any earthling. Kaguya had lustrous black hair, whereas this woman sported sky-blue locks adorned with a golden ornament resembling a dragon's tail. Noticing the wicked smile on her face, Ailan felt a momentary pause as information about the six-star dragon rapidly filled his mind. The six-star dragon? He tentatively called out to the girl before him. Are you the one who defeated the two-star dragon and the three-star dragon? You don't seem all that formidable. Could she truly be the six-star dragon? A sense of heaviness enveloped Ailan's heart. At this moment, Isaka AI was still clinging to his back. Under such circumstances, engaging in battle was utterly unfeasible. Perhaps I should toss Isaka AI into the sea? After purifying the six-star dragon, I could return to rescue her. Surely, she can swim. With this thought, Ailan instinctively cast a glance at Isaka AI, just as he was about to execute his plan. The voice of the six-star dragon resonated once more. I detest being referred to as the six-star dragon, Saiyan monkey. You ought to address me as the dragon goddess. By the way, do you intend to vanquish me and then purify this Dragon Ball? As she spoke, a sudden radiance glimmered upon her forehead. The blue Dragon Ball, adorned with a slight fissure, gradually materialized beneath her brow. Behold, the Dragon Ball is right here. If you wish to purify it, simply approach. However, I must caution you. I have completely merged with this woman known as Shikigami Kaguya. Presently, I am indeed a facet of her persona. Should I be purified, then this woman shall undoubtedly be rendered immobile as well. Upon hearing these words, Ailan, who had firmly grasped Isaka AI by the collar, hesitated once more, his actions coming to an abrupt halt. He regarded the six-star dragon with a look of skepticism, his body, previously poised for an assault, now exhibiting a momentary slackening, a vulnerability. Sensing Ailan's shift in demeanor, the six-star dragon swiftly crossed her arms before her chest, rending wind vacuum slash. A blade of air materialized out of thin air, swiftly slicing towards Ailan's head. Chapter 161. An awkward battle. Realizing the six-star dragon had launched an attack, Ailan seized the back collar of Isaka AI's garment and unceremoniously hurled her into the sea. What are you doing? She exclaimed, struggling to keep her head above water after the abrupt plunge. Just as she uttered her complaint, she witnessed Ailan, with his arms crossed defensively over his vital parts, being struck down into the waves by an unseen force. When he emerged from the water, his school uniform bore several significant tears. Ailan glanced at his attire, and then shot a dark glare at Luxinglong. You wretch, do you have any idea that this is my only school uniform? I have no idea when the replacement will arrive. As he spoke, he dashed towards Luxinglong, aiming a punch at her face. Just as the blow was about to land, an invisible barrier suddenly materialized in front of Luxinglong. At the moment when Ailan's fist made contact with the air barrier, his strength was inexorably returned to him. Caught off guard, he was once again sent flying, plummeting into the sea. Observing the considerable trouble his skill had caused Ailan, the six-star dragon refrained from pursuing him further. Instead, with one hand shielding her mouth, she struck a rather juvenile pose and emitted a boisterous laughter. After searching for a considerable time without finding a high-definition image, just as the six-star dragon basked in her self-satisfaction, several energy orbs suddenly shot up from beneath the ocean's surface, simultaneously striking her from multiple angles. However, the anticipated explosion did not ensue. As the energy orbs reached her vicinity, they burst like balloons, producing a series of crisp, popping sounds before vanishing without a trace. Ineffectual. No matter the nature of the assault, all is rendered meaningless before me. The six-star dragon stood motionless, while behind her, AI ran resurfaced, scrutinizing her with a serious expression. Judging from the preceding two probing attacks, the six-star dragon's prowess was rather modest, perhaps only slightly superior to that of a two-star dragon. Although her air-manipulating techniques were indeed formidable, AI Ran harbored complete confidence in his ability to annihilate her in an instant. After all, no matter how wondrous the technique, it remains but a fleeting shadow in the face of absolute power. Nevertheless, having noted that the six-star dragon was now an integral part of Kaguya Shinomiya's persona, their fates were irrevocably intertwined. Should he eliminate the six-star dragon now, it was highly probable that the host, Kaguya Shinomiya, would also meet her demise. Yet another troublesome endeavor. AI Ran silently lamented as he raised his right hand, a vast surge of energy rapidly converging into his palm. However, as he fully embraced the battle mode, a grin emerged at the corner of his mouth, one far more sinister than that of the six-star dragon before him, while his inner murderous intent surged rapidly and unconsciously. On the other side, sensing AI Ran's movements, the six-star dragon taunted once more. Fool, did I not just convey that no matter what attack you employ, it is futile against me? Oh, is that so? In response to the six-star dragon's mockery, AI Ran cast her a disdainful glance, continuing his actions as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The murderous intent swirling around him intensified. You better open your eyes wide and witness how I shatter this tortoise shell surrounding you. It seems that both the two-star and three-star dragons exhibited a semblance of fear. I wonder what your fear resembles. You, how is it that you appear even more malevolent than our sinister dragon? Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from AI Ran, the six-star dragon instinctively took several steps back, simultaneously spreading its arms wide, desperately striving to amplify its own energy. Not far from the battlefield, Isaka AI stood in complete shock. It seemed that AI Ran had uttered something of great consequence just moments ago. Was he truly contemplating the assassination of Lady Kaguya? She hastily shouted in an attempt to dissuade AI Ran. AI Ran, I implore you, do not harm the lady. However, as her voice escaped her throat, the energy orb in AI Ran's hand had already reached its full charge. Ignoring Isaka AI's cries, AI Ran propelled the energy sphere towards the position of the six-star dragon. Boom. The body of the six-star dragon was instantaneously obliterated by the overwhelming force. The explosion cast a crimson glow across the entire sky, while the sea churned violently, transforming the landscape into a veritable hellscape. In the skies not far from the epicenter of the explosion, AI Ran hoisted Isaka AI onto his shoulder, silently gazing in the direction of the six-star dragon. At the moment of impact with the six-star dragon, AI Ran had activated his instantaneous movement to rescue Isaka AI from the sea. Had she remained, the residual shockwave would have surely claimed her life. Yet, it appeared that Isaka AI was not particularly grateful for AI Ran's intervention. She struggled to turn over and delivered a slap towards AI Ran. But how could the feeble attack of a mere earthling ever reach a Saiyan? AI Ran casually evaded and cast a cold glance at Isaka AI, who defiantly stared back at her. However, tears soon streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she exclaimed, "You actually killed the young lady." Earthwoman. Aaron's gaze was not fixated on Hayasaka AI. Instead, her attention was wholly centered on the battlefield. Shikigami Kaguya was not dead, or rather, the six-star dragon had not perished either. With such resilience, she might not even sustain any injuries. Pausing momentarily, Aaron turned to Hayasaka AI and offered a genuinely warm smile before continuing. However, once we have dealt with Shikigami Kaguya, I believe it is imperative that we have a private conversation. The young lady is not dead? Hayasaka AI, whose heart was on the verge of sinking into despair, felt a sudden surge of vitality upon hearing Aaron's words. Before she could exhale in relief, she was met with Aaron's sweet smile. The heart that had just regained a flicker of life nearly stopped once more. I don't think that's necessary. Distance creates beauty. It would be better for us to maintain some space. Hayasaka AI shyly turned her head aside, unable to bear looking directly at Aaron's face. As their conversation unfolded, a tempest suddenly surged from the position of the six-star dragon, instantly dispersing the flames. Simultaneously, the silhouette of the six-star dragon re-emerged in Aaron's line of sight. This time, she stood with one foot poised upon the ocean's surface, swiftly spinning her body. Countless gusts of wind cascaded through the space, swirling with her movement. In the sky, Seagulls that happened to be caught off guard by the fierce winds were mercilessly torn to shreds. Witnessing this scene, Erin's pupils dilated sharply. She quickly turned around, enveloping Hayasaka AI in her arms, bending forward to shield her entirely with her chest. The tempest did not last long. In merely a few seconds, Ailan withstood the brunt of the six-star dragon's onslaught. The resilience of a Saiyan truly lived up to its reputation. Once the assault had subsided, Ailan glanced down at Hayasaka AI in her embrace. She appeared unscathed, though a rather unnatural blush had appeared on her cheeks. However, Ailan did not dwell on it. It was quite normal for a girl to blush when suddenly close to a boy. If it were Irie, her face would likely redden even more. With that thought, Ailan turned her attention back to the six-star dragon. At that moment, however, the six-star dragon seemed to have completely lost her will to fight. Blushing fiercely, she shakily extended a finger, her speech faltering slightly. Hentai. Lecherous. Unruly. Do you still wish to continue this battle? How am I being unruly? Ailan found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by, and feeling a chill, Ailan instinctively looked down at herself, only to hear a furious roar erupt. Damn it. My one and only school uniform is completely gone. Chapter 162. Please put on your clothes before speaking such words. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew awkward. Six-star dragon tightly shut her eyes, turning her head to the side, her face suffused with a deep crimson hue. In the arms of AI Hayasaka, the girl seemed to have reached a boiling point of embarrassment, resembling a true steam maiden. Ugh, the clothing on Earth is utterly unreliable, far less convenient than battle gear. Upon glancing down and realizing her attire was insufficient, AI Hayasaka pouted in dissatisfaction. However, she soon shrugged it off. After all, in the midst of battle, such minor mishaps could occur. There was truly no need to be overly concerned. With that thought, her gaze returned to the blushing six-star dragon. Humph. You wicked dragon. How can you be bothered by this? Now, let us resume our previous battle. Huh? Are you foolish? Upon hearing AI Hayasaka's words, six-star dragon turned around sharply. I don't care about other wicked dragons. But how could I not be concerned? Did I not just proclaim that I am intrinsically linked with Kaguya Shigami, a part of her very essence? This means I am, without a doubt, a girl. How could you even think of battling a girl in such a state of undress? Are you a pervert? Fool. Ahem. After six-star dragon finished speaking, AI Hayasaka, still cradled in her arms, discreetly cleared her throat. Drawing the attention of both six-star dragon and AI Hayasaka, she covered her face with her hands. Perhaps. You two should refrain from fighting. It is quite embarrassing whether it be AI Hayasaka, a young man in the throes of adolescence, standing unabashedly bare before two young ladies, or the young lady now adorned in such an exaggerated cosplay. It is truly challenging for a person of normal sensibility to accept. Would it not be best if you paused for a moment? Upon hearing AI Hayasaka's words, the color in six-star dragon's face, which had begun to recover, flushed anew. She silently nodded. Yes, perhaps we should pause for now. As soon as the words left her lips, the dim six-star ball upon her forehead began to flicker, her appearance and voice undergoing a notable transformation. Not only did her voice revert to that of Kaguya Shigami, but her flowing blue hair gradually shifted back to its original black hue. Seemingly sensing a change, six-star dragon swiftly turned around, glaring fiercely at AI Hayasaka. This time, consider yourself fortunate. Kaguya Shigami is about to awaken. However, the next time we meet, I shall surely defeat you. On the other side, AI Ran gazed coldly at the six-star dragon, which was undergoing a transformation. Logically, it would be most prudent to eliminate her directly and retrieve the six-star orb. However, AI Ran found herself uncertain whether such an action would adversely affect Kaguya Shinguji herself. Moreover, the behavior of the six-star dragon exhibited a stark contrast to that of the previously encountered two-star and three-star dragons. The latter two malevolent creatures had clear intentions upon awakening, to exterminate humanity and obliterate the world. In contrast, the six-star dragon had merely wandered aimlessly across the sea during the time from her awakening to the moment AI Ran found her. After a brief silence, just as the six-star dragon was on the verge of vanishing, AI Ran suddenly spoke. Six-star dragon, what is your true intention? Is it world destruction or the annihilation of humanity? Before the six-star dragon could respond, the visibly uneasy Isaka AI, nestled in AI Ran's arms, glanced at the six-star dragon in astonishment. For an ordinary person, topics such as world destruction and human extinction were overwhelmingly grave. especially when the subject of inquiry was the one person she had sincerely cared for. Just as Isaka AI was engulfed in turmoil, the ethereal voice of the six-star dragon drifted with the wind. I harbor no interest in world destruction. However, if one were to insist that I possess a purpose, it is rather simple. Freedom. Yet, this is not solely my aspiration. It is also that of Kaguya. The voice of the six-star dragon grew fainter, and the dark energy surrounding her dissipated rapidly. Before she could complete her thought, the six-star orb upon her forehead ceased to shimmer and then re-entered the body of Kaguya Shinguji. At that moment, the human form of Kaguya Shinguji appeared once more before AI Ran and Isaka AI. However, Kaguya now seemed to be in a state of unconsciousness, and having lost the strength of the six-star dragon as her support, she began to topple towards the sea. AI Ran, who had anticipated this, caught her securely. "Young miss," Isaka AI exclaimed anxiously upon seeing Kaguya in such a state. "She is fine, her breath is steady. She has merely fallen into a deep slumber. A night's rest should suffice." Aaron furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the aura of Shikigami Kaguya, and casually instructed Isaka AI. He was currently contemplating the most effective method to purify the Dragon Ball. According to Kane's earlier assertions, there were essentially two approaches to purification. The first method was quite straightforward: to vanquish the evil dragon once it had materialized, thus eliminating the malevolent essence that had given rise to it, resulting in the natural purification of the Dragon Ball. However, this approach was evidently inapplicable in the case of Shikigami Kaguya. The six-star dragon had already become one with her. Should the six-star dragon be destroyed, Kaguya would inevitably perish as well. The alternative method involved Aaron gradually dissipating the malevolent energy within the Dragon Ball, using his own positive energy until the darkness faded away. Yet, the sole means for a Saiyan to generate positive energy was through love. Alas, this method was currently unfeasible. The positive energy of AI Ran has dwindled to the point of near insignificance. As he gazed at Kaguya Shinomiya in his arms, a helpless sigh escaped his lips. In this predicament, he truly could not conceive of any viable solution. Just as AI Ran fell into a daze, burdened by his worries, the soft voice of Isaka AI wafted over. "Why do you keep staring at Lady Kaguya? Are you perhaps harboring some ill intentions?" Interrupted in his thoughts, AI Ran shot Isaka AI a glare. "Humph. How could that be? I am a Saiyan, the mightiest warrior in the universe. Such sordid thoughts would never cross my mind. Is there a direct correlation between being the universe's strongest and having such base thoughts? Moreover, Isaka AI discreetly cast a glance at AI Ran's figure, then cleared her throat, adjusting her expression as she continued. Furthermore, could you please don some clothing while discussing such matters? Chapter 163. Kaguya Aaron desires to participate in the club activities together. At 2 in the morning, Aaron escorted Shikami Kaguya and Osakisai AI back to the Shikami family estate before returning to his own residence. Descending from the second-floor balcony, he swiftly entered his chamber. At this moment, his appearance was rather unflattering, clad only in a modest coat draped around his waist. This garment was lent to him by Osakisai AI, who had removed it to ensure he was not left in a state of undress while flying through the air. She had even taken the liberty to emphasize, "No need to return it." After changing into a fresh set of clothes, Aaron tossed AI's coat into the washing machine and proceeded toward the living room. Upon his immediate return to the estate, he sensed the presence of Kato Megumi still lingering in the living room. It was quite late. Was she not yet resting? He murmured to himself as he walked. Upon reaching the living room, AI Ran was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Kato K lay asleep on the dining table. A mere glance was sufficient to comprehend that Kato K had been waiting for AI Ran's return. It would not do for her to sleep while sitting. Aaron smiled gently, whispering softly. He then approached Kato K's side, lifting her effortlessly in a princess carry before making his way to the guest bedroom. During this delicate embrace, Aaron moved with utmost care, fearing to rouse her from slumber. Fortunately, Kay remained undisturbed, allowing Aaron to arrange her comfortably and tuck her in. After completing this tender task, a wave of warmth surged within his chest, and uncontainable joy glimmered in the corners of his eyes. Kay had an extraordinary ability to evoke such feelings in him through the simplest of gestures, making him feel cherished. The warm, amber light cast a gentle shadow beside the bed, overlooking her serene sleeping face, and a sudden itch of longing stirred in Aaron's heart. Perhaps I could steal a kiss. It's unlikely to be discovered. Once this thought took root, it became increasingly difficult to resist. As if only such an act could quell his yearning, he leaned down, softly pressing his lips against Kei's enchanting cherry blossom-like mouth. After this fleeting kiss, Aaron steadied his breath and gradually rose. Fortunately, Kei remained peacefully asleep. Although they had confirmed their relationship the previous day, this clandestine kiss still set his nerves on edge. After a while, as his tension eased, Aaron quietly slipped away from the bedside, silently exiting the room. Just as he closed the door, Kei, still with her eyes shut, unexpectedly revealed a subtle smile. Morning arrived, and Isaka AI, donned in a maid outfit, stood at the doorway of Shikigami Kagaya's room, letting out a resigned sigh. During the time Shikigami Kagaya was absent, no disturbances had arisen within the estate. Everyone continued with their daily routines. Shikigami Yinen had retired early to bed. It was perplexing that two living individuals had vanished so inexplicably, one of them being the youngest daughter of the Shikigami family, yet throughout this time, no one seemed to notice their absence. With this thought, Isaka AI's gaze lingered upon the still-sleeping Shikigami Kagaya. Last night, Aaron had reassured her that the recent appearance of the six-star dragon would not affect Kagaya, suggesting that a good night's sleep would suffice. To verify Aaron's claim, Isaka AI had stayed awake all night, vigilantly guarding the entrance to Kagaya's room. At that moment, the delicate lashes of Shikigami Kagaya fluttered slightly. Upon awakening, her instinct prompted her to call out Isaka AI's name. Due to a slight dryness in her throat, her voice trembled ever so slightly. Hearing this, Isaka AI, filled with excitement, hastened to enter. "My lady, are you all right?" I find myself pondering, as if I have merely drifted through a dream. What dream might the young lady have? Ayaka Hayasaka casually inquired. Alas, I seem to have forgotten the details of that dream, she replied, a hint of panic flashing across her face, soon followed by a delicate blush. This was but a lie. Although Kagaya Shinomiya had forgotten most of the dream's content, one particular scene remained vividly etched in her mind. In the dream, Aaron had held her close, seemingly unclad. Consequently, she could not possibly disclose such an embarrassing moment to Ayaka Hayasaka. Does the young lady have no recollection of last night's events? Perhaps it is for the best. Ayaka quickly resolved in her mind, then asked, "Would you like to drink, young lady?" "Ayaka, you can only brew coffee, correct?" Kagaya retorted, aware that her companion's tea-making skills paled in comparison to her own. A few minutes later, Kagaya remarked, "Let us return to Tokyo shortly. You still need to attend the servant club's activities today, do you not?" "What is the focus of this club meeting?" "The activity today pertains to assisting Aaron with a game development project for another game club," she explained, prompting Kagaya's curiosity. "Thus, we shall be having a retreat at his home this weekend." "A retreat? A gathering of a solitary male and female?" Kagaya's mind rapidly processed this information, filtered through Ayaka's words. "What are you thinking, young lady? This is a collective club activity. There are several members from the servant club present." Ayaka placed a cup of coffee beside Kagaya's bed, her golden ponytail swaying gently, her expression one of exasperation. After a moment of silence, Kagaya tentatively suggested, "Would it be permissible for me to sneak a peek? Perhaps from a vantage point with a telescope or something similar?" Truly, the bond between master and servant was evident, as Kagaya's method of voyeurism mirrored that of Ayaka. However, upon hearing her suggestion, Ayaka's previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically. She instinctively touched her neck. With a serious expression, she turned to Kagaya and said, "Young lady, I believe it would be wise to refrain from such actions. It would tarnish the Shinomiya family's reputation. But as long as I am not discovered, it should be fine, right? Perhaps I could wear a mask or something?" Shinomiya Kagaya playfully wiggled her toes, seemingly satisfied with her flawless plan. Observing that Kagaya was entirely dismissive of her advice, Hayasaka AI sighed and gently massaged her temples. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. "My lady, if you truly wish to bridge the gap with Araragi, why not select a gift for him? After all, he did bestow upon you a present previously, did he not? I happen to know of something he is currently lacking." "What is it?" Upon hearing Hayasaka's words, Kagaya's spirits visibly lifted. "Indeed, my lady seems to have evolved into a more typical high school girl." Hayasaka mused internally. Yet, why did such a transformation have to stem from that fierce and violent individual? The sharp exterior, while effective in deflecting the pressures associated with the Shinomiya family, also served to repel the care and affection of others. Hayasaka considered it a positive development that Kagaya could shed that armor, even if she appeared somewhat less astute than before. However, why must it be Araragi who catalyzed this change? That was something she simply could not comprehend. Chapter 164. The The composed Yukino Shida Yukino in the morning, Araragi arrived at the train station near his home. Since today's service club activity was initiated at his behest, he concluded that it would be best to greet everyone at the station. After a brief wait of around 10 minutes, Araragi was the first to emerge from the station. "Araragi, have you been waiting long?" she panted, sprinting over to his side. After exchanging pleasantries with him, she bent over, resting her hands on her knees as she caught her breath. A fine sheen of sweat glistened on her fair, translucent face. As a seasoned otaku, her physical stamina was rather subpar. "As I mentioned last week, I could have come to fetch you all. Teleportation is indeed quite convenient." With that, Araragi produced a tissue from his pocket and handed it to Araragi. "Humph, today's Araragi is rather gentlemanly, isn't, but I wouldn't want you to come and get me. If you did, my mother would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to tease me." Araragi accepted the tissue from Araragi's hand. Although she spoke with a haughty tone, the blush and delight adorning her face betrayed her true feelings. She relished the sensation of being treated with such care. Just as Araragi was about to express that she missed him, an untimely voice chimed in from behind them. "Oh, look at the two of you being all lovey-dovey at the station exit. How affectionate you are." Kashiwagi Poemi had appeared behind Araragi without her noticing. Although she had approached from a different direction, they had arrived at the station almost simultaneously by taking different trains. As soon as she alighted from the vehicle, she effortlessly spotted the dazzling blonde, Lily, dashing towards the exit. There was no urgency in her approach. She leisurely followed in Lily's wake. Upon exiting the station, she observed the interaction between Ailan and Lily. What a display of affection, merely a casual greeting, it seemed. Lily instinctively turned her head, revealing her adorable little fangs to Kasumigakaka Shiyu, only to suddenly remember they were still in public. She quickly composed herself, adopting a demure facade. "This was hardly a simple exchange. Had I remained silent, you would surely be nestled in Ailan's embrace by now." Teasing Lily was Kasumigakaka Shiyu's favorite pastime. And with each jest, she would deftly exhibit subtle expressions. For instance, at this moment, Lily's face flushed crimson at Shiyu's words. She lowered her head, stammering. And even Ailan noticed wisps of steam rising from the top of her head. Clearly, it was already early summer ahem. "Shiyu, please do not tease Lily." Noticing Lily, who was nearly overwhelmed with embarrassment, Ailan cleared his throat and took the computer bag from Shiyu's hands. Shiyu, evidently delighted by Lily's flustered state, let out a slight, regretful click of her tongue upon being interrupted. Then, with a radiant smile directed at Ailan, she wrapped her arms around his. "It has been a week since I last saw you. Ailan-kun, I have missed you dearly." Before Ailan could respond, Lily abruptly lifted her head. "Oh no, I've fallen into the trap of this black-clad, plump woman." She squeezed herself between the two and, with a huff, declared to Shiyu, "Black-clad plump woman. This is the station exit. I am aware, but I am not a pretentious lady. I can express my longing for Ailan-kun anywhere," Shiyu retorted. Their lively exchange drew curious glances from passers-by. With a resigned shake of her head, Ailan positioned herself between the two adversaries. "Ladies, let us maintain a moment of tranquility. I am not particularly fond of being the center of attention. Once the members of the service club arrive, we shall proceed to my residence." In response to Ailan's suggestion, Shiyu Kisaragi nodded, yet she did not release her grip on Ailan's arm. For it seemed that Yukino Shida Yukino would soon arrive. Both being exquisite young women, Kisaragi and Yukino shared numerous similarities: long, dark hair, and an affinity for literature. Beyond minor disparities in physique, each could discern reflections of herself in the other. Perhaps due to their shared gender, their interactions remained limited. While they would occasionally exchange messages online, such encounters were infrequent and superficial. Nearby, Iri's gaze remained fixated on Ailan's arm. After a brief observation, she clenched her teeth and turned her attention elsewhere. At this stage, holding Ailan's hand in public felt somewhat beyond her reach. Less than 10 minutes later, as Yukino Shida Yukino and the members of the service club emerged from the station, Ailan immediately recognized them. However, a hint of confusion crossed her face upon noticing Hayasaka Ai. It was peculiar. Yukino had returned to Chiba the previous day. And while it was unsurprising for Hikigaya Hachiman and Yui Uebin, both Chiba residents, to accompany her, Hayasaka Ai resided in Tokyo. Yukino Shida Yukino, also noting Ailan, whispered her name softly. Yet, her attention quickly shifted to Shiyu Kisaragi, who was still clutching Ailan's arm. In an instant, the temperature around her seemed to plummet. At that moment, Hikigaya Hachiman instinctively pulled Yui Yuobin a step back. "What's wrong, Hiki?" Yui inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Before us lies the abyss. It would be wise to maintain a distance lest we find ourselves drenched in blood," he replied, casting a sympathetic glance at Ailan. "In this world, there are always those who appear alive yet are, in truth, already dead." As anticipated, Yukino Shida Yukino hastened toward Ailan. However, contrary to Hikigaya's expectations, an unforeseen event unfolded in the next moment, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Yukino Shida Yukino approached Ailan's opposite side, disregarding Kisaragi's incredulous expression, and with an expression of calm indifference, she embraced Ailan's other arm, exclaiming, "Ailan, I am here." Ailan instinctively straightened her back and turned to gaze at Yukino Shida Yukino. "Let us return. The service club will exert every effort to assist you in fulfilling your commission." With these words, she gently tugged at Ailan, leading her and Kasumagakaka Yutaha toward Ailan's residence. At that moment, a certain golden retriever, wearing a face of reluctance, fixed its gaze on the arm embraced by Yukino Shida Yukino. It then emitted a soft whimper. Chapter 165, Introducing Additional Female Protagonists. In Ailan's residence, the members of the service department and the gaming club gathered harmoniously around the coffee table flanking the sofa, as if by prior arrangement. When Ailan returned with refreshments for everyone, the attentive gazes of Yukino Shida Yukino and her companions converged upon him once more. "Mr. Yurin, classmate Kato has already updated us on the current progress of our work. I must admit, the workload is indeed substantial." As Ailan spoke, her gaze fell upon Lily. The most significant challenge at present was the progress of the original artwork, an unavoidable predicament. While Kasa no Okashiyu could potentially craft an entire storyline in a single night if inspiration struck, the illustrator Lily could not possibly complete the entire story in one evening. Is the primary difficulty indeed with the original artwork? Fortunately, Asaka mentioned she excels in this area. Assisting Lily should be feasible. Noticing Ailan's hesitation, Yukino Shida Yukino pondered for a moment before directing her attention to the skeletal framework of the game. Clearing her throat gently, "Kasa no Oka-senpai. Is there anything in the original manuscript that requires our assistance?" "The manuscript poses no issues, provided that the progress in other areas can catch up. I could even expand upon the 4 main heroines and introduce additional characters." As she spoke, Kasa no Okashiyu opened the folder on her laptop and presented it to everyone. Although the design of the game's narrative is somewhat more challenging than I anticipated, particularly in the segments where the male protagonist interacts with multiple heroines. Nevertheless, I have drafted it. Please feel free to share any critiques without hesitation. Yui Yuobin immediately leaned in, her expression one of awe. "Wow, this is my first time seeing a game manuscript. Kasa no Oka-senpai's story is indeed captivating." "I concur. This black-stockinged woman only possesses talent in this area." Lily initially voiced her agreement, but then shifted the conversation. "However, Kasa no Okashiyu, why does Lily always seem to suffer in the intertwined plot lines? Surely, this cannot be intentional, is it not? Do you not think this is precisely Lily's charm?" Kasa no Okashiyu smiled slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Lily. The 4 main heroines were, in fact, based on the prototypes of Kasa no Okashiyu. Lily, Yukino Shida Yukino, and Kata Megumi. Though unspoken, it was evident to all. Shouldn't Yuki be the one at a disadvantage? She was the first to know the male protagonist while being subjected to public displays of affection with other girls right before her. Kata Megumi pouted slightly, glancing discreetly at Yukino Shida Yukino. It was clear that Kasa no Okashiyu had personal biases regarding this character. I find it quite reasonable. If Yuki were always so assertive, achieving the hidden harem ending would be utterly implausible. Players likely wouldn't mind such a degree of tribulation, would they? As Kasa no Okashiyu paused, she gently nudged Ailan. "What do you think, Ailan?" With her gesture, the gazes of Yukino Shida Yukino and the others converged once more upon Ailan. In a moment of overwhelming pressure, Ailan found himself grappling with a rather complex dilemma. The implications of a poorly articulated response were all too evident, as the specter of a chaotic scene loomed ominously. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Ailan instinctively cast a pleading glance towards his steadfast comrade, Hachiman Hikigaya. However, the latter seemed oblivious to Ailan's silent plea, diverting his gaze towards the outdoors, as if captivated by some breathtaking scenery beyond the window. "Damn, What a disloyal fellow, AI Ran mused internally, observing Hikagaya's indifferent demeanor. After a brief moment of contemplation, he ventured to express his thoughts. While I must admit my understanding of this is rather limited, I believe that for players, the harem narrative is indeed an enticing aspect. However, it would be prudent to ensure that all storylines are balanced, allowing players to embrace the experience more wholeheartedly. Upon hearing AI Ran's remarks, Shiyukaza no Oka appeared contemplative. She harbored her own vested interests regarding the Yuki storyline, yet if it bore consequences for the game's playability, perhaps a revision was warranted. Let me ponder over this plot further, she decided. Meanwhile, Yukino remained engrossed in Shiyu's script. Excluding the segment pertaining to Yuki, the remaining elements were undeniably satisfying, crafting a narrative that was quite moving. As she scrutinized the story, Yukino suddenly noticed a substantial void left in the narrative's midst. At this juncture, the observant Arari noticed the gap as well. Kazunooka, what is this? A new character arc? Shiyu nodded in affirmation, a proud smile gracing her features. For a game, a mere 4 heroines is rather lackluster. Typically, 8 heroines would be the most fitting. However, I do wonder if Arari can keep pace. What? Another character arc? I'm already completely behind. Arari lamented, resting her head despondently on the table. Just then, Isa Hayasaka, who had remained silent until now, interjected. While I may not be an expert, I do have some knowledge in both art and music. I'll assist you in preparing the manuscript. Hayasaka felt a certain fondness for Arari. Not only did she share a striking resemblance with her golden locks, but more importantly, Arari exuded an air of innocence. Having spent considerable time in the Sakiya household, Hayasaka now preferred to engage with such unpretentious individuals. Witnessing their interaction, Shiyukaza no Oka suddenly perked up, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Hayasaka, you possess many admirable traits. Perhaps I shall model the next heroine after you. What? Upon noticing Kasumigakaka Shiyu suddenly directing her attention towards her, Hayasaka AI felt a wave of confusion. The protagonist prototype? How unexpected. I hardly seem fit for such a role. She shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum, having scrutinized the script and grasped the essence of this game's production with clarity. Hayasaka AI had no desire whatsoever to associate herself with Eri. Oh, what a pity. Classmate Hisaka, you are indeed quite distinctive, she mused. Kasumigakaka Shiyu twirled a strand of hair, her face adorned with an expression of apology. Yet a glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes. After a moment, she turned her gaze towards Eri. Eri-kun, would the inclusion of several female protagonists seem jarring? Not at all, came the response. At this moment, AI Rant's attention was entirely captivated by the narrative pinned by Kasumigakaka Shiyu. Upon hearing the question, he did not even lift his head, instinctively extending his thumb in approval. The greater the number of characters, the more enthralling the plot becomes. Having a few additional female protagonists poses no issue whatsoever. Chapter 166. The first kiss with Kasumigakaka Shiya. The servant club swiftly assimilated into the realm of game development as external support. Yukino naturally assumed the responsibility of coordinating the progress of the game, while simultaneously collaborating with Kasumigakaka Shiya to revise the script. Meanwhile, Hayasaka AI, while assisting Arari in her artistic endeavors, managed to divert her attention to compose the game's background music alongside Uebari Yui, and even aided Kata Megumi in programming. Having undergone rigorous maid training under the Shigoma household, Hayasaka AI's skill set was nearly exhaustive, encompassing everything from the arts to practical skills such as lock-picking and auto repair. It seemed there was little she could not master. Despite the intricate nature of the tasks, Hayasaka AI appeared to revel in the experience, finding the vibrancy of youth more palpable in these club activities than in her previous maid duties at the Shigoma residence. As time progressed steadily, night soon enveloped the surroundings. In one of the guest rooms, the 3 girls from the game club lay on makeshift bedding. In the serene atmosphere, their breathing was uneven. It was not their first time resting in the same room, so the presence of others did not disturb their slumber. However, amid the tranquility, one individual suddenly stirred. Holding her breath, Kasumigakaka Shiya's heart raced as she propped herself up on the sheets, shifting from a lying to a sitting position. Flanking her were Kata Megumi and Arari. Ignoring Arari, Kasumigakaka Shiya focused her gaze on Kata Megumi, a character who was somewhat tricky and required careful attention. She extended a finger and gently tapped Kata Megumi's cheek, applying the lightest of pressure. Observing no response from Megumi, she then turned her attention to Arari, who was soundly asleep. having conducted her experiment. Kasumi Kakashiya felt a surge of delight as she slowly climbed out of bed and stealthily exited the bedroom. Making her way to the room where the three girls from the servant club rested, gently opening the door, she sighed in relief upon confirming that the girls within were all fast asleep. Casting a somewhat guilty glance at Yukino Shida Yukino, she quietly closed the door and slipped to the entrance of AI's room. At that moment, AI was not resting. Instead, she was tossing and turning in bed. Lately, she had found herself inexplicably restless during the late hours, her thoughts inevitably drifting to Kirigaya Matoi, as if something from that direction was calling out to her. Closing her eyes, AI sensed the aura surrounding Kirigaya Matoi, which, as usual, revealed no abnormalities. The energy of the seven-star sphere remained steady. Was she yearning to seek out Matoi-sensei for guidance? The notion unexpectedly sprang to AI Rant's mind. Yet, in the next moment, he shuddered and swiftly dismissed the thought from his consciousness. What a ridiculous idea. The very notion of studying was utterly abhorrent to him. Teachers were, without a doubt, the most terrifying creatures in existence. After firmly reiterating his principles in his mind, AI Rant irritably closed his eyes. However, it was not long before a shadow suddenly darted in from outside. As it swiftly burrowed into AI Rant's bed, two arms tightly encircled his neck. Anna? This familiar pose instinctively conjured thoughts of Anna from the Gene Palace in AI Rant's mind, but he quickly discerned the identity of the visitor by the silhouette and scent. Shiyu, what brings you here at this hour instead of sleeping? AI Rant wrapped her arm around Kasumigakaka Shiyu's waist and lowered her voice. Can't sleep. Kasumigakaka Shiyu replied in a sweet, sultry tone. Can't sleep? What a coincidence. I can't either. How about counting sheep? No rush, let's chat for a while. I don't feel like sleeping now, and counting sheep is rather klitsch. Isn't that a method to soothe children? Were you a child back then? As she spoke, Kasumigakaka Shiyu nuzzled her head against AI Rant's chest. For her, merely meeting once a week was utterly insufficient. Moreover, this week, in addition to Yuriko and Kata Megumi, several others from the service club had joined. There was hardly any opportunity for close contact with AI Rant. If she did not adequately replenish her energy from AI Rant, she had no confidence in enduring an entire week. By the way, wasn't Shiyu a child as well? Aaron paused momentarily before continuing. I sensed this afternoon that you appeared quite fatigued from work, which is why I thought to indulge in a bit of coquettishness. So now you must tenderly appease me. Upon hearing Aaron's words, Shiyu Kazunoko immediately perched herself upon him, sweeping aside the long strands of hair that obscured half her face. Bathed in the glow of the night, Aaron noticed that her ears seemed to have flushed a delicate shade of crimson. He opened his mouth, poised to speak, but Shiyu swiftly sealed his lips with her own. This marked their inaugural kiss. It was not the scenario Shiyu had envisioned for her first kiss. In her fantasies, such a moment would be meticulously prepared. At the very least, it should occur after Aaron had confessed his affection for her. Amidst the tender blush of a sunset shared between shy lovers, an image befitting a literary maiden's imagination. It struck her that Aaron had never uttered the words "I like you." As this thought crossed her mind, she realized that, with the passage of time, her feelings had subtly transformed. The same person, experiencing different emotions at varying times, perceives the same scenery with a distinctly altered mindset. In that moment, Shiyu found this kiss to be rather delightful. I had assumed that our noses would collide during a kiss. Once their lips parted, Shiyu expressed her thoughts in an adorably naive tone. No wonder her novels lacked such kissing scenes. Now she understood the sensation of a kiss. She endeavored to maintain a steady voice. Yet she could discern the delight that seeped through her words, accompanied by a gentle sense of satisfaction. Shiyu. In the obscurity, Aaron could not discern the expression on Shiyu's face, only the vague outline of her figure. Upon hearing Shiyu's voice, tinged with curiosity, Aaron gradually sat up from the bed. He pressed his forehead against hers, one arm encircling her waist while the other gently caressed her hair. Shiyu. The grip of AI Rant slightly tightened, causing Shiyu of the de fully nestling into his embrace. I like you, he murmured softly. Yes, I am aware, however. My affection for you undoubtedly runs deeper. Upon finishing her words, Shiyu once again withdrew her head from AI Rant's arms and, in the darkness, pressed her lips against his. Chapter 167. Another one seeking love advice from a Saiyan? On a languid Monday afternoon, AI Rant ambled towards the student council room while stifling yawns. His casual attire, a stark contrast to the now tattered school uniform, caught the attention of many. The weekend's club activities had unexpectedly progressed smoothly. Following the inclusion of the members from the service department, the advancement of the game development surged manifold. Even more surprising to AI Ran was that, after just 2 days of interaction, Yukino had, due to her remarkable organizational skills, subtly integrated herself among the 3 girls in the game club. Reflecting on this, AI Ran retrieved his phone. Last night, after the girls had left his home, they continued to discuss the game's narrative in their line group until the early hours of the morning. This group had never been so lively since its inception. Perhaps it was due to the pleasant mood of the past few days. This weekend, AI Ran was fortunate enough to be free from dreams of the events on planet Vegeta, or rather, he found himself immersed in a rather pleasant dream. In this dream, he had successfully completed the purification of all the Dragon Balls and was living harmoniously on Earth alongside Yukino Shida, Shihaya Kazuha, Arari Spencer Sawamura, and Megumi Kato. Yet, in this dreamscape, besides these lovely companions, there were also a few others. Most notably, when the visage of Matoi Maki appeared before him, he was abruptly jolted awake. How could I ever wish to live with a teacher? That's simply terrifying. As he stood before the door to the student council room, AI Ran couldn't help but mutter to himself, still shaken by the thought. Whether consciously or unconsciously, every man must concede that deep down, there exists a dream of cultivating a harem, much like every girl aspires to meet a dazzling hero. Of course, when AI Ran transforms into a Super Saiyan, he indeed radiates brilliance. In his current state, AI Ran felt a profound sense of satisfaction and exhilaration. With this thought, he instinctively broke into a smile and pushed open the door to the student council room. At that moment, Anna Kinomoto and the others had yet to arrive. Only a girl, who seemed somewhat unfamiliar, was sitting with her chin resting on her hands. Her face contorted in distress as she stared blankly at a certain spot. From AI Ran's perspective, her body trembled slightly, indicating she was not feeling well. Upon noticing AI Ran's arrival, she quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and turned to look in his direction. At that moment, her face still bore the blush from her recent tears, and her voice carried a hint of a sob. "Good afternoon, classmate," she said. Aaron cast a bewildered glance at the girl, her expression teetering on the brink of tears, yet stifled by the need to uphold her dignity. Could this girl be the second coming of Kaguya Shinomiya? Upon recognizing the emotion on her face, Aaron instinctively associated her with Kaguya. "Hello, fellow student. What brings you to the student council?" Slightly taken aback, Aaron adeptly reined in her emotions before taking a seat opposite the girl. With Anna Kinomoto and Kaguya Shinomiya absent, it was only natural that matters concerning the student council fell to Aaron to resolve. The girl bit her lower lip. Hesitating for a moment before, as if steeling herself, she spoke. "I am Maki Shiju, here to seek advice on romance for a friend. I heard that your student council assists students with such troubles." Maki Shiju? AI Ren found the name remarkably familiar. He instinctively nodded, only to be reminded of Teshima Tsubasa, who had come for relationship counseling the previous week, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. Countless thoughts, previously concealed in the recesses of his mind, surged forth at that moment. Our student council currently does not offer relationship counseling services," he began, only to be interrupted by a nagging realization. But wait, Teshima Tsubasa was here just last week for such advice. He even boasted to me that AI Ran from the student council is a master in matters of love. Is that so? I'm afraid I don't know this AI Ran at all. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. As he prepared to make his escape, the woman before him abruptly stood as well. "Since you're here, you must assist me with some relationship counseling. No, rather, help my friend." She disregarded AI Ran's astonished expression, continuing unabated. "I have a friend who harbors feelings for Teshima Tsubasa. However, after he visited the student council for advice last week, he confessed his feelings to her close companion, Kaki Mariko. Now, Teshima Tsubasa is in a relationship with Kaki Mariko. Therefore, I wish to inquire about what exactly Teshima Tsubasa said during his visit last week." Faced with this unexpected turn of events, AI Ran, who had been poised to flee, resignedly sat back down. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, "The friend you speak of is undoubtedly yourself, is it not?" "What? How could that be? I am the heir of the Shiju family. How could I possibly be attracted to someone like Teshima Tsubasa?" Upon hearing AI Ran's words, Shiju Maki blushed fiercely and vehemently defended herself, adding emphatically, "The Shiju family does not frivolously fall for commoners. This woman truly embodies a second Kaguya Shinomiya. Their tones and rhetoric are strikingly similar. Yet, To possess the ability to exude such arrogance while displaying tears is a remarkable talent not easily found among ordinary individuals. Cough. Ailan cleared her throat and said, "Since this matter does not pertain to you and your classmate Tainuma Tsubasa, the student council cannot disclose the privacy of students who come to consult." With that, Ailan turned towards the entrance of the student council. However, Itai Shijo Maki shouted in desperation, "Wait, I will confess. That so-called friend is me. I beseech you, please tell me." Ailan turned back helplessly, letting out a sigh. Last week, Saiyan Tsubasa came to the student council to seek advice on how to confess his feelings to Shiraki. Upon hearing Ailan's words, Shijo Maki visibly sank into a mood of despondency as she murmured softly, "Did he not mention me?" "No," Ailan replied. "Could it be that you were too stern with Saiyan Tsubasa, making him hesitant to engage with you? After all, he seems to find Shiraki's gentleness more appealing and aligned with his preferences." Ailan believed this to be the standard for mate selection among earthly males. Nonetheless, she felt it prudent to offer a gentle reminder to Shijo Maki, for, from a certain perspective, it was she who had suggested that Tainuma Tsubasa confess his feelings to Kashiwagi Arita. An unfavorable attitude? Huh. How could that be? Shijo Maki was rather stubborn. "Do you not fancy him? You just said so with your own lips." "Well, not exactly. I merely find him quite gentle, and his family hails from a lineage of medicine, which provides a sense of security. Although he remains a commoner, if he were to proactively offer everything to me, I might not entirely." Suddenly, Shijo Maki halted mid-sentence. "That means you like him?" "Absolutely not. I do not like him. Yet." Her previous remarks unmistakably conveyed a sense of affection. "I do not like him." At this point, Ailan became somewhat exasperated with her. Raising her voice by a couple of octaves, she declared, "You like him, don't you?" After a few hesitant seconds, Shijo Maki, her cheeks flushed, softly replied, "Yes." Damn it, this person is rather endearing. Ailan was utterly speechless. How could there be such a peculiar individual? Chapter 168, Kaguya Shinomiya's Hollow Gaze. Have you ever held hands with him? Ailan returned to her seat, her expression serene as she posed a heart-wrenching question that pierced deeply into the heart of the fourth true concubine. With her head bowed, tears as large as beans cascaded down her cheeks. "No." "Embrace?" "None." At this moment, the fourth true concubine had been so devastated that she crouched down on the ground. Fortunately, the student council room was empty, sparing Ailan from the perception that she was bullying her. "Then do you have?" Before Ailan could finish her words, she was abruptly interrupted by the other party. "You are so annoying. There has never been such a thing," shouted Shi Tiaozhenfei, who then buried her face in her hands and began to weep, exclaiming, "Wah, these earthly women are so fragile." Ailan resolved to retract her earlier statement. She was not yet a second Kaguya Shinomiya. At least, Kaguya would not display such a pitiable expression. With this thought, Ailan crouched before her, extending a hand as if to coax a puppy. "Do not worry, I shall assist you. I am Ailan, and as classmate Tainuma Tsubasa has rightly proclaimed, I am indeed a master of romance. For any matters of love, consulting me is undoubtedly a wise choice." Indeed, Ailan was feeling somewhat inflated with confidence. After the experiences involving Hikigaya Hachiman and Tainuma Tsubasa, she genuinely believed herself to be an expert in matters of the heart. Whoever claimed that Saiyans could not become matchmakers? Having tied the knot twice, had she not succeeded both times? Although, it seemed one of those outcomes had inadvertently ensnared the present Shijo Maki. Upon hearing Ailan's promise, Shijo Maki looked up at her with a gaze reminiscent of an abandoned pet. "Really?" "Of course," Ailan replied confidently with a nod. Moments later, Shijo Maki placed her hand atop Ailan's outstretched one. With a gentle pull, Ailan lifted Shijo Maki from the ground. "May I call you Master Ailan?" Absolutely no problem." Upon hearing Shijo Maki's words, Ailan felt a surge of satisfaction. Being referred to as Master was undeniably gratifying, even if it was not in the martial arts sense. However, before she could bask in her delight for long, Shijo Maki's expression shifted to one of melancholy typical of a secondary character. "Upon reflection, I believe it might be better to concede. After all, Kashiwagi is still my close friend, and it would be too shameful to intrude upon her relationship." As she spoke, her two short pigtails drooped down, exuding an air of defeat even more pronounced than that of Irish race. Indeed, from a certain perspective, this way, she would avoid causing any harm to Tainuma Tsubasa. Ailan resolved to adopt a strategy of retreat to provoke Shijo Masaki, for she was his very first disciple, and he could not allow her to be so mediocre. Thus, he continued, according to my intelligence, it is a tradition in the Taimura family for their offspring to marry at the tender age of 17. This was no exaggeration on Aaron's part. In his recollections from a past life, he remembered that Taimura Tsubasa had engaged in intimate relations with Kawaii Mune after merely a month of courtship. Moreover, it appeared that their family had a long-standing custom of marrying immediately upon high school graduation, a pace that could only be described as astonishing. Indeed, upon hearing Aaron's words, Shiju Masaki's competitive spirit was ignited, and she retorted somewhat displeased, "What do you mean by that? From my observations of you, it seems that even if Tsubasa were to date you, it would take months before you even held hands, and after a year, perhaps you would only manage to hold hands. Meanwhile, they are preparing for marriage and parenthood upon graduating high school." As Ailan spoke, he found himself reminiscing about his emotional journey with Yukino Shida Yukino. The words he had just uttered seemed to strike a chord within him. He and Yukino Shida had spent an entire year in the world of ice and snow, yet their relationship had made little progress. However, all of that was now a thing of the past. At this moment, Ailan wore a confident smile. As a master of romance, he was not only in love but also cherished by another, and not just one. What should I do? Shijumaki felt a sense of despair creeping in. With the thought that a mentor opens the door, but the journey of practice lies with the individual. Ailan resolved that it would be best to guide Shijumaki through a hands-on approach. Don't just stand there. Come, give it a try. As Ailan spoke, she took a seat beside Seijo Jinpei, placing one of her hands gracefully upon the table. Seijo Jinpei, possessing a remarkably high intellect and consistently ranking among the top 4 in the school, immediately grasped Ailan's intention. With an effortless gesture, she placed her hand atop Ailan's, even intertwining their fingers. "See, it's quite simple, isn't it? Such matters are entirely within my capabilities." At that moment, a look of triumph illuminated Seijo Jinpei's face. "For our bond as teacher and student grants you this ability." Ailan maintained a serene expression and continued, "Now, envision me as a more intimate presence, perhaps as a boyfriend." Striving to soften her tone, Ailan revealed a smile she deemed amiable. However, the four Taramiko evidently failed to grasp the benevolent intent behind that smile. A flicker of fear crossed her face, and after releasing Ailan's hand, she leaned back, increasing the distance between them. "Master, that smile of yours is rather menacing. Do you truly believe you can find a girlfriend like this? Your words are unexpectedly hurtful, and unlike you, I actually have a girlfriend." Ailan shot her a discontented glare and continued, "If you could communicate with classmate Tainshima Tsubasa with grace, perhaps you would have a chance." "How could that be possible? When it comes to someone I care about, I instinctively overthink everything, and when I'm shy, I can hardly express what I wish to say. I can only mask my embarrassment with harsh words. Aren't all girls like this?" Shijumaki earnestly analyzed her own feelings. Across from her, Ailan could not help but twitch her eyes. Which girl behaves like that? Just as her words fell, the door of the student council room swung open. Shikigami Kagaya entered, holding a gift box. Upon seeing Ailan and Shijumaki seated together, her previously smiling face suddenly stiffened, and the lively gleam in her eyes dimmed. "Auntie." At that moment, Shijumaki stood up and greeted Shikigami Kagaya. The Shiju and Shikigami families were originally part of the same clan, but had separated due to certain circumstances. Thus, according to their lineage, Shijumaki was indeed warranted to address Shikigami Kagaya in this manner. However, the latter, who had always been displeased with this title, seemed to disregard it entirely. Her gaze fixated on Ailan. After a moment, she spoke in a flat tone, "Oh, Ailan, you are engaging in impure interactions with the Shiju girl in this sacred student council room?" "What impure interactions?" Ailan replied, somewhat puzzled. "You still refuse to acknowledge it? How adorable." Ailan. At this point, the sparkle in Shikigami Kagaya's eyes had completely vanished, and the atmosphere around them seemed to drop in temperature. "Which girl behaves like that?" Shijumaki recalled Ailan's earlier complaints as she observed the intense gaze between Ailan and Shikigami Kagaya. "See? This is exactly what I meant." Chapter 169, Shikigami Kagaya's desire to return the favor. "What's wrong? Why has Ailan fallen silent?" Shikigami Kagaya took a step closer to Ailan, and if it weren't for the gift box in her hands, they would have nearly been touching. Her crimson eyes brimmed with a dangerous aura. In this sacred student council room, engaging in impure interactions between the sexes was something that even Ailan could never be forgiven for. Ailan, He was feeling somewhat bewildered, and he was eager to fathom the intricate workings of Kaguya Shinomiya's mind. However, sensing the malevolent aura emanating from her, his spirits were instantly lifted. In an effort to prevent the re-emergence of the sixth star, Ailan placed his hand gently on Kaguya's shoulder, urging her to remain calm. Please take a moment to compose yourself, Vice President Shinomiya. Classmate Shit has some concerns that require consultation with the student council. Upon feeling the touch on her shoulder, Kaguya instinctively let out a charming sound. It was then that she became acutely aware of the proximity between herself and Ailan, and a lovely blush visibly spread across her delicate features. There is no need for you to explain, Ailan. As the Vice President of the Student Council, it is my duty to prevent any improper interactions between the genders. With that, Kaguya quickly took 2 steps back, her heart racing slightly. She subconsciously placed a hand on her chest and shifted her gaze to the side where Maki Shit stood. At that moment, Shit seemed to have discovered something amusing and was fully immersed in observing the two, entirely forgetting that just moments before, she had been in a rather subdued demeanor. Oh my, how could Auntie behave in such an uncharacteristic manner? Maki leisurely approached the edge of the sofa, crossing her arms and leaning slightly against it with her thigh. After a few seconds, sensing that this position was precarious, she straightened up. Her movements were fluid, exuding a playful aura. Auntie. Ailan seized upon this key term. In the recesses of his past life's memories, he recalled that Maki and Lady Kaguya indeed shared a connection, but he had not anticipated such a significant generational gap. Just how many generations had passed? Noticing the hint of confusion on Ailan's face, Kaguya hastily clarified, Ailan, Maki and I are relatives. Indeed, Auntie, Maki exclaimed. Akin to a farmer who had seized upon a lucrative opportunity, she relentlessly teased Kaguya about her sensitive point. Unsurprisingly, Kaguya's cheeks flushed even deeper. Classmate Shit, that term. Our generational standing is simply as it is. Auntie, yes. Kaguya gritted her teeth, resolutely stating, those who branch out must show utmost respect to their kin. Oh dear. Auntie, are you upset? Wrinkles are almost starting to form on her face. The relationship between Shirtiao Masaki and Shirkon Kaguya is evidently strained. Just as she was about to finish her words, she noticed the icy demeanor that enveloped Shirkon Kaguya's face. Despite it being the height of summer, the temperature in the room seemed to drop considerably. She quickly cast a pleading glance towards Ailan, exclaiming in her mind, Master, the esteemed aunt is truly terrifying. Master? When did they develop such a relationship? Though curiosity piqued her interest, Shirkon Kaguya endeavored to maintain her composure. Shirtiao-san, earlier Ailan mentioned you had some issues to consult about. Have they been resolved? Of course. Master has taught me quite a bit, hand in hand. But, is the gift in Aunt's hands meant for someone? Is it for Master? Upon hearing this, Shirkon Kaguya smiled at Ailan, beginning to utter a word, but faltered, unable to voice the rest. How embarrassing. Was it truly so shameful to express the intention of returning a favor to Ailan? It dawned on Shirkon Kaguya that her own standing might not be adequate. What's the matter, Vice President Shirkon? Although Shirkon Kaguya had merely uttered a single syllable, the way she looked at Ailan while saying AI was unmistakably a call directed at her. Ailan was certain of this. And nothing, Shirkon Kaguya mumbled, her voice barely audible. So it wasn't he meant for Master after all. Observing Shirkon Kaguya's demeanor, Shirtiao Masaki, wearing a victorious expression, confidently approached Ailan. Master, let us find a secluded place to continue our earlier discussion. Turning back to Shirkon Kaguya, she added, Esteemed aunt, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Shirtiao Masaki reveled in the thought of obstructing Shirkon Kaguya's affections, her heart brimming with secret delight. Clearly, Shirkon Kaguya harbored feelings for her master. Yet she struggled to articulate them, unable even to present a gift. Shirtiao Masaki was all too familiar with this posture of Shirkon Kaguya, having witnessed her behave similarly in front of Tanuma Tsubasa. However, as this realization struck her, Shirtiao Masaki abruptly halted, the act of provoking others leading to her own self-revelation. Truly, you are something else. Shirtiao Masaki's heart jolted, and tears threatened to spill forth, a wave of defeat washing over her once more. Just then, Shirkon Kaguya's voice rang out sharply from behind Ailan and Shirtiao Masaki. Wait. As if spurred by some unseen impetus, Kaguya Shinomiya inhaled deeply and strode confidently to Airan's side. In the astonished gaze of Shijo Maki and Airan, she abruptly thrust the gift box into Airan's hands. I heard from Hayasaka that your school uniform seems to have been damaged. As a member of the student council, one must maintain a flawless appearance to set a proper example for the other students. She paused momentarily, perhaps to alleviate her own embarrassment, and emphasized, do not misunderstand. This is solely for the sake of the student council. Huh, it's actually a school uniform? This is truly a great help. The spare uniforms have yet to arrive, and I was prepared to remain in this state for the next few days. Observing Airan's expression of delight, Kaguya couldn't help but let a smile creep onto her lips. However, she quickly concealed her emotions, letting out a haughty huff. This is merely a trifling matter. The influence of the Shinomiya family is beyond the comprehension of someone like you. For those we care about, we tend to overthink, and in moments of shyness, we struggle to articulate our feelings, often resorting to harsh words to mask our embarrassment. Aren't all girls like this? Shijo Maki suddenly recalled her earlier words. Chapter 170. During the game, Dragon Ball went berserk. At some point, Shijo Maki had left the student council room. In that fleeting moment, she had contemplated joining the FFF group. Those who were in a relationship should indeed be set ablaze. With such resentful thoughts, Shijo Maki tearfully exited the student council room. Yet, the solitude of Kaguya and Airan did not last long, as Anna Kinomoto soon arrived with Chika Fujiwara at the student council room. Good afternoon, Airan. Anna Jinzagong politely greeted Airan. After exchanging contact information, enabling them to communicate via line after school each day, Anna's mood noticeably stabilized. Throughout the week, the sinister aura of the five-star ball had not manifested at all. However, after Anna's greeting, Airan once again sensed the presence of the five-star ball emanating from her. This time, the essence it projected was not the unsettling malevolence, but rather a call reminiscent of a yearning for purification, leading Airan to doubt her perception. How could the evil dragon possibly desire purification? Contemplating this, Airan nodded toward Anna and continued to fixate her gaze upon her. No, you're mistaken. I genuinely wish to be purified. This woman is exceedingly bizarre. You cannot fathom what she has been up to at night lately. Regrettably, the five-star ball is currently too feeble, and its lamentations failed to reach Airan, even if she had heard them. She presently lacked any effective means to purify the Dragon Ball. At that moment, Chika Fujiwara suddenly leapt out from behind Anna. She held aloft a deck of cards resembling playing cards. Presumably, it was yet another game concocted by the Tabletop Gaming Club. Airan held no expectations. Games created by Chika and the club members seemed inherently uninteresting. Her subsequent declaration was likely, everyone, let us play a game. Perfect, word for word. Airan mused. Although she and Chika had only interacted a few times, this woman, dubbed the Cancer of Earth, had nonetheless left a profound impression on the Saiyans with her exuberance. Oh, what game? To Airan's surprise, Anna was the first to inquire. This is our newly designed Life Monopoly game, Chika exclaimed, proudly presenting the cards to the group. Kaguya-chan, would you like to play? Would you like to play? Without a moment's hesitation, Kaguya Shinomiya replied nonchalantly. No, playing games in the student council room would affect the council's image if others see us. Wouldn't you agree, President? Occasional entertainment is acceptable, Anna Jinzagong remarked as she effortlessly took a seat beside Airan. Before arriving at the student council room, Chika had already briefed her about the game, and while the mechanics were one thing, certain aspects piqued her interest, for instance, marriage and childbirth. However, upon witnessing Anna's actions, Kaguya's breath hitched abruptly. Stay calm, Anna, the president, and Airan seemed to have been friends before, Kaguya Shinomiya silently reminded herself. However, since Anna Kinomori had relented, after a moment of contemplation, Kaguya ultimately nodded gently. Just this once, all right? Hooray. Having secured 2 gaming companions, Chika Fujiwara turned to Airan. Airan, would you care to join us in the game? No. Airan turned her head to one side. Huh, why? Chika Fujiwara tilted her head, her little face adorned with a myriad of questions. Because the game you brought with you is imbued with an air of the uncanny. Airan silently expressed her grievances in her heart before closing her eyes, fully attuned to her surroundings while her thoughts began to wander. Both the 5-star and 6-star groups were present in the student council room, and it seemed that engaging in gameplay was far less prudent than diligently fulfilling their monitoring duties. Speaking of which, it had been several days since she last saw Tokumafuyu. However, the aura of the 7-star group remained consistently stable, suggesting that no trouble was likely to arise. Observing Airan's demeanor, Chika Fujiwara hurried to her side, playfully nudging her shoulder. I implore you. This game requires at least 4 players to enjoy. I assure you it will be quite entertaining, AI ran. There's no pressing work at the moment. So why not indulge in a little fun? Anna Kinemori, deeply fixated on the notion of marriage and family within the game, also began to persuade AI ran. Very well. I shall partake, albeit just for a while. With a resigned nod, AI ran agreed. Upon seeing her consent, Chika Fujiwara swiftly spread out a chessboard on the coffee table. After retrieving a die, she distributed an equal number of cards to each participant as tokens. Allow me to explain the rules. This is our meticulously crafted Monopoly game of life. Not only can you buy and sell land and build houses, but the squares on the board also represent various events in time. For instance, you might find yourself hospitalized after being struck by a dump truck. Indeed, there are many occurrences where fortune and misfortune coexist. I already wish to withdraw, AI Ran remarked, her eyes twitching at the mention of the dump truck. Saiyans are notoriously sensitive to such matters. However, before AI Ran could voice her concerns, Chika Fujiwara had already concluded her explanation of the game, which comprises 3 distinct phases: schooling, working adulthood, and life post-retirement. The ultimate objective is to amass the most wealth before retirement. All right, let us begin by rolling the dice. Who shall go first? After listening to Chika Fujiwara's elucidation, Kagaya Shinomiya spoke up. Although the game sounded rather trivial, she was determined not to lose. I shall go first. Anna Kinemoto interjected suddenly, her gaze fixed on the square representing marriage and children. I have no objections, AI Ran shrugged nonchalantly. Observing AI Ran's demeanor, Kagaya Shinomiya added, Oh, then I shall also be indifferent. Although she was eager to win, she did not wish to overtly display her ambition. After all, it was merely a tabletop game. Yet, in the next moment, she too noticed the square for marriage and children. Chika Fujiwara had initially intended to roll the dice first. In this game, having the first turn offers a considerable advantage, but with both Kagaya Shinomiya and AI Ran having expressed their intentions, she reluctantly handed the die to Anna Kinemoto. Thank you. Accepting the die, Anna Kinemoto cast it forth. As the die tumbled, it landed on a 6. Oh, the president is truly fortunate. It's a lucky event. The president enters the University of Tokyo with a perfect score. A game of life has thus commenced. However, AI Ran remains oblivious to the fact that at this moment, both Shigami Kagaya and Anna Kinj are intensely fixated on the chessboard, their breaths noticeably heavy. Chapter 171. While playing the game, the Dragon Ball goes berserk. The game continues unabated. In merely a few minutes, the members of the student council have transitioned from their student years to the phase of corporate life. Upon entering this new realm, the world suddenly becomes rife with the agonies of adulthood. It's as if, despite diligently attending work, unscrupulous bosses are perpetually lurking. One toils earnestly only for the boss to vanish, leaving one bereft of even the means to sustain oneself. Indeed, it is a series of such disheartening events. AI Rant's visage is unable to suppress the convulsions of distress. What sort of game of life is this, filled with nothing but blood and tears? The pain is overwhelming. Meanwhile, the covert rivalry between Shigami Kagaya and Anna Kinj intensifies, especially with the wedding card tantalizingly within reach. Marriage, a word imbued with happiness. It is only after traversing the phase of being a couple and engaging in profound contemplation that one enters this stage of life. At this juncture, AI Ran, having lost all interest in the game, casually tosses the die once more. In an instant, Fujiwara Chika exclaims in exuberance, "Wedding card. AI Ran is about to marry a fellow player of the opposite gender. Let me see who it is. Marriage?" AI Ran cast a glance at the card in her hand, directing her gaze towards Kagaya Shinomiya. "I have married Vice President Shinomiya. After all, it is merely a game. Do not speak as if it were reality. I certainly wouldn't marry you." The glimmer of excitement in Kagaya's eyes nearly burst forth. Yet she endeavored to suppress the urge to leap up in delight, feigning a nonchalant demeanor. At the same moment, Anna Kanoji, seated beside AI Ran, displayed a flicker of discontent upon her face. Her small hands, hidden beneath the table, clenched tightly. Moreover, the subsequent words of Chika Fujiwara further pricked at her feelings. Indeed, Chika remarked, a hint of sorrow gracing her features. "Kagaya-san is married, yet the bride is not me. How did you manage to ascertain who is the groom and who is the bride with Vice President Shinomiya?" AI Ran let out a weary sigh. His mind was wholly consumed with the desire to swiftly conclude this game. After all, entering retirement a bit earlier wouldn't be such a bad thing. Humph. It was merely marriage. Even if you were to bear a team of children, the president and I would undoubtedly earn an immense fortune, and at this rate. President Anna and I could eliminate you all. Then, the two of us, as women of the new era, could engage in a final showdown. Wouldn't you agree? President Anna? Anna Kinemiyako reluctantly nodded. At that moment, her gaze appeared utterly lifeless, as if she were on the brink of demise. If Ailan could see this scene now, he would undoubtedly realize that Anna Kinemiyako was teetering on the edge of a fragile madness. 10 minutes later, Kagaya Shinozaki picked up an event card. Another production card? I've already given Ailan 5. This completely shattered Anna Kinemiyako-'s composure. Her complexion gradually paled, and she instinctively leaned closer to Ailan, seeking solace in this manner. Why do I sense the ominous energy of the 5-star ball again? Noticing Anna Kinemiyako's unusual behavior, Ailan instinctively glanced at her. The next moment, Ailan's heart sank. He saw Anna Kinemiyako's hand gripping the leg of the coffee table with a fierce intensity. The part she held even exhibited a slight deformation. Is this the power that earthly women possess? Or is the 5-star ball about to stir trouble again? 5-star ball, it's not me. I didn't do anything. Don't say such things. With this thought, Ailan discreetly placed one of his hands on Anna Kinemiyako's leg. Should the 5-star ball show any signs of rampancy, he would immediately activate his teleportation. Upon feeling the warmth of Ailan's hand, a hint of unnatural flush appeared on Anna Kinemiyako's face. She let out a soft hum, instinctively moving her legs up and down, guiding Ailan's hand towards some mysterious destination. What is this woman up to? Ailan hastily withdrew her hand. A telltale twitch at the corner of her mouth revealing her discomfort. With a furtive glance, she surveyed Shikigami Kagaya and Fujiwara Chika. At that moment, Kagaya was entirely engrossed in the game, oblivious to the peculiar behavior exhibited by Ailan and Anna. Similarly, Chika remained unaware, her mind preoccupied with her own scheming. Ailan and Kagaya have already incurred such expenses. Each round spent raising children costs them tens of thousands. Meanwhile, Anna and I will amass even greater wealth with each turn. Soon, you two shall find yourselves eliminated. Ailan's current state has become intricately intertwined with Kagaya Shinomiya. Following their union in matrimony, their lives have not only become a shared experience, but even their finances have merged. 10 minutes later, the child achieved the top rank in their age group and secured admission to Yale University, earning you and your wife the esteemed title of exemplary couple. Glanced at the cards in her hand before passing them to Kagaya Shigami. It's quite challenging to envision how the vice president will educate her children. The notion of Kagaya stepping into the role of mother is rather difficult to fathom. What is the father of the child talking about? I have my own inquiries for you. With such a stern countenance and fierce gaze, will she truly win the affection of the children? Kagaya's mood appeared to be quite pleasant, despite her expression not revealing it. She now felt at ease enough to tease Ailan. By the way, the two of them have already welcomed 11 children into their lives, just enough to form a football team, indeed a bustling household. Oh, President Anna has yet another company going public? The wealth they have amassed now surpasses that of Kagaya and Ailan by several hundred million. How delightful! Chika Fujiwara exclaimed with palpable excitement. Upon hearing such words, Anna Kinemori felt overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. Yes, I am so happy. Her voice concealed a profound sadness, while the aura of malice surrounding her seemed to intensify. Truly, what an intriguing game of life as a wealthy magnate. Indeed. Does the president share this sentiment? But is it really that enjoyable? President, it seems there are tears in your eyes. No, I am merely moved. If my life were to unfold in such a manner. Anna Kinemori cast a hollow gaze at Chika Fujiwara, sensing that she was nearing her breaking point. It appears that the tabletop games developed by the club are nothing but trash. Perhaps it would be best to find an excuse to disband this society in due time. Chapter 172. When playing games, Dragon Balls went berserk. Ailan perceived this merely as a game, not giving it much thought. Furthermore, the notion of marrying Shikigami Kagaya and even fathering 11 children, a dozen hybrid Saiyans, left him momentarily astonished. Yet, perhaps it was not such a bad scenario after all. After all, the expansion of the Saiyan lineage could scarcely rely on Vegeta and Kakarot. However, for now, it was merely a fleeting thought, especially considering that the current state of the Anna Gene Palace was precariously teetering on the brink of a catastrophic eruption of the Dragon Ball's malevolent energy. Well then, even if it moves you, there is no need for tears. Ailan held a deep concern for the Anajin palace. He reached for a tissue from the table to gently wipe away her tears. Infidelity. A chilling voice pierced through, as Shikigami Kagaya declared, marital infidelity, Ailan. As my general affairs officer, you must compensate me with at least 60% of your assets, or I shall take you to court. Ailan immediately ceased her motion of wiping away Anna's tears. It's all right. Saiyans possess remarkable speed, and in that fleeting moment, I have gently dried your tears. I apologize. Anna, even if it is merely a game, I have no desire to lose. Saiyans detest failure. With that thought, Ailan turned her gaze towards Kagaya Shingu. After all, it is just a game. How could there be any concept of divorce? Beside them, Chika Fujiwara scratched her head in slight embarrassment. I'm sorry, but our game indeed includes that. It seems that when we explained the rules earlier, Ailan, you weren't paying close attention. What an absurd game this is, filled not only with the tribulations of corporate life, but also with such an outrageous premise as divorce. Ailan's gaze towards Fujiwara Chika transformed. She was truly a remarkable individual. Henceforth, I shall resolutely refrain from engaging in any games she recommends. However, upon hearing this remark, Anakin Nomiya appeared invigorated. Ailan possessed commendable skills in dice throwing. Perhaps she should consider deviating from Kagaya, and the two of them could form a team, thereby elevating their chances of victory to 99. Even in a game, I must strive for first place. Her countenance exuded tranquility, yet Ailan could distinctly sense a slight heaviness in her breath. Apologies, President Anna, but my husband is simply not available for you. The cold voice of Shikigami Kagaya echoed. He is her possession, her rightful claim. Can one truly expect to seize him with a mere utterance? What are you contemplating? President Anna, even if you are friends with Ailan, such behavior is unacceptable. I refuse to accept defeat, even in a game, especially not to the well-endowed President Anna. Within the esteemed Shuchian Academy, there are 4 individuals among the top 3 rankings. At the pinnacle stands Anakin Nomiya, followed by the jointly second-ranked Yukino Shida Yukino and Shikigami Kagaya, with Shijo Maki in 3rd place. This voluptuous woman not only surpasses us in physical attributes, but also excels academically, rendering us unable to match her prowess. Just look at Fujiwara, so adorably clumsy. Thus, the game intensified under the fervent efforts of 3 individuals who were unwilling to accept defeat. Ailan possesses an exquisite command of strength, effortlessly casting the dice to land on the desired number each time. Anna Jinzagong and Shirkong Kagaya, both astute and calculating, managed to extract the utmost benefit with minimal cost in every round. As for Fujiwara Chika, the 3 have collectively chosen to disregard her for the moment. Anna Jinzagong tossed the dice with a casual air, remarking, "Darling, this is merely a game, isn't it?" Shirkong Kagaya, unperturbed, replied, "TSK, TSK. A husband in the game is still a husband. It seems this game indeed has a flaw in its design. How curious that 2 individuals who harbor no affection for one another can become spouses." Determined to provoke Shirkong Kagaya, Anna Jinzagong decided to employ some unconventional tactics. Who says I don't fancy Ailan? In this game, I quite adore him. Otherwise, why would I bear him 11 children? While Shirkong Kagaya retorted, she made sure to confine her relationship with Ailan strictly within the parameters of the game. Beyond these rules, she would never have the audacity to speak thus. Yet, a blush crept onto her cheeks, a rather embarrassing predicament. At this moment, she could not afford to reveal any sign of weakness. With this thought in mind, Shirkong Kagaya continued, "I have already chosen the name for the first child, Shirkong Makoto." Just as Ailan was about to cast his dice, he interjected, "Why the surname Shirkong? My child must possess a name worthy of a Saiyan. What nonsense are you spouting? You must join our Shirkong family." Shirkong family? I am a Saiyan, not one to live off others. At this point, Ailan's previously wandering thoughts momentarily paused as he recalled the soft-hearted Vegeta and Kakarot. Even if one were to live off others, it certainly wouldn't be your Shirkong family. After a brief mental defense of his pride, Ailan redirected his focus back to the game. However, amidst the dialogue among the 3, the game began to stray further from its original intent, evolving into a grand familial drama. Congratulations on achieving the golden wedding milestone. A century of harmony, congratulations. Fujiwara Chika, already eliminated, clapped her hands from the sidelines, her face adorned with an innocent smile. As the first to be ousted, she now assumed the roles of both referee and narrator. Upon hearing Fujiwara Chika's commentary, Anna Jinzagong's face paled as she prepared to roll the dice. The dice failed to land on her intended target, and the previously solid acquisition plan now teetered on the brink of collapse. An opportune moment. Although the reasons behind Anna's sudden misstep remain unclear, Shiko Kagaya discerned an opportunity for victory. Despite being in a 2-on-1 situation with Ailan, they bore the weight of raising 11 children, incurring monthly expenses exceeding 1,000,000 yen. Thus, they had long been suppressed by Anna Kinemori. Now, a chance to turn the tide had finally emerged, prompting Shiko Kagaya to devote herself wholeheartedly to the endeavor. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Anna Kinemori found herself steadily retreating, ultimately succumbing to defeat within mere minutes. I declare the victory of Ailan, the General Affairs Officer, and Kagaya. With Chika Fujiwara's final judgment, Anna Kinemori lay speechless on the sofa, her eyes vacant. Her complexion had paled, and the malevolent energy within her surged violently. It seemed the game's intensity had overwhelmed her, exacerbated by the incessant verbal provocations from the commentator, Chika Fujiwara, who relentlessly exploited her sensitive points. At this juncture, Ailan could no longer remain seated. He took Anna Kinemori's hand, experiencing that familiar electric sensation once more. However, being prepared, Ailan had enveloped his arm in his aura, mitigating any harm. My apologies, but I just remembered that I need to take President Anna to the service department, so I must take my leave, he stated, guiding Anna Kinemori out of the student council room. As soon as the door closed, Ailan activated his teleportation ability. Inside the student council room, Shiko Kagaya sat on the sofa, slightly dazed. I clearly won. Why do I still feel discontent upon seeing Ailan take Anna away? The day's outcome was Ailan's triumph. With 11 additional children and a wife, albeit within the confines of the game. Chapter 173, the instantaneous teleportation triggered by resonance with the 7-star ball. Instantaneous teleportation bears a significant drawback. It is not a skill that permits one to simply vanish from one location and reappear at will. It necessitates an advanced perception of the destination's aura, which must be locked onto before activation. Presently, the 5-star ball teeters on the brink of chaos, and Ailan, unable to dwell on thoughts for long, instinctively sensed a presence and thus departed the student council classroom along with Anna Jinzagong. As the scene shifted, Ailan grasped Anna Jinzagong's wrist, transporting them to a modest chamber. It appeared to be a lounge of sorts, featuring a small sofa positioned centrally, while 2 women's suits adorned the walls. At the far end stood a sizable wardrobe. Through the wooden window panes, a glimpse of the courtyard outside was visible, revealing that they had not strayed beyond the school grounds during their teleportation. Before Ailan could ponder their surroundings, Anna Jinzagong abruptly employed a wall slam technique against him. With one hand braced against the wall, she quickly liberated her other hand from Ailan's grip and placed it upon his waist. In the next moment, a suppressed groan escaped Ailan's lips, his teeth clenched. The familiar electric sensation surged through him, accompanied by that well-known numbing feeling. Observing Ailan on the verge of slipping, Anna Jinzagong tightened her embrace around his waist, steadying him. Almost immediately, their lips met. The suddenness of Anna Jinzagong's advance caught Ailan entirely off guard, leaving him vulnerable. His instinctive reluctance to regard her as an adversary led to a lack of defense, and the peculiar capabilities of the 5-star ball often left him at a disadvantage. The small space echoed with the subtle sounds of mingling breaths. As the kiss deepened, the malevolent aura surrounding Anna Jinzagong rapidly dissipated, and the fleeting electric currents vanished entirely. She pressed tightly against Ailan, greedily absorbing his warmth. The room's soundproofing was inadequate, and footsteps approached from outside, steadily growing nearer. The sound suggested the presence of someone in high heels. In a school setting, high-heeled shoes likely belonged to a teacher. Despite the numbness hindering Ailan's ability to teleport again, he summoned his resolve, concluding the kiss amidst Anna Jinzagong's startled gaze before seizing her wrist. He swiftly retreated to the innermost recesses of the room, hiding among the various wardrobes, while simultaneously covering her mouth with one hand to stifle any sound. In his mind, he lamented, "I can't believe I left my coat in the lounge." As the door creaked open, a familiar feminine voice wafted into the room. Through the crack of the wardrobe, he gazed towards the silhouette. It was Kirigaya Mafuyu, and his heart sank instantly. Was it instinct that alerted him? Sensing her presence just before he attempted to teleport, the Anna-Jean Palace was enveloped in a serene silence, with her arms wrapped around Ailan's waist. Her head nestled against his chest, and aside from her slightly labored breathing, she made no further movements. This proximity brought her immense comfort. Upon entering the room, Kirigaya Mafuyu picked up her coat, preparing to leave. However, as she approached the wardrobe, her footsteps abruptly halted, turning her head. A hint of curiosity flickered in her gaze as she scrutinized the wardrobe. What is going on? Why does this wardrobe feel so peculiar today? I have an instinctive sense that something is amiss inside. With this thought lingering in her mind, Kirigaya Mafuyu slowly approached the wardrobe. Meanwhile, Aaron's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He was utterly incapable of teleporting now. He had no choice but to accept his fate. His mind raced as he contemplated what excuses he could muster should he be discovered. As she drew nearer, when Kirigaya Mafuyu was less than a meter from the wardrobe, Aaron resignedly closed his eyes. Unexpectedly, her phone rang at that moment. Principal Adolf, what do you need from me? Yes. This matter is under the purview of both myself and teacher Hiratsuka. As she continued her conversation, Kirigaya Mafuyu turned and walked towards the lounge door. Upon shutting the door behind her, her voice gradually faded away. With a sigh of relief, Aaron's previously anxious heart began to settle back into his chest. He lowered his gaze, slowly releasing the hand that had been covering Anna Jean Palace's mouth, and her soft breaths once again reached his ears. Meeting Aaron's gaze, Anna Jean Palace leaned in to kiss him before he could utter a word. At that moment, Aaron had abandoned all semblance of resistance, bracing himself for her fervent and advancing movements. All this was to soothe Anna Jean Palace's emotions. After numerous encounters, he has come to deeply comprehend a profound truth. Rather than resist, it is far more gratifying to embrace the experience in silence. After all, the sensation of kissing Anna in the Palace of Brocade is quite delightful, and moreover, following her lead spares him from the sting of electric shocks. However, this time, Anna merely brushed her lips softly against Ailan's, only to shyly retreat into his embrace, her cheeks flushed. It was akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of a lake in summer, barely perceptible. This gentle touch contrasted starkly with her earlier demeanor. As he felt the rapid fluttering within his chest, Anna's face nestled against Ailan's heart, emitting an adorable, delicate sound. Anna, have you regained your composure? Aaron gradually lowered her head, softly inquiring in Anna's ear. As the warmth of her breath brushed against her, Anakin no Kuni quivered ever so slightly before imperceptibly nodding. Having just witnessed Aaron's unexpected revelation of having 11 children with Vice President Shikami, she found herself momentarily disoriented. After all, that was merely a scenario in a game, and 11 seemed rather excessive. Well, Anna, if you have regained your composure, let us depart. This should be Teacher T-Suk's lounge, and it would be unwise for others to discover us here. Anakin no Kuni nodded gently, yet her demeanor suggested no intent to leave. Instead, one leg was raised high and wrapped around Aaron's. After completing this act, she spoke again, from her earlier phone call. I surmise that both Teacher T-Suk and Teacher Hizuka are likely preoccupied with preparations for the upcoming sports festival and will not return anytime soon. I wish to remain with Aaron a little longer. No, I can't shake the feeling that if this continues, we might encounter complications. Aaron, with a hint of exasperation, lifted his gaze. In his perception, the aura of Tongsu Jindong was gradually drawing closer. Chapter 174. Tongsu Jindong discovers the anomaly. Observing Aaron's somewhat helpless expression, Anna from the Jinzigong Palace playfully pinched his cheek. During the evenings of late, I have been engrossed in the works of Teacher Xiaoshitsi and Teacher Bai Muingli. Their narratives often feature such intriguing scenarios. I never anticipated that I would personally experience one today. Ailan was momentarily taken aback. As for Shiryu's creations, although they predominantly reflect the innocent fantasies of a young girl regarding love, they are undeniably wholesome, and the prose is remarkably elegant. However, isn't Ng Li Li's artwork exclusively for mature audiences? Could it be that Ng Li Li's creations have corrupted Anna Jinzigong? That seems unlikely. Even considering Ng Li Li's works, they shouldn't have led her to such a state. What title of a recent work have you encountered? Aaron inquired with a hint of curiosity. Hydrangeas and sunflowers? Anna, with a playful glimmer in her eyes, blinked innocently at Aaron. Hydrangeas? Sunflowers? Are these present in the works of Iris Sakaki? Ailan repeated himself and then shook his head, indicating his lack of understanding regarding the artwork. Nevertheless, he placed a reassuring hand on Anna Jinzigong's shoulder and emphasized, Anna, it's best to avoid these things in the future. She obediently nodded in agreement. Let us leave for now. It feels rather warm in this confined space, especially with your hands wrapped around my waist. It is merely to maintain balance. Indeed, this position does facilitate stability while standing on one foot, yet the crux of the matter clearly lies elsewhere. However, Upon noticing the beads of sweat forming on AI Rand's forehead, Anna Jinzagong pressed her lips together and gradually withdrew her hands from his waist, simultaneously lowering her legs. She elegantly stood across from AI Rand, her face still flushed as if it might bleed, her eyes shimmering with a beguiling allure. She appeared as though she might weep from the intensity of her emotions. At that moment, AI Rand and Anna Jinzagong were in close proximity, a sight that immediately captured his attention. His heart momentarily faltered. This time, AI Rand took the initiative to lean in and kiss her lips. However, in the next instant, Anna Jinzagong took the lead, shifting to a more assertive role. They shared a tender moment before Anna Jinzagong, persuaded by AI Rand, stepped out of the lounge first. This was her intention. The lounge was situated between the classroom office and the student classroom, and if they emerged together, it would be difficult to explain. She did not wish for AI Rand to feel embarrassed on her account. By exiting first, she aimed to assess the situation outside for AI Rand's sake. This was her determination, and thus it was prudent to proceed with caution. Nevertheless, unforeseen circumstances arose. After Anna Jinzagong had left for 10 minutes, AI Rand estimated that enough time had passed and that his body had fully recovered, so he leisurely stepped out of the lounge. Just as he closed the door behind him and took a few steps, the figure of Takatsu Shinfuyu appeared in the corridor. The two stood facing each other, leaving AI Rand with no opportunity to escape. "Good afternoon, Teacher Takatsu." Ailan let out a helpless chuckle and took the initiative to greet Tongsu Mafuyu, pondering that what is meant to be will inevitably come to pass. How could Ailan, at this hour, be anywhere other than the student council room or the club room? Tongsu Mafuyu regarded Ailan with a look of intrigue. "I merely happened to pass by here." Ailan remained composed, her heart unwavering. However, upon hearing this response, the perplexity in Tuka Matoi's eyes deepened. "I just saw Anna. Weren't you with her?" she inquired. "Indeed, I did encounter the president earlier, but she had other matters to attend to and left promptly." "I see." Tuka contemplated for a moment before continuing. "I heard from Secretary Fujiwara that you and President Anna have become friends. That is quite commendable. Anna has never had interactions with the opposite sex. Having a friend like you subtly guiding her in navigating relationships between genders is truly beneficial. Indeed, the way she manages things now, I doubt anyone else on this planet could endure it apart from me." AI Rand silently criticized, recalling the electric shocks that had incapacitated him multiple times. Such currents, if they were to strike an ordinary human on Earth, would likely reduce them to ashes. However, the words of his classmate, Tongsu Jindong, interrupted his thoughts. "Anna has never exhibited any inappropriate behavior at school. It would be commendable if you could learn some of her admirable qualities while interacting with her. But you must not overstep your bounds." At this point, AI Rand was utterly speechless, now doubting whether the Anna Jinzagong that Tongsu Jindong spoke of was truly the same person as the one who had just left. Despite his bewilderment, AI Rand obediently replied to his classmate Jindong, "I understand. I prefer not to engage with teachers at this time." "Well, you may go ahead and attend to your matters." "Very well," AI Rand. Just as he took a few steps, he was called back by Tongsu Jindong. He turned around in confusion. "Your score on the recent exam was once again at the bottom. Even Akasaka Ryo scored nearly 20 points higher than you. Therefore, you must come to my house tonight for extra tutoring." Upon hearing Tongsu Jindong's words, AI Rand's pupils dilated in shock. Was he really being summoned to the teacher's lair? Absolutely not. Teacher, I'm a bit inconvenient these days." "There is no inconvenience. After a week of observation, I am fully aware of your state after returning home each day. You do not study at all after school." That is indeed true." AI Rand instinctively nodded. He hardly studied at school, let alone after returning home. Thus, it was no surprise that his academic performance was dismal. No refusals allowed. "The teacher will be waiting for you at home tonight." With that, Tongsu Jindong strode away, leaving AI Rand standing in place, momentarily lost in thought. Meanwhile, as Tongsu Jindong made her way towards the parking lot, she pressed her lips together, pondering, "What is happening? Why do I still sense AI Rand's presence even when I cannot see him? He must have been in that locker in the lounge. Anna was likely there too. What could this mean?" At the same time, in Chiba City, at Chiba University, Seiki Kusuo floated invisibly above the campus, employing his clairvoyance to focus intently on Yuki Shida Yano. "It has been nearly a month, and I have finally devised a way for that extraterrestrial to interact with this woman. Now that everyone is gathered, it will be much easier for me to observe." As dusk approached, the sun lingered in the sky while the moon rose early. When Ailan slowly walked to the entrance, ready to open the door, he was suddenly startled by the sound of tires screeching against the pavement. Just then, Tongsu Jindong returned, dramatically drifting her car into the parking space. Upon exiting the vehicle, she was momentarily taken aback to see Ailan standing at the door. Ailan, prepare yourself. We shall begin today's tutoring shortly. Okay. Ailan felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that today there was no escaping the inevitable. At that moment, Tuka Matoy was adjusting her work bag and changing her flat shoes, which she had worn while driving, into her usual high heels. A gentle breeze tousled her cherry blossom-colored hair, and under the dual embrace of the moonlight and sunset, she resembled a beauty carved from ice. She bent slightly, her pink body-hugging skirt dazzlingly eye-catching, while the collar of her white blouse was perfectly aligned towards Ailan. What should not be seen should not be gazed upon. The Saiyans' keen eyesight inadvertently caught a glimpse of an inappropriate sight through the collar, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. Yet, in the next moment, a sudden meow pierced the air as two cats, one black and one white, burst forth from the underbrush, playfully chasing each other beneath Tuka Matoy's car. The unexpected shadow startled her mid-shoe change. Instinctively, she leaned to the side, but given her precarious single-leg stance, this shift caused her to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. Tuka Matoy's startled cry froze the two cats in their tracks and echoed in Ailan's ears. I absolutely do not wish to have such close contact with my teacher. Indeed. Cats are the most bothersome creatures. Ailan silently scoffed to herself before hastily approaching Suga Fuyuki, after delivering a swift kick to one of the cats. Sending it scampering away in disarray, she finally helped Suga Fuyuki to her feet. Are you all right, teacher? Ailan inquired. Noticing that Suga Fuyuki still appeared somewhat shaken from the earlier fright, her complexion notably unnatural. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain composure. It was imperative to maintain a semblance of authority in front of her students. However, the moment her right foot touched the ground, an audible gasp of discomfort escaped her lips. Could it be that I've sprained my ankle? Suga Fuyuki nodded helplessly, realizing that at this juncture, preserving her dignity as a teacher seemed rather unrealistic. Is it truly possible to injure oneself from a mere fall? Humanity is indeed quite fragile. Allow me to assist you, Ailan offered. Ailan first picked up the work bag that had fallen to the ground, then adjusted the posture of Tongsu Mafuyu, ensuring she was upright once more. This is a miscalculation. It is uncharacteristic of me, Tongsu Mafuyu murmured to herself. Nevertheless, she draped a hand over Ailan's shoulder, allowing him to lead her into the courtyard with a cheerful bounce. Kixinglong. Today marks our inaugural interaction. Thank you, Ailan, for your assistance. Please return home to retrieve your textbook, as we shall commence our tutoring shortly. Upon reaching the entrance, Tongsu Mafuyu issued a reminder to Ailan before extracting her keys to unlock the door and stepping inside. Despairing, Ailan nodded in acknowledgement, intending to fetch his books. Suddenly, a faint tremor rippled through the ground. An earthquake? In a nation prone to seismic activity, such slight vibrations were merely commonplace. Moreover, sensing no malevolent energy, Ailan did not dwell on it too much. However, a sudden piercing scream echoed from within the room, laced with fear and confusion, leading him to believe that Tongsu Mafuyu was in peril. After all, she was a crucial Dragon Ball host. There could be no room for mishap. Without a moment's hesitation, Ailan hastily flung open the door and dashed inside. Upon entering Tongsu Mafuyu's room, he was met with the sight of her pale face. Slumped on the floor. Teacher, Ailan softly called out. Upon hearing her voice, Tongsu Jindong appeared as if she had found a beacon of hope. Ignoring the pain radiating from her ankle, she swiftly rushed to Ailan's side, wrapping her arms around her neck with fervor. Her embrace was tight, her chest pressed against Ailan, contorted slightly under the intensity of her grip. Yet, despite this closeness, a sense of solace eluded her. Cockroaches. Tongsu Jindong closed her eyes, resting her chin on Ailan's shoulder, struggling to articulate her thoughts coherently. Cockroaches? Ailan gradually relaxed her previously troubled heart, relieved that it was not a Dragon Ball issue. She tilted her head and peered into the room where Tongsu Mafuyu was, as the recent tremor had caused the hidden cockroaches in her home to scurry out. I believe it is essential to tidy the room thoroughly, otherwise it would be utterly impossible to eradicate the cockroaches. Ailan gently patted Tongsu's shoulder, soothing her emotions while speaking. Despite her teacher's consistently stern demeanor, she privately exhibited a rather laid-back attitude. Upon returning home, she typically donned a red tracksuit. Her domestic skills were rather lackluster. and her greatest fear was none other than cockroaches. On the very first day that Ailan moved into this courtyard, a similar incident seemed to have occurred. "Teacher, please come down first. Allow me to assist you in tidying up the house." Ailan understood that it was unrealistic to expect Tongshu Jindong to tidy up the house on her own. For this woman was one who could not even distinguish between facial anti-inflammatory spray and insecticide. "Let this serve as a token of gratitude for her having tutored me free of charge all this time." Ailan could only comfort herself in this manner. However, upon hearing Ailan's words, Tongshu Jindong's grip tightened, and her small head slipped from Ailan's shoulder into his embrace. Observing her demeanor, Ailan resolutely wrapped his arms around her waist and briskly walked into the house. The interior was in an even more deplorable state than during Ailan's last visit. Bags, shoes, clothing, undergarments, books, and remnants of instant noodle boxes were all haphazardly packed yet still cluttered in the corners against the walls. Occasionally, a cockroach would boldly peek out, unperturbed by the presence of the two individuals as it continued to scuttle about. The environment was truly abysmal. With a faint odor of mildew lingering in the air, Ailan furrowed his brow and called out, "Teacher, we have arrived at your room. Please come down now. There are cockroaches." At this moment, Tongshu Jindong resembled a petulant little girl, stubbornly refusing to descend, her tone slowly imbued with a sense of pleading. Ailan felt utterly helpless. "Allow me to assist you. Could you remain in bed for a while?" 7-star Dragon. Today's second encounter was insufficient, far from enough. "If I could transfer just 70 of the physical essence, I would gain control over this Saiyan. It is still only 10. Chapter 176. The Distress of Tukamatoi. Tidying up Tukamatoi's room is indeed an immense task. Even a Saiyan perceives it as such. After all, you're the teacher. With a sense of resignation, Ailan kicked aside the garbage bag on the floor, clearing a path to the bed, and gently laid Tongshu Jindong down. "I'll return shortly with some medicine to tend to your wounds." Having long since given up hope of finding a reliable first aid kit in Tongshu Jindong's home, Ailan made her way back to her own room, where she retrieved some safflower oil and an ice pack. Injuries had become a commonplace occurrence during her training, so her home was perpetually stocked with such provisions. Upon her return, she noticed that the pallor of Tongshu Jindong's face had gradually regained some color. "Let us apply this ice pack first," she said, handing it over. "Thank you," Tongshu Jindong replied, delicately gathering her hair and bending down to place the ice pack on her ankle. Before long, the tension in her previously furrowed brow began to ease, and the top of her foot showed signs of becoming slightly flushed. Although it was not her first visit, each time she came, she found her teacher's home surprisingly remarkable. Ailan placed the red flower oil at the feet of Tongshu Jindong and turned to gaze at the bothersome litter, expressing a hint of exasperation. He had anticipated that Tongshu Jindong would retort with a remark about forgetting to clean, yet the latter, who had lost composure countless times before Ailan, now appeared completely composed. After all, he had embraced her on several occasions, and even torn her form-fitting skirt in front of him once. More importantly, he had seen her clad only in her undergarments at this moment. Tongshu Jindong felt that there was no longer any need for pretense before Ailan. Since he had witnessed her vulnerabilities, there was no necessity to conceal anything. What he saw was merely the private side of the teacher. While Tongshu Jindong's words seemed calm at first glance, Ailan detected a subtle hint of resignation within them. Ailan opened his mouth, rendered speechless. The domestic skills of Saiyans are rather mediocre, yet Ailan stands as an exception. While not afflicted by an obsessive cleanliness, he maintains a commendable standard for the tidiness of his abode. First, he meticulously categorized and organized the scattered books, ensuring that various weapons were arranged with precision. The refuse had already been sorted and packaged prior to the arrival of winter, which saved Ailan a considerable amount of time. Nevertheless, even with this advantage, the workload remained substantial. Sweeping, mopping, and dusting the furniture still demanded a significant investment of time. Ailan now despises the fact that all she possesses are mere physical techniques. If only she could wield powers akin to Frisia's. With just a flick of her finger, accompanied by a sinister cackle, she could send all this refuse soaring into the trash bin on its own. As Ailan lost himself in a flurry of thoughts, he tossed the garments scattered on the floor belonging to Tongshu Jindong into the washing machine. Unable to discern which items were clean and which were soiled, he resolved to throw all the clothing into the machine. However, the sheer number of bras and panties was undeniably embarrassing. He turned his gaze towards Tongshu Jindong, signaling her to handle these intimate garments herself. Yet, At that moment, her eyes appeared utterly devoid of life, staring blankly at Ailan. The air of self-despair surrounding her thickened palpably. Such intimate attire is typically something only a significant other or spouse would assist in sorting and cleaning, isn't it? With a sense of resignation, Ailan shifted her gaze to the array of lingerie before her. After voicing a complaint, she tossed the delicate garments into the washing machine. However, the seemingly listless Tuka Shinwinner suddenly displayed a flustered expression upon hearing Ailan's words. Unbeknownst to her, as Ailan was facing away, she remained oblivious to the change in Tuka's demeanor. Once she had finished tidying up, Ailan picked up the trash bag from the floor and exited the room. In a moment of panic, Tuka buried her face in her lap, her cheeks flushing with a quick surge of heat, and her heart raced noticeably faster. By the time Ailan returned, Tuka had changed into her usual red sportswear for lounging at home. Upon noticing a mug filled with water on the small table, Ailan unceremoniously lifted it and drank it all in one go. I never expected that doing housework could also serve as a form of rest. Engaging various movements can activate all the muscles in the body. I suppose this is how cockroach trains as well. Seated across from Ailan, Tuka knelt with a mug in hand, twisting the blanket around her fingers while occasionally tucking her loose hair behind her ear, each gesture radiating maturity. Yet, Ailan sensed something peculiar about Tuka at that moment, an almost unnatural aura. As her gaze fell upon the mug and took his hand and then back to her own, Ailan suddenly comprehended something. The teacher's blanket was quite beautiful. Aaron spoke somewhat awkwardly. In the service department, he and Yukino used the same type of couple mugs. A fleeting look of confusion crossed Kirigaya Mifuyu's face, but she quickly masked it with an icy demeanor. These mugs were a gift she had received at a friend's wedding. Had Aaron not come over today, they would likely have remained untouched and gathering dust. Though she had entirely abandoned the pretense of maintaining her image, she still felt the need to clarify the situation. However, just as she was about to say something, her stomach let out a sudden growl. It was indeed quite late, and she hadn't eaten yet. Perhaps I should head back first, and we can each have our meals before resuming our studies. Seeing the embarrassment of Karisa Mifuyu, Aaron subtly shifted the conversation while also seeking an excuse to make his exit. He had already devised a plan. Upon leaving this room, he would employ his instantaneous teleportation to reach Yukino's residence, intending to spend the night there. Study? What a trivial notion. However, Karisa Mifuyu did not grant him the opportunity to flee. Rising from her seat, she entered the kitchen, and shortly thereafter emerged with 2 bowls of instant noodles. This is what I usually have for dinner, she stated. Time is of the essence, so Aaron, you'll have to make do with this tonight. Once we finish, we shall commence our studies. Huh? Aaron snatched the instant noodles from Matsuno Fuyu's hands. Given that your room is overflowing with empty noodle cups, it seems this is your daily fare. You ought to consume less. It lacks nutritional value. Moreover, I could devour 1,000 of these cups and still not feel satiated. Aaron, feeling somewhat helpless, retrieved her phone from her pocket. Shall I order some takeout? What would you like, teacher? The notion of a teacher allowing a student to treat them to a meal seemed absurd. Suddenly, Tokashindu interjected, if we are ordering takeout, it would be more fitting for the teacher to do so. What does Ailan wish to have? Noticing the determination etched on Tuka's face, Aaron coughed awkwardly. Treating a Saiyan to a meal? Teacher, you truly. Just say it. What do you desire? There is no need for formality between us. Tuka's urging voice resonated once more. Aaron glanced at her phone, opting for something inexpensive to avoid financially burdening Tuka. Suddenly, she spotted a udon noodle shop named Ogata, where the noodles were quite affordable. Then, I shall order 50 servings of udon. I shouldn't eat too much at night, lest it disrupt my sleep. Tuka was utterly taken aback. 50 servings? Chapter 177. As they conversed, both ventured deeper into each other's hearts. The order of 51 servings of udon was completed. Such a substantial quantity would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time for the establishment to prepare. During the ensuing wait, Tuka began to diligently assist Aaron with her studies. Predictably, as Ailan perused her textbooks, her attention could barely be sustained for a few fleeting minutes before she drifted into a state of distraction. Observing Ailan, who was on the verge of dozing off, Tong Sujin Dong cleared his throat and said, cough, Ailan, perhaps you should take a break. Your current state renders it impossible to absorb any knowledge. After speaking, he rubbed his temples with a hint of exasperation. Despite his reluctance to employ such a harsh and derogatory term, Ailan's academic demeanor could undeniably be encapsulated by the word dullard. Upon hearing Tong Su Zhendong's words, AI Ran stretched languidly and sighed. Ah, finally a moment to rest. AI Ran, you have only been studying for a few minutes, he reminded her. Was it truly such a brief period? I was under the impression that I had been engaged in study for an hour. Perhaps it is due to my overwhelming hunger that I cannot focus, she mused. AI Ran pondered for a moment and arrived at a reasonable explanation for her current state. Continuing down this path is untenable. Matsukasa Fuyuki lifted the chocolate cup from the table, took a delicate sip, and suddenly inquired. Are you still collaborating with Kasumi no Okashiyu and the others on the game? Why has the teacher suddenly posed this question? At your age, all your energy should be devoted to your studies. Many other pursuits merely squander time. Whether it's dreams or romance, it is best to engage in them after graduation. Moreover, AI Ran, your current academic performance is truly subpar. As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward the display case draped in white cloth, her brow furrowed, as if reminiscing about something. In the past, there was a foolish woman who, driven by fleeting emotions, squandered her precious limited time on a path devoid of meaning. Observing Matsukasa Fuyuki in her current state, AI Ran was momentarily taken aback. His understanding of Matsukasa Fuyuki was scant, even in the memories of his previous life. His impression of her was minimal. Thus, he was unaware of the specific circumstances that evoked her reflections. With this thought, AI Ran followed Matsukasa Fuyuki's gaze toward the display case. As AI Ran tidied up the room, he lifted the white cloth to reveal an array of medals and a photograph. In the image, Keisuke Mafuyu, who once seemed to be a figure skater, wore a natural smile. Something must have transpired subsequently, transforming her into the frosty teacher she is now. After a moment of contemplation, AI Ran concluded that from the teacher's perspective, Mafuyu's earlier remarks were not objectionable. However, from his own viewpoint, the matter appeared quite different. To develop this game, both Kasumigakaka Shiwa and Arari Spencer Sawamura, along with Megumi Kato, had devoted considerable effort. Now Yukino Shida Yukino had also joined the servant club's endeavors. AI Ran, detached from the aspirations of the past, had no particular obsession with game creation. After all, he was no longer the reclusive boy he once was. Nevertheless, one must see things through to the end, especially since this game held profound significance for everyone involved. It was through this game that he had gradually grown closer to them. Yet, he had no intention of challenging Mafuyu's earlier statement. Instead, he opted to shift the topic directly. While assisting you in cleaning, I inadvertently caught sight of the trophies in that display case, along with a photograph. Since they represent honor, why have you chosen to cover them with a white cloth, Teacher Keisuke? As soon as the words left his lips, AI Ran sensed that he might have overstepped. He noticed that the once nostalgic Mafuyu suddenly trembled slightly, instinctively drawing her arms around herself. The ominous aura of the 7-star ball began to manifest around her. Strangely, Mafuyu appeared unaffected by the emergence of this malevolence. Rather, it was AI Ran, sitting beside her, who felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Without offering an explanation, Mafuyu took a deep breath, then stood up with a hint of melancholy. She headed toward the restroom. Indeed, something has transpired. I shall wash my face first, and then we can continue our studies. AI Ran clutched his chest, overwhelmed by a sudden surge of violent bloodlust emanating from the depths of his heart. This sensation intensified, hinting at a looming loss of control. How could the malice of the 7-star orb affect me? I must swiftly suppress its dark influence. Otherwise, calamity is imminent. With this thought, AI Ran rose to his feet. Teacher Tongshu, he called out, grasping the hand of Tongshu Zhendong tightly. AI Ran, what are you doing? Tongshu Zhendong turned around, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern as she regarded AI Ran, whose face had flushed crimson. It's nothing endeavored to maintain control over his thoughts, his mind racing as he sought an excuse to hold on to his hand, believing that such a connection might suppress the malevolent energy of the. Upon witnessing the trophies, the teacher's expression had shifted dramatically, revealing a profound sense of disappointment. Is there something you can share with me? Bottling it all up isn't beneficial. And I worry for you. This was the sole reason could muster in such a brief span. As he spoke, he channeled his last reserves of positive energy into his body. The malevolent energy surrounding her began to dissipate upon contact with its essence. Yet at that moment, the possessing was reveling in its triumph, fully cooperating with to purify the dark energy it emitted. For once positive energy vanished entirely, the assimilation of this Saiyan would accelerate exponentially. Let go. S' heart was pierced by an unsettling sensation, her tone turning stern. She was utterly disinclined to converse, yearning instead to retreat to the restroom, wishing to escape her thoughts. Nevertheless, had no intention of relinquishing his grip. He held her hand firmly, striving with all his might to cleanse her of the evil that plagued her. In truth, was prepared for any eventuality, even contemplating rendering her unconscious if necessary. After a few attempts to withdraw her hand, realized she was powerless against grasp. Noticing the seriousness etched on his face, she sighed in resignation, inexplicably feeling an instinctive closeness to him, which made her not entirely averse to his actions. Furthermore, she genuinely required someone with whom to share her burdens. Ice skating was the path my parents carved out for me. My youth revolved solely around skating, while my friends reveled in school festivals and summer camps. I was ensnared in training. I don't detest skating yet. I find myself hopelessly yearning for a semblance of ordinary school life. Thus, she had chosen to follow her teacher, even at the cost of straining her familial ties, yet she managed to falter at every turn, failing even in her role as a teacher. The recollection of past misfortunes sent another tremor through her body. Chapter 178, in their dialogue. Two individuals ventured deep into each other's hearts. Ailan merely listened in silence. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the malevolent energy of the purification of the 7 stars. It would be ideal to maintain this state of physical connection indefinitely. Driven by a yearning for the vibrant life of academia, I chose to retire and became a teacher at Saiyan. In the early days of my teaching career, I encountered a student who aspired to attend a music university, yet she lacked any discernible talent, and it could be said she possessed no aptitude whatsoever. Drawing from my own experiences, I encouraged her to devote herself entirely to diligent practice in music. However, reality proved me mistaken. Disparity is indeed disparity. And I inadvertently led her to squander 3 precious years. Consequently, since that incident, my sole expectation of students has been their commitment to study, dissuading them from pursuing other endeavors. For them, whether it be dreams or love, remains far too unrealistic during their formative years. A single misstep could lead to the complete waste of youth. Both she and the student she encountered during her inaugural year serve as vivid examples of this truth. As she spoke, Matsukasa Matoi's body gradually softened, her entire being seemingly devoid of strength, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Ailan gently assisted her into a seated position and took her place behind her, offering support. The malevolent influence of the 7-star dragon had largely dissipated, at least to the extent that it could no longer affect Ailan's state of mind. With a subtle sigh of relief, Ailan began to process the words spoken by Tong Sujindong just moments ago. Due to her commitment to figure skating, she had never truly savored the joys of her school days during her adolescence. Despite her family's objections, she pursued a career as a teacher, only to ultimately harm her students in the process. This led to a deep-seated resentment towards the decision she had made, leaving her unable to even confront her passion for figure skating. Ailan discovered that each of the hosts selected by the contaminated Dragon Balls harbored their own daunting pasts. Yukino Shida Yukino, Yukino Shida Yono, Kurisu Mafuyu, Anna Kinomoto, and Shinomiya Kagaya. It seemed as though every individual shared this burden. Notably, the lone 2-star dragon without a host was swiftly annihilated by Ailan. Reflecting on this, Ailan let out a silent sigh. The mere act of voicing one's thoughts could pave the way for healing. Harboring them within would only hinder progress. How could a teacher possibly comprehend the pain inflicted upon a student? I believe that no endeavor is devoid of significance, even if the final outcome is less than favorable. Exerting oneself will invariably yield some form of reward. Those crucial 3 years of youth have been squandered, leaving little room for any gains. Kurisu Mafuyu shook her head, uncertain whether the words applied to herself or that student. However, after expressing these sentiments, she felt a considerable weight lifted from her shoulders. Ailan, please do not worry about me. Your willingness to patiently listen to the teacher's words is already the greatest support for me. I am fine now. May I release your hand? As she regained her composure, Kurisu Mafuyu felt the warmth emanating from Ailan's grasp, causing her face to flush instantly. Simultaneously, Ailan sensed the aura surrounding Kurisu Mafuyu and confirmed that the malevolent energy of the 7-star ball had indeed been thoroughly suppressed. Teacher, I believe that as long as one retains their youth, even in the face of failure, there will always be opportunities to begin anew. Ailan reflected on his past life, recalling how he had succumbed to failure after a single setback, retreating into the confines of his room each day. Taking a deep breath, he continued in a somber tone. If one were to abandon oneself after merely one failure, then it could hardly be deemed the teacher's fault. However, Should that classmate persist in her efforts, there will undoubtedly come a day when she returns to express her gratitude. Upon finishing his words, Ailan released his grip on Tongsu Shindo's hand. At that moment, he felt utterly drained of energy. Did Ailan truly believe such sentiments? Tongsu Shindo suddenly turned her head to look at him. Meeting her gaze, Ailan extended his right hand and gave her a thumbs up. Indeed, at that moment, a broad smile graced Ailan's face. He suddenly realized that not all teachers were as terrifying as he had imagined. Was it perhaps due to Tongsu Shindo's appealing appearance? Yet, within the next heartbeat, he dismissed that notion. While both were teachers, Hiraizumi Shizuku was also quite attractive. Yet in Ailan's eyes, she was unequivocally a devil. Such a favorable assessment was one he was only willing to bestow upon Tongsu Shindo. All right. Let us continue our studies. Tongsu Shindo suddenly revealed a hint of a smile. Her previously frosty demeanor now completely vanished. She propped herself up with one hand, attempting to rise. However, for reasons unknown, as she began to stand, her vision darkened and a tingling sensation coursed through her legs. Could it be that she had knelt for too long? Unbeknownst to her, she was on the verge of losing her composure once more. With that thought, Tongsu Shindo wobbled unsteadily and began to topple toward Ailan. Tongsu-sensei? Ailan swiftly rose to her feet, securely catching Tongsu Shindong in her embrace. Tongsu Shindong attempted to extricate herself from Ailan's hold, yet the numbing sensation in her legs rendered her unable to stand steadily. At that moment, it seemed the delivery had arrived, as the sound of the doorbell echoed through the room. With no other choice, Ailan gritted her teeth and lifted Tongsu Shindong in a princess carry, making her way towards the bed. Please rest here for a moment, teacher. I shall attend to the delivery, and we can study after we've eaten, she suggested. Tongsu Shindong acquiesced. Although this was not their first instance of such intimate contact, ever since she discovered she could sense Ailan's presence even when she could not see her, their closeness evoked a delightful tingling sensation. Tongsu Shindong was uncertain about the nature of this feeling. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she deliberately adopted a chilly tone. As a teacher, she must never display a weak or embarrassing side in front of her students. Nevertheless, this sensation seemed rather pleasant. A subtle smile graced Tongsu Shindong's lips as she watched Ailan's retreating figure. Before long, the sounds of Ailan conversing with a girl could be heard from the courtyard. Thank you for choosing Okuzudon. Here are all 51 servings. Ailan gazed at the small girl before her, who sported a pair of glasses. Momentarily taken aback, is it truly permissible for elementary school students to engage in such business? This country allows child labor? How utterly disrespectful. Dear guest, I am not an elementary student. I have already entered high school. The girl casually stated this as she placed an oversized takeout box that was entirely disproportionate to her petite frame onto the table. Meanwhile, Ailan could not help but draw a sharp breath. How very disrespectful indeed. You are certainly not an elementary school student. What a joke. No matter the type, an elementary student could never develop to a G cup at this age. Is that truly a G? Have I underestimated her? Or is it possible she has already reached an H? As the young delivery girl retrieved the food from her box, Ailan's mind began to wander uncontrollably. Chapter 179. The teacher's progress is remarkably impressive. Is there a large gathering at your home? You ordered an abundance of ramen. No, it is just my teacher and me. Upon seeing the astonished expression on the petite girl's face, Ailan added, the reason for such a large order is that I have a particular fondness for udon noodles. Hearing the sounds of Ailan conversing with the delivery girl from the courtyard, Togu Madoka felt a tinge of bitterness. To have someone who listens to one's confessions is indeed a profoundly fortunate experience. Yet, the haunting memories of the past made Ailan acutely aware of how she should face him in the future. Had her weakness caused her to lose the dignity of a teacher before a student? Lost in such thoughts, just as the wave of negativity threatened to engulf her, Ailan's voice suddenly reached her ears, dispelling all pessimism. Teacher, come and eat. After we finish, I will strive harder in my studies. Togu Madoka snapped back to reality. To everyone's astonishment, Ailan has shown a willingness to study, which is truly heartwarming. Turning her gaze towards Ailan, the smile that had graced Tongsu Shindong's face abruptly faltered at the subsequent scene. 51 servings of udon noodles were stacked upon the dining table, resembling a small mountain. This quantity did not come as a surprise to Tongsu Shindong. However, could Ailan genuinely consume such a prodigious amount? Overindulgence is certainly not advisable. By the time Tongsu Shindong approached the table, Ailan had already begun to feast. Among the Saiyans, From the lowliest warrior to the royal bloodline, there exists a notable absence of dining etiquette. Even the royal Vegeta, at most, fills his mouth with food and refrains from conversation. In this regard, he surpasses a certain Saiyan who continues to chatter even while his mouth is brimming with food by countless degrees. Ailan's dining etiquette now appears to be on par with that of Vegeta. Observing Ailan devouring her meal with fervor, Kurosaki Fuyumi chose not to comment, instead calmly taking a seat across from her. To facilitate her dining experience, she elegantly gathered her long cherry blossom hair into an updo. I commenced my meal, holding my chopsticks with hands clasped together in a gesture of gratitude. After uttering my thanks, she unwrapped her portion of neatly packed udon noodles, and an enticing aroma wafted towards me. The quantity of udon was quite generous, perhaps even a tad excessive for Kurosaki Fuyumi. Indeed, it was a commendably affordable noodle shop. Kurosaki Fuyumi consumed her meal at a leisurely pace, delicately lifting a portion of udon, blowing gently on it before gradually placing it into her mouth. Embodying the grace of a refined lady, it took her a full half-hour to savor a single bowl of udon. In this simple dinner, the two of them evoked a delightful contrast reminiscent of Beauty and the Beast. Ailan, you managed to finish all of that udon by yourself. And at such a rapid pace? Setting down her bowl, Kurosaki Fuyumi gazed at Ailan, who had already begun to tidy up the remnants. A look of astonishment gracing her features. Ailan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a touch of embarrassment as she spoke. Well, perhaps it is because I am still growing, which is why I eat quite a bit. Is this typical for boys during puberty? Surely others are not like this. I must be an exception. Teacher, please take a moment to rest. I will dispose of this garbage first. Very well. A few minutes later, Ailan returned to the room of the calm and composed Tokusaki Fuyuki, who was now soundly resting atop the small desk where they had previously engaged in study. Teacher Tokusaki? Noticing the steady rhythm of Fuyuki's breath, Ailan couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and relief. So she merely fell asleep. It seems I won't have to study tonight. With that thought, Ailan approached Fuyuki's side. The past few days had been quite taxing for Fuyuki. In addition to her teaching responsibilities at school, she was also busy preparing for the upcoming sports festival at the Shuchian Academy. Unlike Hiratsuka Shizuku, who often slacks off and delegates her tasks to the service club, Fuyuki was accustomed to taking on every responsibility herself. Exhausted from her duties at school, she had little opportunity to rest at home before she had to tutor Ailan. It truly was a challenging situation. Thinking back, it was indeed because of her that Fuyuki was deprived of proper rest. Thank you, Ailan murmured, but it is unwise to sleep here. You might catch a chill. With that concern in mind, Ailan gently wrapped her arms around Fuyuki's waist, and with her other hand, she lifted her legs, cradling her in a delicate embrace. After Ailan carefully placed her onto the bed, Fuyuki let out a soft hum, seemingly discomfort by the tightness of her uniform, her brow furrowing as she settled onto the comfortable mattress. Ailan discerned the source of her discomfort and gently assisted her in removing the constricting fitted blazer from outside. She then retrieved a pillow, placing her in a more comfortable position, and draped a light summer blanket over her. Ailan's movements were gentle, and even now, there was still no sign of life from Tokumafuyu. She must be utterly exhausted. After completing these tasks, Ailan was about to rise and return when two soft, warm arms suddenly encircled his neck. The unexpected action from Tokumafuyu startled Ailan, yet he refrained from reacting. After all, waking her now might lead to more studying. However, it seemed that Tokumafuyu was not content with their current position. In her slumber, she exerted more force, pulling Ailan down with determination. Thus, his cheek was unceremoniously pressed against an extraordinary area. Although this was not the first time, it felt slightly suffocating. Meanwhile, as she embraced Ailan, Tokumafuyu's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and she nuzzled his hair with her chin, seemingly treating him as a mere pillow. No wonder even Shiyu referred to you as a plump woman. I feel as though I might be smothered by you. Ailan struggled to turn his face away from the depths of the valley, panting heavily. He then reached out to grasp the arm of Tokushinbodo, retrieving the embrace that lay at the foot of the bed and placing it tenderly in her arms. Once he stood upright once more, Ailan exhaled a sigh of relief. It was then that he noticed Tokushinbodo's ankle. Due to the recent ice treatment, there was only a slight inflammation present, with no swelling evident. After a moment of contemplation, Ailan retrieved a bottle of red ointment from beside the bed, applying it evenly to her ankle. Having completed his tasks, Ailan turned off the light in Tokushinbodo's bedroom and quietly slipped out. The following day, Shinboto awoke. As she opened her eyes and abruptly threw aside the covers, she exclaimed, "Aaron, I'm so embarrassed. I must have fallen asleep." Receiving no response, her mind gradually emerged from its daze. Was it already dawn? When had she returned to bed? Furrowing her brow, she glanced at her ankle, astonished to find that it had even been treated. Had she been cared for? A swirl of emotions coursed through her. Joy, embarrassment, and gratitude mingled together. Perhaps this was not so bad after all. Chapter 180. The Morning of Shigong Kagaya and Hayasaka AI. In the early morning at the Shigong residence in Tokyo, the diligent maid Hayasaka AI stood by the door of Shigong Kagaya, prepared to assist her mistress in rising. She cast a glance at the line group for the game development team, which included Yukino Shida Yukino, Kasumiga Kakashiwa, Sawamura Spencer Arari, and Kata Megumi. Ah, and that scoundrel. The wayward extraterrestrial, Aaron. Previously, Aaron had attempted to invite Yui Yugahama and Hachiman Hikigaya into the group, but for reasons unknown, Hikigaya had outright declined, resulting in the group transforming entirely into Aaron's harem. Hayasaka AI believed that by remaining hidden within this group, she could uncover more secrets about Aaron. Arari and the others reported their work progress daily. Since Yukino Shida Yukino took charge of the game's development, decisions had been made accordingly. Hayasaka AI was no exception. She now served as the BGM designer and software developer for the game, collaborating with Arari on original artwork. However, discussions about work were scant, with the majority of conversations revolving around Aaron. For instance, this message currently sent by Kasumiga Kakashiwa. In just over a month, summer vacation will commence. In AI Rankuin, there will be a signing event for the Love Metronome. Will you accompany me on that day? All right, was AI Rant's response. By the way, there is also information from Iri. This young girl, though innocent, has seen through the true nature of that alien at a glance. Evident from her address towards AI Ran. Hentai AI Ran, it seems that my mother will be unavailable on the day of the summer commercial. So I've made a decision. I will take charge of our games booth, and you shall attend to my stand. You want me to sell to Jinshi? Absolutely not. I am a proud Saiyan warrior, and I shall not engage in such activities. Ah, Hentai AI Ran. If you refuse, I shall launch a night raid on you tonight. Hypocritical young lady, you merely wish to night raid AI Rankuin, don't you? Mind your own business. Black Silk, plump woman. Though there were still numerous messages following, Isaka AI quietly closed her phone and returned it to her pocket. She found herself somewhat perplexed about which of the two was truly the oddball. Forget it. I shan't dwell on it. As long as I remain in the group, I shall surely uncover the weaknesses of that rogue, capricious alien. With a smirk, Isaka AI felt her spirits lift once more. She retrieved her phone from her pocket, glancing at the messages in the group. After a few minutes, the voice of Shigami Kagaya resonated from the room. Isaka. The tone lacked vigor, revealing that Lady Kagaya had not rested well the previous night. She had been engrossed in books on romantic techniques, which caused Isaka AI some concern. While AI Rant's protection was crucial for Shigami Kagaya, the idea of the lady being captivated by her bodyguard and surrendering herself was nothing short of a cliché from a romance novel. She was resolutely determined to prevent Shigami Kagaya from becoming such a character. Kagaya, what time did you go to sleep last night? Midnight. Indeed. You must rest before 12 each night, or else the next day, Shigami Kagaya will transform into a foolish version of herself. The foolish Kagaya was merely one of her many personas, with others including Ice Sculpture Kagaya. The current state, referred to by Isaka AI as Headband Kagaya, was a blend of romantic and rational thought. By the way, the 6-star dragon has now become a part of Shigami Kagaya's persona. Kagaya. Can't you go to bed earlier? Isaka AI placed today's school uniform beside Shigami Kagaya. After putting on the uniform and adjusting her sleeves, ensuring she was properly attired, Shigami Kagaya shot Isaka AI a glance of reproach, grumbling, "Isn't it all because you aren't trying hard enough?" Isaka AI was left bewildered. Kagaya. Your words are truly ungrateful. I am already risking myself daily in front of that alien. With things as they are, how else am I supposed to try? I am merely a laborer. Although my salary is not low, you cannot expect me to exert myself to the point of exhaustion. Have you perhaps discovered a new angle to persecute me? I implore you, please be reasonable, Isaka. Consider this. If you were to exert yourself diligently to uncover all of AI Ran's interests and interpersonal connections, I would not be in such a state of turmoil now. Oh, what is Lady Kagaya troubled about? It appears that Secretary Fujiwara's relationship with AI Ran is somewhat peculiar. Have the two of them been getting too close recently? At this moment, Isaka AI was taken aback. Although AI Ran is quite the flirt with an abundance of girlfriends, it is evident that he has no connection with Secretary Fujiwara. How did you manage to shift your focus onto Secretary Fujiwara rather than President Anna? Lady Kagaya, what leads you to such a conclusion? After a brief hesitation, Isaka AI resolved to clarify her master's line of thought. It is as follows. During the past 2 outings when AI Ran was accompanied by President Anna, Secretary Fujiwara seemed particularly concerned and incessantly inquired about it. Do you think she might harbor feelings for AI Ran? Your perspective is intriguingly novel, one I had not contemplated at all. After a moment's pause, she continued. However, this does not necessarily indicate anything. Rather, it could suggest that AI Rand and President Anna share an extraordinary connection. Huh? Shuchi Kagaya cast a surprised glance at Isaka AI. President Anna would never engage in anything with AI Rand. After all, President Anna is among the most exceptional individuals in Shuchian, both academically and morally. Moreover, it is said that her upbringing is even more stringent than that of the Shuchian family. Isaka AI found herself momentarily at a loss for words, recalling the night Anna Kinemori infiltrated AI Rand's home. However, AI Rand mentioned that Anna Kinemori's demeanor seemed akin to that of Lady Kagaya, so it might be prudent for me to refrain from excessive commentary. Therefore, it ultimately comes down to you, Isaka, not putting in enough effort. Shuchi Kagaya reached her own conclusion. You are correct. Even if Lady Kagaya interacts with AI Rand daily, she can only glean one of his essence, leaving me, as his maid, with the responsibility for the remaining 99. Indeed, you are absolutely right. Isaka AI felt provoked by Shuchi Kagaya's words and responded with a hint of sarcasm. That feels satisfying. After venting her frustration, she continued, AI Ran is currently focusing his energy on game development outside of school. The latter part of the information did not particularly concern Shuchi Kagaya. She was more intrigued by Isaka AI's earlier statement. Isaka, are you insinuating that I am capricious? Shuchi Kagaya tilted her head, gazing at Isaka AI. You possess a commendable quality. I greatly appreciate your self-awareness. As Isaka AI nodded, she spoke. Upon hearing her words, Shiguma Kagaya's lips twitched as she gritted her teeth, responding. Thank you for the compliment. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved, in any case, I must remain vigilant. Secretary Fujiwara should exhibit a bit more self-respect. I shall ensure she keeps her distance from general affairs Ailan. Chapter 181. The sports festival is about to commence. During this period, the primary responsibility of the student council revolves around the preparations for the impending sports festival. Given that it is the preparation phase, Ailan, who merely serves as a general assistant, naturally finds himself with little to do. Nevertheless, even in the absence of tasks, he must remain in the student council at all times, ready for action. This predicament leaves Ailan, who is eager to escape and accompany Yukino Shida Yukino, feeling quite helpless. Fortunately, this morning, Hikagaya Hachiman unexpectedly procured 2 tickets to Disneyland from an unknown source, which the rarely awake Ailan happened to discover. Thus, AI Ran cornered Hachiman Hikagaya against the wall with a playful yet fervent expression, saying, Hikagaya, you seem unable to grasp the essence of Disney. Why not hand over those 2 tickets to me? I shall experience it for you and return with my impressions. Are you some sort of envious fat tiger, unable to bear the thought of others enjoying good fortune? Ironically, the nature of Saiyans is akin to that of a fat tiger. So, how about granting me those tickets? Well, it's not entirely out of the question. I won these tickets in a lottery. Initially, I intended to invite Ayaka or Yubahama, but alas, they were all preoccupied that day. What? Hikagaya, are you attempting to play both sides? What do you mean by playing both sides? My friendship with Ayaka is utterly innocent. Besides, you, with your multitude of girlfriends, lack the authority to judge me. As Hikagaya handed over the 2 tickets to AI Rand, he remarked, you may have them, but in return, I require a favor. What kind of favor? AI Rand inquired, puzzled. Kamachi has suddenly developed a craving for seafood. Yet I am but a humble high school student, unable to afford it. Did you not once tell me that even with empty pockets, one would not starve? As food could be procured from the sea? I entrust this task to you. You wish for a Saiyan to work for you? In that case, it seems those 2 tickets may not suffice. Ahem, of course. If you can procure me some large tuna or similar fare, I shall assist you with a month's worth of homework. However, I have never done homework in my life. Well, since I have accepted your offer, I shall handle this trivial matter. Thus, AI Ren obtained 2 tickets to Disney from Hachiman Hikagaya. It would be delightful to visit Disney with Yukino. Just as AI Ran's thoughts wandered, the voice of Kagaya Shinomiya echoed in her ear. AI Ran, come with me. We must inspect the sports storage. All right. Anna Kinomoto was still buried under a mountain of documents for review. Speaking of which, the only capable members of this student council were she and Kagaya. Chika Fujiwara fell into the category of those whose mere presence was a stroke of luck, as she seldom contributed constructively. As for AI Ran, entrusting a Saiyan with textual tasks felt rather peculiar. AI Ran, you should feel honored to accompany me to the sports storage. Kagaya Shinomiya walked alongside Ainara, clutching the list of items that required verification. During their recent conversations, she found herself inadvertently uttering peculiar remarks. Perhaps, as Shijo Maki had suggested, when one cares for someone, they tend to overthink and, in moments of shyness, struggle to articulate their thoughts, resorting instead to sharp words to mask their embarrassment. However, Ainara simply ignored her comments, trudging ahead in silence. Observing Ainara's demeanor, Kagaya felt no irritation and continued, did Ainara's parents come back on the day of the sports festival? I heard from Secretary Fujiwara and the president that their families would be present. I currently live alone. Just curious. Kagaya murmured softly. According to the information provided by Isaka AI, Ainara had indeed been living alone, and in the student council, she had never mentioned her family. There's nothing to be curious about. I haven't seen them since I can remember. Ainara replied flatly. Saiyans often exhibit a detached attitude towards familial bonds, with sibling rivalries and paternal conflicts occurring frequently. For instance, the relationships between Broly and his father, or between the Kakarote brothers. If it weren't for the restoration of his past life's memories, Ainara might not even possess the understanding of having a father and mother. Apologies. Kagaya suddenly realized that she might have misspoken at that moment. Aaron nonchalantly waved her hand, then reminisced as if speaking to herself. I believe my mother must have been exceptionally beautiful. During my time on planet Vegeta, I observed that Saiyan women generally possess striking appearances. However, I surmise she likely belonged to the fiery temperament. Aaron was born a superior warrior, which implies that his parents must also have been of the same caliber. A superior warrior, by nature, is unlikely to possess a pleasant disposition. The virtue of ruthlessness would undoubtedly be executed to perfection. In a child's eyes, a mother is always beautiful. At this moment, Shikigami Kagaya reflects on her own circumstances, having lost her mother many years ago. However, she hesitates to engage in conversation about the beauty that Aaron ascribes to his mother. Although Aaron's fierce gaze serves as a striking feature, it is certain that a woman possessing such a look would not be deemed attractive. Furthermore, no one can surpass her beauty. At best, they may be on par. Shikigami Kagaya holds a profound confidence in her own appearance. Indeed, her allure ranks among the top 4 in the entire Shuchian Academy. Had it not been for the transfer of Yukinoshita Yukino, she would undoubtedly have secured a place in the top 3. Aside from her impeccably flat figure, her looks and demeanor would leave no man indifferent. Perhaps, AI Ran cast a fleeting glance at Shikami Kagaya. His current attitude towards her remained that of a service provider towards a client. In his perception, the role of a time patrol officer could, if one were to categorize it, be classified as part of the service industry. Thus, a host like Shikami Kagaya could be regarded as his client. It is always preferable to treat clients with warmth and kindness. After all, he was the sole remaining Saiyan diligently fulfilling his duties. The two engaged in casual conversation as they gradually approached the sports warehouse situated near the playground. The individuals who frequented this place were quite amiable, though the warehouse appeared rather dilapidated. It was only during the annual sports festival that anyone bothered to inspect the prior supplies for usability. Surely, Shuchian Academy was not lacking in funds. Observing the shabby state of the warehouse before him, AI Ren couldn't help but express his bemusement. After all, it was a seldom used storage space, and the school likely aimed to instill in its students the virtues of frugality and resourcefulness, or so he supposed. Well, let us proceed inside and complete our tasks swiftly, so we may return home sooner. As AI Ran spoke, she pushed open the large door of the warehouse. Chapter 182. Before the Saiyans, there was no anticipated warehouse narrative. Upon opening the door, a wave of decayed air rushed towards her. One could easily imagine just how long it had been since anyone had last visited this place. However, something at the entrance immediately captivated AI Ran's attention, a remarkably thick wooden stick. It stood perfectly straight, devoid of any branches, a weapon that no man could possibly resist. Not even the Saiyans were exceptions to this allure. Wasn't that fellow Kakarote still brandishing his trusty staff in his 20s? And here was Ailan, merely 19 years of age. Regrettably, in the presence of her clients, she could never indulge in such childish antics. Retracting her gaze, Ailan followed Kaguya Shingu into the depths of the warehouse. There lay electronic equipment for high jumps, relay batons, ropes for tugging, and a pile of tattered, leaking balloons. This scene was reminiscent of many tales, where the warehouse doors suddenly locked, trapping a man and a woman inside with no means of escape. Ailan suddenly envisioned a narrative, perhaps influenced by the presence of Kasumiga Kakashiwa and Arari Spencer Sawamura. His thoughts were now quite divergent. Shirogane Kaguya cast him a sidelong glance, questioning, "What jest is this?" With a faint sound, a prized weapon that Ailan admired unexpectedly toppled outside the door, blocking it with an awkward angle, firmly wedged in place. However, the two individuals inside remained oblivious to the situation. "The falling of that wooden stick is certainly not my doing," he mused. Inside the sports warehouse, several windows along the side allowed sunlight to stream in, ensuring that even with the door closed, visibility within the space remained commendable. Ailan, "Let us commence the inventory," Shirogane Kaguya said, shaking the list in her hand. "Very well," he replied. "Basketball," Shirogane Kaguya noted as she glanced at the list. "Ailan is tasked with the inspection," picking up a few balls from the ground. Ailan squeezed them casually. They were soft. They had lost their air. That would be the accurate description. No wonder Ailan, in the administrative department, consistently ranks at the bottom of the entire school. While saying this, Shirogane Kaguya marked a check at the end of the list, indicating that the basketball was damaged. "Why are we inspecting sports equipment? It seems there are no ball games in our sports festival. Isn't there a separate ball game competition organized by the school? Since we are here, it is prudent to conduct a thorough inspection. This way, there will be no need to recount everything again when the sports competition arrives." Shirogane Kaguya glanced at the soccer ball at his feet and gave it a gentle kick. It too had deflated. Indeed, it had lost its air. Ailan nearly led him astray. Gradually, the work began to take a more structured form. As Ailan and Shirogane Kaguya engaged in light conversation while swiftly checking the equipment in the storeroom. Speaking of which, what events did Ailan register for this year? While inspecting the rope used for tug-of-war, Shirogane Kaguya suddenly inquired. "I did not register for any events. Ailan would not even participate in physical education classes, let alone competitions of this nature. If she did, she would likely make headlines the following day. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. As a member of the student council, Ailan must engage in certain activities. The student council is expected to set an exemplary standard for all students. Moreover, the sports festival at Saiyans is divided into two teams based on classes. This year, students from both Saiyans and SBU High will form separate teams. Thus, it is imperative for her to take part. What event has Vice President Shikigami registered for?" "The 400-meter dash." As she spoke, Shikigami Kaguya glanced at Ailan. If all else fails, Ailan could join the cheerleading squad, which would still count as her contribution. "Cheerleading? I have no intention of doing that. Let me think, perhaps I should sign up for an event as well. That would be splendid." After completing her final checks, Shikigami Kaguya approached the door of the storage room. She attempted to open it, but despite her efforts, the door remained unyielding. Ailan, "Your earlier prediction has come true. We are now locked inside this storage room." Ailan felt somewhat bewildered. When did he acquire the ability to speak and have his words manifest into reality? If such a power were truly his foremost desire would be to swiftly contact Kane. Last night, Ailan had reviewed his finances and realized that after deducting the expenses for game development, he had less than 1 million yen at his disposal. While this sum might seem considerable, given the Saiyans' voracious appetite, it would likely suffice for merely a week's worth of meals. After that, he would indeed have to venture into the sea to hunt. Dining was one matter, but the more pressing concern was the looming obligation of paying rent. The door was jammed, likely due to the stick outside. Was it truly such a coincidence? Ailan approached the entrance of the warehouse. With a mere push, he could effortlessly snap the stick outside. However, Kaguya Shino was still present. Ailan was deep in contemplation, pondering whether to reveal his abilities before Shikigami Kaguya. The air inside the secluded warehouse was stifling. One could imagine the sensation of dust invading one's nostrils during a sudden summer rain. It was reminiscent of this oppressive atmosphere. His phone was on him. Perhaps he should contact the president and request assistance in opening the door. After some deliberation, Ailan ultimately resolved against exposing his powers in front of Shikigami Kaguya. After all, once the matter of the six-star dragon was resolved, there would be no further intersection with Kaguya. "Do you not think, Ailan, that seeking assistance from President Anna in our current predicament is rather humiliating? Kagaya gazed intently at him. Humiliating? Surely not. It is merely a request for her help in opening the door. No, you completely misunderstand my point. I am a member of the Shikami family. The eldest daughter of the Shikami clan has been mistakenly trapped in a sports warehouse, alongside a man. Kagaya exclaimed, her face etched with despair. Are you implying that if this matter were to leak, my reputation would be irreparably tarnished? Is that what you were suggesting? Ailan found the expression of Shikigami Kagaya to be quite intriguing. Before she could speak, Ailan interjected, leaving Kagaya momentarily speechless. Never mind. I shall contact someone from the service club to open the door. That should suffice, she declared, promptly retrieving her phone and reaching out to Isaka AI via line. As for why she did not contact Yukino Shida Yukino, that was a ludicrous thought. She could very well be trapped in the storage room with Kagaya. And if Yukino were to find out, you also have Isaka's contact information? Kagaya's voice suddenly interjected. Closing line. Ailan looked up at Kagaya and replied, indeed. In the service club, we typically communicate via line for any matters. Speaking of which, I realize I have yet to add the vice president's line. Shall we? My phone is in the student council room, Kagaya admitted. Indeed, her phone was resting in the student council room. But it was an antiquated flip phone that she had used for over a decade. Being nostalgic, she had never contemplated upgrading her device. Despite the advent of the mobile internet era, the casual manner in which Ailan had just connected with Isaka had kept Kagaya on high alert. Was it Isaka that she should be wary of, rather than Secretary Fujiwara? Moreover, since Isaka had begun inquiring about Ailan, her behavior had indeed been rather peculiar. Even having stayed overnight at Ailan's residence, a solitary male and female confined to a single room for an entire night. At this moment, Kagaya instinctively overlooked the presence of the other members of the service club. Chapter 183. It appears Kagaya has discovered something before long. Ailan received a response from Isaka AI, consisting of a mere, understood. It seems Isaka harbors a strong prejudice against me. Is it merely because I once threatened her by using my tail, or because I had the audacity to expose myself in her presence? Humanity truly is rather petty. After Ailan reached this conclusion, he couldn't help but curl his lips in disbelief. Turning his head, he discovered Shikigami Kagaya hiding behind a rack, completely obscured by sports equipment. What are you doing? Ailan asked, surprised by Kagaya's behavior. I'm just curious about what's inside. Kagaya's voice emerged from the shadows. After a moment, she continued, once you and Isaka leave, I'll come out on my own. Are you hiding out of fear of embarrassment? What kind of ostrich are you? Besides, isn't Isaka your maid? What are you afraid of? Ailan rolled her eyes at Shikigami Kagaya and then settled onto a cushion, awaiting the arrival of Hayasaka AI. If Hayasaka discovers that Kagaya and I are in the storage room together, won't that be even more embarrassing? With this thought, Kagaya instinctively shrank back. 10 minutes later, Hayasaka AI arrived at the entrance of the sports equipment storage. Her expression was quite grim. She had been summoned by Ailan. Had this extraterrestrial being taken her for a maid? After having teased her so many times, how could he still command her so casually? Was Ailan still alive? Hayasaka removed the stick and, while pushing the door, called out softly. Upon entering, she was taken aback. Ailan was sitting on the cushion, lost in thought, and the fierce glint in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a somewhat dim-witted demeanor. The unusual Ailan was not particularly clever. Hayasaka, you have arrived. He finally snapped back to attention. He had been idly attempting to call upon the Kaioshin of time in his mind, but alas, there was still no response. Ailan, you called me here just to open the door? Hayasaka's tone was somewhat unfriendly. She had come to check the items for the sports festival and accidentally locked herself inside. Since Kagaya wished to remain unnoticed, Ailan discreetly concealed her presence. Thank you. Ailan endeavored to offer her a warm smile in gratitude for her assistance. However, upon seeing this smile, Hayasaka instinctively took 2 steps back. Why do you smile so creepily? Besides, it's just a small stick. You could easily push it open if you wanted. Meanwhile, Kagaya was secretly observing. It sounded as though Hayasaka was quite familiar with Ailan. Moreover, could Ailan truly push the door open effortlessly? If so, why hadn't he done it earlier? Was it simply to enjoy more time alone with me? Hee. Ailan's way of expressing affection is rather endearing. Oh, how kawaii. Yet, if you take the initiative, perhaps I might grant you a slight opportunity. Just as Kagaya became lost in her own fantasies, Ailan approached Hayasaka, interrupting her complaints. If she continued, they might end up discussing the matter of the Dragon Balls. discovering the host of the Dragon Balls, yet being unable to purify them. If the clients hiding behind them learned of this, wouldn't the dignity of the Saiyans be utterly shattered? Hayasaka, let us head outside. The inventory here is concluded. As a token of appreciation, I shall treat you to a drink. With that, Aaron stepped out of the storage room first. A drink? Was I so cheap that I would run errand for just that? Ehara's Isaka closely followed behind, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Aaron. Even if she could not overpower him, she was determined to reclaim her dignity in other ways. What more do you desire? Having a drink is already quite sufficient. I find myself in a rather impoverished state. Oh, it's quite surprising to hear someone like you utter the word impoverished. As their voices gradually faded into the distance, Kaguya Shinomiya emerged slowly from the shadows. Why does Zaisaka seem so familiar with Aaron? That shouldn't be the case. From my understanding of Zaisaka, she has always been rather aloof towards others, except when dealing with me or my mother. The term infidelity suddenly crossed Kaguya's mind, leaving her uncertain whether it applied to Zaisaka or Aaron. With this thought in mind, she discreetly followed after Aaron and Zaisaka. On the other side, AI Ran brought Ayaka Hayasaka to the vending machine beside the playground. What would you like to drink, Hayasaka-san? He inquired, unaware of her preferences. Their interactions had been sparse, and based on their limited exchanges, it seemed that their time together was not particularly enjoyable. Glancing at the selection within the vending machine, Ayaka Hayasaka promptly chose the most expensive beverage available. Didn't AI Ran claim to be quite impoverished? Then let us order the most expensive items. After 2 bottles of beverage tumbled down, AI Ran bent down to retrieve them and handed one to Ayasaka AI. Without hesitation, Ayasaka took a sip and inquired. You mentioned last time that you would find a way to resolve the issues concerning the young lady. Why is there still no progress? Is it possible to achieve such results so swiftly? As for me, I currently have no means to address it myself. I can only seek assistance from my boss. Unfortunately, I have been unable to reach her. Unable to reach her? Could it be that your boss has absconded? Perhaps, AI Ran replied, taking a sip of the beverage. Suddenly, he appeared to recall something. Looking at Ayasaka AI with a serious expression, my boss is a rather exalted deity with a penchant for voyeurism. If you speak ill of her, given her sensitive nature, she might bring misfortune upon you in the future. A deity with a penchant for voyeurism? AI Ran truly has a knack for humor. Ayasaka AI scoffed at AI Ran's claims. Setting aside the existence of such beings, even if they were real, they could not possibly resemble the lewd figure you describe. Believe it or not, that is entirely up to you. After finishing the beverage in his hand, AI Ran discarded the empty can into the trash and prepared to leave. However, after taking just a few steps, he noticed a soccer ball hurtling directly towards Ayasaka AI's face. Be careful, he exclaimed. Upon hearing his voice, Ayasaka AI turned to look at him, her expression rather dazed. In a swift motion, he pulled her into his embrace. Completely unprepared for such an unexpected action, Ayasaka AI found herself nestled in his arms. Is this extraterrestrial trying to take advantage of me? She instinctively thought, attempting to push him away. Yet, almost immediately, she heard the resounding thud of the soccer ball striking the vending machine. AI Ran's voice drifted over, nonchalantly remarking, "See, speaking ill of the divine truly invites retribution. It's merely a coincidence." Ayasaka AI remained defiant, though a hint of fear flickered across her face. Nevertheless, the matter of the divine was best left aside. Several hundred meters away, Shikigami Kaguya, who had just arrived at the playground, witnessed the scene of AI Ran pulling Ayasaka AI into his arms. Chapter 184. Tanuma Tsubasa returns for relationship advice. Part 1. Upon returning to the student council room, AI Ran found that Anakin no Kuni had already taken Fujiwara Chika out to plan the venues for the upcoming sports festival. The spacious student council room was now left with only Shikigami Kaguya seated at her desk. As AI Ran was about to greet her, she keenly sensed that Shigumi Kaguya seemed somewhat off. At this moment, not only was her face icy, but more importantly, her aura felt as though it were enclosed by an invisible barrier, isolating her entirely. The sinister energy of the 6-star dragon has not manifested. Why has Shigumi Kaguya suddenly changed like this? After a few moments of hesitation, AI Ran approached Shigumi Kaguya's side. As a professional time-space patroller, it is essential to constantly gauge the psychological state of one's clients. Vice President Shigumi, why does it seem that your emotions are a bit low? Upon hearing AI Ran's voice, Shigumi Kaguya turned her gaze towards him. However, her eyes betrayed no sparkle, and she emanated a sense of profound gloom. She opened her mouth, intending to inquire about the relationship between AI Ran and Isaka AI. Yet, as the words lingered on her lips, she found herself unable to voice them. Such inquiries seemed reserved solely for couples. What was the difference between asking directly and revealing to AI Ran that she held deep feelings for him? Wasn't this matter too embarrassing? Observing Shigumi Kagaya's hesitation, AI Ran felt somewhat perplexed, just as he contemplated whether to press further. A knock echoed from the student council room door. "Come in," Shigumi Kagaya said, rising to her feet. It appeared she wished to create some distance between them. Before the person outside entered, she settled onto the sofa in the middle of the student council room. After a brief moment, a familiar figure entered. It was Tanuma Tsubasa, currently the boyfriend of Kashiwagi Mune. It seemed he was also a member of the soccer club. On Earth, boys who excel in sports often find it easier to win the affection of girls. "Master AI Ran," he exclaimed upon entering, "save me." His second utterance was a rather explosive word. This fellow was still as much of a softie as ever. AI Ran cast a bemused glance at him and asked, "What's the matter?" Earlier, when Sumina Tsubasa had come by, AI Ran hadn't recalled him until Shijo Maki appeared. It was then that she unearthed the memory of this remarkable individual who had become a mother right after graduating high school. "Unfortunately, I am now Shijo Maki's mentor and her foremost supporter in matters of love. This time, I shall not assist you, no matter what." At that moment, Sumina Tsubasa had comfortably seated himself opposite Shikigami Kagaya and sighed for a moment before saying, "Well, I am dating Kashiwagi, aren't I? Please, continue." Perhaps in an effort to facilitate gaming, the student council room sofa resembled a CAF booth. To ease the conversation, AI Ran had no choice but to sit beside Shikigami Kagaya. As soon as she settled down, Shikigami Kagaya subtly distanced herself from AI Ran once more. I want to hold her hand. What should I do?" Sumina Tsubasa lamented, covering his face in exasperation. "I truly like her so much. I really want to hold her hand." Meanwhile, AI Ran and Shikigami Kagaya simultaneously furrowed their brows, realizing that this fellow was here to flaunt his affection. Ugh. The stench of romance is nearly suffocating the student council room. How revolting. AI Ran suddenly comprehended the sentiments of Hachiman Hikigaya. The act of holding hands, indeed. AI Ran stroked his chin, pondering that this fellow had only been dating Shiraki for less than a week. Such rapid progress. At this rate, by next year, they might even have children together, leaving Seijo Makoto in a rather precarious position. That simply wouldn't do. Master AI Ran, this is truly challenging. Even if they are together, the fear of reaching out for a hand can be overwhelming. After Tanimura Tsubasa expressed this sentiment, he let out a deep sigh. Surprisingly, Shigumi Kagaya regarded Tanimura with a hint of confusion, that tantalizing feeling, yet hesitating to make contact. I encountered such notions while delving into various romance novels recently. Indeed, that encapsulates the essence of love. Their exchange elicited an unfeeling eye roll from AI Ran. How did these sentiments come across as mere musings of the timid? Why would you believe that our student council could assist you with such dilemmas? To be frank, I find myself equally at a loss. Due to Seijo Makoto's involvement, AI Ran was currently disinclined to assist Tanimura. In fact, the mere thought of not devising a plan to disrupt Tanimura and Shiraki's relationship already felt like a considerable concession. Of course, there was also the matter of Saiyans' lack of proficiency in such affairs. "Master AI Ran must have a solution," exclaimed Tanimura. "Earlier during our club activities, I inadvertently kicked the ball off the field. Just as it was about to hit Isaka AI, I witnessed Master AI Ran heroically rescuing her." As Tanimura recounted this, he mimicked AI Ran's earlier actions on the field, gazing at him in admiration. Upon hearing Tanimura's words, Shigumi Kagaya suddenly perked up. So, AI Ran's embrace of Isaka was to save her? Like a parched desert welcoming long-awaited rain, the previously listless Kagaya seemed to spring back to life at that moment. Indeed, AI Ran always seeks to assist others. If he perceives Isaka in peril, he would certainly not stand idly by. With this thought, Kagaya cast a glance at AI Ran, her face regaining a serene smile. However, sensing Kagaya's abrupt transformation left AI Ran even more perplexed. Never mind, let's address Tanimura's situation first. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Wearing a detective hat, Fujiwara Chika entered with a magnifying glass, her face alight with excitement. I sensed the fragrance of romance. She surveyed the room, declaring, "The culprit is among you. Fujiwara, your timing is impeccable. Tanimura has come seeking romantic advice, and you are quite adept at this." Having arrived at this point, Ailan resolved to pass this troublesome matter directly onto Chika Fujiwara. She placed her utmost trust in Fujiwara's notorious unreliability and her talent for dismantling romantic pairings, scoring a perfect 100 in confidence. Moreover, Fujiwara had always harbored a fervent interest in various romantic gossip. "Ah, it's you, the perpetrator of love," Fujiwara declared, directing her magnifying glass towards Tsumuji Tanuma, extending her right index finger. "Humph, perpetrator, there's no escaping now. Speak up, what would you like to discuss?" Tanuma, somewhat bashful, replied, "I wish to hold hands with classmate Kawaguchi." Fujiwara fell silent for several seconds, seemingly taken aback. "Is that all?" Her interest immediately waned. Was it merely hand-holding? Too simplistic. Ailan also cast an expectant glance towards Chika Fujiwara. "Hurry, Chika-chan, showcase your remarkable abilities to Tsukasa Tanuma." Chapter 185. Tsukasa Tanuma Seeks Love Advice Again. Part 2. Ailan reclined effortlessly on the sofa, observing the forthcoming performance of Fujiwara Chika. Despite her inherently unpredictable nature, he harbored an unwavering confidence in her abilities. In moments of solitude, would it truly be inappropriate to reach out and take her hand? Before Chika could voice her thoughts, Shigami Kagaya interjected with her own perspective. In many respects, she and Shijo Maki were on par with mere bystanders. However, as long as the situation did not directly involve her, she was capable of making astute judgments. "Kagaya, this is where your understanding falters," Chika remarked. Her face adorned with the innocence of youthful infatuation, now imbued with a hint of endearing charm. It was precisely due to her shyness that she felt apprehensive, fearful of the perspiration on her palms, anxious about startling her companion, and concerned about the possibility of rejection. This trepidation rendered her hesitant to initiate a handhold. "Is it truly that difficult?" Kagaya pondered, still struggling to grasp Chika's sentiments. Yet at that moment, Tanuma Tsubasa exclaimed, "Indeed, it is quite challenging." "Well, it certainly is," Chika replied, redirecting her gaze toward Ailan. "Ahem, what Secretary Fujiwara said is quite accurate. It truly is difficult." Ailan, steeling herself, sought to appease Chika Fujiwara, for at this moment, it was imperative to ensure her stable performance. Even the most steadfast of couples would inevitably part ways under Fujiwara's extraordinary maneuvers. Upon witnessing Ailan's nod of agreement, Kagaya Shinomiya slightly raised her chin, resting her right hand on her chin, and gazed at everyone with an expression of bemusement. "It is truly endearing how you all fear such matters." In response, Chika Fujiwara, puffing with indignation, retorted, "If Kagaya-chan feels that way, then why not give it a try yourself?" The vice president, Shinomiya, was unattached, so Fujiwara, "Please do not put her in a difficult position." Ailan had taken on the role of a mediator. But how did this woman manage to steer the conversation back to Shikigami Kagaya? It was truly beyond control. She should be directing her efforts towards the pairing of Tanuma Tsubasa and Kashiwagi Kazu. At that moment, Tanuma Tsubasa sensed the atmosphere had turned rather awkward. I think I'll take my leave now." "Oh, is this cowardly fellow really leaving already? Secretary Fujiwara hasn't even put in her effort yet, and you're already giving up?" Perhaps it was for the best. With this thought, Ailan smiled faintly, preparing to exchange a few pleasantries before ushering Tanuma Tsubasa out. However, before she could utter a word, Shikigami Kagaya suddenly sprang to her feet. "Don't go." After that, she turned to Fujiwara Chika. "Since you all find holding hands such a daunting task, allow me to demonstrate." "Is it really just holding hands? These people are making a mountain out of a molehill." "Ailan, come here," Shikigami Kagaya called out to the bewildered Ailan. Ailan remained unmoved. He was not a servant to the other party. Even if that individual happened to be his client, the role of a time patrol officer was one that involved artistry, not servitude. Ahem, with the exception of Yukino Shida, and also, of course, Poem of the Kasa Hill, Iri Shirace, Megumi Kato, and Anna Kinomoto. "Please assist me, and I shall brew you some tea shortly. I have recently devoted myself to perfecting my tea-making skills." Shino Kagaya displayed a countenance reminiscent of an older man attempting to charm a young girl. Moreover, the results were exceedingly remarkable. Ailan rose to his feet and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" As he spoke, he approached within a mere step of Shikigami Kagaya. Extending his hand, he realized that Ailan had completely misunderstood his intentions. With a sense of resignation, Shikigami Kagaya gently reiterated his reminder. Ailan complied, and then Shikigami Kagaya prepared to place her hand upon Ailan's. However, midway through the motion, she abruptly halted. Was holding hands truly such a daunting task? Would my palms be clammy? Would Ailan disdain me? Furthermore, if I were to grasp Ailan's hand directly, would he be frightened? Observing that Shikigami Kagaya had extended her hand yet failed to proceed, Ailan stepped forward, taking her hand in his. In that fleeting moment of contact, Shikigami Kagaya let out an adorably soft gasp. Her cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson, yet she struggled to maintain her composure, determined not to lose face before others. Ahem. That, Fujihara, secretary, isn't holding hands supposed to be a simple act? Noticing Shikigami Kagaya's faltering words, Fujihara Chika elongated her response. Oh, I see. But could it be that Kagaya-san does not harbor feelings for Ailan CC? Hence the absence of a thrilling sensation and the perceived difficulty? Confronted with Fujihara Chika's inquiry, Shikigami Kagaya was momentarily taken aback. How should she respond in this situation? To lie and provide Fujihara Chika with an affirmative answer would imply that she had no interest in Ailan whatsoever. Yet, to speak the truth would essentially amount to confessing her feelings for Ailan before such a crowd. How utterly embarrassing. At that moment, Shikigami Kagaya was completely flustered, utterly uncertain of how to proceed. Just then, Ailan interjected, Fujihara CC, I believe our priority now is to assist Tanuma Tsubasa in resolving his romantic dilemmas. He is wholly reliant on you at this juncture. With that, Ailan released Shikigami Kagaya's hand and returned to his seat. He had now fully grasped the uncontrollable nature of Fujihara Chika. This was the second time the topic had strayed. Shikigami Kagaya quietly took a seat beside Ailan, bowing her head to hide her flushed visage. This is far too embarrassing. I wish to go home. I can no longer endure this place. Hayasaka, come save me. Indeed. Fujihara Chika had also realized her divergence from the topic and turned her attention to the visibly uncomfortable Tanuma Tsubasa. Tanuma-san, holding hands is not a particularly challenging endeavor. But for a 100 success rate, one must undertake substantial preparation, such as Tanuma Tsubasa looked at Fujihara Chika with eager anticipation. For instance, treat Kashimagi-san to a meal, then watch a movie together, and finally present a small gift. Once the atmosphere is just right, it will be simple. Indeed, Fujihara CC makes a valid point. No. This one do. Upon witnessing that Chika Fujiwara had not proposed a single ill-conceived idea, Ailan promptly halted the precarious dialogue between the two individuals. With a serious expression, he turned to Tsumuji Tanuma and proclaimed, what you are doing is far too simplistic. It is only by showcasing sufficient masculine charm in the presence of women that one can achieve unassailable success. Therefore, starting tomorrow, you shall train with me for a year and a half. Once you have mastered your skills, you may then pursue hand-holding with classmate Kashiwagi. The members of the student council were evidently taken aback by Ailan's statements, and the once lively atmosphere of the student council room fell into a profound silence. Tsumuji Tanuma swallowed hard and, with uncertainty, inquired, Master Ailan, is this method truly effective? Absolutely. I am indeed a specialist in this realm of training. Aizasaka nodded affirmatively. Chapter 186. The one who walks with a mask Kagaya Shinomiya, occupied with student council matters, would invariably return to her residence in Tokyo only as dusk approached. During this interval, Aizasaka was tasked with ensuring that the chef had prepared the evening meal in advance. However, there was another matter to attend to. Upon entering her room, Aizasaka dialed an anonymous number. Once the call connected, a cold voice resonated. This is Kakeru Shinomiya. Yes, this is Aizasaka. The young lady has been moving between the mansion and the school as usual, she replied. I see, Kakeru Shinomiya said after a brief silence. From now on, as long as Kagaya does not contact Sarayu or Unei, there is no need to report anything else to me. Understood. Upon hearing Aizasaka's response, Kakeru Shinomiya abruptly ended the call. Kakeru Shinomiya, the eldest son of the Shinomiya family, impeccably embodied all the traits of the current head of the Shinomiya conglomerate: cold-blooded, suspicious, cunning, and possessed of an irresistible desire for control. Even in the presence of Kagaya, who had no inheritance prospects, he meticulously arranged for Aizasaka, the daughter of the Zasaka family, to serve as Kagaya's personal maid, thereby maintaining oversight over her affairs. Moreover, he served as the current chairman of Shuchian Academy, keeping a watchful eye on both his younger brothers and Kagaya since their high school days. As an heir to a conglomerate valued at 200 billion yen, he was undeniably competent. However, as an elder brother, he appeared remarkably cold and unfeeling. After hanging up, Aizasaka felt as if she had lost all strength. collapsing onto the floor. Following the Zasaka family's failure in their business rivalry with the Shinomiya family, they had been drawn into the fold of the Shinomiya clan, recognizing their exceptional capabilities. Even Ai Zasaka was born within the main estate of the Shinomiya family. Her father was one of Kakeru Shinomiya's staunchest supporters. When Ai Zasaka was merely 7 years old, her father arranged for her to become Kagaya's personal maid. It was a respectable position, offering good pay alongside the opportunity for elite education within the Shinomiya family. Yet, gradually, Ai Zasaka became aware of the peculiar nature of her role. Her duties expanded from merely attending to Kagaya's daily needs to regularly reporting intelligence on her. In simple terms, she was a spy, a traitor. "I am truly a loathsome informant," Ai Zasaka murmured softly. In truth, she could resign from this maid position at any time, should she choose to do so. However, having grown up alongside Kagaya Shikinomiya, she had long regarded her as a sister. She was truly uneasy about leaving Kagaya alone in this place. Every time she contemplated her resignation, the thought that Kagaya would undoubtedly have another maid lurking by her side instilled a sense of moral conflict that compelled her to persevere. After a while, the sound of a car pulling up outside the estate broke the silence. Kagaya had returned after attending to matters concerning the student council. With her arrival, the entire household buzzed with activity. Taking a deep breath, Ai Hisaka gradually rose from the ground and made her way towards the entrance to greet Kagaya. "Aside from protecting Lady Kagaya, all I need is to survive alone, without harboring excessive expectations from anyone, nor futilely seeking someone to share my burdens of pain and sorrow. In most cases, my suffering is but a speck of dust easily brushed aside in the eyes of others. I have long been aware of this. The only way to navigate this existence is to don a mask, concealing all loneliness and the myriad emotions beneath its facade. Whether as a maid, a housekeeper, or a vixen, I merely need to hide behind these various masks. Without a faade, survival becomes impossible. Without the art of performance to veil my weaknesses and flaws, endurance is unattainable. I simply must continue down this path." As Ai walked, she reminded herself of this internally. Suddenly, her footsteps faltered. An image of a rather sinister-looking individual abruptly surfaced in her mind, a face she found particularly loathsome, perpetually exuding an air of disdain. What was so remarkable about an extraterrestrial? Ai muttered under her breath, hastening her pace. After a few steps, however, she slowed once more. With Aaron's abilities, he could easily disregard the Shikinomiya family entirely. Should I seek his assistance? If so, would Lady Kagaya and I be able to live like ordinary high school students? No, he would never help. He was merely a brute consumed by thoughts of Dragon Ball. Dismissing her previous notion, Ai resumed her stride. Yet the weight of suppressed emotions accumulated over more than a decade, coupled with the pressures of daily life and her guilt towards Kagaya, lingered heavily upon her. Tormented by a relentless cycle of emotions, Isaka Ai felt as though she had discovered a life buoy while on the verge of drowning. Despite her constant self-denial, a primal instinct for survival compelled her to inch closer to that buoy. She yearned desperately for the youthful experiences that a normal girl should enjoy. Yet her identity as a maid of the Shikigami family rendered such desires unattainable. Even the simplest of romances seemed an extravagant dream beyond her reach. The immense pressure she bore, overwhelming to the ordinary person, urgently sought an outlet at this very moment. Approaching the entrance, Isaka leaned against the wall, supporting her aching forehead. After a few moments, she forcefully suppressed the anguish etched upon her face, donning the guise of the perfect maid. In truth, she could not dispel her suffering. Yet she wished to shield Shikigami Kagaya from worry. If tears were to fall, she would prefer to weep in her mother's embrace. At last, before the car came to a halt, she maintained her flawless demeanor. Once Shikigami Kagaya exited the vehicle, Isaka gently uttered, "Welcome back, Lady Kagaya." A hint of anxiety laced Shikigami Kagaya's voice as she hurried to Isaka's side, clasping her hand and guiding her toward her room. "Isaka, today the student council president held my hand." Isaka gazed in surprise at Shikigami Kagaya, whose face blossomed with delight. That lecherous extraterrestrial moved so swiftly? However, Kagaya's subsequent words eased Isaka's previously racing heart. Of course, it was merely a demonstration for Tanuma Tsubasa. Holding hands is quite a simple matter. Both the president and Secretary Fujiwara, as well as Tanuma, perceive it as a daunting task. Only I believe it to be an effortless endeavor. Then, she demonstrated it to them. Kagaya Shinomiya recounted everything that transpired in the student council room to Ai Hayasaka, and a hint of a smile unexpectedly graced the formerly indifferent expression of Ai. The young lady was also experiencing her youth in her own way. It would have been even more perfect if the person she held hands with were not that detestable extraterrestrial. Chapter 187. The Sensation of Ailan. Mafuyu Kirigaya returned home quite early today. She had always devoted herself wholeheartedly to her work, seizing every opportunity to enhance her teaching abilities due to her lack of experience. Even after commencing her career, the pursuit of knowledge remained relentless. Learning is akin to swimming upstream. Without progress, one inevitably regresses. This principle, I believe, resonates with the majority of Earth's inhabitants, save for a certain Saiyan who dozes off at the mere sight of a book. Is Ailan not back yet? With her eyes closed, Mafuyu knelt beside the coffee table. Although the reason eluded her, she could accurately sense Ailan's location, even while seated at home. In her perception, Ailan was situated in an apartment a kilometer away and had been there for quite some time. With a gentle exhale, Mafuyu picked up the teaching materials prepared for Ailan, meticulously verifying their reliability once more. For someone as astute as herself, there was no need for relaxation, nor did she experience feelings of solitude. It was merely a transition from one segment of learning to another. Indeed, aside from work, study, and tutoring Ailan, there was nothing else to occupy her time. Only children deceive themselves, and Mafuyu had long since matured. Indeed, she was the epitome of a mundane adult woman, without a boyfriend or anyone to socialize with. Her interactions with Shizen Hiratsuka had been pleasant, yet, when faced with an invitation from her, she chose to decline. Shizen was a heavy drinker, and Mafuyu had promised Ailan that she would never drink again. She had no desire to undergo such humiliating experiences once more. However, if Shizen invited her to race at a place akin to Akina Mountain, she might consider it. School, home, the library, convenience stores, ramen shops, these constituted Mafuyu's daily existence. With scant entertainment that was nearly disconnected from the contemporary female experience. When would Ailan finally return? With a sigh, T-Suk Matoi cast a glance over her somewhat disheveled room. Despite AI Rant's assistance in tidying it up just yesterday, she had once again managed to create chaos while searching for her freshly laundered work attire that morning. In her quest to prepare a simple bowl of instant noodles, she had nearly set the kitchen ablaze. T-Suk's domestic skills were, at best, negligible, a fact she was acutely aware of. Though she may appear aloof and solitary to outsiders, she willingly embraced this lifestyle. If something did not pique her interest, she would refrain from engaging with it, choosing instead to invest her time in pursuits that were both meaningful and efficient. Reading, studying, exercising, racing, contemplating how to educate her students, and devising strategies to help AI Rant escape the depths of academic mediocrity. All of this constituted her private life. Occasionally, there would be a local temple fair, and during those times, T-Suk would venture out alone in the evening, indulging in a few rounds while satisfying her hunger. If there were any other skills she possessed, they likely lay in marksmanship. To evaluate such a life, one might liken it to a solitary tree standing tall amidst the wilderness, embodying an existence of unparalleled tranquility. However, her previously serene life had been stirred by the arrival of AI Rant, creating ripples she had never experienced before. At the very least, T-Suk had never felt such profound solitude during moments of solitude prior to AI Rant's presence. Perhaps it was time to tidy up the room, otherwise, she would trouble her classmate upon his return. As a teacher, such neglect was rather unbecoming. With that thought, T-Suk first removed the black lingerie that had been carelessly tossed at the foot of her bed. Previously, they had fluttered like carp streamers at the slightest breeze. After tossing her work attire and undergarments into the washing machine, T-Suk made her way to the kitchen. The wall behind the stove had darkened from the morning's mishap with the heat, and the countertop bore remnants of her earlier culinary endeavor, with grease droplets now solidified. The faucet, too, was persistently dripping water. It was quite the mess. Where should she even begin to clean? Stroking her chin, T-Suk pondered for a moment. Perhaps she should first address the leaky faucet, and then proceed to wipe down the countertop and the wall. Bending down, she noticed something. Was there a switch beneath the stove? Could it be that this switch had not been properly turned off? Shinri Matoi adjusted the water valve below, then stood up to glance at the faucet. Indeed, it no longer dripped. When she attempted to turn on the faucet, water flowed forth smoothly. Well, it seems that as long as I set my mind to it, I can accomplish it, she mused with a satisfied nod. Just then, the ground began to tremble once more. Instinctively, she reached toward the still-running faucet, shutting off the water while using it for support to steady herself. However, upon contact with the faucet, a fissure unexpectedly appeared in the stainless steel surface. A forceful jet of water surged toward Shinri Matoi. "Ah," she gasped, losing her balance and tumbling to the floor. At that moment, Ailan swiftly pushed open the half-closed door, urgency etched across her face as she entered. "Teacher, are you all right?" Ailan had not intended to return today. The harrowing experience of intensive tutoring was simply too daunting. His original plan was to spend the night at Yukino's residence. However, shortly after finishing dinner, he sensed the ominous presence of the Seven Stars dragon. After apologizing to Yukino, he promptly utilized his teleportation ability to return. Yet, when he finally beheld Kirigayamaki, he found himself frozen in place, unable to advance a single step further. At that moment, Kirigayamaki's upper body was completely drenched. Through her white blouse, Ailan could even discern her pale yellow bra beneath. Thus, he stood there, foolishly locking eyes with Kirigayamaki. An awkward silence lingered for 3 seconds. Ailan slowly exited the kitchen, courteously closing the door behind Tong Sujindong. Leaning against the doorframe, he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. Upon confirming that the malevolent aura surrounding Tong Sujindong had once again dissipated, a smile of disconcerting cheerfulness, more grotesque than tears, spread across Ailan's face. What on earth is happening? This marked the second occasion he had witnessed Tong Sujindong in such a state. "Teacher, are you all right?" "I'm fine." "But wasn't Ailan just a kilometer away? Why has he suddenly returned?" How does the teacher know?" Ailan felt a twinge of confusion. "It's nothing. Merely a guess," she thought. Kanosu Mafuyu had not disclosed to her the sudden ability to perceive Ailan's presence, as it was indeed an astonishing matter. After a brief moment, a voice tinged with a hint of embarrassment emerged from the kitchen. Ailan, could you please go to the living room? I would like to take a shower first, and then I shall assist you with your studies." More studying. All right, very well." Chapter 188. Ailan works as a plumber in a single woman's home in Japan. Kanosu Mafuyu headed to the bathroom for a shower. Ailan entered the kitchen and surveyed the faucet, which had developed a noticeable crack. Indeed, remnants of the malevolent energy from the seven-star dragon lingered upon it. With a slight furrow of her brow, she felt an overwhelming dissatisfaction with the dark aura emanating from the Dragon Ball. It was imperative to replace this faucet. Such an object had no place in Teacher Tongshu's home. As she turned to leave in search of a new faucet, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the spot where Tongshu Jindong had recently fallen, and the image of the beautiful figure adorned in yellow lace lingerie resurfaced in her mind. Surely, her combat prowess must exceed that of Ji. The kitchen was in utter disarray, the floor soaked with water. Ailan let out a sigh. Just yesterday, everything had been tidied up, yet it had become so disordered again. If all else fails, perhaps the teacher should consider finding a boyfriend, to spare her the torment of having to deal with this chaos after school. If necessary, they could even hold a martial arts contest for suitors. And if she were to acquire a boyfriend, he could assist in restoring order. However, would anyone dare to sign up in front of an ice-cold beauty? Having spent considerable time on Earth, Ailan was acutely aware of the timidity of Japanese men. Unlike the Saiyan temperament, they seemed content to coast through life with just a dash of charm. Yet, if no one were willing to step forward, then perhaps it would fall upon me to register her on a matchmaking website, to distract herself from the image of Tongshu Mafuyu in a yellow lace bra. Ailan's mind was racing with thoughts. Shaking her head, she strode out of Mafuyu's room, heading to purchase some water faucets. A few minutes later, after Mafuyu finished her bath and entered the living room, she noticed Ailan was absent from the lounge, but busy in the kitchen. Her gaze fell upon a few scattered pieces of lingerie strewn across the floor. Her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red as she hurriedly gathered them up and stowed them away in the wardrobe. After completing this task, she approached the kitchen. "Ailan." Mafuyu's voice was somewhat hesitant, sounding almost shy and bashful. "Did you just see anything?" "I saw nothing at all. I haven't even mentioned what I might have seen," Ailan replied. Ailan did not even turn his head, as he was currently engrossed in figuring out how to install the faucet. Thus, he instinctively replied, "Everyone is bound to ask this, so I shall respond in kind." "Everyone? Does Ailan often observe girls in their undergarments?" At that moment, Tong Sujindong had already changed into her comfortable red sportswear for home. She lowered her gaze to examine her own figure, raising a hand to cover her chest with a clenched fist. Nevertheless, it was a relief that the teacher was unperturbed. As Ailan busied himself with his tasks, he spoke, Yet engaging in conversation while multitasking was still an arduous challenge for him, save for moments of combat. At present, his words flowed instinctively, devoid of any cerebral contemplation. In truth, there was no need for concern. I had merely been apprehensive about the teacher's well-being upon catching a glimpse of a certain hue. Mid-sentence, he suddenly bit down hard on his tongue, allowing the sharp pain to compel him into silence. Indeed, you noticed it, didn't you? Remarkably, you even remembered the color. As he spoke, the air around Matsukasa Mafuya once again filled with a sense of self-despair. Unlike the previous occasion when Ailan had witnessed this demeanor, this time, Matsukasa Mafuya was entirely lucid. Ailan coughed lightly twice, promptly shifting the conversation. Teacher, I have repaired the faucet and will tidy up this place before coming over for tutoring. Perhaps I should hire a cleaning service to assist with the cleanup. You need not concern yourself with it. Previously, I would engage a cleaning company weekly to help me organize my home. Is household management solely reliant on a cleaning service? How affluent you must be. For the already impoverished Saiyans, employing such services is indeed a considerable financial burden. It's worth noting that the cost of labor in these times is quite staggering. Never mind, I shall assist you with the task myself. Ailan let out a sigh, the number of which had become uncountable. His impression of Tongshu Jindong had undergone a remarkable transformation. From the outset, she was the beautiful teacher, then morphed into a daily tormentor, and later revealed herself as someone careless, unable to differentiate between disinfectant and insecticide. Ultimately, she emerged as an ordinary girl who displayed grace in public yet bore a chaotic persona in private. Gradually, she ceased to be the terrifying figure that was once unspeakable in Ailan's mind, evolving instead into an ordinary, resilient, and stubborn woman of the earth. Frankly, Tongshu Jindong was quite an intriguing individual. After testing, he noticed the faucet was now functioning properly, and he turned around with a smile. If Tongshu Jindong were to discover his thoughts, she would undoubtedly glare at him with her cold eyes, reprimanding him for his impoliteness and demanding a reflection on the respect one ought to show a teacher. Tongshu Jindong had been standing at the doorway, observing Ailan, and she had attempted several times to offer assistance, only to be met with Ailan's stern refusals. What a farce it would be to enlist Tongshu Jindong as help. It would only complicate matters further. Once the task was completed, Ailan and Tongshu Jindong made their way to the living room. He glanced around, noting that the space was relatively tidy, save for a few scattered books and magazines at the edge of the coffee table. He collected them one by one and placed them atop the table. Teacher, shall we commence our tutoring session? Ailan, resigned to his fate, sat cross-legged on the ground, succumbing to the inevitability of the moment. Although he found no joy in being compelled to study, a stark contrast to the unwelcome kiss from Anna in the Jinzagon Palace. He was merely a quaking scion before his teacher. Before embarking on his studies, he decided to quench his thirst, having just completed his tasks. During the interval while Tongshu Mafuyu prepared tea, Ailan, in a state of ennui, picked up a magazine. To his surprise, even the austere Tongshu sensei indulged in reading magazines. However, it was the cover of this particular issue that captivated Ailan's attention. It featured a slender girl with delicate features and pink hair, gracefully stretching her body across the ice. Her countenance was striking, and her smile radiated brilliance. More intriguingly, she bore a resemblance to Tongshu Mafuyu. Upon glancing at the title, the new generation of figure skating icons, Ice Princess Tongshu Michiharu, he pondered. Tongshu Michiharu? Ailan softly murmured to herself. This Tongshu Mei-chun must be the younger sister of Tongshu Jindong. Moreover, she is also an athlete in figure skating. After a long wait, I suppose I shall settle for some instant coffee available at home. Tongshu Jindong, holding the mug that had appeared previously, cast a glance at the magazine in Ailan's hands, her ice blue eyes widening in mild surprise. Yet, she said nothing, merely placing the coffee before her and taking a seat across from Ailan, seemingly indifferent. Then, she retrieved several 1,000 yen notes from her purse and placed them on the table. Ailan, this is for the expenses incurred from the faucet earlier. Consider the excess as compensation for your assistance in the repairs. HM? After taking a sip of coffee, Ailan slightly furrowed her brows. What is this? Am I a plumber on call? Or is this in Japan? Why does this scenario sound somewhat risky? There is no need for compensation. You are utilizing your precious break time to tutor me. Ailan also took out some change and a receipt from her pocket. All right, since you insist. After placing the change and the receipt into her purse, Tongshu Mafuyu closed her eyes and exhaled deeply. Once she had adjusted her mindset, she calmly picked up the mug and took a delicate sip of coffee. As Ailan beheld the visage of Tuka Matoi, He hesitated momentarily, yet after contemplation, he uttered, "Teacher, that cup is one I have used." A sip of coffee nearly escaped his lips as Tuka coughed twice, wiped her mouth, and awkwardly set down her cup, murmuring, I apologize." Chapter 189. The tranquil routine of the student council last night. Ailan found himself unwillingly subjected to a grueling session of supplementary lessons under the insistence of Tuka Matoy. They studied until 9 o'clock in the evening, and it was only when Ailan's eyes revealed nothing but the whites, and his mind seemed to be emitting smoke from overexertion, that he was permitted to retire for the night. It must be said that the fatigue of merely an hour's rest equated to that of an entire day of rigorous training. Upon lying down on his bed, Ailan fell into a deep slumber within mere seconds, devoid of dreams, and slept soundly until dawn. In contrast, upon rising today, he discovered that such intense learning would inevitably yield some residual effects. He needed to devise a strategy to evade the daily tutoring sessions. Continuing in this manner was simply unsustainable. Rubbing his temples, he felt intermittent throbbing in his head, occasionally accompanied by auditory hallucinations, specifically, the motivational phrases uttered by Tuka, such as, "Study diligently. Without studying, you won't even obtain a high school diploma, and your future will be trampled underfoot, leaving you without a chance for redemption." Yet, inexplicably, despite his disdain for teachers in general, Ailan found an unexpected sense of familiarity when faced with Tuka Matoy. It was a subtle feeling of shared consciousness. She shed her facade, revealing a stark contrast to the aloof persona she maintained at school. Even as she aged slightly, her youthful demeanor paralleled that of Yukino Shida and others. The blend of her innocent expression and mature aura created a peculiar charm that frequently quickened Ailan's heartbeat. In truth, Tuka was not much older than he. After 2 years of training in the spirit time room, Ailan's actual age had reached 19. Realizing his own peculiarity, he hastily pinched his leg to regain composure. "Stay calm. This being before me is one of the most formidable entities in the universe. Do not be deceived by her appearance, and do not indulge in any delusions of shared consciousness." With that, he pushed open the door to the student council. Ailan discovered that she was the last to arrive at the student council room today. As always, Anna Kanoji was engrossed in handling documents. After all, apart from her and Shikigami Kagaya, there was little hope for the other 2 members. In fact, even Shikigami Kagaya was not someone she could entirely rely on. At this moment, Miss Shikigami Kagaya, holding a beautifully bound book, lifted her gaze towards the entrance. Upon seeing Ailan, a fleeting glimmer of joy crossed her eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a composed expression. In terms of appearance, the woman named Shikigami Kagaya truly epitomized the pinnacle of earthly beauty. Save for her rather modest bosom akin to that of the Guangzhong plain, she was indeed quite lovely. Yukino Shida was equally admirable for a Saiyan. Her figure could be aptly described as exquisite. However, Shikigami Kagaya was beyond comparison. Ignoring the earthly blight engrossed in developing a new tabletop game, Ailan settled onto the sofa, her gaze lingering on the book in Shikigami Kagaya's hands for a few moments before she remarked, "Vice President Shikigami, how diligent you are. Even in the student council room. You are perusing supplementary textbooks?" In truth, Ailan had an additional thought unspoken. You are already second in your grade. Must you be so competitive? The world of academic elites is utterly incomprehensible. Ailan, I am merely second in our grade. President Anna has firmly held the top position since our first year, she replied, directing her gaze towards the seemingly serene Anna Kanoji. No, my previous statement was somewhat inaccurate. President Anna has been the top student nationwide since the beginning of our first year. Faced with such a formidable opponent, what reason do I have not to strive harder? Upon hearing Shikigami Kagaya's words, Ailan looked at Anna Kanoji with astonishment. Anna President, you are truly remarkable. I have hardly studied at all during this time. Upon hearing Ailan's praise, a faint blush quickly spread across Anna Jinzagong's face, and she slightly shifted her upper body. With this movement, the recording pin concealed in the crevice, specifically used to capture Ailan's voice, inadvertently brushed against a rather sensitive area. In that fleeting moment, her body trembled once more. After a considerable pause, she gradually managed to regain her heightened composure. Shiguang Hui regarded Anna Jinzagong with a look of skepticism. Her curiosity was not sparked by Anna's previous odd behavior, but rather by her recent declaration. I haven't studied at all lately. It sounded akin to a prodigy declaring their lack of preparation before an exam, only to lament their poor performance afterward, yet ultimately emerge as the top scorer. Contemplating this, she pouted in mild displeasure. Noticing the peculiar expression on Shiguang Hui's face, Anna Jinzigong merely smiled. She understood well the ambitions of this woman who sought to surpass her, given that they had worked together for an entire year. However, she had indeed not focused her energies on studying recently. In the quiet hours of the night, she would retreat to her room to study essential physiological knowledge. As time progressed, ordinary notebooks no longer sufficed for her needs. She now felt an urgent desire to seek Ailan for practical application of her newfound knowledge. More importantly, while delving into this physiological study, she discovered that she would often perspire involuntarily. She could not fathom her own thoughts, yet she collected this perspiration in a bottle of purified water. The texts state that men find this appealing. When I invite Ailan to practice, he will surely be delighted, Anna Jinzigong mused, taking a deep breath. She had merely indulged in a fleeting fantasy, yet it seemed to induce another bout of perspiration. Suppressing the sticky sensation, she redirected her focus to the documents before her. In a few days, once the bottle is full, I shall seek Ailan for some practical experience. At that moment, Ailan, seated on the sofa, suddenly shuddered involuntarily. What is this sensation of impending significance? Is there an adversary about to appear? He turned his head to glance at Shiguang Hui. The six-star sphere shows no anomalies. Then, he looked at Anna Jinzigong. At that moment, she had entirely resumed her demeanor of a refined young lady, yet Ailan's keen perception detected something amiss about her. Oh, I haven't engaged in anything unusual lately. How has the malevolent energy of the five-star sphere diminished so significantly? At this rate, it will be completely purified. Chapter 190, Young Saiyan, Time to Work. My summer vacation has been utterly ruined. I had originally planned to embark on a journey to Hawaii. Fujihara Chika abruptly pushed aside the tabletop game before her and collapsed onto the table, lamenting her plight. Such an outburst was strikingly conspicuous in the otherwise tranquil student council. Oh, was Fujihara intending to travel? Shigemi Kagaya silently took a seat beside Fujihara Chika, and inspired by her recent outcry, she suddenly conceived a plan that might prompt Ailan to confess his feelings for her. The student council could organize a collective excursion during the summer. Ideally, a trip to the seaside would be perfect. If Ailan were to catch a glimpse of her in a swimsuit, he would undoubtedly be unable to resist confessing his affection. However, for this plan to be executed smoothly, it would be more prudent to transform this travel idea into a group activity. After all, inviting Ailan out alone would be akin to confessing outright. Thus, it seemed wiser to first address the issue preventing Fujihara from traveling. Why couldn't Tishi go? I recall you used to travel every summer, didn't you? Indeed, but this year, circumstances have shifted. Fujihara Chika remained slumped over the table. Her previous exuberance replaced with a palpable lethargy. I had everything planned, but my sister, due to unforeseen events, must accompany our father abroad. Before she leaves, she has entrusted her part-time job to me. Moreover, as the job is located outside Tokyo, I can only commence work during the summer vacation. Alas, my travel plans. Fujihara Chika taking on a part-time job? Which unfortunate establishment is that? Once she steps in, it's bound to descend into a countdown to bankruptcy. Ailan let out a disdainful cold laugh in his heart before sipping the red tea that Shigami Kagaya had prepared for him. Part-time work. Though our school does not oppose students earning money through such means, it is rather inappropriate for a young girl to venture into society at this stage. I believe it would be wiser for Secretary Fujiwara to decline this job outright. Shigami Kagaya regarded Fujiwara Chika with a motherly gaze, gently guiding her with wise counsel. Not at all. It's merely a part-time tutoring position. The other party is a commendable woman and a friend of my sister. There is no need for concern regarding safety, but since she is an acquaintance, it is quite difficult to turn down. Secretary Fujiwara, you can actually tutor others? And the student is even older than you? Shigami Kagaya exclaimed, astonished. Fujiwara Chika's academic performance had consistently hovered in the middle of her class. She surely lacked the capability to teach others. Sitting across from Fujiwara Chika, Ailan nearly burst into laughter. He could easily envision Chika rapping while attempting to teach, certainly a recipe for disaster for that so-called student. Coughing to stifle his laughter, Ailan hurriedly cleared his throat. However, his slight coughing fit caused both Fujiwara Chika and Shigami Kagaya to turn their attention towards him. Do you think I lack the talent to be a tutor? Chika inquired. Ailan quickly shook his head. No, it's not that you lack the talent to be a teacher. After careful consideration of his words, Shigami Kagaya continued. It's just that your academic performance isn't particularly outstanding, is it? This role may prove too challenging for you. It would be best to decline and proceed with your travel plans as originally intended. Shigami Kagaya had devised a perfect plan should Fujiwara Chika turn down this job. She might even propose a collective travel plan herself. After all, she had suggested such an idea during last summer and winter vacations. However, at that time, she had encountered certain obstacles, and both Shigami Kagaya and Anna Kinokuni had chosen to decline. Feeling a bit displeased after Shigami Kagaya expressed her doubts, Fujiwara Chika puffed out her cheeks. I'm not going to be a traditional tutor. I'm going to teach Chinese. After all, I have been studying French, English, and Chinese since I was young. I am quite confident in that regard. Is that so? Secretary Fujiwara, your foreign language skills are indeed commendable. Shigami Kagaya remarked while contemplating how to persuade Chika to forego this part-time job. Just then, Ailan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Secretary Fujiwara, what is the pay for this part-time position? Since it's one-on-one tutoring and the student appears to be quite affluent, I believe it's around 200,000 yen per lesson. 200,000? Upon hearing this figure, Ailan's pupils dilated sharply. This was indeed an extraordinary number. 200,000 a day amounts to 6 million a month, enough to cover living expenses and rent. For the impoverished Saiyans, such an opportunity is rare and coveted. Moreover, teaching Chinese, how could a whimsical islander possibly compete with a true descendant of the Vegeta planet in this realm? Isn't Secretary Fujiwara concerned about the distance? I can assist you in accepting this position, and even if it is not in Tokyo, I could teach a class every evening. Ailan spoke in impeccable Mandarin, causing the previously despondent Chika Fujiwara to leap up in excitement, responding in her halting Mandarin. I never expected your Mandarin to be so standard. I can't believe it. Can you really help me with this part-time job? Of course. This way, you can enjoy your summer vacation. Chika seamlessly switched back to Japanese. Then I shall entrust this part-time job to Ailan. I will be able to go out and have fun during my summer break. No worries, no worries. Ailan smiled. 200,000 yen per lesson. Who on earth is earning money so easily? Are there really that many fools in this world? To her surprise, Shikigami Kagaya glanced at Ailan and wondered, can Ailan really speak Chinese? Well, although my Japanese is quite poor, I have no issues with Chinese. Ailan replied. I see. Shikigami Kagaya thought as if she was seeing Ailan in a new light. She had been somewhat conflicted, despite Ailan being quite likable. He was, after all, rather foolish. What if her family disapproved of her being with someone so dim-witted? However, she swiftly dismissed that concern. Ailan is quite clever. After all, his poor grades must be due to his recent arrival in Japan and his struggle to adapt. By the way, Secretary Fujiwara, which city is the other party in, and what is their name? Ailan felt it was essential to ascertain the name of the other party in advance, and to gain insight into the remarkable locale that could give rise to such an extraordinary individual. In Chiba City, it is indeed the very place where I first sojourned upon my arrival on this earth. It is true that there are quite a number of peculiar characters in that vicinity. Ailan crossed his arms and nodded slightly, but he was nearly jolted off the sofa by the subsequent words of Fujiwara Chika. It seemed the other party was referring to Yukinoshita Yukino. Upon hearing that name, Ailan was momentarily taken aback. Completely engrossed in the prospect of going on a trip, Fujiwara Chika paid no heed to Ailan's bewildered expression. Raising a hand above her head, this time, let us embark on a seaside adventure together with the student council. Shirogane Kagaya, much like Ailan, also crossed her arms and nodded, clearly anticipating Fujiwara Chika's every action. However, coincidentally, I plan to purchase a new swimsuit this weekend. The one I bought last year surely won't fit anymore. Shirogane Kagaya instinctively glanced at her chest and then at Fujiwara Chika. A vivid image surfaced in her mind. At the beach, Ailan glanced at Fujiwara Chika and Anna Kinomoto, then turned his gaze to Shirogane Kagaya, revealing a look of disdain. Vice President Shirogane, your figure is truly adorable. No, please. Ailan and Shikigami Kagaya silently lamented together. Today's outcome was a triumph for Fujiwara Chika. Not only could she embark on a journey, but she had also decisively vanquished both Ailan and Shikigami Kagaya in one fell swoop. Chapter 191, Kasuma ga Kakashiyu vs. Karisima Fuyu, Round 2, Part 1. After making her decision, Fujiwara Chika bounced joyfully to the board game club, leaving no opportunity for Shikigami Kagaya and Ailan to retort. Left with no choice, Ailan resolved to return home first, contemplating ways to gracefully decline this burdensome part-time job later. Yukino Shida Yoshino had long held the dubious honor of being the individual Ailan most wished to avoid on this planet. Particularly irksome was her phrase "little Ailan," reminiscent of Cain, which he found exceedingly distasteful. Moreover, Ailan felt it impossible to engage amicably with such a duplicitous woman. With these thoughts in mind, he ambled slowly beyond the confines of his yard. To his astonishment, Kasumigakaka Shiyu had unexpectedly arrived. Strangely enough, she was now standing with her arms crossed, confronting Kurisu Mafuyu. "Kasumigakaka, why are you here at a boy's house again at night? I'm merely visiting my boyfriend, so there's no need for your concern, teacher." In a matter of moments, the atmosphere around Kurisu Mafuyu and Kasumigakaka Shiyu grew noticeably frigid. So cold, Ailan shivered involuntarily from a distance, helplessly rubbing his forehead. What was it about these two that sparked yet another argument upon their meeting? At that moment, sharp-eyed Kasumigakaka Shiyu spotted Ailan and gleefully called out his name. Swiftly approaching him and wrapping her arms around his. "Ailan-kun, why are you back so late? I was finishing up student council matters, and then saw Yukino home." Ailan trailed off, realizing that Kasumigakaka Shiyu was not listening. Instead, she clung tightly to his arm, her chest pressed against him. Her gaze fixed defiantly on Kurisu Mafuyu. When faced with an unattached woman of a certain age, the most effective tactic was to flaunt one's relationship. She had employed this strategy with her editor to great effect. However, she found it perplexing that Kurisu Mafuyu exhibited no reaction, merely casting a faint glance at Ailan. "Ailan-kun, although your girlfriend has arrived, we cannot afford to relax our studies today." Before Ailan could respond, Kasumigakaka Shiyu interjected, "That's not acceptable. It's already past 5. We must eat first. I will take my boyfriend out for dinner. Can't we just order takeout?" Kurisu Mafuyu's brow furrowed slightly. "You might not be aware, but my boyfriend has quite an appetite, and takeout would certainly be insufficient. We should head out to eat first. I mean, let's dine and then return to studying." Indeed, Ailan possesses an impressive appetite. Tang Sujindong instinctively nodded in agreement, however. When she lifted her gaze to observe Kasumi no Oka Shiyu once more, she discovered that the latter had taken hold of Ailan's hand and was leading him away into the distance. This simply would not do. They were still far too young to be alone together, especially in a small inn. If they were to make a mistake, it would be a lifelong regret. Although she could not quite comprehend how she reached such a conclusion, the thought stirred within her a twinge of jealousy. Thus, she inexplicably followed them. Yet, her skills in stealth were woefully inadequate. Not only could Ailan sense her presence, but even Kasumi no Oka Shiyu was not easily deceived. Before long, Kasumi no Oka Shiyu had noticed her existence. Despite her clumsy attempts at following, the outcome was surprisingly effective. Whenever Kasumi no Oka Shiyu attempted to engage in any intimate gestures with Ailan, she would immediately feel a chilling gaze upon her, causing her to halt and turn back with a cold smirk. "I never expected Teacher Tang Su to be such a stalker. You truly surprise me." "A stalker? You've misunderstood, Kasumi no Oka. I merely happened to be passing by on my way to the supermarket to buy some groceries," Tang Sujindong confessed. Faltering at being discovered, her initial panic quickly gave way to composure. Meanwhile, Ailan covered his face in exasperation. Had Teacher Tang Su really just claimed she was off to buy groceries? Considering she nearly set the kitchen ablaze while preparing instant noodles, how would she fare if she actually attempted to cook? This lie was utterly absurd. But teacher, Kasumi no Oka Shiyu narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Tang Sujindong intently. "Isn't the supermarket in the opposite direction?" Confronted with this inquiry, Tang Sujindong found herself momentarily speechless. Fortunately, a girl approached at that moment, handing out flyers. "Hello, please take a look at our flyer. This is an introduction to our haunted house. The atmosphere within our haunted house is considered the finest throughout all of Tokyo. Since we just opened today, you can enjoy a complimentary trial with this flyer." "Very well." Startled by the girl, who donned green glasses and had a rather eerie appearance, Tang Sujindong graciously accepted the flyer. After distributing one flyer each to Ailan and Kasumi no Oka Shiyu, the girl slightly bowed and departed. As she left, she cast a deliberate glance at Ailan, as if to convey, "This is where my assistance ends." Is it common for girls to dress so peculiarly nowadays? Pink hair, green eyes, and such an odd hair accessory. Ailan shook her head in silence. However, this minor incident allowed them to momentarily forget about the supermarket. The teacher had gone off to buy groceries, reminding them to be cautious while dining out. With that, Tongshu Mafuyu strode away, clutching a flyer. Watching her retreating figure, Ailan placed a hand on her stomach and said, "Shiyu, let us find something to eat. I am nearly famished. Shall we opt for a buffet? A regular restaurant simply cannot satisfy my appetite." She sighed. "I wonder which buffet will be unfortunate today." Ailan, do remember to exercise some restraint. If we eat too much, we may inadvertently lead the owner to bankruptcy. Indeed, we should aim to leave feeling about 70% full this evening. As they chatted, they strolled forward and arrived at a rather appealing sushi buffet. Priced at 20,000 yen per person, it appeared substantial, yet, considering the Saiyan appetite, the cost was remarkably reasonable. Just as they settled in, the signature cherry blossom-colored hair of Tongshu Mafuyu re-entered their line of sight. Teacher Tongshu. Ailan was momentarily rendered speechless, for he had just realized that Takusu Matoi had not ventured far at all. He was taken aback by her unexpected appearance in such a manner. "Oh, it appears you are all here as well," Takusu Matoi remarked with an air of nonchalance, placing her bag beside her and feigning surprise as she turned her head. "This sushi restaurant is quite renowned. I often come here to indulge in sushi. I did not expect our teacher to possess such refined taste." Kasa no Oka, Shiyu muttered through gritted teeth, nearly striking the table in frustration upon seeing Takusu Matoi. "Why is this insufferable woman so difficult to deal with? It's not too bad. Sometimes, after indulging in the same home-cooked meals, one craves a change in flavor." Takusu Matoi replied, disregarding Kasa no Oka Shiyu's hostile glare. She tucked her hair behind her ear, picked up a stack of sushi, and joined her hands together, saying, "I shall begin. You can cook? Surely you must be tired of instant noodles and seeking a change in taste." Ailan felt somewhat hesitant to confront her directly. In Chapter 192, the clash between Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Kirigaya Matoi unfolds in the second round. "Be cautious with that much wasabi. You wouldn't want to choke," Kasumigakaka Shiyu remarked with a cold smile. Her knowledge of Kirigaya Matoi was limited. She had learned of the woman's fear of cockroaches on the very day Ailan moved into the small courtyard, remaining oblivious to her less than admirable demeanor in private. Hence she did not question Matoi's earlier words. "Thank you for your concern, Kasumigakaka-san," Matoi replied, placing a piece of sushi into her mouth, her cheek slightly puffing out as she chewed. Soon, her eyes narrowed in delight. For someone who indulged in instant noodles daily, the novelty of dining out was rather enjoyable. "Ailan-kun, after we finish, let us find a place to have some fun," Kasumigakaka Shiyu said, disregarding Matoi. Today, she had come to seek a moment of solitude with Ailan, wishing not to let an unrelated individual dampen her spirits. With that thought in mind, she delicately placed a piece of sushi on Ailan's plate. "This topping should be to your liking, Ailan-kun." "Indeed, it is." Unlike the refined demeanor expected of Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Kirigaya Matoi, Ailan's eating habits were rather untamed. He casually grabbed the sushi and tossed it directly into his mouth, chewing only a couple of times before swallowing it whole. "Where would you like to go later, Shiyu?" "At this hour, the amusement park and cinema are still open. If you wish to venture further, I could carry you there." Though their voices were not loud, someone nearby was eavesdropping intently. Kasumigakaka Shiyu likely noticed the attention, a mischievous smile creeping across her face as she fixed her gaze on a flyer that had just been mentioned. "The girl earlier said we could use this flyer to try out the haunted house. Shall we give it a go?" The haunted house? Ailan was momentarily taken aback. What was so amusing about this? She had already ventured into hell and found nothing terrifying within its depths. Could the phantoms conjured by humans truly be more fearsome than hell itself? Nevertheless, since Shiyu of the Saiyan no Oka had rarely taken the initiative to make a request, Ailan felt compelled to oblige. "Very well, let us visit the haunted house. Should you feel frightened, simply cling to my arm." Shiyu responded with a sweet, mischievous smile. Thus, their plans were set in motion. It seemed that Fuyuki Tuka had also caught wind of their forthcoming adventure, glancing down at the flyer. "A haunted house, you say?" The Saiyans devoured their meals with remarkable speed. After all, one moment they might be dining, and the next, they would be thrust into battle. After concluding their dinner, Ailan approached the bar to settle the bill. However, Tuka, wallet in hand, stepped forward assertively. "Allow me to treat this time." "No, I insist. You are living independently now, and you will need to conserve your funds for university." Tuka shook her head resolutely. In her previous conversations with Ailan, she had learned that Ailan had no parents and was living alone abroad, prompting her to seek ways to help Ailan save a little. At that moment, the proprietor of the bar, who had remained silent until now, unexpectedly spoke up, Allow me to cover this meal. Furthermore, here are several vouchers for the restaurant across the street. Should you wish to dine out in the future, please visit there. My establishment is but a small venture. If you return too often, I may truly face bankruptcy." As he spoke, tears of sorrow welled in his eyes. And he turned to glance at the table piled high with dishes, bursting into tears. In this day and age, running a business has become exceedingly challenging. It is merely sushi, yet I have had to boil several pots of rice. "Thank you, kind proprietor." Ailan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, accepted the invitation ticket he offered and swiftly exited the shop with Tuka Mafuyu and Kasumiga Kakashiyu. Upon reaching the threshold, the three of them were momentarily silent, taken aback by the sound of the owner's sobs emanating from within. After a brief pause, Mafuyu broke the awkward silence. "Well then, Ailan, I shall take my leave." "All right. Teacher Mafuyu, do take care on your way." Shiyu responded with a gentle smile, before taking Ailan's hand and leading her away. The address on the flyer was not particularly close to Ailan's residence. It was situated directly across from the shopping mall where she had previously accompanied Shikigami Kagaya to procure club supplies. The establishment was named Kincho Radiant Park. It was said that since the arrival of a new manager, the entire park had undergone a renovation, resulting in an increase in foot traffic. As Ailan and Kasumi no Oka Shiyu strolled into the amusement park, they discovered a considerable queue of people waiting to obtain tickets. However, upon entering this whimsical realm, Ailan abruptly halted her steps. "Why are there so many peculiar sensations permeating this amusement park? Is something the matter, Ailan?" "Nothing at all." Ailan thoroughly sensed the amusement park, both inside and out. Although there were many non-human presences, he did not detect any malevolence emanating from them. These creatures appeared quite feeble. The intensity of their auras was often less than that of an ordinary adult. They certainly did not seem threatening. In truth, Ailan did not dwell on the peculiarities of this amusement park. His thoughts were occupied with other matters. Stealing a glance behind him, he noticed a figure materializing behind him in Shiyu Kazakiri, though he had not yet discerned the person's features. He recognized her through her aura and the delicate fragrance that enveloped her. "Oh, are you all waiting in line here?" Upon hearing this voice, Ailan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. The amusement park was nearly 5 kilometers away from the sushi restaurant they had just visited, yet here was Mitoi Sakahana, striding over in high heels. If a chance encounter could be dismissed as mere coincidence, what could be said of two? Mitoi-sensei seemed to have spoken with utmost honesty. Was she also interested in experiencing the haunted house? Ailan resolved to extend an olive branch, observing the impassive expression of Tongsu Jindong. It seemed she had long forgotten the extent of her own timidity. A person who trembles at the sight of a cockroach would likely faint upon entering a haunted house. Yet, she herself appeared oblivious to this fact, rummaging through her bag to produce a flyer. The girl from earlier had mentioned that the flyer entitled one to a complimentary visit, hence her presence here. She anticipated that you would also be here. "I see." Ailan pursed his lips, struggling to engage in the conversation. He found himself utterly perplexed by this woman's intentions. He never anticipated that teacher Kurisu would possess such an interest. However, since fate had brought them together in this moment, why not partake in some amusement together? "What do you think?" Kasumiga Kakashiya smiled brightly. During their time at the sushi restaurant, she had noticed Kurisu Mafuyu eavesdropping. The suggestion of visiting a haunted house was largely motivated by her mischievous inclinations. To her surprise, Kurisu Mafuyu had indeed taken the bait. Since Kasumiga Kaka was apprehensive about ghosts, the teacher felt obliged to accompany her. Kurisu Mafuyu nodded in agreement. Presently, she was uncertain of her own feelings. Merely the thought of Ailan wanting to go out on a date with Kasumiga Kaka made her feel uncomfortable. Chapter 193, Kasumiga Kakashiya versus Kurisu Mafuyu. Round 2, Part 2. Kurisu Mafuyu gazed at Kasumiga Kakashiya with an expression of calmness, entirely oblivious to the discomfort she was causing in their surroundings. Furthermore, her previous remarks contained a subtle hint of provocation, causing the atmosphere around Kasumiga Kaka to plummet to an icy chill. "Hee, just don't cry out in fright later, teacher." Kasumiga Kaka teased. "Cry? I am no longer a child. How terrifying can a haunted house of this nature truly be?" Observing Kurisu Mafuyu's feigned bravery, Kasumiga Kaka could not help but display a peculiar smile. "Is that so? Perhaps there are creatures inside reminiscent of cockroaches?" She recalled witnessing Kurisu Mafuyu nearly paralyzed with fear upon encountering a cockroach at her doorstep. Indeed, the mere mention of cockroaches drained the color from Kurisu Mafuyu's face. At that moment, Ailan, who had already procured the tickets, interrupted their banter, saying, "All right, let us head inside." The haunted house's theme revolved around an ancient mansion imbued with magical elements. According to the pamphlet, it was said to conceal a multitude of murderous fiends, along with an array of peculiar beings that had wandered in from other realms. When Ailan first laid eyes on the flyer, he mistakenly believed it to be his personal resume, a harbinger of death, having traversed from another realm. Shiyukaga stood at the entrance of the old residence, arms crossed, exuding a tranquil demeanor. "It doesn't seem as terrifying as the flyer suggests," she remarked. "After all, one could scarcely place faith in promotional materials. They are merely tricks to deceive children. How frightening can a person masquerading as a ghost truly be?" Matoi Fuyuki, brushing her hair aside, nodded in agreement with Shiyu's sentiments. Though she professed a lack of fear, from Ailan's vantage point, neither she nor Shiyukaga appeared inclined to enter through the door. "If it's not frightening, why don't you both step inside?" Ailan was momentarily at a loss for words. "If there are no issues, I shall open the door, and you may follow behind me." Aaron was quite intrigued by the haunted house, sensing several faint yet unmistakable non-human presences within. Although their manifestations appeared weak, they subtly suggested that this world was not merely a mundane, ordinary realm. If that were the case, it was entirely plausible that some corner of this world concealed beings with extraordinary abilities. There might even exist petite, fallen angels in the form of young girls. To validate his thoughts, he boldly pushed open the door and strode into the foyer. Behind him, Tomo and Kasa exchanged glances, simultaneously huffing in disdain and turning their heads away before following in Aaron's footsteps. As the trio stepped into the haunted house, the heavy door swung shut behind them, plunging the foyer into an oppressive darkness. Only the living room was illuminated by a sinister, blood-red glow, accompanied by a cacophony of terrifying sounds emanating from that direction. The moment the door closed, Aaron felt both his arms ensnared in a tight embrace, with two distinctly contrasting fragrances wafting tantalizingly at his nostrils. "How dreadfully tedious. It's enough to induce slumber," Kasa suddenly remarked, likely attempting to bolster her courage in her own way. For the pressure of the grip on her arms showed no sign of relenting. Indeed, this level of fright was insufficient to intimidate anyone. Tomo nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing Kasa's sentiments. Ailan sighed expressionlessly, reluctant to confront them directly. Moreover, they were still at the entrance. It was merely the beginning. At that moment, a loud thud echoed, signaling the arrival of something substantial. Tongsu Mafuyu swallowed hard, questioning, "What just fell?" "It seemed to be a basketball." Shikunayu looked toward the living room, somewhat uncertain. The source of the sound indeed emanated from the living area, and the object continued to roll toward Ailan and the others. Finally, it halted at Ailan's feet. "Sisters, have you seen my body? My head. It's a human head." A scream of terror escaped their lips. Ailan gazed curiously at the object on the ground. Rather than resembling a human head, it appeared more akin to a creature the size of a small dog, adorned in a skin suit that mimicked a human visage. A monster? Ailan suddenly recalled this term, yet he remained somewhat uncertain. He yearned to seize it and delve into its intricacies, perhaps even dissect it to comprehend its structure. Ultimately, he wished to place it in a large pot and savor its flavor. However, upon witnessing the fearful expressions of Winter Tong and Poem of the Hill, who buried their faces in their arms in terror, he immediately moderated his strength and kicked the severed head aside. After completing this act, he leaned down and softly whispered in Poem of the Hill's ear, "It is all right now. Shall we return directly?" His boyfriend seemed to underestimate him. "I am not particularly frightened," he asserted. On the other hand, Winter Tong countered, "At this level, there is no question of fear, even in such a state." "You still persist? What is the point?" Aaron shook her head, holding the hands of the two individuals as they ventured further inside. Upon exiting the entryway, they found themselves adjacent to the kitchen. As if anticipating their arrival, the kitchen was suddenly illuminated by a sinister crimson light, accompanied by the dull, rhythmic sounds reminiscent of a cleaver striking bone. The layout of the house was peculiar. It was impossible to proceed further without navigating through the kitchen. "It would be wise to close your eyes and avert your gaze from within," Aaron cautioned just before they approached the kitchen. However, her warning only piqued the curiosity of Kasumi no Okashiyu and Tuga Matoi, compelling them to simultaneously glance into the kitchen. There, they beheld a towering figure wielding a cleaver, methodically chopping at a corpse. Judging by its size, it was likely the very head they had encountered moments before. Faced with this horrifying tableau, both Tuga Matoi and Kasumi no Okashiyu were rendered utterly speechless. At that very moment, the figure turned and flashed a chilling smile in their direction. Overwhelmed by terror. Kasumi no Okashiyu and Tugumatoi could hardly muster the courage to retreat. Ailan purchased 2 bottles of water and handed them to her companions. Is everything all right? Observing the pallor on the faces of both individuals, Ailan could not help but feel a twinge of concern, particularly for Tugumatoi, who was still trembling slightly. After taking a sip of water, Kaza no Okashiya regained some color in her cheeks. Thank you, Ailan. Upon saying this, she turned to Tugumatoi. Even though her mind was momentarily blank, she still recalled the piercing scream of her teacher, regretting not having witnessed her flustered state. Kaza no Okashiya covered her mouth and chuckled. Are you still frightened, sensei? Confronted with such blatant mockery, Tugumatoi swiftly regained her composure. Kaza no Okasan. Your scream nearly deafened me. Kaza no Okashiya's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted. When the boss wobbled, the staff nearly rushed in to inquire. I merely rubbed my feet after tiring from wearing high heels. Is that so? It seems a cockroach is still on your leg. Kaza no Okashiya discovered that mentioning a cockroach was an infallible tactic against Tugumatoi. Indeed, Tugumatoi was instantly startled. However, her subsequent actions brought no joy to Kaza no Okashiya, as Tugumatoi leapt onto Ailan's lap, tightly clutching his neck with a panicked expression as she scanned the surroundings. Kaza no Okashiya's right leg could not help but tremble, and she seized the back of Tugumatou's collar, pulling her down. Sensei, you must be mindful of your image. It is getting late. We should return. Once the weight on his thighs vanished, Ailan hastily stood up, rubbing his temples in exasperation. What he had anticipated to be a light-hearted day had turned out to be rather emotionally taxing. Moreover, he could not help but wonder about the peculiar scent of the 2 creatures, large and small, he had encountered earlier. How he longed to know. What a pity. Chapter 194. The victory of Fujiwara Asen. The following day, in the student council room, Ailan and Shikigami Kagaya simultaneously slumped onto the sofa. Half an hour prior, they had been embroiled in a fierce debate with Fujiwara Chika, one resisting a trip to the seaside, while the other sought to resign from her tutoring job. Logically speaking, facing both Fujiwara Chika and Ailan should have placed Chika at a significant disadvantage. However, this woman adeptly resorted to her most proficient tactic, playing dirty, and astonishingly managed to hold her ground against both adversaries. Ailan truly wished to cease her contention with her. After departing from the Ganchang Guangaway amusement park last night, Ailan first escorted Kasumi no Oka Yutaha to the station, and subsequently, she was taken back by Kurosaki Mafuyu for supplementary lessons. The studying persisted until 10 o'clock in the evening. Remarkably, Kurosaki Mafuyu, having visited the haunted house earlier that afternoon, found herself too frightened to sleep alone. Ailan stayed by her side until she drifted into slumber, then meticulously tidied the entire house, both inside and out, until it was spotless. Only after ensuring everything was immaculate did he retire to his room for rest. Such unwavering dedication to a client surely merits a 5-star commendation. Ailan silently scoffed, then turned her gaze towards Shinomiya Kagaya, who appeared to be far from giving up. She was currently attempting to persuade Fujiwara Chika to spend their summer vacation in the mountains. The abundance of mosquitoes in the mountains would necessitate dressing more conservatively, thus alleviating Ailan's concerns regarding body image. This, indeed, was the current scheme devised by Shinomiya Kagaya. However, Fujiwara Chika seemed utterly impervious to such persuasion. Well then, in order to determine our summer outing and address Ailan's part-time job situation, let us all engage in a game. Only those who emerge victorious from this ruthless contest shall have the right to propose conditions, exclaimed Fujiwara Chika, her hand raised high and her spirit exuberant. As her words echoed through the student council room, the reactions of others varied significantly. Shinomiya Kagaya nodded in agreement without hesitation. Anna Kinomoto shifted her gaze towards Ailan, seemingly eager to discern his decision. As for Ailan, the game developed by Fujiwara's gaming club is hardly worth playing. Ailan remarked, Fujiwara, do you truly believe my appearance is suitable for instructing female students? Ailan rubbed her temples and sighed. Moreover, I am not questioning anyone's intelligence. It is merely that there remains over a month until the mid-July vacation. Such an extended duration renders the decision regarding the destination rather futile. Anyone would perceive it as rather foolish, wouldn't they? What if unforeseen circumstances arise for everyone at that time? If we are unable to go, it would undoubtedly come across as quite impolite. Thus, it seems that the only individuals capable of formulating such a decision are those lacking in foresight. Rather than this, it would be more prudent to discuss the matter of part-time work first. In the end, Ailan added, of course. I do not mean to imply that Secretary Fujiwara is a fool. Are you secretly calling me foolish? Fujiwara Chika inquired, visibly annoyed. If it were merely Anna the president or Kagaya the classmate labeling her as such, she could perhaps overlook it, but to be called a fool by Ailan, the notoriously inept general affairs officer, was quite irksome. No, even if Anna and Kagaya were to say so, she would still be displeased. No, Secretary Fujiwara. I am simply stating facts. I have not spoken ill of you in secret. You did not speak in secret. You stated it outright. Humph. If we do not settle this through a game, you must attend this part-time job. If you refuse, I will spread rumors around school that Ailan is untrustworthy. By the way, I recall that Ailan has never won a game. Are you afraid? Huh. In response to Fujiwara Chika's provocation, Ailan promptly retorted. Nonsense. Fear has no place in a Saiyans lexicon. I am indifferent. It is merely a game, after all. Besides, in both previous games, Secretary Fujiwara was the first to be eliminated. Shikigami Kagaya elegantly lifted her teacup, her demeanor poised. What are we playing? She absolutely did not wish to go to the seaside and could not allow Ailan to win, if Ailan were victorious. The travel plan proposed by Fujiwara Chika would be jeopardized. This simply could not happen. Shikigami Kagaya was even prepared to reserve an entire mountain if necessary. Such is the power of a capitalist's resources. Though her cash was not extravagant, it would be easy to find a picturesque mountain for their outing. Anakin Nomiya naturally took a seat beside Ailan, feeling content with any destination as long as she could be with him. She had finished reading Takeda Sensei's works and was now delving into the masterpieces of Master Minya, eager to practice alongside Ailan during their travels. However, Ailan must not win this game at all costs. The successful implementation of their travel plans depended on it. Thus, Ailan unwittingly became the target of 3 girls eager to best him. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware, confidently fixated on Fujiwara Chika. So what game shall we play? I have traversed the lands and encountered all sorts of games. Let us keep it simple, shall we? Let's play Draw the Ghost. With that, she retrieved several decks of cards from her pocket, drew out 5 jokers, and distributed them among the group. After completing this, she dealt 4 cards to each person. In Draw the Ghost, each player holds 5 cards, and in each round, the player draws a card from the next player. If a joker is drawn, that player is immediately declared the loser. It is a true test of luck and perception. The last person remaining on the field emerges as the victor. Of course, this is merely a generalization. Since that is the case, let us play casually. After Fujiwara Chika shuffled the playing cards, Ailan gazed intently at the table. Fujiwara, are you preparing to cheat? Although he posed the question, his tone was remarkably resolute. Normally, a game of Old Maid relies on luck and keen eyesight. However, there exists a scenario where one can achieve an unbroken string of victories, cheating. How could that be? Fujiwara Chika averted her gaze. Her cerulean eyes filled with panic, and her face seemed to glisten with impending beads of sweat. Cheating? You truly jest. Ailan. In Ailan's memories from his past life, he held a profound impression of Fujiwara Chika. Aside from her eccentricity, her penchant for cheating in games might be her most defining trait. Even when caught red-handed, she remained undeterred in her endeavors. This pattern. Ailan meticulously tapped a card on the table. Something seems amiss. All the other cards appeared unremarkable, save for the back of the Old Maid, whose design bore a nearly imperceptible variation from the others. Unbelievable. Ailan directly extracted the Old Maid from Anna's hand. Fujiwara had actually commissioned such a thing to secure victory in the game. Upon witnessing Ailan seize the Old Maid, Fujiwara Chika's face instantly flushed crimson, her silence speaking volumes. If a hole had appeared at that moment, she would have undoubtedly burrowed into it. After several moments, she exclaimed, Ailan, you are insufferable. I curse you to a lifetime of instant noodles devoid of seasoning packets. With that, Fujiwara Chika covered her face and fled. Seeing her in such a state, Ailan initially felt a surge of triumph. Yet, in the next instant, he found himself frozen in place. Oh no, I've fallen into her trap. I haven't even revealed the job situation before she dashed away. Today's outcome is Ailan's triumph? He has exposed Fujiwara Chika's deceitful actions. Yet the matter of his job remains unaddressed. And next Monday, he is set to begin working. Chapter 195. Yukino continues to accumulate points after spending some time in the student council. He discovered that the preliminary preparations for the sports festival had been fully completed. Aaron returned directly to the service department. Although the department was only established last week, due to the arrangements made by Anna Kinzigong, it had already received numerous commissions and the clubroom was far more luxurious than it had been at Subahai. It boasted a private tea bar, a 3-seater European-style sofa, and even a 42-inch LCD television mounted on the wall. One must admit that Shuji Academy is indeed affluent. It is quite remarkable that the student council president has the authority to allocate such abundant resources. Of course, Anna Kinzigong not only provided the service department with the finest clubroom, but also acted as an intermediary to secure several commissions for them. For instance, there was Tamura Tsubasa from before, and now Hachiman Hikagaya, accompanied by Yui Yugahama, was tutoring a certain Okada Rizu, a student lacking in academic prowess. Thus, the clubroom currently housed only Yukino and Hayasaka AI, who were engaged in trying out the new game storyline that Kei Katsuragi had just uploaded the previous day. As AI Ran entered the clubroom, Yukino instinctively noticed his presence. "Why are you done with the student council work so early today, monkey?" she inquired, rising from the sofa with a serene smile. This demeanor caused a brief pause for Isaka AI, who sat beside her. The contrast between Yukino now and moments ago was striking. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, her delicate nose was elegantly poised, and her moist, tender lips, combined with her tall and graceful figure, rendered her stunning and captivating, even as a fellow female. Isaka AI could not deny that Yukino's allure rivaled that of Lady Kagaya, and in certain aspects, perhaps even surpassed it. As for AI Ran, Yukino could certainly sense his restless gaze upon entering, yet she refrained from addressing it, secretly relishing the sensation. She guided AI Ran to the front of the sofa, urging him to sit before moving to the bar to brew him some black tea. It was only then that AI Ran noticed Isaka AI was also present in the room. Recalling his earlier demeanor, he quickly sought to change the subject. "Are you playing a game?" Indeed, although this game is not yet fully developed, one must concede that both the text and the original art are quite impressive. While I play, I can genuinely feel the connection between the male and female protagonists. She placed a cup of black tea before AI Ran and concluded, in summary, "It is indeed a game that evokes a sense of happiness." After completing her task, she leisurely settled beside AI Ran, effortlessly taking his hand, her smile becoming even more pronounced. On the other side, Isaka AI instinctively distanced herself from AI Ran and Yukino. She was quite unaccustomed to the cloying scent of romance. It was hard for her to imagine feeling anything like this if she or Lady Kagaya were to find a boyfriend one day. Furthermore, how could anyone feel happiness with a temperamental and fickle monkey? Hence, for now, all she needed was for AI Ran to protect Lady Kagaya, and as for anything else, they should not even entertain the thought. Upon contemplating this, she turned her gaze towards the television screen. At that moment, AI Ran also glanced at the screen, observing the game's backdrop, which appeared to depict a snowy narrative. The character representing snow was inspired by Yukino, crafted by the artist Shiyu from Kasumegakaka. However, the portrayal of snow on screen bore a striking divergence from Yukino. Notably, in certain aspects, there was a pronounced sense of incongruity. Turning her attention back to Yukino, she noted that the original artwork's representation of snow indeed exhibited a significant deviation from Yukino's proportions. The bust area seemed to be padded with at least 3 layers. Noticing AI Ran's peculiar expression, Yukino's face flushed crimson. With her fair earlobes tinged with a delicate blush, she gently pinched AI Ran's arm and, stammering, whispered in his ear, "This is the draft that Iri had me model for last time," but after finishing, she suggested that if the character of Snow were to achieve a C cup, it would be preferable. Iri. Aaron was momentarily taken aback, pondering the situation. However, upon noticing Yukino clenching her fist in mild discontent, he leaned closer to her, gently whispering in her ear to ease the tension, "You must understand. Eri simply speaks her mind without a filter. She is rather innocent. I didn't take it to heart. After all, it is merely a game. Besides, in this classroom, we also have Hayasaka AI present." Yukino shot him an annoyed glance, extricating herself from his embrace. Stealing a glance at Hayasaka AI, who was intently focused on testing the game, she released a sigh of relief. With a hint of irritation, she glared at Aaron and inquired, "How has your work with Saru-kun been progressing lately?" "Well, Although there have been a few minor setbacks, overall, it has been quite smooth, he replied. After a moment of silence, Ailan ultimately responded to Yukino's inquiry in an ambiguous manner. The term smooth sailing had long ceased to appear in his lexicon, as each Dragon Ball discovered proved to be increasingly troublesome. In fact, just prior to joining the service club, Ailan had made a decision to become Yano's tutor starting next week. The unpredictable nature of Fujiwara Chika left him devoid of confidence in pushing this responsibility aside. Moreover, some matters, even if evaded, could not be resolved. Should the four-star dragon fully resurrect, not only would Yano face peril, but the very planet itself would likely be reduced to cosmic dust. Given Ailan's current combat prowess, confronting the four-star dragon was utterly beyond his capabilities. He had no choice but to face it. With this thought in mind, Ailan cast his gaze upon Yukino, who appeared somewhat displeased. Yukino, what troubles you? Are you feeling down? Yukino glanced at him sideways and nodded slightly. Having spent considerable time together, Ailan was well aware of the reasons behind her discontent. Thus, he resolved to address the issue in a Saiyan manner. May I come over tonight? I have a craving for barbecue. At this, Yukino paused momentarily, contemplating. Is there anything in your mind aside from food, you glutton? In training, was his rather unsatisfactory reply. Yukino let out a cold snort, turning her head aside and refusing to meet Ailan's gaze, seemingly genuinely upset. However, after a brief interval, she gently tapped his chest. A barely audible whisper reached Ailan's ears. Let us go grocery shopping together after school. At that moment, her face was flushed. Observing the affectionate exchange between Yukino and Ailan, Hayasaka Ai could hardly contain her frustration. I wish I could go home, she sniffled, forcing her attention back to the game. If she could just finish the current phase of the storyline, she could return home to play the maid. In that instant, she realized that work could indeed be a source of happiness. Love was hardly something to envy. With this thought, she quickened her pace in conquering the game. Chapter 196. The calm before the storm. In her eagerness to depart from the service club, Hayasaka Ai swiftly pressed the buttons on her controller. As she navigated the game, the visuals raced backward in a blur. Meanwhile, Ailan happened to witness the scene and approached Hayasaka Ai from behind, perplexed. Playing so quickly. Can you truly grasp the storyline? The essence of this romantic game lies primarily in its narrative and visuals. The pace is absolutely fine. However, Ayaka Hayasaka's actions momentarily faltered, and her brow slightly furrowed. To be honest, I still cannot comprehend what is so enjoyable about this game. It merely features a sycophant expressing his affections towards various girls across different storylines. Ailan cast a sidelong glance at Hayasaka Ai, realizing that her previous remark was clearly laden with insinuation. Why are women on this planet so petty? She silently scoffed, only to suddenly recall that Hayasaka had mentioned the term tingu moments ago. Is there an equivalent adjective in Japanese? Hayasaka, do you comprehend the meaning of the term? Yes, Hayasaka replied. I came across it online before. It essentially refers to a man who, in the pursuit of a woman, selflessly invests in her without expecting anything in return, even in the face of considerable negative feedback, yet remains resolutely determined in his pursuit. Aaron nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment expressed. However, within the context of this game, it appears that both the male and female protagonists are engaged in a mutual pursuit, devoid of any submissive behavior typically associated with unrequited affection. If one were to insist on categorizing it, even within the harem narrative, the male lead cannot be labeled as a sycophant. Rather, he ought to be referred to as a valiant warrior. Ailan's demeanor was notably serious. In matters of significant importance, his stance had always been resolutely unwavering. Werewolf. This time, Hayasaka Ai completely ceased her actions, turning to gaze at Ailan. Director Ai, aren't werewolves and sycophants essentially the same? They have both transcended the realm of humanity. Indeed, those who are frivolous in love should be eradicated without hesitation. Ailan was nearly rendered speechless by her remarks. After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly countered, the wolf warrior has a structured organization, whereas a sycophant does not. No sooner had he finished speaking than a muffled chuckle erupted from behind him. Turning around, he found Yukino covering her mouth with her hand, apologizing. I beg your pardon, but what you just said was utterly hilarious. Aaron's expression abruptly froze. Witnessing Aaron's flustered demeanor inexplicably lifted Ayaka Hayasaka's spirits. a subtle smile gracing her lips as she realized she had uncovered a vulnerability in Ailan, her lack of eloquence. Having long served a mistress with a sharp tongue, Hayasaka herself was equally adept with words. Upon discovering Ailan's weakness, she resolved to press on, intending to rattle her further. Just as she prepared to speak, her phone suddenly buzzed from her pocket. Upon glancing at the message, the smile that had adorned her face vanished instantly. After a brief silence, she rose and addressed Yukino Shida Yukino, saying, "My apologies, President, but I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, she hurriedly exited the classroom of the service club. Could it be that Kagaya Shinomiya is in trouble? AI ran swiftly sensed the presence of Shikigami Kagaya, discovering that she was indeed present in the student council room. However, this only deepened his confusion. The urgency reflected in Isaka AI's expression had only previously been observed when Kagaya had gone missing. At the back gate of Shuji Academy, a black stretch limousine was parked. Within the rear seat sat a man with medium-length hair, a cold demeanor, and dressed in a suit, who flicked the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray. This man was Shikigami Weiing, the third son of the Shikigami family. Like Kagaya, he had undergone the elite education of the Shikigami clan and was a character willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. "I come to check on my sister, yet I can only park at the back gate of the school. Even a trip to the bar requires a journey to Chiba City." As he spoke, Weiing gazed at Shuji Academy in the distance. "Amano, have you messaged Isaka AI?" Opposite him, a bespectacled man with a calm expression replied with resignation, "You have already asked me that twice. I sent the message just a few minutes ago. Even if Isaka intends to come, it will take her a few minutes. Am I not allowed to inquire?" Weiing retorted, "I am merely your attendant, to put it simply. Excessive inquiries count as overtime, and I must be compensated for that." Weiing sighed, "Why must my attendant be such a character? Is inquiry forbidden?" As Kagaya's closest aide, Isaka AI undoubtedly possessed critical information regarding his two elder brothers, and he needed to draw her into his camp. Kagaya should not object. She despises traitors the most. The mere mention of the Isaka surname reminded Weiing of his former attendant, Isaka now, who, like Amano, was equally disobedient and perpetually vexed him. More importantly, in his eyes, both Isaka's sisters were not to be trusted, traitors through and through. Isaka Aona had betrayed Weiing, relaying his intelligence to Shikigami Huangguang. Even after his setbacks, when he sought solace in Chiba, Isaka now had informed Huangguang, leading Kagaya and Isaka AI to retrieve him from Chiba City. Now, Isaka AI was similarly revealing Kagaya's secrets, just as Now had done before. The current power struggle within the Shikigami family was a war of information and connections. Possessing intelligence equated to seizing the initiative. As the eldest daughter, Kagaya had little hope of inheritance and could only navigate the treacherous waters alongside her three brothers in search of survival. However, Isaka AI was different. As a staunch ally of Shikigami Huangguang, she held substantial intelligence. Contemplating this, Weiing revealed a sinister smile. "Lord Weiing, the way you smile now resembles a villain from a movie, devoid of any semblance of a Shikigami air." As his attendant, Amano Yakumo felt compelled to remind him. "How could I possibly resemble a villain? I have never harmed a single chicken throughout my life. Moreover, my sole purpose for coming here today was merely to propose a transaction with Isaka AI. If she refuses to act as your spy, you threaten to expose her as Lord KK's informant to Lady Kagaya. That, in itself, is a form of intimidation." With a sigh, Amano Yakumo continued. "Such behavior is akin to a child declaring, 'If you do not give me what I want, I shall no longer play with you.' Silence. You insufferable attendants are truly unbearable. Despite the generous salaries I provide you each month, you still manage to infuriate me." He paused, reflecting, "I simply believe that she is still just a young girl. Isn't this behavior rather unbecoming? Furthermore, I have heard that Isaka has been contemplating resignation. Had it not been for Lady Kagaya, she would have likely departed years ago. You still do not comprehend." Shishinomiya Kunkai's tone suddenly turned grave. For one who knows so many secrets, to betray the Shishinomiya family, what favorable outcome could she possibly expect? "I understand now." Amano Yakumo bowed his head in acknowledgement. Chapter 197. Isaka AI's despair. 10 minutes later, Isaka AI arrived at the back entrance of Shuchiin Academy. Exercising caution, she refrained from entering Shishinomiya Kunkai's vehicle. Although Shishinomiya Kunkai was relatively mild-mannered compared to others in the Shishinomiya clan, Isaka AI maintained a healthy level of vigilance towards him. Aside from Lady Kagaya, there were no virtuous souls within the Shishinomiya family. Meanwhile, Shishinomiya Kunkai opened the rear window of his car and, upon seeing the striking resemblance between Isaka AI and Isaka Now, he couldn't help but smirk in discontent. After discovering Isaka Now's betrayal, he had opted to dismiss her without retaliation, yet the incident had severely impacted his claims to inheritance. Thus, he harbored no favorable sentiments towards Isaka AI. After all, neither of the Isaka women were of good character. After mentally chastising himself, Shishinomiya Kunkai took a drag from his cigarette and intentionally exhaled the second-hand smoke towards Isaka AI. Noticing her brow furrow slightly, he coolly remarked, "Good afternoon, Isaka AI." Isaka AI offered a slight bow in response, but the next words uttered by the man before her nearly left her aghast. "Surely, you would not wish for Lady Kaguya to learn of your espionage activities?" As the words left his lips, Isaka AI instinctively crossed her arms and retreated a few steps, casting a wary gaze upon Shishinomiya Kunkai. He looked back at her, puzzled, while behind him, Amano Yakumo urgently tugged at Shishinomiya Kunkai's sleeve. "My lord, your previous statement was ambiguous. How could a member of the Shishinomiya family utter such rogue words? Where is the impropriety?" he retorted. Upon realizing that his menacing words had not elicited the anticipated effect, Shirkong Yunya let out a dissatisfied snort. At that moment, Hayasaka AI also took note that within the vehicle, aside from Shirkong Yunya and Amano Yakumo, there remained only the driver, which emboldened her somewhat. Leaning slightly towards the rear of the car, she assumed a posture of attentiveness, embodying the demeanor expected of a maid in the Shirkong household when addressing her masters. Unfortunately, Shirkong Yunya remained unimpressed. "Hayasaka AI, your masquerade is commendable, yet I would have you drop the pretense before me, wretched rodent. You, like your mother, are a traitor." Feigning concern here is utterly nauseating. As he spoke, a gleeful thought seemed to cross his mind. "Kaguya has foolishly considered you her confidant. It appears my sister possesses a charming naivety. What? Are you attempting to use Lady Kaguya as a means to pressure me?" Hayasaka AI too shed her facade. Shirkong Yunya paid little heed to Hayasaka AI's rudeness. After all, such lackeys were merely imbeciles capable of inciting their master's ire. If mere words could provoke him, he would have long been driven to fury by Hayasaka Now, leaving no room for her daughter. "Hayasaka, reveal the information you possess, and I may choose not to inform Kaguya of your betrayal." "I possess no such information," replied Hayasaka AI. "Deceiving others is one thing, but do not deceive yourself, nor attempt to mislead me. I shall treat your words as nothing more than a jest, a moment of amusement to pass the time. However, to utter such incredulous statements truly tests my patience." Shirkong Yunya took another drag from his cigarette, his demeanor and icy stare now bearing an overwhelming resemblance to the frigid Kaguya. "I have no information to share with Lord Yunya," Hayasaka AI persisted, though the whiteness of her clenched fists betrayed her resolve. Shirkong Yunya, of course, noticed this subtle tell. A faint smile graced his lips as he shifted his posture to a more comfortable position against the seat, remaining silent while regarding Hayasaka AI with a cool gaze. After a few minutes, he gradually closed the car window and instructed the driver, "Let us depart. We have other matters to attend to. For now, we shall leave." Following his command, the car engine roared to life, pulling away from Shuchian Academy, leaving Hayasaka AI standing alone in the wake of their departure. Inside the vehicle, Amano Yakumo glanced at Shirkong Yunya, puzzled. "My lord, why did we leave so abruptly?" "Hayasaka has yet to agree to collaborate." "Fool. What else can you do besides irritate me?" Shirkong Yunya shot a glare at Amano Yakumo but chose to explain nonetheless. "Yakumo, have you ever gone fishing?" "No." Amano Yakumo shook his head. Shirkong Yunya was taken aback. "As a person from an island nation, you have never fished? Let it be. Perhaps I should not harbor excessive expectations of you. Yet you must surely be familiar with the art of fishing." "Indeed, dear sir, fishing, a great fish has taken the bait." "Does that signify victory?" "Not at all. That merely marks the commencement of a new chapter. The true contest lies in the intricate dance between the angler and the mighty fish. Should one rely solely on brute strength to haul the fish in, the rod and line may snap, allowing the fish to escape. However, if one gently loosens the line, permitting the fish to swim freely under one's control, it may seem as though it has briefly attained liberty, yet it remains firmly within your grasp. When it finally succumbs to exhaustion, it will yield itself to your will. Do you comprehend? But what if Isaka AI were to receive assistance from Lord Hikari or others? What if the fish, now armed with sharp teeth, severed the line and fled? What then? What can be done? If it escapes, so be it. Does it incur any loss for me?" regardless of her choices. They remain matters between the boss and Kaguya. I am but a somewhat inconspicuous third wheel. I understand, my lord. Amano Yakumo nodded. His master always had far-reaching plans, and he merely needed to execute them faithfully. In this dire economic climate, employers willing to provide overtime pay are indeed scarce. Frankly, he found it difficult to comprehend Isaka AI, earning a mere few million yen a month. What risk is she taking? She seems devoid of the mindset of a laborer. Meanwhile, Isaka AI stood rooted in place. After a moment, she retrieved her phone from her pocket and sent a message to an unnamed number. Lord Kaguya is well, with no anomalies. However, Lord Weiying visited me earlier, and he appears to be privy to many things. Isaka AI reported on the situation concerning Shigami Kaguya and Shigami Weiying. Previously, she had even felt compelled to report every single action of Shigami Kaguya without exception. After a long while, she set her phone down. A silence enveloped her for several seconds before she began to weep softly. She could endure much, but this particular burden gnawed at her peace of mind. This arrangement between her father and Shigami Hikari left her no choice but to accept this role. Having cared for Shigami Kaguya for nearly a decade, she had borne this guilt, and the appearance of Shigami Weiying today pushed her to the brink of despair. Just then, a tissue suddenly appeared before her, causing her to momentarily freeze. AI ran? Isaka AI was taken aback. AI ran remained silent, choosing to leave after setting down the tissue. He had plans to dine on barbecue with Yukino Shida Yukino that evening, completely disinterested in the troubles of the Shikigami family. As long as he could ensure the safety of Shikigami Kaguya, that was all that mattered. On his way, AI Ran let out a somewhat exasperated sigh, remarking on the monotony of humanity. On planet Vegeta, he had witnessed countless instances of familial bonds, even among the dwindling Saiyan population, with Kakarot and his brother exhibiting brotherly affection and Broly showing deference to his father, while friendships such as that of Vegeta and Nappa thrived. Saiyans have always held a rather tenuous connection to familial and friendly ties. However, they held a strong disdain for the act of espionage among themselves. True men resolve their conflicts with their fists. Chapter 198. The Last Wishes of Isaka AI. As night fell, Isaka AI found a brief respite from her demanding work and returned to her room. Once on her bed, she curled up, cherishing a rare sense of safety within these familiar walls. Although the accumulated pressures of her life did not dissipate entirely with this small act, it provided a comfort of sorts. Perhaps I should resign, she mused, the impact of Shikigami Keisei's recent appearance weighing heavily on her mind. The notion of leaving her post resurfaced, unbidden. She was unwilling to continue betraying Lady Kaguya, nor did she wish to act as a spy. Thus, resignation seemed the only viable escape. Yet, she was acutely aware that the Shikigami family might not allow her to depart so easily. However, if all else failed, she could always consider fleeing abroad. The Shikigami's influence was confined to Japan. After all, Isaka AI had saved enough over the years to fund a journey around the world, a luxury that could sustain her for years. Lady Kaguya was no longer the fragile girl she once was. Even if AI were to leave, it would not lead to dire consequences. At worst, Kaguya would only need to be vigilant regarding the close attendant that Shikigami Keisei would assign to her. This thought tightened AI's heart. If she were to ensure that Kaguya took proper precautions, she would have to confess all her previous actions, for otherwise, Kaguya might not believe her. Yet, the moment Kaguya learned of her betrayal, she would surely come to despise her. Although AI harbored a hope that Kaguya might graciously forgive her, she knew that such a possibility was starkly unrealistic. Kaguya abhorred traitors and never befriended those who divulged her secrets. The bond between Fujiwara Chika and Kaguya thrived precisely because Chika never gossiped about matters unknown to Kaguya. Regardless of Chika's often unreliable nature, she had steadfastly upheld this principle. Resignation is the best course, AI thought, given the current circumstances. Becoming a spy for Shikigami Keisei would only deepen her transgressions. By resigning, she could at least escape such treachery. Even if Lady Kaguya would forever withhold her forgiveness due to AI's past sins. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Isaka AI appeared to have made her decision. Deep within her heart, she yearned to be a genuine friend to Kaguya, rather than ensnared in a web of deceit and lies, one so intricate that even she could no longer navigate its threads. Having resolved to act, AI sprang from her bed and exited her room. Upon reaching Kaguya's door, she noticed that her mistress had been behaving strangely of late, spending her days engrossed in research on how to enhance her bosom. Whenever she caught a glimpse of her studying books on breast enhancement, She would clumsily hide the literature away, akin to a child who had committed a misdeed. Alas, the current Shikigami Kaguya could no longer conceal her innermost thoughts. Ever since Airan's arrival, Kaguya's demeanor had gradually softened. Her emotions were vividly displayed upon her countenance, rendering her feelings easily comprehensible. When elated, her lips would involuntarily curl upwards. In moments of sorrow, tears would flow unabated, and in times of anger, her sharp tongue retained its former acerbity. She ought to be more composed, Isaka AI sighed inwardly. However, that fickle alien had managed to instigate such profound changes in her in such a brief period. Had Airan employed some clandestine methods? Perhaps hypnosis or something equally dubious. Otherwise, how could someone of his disposition attract so many admirers? It seemed imperative to remind the young lady to be wary of Airan before departing. She could not continue in this manner. Clearing her throat, AI announced her entrance. Upon witnessing Kaguya hastily stow the breast enhancement guide within the bookshelf, AI sauntered in at a leisurely pace and took a seat opposite her. My lady, I believe we need to have a serious discussion. Noticing Kaguya once again engrossed in her newly acquired smartphone, AI furrowed her brow. What did you say, Isaka? Kaguya had decided to purchase a smartphone after discovering that Airan had Isaka's line. Though she had yet to muster the courage to request Airan's line, she had become quite adept at navigating the digital realm over the past few days. She even began frequenting online forums, acquiring peculiar relationship techniques. Gradually, Kaguya realized that the internet allowed her to don a mask, liberating her from the constraints of the Shikigami household, granting her the freedom to roam as she pleased. While she bore the weighty shackles of her reality, in the online world, it felt as though she were unencumbered. Becoming absorbed in the internet was a natural inclination. Observing Kaguya increasingly resembling a recluse, AI's concern deepened. I must insist, Lady Kaguya, that we engage in a meaningful conversation without the distraction of your phone. Kaguya, embarrassed, averted her gaze. Go ahead, Isaka. I am listening. Lady Kaguya, there is, in fact, a matter of great importance that I wish to discuss with you. What could AI possibly have to say? Furthermore, why was her tone so grave today? Had she recently set her sights on something particularly extravagant? Regardless of the circumstances, I am open to accepting anything, even the stars. No, Kaguya, that is not what I wish to convey. Isaku Hayasaka interrupted Kaguya Shinomiya, her mouth poised to articulate her intent to resign. Yet, just as the words hovered on the cusp of her lips, a myriad of concerns rendered her speechless. Recently, Kaguya's intellect seemed to have diminished significantly. Could she truly manage on her own post-resignation? Moreover, aside from the suffocating atmosphere of the Shinomiya household, there loomed a Dragon Ball that perpetually threatened Kaguya's safety. Without her as an intermediary, how could Airan possibly arrive at the first sign of danger to Kaguya? Isaku, why did you pause mid-sentence? Kaguya inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she regarded Hayasaka, who appeared to be struggling to find her words. It was the first time Kaguya had witnessed such a demeanor from her. However, Kaguya soon entertained a possibility. A playful smile gracing her lips. Has Isaku found someone she fancies? Why would you think that, Lady Kaguya? Hayasaka felt increasingly outpaced by Kaguya's train of thought. At this moment, when she intended to address the serious matter of her resignation, why was it veering into the realm of romance? Yet, Kaguya remained blissfully oblivious. I recently read in a book that when a young girl is smitten, she often hesitates to speak her heart. Has your role as a maid left you no time for dates with your beloved? If that is the case, you could simply tell me, and I would have the other maids assist you more, allowing you to pursue your own desires. Indeed. Hayasaka nodded. Lady, I do have someone I care for, which is why I intend to step out this evening. So soon? Kaguya was taken aback, not solely by Hayasaka's admission of her affections but also by the urgency with which she wished to go out on a date. Nevertheless, she nodded in acquiescence. Then do be careful this evening. I will, Lady Kaguya. Hayasaka replied with a slight bow before departing from the room. In that moment, she resolved firmly that she would resign without fail and would disclose everything to Kaguya before she left. However, prior to that, Hayasaka decided to seek out Airan to inquire when he could extract the Dragon Ball from Kaguya's body. Chapter 199. Perhaps we should arrange a marriage for Kaguya? In the main residence of the Shinomiya family, Shinomiya KK occupies a significant expanse, symbolizing his authority within the clan. At that moment, he was seated under the porch of a tatami room, facing a pond where exquisite fish were kept, accompanied by flowers and a bamboo grove. This seemingly incongruous combination had been meticulously cultivated by a gardener into a harmonious arrangement. After a while, a knock resonated at the door of the tatami room. "Come in," came the gentle voice of Shiramiya KK from within. No sooner had the words left his lips than the door swung open, revealing his younger brother, Shiramiya Kuya, the third son of the family. Shiramiya Kuya regarded his elder brother, who resembled a cunning fox, perpetually narrowing his eyes and feigning a benevolent demeanor. Shifting his gaze from KK's striking bald head, Kuya casually inquired, "What summons do you have for me today, dear brother?" He forced a smile, oblivious to the absurdity of a man in his 30s addressing his sibling in such a manner. As anticipated, upon hearing the address, Shiramiya KK's brows furrowed. However, having long endured life within the Shiramiya household and wielding considerable influence, he quickly masked his dissatisfaction. "It's nothing of great importance. I heard from the Hayasaka family that you had a minor disagreement with their daughter this afternoon." With his eyes half closed, he spoke amiably. "I fear my dear younger siblings might find themselves embroiled in conflict over such trivial matters." Dear younger siblings? What a nauseating term. Shiramiya Kuya silently scoffed. Yet he maintained an outward appearance of fraternal respect. "It's nothing serious. I merely inquired about Kagaya's recent situation with Hayasaka." Unfortunately, she divulged nothing, as expected of a child from the Hayasaka family. In the next moment, Shiramiya KK's expression shifted dramatically, his tone growing cold. How could there be nothing serious? A hint of alarm flickered across Kuya's face. "The Hayasaka family is under my command. Your abrupt dismissal of Hayasaka now has already cost me a crucial piece on the board, and now you approach Hayasaka AI? What do you intend? Are you aiming to sever all ties between the Hayasaka and Shiramiya families?" "Oh, my dear brother, I wasn't aware that dealing with a mere attendant bore such latent risks. But what of it? Is it permissible for you to send Hayasaka now to probe into my affairs, while I cannot simply remove your pieces upon discovery?" Shiramiya Kuya scoffed. "I never expected my elder brother to be so naive. If it were merely a matter of 2 attendants, I wouldn't bother bringing this up. However, the Hayasaka family is closely intertwined with the Shiramiya clan. They are involved in many of our core operations. You should understand the gravity of the situation." Sikong Huangguang exhaled softly. It is quite natural for siblings to vie for the position of heir. The Sikong family has thrived on such competition to reach its current status. However, the departure of a pawn privy to numerous secrets from the Sikong family due to this rivalry is rather a loss that outweighs the gains. Nonetheless, since the situation has already unfolded, it is imperative for a competent capitalist to not only rectify the matter promptly, but also to address the root causes from various angles. Indeed, it is unacceptable to allow the Hayasaka family to sever ties with the Sikong family. Sikong Yunying nodded, seemingly in agreement with his elder brother's sentiments. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, Sikong Huangguang clapped his thigh and erupted into laughter. "There is no need to take it too seriously. Hayasaka AI is merely a maid. When I entrusted her to Kagaya, it was simply because they are of similar age. And I thought they would enjoy a pleasant childhood together. The Hayasaka family will not suffer any adverse effects from your actions. Everything remains under control." At that moment, Sikong Huangguang appeared as a responsible elder brother, casually brushing aside the matter of deploying spies. For the time being, the affairs of the Hayasaka family could wait. After all, Kagaya is no longer a child. Hayasaka AI mentioned her aspiration to apply to Tokyo University. Noticing the sudden shift to casual conversation, Sikong Yunying understood that the main topic was yet to come. Tokyo University? What of it? Isn't that splendid? It would be an honor for someone from the Sikong family to attend such an institution. Tokyo University is indeed commendable, Sikong Huangguang said, stroking his sparse beard with a calm demeanor, but it may lead to some unfavorable consequences in the future. Why? Sikong Yunying was puzzled. Consider this. If she marries someone, and her university is superior to her fiancé's, he would undoubtedly be displeased. Upon hearing this, Sikong Yunying instantly grasped his elder brother's intentions. Arranged marriage. For the daughters of the Sikong family, this is their future. Yet, why is the elder brother sharing this with me? Sikong Yunying remained silent, awaiting his brother's elaboration. You see, brother, the thought of our sister potentially missing out on a beautiful love and happiness in her future pains my heart, Sikong Huangguang said. Placing a hand over his chest, feigning anguish as he continued, the Sikong family has recently been embroiled in internal strife with the Shirtiao family. This matter has made the news, as you should be aware. Sikong Yunying nodded. This cannot continue, Sikong Huangguang remarked, stroking his beard. She should also contribute to the Sikong family. Why are you telling me this, elder brother? Sikong Yuning was beginning to lose his patience. The man before him was meandering in conversation, and despite the lengthy exchange, the crux of the matter had yet to be addressed. It seemed he had detected his younger brother's underlying restlessness, prompting Sikong Huangguang to smile cunningly, akin to an old fox. Although merely a branch of the Sikong family, their connections and influence were invaluable. Unfortunately, discussing this matter alone with the old man may not yield the desired outcome. Come, let us seek out the elder together. Upon hearing this, Sikong Yuning understood and gazed meaningfully at Sikong Huangguang. Oh, so that is how it is. What, pray tell, shall I gain from this? You must realize that you have no opportunity, yet if you assist me, once the second son is out of the picture, you will possess ample voting power within the board. Sikong Yuning scoffed softly. Indeed, it is a commendable outcome. Is that not so? Nonetheless, I wish to ponder it further. As you wish, but remember, Yuning, this opportunity is singular. Even without your aid, I shall procure all that I desire. Sikong Huangguang narrowed his eyes, resembling a venomous serpent as he regarded him. I understand, esteemed brother. I shall take my leave. With that, Sikong Yuning strode toward the door, pausing abruptly at its threshold. By the way, brother, I have heard that Hayasaka AI has been contemplating resignation. This is not due to me, mind you, should she resign. It remains uncertain whether the Hayasaka family could retain their position within the Sikong clan. After Sikong Yuning departed, Sikong Huangguang remained silent for an extended period. The Hayasaka family was privy to far too many secrets of the Sikong household. It was inconceivable to allow them to sever ties so easily. I hope you do not force me to take that final step. As he spoke, he cast fish feed into the pond, and a swarm of fish surged forward, frantically vying for the morsels. However, Sikong Huangguang soon noticed a solitary golden koi lingering at the periphery of the pond, utterly disinterested in the food. Bring forth a man. Upon his command, a burly figure in a suit stepped forward. Lord Huangguang, shall I prepare that golden fish? Indeed. Chapter 200. Yukino Shida Yukino's complete trust in Kirigaya Mafuyu. Yukino Shida Yukino resides in an apartment where the ventilation system is considerably inferior to that of a typical detached house. Should she attempt to grill meat within her dwelling, the resulting smoke would render the space uninhabitable. Thus, after careful consideration, Yukino Shida Yukino and Irie resolved that tonight's dinner would be hosted at Irie's residence. Upon arriving outside Irie's yard, Yukino Shida Yukino adjusted her backpack, which contained her sleepwear and toiletries. This was Irie's suggestion. In the event that dinner concluded late, for safety reasons, she would stay overnight. It remains uncertain what dangers this planet holds for a Saiyan. Perhaps the nefarious dragons. Is that where Kirigaya-sensei resides? Upon opening the gate, Irie turned to Yukino Shida Yukino and inquired, Yes, that is indeed the place. Let us pay her a visit. I have been here many times, yet I have never properly greeted her. It would be terribly rude. Moreover, if possible, let us invite Kirigaya-sensei to join us for dinner this evening. At present, Kirigaya Mafuyu is also Yukino Shida Yukino's teacher, and Yukino Shida holds her in high regard. As an educator, Kirigaya Mafuyu is both strict and gentle, always considering her students' well-being. Even after classes, she selflessly tutors Irie late into the night. In comparison to a certain older single woman who merely abandoned the Scion to the service department without a second thought, Kirigaya is significantly superior. From her, Yukino Shida Yukino perceives many reflections of herself. Perhaps it is for this reason that Yukino Shida Yukino feels a genuine respect for Kirigaya Mafuyu, unlike her sentiments towards other teachers. However, upon hearing Yukino Shida's suggestion, Irie cast a surprised glance in her direction. Although he no longer harbored fear of Kirigaya Mafuyu, he was nonetheless reluctant to allow Yukino Shida to engage in close proximity with the Dragon Balls. Nevertheless, seeing her earnest expression, he could only nod in agreement. 10 minutes later, Ailan arrived at the doorstep of Kirigaya Maki's home, accompanied by Yukino Shida Yukino. Teacher, it is Ailan. Are you at home? The moment her voice faded, the door was gently pushed open within mere seconds. The interior was somewhat dim, revealing only the entrance hall. The professional woman behind the door cast a fleeting glance at them, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Yukino Shida Yukino. Yukino Shida-san? Though she had sensed Ailan's return moments prior, that perception was solely relevant to Ailan, thus encountering Yukino Shida unexpectedly left her somewhat flustered. Kirigaya-sensei, Yukino Shida greeted her with a slight bow before continuing. I have arranged to dine with Ailan this evening, so I thought it prudent to pay you a visit beforehand. Please wait. Kirigaya Maki uttered, hastily closing the door. After a considerable pause, she finally reopened it. You may enter now, Yukino Shida-san and Aaron-san. I have no extra women's slippers available. Please make yourselves comfortable. Apologies for the intrusion, Yukino Shida replied, stepping into the entrance hall, but she could not help but notice the peculiar expression on Kiragaya's face. Why did it seem as though the teacher's gaze was somewhat unusual? Moreover, after they entered, her eyes seemed to evade direct contact. Perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination? Then, she observed Aaron effortlessly retrieving a pair of men's slippers from Kiragaya Maki's shoe cabinet. Yukino Shida's expression remained unchanged. It was quite ordinary for the teacher to have a pair of slippers ready for Aaron, who frequented her home for evening tutorials. Upon entering the living room of Kiragaya Maki's residence, Yukino Shida curiously surveyed the interior, instinctively exclaiming, "It truly resembles my expectations, a minimalist arrangement, immaculate and pristine. Truly befitting of Kiragaya-sensei." Ailan gently brushed her fingers over the dust-free cabinet, then glanced at the corner where garbage had once piled up, nodding in agreement. Indeed. It appeared that considerable effort had been invested in the cleaning, evoking a refreshing sense of renewal, accompanied by the lingering scent of insecticide. Truly, one must commend Teacher Tongshu. With her back turned to them, Tongshu Mifuyu's face suddenly flushed. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. I shall prepare some tea," she said, hastening toward the kitchen. Meanwhile, Ailan marveled at the pristine cleanliness of Teacher Tongshu's home, remarking to Yukino Shida that their teacher must possess a penchant for cleanliness. "We must be cautious not to soil our teacher's abode," she suggested. Seated upon the sofa, illuminated by the bright, warm light. Every corner was immaculate to the point of being spotless. All items were meticulously arranged in their designated places, devoid of any superfluous decorations, reflecting the owner's disciplined and rigorous character. Only a life-sized panda plush added a touch of femininity to the room. Upon seeing the plush, Yukino Shida felt an increased sense of restraint. She had not anticipated that their teacher shared her fondness for pandas. Surely, women who adore pandas would also prefer their carefully arranged spaces to remain undisturbed. Don't stress too much. Just think of it as this place having been chaotic and infested with pests a few days ago. Our teacher isn't a neat freak. Merely someone so dedicated to her work that she overlooked cleaning. This room has only just become tidy. Yukino shot him a reproachful glance, turning her attention to Tongshu Mifuyu, who was busy preparing tea in the kitchen. Lowering her voice, she admonished, "Yurukuen. It's not right to speak ill of her while she is occupied, and with how earnest Teacher Tongshu is, she is certainly not that kind of person. It's merely a metaphor, just intended to lighten the mood." Ailan shrugged his shoulders. Compared to the first encounter with Yukino Shida, he had witnessed firsthand the transformation of this room from a hellish state to one of comfort. Thus he felt no need for restraint. After all, this was the fruit of his labor. Yukino Shida observed his expression and, intrigued, inquired, "It seems that Ningen-kun comes here every day for tutoring. Yet he appears to be quite familiar with Teacher Kurosaki." One would naturally become familiar after daily tutoring, wouldn't one? Ailan's demeanor was resolute, devoid of even a hint of guilt. Yukino Shida harbored no significant doubts. She merely blinked in surprise. "However, what you just mentioned about insects truly startled me. I have complete faith in Teacher Kurisu. Rest assured, Teacher Kurisu is..." "What is it?" A cool voice suddenly interjected. Ailan's expression remained unchanged, as if she had not heard anything, and continued, "She is the perfect superwoman. Cleaning is a trivial task for her. My earlier mention of bugs was merely a jest." Sitting across from Ailan, Kei Sakamotoy handed coffee to Yukino Shida and Ailan. She furrowed her brow and cast a glance at Ailan, her voice calm, yet revealing a hint of pride and joy in her eyes. With no other beverages available, only instant coffee remained. But maintaining cleanliness in the room was a given, not something to overly concern oneself with. Upon hearing her words, Ailan, who had just taken a sip of her coffee, nearly spewed it out. Noticing Ailan's strange reaction, Yukino Shida shot her a curious glance, only to suddenly notice the mug in Ailan's hand. Chapter 201. Ailan, you must be devoted to Kasume ga Kaka-senpai. Yukino Shida slightly nodded, intending to invite Kei Sakamotoy to dinner, but the cup on the table was simply too eye-catching. After a moment's hesitation, she could not help but speak up. "Teacher." "That is." Kei Sakamotoy followed her gaze, puzzled as she scanned the teacups in front of Yukino Shida, and Ailan. Ultimately, her gaze landed on the cup before Ailan, emblazoned with the word love, clearly a couple's mug. since she rarely had guests at home. She usually rotated between these mugs, completely indifferent to their appearance. When Ailan had visited previously, she had also used this mug to serve her. Although she had noticed that these mugs were couple-themed, she felt no discomfort. Instead, she designated the one with the black love inscription as Ailan's personal cup. Under the guise of thriftiness, Keisaka Matoi, being a pragmatist, was too lazy to change this harmless habit, allowing things to progress naturally. She furrowed her brow in contemplation but couldn't help tilting her head and asking, "Is there something wrong with the cup?" However, Yukino did not perceive this as a mere trivial matter. As a genius with a woman's sixth sense, she recalled that Keisaka Matoi had prepared slippers for Ailan at home, causing her to narrow her eyes slightly and glance at Ailan. Though the man-ape has become quite the flirt, if his object of affection is the ever-serious and no-nonsense Keisaka-sensei, unlike Kasumigakaka Shiyu and the others, a teacher-student relationship is absolutely inadmissible, whether from a legal or moral standpoint. Upon discerning the meaning behind the words, Ailan bypassed Keisaka Matoi and began to elucidate the matter of the mug. In summary, the situation is not as you might envision. If one must insist, it is part of the job. As her voice trailed off, Yukino, cradling a transparent teacup intended for guests, lifted the corners of her mouth in a smirk. After taking a delicate sip, her smile deepened with significance. "Is that so?" "Indeed, that is correct. Shall I trade with you then?" "Very well, as long as it pleases you." In a conversation that Keisaka Matoi found utterly incomprehensible, Ailan, with an expression of exasperation, handed over the couple's mug. Yukino promptly exchanged her teacup, her smile becoming even more radiant, especially upon witnessing Ailan drink from the very spot she had just sipped from. Yukino wholeheartedly believed Ailan's previous words. However, she resolved to take some preemptive measures. The current relationship between Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Ailan had faltered due to her initial failure to assert her claim. Having made that mistake once, Yukino was determined not to let it happen again, particularly since the Monkey King remained oblivious to his charm on the female gender. Indeed, Ailan seemed unaware of these dynamics as he gently set down his teacup and turned to Keisaka Matoi, saying, "Teacher, perhaps you could provide an explanation as well. After all, the words of a teacher carry more weight, and having just conversed with Yukino, he felt an inexplicable sense of having stirred up trouble, yet wished to feign nonchalance. It is of little consequence. Initially, I too was unaware that it was a couple's item. Do not overthink it. It is the same regardless of whom it is used by. Even if she possesses a certain innocent demeanor, has never been in love, and indeed harbors some unusual feelings for Ailan as an adult." Keisaka Matoi comprehended that the association with the mug had led her students to question their prior relationship, reminding herself to remain vigilant. A faint blush tinged her cheeks as she cleared her throat, maintaining a calm and composed tone. Suddenly, she became cognizant of something rather significant. Had Ailan and Yukino indirectly shared a kiss? Moreover, they appeared to be quite intimate. And what of Kasumigakaka Shiyu? Were they not in a romantic relationship? How could there be another, Yukino? Or was her initial assessment correct? Had Ailan indeed juggled 3 or 4 girlfriends at once? Contemplating this, Keisaka Matoi reverted to her stringent teacher persona. Ailan, one must approach matters of the heart with seriousness. Keisaka Matoi was acutely aware of Ailan's circumstances, without parents and living abroad. At present, he had no constraints, which caused her great concern regarding his potential moral decline, particularly in the realm of romantic relationships. "Teacher, these matters are rather complex." Ailan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Complex? It was evident that Kirigaya Matoi could not grasp Ailan's notion of complexity, since he was already in a relationship with Kasumigakaka Shiyu. He ought to be wholly devoted and not betray her. Although she had always believed that Ailan's focus should remain on his studies, opposing his romance with Kasumigakaka, the reality was undeniable. In her heart, she regarded Ailan and Kasumigakaka as a couple, even during the stillness of the night. She would occasionally feel a pang of guilt from subconsciously sensing Ailan's presence. After hearing her words, Ailan's lips twitched, leaving him utterly uncertain on how to respond. Was he to confess to Kirigaya Matoi that he was currently involved with 4 girlfriends, in addition to a prospective student council president, and that they were all aware of one another? If he were to utter such a truth, what chaos might ensue if Kirigaya Matoi's anger led to a catastrophic outburst? Noticing Ailan's silence, Yukino suddenly stood up. No girl would willingly share her boyfriend with others, yet the instinctive urge to protect her beloved compelled her to act. She grasped Kirigaya Matoi's hand and led her into the bedroom. Moments later, soft whispers emanated from within. After 10 minutes, Kirigaya Matoi emerged from the room first. You. Kirigaya Matoi's gaze shot up, locking onto Ailan's overly casual expression, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes glinting with a fierce light. Just as Ailan anticipated a harsh reprimand to spill from her delicate lips, she turned her face away and walked towards the door. I do not intend to meddle in your personal affairs, but I hope you remember that as a member of the student council at Shizuka Academy, you must serve as a role model for all students. With that, she opened the door, and the wind that swept and tousled her slightly disheveled pink locks. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Ailan could not discern her expression clearly. Come on, Yukino Shida, let's go to your house for dinner tonight. With that, she strode out. At that moment, Yukino Shida Yukino also exited the room, positioning herself behind Ailan. Observing him in a state of bewilderment, she extended a finger and gently poked his cheek. Regaining his senses, Ailan asked in confusion, "What did you discuss with Kirigaya Matoi?" "Secret. Now, let us return and prepare dinner," she replied. Chapter 202. Epilogue. The past of Matsuno Mafuyu 3 years ago. Before graduating from Normal University, Matsuno Mafuyu was assigned an educational internship. At that time, she was placed at a rather obscure high school, stepping into the role of an intern lecturer. She was enveloped in a whirlwind of emotions, nervousness, anticipation, fear, and excitement, radiating passion from every fiber of her being. Despite her parents' opposition and her near escapade of living alone away from home, Mafuyu resolutely extended her arms to embrace the long-cherished dream of high school life. She resembled a canary that had escaped its cage, soaring into the skies and witnessing an entirely different vista, yearning to venture even further. In that moment, as her dream materialized, the world seemed to emerge from a frozen slumber, suddenly adorned with vibrant hues. The new teacher. I am Matsuno Mafuyu, the vice director of this class today. Please take care of me. Even when faced with the laughter of students from beneath the podium, her face radiated a smile more brilliant than ever. It felt as though she were favored by the heavens. Mafuyu quickly slipped into her role as a teacher, her lectures becoming increasingly fluent. The school transformed into her second home, and some remarkably unique students left a profound impression on her. For instance, there was the notoriously lazy student, Kabari, who somehow managed to excel by cramming just before exams. She viewed every challenge as an opportunity, overcoming and reflecting upon them. Gradually, she grew until she could proudly declare herself a teacher, just as she had always believed. Youth is but a fleeting moment. With fervor for any endeavor, dedication, self-belief, and an unwavering commitment to embracing one's dreams, nothing is insurmountable. She was living proof of this. At that juncture, a student caught her attention. Very impressive. Hino-san, your piano skills have improved significantly since yesterday. Not at all. It's primarily due to the assistance of teacher T-Suk, Hino said, a hint of shyness in her voice. Her aspiration was to gain admission to the Tokyo University of the Arts. Although T-Suk Mafuyu lacked knowledge of the piano, she continually supported Hino with her acute musical sensibility and the music theory she had diligently acquired. T-Suk understood that Hino's talent was not particularly exceptional and recognized her skills were still insufficient. Achieving acceptance into such a prestigious music institution would require extensive practice. Nevertheless, she refrained from discouraging or persuading her otherwise, instead offering unwavering encouragement, showering her with kind words to instill confidence and fervor, urging her to embrace her dreams wholeheartedly. T-Suk firmly believed that if she could achieve her goals, so too could Hino. This was the youthful exuberance T-Suk had anticipated since her high school days. And at that moment, she found herself immersed in it. Joy and elation surged within her as she embraced her mission as an educator, overlooking any shortcomings in her students' abilities, thus pushing her toward a precipice with insincere platitudes. It was mere self-satisfaction, nothing more. Consequently, when the outcome was revealed, it led to irrevocable regret. Though it's a bit disappointing, perhaps I could try again next year, she lamented. That's impossible. I am the worst among all the candidates, and I'm already 18. My family can no longer support my musical studies. T-Suk, your ears are astute. You must have known all along that I lack talent. Talent isn't the most crucial aspect. Youth embodies boundless potential. If it were Hino, please, spare me those comforting words. The more you say them, the more pitiable I appear. If only I hadn't aimed for the Tokyo University of the Arts. I began piano lessons at 12, dedicating 6 continuous years without respite. My entire youth has been devoted to this. Thus, the mistakes unfolded. Born from naive thoughts, absurd suggestions, and insincere encouragement, elements T-Sook had taken for granted since childhood, which led her to unwittingly push a student toward the abyss. Everything prior had been flawed. Hino's anguished cries regarding her youth underscored this truth. So that was it. I lacked the talent to be a teacher. Because of this, no matter how hard I strive, I can only yield erroneous results. I abandoned figure skating to pursue my dreams, yet now, even those dreams lie shattered by my own hand. She is a failure, a wretched failure devoid of anything. However, despite this, T-Sook Mafuyu clung to a belief she must uphold. A year later, at Shuchian Academy, a new teacher arrived. Recognizing what constitutes a mistake, she resolved to act in accordance with the right principles henceforth. The smile upon her face solidified, transforming into an unyielding seriousness. No longer could any student afford to squander their youth. As an adult, it is imperative to guide them based on one's own experiences. Abandoning a cheerful and amiable demeanor, she maintained a distance from her students through her indifferent words and actions. Thus, whether it required a heartless demeanor or an unapproachable air, she embraced it all, clad in a meticulous suit, her long hair impeccably straight, and her demeanor beyond reproach. She was resolute in ensuring that her students made the right choices during their high school years. Youth is a fleeting treasure that must not be wasted. Life encompasses more than just youth. One must diligently study to gain admission to a prestigious university, leaving the contemplation of dreams and love for a later time. Saka Mafuyu stood before the blackboard, her cold gaze surveying the students, who remained as silent as the chilling cicadas. The temperature in the classroom seemed to drop significantly. From that day forth, the reputation of the icy educator spread like wildfire. Her austere presence instilled a sense of reverence that deterred all students from approaching her too closely. Even a robust student like Ailan dared not raise her voice in her presence. In the kitchen, Yukino Shida busied herself while Ailan lent a helping hand beside her. Saka Mafuyu observed quietly. The unusual feelings she harbored towards Ailan, she categorized as reminiscent of the sentiments she once felt for Hinata. Although a nagging sensation hinted that her feelings were not entirely the same, Saka Mafuyu chose to engage in self-hypnosis, reflecting on the past.